My name is Xiaoji, and my aspiration is to become the world's foremost Pokémon Master. The adversaries I shall encounter are a formidable rival named Xiaomao, who has previously claimed the title of champion in a parallel universe, is a mysterious elderly gentleman known as King Gulf, a puzzling maiden named Xiaolan, hailing from a world known as Blue Star, possesses a genuine Ditto as her companion. Starting with an invincible Gyarados, born to be a king, is Xiaoxia, whose ambition is to become the world's premier water-type gym leader. By an unexpected awakening of the Eye of Analysis, which automatically generates optimal training regimens for Pokemon in his mind, Xiaojang aspires to be the future world's greatest Pokemon breeder. A bashful girl named Xiao Wang, guarded by the indomitable knight Beedrill, possesses the power of the evergreen and embodies a spirit of gold. Xiao Yao, the Hoenn dancer with memories intertwined with the Pokemon Red and Blue worlds, carries recollections from her previous timeline. Once a traveler who swiftly navigated the Chengdu region, the affluent young lady Xiao Wang has a Zoroark as her companion. The true dragon envoy, Alisai, wields the power of dragon mastery, while Princess Selena of Carlos, equipped with a perfect life simulator, is devoted to discovering the most exquisite existence. Having joined a chat group, the distinguished young lady Liliana from Alola is able to communicate seamlessly with her parallel universe counterpart. As for myself, I commence my journey with a Pichu seemingly afflicted by evolutionary hindrance and a Froakie reluctant to emerge from its Pokeball. You might wonder what I can do in such a situation. Apologies, but it appears I can perceive the barrage of comments, which even herald me as the protagonist. Chapter 1. The Pokemon Remake has commenced. Accompanied by powerful music, the scene transitions to the Pokemon world, specifically to the town of Master in the Kanto region. First, Pokemon Activate. Grandfather, your favorite Pokemon anime has been remade, and Xiaoji is once again the protagonist. Indeed, it is exhilarating to see I am nostalgic. Is it still the same? Still sound asleep? This is intolerable. Ditto. Use a million-ton punch. Standing before Xiaoji's bed are two young ladies, one with flowing brown hair, gazing at Xiaoji with an expression of exasperation. Upon hearing the girl's words, the other young lady with flaxen hair hesitated briefly, a dazzling white light emanating from her hand as she delivered a punch towards Xiaoji on the bed. Bang! With the sound of a hard object colliding, the boy on the bed staggered to his feet amidst the swirling dust. What on earth is happening? Xiaoji, appearing unfazed, scratched the back of his head in bewilderment while gazing at the two young ladies before him. What caught his eye was a girl adorned in the hues of a tricolor violet under the warm sun, her fashionably eclectic style radiating a sweet Parisian charm. At that moment, the girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, as she lowered her head, unable to meet Xiaoji's gaze. Selena? What are you doing here? No, wait, it's Ditto. Regaining his composure, Xiaoji briefly displayed an expression of surprise upon recognizing the familiar girl, but soon discerned her true identity. Ditto. Upon realizing Xiaoji had recognized her, Ditto, transformed into Selena, began to contort, reverting to her original form. She leaped onto Xiaoji's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek, seemingly apologetic for the earlier incident. You're quite impressive, Ditto. Even I almost didn't recognize you. Xiaoji gently patted Ditto, marveling, indeed, you must consider whose Pokemon this is. After Xiaoji's awakening, the girl who had remained silent seized Ditto, who had been affectionately rubbing its cheek against Xiaoji, and approached him with a fierce demeanor. As expected, it's you, Xiaolan. By the way, why did you insist on having Ditto take on Selena's appearance? Recognizing Ditto, Xiaoji quickly deduced the identity of the girl behind him. It could only be his childhood friend Xiaolan, who delighted in teasing him. Is it not true that you share the closest bond with Selena? Transforming into her likeness means that if even you cannot recognize yourself, others will certainly be none the wiser. Thus, the metamorphic prowess of that little Bien is successfully honed. The girl explained with an unwavering demeanor. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Ash felt a peculiar disquiet. Is that Bien intentionally mimicking Selena? I detect an ineffable scent of intrigue. How remarkable is this Bien? It appears absolutely indistinguishable. Is it even permissible for it to transform into a human? Why do you not mention that Ash, in a fit of fury, unleashed a colossal punch upon Bien without a hint of consequence? This further solidifies his status as a true newcomer. Oddly enough, has the remastered version introduced a new character, Xiaolon? The third protagonist of Master Town has finally made an appearance. On another note, If Bien can assume Selena's form, does it imply that Selena's storyline in the remastered version will unfold prematurely? Oh dear. In the face of the formidable assault from Queen Carlos, what shall our Misty do? Ah, where have you all placed our Xiaolon? With the current narrative development, Xiaolon is undoubtedly the true childhood sweetheart, rendering Selena's former status as a childhood friend no longer advantageous. At this point, it matters not who arrives. I yearn to witness the political strife, the rivers flowing with blood. Hey, the individual above. Have you forgotten this is Pokemon? Moreover, this is Ash, the epitome of a straight-laced fellow. Even amidst political turmoil, I would still cast my vote for Pikachu. Gazing at the sudden emergence of lines of white subtitles before him, Ash's face registered sheer astonishment. What is this? What are you talking about? Hearing Ash's voice laden with disbelief, Xiaolon cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Upon discovering that there was nothing amiss about her, the girl concluded that this was merely a retaliatory prank from the other party. In a fit of indignation, she delivered a metaphorical punch of 1,000,000 tons to Ash's head, in the style of Xiaolon. What nonsense are you spouting? Today is the day to receive Pokemon from Professor Okido. You haven't forgotten, have you? Ash, who had been preoccupied with contemplating the peculiar phenomenon resembling a barrage, suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation upon hearing Xiaolan's words. Without further thought to the bizarre occurrences, he hastily leaped out of bed, slipped into his slippers, and bolted for the door. Watching Ash dash out in such a manner, Xiaolon sighed in resignation. This guy's still so impulsive, setting off without even changing his clothes, just as depicted in the original work. What do you mean by just as depicted in the original work? Could it be that Xiaolon, you too? Goodness, has Xiaolon been peeking at the script, or is she a time traveler? Although Ash did not overhear Xiaolan's mutterings, the barrage made note of it. However, Ash was too preoccupied with his urgent mission to Professor Okido to contemplate the discussions in the barrage. You finally made it. By the time Ash managed to reach Professor Okido's laboratory, he had not yet set foot inside when a youthful voice greeted him. Approaching was a boy with a spiky hairstyle, wearing a mocking expression directed at Ash. And with that attire, are you contemplating giving up on becoming a Pokemon trainer? The EV perched on Shigeru's shoulder nodded in agreement. That's not the case at all. It's just, never mind. I could never give up. Ash noticed that he was still clad in his pajamas and slippers, and compared to Shigeru, who was fully equipped and evidently prepared for their journey, even he, in his sluggishness, realized that his appearance was somewhat embarrassing. He felt too self-conscious to admit that he had overslept, so he resolved to retort defiantly. Exactly, it's this sense of mockery. Shigeru should seize the moment to humiliate Ash thoroughly. Otherwise, there may not be another opportunity. Ash, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. By the way, Shigeru starts with an EV. Could he be emulating the special editions beginning with Kingolf? Indeed, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. Shigeru, you best seize this moment, for I shall return the favor in due time. With this thought, Ash felt somewhat reassured, made a playful face at Shigeru, and proceeded inward. Observing Ash's reaction, Shigeru smirked. Kingolf, you cannot be serious. Given Ash's current state, it is truly difficult to regard him as a rival. Just like that red fellow, starting off in such an unassuming manner, only to cling to you like a stubborn burr later on. It's bound to happen. TSK, at any rate, it's challenging to take him seriously as a rival. Rather than viewing Ash as a competitor, I might as well consider Xiaolon as my rival. Come on, is this guy serious? Who is he conversing with? Do you also have a mysterious old gentleman in your ring? So, it's not a script from Battle Through the Heavens, but rather one from Martial Universe. Didn't you hear Shigeru mention Kingolf, the 5-minute champion from the special edition? Shigeru seems to have received a significant power boost, but his arrogance is excessive. Looking down on Ash like this, he is bound to face consequences later on. If I were Shigeru, I too would overlook the current Ash. His performance is indeed lackluster. Let us not forget, Ash is the protagonist. Ultimately, it will be his remarkable resurgence that draws attention. The stronger Shigeru and the others become, the more Ash's greatness will be highlighted. Observing the barrage seemingly applying pressure on him, Ash felt a surge of frustration, gritting his teeth in exasperation. What is going on? Just moments ago, they were cheering him on, and now they joined Shigeru in mocking him. And what is this Kingolf and mysterious old man? I have never heard of such things before. What is this 5-minute champion nonsense? I cannot comprehend its meaning at all. Ash felt his mind swirling in confusion. The sudden influx of information from the barrage was overwhelming. It appeared that both Shigeru and Xiao Lan harbored secrets unknown to him, exuding an air of superiority. In an instant, Ash felt the weight of immense pressure. As a member of the trio from Masera Town, he sensed that his normalcy was perhaps too abnormal. However, he also noticed the barrage referring to him. Wait a moment, what did the barrage call me? Protagonist. So, I am the protagonist of this world? Chapter 2. The Youth, Pichu, and Froakie, a fateful encounter. Although Ash was pleasantly surprised to learn that he was likely the protagonist, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Upon entering Professor Oak's laboratory, Ash hurriedly sought out the esteemed researcher. Professor Oak, who was engrossed in a bowl of instant noodles, glanced at Ash, who was clad in pajamas, slurped down the last of his meal, and then looked at the clock on the wall with a mixture of surprise and amusement. Ah, Ash, you actually came. I thought you might not show up, he teased. In response to Professor Oak's jibe, Ash could only manage an awkward chuckle, fully aware that he was indeed at fault for his tardiness. Please, Professor Oak, could you tell me what starter Pokemon are still available? I truly don't mind. Ash implored earnestly, hands clasped together in a gesture of sincerity. He understood that arriving so late meant that any Pokemon he might have desired were likely already chosen, thus he refrained from making any specific selections. In this remastered version, although Ash still arrived late, he has evidently matured, displaying a commendable level of self-awareness. Life, much like navigating a crowded subway, can alter the course of one's destiny with just a moment's delay. Is that so? Quite impressive. Showing such self-awareness, Professor Oak remarked, a hint of surprise in his expression. After all, life is indeed akin to squeezing oneself onto a subway. A mere second can change everything. Ash unabashedly appropriated the profound words that had just been shared in the chat. Hearing Ash's sentiment, Professor Oak nodded approvingly. I am pleased that you grasp this concept. For you must seize opportunities when they arise. Not every moment will afford you the luxury of choice as this one does. With that, Professor Oak pressed a special button nearby. As the mechanism whirred to life, a Pokemon ball shimmering with electric energy and another, eerily silent, floated to the surface of the table. 2 remaining? Ash exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected bounty. He had prepared himself for the likelihood of finding nothing left. This Pokemon is Pichu, who, due to certain unique circumstances, has never evolved and has remained unchosen, thus residing here with me. Professor Oak gestured toward the sparkling Pokemon ball, then turned his gaze to the other. As for this Pokemon, it is Froakie. Interestingly, it shares a connection with you. It was entrusted to me by Dr. Bratano when Serena visited last, hailing from the Kalos region. Its potential for development is theoretically far superior to that of Pikachu. What? Is this the Froakie I know? Could we witness the bond transformation between Froakie and Ash in this installment? My desire to continue watching has been ignited. Initially, I assumed this remaster would merely rehash the original, yet it seems brimming with alterations. Dear friends, I am utterly thrilled. However, has no one noticed that Professor Oak seems to have more to say? Upon seeing the terms Froakie and bond transformation flash across the screen, Ash was riddled with confusion, while the chat buzzed with incomprehensible chatter. Could someone please clarify? I despise riddlers and those who leave their sentences unfinished. Much like Pichu, Froakie has also struggled to form friendships. However, its situation is significantly more dire. While Pichu at least shows a willingness to emerge from its Pokeball, Froakie has not ventured out for quite some time. Were it not for the normalcy of its life signs, I would suspect it had perished, Professor Oak lamented, casting a troubled glance at the 2 Pokemon balls before him. I told you Froakie has issues. Compared to the original, the current problems seem considerably worse. Even Pichu appears to suffer from a similar evolutionary block as some others. Yet, why is it that the Pokemon given to Shigeru are perfectly normal, while Ash receives 2 troubled souls, one unable to evolve and the other unwilling to emerge? Is this some cosmic conspiracy against him? Perhaps Professor Oak realizes that Ash is indeed the same Ash he encountered in the past, and thus chooses to believe in his ability to save them. With so many changes in this remaster, perhaps the previous narrative has long been discarded. I suspect Professor Oak is simply mischievous. How ironic. Receiving free Pokemon, yet still being treated poorly. Had he given you nothing and sent you off to be a bug catcher, you would have been much more compliant. Everyone, please cease your squabbling. Has no one noticed that Pikachu refuses to return to its ball, while Froakie is reluctant to emerge? They are quite literally a match made in heaven. Those fixated on trivial matters will only harm themselves. But must it truly be a choice between 2? If I had to select between Pichu and Froakie, I genuinely wouldn't know whom to choose. Indeed, had Ash not chosen Pichu, It might have been treated as an outcast. Similarly, Froakie, in its current state, could very well perish within its Pokeball if left unchosen. Listening to the chat's discourse, Ash, who had initially been oblivious to the gravity of the situation, suddenly wore a serious expression. Professor Oak, what happens if no one chooses them? Well, what else can be done? They would be forcibly released. If they continue to exhibit such issues, I certainly cannot keep them here. However, given their current dispositions, even if they return to their kind, they would likely be ostracized as outcasts. Then, Professor Oak, since neither of them has found a trainer, may I choose both? Ash asked without hesitation. While I do not oppose your desire to choose both, have you truly considered this? I hope you are not simply acting on a fleeting sense of justice. Once I entrust them to you, their sole hope will rest in your hands, Ash. Are you genuinely prepared to shoulder this responsibility? Professor Oak's demeanor grew serious, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Ash. Meeting Professor Oak's earnest stare, Ash paused for a brief moment before breaking into a confident smile. Of course, I am ready. If I cannot foster a good relationship with Pichu and Froakie, how could I ever aspire to become the world's greatest Pokémon Master? Filled with conviction, Ash felt an inexplicable surge of energy as he realized that his choices would ultimately determine the fates of Pichu and Froakie, compelling him to boldly declare his intentions. Sensing Ash's unwavering determination and the resolve in his eyes, Professor Oak felt assured that his purpose had been fulfilled. Indeed, the Ash of his memories was now before him. Very well, I shall entrust Pichu and Froakie to you, Ash. Handing over the 2 Pokemon balls, just as Professor Oak began to share some important insights about Pichu, Ash eagerly released the creature. Having learned from the chat that Pichu seemed reluctant to remain in its Pokeball, Ash declared, "You are the one, Pichu." Accompanied by Ash's fervent exclamation, a small, yellow creature emerged, its demeanor exceptionally wary. Is this really Pichu? Ash marveled at the adorable Pokemon, crouching down to coax it with gentle gestures. Hello, Pichu. My name is Ash, and I am your Pokemon trainer. I look forward to our journey together. However, Pichu, ignoring Ash's outstretched hand, turned its head away, its cheek pouches crackling with faint sparks of electricity. Professor Oak gazed fondly at Ash, who, despite his hair being electrified by Pichu, was still enthusiastically teasing the little Pokemon. A hint of nostalgia crossed his face. All right, Ash, I shall now activate your Pokédex. Shall I also enroll you in the World Championship? The World Championship? Ash replied, his expression one of confusion. Although he was uncertain, the chat was abuzz with excitement at the mention. World Championship? ISNT that just starting in the journey arc? Has the original series begun already? Goodness, I recall that Ash retired immediately after winning the championship last time, didn't he? If that is the case, he would truly become the champion at the tender age of 10. Pichu, am I really going to battle dance Charizard? For real? Finally, will we get to see Greninja in the World Championship? Observing the lively discussion, Ash began to grasp the significance of the World Championship. Yet the prospect of becoming a champion felt somewhat far-fetched. While he exuded confidence, he didn't believe he could seize victory so soon after starting his journey. He needed to immerse himself in travel first. He had to tackle the challenges posed by Pichu and Froakie before anything else. The World Championship welcomes Pokemon trainers from all corners of the globe, allowing anyone, regardless of their past accolades, to register and vie for the title of World Champion. Professor Oak paused, gesturing towards the computer screen displaying the official website, and continued, by registering through a mobile device or Pokédex. Participants can search for opponents or engage in official battles held worldwide to accumulate points. Based on these scores, trainers are classified into tiers: Beginner, Intermediate, Super Ball, Ultra Ball, and Master Ball. Ultimately, the Master Ball tier will host the grand tournament to determine the world's foremost champion. By the way, Gary and Daisy have already signed up. This revelation did not surprise Ash. With such a grand opportunity to battle trainers from other regions, it was inevitable they would participate, and Ash himself could not afford to miss out. Professor Oak, I want to register too. Upon hearing Ash's agreement, Professor Oak chuckled heartily, taking Ash's Pokédex to complete the registration. After receiving his Pokédex back, Ash, prompted by the chat, opened the relevant interface. Contestant, Ash. Hometown, Kanto region. Level, Beginner. Points, 0-100. And here are 10 Pokeballs and 10 healing potions. Although you already possess 2 starter Pokemon, you are aware of their issues. If you encounter danger in the wild, make sure to run, understood? Considering Ash's current novice strength, Professor Oak felt a twinge of concern and cautioned him. Understood. Professor Oak, I'll remember. Ash's eyes sparkled as he clutched the Pokeballs and potions, overwhelmed with excitement. Witnessing Ash's exuberance, Professor Oak could only shake his head in resignation. Old Dan is raking in the coins. Gary has an EV and a Squirtle. How is Ash going to compete? Unless he has a cheat, I can't fathom how he LL win. Currently, Ash's Pokemon are 1 weak and 1 shy. I wonder how Brock will handle that. Ho-Oh, come save the day, send in the cheats. With the Pokeballs and potions in hand, Ash, with Pichu already dozing on his head, merrily returned to his home. Upon arriving, he spotted Misty and Gary, fully geared up and ready to embark. Did you choose Pichu? Gary furrowed his brow upon seeing Ash's Pokemon perched atop his head. Though he often teased Ash, he secretly hoped Ash would become a worthy rival. However, Ash's choice of a Pichu with notably low growth potential, and one that couldn't evolve, left Gary feeling rather disappointed. Such a starter Pokemon would likely struggle to defeat even a single gym leader. Hey, Ash, you actually picked such a weak Pichu? As a fellow trainer from Pallet Town, I must advise you, it's probably best not to waste your time training such a feeble Pokemon, or you'll never catch up to us. Before Ash could retort, Misty interjected, Gary, don't underestimate Pichu. In this world, there are no eternally weak Pokemon, only incompetent trainers. Huh, what nonsense. Gary merely chuckled at Misty's words, choosing not to engage further. He simply wanted to offer Ash a word of caution, and whether or not Ash heeded it was inconsequential. With that thought, Gary glanced at his backpack and, without looking back, strode away with his EV. That guy has become quite arrogant. Ash, you must defeat him decisively in the future. Misty seethed at Gary's demeanor but, recognizing the rivalry between Ash and Gary, turned back to Ash and said, of course. I won't let him belittle me. If given the chance, I will definitely prove our strength with Pichu. Ash paid little heed to Gary's comments. It seemed only he could see the chat. And although the information was a chaotic mix, he often gleaned valuable insights from it. Perhaps he could find a way to address the issues surrounding Pichu and Froakie through those messages. Seeing Ash still brimming with enthusiasm reassured Misty. I'm glad you're not affected by Gary's words, she said with a smile, turning to leave. I'm setting off now, Ash. You must catch up. Don't forget our promise, or I want to go easy on you. The girl playfully waved her fists at the boy from a distance, leaping onto her transforming Pokemon, which morphed into a Pidgeot, stirring up a gust of wind before soaring into the sky, vanishing from Ash's sight. Don't worry. I will definitely catch up to you. After packing his belongings, Ash placed Pichu on his shoulder, adjusted his cap, and dashed outside. Pokemon, here I come. Set sail? Sunk. Go, let us go. Chapter 3. Help me, Gyarados girl. Indeed, the outside world proved far more pleasant than being indoors. Choosing to venture out for training was undoubtedly the right decision. The orange-haired girl stretched lazily as she gazed at her fishing rod. I've left most of my Pokemon with my sisters. They should be able to handle the gym duties. Reflecting on her 3 older sisters, who were significantly older yet still shirking responsibilities and often relying on her, the youngest sister, Misty, felt as though she had aged far beyond her years. Those 3 loved to criticize her, mocking her for being overly responsible, and if not for their unreliability, she wouldn't have had to mature so quickly. Fortunately, she had now entrusted her responsibilities to them. Even if they acted recklessly, she could at least rest assured that no major mishaps would occur, allowing her to embark on her journey with peace of mind. Miss Kona, I will surely prove my growth to you. Misty grasped the Pokeball at her waist, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Just as she became somewhat entranced, the previously tranquil surface of the water erupted in a tremendous splash. Is something big about to bite? Noticing the commotion on the water's surface, Misty felt a surge of excitement. She had been prepared for a dry spell, but it seemed fortunes were about to change. As she grasped her fishing rod, the sudden jolt from below nearly yanked her into the lake. Feeling the robust force transmitted through the rod, her joy was palpable. Taking a deep breath and summoning all her strength, Xiaoxia successfully cast her fishing rod into the water. In tandem with the splash, a shadow emerged, flung from beneath the surface, rolling 2 or 3 times on the ground before coming to a halt. Rubbing her slightly sore arms, Xiaoxia approached the shadow, which was entangled in seaweed, rendering it an indistinguishable object. What could this possibly be? Though a tinge of disappointment coursed through her at the realization that she had not caught a large fish, curiosity propelled her closer. Before Xiaoxia could discern what it was, the shadow began to stir. From the mass of kelp emerged a tan arm that swiftly tore apart the seaweed. As the kelp broke apart, a boy who appeared to have just returned from an expedition appeared before Xiaoxia. What on earth happened to you? Xiaoxia's expression turned serious upon seeing the boy's disheveled state. It's my fault. I didn't keep a proper eye on Pichu, the boy lamented, not addressing Xiaoxia's question but rather focusing on the Pichu cradled in his arms, continuously apologizing. Following his gaze, Xiaoxia noticed the Pichu in Ash's embrace, barely clinging to life. You need to hurry and take it to the Pokemon Center. Before Xiaoxia could finish her sentence, the boy, previously looking despondent, seemed to find direction, instantly lifting his head. Yes, to the Pokemon Center. With a determined glint in his eyes, he mustered his weary body and dashed towards the edge of the forest. His movement was so swift that Xiaoxia barely had time to react. By the moment she registered what had occurred, he had vanished from sight. Hey, why is he running so fast? I have a bicycle. Coming back to her senses, Xiaoxia quickly stowed her fishing rod and hopped onto her bicycle, pedaling in the direction Ash had just departed. Time rewound to half an hour earlier. Given that Pichu was too weak and the Froakie had yet to respond, Ash, feeling helpless, picked up a net, preparing to become a bird catcher. That bird looks remarkably familiar, as if it's from the original series. Upon seeing the comments, Ash wasted no time and charged into the grass with the net. With a sharp cry of a bird-like Pokemon appeared before Ash, glaring at him with fury. Wait, that's not a Pidgey. I thought it was supposed to be a Spearow. Plot twist. It certainly can't be the same as before. Oh no. Pichu has no strength. How will Ash fight? Spearow is notorious for holding grudges. Ash is in for it. Hearing the comments, Ash silently lamented his predicament. Having fallen for the bait of the barrage, he had heard plenty about the notorious reputation of Spearow from Misty, who had warned him to be cautious. Suddenly, with a loud cry, a flock of Spearow erupted from a nearby tree, and Ash's heart sank. Oh no, so many Spearow. It feels like there are even more than in the original. Is this the work of Ho-Oh? After all, the original didn't include the trials of the Rainbow Hero. This could be considered a low-budget version. Ash had no time to ponder the comments as the flock of Spearow launched an unprovoked attack. Watching as Ash was pursued and occasionally let out a wail reminiscent of Tom, Pichu, clutching a berry, laughed heartily nearby. It seemed that Pichu's laughter caught the attention of the Spearow that had initially been provoked by Ash. Is that the human-esque Pokemon? Despite their trainer being attacked, it's laughing? Is it mocking me? Moreover, it's leisurely munching on a berry. Does it see our revenge as a comedic spectacle? This insolent creature. With that thought, the Spearow screeched, calling upon its companions and redirecting their wrath towards Pichu. As the flock suddenly charged towards him, Pichu, who had been enjoying the spectacle, instantly panicked. Pichu, he squeaked, timidly offering the berry before cowering, his head covered in fear. Please don't hurt me. Faced with the aggressive Spearow, Pichu's first instinct wasn't to flee or retaliate. Instead, he knelt in a fearful ball on the ground. How strange. Why did the Spearow suddenly turn on Pichu? What is happening to Pichu? Why has Pichu become like this? Is it just going to take the beating? Initially believing the Spearow had spared him, Ash, who was catching his breath, turned sharply at the barrage of comments. That flock of Spearow was now attacking the curled-up Pichu. Damn it! Why are you attacking Pichu? I was the one who provoked you. With renewed vigor, Ash burst through the flock, positioning himself protectively in front of Pichu. Gazing at the trembling Pichu, barely clinging to life, he felt as if his nails were digging into his flesh. Why are you doing this? I was the one who provoked you. Why attack Pichu? Ash turned to confront the lead Spearow, his fury palpable. Who told that creature to laugh at me? Anyone who provokes me must face the consequences. Understanding that reasoning with the Spearow was futile, Ash tightly embraced Pichu, gritting his teeth as he charged through the encirclement of Spearow, heedless of the danger. The timeline returned to the present, with Ash racing through the forest, clutching Pichu. As he caught sight of the light outside the forest, relief washed over him, only to be quickly overshadowed as shadows descended from above, obscuring the precious light he had just glimpsed. Look who's here. Spearow is blocking the exit. What a surprise. These Spearow are relentless. Ash even traversed a stretch of water, yet they caught up. This is absurd. It seems Ash is destined for this calamity. There's no escaping it. Destined? Ash muttered the words from the comments, his gaze fixed defiantly on the approaching Spearow. What nonsense. I am Ash from Pallet Town, destined to become the world's greatest Pokémon Master. I cannot fall here. Ash placed Pichu down, draping his hat over him. Don't worry, Pichu. It will all be over soon. In Pichu's weakened gaze, Ash's resolve solidified. Dragging his battered body, he positioned himself resolutely in front of Pichu. I will capture each of you one by one, turning you into my allies and reshaping your twisted beliefs. The lead Spearow, hovering above, looked down at Ash, whose struggle to stand was evident, a mocking expression crossing its face. What grandiose declarations. A mere human child dares to utter such words here? So pitifully weak, yet he dreams of changing me. What a delusion. The more the Spearow listened to Ash's self-righteous proclamations, the angrier it became. With a fierce cry, the flock of Spearow flapped their wings in unison, creating a whirlwind that mercilessly surged towards Ash. In the face of this onslaught, Ash felt no fear. Instead, his determination intensified as he unfurled his arms, resolutely shielding Pichu. Bang! Ash's anticipated storm of agony did not assail his body. Rather, a sharp sound of slicing air reverberated in his ears, swiftly followed by a girl's urgent exclamation. Gyarados! Unleash Hydro Pump! A brilliant blue radiance erupted, wielding terrifying force as it surged through the flock of Spearows. Phew, it seems I've caught up. A somewhat familiar voice chimed from behind, allowing Ash to relax. His previously tense body crumpled weakly to the ground. Fortunately, Misty, with her quick reflexes, discarded her bicycle and caught the overwhelmed Ash, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. This guy runs far too fast. My bicycle was nearly smoking before I finally managed to catch up. Misty observed the disheveled Ash and the Pichu he had shielded protectively. And for reasons she could not fathom, she felt an overwhelming irritation, more so than when her sisters had teased her for being an ugly duckling. Gyarados, with a gaze as frigid as death, fixed its eyes on the Spearows before it, as if regarding them as mere corpses. Upon receiving Misty's command, Gyarados, with a menacing countenance, turned its icy glare towards the Spearows, opening its mouth wide. A terrifying energy gathered within. The Spearows, initially adorned with mocking expressions, now wore visages of dread, not only sensing the horrific energy emanating from Gyarados, but also feeling their own bodies paralyzed by fear. What a joke! Why can't I move? Before the Spearows could comprehend the gravity of their plight, the devastating energy was fully charged. With a thunderous roar, not only did the Spearows tremble, but even the thick black clouds above dissipated in an instant, revealing a cerulean sky. Thank you for your efforts, Gyarados. After recalling Gyarados, Misty began to assess the condition of Ash and Pichu. Ash had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, while Pichu, having been recently protected by Ash, had regained a modicum of strength. Its eyes glistening with tears, it slowly crawled towards Ash, making earnest efforts to rouse him. Pippi. Witnessing Pichu's actions, Misty found herself at a loss for words, simply observing in silence. I had expected Froakie to come to the rescue or Pichu to evolve and unleash an unparalleled thunderstorm. But it turned out to be Misty who intervened. But I must admit, this remake portrays the scene far more effectively than the original, with greater intensity and emotional resonance. I was nearly brought to tears, especially by Pichu's tearful expression. It was utterly unbearable. Where's Ho-Oh? Come and assist already. Misty, hurry and ride your invincible bicycle to take Ash to the hospital. Don't just stand there watching him lie limp. Misty, why are you just watching from the sidelines? Ovo. The barrage of comments erupted with fervor, yet the only one unable to perceive them was Ash, who lay in a deep slumber. Just as Misty prepared to rise and transport Ash to the hospital, a radiant beam of light descended from above. What is this? Misty looked up to behold a bird-like Pokémon enveloped in a rainbow, exuding an indescribable aura of mystery as it soared overhead. As it passed above Misty and the others, a cascade of multicolored light showered down. To her astonishment, the wounds on Ash and Pichu gradually healed under the glow. Even more astonishing was the vibrant feather that descended alongside the light, radiating an energy unmistakably belonging to a legendary Pokémon. Misty could not be mistaken. That was the unique aura of a divine beast, and she sensed that the power emanating from this single feather surpassed that of any legendary she had previously encountered. What on earth is this? As she gazed at the spot where the mysterious Pokémon had vanished, Misty fell into a momentary daze. Indeed, it was Ho-Oh coming to the rescue. I didn't expect the rainbow feather to be included. It seems the remake has incorporated elements from the movie. I initially thought Pichu might evolve in such a situation, but I guess I was mistaken. It feels like Pichu holds some new narrative potential. Its earlier state reminded me of my own past. Wow, this is getting more exciting. GKD, production team, please continue updating. I can't wait to see more. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Ahem. Not far from Ash and the others, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. If the viewers in the comments could see this, they would undoubtedly recognize the Pokémon and call its name without hesitation. Marshadao, one of the legendary Pokémon under the command of Ho-Oh. While the well-known trio of Ho-Oh's guardians, Entei, Raikou, and Suicune, are widely recognized, Marshadao remains less known. What a terrifying force. Marshadao, still shaken, tenderly touched the already healed wound on its chest, experiencing a lingering sense of dread. As the orchestrator of all events, it had silently observed Ash's performance, witnessing the truth of what had just transpired. The presence that had shielded against the flock of Spearows and even attacked Marshadao, lurking in the shadows, was undeniably not Misty's Gyarados. Who could it possibly be? Marshadao pondered in confusion. Thankfully, The first task assigned by Lord Ho-Oh had been accomplished. As a loyal follower of Ho-Oh, Marshadao quickly redirected its focus to the assignment at hand, to test the boy named Ash and determine his worthiness to become the Rainbow Hero. Upon sensing Ho-Oh's aura and the falling of the rainbow feather, Marshadao was assured that it had fulfilled its mission. However, Marshadao was troubled by Lord Ho-Oh's second directive, leading the Rainbow Hero to a distant location for trials. Although perplexed, Marshadao did not question Lord Ho-Oh's decision. After adjusting its demeanor, it once again melded into the shadows. Chapter 4. The foolish, impulsive boy will not dream of a green demon head. Gazing at the stone bed, which barely resembled a proper resting place, Ash scanned his surroundings with growing confusion. Where's this? Where's Pichu? Where are the Spearows? Why is everything gone? In this completely unfamiliar environment, a cave-like space, Ash scratched his head in bewilderment. Furthermore, inexplicably, even the barrage of comments had vanished. A glance at his waist revealed that his Pokeballs containing Froakie and Pokédex were also missing. Could it be that I have been rescued by a primitive person? But why is everything but my clothes gone? Ash was uncertain whether he had encountered a benevolent soul or a malevolent one. Yet reason dictated that he must remain calm. Descending from the stone bed, Ash wandered through the cave, searching for any evidence of his rescuer's identity. Regrettably, aside from a few berries, he found nothing. This cave, devoid of anything but the stone bed, was astonishingly sparse. If anything, sparse would be an overstatement. It was merely an ordinary wilderness cave. Could it truly be a primitive person? Yet the voice he remembered was evidently that of the girl who had rescued him. Although her attire could hardly be deemed fashionable, it certainly did not belong to the realm of the primitive. Just as Ash was lost in speculation about the identity of his savior, he heard rustling in the grass behind him. Has she returned? Ash turned towards the thicket concealing the entrance. As the rustling grew louder, a green figure emerged from the underbrush. Pony. Before Ash could fully discern the figure before him, the stranger, upon noticing Ash, was seized by an overwhelming panic, abruptly changing direction and fleeing in haste. Wait, I mean no harm, Ash quickly called out, realizing that the individual seemed frightened by his presence. Suddenly, after a wave of dizziness, Ash opened his eyes once more, only to be greeted by the sight of a white ceiling. Pichu, is that you? A yellow figure had leapt onto his shoulder before Ash could gather his thoughts from this abrupt change of scenery. Relieved to see that Pichu was unharmed and willing to be close to him, Ash let out a sigh of relief. Pichu was safe, and so was Froakie, as Ash noticed the Pokeball belonging to Froakie resting on the table nearby. So, was that all just a dream? Ash pinched himself and, feeling the sting, realized he was indeed in reality. Ash has finally awakened. Misty has been taking care of him all night long. Just as Misty stepped out, Ash woke up. What a coincidence. But have you all noticed? Not only has Misty's strength increased, but she also seems to have matured. Drooling JPG. I checked the official site earlier. Misty is a 12-year-old genius gym leader, far stronger than her original self. Just from the Gyarados she sent out last episode, I felt the pressure even through the screen. Misty is finally no longer just a pretty face. It seems to be based on the setting of the King's Festival. Listening to the barrage of comments explaining the situation, Ash gradually understood the events that had transpired. So the girl who saved him was named Misty? It was quite impressive that she had already become a gym leader at the tender age of 12. You're awake. Misty entered with breakfast just as Ash opened his eyes, handing him the special portion she had prepared. Thank you, Ash replied politely, curiosity glinting in his eyes as he regarded the girl before him. I appreciate what you did yesterday. It was nothing. I didn't do much. You were the one who protected Pichu. Misty affirmed Ash's efforts, warming his heart, while the comments praised Misty's prowess, witnessing her strength firsthand, despite her seemingly similar age to him, left Ash in awe. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and without travel, one might remain oblivious to the multitude of prodigies in the world. Ash shared half of his bread with Pichu, savoring a few bites when suddenly the comments began to flood in. Misty, why do you keep staring at Ash? Are you falling for him? She must have been captivated by Ash's bravery yesterday. Did no one notice how Misty struggled to catch up to him on her bike? Oh wow, case closed. Ash is clearly the charming protagonist here. Is it love at first sight? How intriguing. Seeing the comments spiral into speculation, Ash dismissed them, fully aware of his own lack of charm. After all, he had appeared quite disheveled in front of Misty yesterday. It was a miracle he hadn't been scorned. He assumed he had crumbs on his face. He reached up to feel around, but found nothing. Uffed. Misty couldn't help but notice Ash's peculiar actions. Having gained 2 more years of experience than him, she knew he had caught on to her gaze. All right, you don't have any crumbs on your face. I was genuinely just looking at you. Wow, direct Misty. Surprised that she had seen through his thoughts, Ash glanced at Misty in astonishment. How did you know what I was thinking? Can you read minds? Please, how could I possibly possess such an unfair ability? It's just that you're too easy to read. What you think is practically written on your face. Misty took a seat directly across from Ash. And as the distance between them shrank, Ash's face reddened even further, which amused Misty. At home, her three silly sisters often teased her about being the ugly duckling, dragging down the beauty of the cerulean gym. But now, it seemed her charm wasn't lacking after all, just by sitting a little closer. Ash had already turned beet red. Haha, I won't tease you anymore. I'm actually quite interested in the fact that you've caught the attention of Ho-Oh. Noticing Ash's head was nearly steaming, Misty decided to explain further. Wow, is this version of Misty really this strong? She's teasing Ash now. This is the older Misty. She's amazing. I remember in the original series, only Serena made Ash blush. Misty Promax is just too authoritative. Pikachu is not good. I want the main female lead. Now I understand why the sudden arrival always outshines childhood friends. Just look at Ash's attitude towards Misty and May. It's like night and day. We, the Ash and Dawn faction, will not concede. What about us, the Ash and May faction? And what of the Ash and Lillie faction? The Alola harem too. Doesn't he matter? I'm siding with May. That person above? I don't even want to point it out. Are you really siding with May? It seems you're just after her Ditto. How lowly. With Ditto. You can have anything. Hey, don't say that. You might be onto something. As Ash grew accustomed to the chaotic comments, he turned to Misty with a hint of confusion. I've caught the attention of Ho-Oh. Exactly. While you were unconscious, I did some research. This feather is proof that Ho-Oh has recognized you, Misty said as she retrieved the feather that Ho-Oh had left behind from a box behind her. This is the rainbow feather. The legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh bestows this feather, imbued with its divine power, upon those it acknowledges. Those who receive the rainbow feather are known as the rainbow heroes. Misty adjusted her imaginary glasses, earnestly educating Ash. The rainbow feather, huh? Ash expected this seemingly ordinary gray-white feather to hold such significance. Driven by curiosity, he took the feather from Misty's hand, eager to discover what made it special. The moment Ash touched the feather, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The once dull feather suddenly radiated a resplendent array of colors. Bathed in this vibrant light, the feather emanated an indescribable sense of sanctity. What is this? Ash wondered in astonishment, while Misty wore an expression of realization. When Ho-Oh had first dropped the feather, it had appeared in this very form. However, for some reason, after you fell unconscious, I merely touched it, and it transformed into the appearance you saw earlier. It startled me at the time. Later, while researching related legends, I discovered that the rainbow feather only reveals its true form when held by someone acknowledged by Ho-Oh. It seems your spirit, unafraid of danger and willing to protect Pichu in the forest, must have touched Ho-Oh. Afterward, Ho-Oh even descended to envelop you both in a radiant rainbow light that healed you. When I brought you to the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy's examination indicated that you were in perfect health. Listening to Misty's explanation, Ash nodded thoughtfully. So that is how it was. Meanwhile, the comments began to shower praise upon Misty. Oh my, Sister Xia's rendition is truly authoritative. It feels akin to perusing the script itself. Sister Xia is absolutely correct. Phone Wong, 666, why even act? This person is Gue. Since Sister Xia has received such enhancements, I wonder if the other female protagonists have also been similarly empowered. To be honest, I am rather curious. If the other female leads remain unchanged, then what is the point? Sister Xia has single-handedly secured victory. What a pity, if the original narrative is any indication. We still have a long way to go before encountering the next female protagonist. Perhaps not. Have you not observed the current plot? It hardly adheres strictly to the original storyline. Serena's presence seems to have been expedited. It appears the production team is intentionally introducing the subsequent female leads earlier. Does that imply there will indeed be dramatic confrontations? That would be quite thrilling. Listening to the barrage of comments once more mentioned Serena and the so-called other female protagonists, Ash couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Wasn't he destined to become a Pokémon Master? How could he possibly intertwine with so many girls? Serena was understandable, as she was a friend from summer camp. But what about the other girls? Ash couldn't fathom the reasoning and chose not to dwell further on it. After all, matters concerning women were far too complex for him. Even his childhood friend Misty was already enough to give him a headache. Oh right, seeing how knowledgeable Misty was, Ash suddenly recalled that peculiar unknown Pokémon he encountered in what seemed like a dream, though he only glimpsed it for a moment. His intuition told him it was indeed a Pokémon. Misty, do you know about a Pokémon that wears a green goblin mask? Upon hearing Ash's inquiry, Misty displayed a contemplative expression. After a brief mental deliberation, she retrieved her Pokédex and began showcasing several masked Pokémon to Ash. Is it one of these? Comparing the images presented by Misty with the memory of the Pokémon, Ash ultimately shook his head. Seeing Ash's denial, Misty helplessly shrugged. In that case, I am at a loss. I have never encountered the Pokémon you describe. Ash nodded, as he merely approached the topic with a sense of curiosity, hoping to glean insights from Misty regarding the barrage of comments. As he anticipated, the comments surged with excitement following his interaction with Misty. A Pokémon wearing a green goblin mask? Did such a Pokémon even exist in the first generation? Doesn't that sound like the eerie Pumpkaboo? Can someone enlighten me about Pumpkaboo? I haven't watched since Ash stopped being the main character. Pumpkaboo is a Pokémon from the 9th generation, introduced in the Scarlet and Violet DLC, classified as a masked Pokémon, due to its shy nature and exclusive female designation, along with its background story. It is often referred to as the Little Widow. Despite this moniker, its prowess should not be underestimated. Anyone who approaches will feel the sting of its thorny vines. How could it possibly be Pumpkaboo? Ash hasn't even ventured to the North Province, let alone become acquainted with the Little Widow. Exactly. The Little Widow is probably still rummaging for food in the haunted cave. Upon seeing the mention of the haunted cave in the comments, Ash immediately recalled the cave he had previously explored. As the comments delved deeper into the descriptions, Ash became increasingly convinced that the Pokémon he had seen was indeed the mysterious Pumpkaboo referenced in the comments. However, as a legendary Pokémon, could it truly be so timid? While the comments might have exaggerated, its power should not be underestimated. Now that he had learned Pumpkaboo's name, Ash planned to seize the opportunity to search for it in the Pokédex later. Through this period of understanding, he realized that the comments could only witness a limited scope of events. For instance, they could not see him in the restroom or during private moments. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Misty asked. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Ash. With Misty's inquiry, Ash decided to be candid and recounted his earlier strange experience, hoping the comments might provide some explanations for this oddity. As he had been unable to see their presence at that time, perhaps those with more information could deduce the situation. Ash felt he was truly beginning to grasp the nuances of the comment section. After listening to Ash's account, Misty pondered for a moment before shaking her head. What you've described is unfamiliar to me, but could it have been a dream? It seems quite coincidental that you experienced such a dream right after receiving recognition from Feng Wang. Could it be a hint from Feng Wang? After all, legends mention that becoming the Rainbow Warrior entails participating in certain trials. As Ash absorbed Misty's explanation, the comments echoed her speculation. He fell into silence. The Rainbow Warrior trials? North Province. Viewing this previously unheard-of location mentioned in the comments, Ash felt a compelling need to investigate. Although he was currently unaware of its whereabouts or how to reach it, he planned to consult the ever-reliable Professor Oak later for guidance. Meanwhile, outside a certain cave, a green figure timidly peered out from the grass, glancing into the cave. Despite wearing a fearsome goblin mask, this unknown green Pokémon was surprisingly timid. Several times, it ventured its head out, only to retract it almost instantly. After fidgeting for a while without gaining any clarity, it finally mustered a bit of courage, driven by hunger, to fully extend its head and observe the cave's interior. When observing the now deserted cave and the plentiful berries, the masked Pokémon emitted a sound of confusion. Chapter 5. The Fated Partner. After a brief period of preparation, Ash was revitalized, shouldering his backpack once more as he exited the Pokémon Center alongside Misty. By the way, you have assisted me so much, yet I haven't inquired about your name. It was only upon stepping outside that Ash realized he had yet to ask for her name. Although he had gleaned it from the comments, Misty was unaware of his knowledge. You just realized? I was actually waiting for you to ask, Misty replied, crossing her arms with a hint of amusement on her face. My name is Misty, a Pokémon trainer aspiring to become the world's foremost water-type Pokémon Master. Currently traveling to fulfill this goal, I am Ash, hailing from Pallet Town, with the ambition of becoming the world's greatest Pokémon Master. This is my partner Pichu. He gestured to the Pichu resting on his hat, and Froakie, he indicated the red and white Pokeball at his waist. Both of whom are on this journey with me to achieve our shared goal. Froakie? Isn't that one of the starter Pokémon from the Kalos region? You actually caught one. Misty expressed surprise at hearing Froakie's name, initially believing Ash only had Pichu. She was astonished to discover he possessed Froakie as well. Alas, it seems that Froakie is reluctant to emerge from its Pokeball due to certain circumstances. I had a hunch about this. However, your starter Pokémon is indeed quite distinctive. After a moment of hesitation, Misty slowly articulated her thoughts. What kind of good-hearted person begins their journey with a non-evolving Pichu and a Froakie that refuses to come out of its Pokeball? Can one truly feel at ease embarking on adventures with such companions? Yet, considering the esteemed reputation of Professor Oak, his decisions must surely be founded upon sound reasoning. Moreover, Ash, being a human recognized by Ho-Oh, undoubtedly possesses exceptional qualities. Reflecting on this, Misty recalled how she had pedaled her bike to the point of smoke, yet failed to catch up with Ash. His remarkable physical prowess was evident. Had it not been for that troublesome flock of Spearow, Ash might have escaped unscathed. Should formal Pokemon battles permit trainers to participate, it seems Ash could genuinely ascend to become the world's foremost Pokemon Master. After all, he is still so young. With a few years of honing his skills, one wouldn't be surprised to see him effortlessly take down a Beedrill. So, what are your plans moving forward? Realizing her thoughts were straying, Misty shook her head, redirecting her focus to the present. Frankly, I am somewhat uncertain about where to go next. Initially, I intended to challenge the pewter gym, but after seeing comments suggesting its formidable reputation and considering I only have Pichu to battle with, it seems like a futile endeavor, so I ultimately decided against it. How about trying a visit to Pewter City? Misty suggested. Pewter City? Yes. Do you know Brock, the gym leader of Pewter Gym? A gym? I'm afraid my current abilities aren't sufficient to take on a gym battle. Noticing Ash's slightly disheartened demeanor, Misty quickly continued to clarify. Oh no, I'm not suggesting you challenge him. Rather, Brock has another identity as a Pokemon breeder. Realizing Ash was unaware of this, Misty chose not to be cryptic but instead straightforwardly shared what she knew. That Brock, while a gym leader, is also a well-renowned Pokemon breeder. It is said that he can create dishes that any Pokemon would adore. Furthermore, these culinary creations seem to have special effects. Pokemon that have consumed Brock's meals have not only healed from past afflictions, but even had their innate potentials enhanced. It's nothing short of miraculous. Since you're uncertain about your next steps, I thought it might be fortuitous for you to visit him. Perhaps he could assist in resolving the issues with Pichu and Froakie. Upon hearing Misty's words, Ash, who had felt a bit lost about the future, suddenly felt a spark of excitement. What? There's someone so extraordinary out there. Wow, Brock has really leveled up. How has he become so impressive? Is everyone getting a power boost? But Brock's enhancement is utterly outrageous. He can even elevate a Pokemon's potential. He's invincible now, kid. Ash, everyone else is gaining advantages while I'm stuck in place. What are you saying? Even standing still is still a form of movement. With Pichu's great potential, Ash genuinely feels he's about to become a mascot. However, with both Misty and Brock becoming so strong, will they still regard Ash? This is my favorite trio, please don't break them apart, right? After hearing about Brock's renown, I find it hard to believe that such a talent would willingly remain a mere gym leader in Pewter City, so I plan to see for myself. With that, Misty extended her hand toward Ash. What's this? Ash was somewhat puzzled. Are you an idiot? Of course, I'm inviting you to join me. With your clumsy nature, how could I possibly let you wander off to Pewter City alone? It just so happens that I'm heading that way too, so why not have some company? Seeing Ash's innocent expression, Misty felt a surge of irritation and glanced at him with a hint of annoyance. Ah, so that is how it is. Misty, you're such a good person. Hearing her words, Ash felt tears welling up, tightly grasping Misty's hand. All right, there's no need to cry. I merely did something any decent person would do. Feeling the warmth of Ash's youthful grip made Misty, who rarely interacted closely with boys, blush slightly. With me by your side, you can confidently catch Pokemon. Before we reach Pewter City, you should also work on improving your Pokemon's strength to earn that gym badge. Observing Misty's consideration for him, Ash felt even more touched. In a moment of exuberance, he impulsively embraced her. Thank you so much, Misty. Honestly, your kindness overwhelms me, and I'm unsure how to repay you. Cough, cough. It's nothing, just a small gesture. Also, you're holding on too tightly. Misty's face flushed as she pushed Ash away, gazing at his innocent, oblivious demeanor. She decided to swallow her embarrassment about what had just transpired. However, why is my heart racing so fast? Could it be that I'm developing feelings for him? This is impossible. How long have I known him? Even if he is the legendary hero of rainbows, it shouldn't be. TSK. Misty's face is nearly as red as Serena's. As expected of Ash, a little effort, and he easily captivates Misty. It seems Misty is a freebie for him. 666. Sincerity is indeed a powerful weapon. I've decided I'll confess to my longtime crush just like that. To the person above, just trust in Ash and dive in without hesitation. Embrace the goddess, and you'll be the next winner of life. This is hilarious. Do you think you're Ash? In reality, if you did that, you'd probably be instantly obliterated. I can't hold back. The comments are full of talent. Those who know understand this is the Pokemon comment section. while those who don't might think this is a different form entirely. Ultimately, Ash set off on his journey alongside Misty. As they traversed through the Viridian Forest, Ash felt at ease with Misty providing support from behind and transformed once more into a bug-catching enthusiast. This time, he successfully captured a Caterpie and, through wild battles, managed to add a Pidgeotto to his team. During this time spent together, Ash gained a deeper understanding of Misty. Although she was 2 years his senior and exhibited a maturity not typical of her age, she still possessed a charming innocence unique to young girls. She occasionally blushed like a ripe apple due to her own actions, reminiscent of Serena. Speaking of Serena, Ash suddenly recalled a message she had sent shortly before their departure. It appeared she too was about to embark on her journey, planning to target Kanto as her first destination. It seemed likely that he might encounter her along the way. He also wondered how Blue and Leaf were faring. He had lost quite some time in the forest. He couldn't help but wonder how far behind he was. Nevertheless, encouraged by the supportive comments and Misty's companionship, Ash remained confident that no matter how far behind he was now, he would ultimately catch up. After all, the comments declared him the protagonist. How could he remain in last place forever? Chapter 6. I'm counting on you, Misty. Please witness my journey. Additionally, there was one more matter that piqued Ash's interest, the mention of a group known as Team Rocket in the comments. Especially noteworthy is the unique trio consisting of a man, a woman, and a talking cat. Such an extraordinary assembly would undoubtedly attract attention wherever they go. Yet, for reasons unknown, Misty remains oblivious to their existence. She possesses some knowledge about Team Rocket, a nefarious organization notorious in the Kanto region. However, she has never even heard of this peculiar trio. Through the comments on the screen, Ash learns that these 3 individuals are likely to become entangled with him in various ways. Thus, as he traverses the Viridian Forest, he often finds himself on edge, mistaking the rustling in the grass for the antics of this so-called trio, only to be relieved by the realization that it was merely his imagination. This has led Misty to jest at his expense, calling him a coward. Ash, however, feels a sense of helplessness. After all, witnessing the comments firsthand is an experience that few would readily believe without witnessing it themselves. Concurrently, within the forest, Ash encounters several genuine bug-catching enthusiasts. However, with the aid of the comments, he learns numerous battle strategies and techniques he had never previously considered. Consequently, he triumphantly overcomes those seasoned bug catchers, successfully accumulating battle points. Ultimately, his points reach a total of 170. Note: Pokémon trainers registered for the World Championships can engage in battles through various formats. A 1v1 match stakes 10 points. A 2v2 match corresponds to 20 points, and a 6v6 match equates to 60 points. Gym badges, however, are fixed at 100 points and cannot be deducted from battles. Therefore, to enhance and stabilize one's points, challenging gyms is indispensable. With Misty guiding him, Ash navigates the Viridian Forest with remarkable ease, ultimately arriving at Pewter City. Now that they are in the city, before visiting Brock, Ash suggests they first stop by the Pokémon Center to freshen up. Upon hearing Misty's words, Ash nods, acknowledging the importance of basic etiquette. He certainly wouldn't want to make an impression in his somewhat disheveled state. After arriving at the Pokémon Center, while Misty goes to take a shower, Ash discreetly slips away to contact Professor Oak. Professor Oak, do you know where Northwood Village is? Northwood Village? Isn't that a small town situated between the Johto and Sinnoh regions? Why do you ask? Professor Oak, after pondering for a brief moment, promptly provides Ash with the information about Northwood Village. Ash's eyes brighten. Indeed, consulting Professor Oak was the right choice. Because I had a rather vivid dream earlier, Ash briefly recounts the remarkably realistic dream to Professor Oak, who suggests it might be an indication from some special Pokémon, urging Ash to visit when he has the opportunity. After receiving precise directions to Northwood Village from Professor Oak, Ash resolves to visit after his meeting with Brock. Based on the comments, it appears that the life of the enigmatic Pokémon there isn't particularly pleasant. Not only is Ash motivated by the need to complete what seems to be a trial set by Ho-Oh, but he also feels a profound sense of responsibility towards Pokémon. He simply cannot turn a blind eye to any Pokémon being mistreated. After Ash and Misty tidy themselves up, they head straight to the Pewter Gym. Upon arriving near the gym, both are taken aback by the exceptionally long queue outside. Merely gazing towards the end of the line, they can barely catch a glimpse of the gym's entrance. The crowd is so extensive that even Ms. Junsha is present to maintain order. This is astonishing. Is this truly a gym and not a concert for some celebrity? Ash stares in disbelief at the serpentine line. Misty, observing the scene, also raises an eyebrow, but soon displays a look of understanding. The influx of visitors signifies that Brock's culinary skills are indeed as legendary as rumored. Ash nods in agreement, but gazing at the daunting queue, he wonders how long it will take before their turn arrives. Hey, are you two here to see Gym Leader Brock? Just as Ash grapples with the length of their wait, a middle-aged man wearing a comical mask approaches them. Ash, puzzled by the man's odd appearance, inquires, "Who are you?" My name is inconsequential. I'm merely a passing merchant," he responds with a chuckle. "A merchant? What do you want with us?" "I don't have any money." Ash feels uneasy, suspecting the man might be a salesman. It seems you've misunderstood me. I couldn't help but notice your dissatisfaction with the queue. I happen to know a way for you to meet Gym Leader Brock without the long wait." Skeptical of the man's dubious offer, Ash raises an eyebrow. "Can you really make that happen?" Seeing Ash's doubt, the man continues, "Follow me. If I can't get you to meet Gym Leader Brock, you won't owe me a thing." Ash hesitates. While the offer sounds promising, he wonders if such a service might come at a cost. Regardless, waiting in line isn't appealing, so he decides to see where this leads. Feeling confident he can handle any potential expenses, Misty appears unfazed. Her prowess assures her that she need not fear any tricks, and she has sufficient funds on hand. If necessary, she could even call her 3 clueless sisters for financial assistance. If this means avoiding the tedious wait and swiftly meeting Brock, it would certainly be worth the investment. I knew you two were sensible. This way, please. By the way, do you know why Gym Leader Brock, despite possessing such remarkable nurturing abilities, chooses to remain in this small pewter city? Ash and Misty exchange glances, shaking their heads. They too have pondered this question but failed to arrive at any conclusions. It's because of their inept father. Inept father? Ash is taken aback, unsure of how this relates to Brock's circumstances. Indeed, it is precisely because of their father that Brock finds himself trapped here. His father was the previous gym leader of Pewter City, but he became so consumed by the vanity of Pokémon rankings that he abandoned his family to pursue his own ambitions, leaving for the Pokémon League and never returning. In the wake of his departure, Brock's mother succumbed to despair and also vanished, never to return. With both parents gone, the burden of the family fell squarely on Brock's shoulders. Not only does he have to care for his younger siblings, but he also bears the weight of the Pewter Gym. Honestly, he is not much older than you two, yet he shoulders responsibilities far beyond his years. Fortunately, Brock possesses exceptional talent, allowing him to manage this pressure. Otherwise, the man trails off, but Ash understands the implication. Had Brock been even slightly weaker, he would have faced a dire fate. Ash and Misty are astonished to learn of the tumultuous circumstances surrounding Brock's family. Trapped within the confines of a cage called family, despite possessing such remarkable abilities, is indeed a tragic fate. How lamentable, wouldn't you agree? Before Ash and his companions could utter a word, the masked uncle, as if he could see through their thoughts, spoke up. "Surely you are not here to recount Brock's unfortunate past in hopes of using it as leverage against him, are you?" "How could I? I am a legitimate businessman. Such nefarious deeds are beneath me." With a smile, the masked uncle then led Ash and Misty into a small room. Upon entering, they encountered a middle-aged man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Brock, standing in the Pokémon battle arena. This is what one might call a transaction. Wager all your Pokémon League battle points against him in a contest. The masked uncle's demeanor was exuberant, his previously comical grin now morphing into a somewhat deranged smile. How could such a thing even be possible? "It is entirely feasible, Misty, as long as you are present, wielding the authority of a gym leader. Such matters would be but a trifle." The masked uncle's tone was peculiar, and the eyes behind the mask glimmered with an odd light, fixed intently on Misty. "How do you know this? Such knowledge cannot possibly be possessed by an ordinary merchant." Upon hearing his words, Misty cast a look of disbelief at him. Indeed, as the masked uncle stated, there exists a method to bypass the conventional restrictions of battles to gain more points in a single encounter. Provided a gym leader's guarantee is in place to unlock this privilege. I have my channels for acquiring information. As for you, Misty, the decision you face is singular, whether or not you wish to participate. Should you decline, I shall seek others who might be willing. Is that man Brock's father? Ash, who had remained silent and contemplative, directed his gaze at the middle-aged man and inquired of the masked uncle. Indeed, it is he. True to his name, the inept Wuning. Once you defeat him and seize all his points, he will lose his right to compete in this tournament, ultimately compelled to return home and liberate Brock. This is the path I have chosen for you, the only one that allows you to easily reunite with Brock. Note, once points reach 0, participation in this season's tournament will be impossible, which is why most trainers opt to challenge gyms to secure badges, ensuring their points do not dwindle to nothing. However, battles sanctioned by gym leaders can disregard badge limitations, allowing for point fluctuations. What nonsense. Do you truly believe that boy could defeat me? Before Ash could respond, Wuning interjected first. I came here because I heard you could rapidly accumulate points, yet now you present me as if I were mere prey for this youth? How absurd. Wuning approached Ash, casting a disdainful glance at him, who bore a Pichu atop his head. Allow me to show you who the real prey is. Hey, don't joke around, uncle. You just lost to me a moment ago, yet now you're pretending to be a big shot? At that moment, a clear female voice interrupted the uncle's speech. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ash's expression turned to one of surprise. It's you, Blue? Ash exclaimed, astonished to see her, especially since she had set out long before him, yet they unexpectedly crossed paths in Pewter City. Hi, Ash. Long time no see. Blue greeted him with a smile, then approached Misty with the same brightness, extending her hand warmly. And you must be Miss Misty. Nice to meet you. Observing Ash's familiarity with Blue, Misty surmised that she was likely a friend from Ash's group. You know me? Misty asked, puzzled, realizing that not only the masked uncle, but also Ash's friend recognized her. Although she was the gym leader of Cerulean, she had never been particularly visible. To facilitate my travels, I had instructed my 3 incompetent sisters to keep all matters concerning me and my family a secret to prevent any information from spreading online, which could hinder my training. Even the online images of gym leaders still featured my sisters. Of course, how could I not know someone as famous as you, Miss Misty? My name is Blue, and I have an immense admiration for experts in water-type Pokemon, especially someone of your stature. It would be impossible for me not to be aware of you. Listening to the exchange between Misty and Blue, Ash began to understand that Misty preferred to keep her gym leader identity under wraps. Otherwise, she would have mentioned it during their introductions. Unfortunately, I have already battled him once. Otherwise, I could have requested Misty to act as a witness and seize this scoundrel's points without a trace. Hey, you little brat. Just because you managed to win against me once by sheer luck, you think you can keep winning? Were it not for the fact that repeating a battle within a short span yields no points, I would have robbed you of every last point by now. Do you understand? Huh. With your pitiful skills, you wouldn't even qualify to guard the entrance to our pallet town. Your ascension to gym leader was merely a product of your forebears' efforts. Someone as talentless as you clinging to the world championships is nothing short of ludicrous. Blue, as sharp-tongued as ever, relentlessly provoked Wuning with every word. Ash, I entrust this to you, not for my sake, but for Brock's. Defeat this scoundrel decisively. However, if that is the case, what are you hesitating for, Ash? Defeat that guy decisively. Indeed, such a scoundrel, who claims to chase his dreams while shirking his responsibilities as a father. What face does he have to pursue his dreams? Dreams are not an excuse for such people to escape reality. Initially wavering, Ash's gaze gradually solidified with resolve as he absorbed the sentiments expressed in the comments. Indeed, for Brock, and for the dreams tainted by Wuning, he would challenge him. Misty, I ask you to bear witness to my battle against him. Chapter 7. There are no weak Pokemon, only weak trainers. I understand. I shall act as the guarantor for your match. Upon seeing Ash's determined gaze, Misty chose to place her trust in him. Ash had already demonstrated his extraordinary battling talent during their previous encounter in the Viridian Forest. With Misty's consent, Ash and Wuning took their positions on either side of the Pokemon battle arena, as Misty initiated the permissions and staked both parties' current battle points. Whether by coincidence or fate, Wuning's points coincidentally matched Ash's, both standing at precisely 170 points. Has this uncle been traveling for so long, yet his points are identical to Ash's, who has only recently begun his journey. Although Ash, as a novice, has an additional 100 points, it seems unreasonable for Wuning to have so few. Perhaps he has lost them all. Since Wuning could only deploy 2 Pokemon in battle, the contest would follow a 2v2 format, concluding when either side's Pokemon were unable to continue. You little brat, there is no turning back for you now. Ensure you do not regret today's impetuousness. That statement should rightfully be returned to you. It has been decided. It shall be you, Butterfree. During the expedition through the Viridian Forest, Ash successfully facilitated the evolution of his Caterpie into Butterfree. To my astonishment, he unveiled a flying-type Butterfree before me. How utterly amusing. Surely, this little brat hasn't even memorized the type effectiveness chart. Upon witnessing Ash's choice of Pokemon, Yukong couldn't help but laugh aloud, promptly sending forth his own Pokemon. Geodude. The mere rock type of Geodude was already a significant disadvantage to Ash's Butterfree. Unfazed by Yukong's mockery, Ash was well-versed in the proper tactics for utilizing Butterfree. Thanks to the guidance from the audience, Butterfree unleashed Sleep Powder. Bail. With a swift flutter of its wings, countless particles were propelled toward Geodude, carried by the gust of its wings. How could a recently caught Pokemon like yours possibly evade my Geodude? Yukong indifferently commanded Geodude to dodge. Geodude rolled quickly to evade. Yet, To Wukong's surprise, despite its sluggish appearance, the powder accurately struck Geodude. The once fierce expression of Geodude began to wane, its movements slowing as it succumbed to drowsiness. How is this possible? How could your sleep powder possibly affect my Geodude? As a former gym leader, do you not even understand Pokemon abilities? Blue interjected with derision. Ash's Butterfree possesses the ability Compound Eyes, which enhances the accuracy of its moves. In the Pokemon universe, this effect translates to everything appearing to move at a fraction of its speed in Butterfree's sight, thereby augmenting its hit rate. This explains why, despite Geodude's initial attempt to evade, it ultimately fell victim to the attack. How could I possibly concern myself with the abilities of such a commonplace Pokemon? Those who discriminate against Pokemon are entirely unworthy of participating in the World Championships. In the face of Wukong's disparagement, Ash understood that the more agitated his opponent became, the more he needed to maintain his composure to seize the opportunity to triumph. With a steely gaze, he lowered the brim of his cap and issued the next command. Butterfree, use String Shot. Quickly evade Geodude. Geodude, now heavy with drowsiness, was utterly incapable of dodging. One could say it had completely ceased to heed Wukong's commands. Butterfree's String Shot ensnared Geodude in glistening threads of white silk. Butterfree continued to unleash poison powder. Ultimately, Ash's Pokemon lacked a direct counter to its adversary and could only rely on its poison-type moves to gradually sap Geodude's strength until it was rendered unable to battle. How disgraceful! Has Ash stooped to such despicable tactics? Alas, there is no other choice. Ash's current Pokemon are all at a type disadvantage. Without resorting to such measures, a fair fight is utterly impossible, especially with Pichu still in its juvenile state. It's exceedingly challenging. The only Pokemon with a type advantage, Froakie, refuses to emerge. It is indeed a dire situation. Thus, under Ash's relentless assault, Geodude ultimately fell. You were merely fortunate. A strategy like yours can only be employed once. Wukong ground his teeth in frustration. Ash was aware that he could only utilize this approach a single time. On the second occasion, his opponent would undoubtedly be prepared. For his second Pokemon, you shall not enjoy such good fortune. Come forth, Onix. Onix, use Dig. To avoid repeating his previous mistake, Wukong commanded Onix to burrow underground to evade the sleep powder. Ash remained unperturbed, instructing Butterfree to employ String Shot. Unlike sleep powder, String Shot was executed with greater swiftness. Even as Onix began to dig, its massive size made it unavoidable. It became ensnared by Butterfree's silk. While it could not be completely immobilized as before, the adhesive properties of the threads would still effectively reduce Onix's speed, akin to effects observed in the games. Onix roared ominously from underground, poised to launch an assault, yet did not strike. Observing Butterfree floundering in the air, Ash decisively recalled it. Well done, Butterfree. Huh, little brat, your tactics have lost their effectiveness, haven't they? Indifferent to Wukong's taunts, Ash maintained his composure and sent forth his second Pokemon. It shall be you. Pidgey. Here comes the diligent little bird, Pidgey. Wukong is only boasting now, although Pidgey still faces a type disadvantage. This particular Pidgey is far more formidable than in the original story. Let us see how he turns the tide. To think you would use such a weak Pokemon as Pidgey. Clearly, all your Pokemon are as common as that Pichu atop your head, as plentiful as stray dogs on the streets. Let him witness your true strength. Pidgey, use Quick Attack. With a resounding cry, Pidgey glimmered with dazzling light, its wings beating as it transformed into a streak of white, moving with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. What speed is this? Upon witnessing Pidgey's astonishing velocity, Wukong wore an expression of disbelief. Haha, you're dumbfounded, aren't you? Ash put in a tremendous effort to capture Pidgey. Fortunately, Ash was personally involved, otherwise, both the unevolved Caterpie and Pichu would have regrettably missed the opportunity. In light of Pidgey's incredible speed, Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of mild panic. Given the circumstances, he lacked confidence in his ability to strike Pidgey with the Onix concealed underground. There was no choice. Onix, use Sandstorm. With Wukong's command, a tempest arose on the battlefield, gradually forming a storm that swirled sand and debris, converging toward the center. Observing this scene, Ash realized Wukong intended to restrict Pidgey's movement within a confined area using the Sandstorm. Additionally, through the commentary from the audience, he learned that the Sandstorm skill would enhance Rock-type moves. This meant that if Pidgey were caught within the Sandstorm, Onix would undoubtedly launch an attack that could potentially take Pidgey down in a single blow. However, this would only occur if Pidgey were ensnared within the storm and unable to retaliate. While Ash found himself at a disadvantage against the lurking Onix, he recognized that if Onix dared to surface and attack Pidgey, it would present a crucial opportunity for Pidgey to turn the tide. As the swirling sandstorm drew ever closer, Pidgey's ability to maneuver was increasingly hampered, and its speed began to wane. I see you. When Wukong discerned Pidgey's trajectory, he immediately issued the command to Onix. Onix, use Rock Slide. With a resounding crash, Onix erupted from the ground. A barrage of rocks and soil was hurled skyward with Onix's tremendous force, aimed squarely at the Pidgey positioned at the center of the battlefield. This is the moment. Pidgey, continue using Quick Attack. Just as Wukong awaited his chance, Ash also seized the instant Onix broke through the surface, issuing his command without hesitation. In an instant, Pidgeotto transformed into a streak of white light, its speed escalating once more. It was futile. Even if it attempted to evade my Rock Slide, your Pidgeotto would still succumb to the sandstorm, only to be effortlessly defeated by Onix. To Wu Neng, Ash's actions thus far appeared to be nothing but a fruitless endeavor. He had failed to prioritize dispelling the sandstorm, and in his eyes, the outcome of the battle had already been predetermined. However, that was not necessarily the case. Having discerned the characteristics of the sandstorm through the barrage of information, Ash had conceived an ingenious maneuver, one that only Pidgeotto could execute, an approach that had never even crossed the minds of the spectators. Pidgeotto surged into the heart of the sandstorm. Upon hearing Ash's command, Wu Neng nearly burst into laughter. He could hardly believe that Ash would be foolish enough to direct Pidgeotto into the very tempest. Continue with Rock Slide, Onix. Though the first Rock Slide had been evaded by Ash's bold entry into the storm, Pidgeotto's speed would inevitably be hampered amidst the swirling sands, rendering it incapable of maintaining that astounding velocity. Now, I eagerly anticipated how it would evade my next attack. Ash remained silent, his gaze fixated on Pidgeotto, which was ensnared in the desert, struggling desperately. He awaited a singular opportunity, one that, if missed, would never present itself again. As the Rock Slide was about to strike Pidgeotto, Ash glimpsed a path to victory. Now, Pidgeotto, cease your struggles and unleash Air Slash with all your might. Upon hearing Ash's words, Pidgeotto chose to trust him unconditionally, executing the command without hesitation. Its body stilled, and like a kite severed from its string, it swayed wildly in the tempest. Wu Neng, witnessing this spectacle, prepared to erupt with laughter. Yet, in the next moment, his mirth was snuffed out. Not only was Air Slash successfully unleashed, but the sandstorm amplified its power tremendously, allowing it to emerge from unpredictable angles, rendering Onix utterly incapable of evasion. Originally, even if it struck Onix, a decisive victory was not guaranteed. Yet now, it was more than sufficient. Wu Neng had no time to react. Unable to prompt Onix to dodge or defend, he could only watch in disbelief as Onix bore the full brunt of the attack. Amid the swirling sands and the dissipating storm, the resounding thud of Onix collapsing echoed in the ears of all present. How could this be? I have been defeated by such an inferior Pokémon, and by a mere novice at that. Wu Neng stared incredulously at the fallen Onix. After losing to Xiaolan, he had at least been able to attribute his loss to her peculiar Ditto. But now, Ash had triumphed merely by deploying his most underestimated Pokémon, Butterfree and Pidgeotto, achieving victory without even a single Pokémon incapacitated. It was not because my Pidgeotto and Butterfree are exceptionally powerful, in my eyes. Your Onix and Geodude still had the potential to defeat me. Yet, due to your own arrogance, you squandered every opportunity. A true Pokémon trainer would never stagnate, nor would they be so prideful as to neglect the knowledge of other Pokémon. In this world, there are no inherently weak Pokémon, only weak trainers. Chapter 8. One's dreams must be fulfilled by one's own hands to be truly realized. As he listened to the familiar words of the young boy, Wu Neng found himself momentarily lost in thought, the figure before him shifting in and out of focus. I feel as though I have heard this phrase before. Who is it? Why can I not recall? Father, you must awaken to this truth. The familiar voice echoed in his ears, causing Wu Neng to snap his head up, staring in disbelief at the silhouette that appeared at the door. Impossible. How could you know I was here? You should not have had the time to come. Before Wu Neng could finish his thought, the newcomer interrupted him. It is Mother. She has returned, which allowed me the time to come. Father, you should come back as well. We have all missed you. The arrival was none other than Brock. Having received the news shortly after Ash and Wu Neng began their battle, he had rushed over. I am unworthy of being your father. How could someone as inept as I dare to return? Upon hearing Brock's words, Wu Neng's already fragile emotions erupted, and he sank to the ground, hands clasped over his face, overwhelmed with pain. I have never blamed you, Father. I have always looked up to you. Your passion for Pokémon, your pursuit of dreams, has been a guiding light for me. This will never change, be it in the past, present, or future. Right now, You are merely mired in despair. But I believe you can emerge from it, just as you once believed that even the weakest Pokémon could shine at the Pokémon World Championships. Brock, who had always struggled to express himself, finally poured forth the feelings he had long suppressed. On the day his father had chosen to abandon their home, unable to bear the family's misunderstanding, he had remained silent. When his mother had crumbled under the weight of believing that all of their problems stemmed from his father's departure, he had also held his tongue. Silence had always been his modus operandi. No matter what others did, he chose to remain quiet, believing he must respect their wishes. Now, having matured, he understood that silence was never a solution to problems. Humans are prone to mistakes, and without timely intervention, they may find themselves wrought with regret. If only he had spoken a kind word of support to his father, perhaps the latter would not have forsaken everything and left. If only he had comforted his mother on that fateful day, would things have turned out differently? Thus, he spoke up. He articulated all the words he had kept bottled up for so long. I am sorry, father. It is my silence that has caused this rift. I have always admired you and wished for you to achieve your dreams, yet I chose silence when I should have supported you. The guilt that had accumulated over the years transformed into a heavy hammer, shattering the shackles that bound Brock. As Brock acknowledged him, Wu Nang's tears overflowed. Unable to contain his emotions, he recalled everything. He remembered the person who had once uttered the same words as Ash, not anyone else, but himself. There are no inherently weak Pokémon, only weak trainers. To prove this point, he had chosen to leave the gym, to become a Pokémon trainer and partake in the World Championship. Yet, lacking talent and facing familial rejection, he gradually lost his way in his travels. Forgetting his initial dreams and his once ardent love for Pokémon, twisting into the very embodiment of ineptitude. As Ash returned to Misty's side, he witnessed the heartfelt reunion between father and son, both shedding tears of relief as they embraced. He had not anticipated the truth to unfold in such a manner. The expressions on Ash and his companions' faces grew complex, particularly Xiaolan's, while she had deemed him an insufferable jerk, learning that he had once been a good person, transformed by a heavy tragedy, left her feeling quite unsettled. After Brock and Wu Nang reconciled, they approached Ash and the others. Their eyes slightly red from tears, yet graced with smiles of liberation. Thank you, Ash. If it weren't for your defeat of me, perhaps I would never have had the chance to awaken in this lifetime. Wu Nang expressed his gratitude to Ash at once. I merely did what I was supposed to do, Ash replied, gazing at Wu Nang, his emotions still complex. Perhaps you do not believe you have done anything significant. But to me, this battle surpasses countless ones in the past. It is not merely the bond and trust between you and your Pokémon, but in you. I see the shadow of the realization of my dreams. Your dreams? Indeed. My aspiration is to demonstrate the truth of your assertion that there are no inherently weak Pokémon. Only weak Pokémon trainers. In you, I see that potential. Though it may sound shameless, might I ask you to help me realize this dream? Hope sparkled in Wu Gang's eyes. Of course, but I shall not fulfill your dream for you. My ambition is to become the world's greatest Pokémon Master. I will ensure that every Pokémon shines in the public eye. Your dream is something you must strive to achieve yourself. Can you truly rely on another to see it through? The path to realizing your dreams does not solely lie in participating in the World Championship. You can spread this philosophy, inspiring like-minded individuals to join you, further propagating it until this dream takes root globally. My companions and I are willing to be your successors, to carry forward this flame of inspiration. Do not neglect your own efforts. You must strive as well. Ash resumed his cheerful demeanor, flashing a sunny smile and giving Wu Gang a thumbs up. Only by pouring your heart and soul into your own dreams can you truly realize them, can't you? Wu Gang gazed at Ash, his heart at last settling. I understand now. I will do my utmost, Ash. I will continue to strive for my dream. And you must also realize yours. I will be waiting for your good news. In that moment, Wu Gang truly felt revitalized, his face finally breaking into a genuine smile. All right, family gathering. Let us all make dumplings together. What a transformation. I said the remake couldn't be too dark. Otherwise, how could Wu Gang join the team if his father is portrayed as a villain? Haha, I said there would be redemption. And you all thought I was being ridiculous. And here we are, back on track. I was feeling a bit emotional, but you guys suddenly made me want to laugh. It seems Ash's ability to talk his way out of situations has improved as well. It's a remake. Who would stick to the old ways? Have you not noticed how much more mature Ash has become compared to the original, with far fewer cringeworthy moments? Wu Gang looked at his father, who was smiling once more, and he felt a moment of disorientation. It was as if he were witnessing the once indomitable, dream-driven man reappear before him. Thank you, Ash. Chapter 9. The first appearance of the remade Team Rocket. Wu Ning's story concludes here. Yet the masked man had vanished by the time Ash and his companions regained their composure, leaving behind only a note bearing a 5-star review. Wu Neng was unaware of the individual's identity. He had merely returned to inquire about Wu Gang's recent circumstances and happened to encounter him. Lacking any leads, Ash had no choice but to set this matter aside for the time being. Not only did Ash gain 170 points from his encounter, but he also secured the badge from the Nibby Gym, raising his total score to an impressive 440, surpassing Xiaolan's 400 points. Originally, Ash intended to challenge Wu Gang, but he graciously refused, directly handing the badge to Ash. Although my father was the former gym leader, defeating him and earning the acknowledgement of the current gym leader still constitutes a victory in a gym challenge, Wu Gang explained. Ash could not dispute this, so he accepted it. Xiaolan, on the other hand, benefited from Ash's good fortune, although Wu Gang did not witness her battle. She successfully cut in line to challenge him. Due to prior battles, Wu Gang had announced his retreat in advance, and there were no challengers left outside the gym. Even those who dared to try were sent away by Wu Gang's mother. Xiaolan deployed her formidable Ditto, and apart from allowing Bulbasaur a brief introduction to the battle, it was effectively overwhelmed by Ditto's prowess. Your Ditto is exceptionally well trained. It can transform into anything. After the battle concluded, despite the loss, Wu Gang wore an expression of excitement. The reason was simple. Xiaolan's incredible Ditto had captivated him. Not only could it morph into Pokémon that countered him, but astonishingly, it could also utilize a variety of skills seamlessly, maintaining their full power. This genuinely astonished him. Of course, I've raised this child since it was little. To enhance its transforming abilities, I've endured quite a bit of hardship. Wu Gang nodded in agreement. A Ditto of such caliber is rare indeed. Likely a testament to Xiaolan's painstaking efforts, possibly even involving some extraordinary encounters that ordinary individuals could hardly replicate. To celebrate your achievements, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for everyone. Hooray! As Wu Gang returned to the gym, Ash eagerly challenged Xiaolan. Xiaolan, let's have a Pokemon battle. Having witnessed Xiaolan's Ditto in action, Ash's competitive spirit ignited. Responding was only Xiaolan's incredulous expression. Are you an idiot? Huh, I just fought. How could I possibly have the energy to battle you again? Well, rest up then. I don't have time for that. I can't linger here any longer. Xiaolan waved her hand dismissively, accepting the badge before shouldering her bag. Why the rush? Aren't you going to stay a bit longer? Wu Gang just mentioned preparing a grand meal for us. That can wait. I've been here long enough. You've even caught up to me. And I haven't seen a trace of that fellow Xiao Mao. I can't afford to stay here any longer. Before departing, Xiaolan posed a question to Ash. Moreover, I already have my own treasures to pursue. What about you, Ash? I, too, already have a destination in mind. The image of the eerie Porygon flashed in Ash's mind, and he replied without hesitation. Then I wish us both good fortune, until we meet again. Upon hearing Ash's words, Xiaolan waved her hand behind her as she effortlessly rode off on a fiery steed transformed by her Ditto, disappearing from view. Until next time. Although Ash was somewhat disappointed not to have battled Xiaolan, seeing her as she always was brought a knowing smile to his face. Ash, you seem to have a good relationship with Xiaolan. Yes, in a sense, one could say we grew up together like childhood friends. Completely oblivious to the lingering resentment in Kasumi's tone, Ash replied without a second thought, unaware of the inappropriateness of his words. Huh, like childhood friends? Upon hearing Ash's response, Kasumi wore a puzzled expression. Is that something one can say? 666. Is that phrase applicable here? Xiaolan. Oh my gosh, he's slandering me. He's slandering me. One can only say it's typical of Ash. He diffused Kasumi's tension with a single comment, whether intentionally or inadvertently. Confounded by the inexplicable praise from the comments, Ash wondered, did he say something wrong? Previously, he had often heard protagonists in anime introduce their friends in such a manner. Just as Ash was about to voice his concerns regarding his earlier statement, a panicked voice suddenly emerged from behind him. It was Pichu. Instantly, Ash and Misty recognized the sound and hurriedly dashed towards the gym. Hadn't Pichu just been savoring Brock's specially prepared Pokemon cuisine? With Brock and the others present, what could possibly go wrong? Despite not knowing the exact nature of the trouble, an unsettling premonition surged within Ash, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon entering the gym, Ash astutely detected a familiar scent permeating the air. Was that sleep powder? Having trained Butterfree previously, Ash was well acquainted with the aroma of sleep powder, and upon recognizing it, he immediately grasped the situation. What? Misty, who had just stepped inside, was unable to identify the strange odor at first, but upon hearing Ash's words, she slowly covered her mouth and nose. What on earth was happening? Ash's anxiety intensified. After taking a deep breath outside, he rushed inward without hesitation. Wait, Ash. Seeing Ash charge forward without any protective measures, merely holding his breath, Misty felt a surge of panic. She had also intended to follow him, but her loud shout had caused her to inhale a considerable amount of sleep powder, rendering her weak and collapsing to the ground. With a feeble effort, she turned her gaze towards the direction Ash had gone. Ash, you must be all right. Gazing at the unconscious Pichu and Brock, Ash wore a grave expression. Who could be responsible for this? Are you asking who did this? Just as Ash posed his question, a chorus of voices emerged from either side. Since you have sincerely inquired, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard peace, and to enact love and truth with wickedness, we are the charming and adorable villains. Jesse, James. We are Team Rocket, traversing through the galaxy. A bright tomorrow awaits us. Meow. As Team Rocket recited their signature lines, the trio, who had not made an appearance since the show's inception, displayed smug expressions before Ash. Clutching a burlap sack that clearly contained stolen goods. You are Team Rocket? Upon witnessing their animated banter and the trio's self-introduction, Ash immediately recalled them. Indeed. We are Team Rocket, James replied with an arrogant glance at Ash. Thanks to you, little brat. We were initially troubled by the sheer number of people at the pewter gym, but you managed to clear it out, even driving away those who were reluctant to leave. What a fortuitous opportunity. The Meowth, capable of standing on two legs and speaking human language, praised Ash, though its expression was laced with mockery. What do you intend to do? Is that even a question? Naturally, we aim to seize the legendary recipe from Pewter Gym that can create miraculous cuisine. A recipe? What else? How could an unremarkable gym suddenly produce a prodigious Pokémon breeder capable of crafting extraordinary dishes, if not due to acquiring a special recipe? Upon hearing Jesse's words, Ash realized that Brock harbored such a secret. Observing the large sack of unknown contents behind them, Ash's heart sank. Have you already succeeded? Though we are unaware of what the recipe looks like, we have packed away everything with writing on it. That recipe is surely among them. I want to allow you to do this. Return what belongs to Brock. You say you won't allow us, so we must comply, foolish brat? James sneered as he glanced at the precious watch on his wrist, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Can you guess why we are sharing so much with you? Of course, it's to buy time, you dimwit. By now, you've inhaled enough to knock out a Tauros. At that moment, Team Rocket simultaneously raised 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. Sweet dreams, brat. Chapter 10. Brock's Golden Finger and the Suspected Human Ash. Observing that Ash had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness despite the time elapsed, James wore a puzzled expression. Had the sleep powder been diluted? He hesitantly removed his gas mask, only to collapse the next moment from inhaling the sleep powder. Oh, this fool. Seeing James suddenly remove his mask and faint, Jesse was taken aback. As he fell, the burlap sack that belonged to him toppled, crashing onto Meowth beside him. Why am I the one getting crushed? Meowth cried out from beneath the pile of books. Laughing my head off, Ash didn't even lift a finger, and his opponents have already collapsed 2 of their members. Ash, just kidding. I'm immune to sleep powder. I was pretending to hold my breath. This rookie really misled James. If I hadn't read the original, I would genuinely think they were comedians. Theoretically, this is indeed enough to knock out a Tauros, but standing before you is Ash, a rookie so formidable he can wrestle with Mutwo and trample Arceus. So you'd better increase the concentration 1,000-fold. Watching Jesse struggle to free Meowth, Ash's previously grave expression transformed into one of incredulity. Are you sure these 3 are members of an evil organization? However, upon seeing the unconscious Pichu and the others, Ash quickly regained his composure and released Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, use Gust. Pidgeotto emitted a piercing cry as it vigorously flapped its wings, unleashing a tempest that swept through the area. The sleep powder in the air was carried out of the room by the force of the wind. Darn it. Arbok, use Glare. Arbok's eyes gleamed with a white light, casting a bizarre beam toward Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack. This speed was far too slow for Pidgeotto, who possessed Quick Attack. It effortlessly dodged while maintaining its gust. Not bad, brat. Annoyed as Arbok's attack missed, Jesse's hands trembled in frustration, causing the burlap sack that had barely been lifted to crash down on Meowth once more. Now it's just you left, surrender quickly, or my Pidgeotto won't hold back. Facing Jesse, who was now alone, Ash issued a warning. These 2 are utterly useless. Jessie glared at the unconscious James and Meowth before turning her attention back to Ash. You don't think you've won, do you? If you're capable, try to take this attack. Arbok, use Toxic. Initially thinking that Jesse was prepared for a last-ditch effort, Ash was taken aback when she unleashed Toxic. Yet, he didn't forget that Pidgeotto's gust remained uninterrupted, so that cloud of poison wouldn't last long. Just as Ash focused intently on his guard, he heard the sound of shattering glass. Ash silently cursed his misfortune. Without waiting for the dark mist to dissipate, he steeled his resolve and charged in. To his dismay, he found nothing but an empty burlap sack. The other one, along with the trio from Team Rocket, had already escaped through a nearby window. As he leaped outside, Ash caught sight of Musashi and her companions, who had already boarded their hot air balloon. "You little brat, don't let the enemy's words deceive you next time," Musashi said, unable to conceal her smug expression as her scheme succeeded. "Pidgeotto, pursue them and use air slash." Not hesitating for a moment, Ash commanded Pidgeotto to give chase, targeting the not-so-distant Team Rocket members. The hot air balloon shook violently as 2 air slashes struck it, eliciting a howl of distress from Musashi. "Damn you, brat." Realizing the precarious trajectory of the wobbling balloon, Ash felt a sense of dread. If it fell from that height, it would land in the river. Once Brock and the others recovered from the effects of the sleep powder, they were taken aback by the sight of their surroundings, which appeared to have been thoroughly ransacked. "That's the scent of sleep powder," Brock noted, his keen senses identifying the lingering aroma, albeit faint. "Did we encounter thieves?" He pondered gravely, observing the scene. While Wubai and his mother had just regained consciousness. "Phew, you're finally awake. Come help me out here," Misty called from outside the yard, dragging a pile of damp items. Upon hearing her, Brock and the others immediately sprang into action to assist. "What is this?" Brock approached the heap, and, upon picking up a book, his face contorted into an expression of bewilderment. "I'm sorry, Brock. Team Rocket took advantage of the situation to steal your things. This is all I managed to recover. The rest must have been washed away by the river or taken by Team Rocket," Ash explained, returning from a distance. Holding a book with Pichu, Brock was well aware of Team Rocket's notorious reputation, but he hadn't expected them to brazenly steal from him. They clearly did not regard him as the gym leader at all. Moreover, their audacity to use such a large dose of sleep powder rendered him unconscious before he could react. However, as he listened to Ash, the peculiar expression on Brock's face deepened. They went through all that trouble, only to steal these items? "Hurry, Brock, check if anything is missing," Ash whispered urgently beside him. Since the recipe was Brock's secret, he felt it was his duty to keep it safe. "What are you talking about, Ash?" "I don't understand," Brock replied, growing more perplexed by Ash's mysterious demeanor. "It's that thing, you know, that recipe," Ash stammered, struggling to hint at his knowledge of the recipe. "It's fine. Just tell me directly. There are no outsiders here," Brock reassured him, feeling a surge of trust in Ash and Misty. "It's your special recipe." "Recipe? How do you know I have a recipe?" Brock was now visibly astonished, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. "Team Rocket mentioned it. They seem to have investigated you and found that your miraculous dishes appeared out of nowhere, leading them to suspect you accidentally obtained a magical recipe capable of creating those dishes. Hence, they aim to steal it." Upon hearing Ash's explanation, Brock grasped the situation's context and wore a bemused expression. "Why are you still smiling? You should be looking for it. That recipe must be very important to you." Ash fretted over Brock's apparent calmness. Noticing Ash's anxious demeanor only heightened Brock's fondness for him, prompting him to clarify. "Recipes do exist, but they are impossible to steal. What Team Rocket took was merely my sibling's summer homework." "Huh." Ash was bewildered. "There are recipes that can't be stolen?" Sensing Ash's confusion, Brock elaborated, "Indeed. Because that recipe resides in my mind, I doubt anyone could steal it." He pointed to his head. "Moreover, deciphering that recipe requires my eyes." In Ash's astonished gaze, a peculiar glint flashed in Brock's eyes. It was as if Ash felt someone was stripping away his layers. "My eyes can be called the eyes of analysis. What you just witnessed was their ability, a unique scanning capability that allows me to instantly comprehend a Pokemon's physical condition, enabling my brain to promptly identify suitable dietary therapies for that Pokemon. Dietary therapy entails treating Pokemon through special dishes, which also yield nurturing effects." As Brock spoke, his expression suddenly faltered. "What's wrong?" Ash inquired, noticing the abrupt change in Brock's demeanor. "Theoretically, I shouldn't be able to analyze humans, but Ash, I can see your information." Brock stared at Ash in bewilderment. Through his eyes of analysis, he beheld Ash's data. Name: Ash Ketchum. Age: 10. Personality: cheerful. Ability: bond link. Race: human, under doubt. Power: strength. Training direction: Aura Guardian, Hero of the Rainbow, Hero of Silver, Envoy of Eternity. Dragon Master. Evaluation: an unclassifiable entity, suspected to be human. Brock, staring at the outrageous analysis, posed a soul-searching question to Ash. Though it may be somewhat impolite, "Ash, are you truly human?" Chapter 11. Brock, call me an angel investor. Brock recognized the ambiguous nature of his words and proceeded to share everything he had gleaned from his analysis of Ash. I suspect he is human. Indeed. Ash is a genuine humanoid Pokémon, certain. Is this what a 10-year-old should possess? Ash even has an ability. You're invincible, kid. What is Bond Link? That's not in the game. The only similar ability is the Ninja Frog's Bond transformation. Ash's ability was likely a new addition by the developers. And so many training directions, each more impressive than the last. A false Dragon Master. The true Dragon Master is Ash. Brock's ability is astounding. Even Ash can be analyzed, so legendary Pokémon should be analyzable as well. Brock is invincible. In this life, I will never be anyone's lackey. Overwhelmed by the barrage of thoughts, Ash felt his head spinning. It appeared he was indeed quite special. Brock, I apologize. I should be human. Considering I underwent a health examination at Professor Oak's, and everything was normal. Ash scratched his head, pondering whether this was the hallmark of a protagonist's uniqueness. By the way, Brock, can you help me check on Pichu and Froakie? They seem to have some issues. And our main purpose in coming to see you was for this. Ash cradled the Pokeballs of Pichu and Froakie in his hands. Of course, Brock, not lingering on Ash's peculiar information, readily agreed. Let me take a look at Pichu first. As the eyes of analysis scanned Pichu, the creature's information surfaced in Brock's mind. Name, Pichu. Species, mouse Pokemon. Nature, timid, brave. Ability, static, under doubt. Move, Thundershock. Battle power, 5999. Training direction, Pikachu. Ash's Pikachu evaluation, a Pokemon that has endured psychological trauma, possessing boundless potential. It is advisable to resolve its inner turmoil before investing significant training efforts. When I raise a question mark, it is not indicative of my shortcomings, but rather yours. How is it that Ash's Pokemon, much like Ash himself, exhibit such oddities? Not only are their natures and abilities somewhat peculiar, but their battle power fluctuates dramatically between the lowest and highest values. Is it truly feasible for Pichu to boast a staggering power of 999? While it is said that no Pokemon is inherently weak, Ash's Pichu seems rather preposterous. Suppressing the desire to voice his grievances, Brock shifted his attention to the Pokeball containing Froakie. Just as he was about to skin Froakie, his eyes suddenly felt as if pricked by something. Ouch! Observing Brock suddenly clutching his eyes, Ash hurried forward, concern etched on his face. What's wrong, Brock? Did you overexert your ability? Perhaps, Brock replied, rubbing his eyes, the sharp sensation having diminished slightly. Yet, he remained puzzled. He had never experienced such a stinging pain before, only fatigue and soreness. Could it be attributed to Ash and Pichu's uniqueness? Skepticism lingered as Brock glanced once more at Froakie's Pokeball. In response, only the prickling sensation returned to his eyes. This time, Brock fell silent, realizing that Ash and his companions were indeed exceptional, and that he had perhaps overused his abilities. Absolutely delectable. Thank you for the hospitality, exclaimed Pichu. Ash and Pichu exchanged a knowing glance, each rubbing their round bellies and sharing a smile. As long as you're pleased, Brock remarked, observing the empty bowls and feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Misty, ever conscious of her image, expressed her gratitude to Brock's family with utmost elegance and politeness after finishing her meal. By the way, Brock, do you have any plans? Are you considering continuing as a gym leader? Ash inquired with curiosity, as the online discussions hinted that Brock's ambitions lay beyond the gym, having been constrained by familial obligations. Ash was intrigued about what Brock would do now that those issues were resolved. Me? I think I might stay home for a while, as it's rare for the family to be together. After a moment's hesitation, Brock provided his answer. I see, that makes sense. It's been a long time since you've all been together. It's time to catch up and converse. Ash nodded, understanding Brock's perspective. If it were him, he would likely do the same. Suddenly, something crossed Misty's mind, and she asked Brock, do you know why so many people recognize me today? There haven't been any news articles about me online. She felt something was amiss. You don't know? What do you mean? As the gym leader of the Cerulean Gym, you're actually an admin in the gym leaders group, and you frequently post photos of your rigorous training. Let me see. Misty instantly turned crimson, snatching Brock's phone to check the group chat, where an account bearing the Cerulean Gym badge had indeed shared her training photos. She was uncertain when these photos had been taken. Noting the tone of the person, Misty's expression soured. Those three fools. I explicitly told them not to share my photos, and now everyone knows. Misty realized how the masked merchant and Blue had recognized her. Someone in the group must have leaked the information, or perhaps her sister had boasted about it online. How infuriating my training. Seeing this unfold, Ash and Brock exchanged bemused glances, both amused by the situation. Amidst Misty's lamentations, their lunch concluded on a jovial note. After Ash and Misty learned the reason for Pichu's inability to evolve, they had accomplished their objective in Pewter City. Following a brief shopping excursion at the supermarket, they prepared to set off for Leaf Town, heading to the north via airplane. Due to the eerie events surrounding the mysterious Pokémon, Ash briefed Misty on the situation. She expressed her understanding and willingness to continue accompanying Ash, which delighted him. In a moment of excitement, he embraced Misty, transforming her into a flustered steam engine of embarrassment. "Wait for me, Ash, Misty." Just as they exited Pewter City, a familiar voice called out from behind. Turning around, they saw Brock, adorned with a massive backpack, approaching them with a broad smile. "Brock, is that really you?" Ash exclaimed, surprised, noting that the oversized pack did not appear to be a farewell gift. "My parents kicked me out." "Huh. Haha. Sorry, I may not have articulated myself well earlier. What I meant is, my parents chose to let me pursue my dreams." "Ash, your dream is to become the world's greatest Pokémon Master, right?" "Indeed. How fortuitous. My dream is to become the world's greatest Pokémon breeder. Please allow me to travel with you and assist in raising your Pokémon. I wish to help you realize your dream." Brock's face radiated with sincerity and enthusiasm. "All right. I understand. Welcome aboard, Brock." As the two exchanged a friendly fist bump against the backdrop of the setting sun, the trio officially united. Finally gathered together. I was initially worried that Brock wouldn't join the team, but now I feel relieved. They are all aware of Ash's character. If Brock doesn't embark on this journey with him now, he may never encounter such wonderful companions again. Brock has witnessed Ash and Pichu's uniqueness. How could the aspiring world's greatest Pokémon breeder let this opportunity slip by? "Brock, please call me Angel Investor." "Wow, I want to see Little Widow now." Meanwhile, in Team Rocket's secret base, their leader Giovanni pondered deeply over the stolen cookbook acquired by the trio of fools. Chapter 12. Progress of the Aura Hero Training. 30. Since Brock joined the team, a night passed, and as dawn broke, Brock, exhibiting remarkable self-discipline, rose early. After a brief physical warm-up, he commenced preparations for the group's breakfast. Brock is truly disciplined, waking up so early. Unlike Ash, who is still fast asleep. The scene shifted back to Ash's tent, where the boy, clad in pajamas, lay sprawled across his bedding, a glimmer of happiness gracing his face. However, as comments began to flood in, Ash furrowed his brow and ultimately shifted positions to continue his slumber. "Did you prepare all this by yourself, Brock?" Upon awakening, Misty stepped out of her tent and was greeted by the sight of a sumptuous breakfast prepared by Brock. "You all should wash up quickly and eat while it's hot." Brock smiled as he continued to prepare meals for their Pokémon. "Understood." Misty sincerely bowed to Brock before heading to a nearby stream to freshen up. After washing up, she noticed Ash's tent, which had yet to be opened. How is he still asleep? Brock has already made breakfast. We can't let his efforts go to waste. Determined to make the most of Brock's breakfast, Misty unceremoniously opened the tent and dragged the still sleepy Ash out into the open. "Oh dear, Xiaoxia, what are you doing?" "I still wish to slumber," Ash exclaimed, struggling to open his eyes. This sight ignited a spark of irritation within Xiaoxia, prompting her to deliver a swift smack to Ash's head. "Is Ash also a little black sheep? Xiaoxia, why reward him? I want one too." Unbelievable, the audacity of those upstairs. Rubbing his slightly aching head, Ash, now wide awake, found himself perplexed by the peculiarities of the comments. How could anyone consider such actions a reward? It seemed excessively oppressive. He hastily proceeded to freshen up, as Brock had already prepared breakfast, and it was time to eat. Xiaoxia, with a hint of annoyance, placed Ash's toothbrush and towel in the basin and handed them to him. Ash, who initially intended to complain about Xiaoxia, was instantly captivated by the sumptuous breakfast prepared by Brock. Without waiting for Xiaoxia to continue her remarks, he eagerly made his way to the river to wash up. Naturally, he did not forget to bring Pichu along. It was awake now and should not be allowed to indulge in sloth. Truly, the meal was exquisite. After finishing, both Ash and Xiaoxia displayed expressions of sheer bliss. Previously, while out in the wilderness, they had subsisted on berries or bread, often going hungry when provisions ran low. Now, having savored Brock's cooking, they realized that in any team, while many roles could be absent, a chef was indispensable. Ha ha ha. Ash and Xiaoxia are simply too amusing. Well, considering they hadn't enjoyed a proper meal in the wild, with Brock's presence, their days of hardship seemed to be behind them. "Feel free to eat as much as you like. If it's not enough, I can always whip up more," Brock remarked, pleased with their reactions, especially when he noticed Ash's progress bar. Current training progress, 30. Brock was astonished that a single special meal could elevate Ash's training progress so significantly. Typically, Pokémon needed to eat for a while to experience such marked changes, yet Ash achieved this after merely one meal. Brock attributed it to Ash's unique constitution, believing it incomparable to other Pokémon. As a side note, Brock could exchange the satisfaction value gained from others for culinary materials in his mental recipe book. After they had their fill, Ash and Xiaoxia volunteered to wash the dishes. Fully aware of Brock's kindness and determined not to let laziness earn his disdain, they both secretly competed to see who could wash more dishes, each dispatching their Pokémon to assist. Ash sent out Pichu, the only one with hands, while Xiaoxia summoned her Starmie, capable of spraying water. Why doesn't Xiaoxia use Gyarados? It has a greater water output. Do you want to ruin Brock's kitchen? With Gyarados' terrifying power from the second episode, it might just flood the entire campsite. Ultimately, amidst the lively banter, this absurd competition came to an end. Although Xiaoxia had Starmie assisting with the water, she had to complete the scrubbing and rinsing herself. In the end, she managed only a few more dishes than Ash and Pichu, who were using their hands. What a pity if Froakie had come out. Ash would surely have won. Froakie, I finally get to come out, and you want me to do this? Listening to the teasing from the comments, Ash glanced at the Pokeball at his waist, his expression somewhat complicated. Later, after Brock had rested, he provided another analysis of Froakie. However, the outcome remained unchanged. As Brock felt a sharp pain in his eyes, signaling the end of the session, it seemed Froakie did not wish to be analyzed by Brock. Consequently, Ash decided not to pursue it further. The ability to sense Brock's analysis and retaliate from within its Pokeball left Xiaoxia and Brock in disbelief. Even the typically omniscient comments expressed their confusion. Nevertheless, through this incident, Ash concluded that Froakie was likely in good health. The comments also speculated that Froakie would surely emerge. It was merely a matter of time. Froakie, I will ensure you acknowledge me. Gently clutching Froakie's Pokeball, Ash wore a determined expression. Subsequently, Ash and his companions arrived at a location between Pewter City and Cerulean City known as Moonview Mountain. Initially an unremarkable hill, it gained fame when it was discovered to possess exquisite moonstones. Although moonstones are somewhat less versatile than other evolution stones, their high quality still commanded a significant price in the market. As a result, many came here with dreams of overnight wealth, though most returned empty-handed, as rumors spoke of a fierce group of Clefairy guarding the area. However, Ash and his friends held little interest in moonstones. They were merely taking the most direct route to Cerulean City. What a dreadful feeling. Upon arriving at the foot of Moonview Mountain, Ash and his companions witnessed an explosion atop the mountain, followed by a shadowy figure being blasted away, accompanied by a familiar voice. Uncertain of the situation, they quickened their pace toward the summit. Before they could reach the top, they encountered a familiar figure descending the mountain, carrying a backpack, accompanied by a Clefairy. Looks like you arrived a bit late, Ash. The crisis here has already been resolved by me, Blue remarked with a smile upon seeing Ash. What? So you've already handled it? We came all this way for nothing. Ash feigned annoyance, glancing curiously at the Clefairy beside Blue. Is this the Pokemon you just captured? Of course. After I drove off Team Rocket, this little one was completely smitten by my Bulbasaur and insisted on following it. Being the kind person I am, I simply couldn't let this child suffer unrequited love, so I took it along, Blue replied, gently ruffling Clefairy's soft head, clearly content. Is this the treasure you mentioned? Ash inquired, recalling Blue's earlier words. Oh, that? Naturally. As a token of gratitude for helping the Clefairy clan rid themselves of the evil villains, they gifted me a splendid moonstone, Blue said, producing a shiny black stone from her backpack, its glimmers reminiscent of starlight. Wow, Blue. You really have luck on your side. That moonstone must be worth quite a fortune, Ash exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy as he gazed at the stone. I initially planned to sell it, but now, with this little one, I can't bear to part with it, Blue said. Though her gaze at Clefairy was filled with affection, it seems Blue has swooped in to claim Ash's fortune. How typical of a time traveler. But one cannot say it was a theft, considering the moonstone holds little value for Ash. In any case, we are all friends. It matters not who possesses it. Ash, chuckle, since you've taken my moonstone, I shall claim something important from you in return. Quickly, someone write this down. This is quite the spectacle. I want to analyze it thoroughly. Chapter 13. How could I possibly fall in love with someone 2 years younger than me? So, what are your plans next, Ash? He asked Blue. What's the matter? Are you worried about me? In response to Ash's inquiry, Misty did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she mischievously leaned toward him with a playful smile. Not really, just a bit curious, she replied. Noticing Misty's teasing demeanor, Ash pressed his hand against her face, pushing her away with a look of disdain. Oh, you are such an unromantic fellow. Your important childhood friend is about to embark on another solo journey. Yet you show no sign of concern at all. What should I show? She retorted. Perhaps a transfer of affection? Get lost. Despite Ash's actions and remarks, Misty did not exhibit any signs of annoyance. Rather, she feigned a look of innocence. If others were to witness this, coupled with Misty's striking beauty, they might feel a twinge of sympathy. However, Ash was no ordinary person. Having been the target of Misty's pranks countless times, he was naturally immune to her little tricks. Enough of this. I am preparing to leave the Kanto region, so do take care of yourself. Since Misty had no intention of sharing her thoughts, Ash decided to inform her of his current destination. You are heading to another region now? Upon hearing Ash's response, Misty's playful demeanor faded slightly, replaced by a look of surprise. Yes, but there are some matters that I cannot explain to you at the moment. Ash nodded, feeling the complexity of his own situation regarding the eerie events, unsure of how to convey them to Misty. Well, you should go then. After all, you are likely off to engage in Pokemon-related activities. Misty listened attentively to Ash's words before reverting to her previous demeanor. Then you should set off quickly. I, too, must soon seek my next treasure. Safe travels. You as well. After a brief exchange of glances, the girl with the Clefairy made a silly face at Ash before cheerfully humming an unfamiliar tune and skipping past him down the hill. After bidding farewell to Misty, Ash and his companions successfully reached the outskirts of Celadon City. They merely replenished their supplies before continuing their journey to Leaf Green City. I just got out. I certainly don't want to return so soon. Plus, seeing those three sisters who spread my photos everywhere makes me fear that I might want to punch them upon meeting, Misty remarked. To Ash's surprise, despite traveling for so long, he had not encountered Gary even once. Brock also stated that he had not met any other trainers from Pallet Town besides Ash and Misty. However, through Professor Oak's communication, he learned that Gary's battle points had already reached 900, nearing the threshold of 1,000 points required for advancing to the intermediate ball level. Reflecting on the few wild trainers he had encountered along the way, who had only granted him a meager handful of points, Ash suspected that Gary might have frightened off the surrounding trainers, resulting in his own scarcity of encounters. Upon reaching Leaf Green City, I must challenge the gym and rack up some points. With this thought in mind, Ash released his Pidgeotto and Butterfree along the way. Pidgeotto's speed had become unparalleled, and Ash decided not to further hone that aspect, but rather to focus on its endurance. His previous battle with Wubao had sparked a significant inspiration, perhaps through training. He could enable his Pokemon to overcome certain disadvantages in battles and catch opponents off guard, although such tactics often lose their effectiveness in actual competitions. Next was Butterfree. Amidst the idle chatter in the comments, Ash learned about Butterfree's most powerful and somewhat nauseating combo, with the key skill being Quiver Dance, a formidable technique capable of enhancing multiple attributes. As for how to practice, Ash had already prepared. Quiver Dance, is it? Although I don't have a Pokemon that knows it, Misty's Gyarados can perform Dragon Dance. Given the similar effects, Ash believed that by observing Gyarados' Dragon Dance and combining it with Butterfree's efforts, he could carve out his own path in mastering Quiver Dance. Ash, do you know about Aurasphere? What is that? Ash was aware that Brock had been preparing specialty dishes for him over the past few days, focusing on the path of the Aura Guardian. However, he found the concept of an Aura Guardian somewhat nebulous. After all, there was scant information available online, and the comments, even when descriptive, were quite abstract. Terms like Super Scion and Spirit Bomb were all unfamiliar to him. Today, when your Aura Guardian training progress reaches 50, the Eye of Analysis provided me with additional information regarding your evaluation. Evaluation, a seemingly inhuman entity with a partial awakening of aura power. It is recommended to begin practicing Aurasphere to enhance control over this power. Have you noticed any changes in yourself over the past few days? In response to Brock's question, Ash closed his eyes and reflected deeply. I feel like my appetite has improved. Do you think that's a change? I'm not too sure. Why don't you try to see if you can feel anything flowing within your body? That aura power should be a form of special energy. Brock assumed a thoughtful expression and, after a moment of contemplation, offered his suggestion. Speaking of aura power, isn't it similar to the spiritual energy cultivated in Shinsha novels? So, does Ash need a foundational cultivation technique? User 9521 uploaded a section from A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. 666. Can the comments section upload files now? Cut it out. Do you really think the tropes of a cultivation world can apply to the Pokemon realm? Listening to the ongoing debate in the comments, Ash discovered he could also access that file and quietly downloaded the so-called Immortal's Journey to Immortality, flipping through it quickly in his mind. Ash lost interest upon realizing that the world described within was a dull one devoid of Pokemon. However, he paused when he noticed the mention of foundational cultivation. The comments had suggested that aura power was akin to the spiritual energy described in the novel. Perhaps he could draw some inspiration from their cultivation methods. Gazing at the unfamiliar terms like meridians, dantian, and circulating chi, Ash felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Such concepts were likely unknown even to Professor Oak, let alone himself. Yet, observing the protagonist in the novel feeling the so-called spiritual energy in the area around the dantian, Ash deduced that it might be near his navel. Thus, he seated himself and began earnestly attempting to sense his own aura. Seeing Ash suddenly sit down, Brock and Misty exchanged puzzled glances, but upon witnessing Ash's serious demeanor, they chose to remain silent, watching the scene unfold. "What's the matter?" When Ash finally opened his eyes and stood up slowly, Misty inquired with concern. Ash did not respond immediately. Instead, he quietly patted his stomach and revealed an innocent expression. "I'm a bit hungry." "Oh my." Upon hearing Ash's response, Misty's forehead creased in frustration as she promptly delivered a playful smack to his head. "You had me worried. I thought you had actually learned something. But it turns out you're just hungry." If Ash really felt something in that state, I bet it wouldn't be aura power, but rather spiritual energy. That could have been close. We almost had Ash cultivating immortality. Regarding my cultivation in the Pokemon world to the one above, hurry and publish a book. I would support you. In the end, Brock prepared an extravagant meal for Ash. Watching Ash devour the food with delight, Misty propped her chin in one hand, absent-mindedly fiddling with her bangs as she pondered the events of the day. Although the playful and seemingly flirtatious interactions between Xiaoji and Xiaolan might be perceived as mere jest by Xiaoji, to Xiaoxia, they represent a declaration of female sovereignty. Is she attempting to assert dominance over me? The thought struck Xiaoxia, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Admittedly, Xiaoji had caused her heart to race slightly in that moment. A fact she acknowledged, but it was primarily due to her lack of interaction with boys. How could a stunningly beautiful girl like herself possibly develop feelings for a boy 2 years her junior? Surely, she needed a compelling reason for that, please. Chapter 14 Xiaoji. I can grow stronger just by eating. What do you have to compete with me? Xiaoxia, Xiaojing looked quickly. Suddenly, Xiaoji exclaimed, interrupting Xiaoxia's thoughts. What is it? Xiaoxia pondered what Xiaoji could possibly see while eating, but as she lifted her gaze, she was momentarily taken aback. In Xiaoji's raised right hand, there was a spherical object resembling a ping-pong ball, glowing with a blue light, which appeared to be gradually enlarging. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiaoxia's expression froze in astonishment. Could this possibly be the aura sphere? Xiaoji was overflowing with excitement. After finishing his meal, he suddenly sensed something flowing within him. His first thought was that it could be the power of aura. He then recalled the mention of something called the spiraling sphere from the barrage and envisioned it gathering in his palm, coalescing into a sphere. To his amazement, he succeeded immediately. Seeing this, Xiaojing promptly activated his analytical eye and, upon noticing that Xiaoji's skill set now included a technique called aura sphere, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is the aura sphere. Yay, I truly am a genius. I succeeded in an instant. With Xiaojing's confirmation, Xiaoji's exuberance was palpable as he gazed at the now volleyball-sized aura sphere in his hand. This is incredible. You really learned it. Xiaoji, you can't just eat and become stronger. Oh no, Xiaoji, don't turn into a bottomless pit. Let the joyous times begin, patting belly. Watching Xiaoji's delight resemble that of a child with a new toy, Xiaoxia couldn't help but smile. However, she was puzzled as to why Xiaoji suddenly mastered this skill after just one meal. While she had spent so long trying to feel something, but only ended up feeling hungry. It couldn't be that Xiaoji could truly grow stronger just by eating. Could it? It seemed entirely possible. Given Xiaoji's unique and unexplainable physique, combined with Xiaojing's extraordinary culinary skills, Xiaoxia pondered that her hypothesis might indeed hold some truth. Wait a moment, Xiaoxia. Xiaojing, is there any way to make this thing stop? It seems to be growing larger. Xiaoji suddenly cried out, prompting Xiaoxia and Xiaojing to realize that the aura sphere in his hand had swelled from its initial size to that of a thunderball. Stop rolling it. Quickly find a place to launch it. But I don't know how to launch it. Just throw it away, you fool. Don't aim it at me. Watching Xiaoji, who was nervously shaking the enormous aura sphere, Xiaoxia and Xiaojing hurriedly took cover behind a nearby rock. Pong. With all his might, Xiaoji hurled it skyward. And after soaring for 25 seconds, the aura sphere detonated in its inaugural explosion. Xiaojing and Xiaoxia exchanged silent glances at the cloud-ridden sky, both swallowing hard in unison. With such power, Xiaoji, you still claim you are not a Pokemon? Xiaojing, Xiaoxia, is this something a human can achieve? How audacious, Xiaoji, to dare masquerade as a Pokemon. Embarrassed by the commotion he had caused, Xiaoji shyly rubbed his nose, realizing he had perhaps overdone it a bit. This commotion had drawn the attention of other creatures. For instance, A Pokémon carrying a green bulb peered cautiously from the grass, its eyes filled with wariness. Bulbasaur, realizing that the recent disturbance was caused by 3 humans, grew increasingly vigilant. Based on its previous experiences, it equated Xiaoji and his companions with Pokémon hunters. After all, it hadn't seen any other Pokémon around, well, except for a Pichu munching on a tomato. Given Pichu's size, comparable to a tomato, Bulbasaur dismissed the notion that the commotion had been caused by it. So, who possessed a weapon of such magnitude? After considering this, Bulbasaur found no sign of danger. Had they hidden away so quickly? It glanced at Xiaojing's large backpack, which appeared quite threatening. Stealthily, Bulbasaur utilized its mastery over grass-type abilities, concealing itself within the foliage as it approached the backpack quietly, making not a sound. Xiaoji, are you alright? Reflecting on Xiaoji's earlier display of the extraordinarily powerful aura sphere, Xiaoxia now genuinely doubted his humanity. Yet prior to her concerns, she worried about any potential side effects Xiaoji might face from unleashing the aura sphere. In response to Xiaoxia's concern, Xiaoji examined his hands, feeling them carefully for a moment before awkwardly scratching the back of his head. I think I'm a bit hungry again. Xiaoji too, since that he had perhaps eaten a tad too much today. However, inexplicably, after releasing the aura sphere, he merely felt a slight hunger, and he even suspected that the earlier release hadn't been his full strength. If such a degree of power could be achieved so easily, Xiaoji was hesitant to unleash his full potential, fearing that he might lose control again and inadvertently harm Xiaoxia and the others, thus becoming a historical criminal. Upon hearing Xiaoji's response, Xiaoxia regarded him with a look of exasperation. So, the energy expended in unleashing the aura sphere wasn't his stamina, but rather his satiety? I wonder if it's my cooking. Xiaoji, try eating some regular food afterwards. Aspiring to be the world's foremost Pokémon breeder, Xiaojing was naturally keen to investigate Xiaoji's peculiar behavior, as understanding this would facilitate his future training of him. I have regular dishes in my bag. You can help yourself. I'll check the data to see if there are other Pokémon with similar situations. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji found it amusing how he sounded like a Pokémon himself. While he adored Pokémon, he was undeniably human, albeit in a slightly unusual circumstance at present. Didn't the barrage say so? I'm the protagonist. Just like in anime and novels, protagonists are special, so it's perfectly normal for me to be a little special too. Though Xiaoji verbally affirmed this, his body obediently made its way to Xiaojing's backpack. All of this was merely to assist Xiaojing's research. He wasn't genuinely hungry. Continually convincing himself, Xiaoji approached the spot where Xiaojing had previously placed the bag. Strange. I thought Xiaojing had put the bag here. Scratching his head, Xiaoji recalled that Xiaojing had just taken something from the backpack right here. Wasn't the bag supposed to be here? Just as he was about to ask Xiaojing, he noticed that the latter was engrossed in researching with Xiaoxia on their phones. So he decided against it. Is it really just about finding a bag? I can manage that myself. The area isn't that large. And the bag can't have sprouted legs and run away. With this thought in mind, Xiaoji called over Pichu, who was now well fed and preparing to nap, and together, they began searching the campsite for Xiaojing's backpack. Chapter 15, The Charismatic Bulbasaur and the Ruthless Meowth. In order to avoid detection, Bulbasaur, after acquiring the backpack, hoisted it with its vine whip without even glancing inside, and stealthily dashed deeper into the forest. The weight of the backpack only intensified Bulbasaur's apprehension about the terrifying weapon it might contain. Had that vile group of Pokémon hunters discovered this place? Such a thought darkened Bulbasaur's expression. After all, it was acutely aware that aside from them, there was nothing in this forest that could lure anyone here, not even to the extent of requiring such a dreadful weapon. Recalling the tremors he had witnessed in the sky when a projectile had been fired, Bulbasaur felt a chill run down its spine. The sheer power of that weapon was something it doubted it could withstand. Yet, rest assured, for I have promised to protect you all. With newfound resolve, Bulbasaur sprinted faster into the forest's depths, determined to dispose of this dangerous object without delay. Curse it! Where have that little rascal and that girl run off to? They vanished the moment they entered this forest. Meanwhile, high above the forest, in a hot air balloon, Jessie observed the surroundings with a scowl, peering through binoculars. If it weren't for that insufferable brat, we could have successfully acquired the recipe last time, which would have pleased the boss and perhaps led to our promotion. Every time I see that Athena woman looking down on us, it keeps me up at night. And that girl, despite our traps being set at Moonview Mountain, she managed to dismantle them all. The mere thought of Ash and Misty thwarting their plans made Team Rocket seethe with frustration. This time, we specially developed exoskeleton armor. If this operation succeeds, not only will we secure the recipe for the boss, potentially earning a raise, but we might also convince him to invest in our armor, ensuring we won't have to worry about funding future endeavors. Glancing at the metallic vest behind him, Meowth envisioned himself clad in the exoskeleton, delivering blows to Ash and trampling Misty. That backpack atop Bulbasaur looks strangely familiar. Having been observing below, Jessie's curiosity was piqued. Let me take a look. Jessie snatched the binoculars from Meowth's hands and focused on the direction he indicated, her eyes widening at the sight of Bulbasaur, burdened with a large green pack. It seems fortune smiles upon us. That backpack belongs to Brock. He would undoubtedly carry such an important recipe with him. It might very well be in that bag. What are we waiting for? Let's go? Of course, I know that. But first, we need to lower the hot air balloon. We can't let them spot us. Unaware of being targeted, Bulbasaur raced toward their current hideout. As it passed through the familiar grass, seeing its companions unharmed eased some of its tension. Humans have already set their sights here. We must leave quickly. Bulbasaur observed the other Pokémon gathering around, curiously gazing at the green backpack on its head, and promptly explained the situation. Upon hearing about the humans' interest, fear swept across the faces of the other Pokémon. It's all right. They don't know where we are yet. We still have time to leave. Witnessing the panic amongst the Pokémon, Bulbasaur tapped into its leadership qualities, and with a single word, managed to silence them all. But what about that thing on your back? Isn't it human-made? They want to use it to track us down, will they? The second in command, Gloom, cast a doubtful glance at Bulbasaur. I doubt it. While I was outside, I waited for a while and sensed no one pursuing me. Bulbasaur shook its head. Having considered this possibility, it had looped around for safety before returning. What is inside that bag? I'm not entirely sure, only that it contains dangerous items. Bulbasaur placed the backpack down, finally having the time to discover what lay within. As soon as the bag was opened, an enticing aroma wafted out. The surrounding Pokémon exhibited expressions of sheer delight, and even Bulbasaur was momentarily entranced. Fortunately, its resolve was strong, and after a brief moment of distraction, it regained its composure. Cursed humans, have they even infused their weapons with a hypnotic powder? Having long been distanced from human society, Bulbasaur had forgotten the familiar sense of human food, mistaking the common aroma for a form of sedative. With a flick of its vine whip, Bulbasaur spilled the contents of the bag onto the ground. Gazing at the assortment of food before it, Bulbasaur fell into contemplation. Is this truly what constitutes danger? It doesn't seem so frightening. Some Pokémon, who had never encountered human society, curiously inquired about the human food scattered before them. The more they questioned, the more Bulbasaur felt it had jumped to conclusions. It seemed it had misjudged those three humans. With a sense of guilt washing over it, Bulbasaur also felt a wave of relief. If the bag contained only food and no dangerous items, then perhaps those humans were not threats after all, and they could remain in their home. Just as Bulbasaur was about to clarify the situation, a sinister voice echoed from above. What unexpected fortune. So many Pokémon gathered here. Bulbasaur, Gloom, and Poliwag are all quite splendid Pokémon. It seems we have struck gold this time. With a wary gaze, Bulbasaur positioned itself protectively in front of the other Pokémon as two figures and a cat descended from the hot air balloon. Who are you? You're asking who we are? There's really no need for a Pokémon like you to know. To avoid unnecessary suffering, why don't you hand over the recipe you found in that backpack? Observing the Meowth clad in a metallic vest, speaking human language, and standing on 2 feet, Bulbasaur's alarm bells rang loudly. What recipe? We don't know. There's only food in that backpack. What? Just food? We were so excited for nothing. Upon hearing Bulbasaur's response, Meowth's expression fell. Noticing the sudden shift in Meowth's mood, Bulbasaur felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared these individuals were after the so-called recipe, not intent on capturing them. However, having come this far, how could they leave empty-handed? Just as Bulbasaur relaxed its guard, Meowth sprang into action, claws gleaming with a white light, lunging toward Bulbasaur. Caught off guard by Meowth's sudden assault, Bulbasaur managed to react swiftly, unleashing Leaf Blade in retaliation. What a strong attack! Meowth grimaced, glancing at its slightly swollen paw, then shot a wary look at Bulbasaur. Not bad. Meowth's expression grew more exhilarated. It had originally thought the device was only meant for dealing with those brats, but now it seemed Bulbasaur would be the first to experience it. As Meowth pressed a button on its vest, 2 sturdy mechanical arms emerged, transforming its appearance into that of a Machoke. With a mocking glint in its eyes, Meowth gazed at Bulbasaur. Go on, attack me again if you dare. Bulbasaur. In response, Bulbasaur could only grit its teeth and resolutely unleash another Leaf Blade attack. Although Meowth's demeanor appeared rather peculiar, it had Pokémon to protect behind it. Retreat was not an option, only an advance. With a disdainful expression, Meowth pressed another button, causing two mechanical arms to lean slightly forward and spin rapidly, adeptly maneuvering to intercept all of Bulbasaur's leaf blade strikes without fail. Ha ha ha, truly feeble, Meowth cackled, reveling in the moment. While it might be lacking in raw strength, in this day and age, who relies solely on their own power in the Pokemon world? Please. Technology transforms lives. The impoverished depend on hard work, while the affluent rely on innovation. Watching Bulbasaur falter, Meowth experienced an unprecedented thrill. The figure of the cat leader from its memories began to merge with the sight of Bulbasaur before it. Both possessed a commanding presence, wielding power far surpassing that of other Pokemon, both equally loathsome to Meowth. Yet now, they were still destined to be trampled beneath my feet. Amidst Meowth's somewhat deranged laughter, it seized Bulbasaur firmly with its mechanical arms and mercilessly stomped it down. Is Meowth all right? It seems rather strange now. Looking at Meowth's demeanor, Jessie felt a twinge of unease and glanced at James. What is this? If you had that kind of power, you'd be as arrogant as Meowth. If I only had the materials to create a human-sized exoskeleton, I would surely humiliate that woman Athena. Seeing that Jessie did not share his sentiment, James decided to dismiss the thought, attributing it to mere illusion. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Team Rocket, a dark shadow lurked nearby, observing them with keen eyes. Chapter 16. No one is allowed to bully Ash, not even Misty. How infuriating. Team Rocket, what are you doing? Just as Meowth was about to torment Bulbasaur, Ash's voice echoed from the forest before he even made his appearance. Pidgeotto, use air slash. Pidgeotto appeared out of thin air, its wings shimmering with a white glow as it swiftly unleashed two blades of air, precisely striking the capture net that ensnared the other Pokemon, successfully dismantling it. Just in time, you little brat. We weren't looking for you, yet here you are. Seeing the capture net destroyed, Jessie paid no heed, instead glaring fiercely at Ash. This time, luck 1TB on your side. Come forth, Arbok. Appear, Weezing, and Houndoom. James wasted no time and immediately tossed out two Pokeballs. And Houndoom seems to have undergone quite a few changes in the remake, bringing along that family S Houndour. TSK, this is delightful. I always wish James would bring along Houndour when watching that episode as a child, and now it has come full circle. However, it's unfortunate that Houndoom has to engage in misdeeds with Team Rocket, being a symbol of the police force. Perhaps the editor is hinting through Houndoom, a Pokemon representing justice, that the Team Rocket trio isn't inherently malevolent, unlike other members of Team Rocket. 666. I've become a reading comprehension expert. The diligent students of Huaxia, their lives consumed by reading. Observing the comments, Ash felt a twinge of confusion. To him, Meowth and Jessie were both figures exuding dark energy, clearly not benevolent. So could they really be good at heart? However, James did not exhibit any dark energy. Perhaps he was indeed a good person, otherwise Houndoom wouldn't accept him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ash refocused on the battle. After being able to use Aura Sphere, he not only mastered the power of Aura but also enhanced his senses, allowing him to accurately gauge his opponent's strengths. Now, Ash could distinctly sense that this Houndoom was formidable. If Arbok and Weezing possessed a combat power of 100, then Houndoom would boast a staggering 400, doubling that of the former two combined. It had already caught up to Pidgeotto. Weezing, use Smog. Arbok, unleash Sludge Bomb. Jessie and James were far more serious this time, launching their attack immediately. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack and create a gust. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder. Sensing the situation was becoming precarious, Ash released Butterfree. Both sides' Pokemon launched their attacks almost simultaneously. The dark purple beam shot from the Smog was effortlessly dodged by Pidgeotto, which benefited from its gust-enhanced speed. Although Butterfree's Sleep Powder was now much faster due to the gust, the obscuring Smog made it difficult for Ash and Butterfree to discern Weezing's whereabouts, resulting in a miss. You little brat, don't think only your Pokemon can use Quick Attack. Houndoom, use Quick Attack. While it appeared that both sides were evenly matched, this was only true before James's Houndoom had made its move. Upon hearing James call out the familiar move, Ash's pupils dilated in shock. Houndoom, which had been observing, now emitted a familiar white glow at James's command. It was indeed Quick Attack. With no hesitation, Houndoom, empowered by Quick Attack, surpassed Pidgeotto's speed, which had activated the move earlier. Though Pidgeotto was distracted, its speed had not reached its peak, leaving Ash uncertain whether it could even land a hit against Houndoom's terrifying velocity. And what about me? We are an evil organization. Who agreed to a 2v2? Meowth kicked Bulbasaur aside, a sinister grin gracing its features. Behold my flamethrower. Houndoom, unleash flamethrower as well. As Meowth pressed a button, A circular aperture appeared in the middle of the mechanical arm, targeting Butterfree in the sky before firing flames without hesitation. Meanwhile, Houndoom set its sights on Pidgeotto, successfully locking onto it thanks to its speed, and unleashed its flamethrower. Engrossed in the black smog, Butterfree was caught off guard by Meowth's surprise attack. Even Ash did not anticipate Meowth could truly utilize flamethrower. Although Pidgeotto reacted in time, halting its gust and executing quick attack with all its might. Barely evading the first flamethrower, Houndoom offered no respite, launching a barrage of fire pillars towards it. Moreover, Arbok and Weezing were not idle, intermittently firing sludge bombs from within the smog, presenting a formidable challenge. Little brat, I advise you to concede early. It will spare you and your Pokémon some suffering. James regarded Ash coldly. Although this little brat had thwarted their plans, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for the 10-year-old. I can't believe I once thought Team Rocket was still as incompetent as before. The remake has really added an oppressive atmosphere. It's truly despicable. Not only do they have combination tactics, but they also have the advantage in numbers. While Ash still has Pichu and his Aura Sphere. Pichu hasn't resolved its issues and would be akin to a sacrifice, and Ash's Aura Sphere is not yet proficient, risking hitting Bulbasaur and the others. So what should be done? Should I just watch as Team Rocket defeats Pidgeotto and the others? What a joke. How could I possibly watch you capture Bulbasaur and the rest? Observing the beleaguered Pidgey and its companions in the sky, Ash acknowledged his own carelessness. His preconceived notions and the earlier jests in the chat had instilled in him a sense of underestimation towards his opponents. Casting a glance at the anxious Pichu, he surveyed his own hands, wondering if he truly had no choice but to trade injury for injury. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a terrifying roar echoed from the side, accompanied by a tremor beneath his feet. This sudden turn of events rendered the Pokémon of Team Rocket momentarily stunned, their actions slowing to a halt. Was this intimidation? Ash turned back with immense surprise, and indeed, before his eyes stood familiar figures. Misty with her formidable Gyarados, and Brock with his mighty Onix. 4 against 2 was hardly a fair match, but let us not forget, we are not alone. Misty's gaze towards the trio of Team Rocket was icy. How dare they attempt to bully Ash in her absence? Such a transgression, she vowed, would not go unchallenged. Chapter 17, The Thunder That Cuts Through Chaos. Did you actually discover us? Musashi gazed at Gyarados and Onix, suddenly feeling the pressure, particularly from Gyarados, whose overwhelming aura instilled a sense of dread within her. If it weren't for the ruckus you all created, we wouldn't have been able to arrive in time. Misty glanced at the Houndoom, furrowing her brow in surprise. She hadn't anticipated that Team Rocket would possess such a Pokémon, given that its predecessor, Houndour, symbolized righteousness. Entirely incompatible with the malevolent intentions of Team Rocket. Thank you for coming, Misty. Your timing is impeccable. With Misty and Brock's arrival, Ash felt a wave of relief wash over him. While he could accept defeat, he could never allow the cost of failure to be the Pokémon's welfare. With Misty and Brock by his side, victory was assured. Misty's fierce protection of her companions is simply magnificent, and Gyarados, though its earlier antics with Butterfree were somewhat comical, has now reclaimed its grandeur with this appearance. Unbeknownst to Misty, her actions were sparking a fervor in the chat. Her mind was solely focused on one thing: to send Team Rocket flying. Gyarados, unleash Hydro Pump. Onix, use Earthquake. Misty and Brock simultaneously launched their assault on Houndoom without a word, a testament to the unspoken synergy between seasoned gym leaders. The Earthquake caused the ground beneath Houndoom to sink, and although Houndoom evaded with remarkable speed, its velocity was significantly reduced, granting Gyarados the opportunity to strike with Hydro Pump. Houndoom, quickly use Protect. Realizing Houndoom had no avenue for escape, Kojiru urgently shouted. With a resounding roar, Houndoom summoned a shimmering shield of light before it. Boom! The Hydro Pump collided with the barrier, unleashing a cacophony of sound and a whirlwind of debris. Meanwhile, Bulbasaur had regained some strength and used Razor Leaf to deflect the incoming rubble aimed at its fellow Pokémon. However, this effort drained its energy, leaving it vulnerable to the ensuing shockwave, which hurled it back, causing it to crash into a nearby tree, injuries multiplying. Pidgey Butterfree. Upon hearing Ash's call, Pidgey and Butterfree exchanged a knowing glance. They needed no further command from Ash. They positioned themselves in front of Bulbasaur, vigorously flapping their wings to generate a gust of wind. Seeing Pidgey and Butterfree take flight, Arbok and Weezing intended to pursue, but a colossal figure loomed before them. Though obscured by the black mist, Onix had no trouble navigating the chaos, requiring no special move. A simple sweep of its tail was sufficient to strike both Arbok and Weezing, knocking them into unconsciousness. Cursed be this fate. Observing his side falter, Meowth's eyes glinted with malice as he pivoted toward the nearly incapacitated Bulbasaur. If he could seize that creature as a hostage, these self-proclaimed champions of justice would soon find themselves at his mercy. Just as he made his move, a powerful arm appeared before him. Ash, having discerned the dark energy surrounding Meowth, charged forward the moment he noticed its malevolent aura intensifying. "You little rascal, I had no intention of engaging you. But since you've come to me, don't blame me for what follows." Upon recognizing Ash, Meowth's heart leapt with joy. Capturing Ash would not only guarantee his escape, but might also provide leverage over Brock to obtain the recipe. A sinister grin spread across his face as he pressed the button, and two mechanical arms lunged mercilessly toward Ash. "Surrender, little brat." Clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed as Meowth stared in disbelief at the suddenly immobilized mechanical arms. What was happening? Had the machinery malfunctioned? In the next instant, Ash provided the answer. The view that had been obscured by the mechanical arms slowly cleared, revealing the furious visage of the young trainer. "Team Rocket, I am genuinely furious right now. Regardless of whether you are good or evil, I am going to teach you a lesson." Ash's voice brimmed with indignation as he exerted himself, forcibly bending the mechanical arms apart. Witnessing this astonishing display, Meowth's eyes widened in astonishment. "That's a human. Pichu, go." As the mechanical arms were pried open, Ash swiftly instructed Pichu. Pichu nodded, recalling the harrowing experience Bulbasaur had endured. It too had once felt powerless, forced to silently accept its fate. But now, it was no longer alone. A faint blue glow sparked within Pichu's eyes, and it darted along the mechanical arm toward Meowth with astonishing speed. High-speed movement acquired. Perhaps I am still weak, but this time, I shall be brave. Not just for myself, but for Ash, for Bulbasaur, and for all of us. It yearned to respond to Ash, to stand by his side, to remain with him always. Meowth, restrained by Ash, had no time to notice Pichu as it approached his head. Pika, the electrical energy, which had never before been fully unleashed, finally found its outlet. Thunderbolt acquired. With Pichu's desperate cry, a bolt of lightning surged skyward, shattering the clouds and transforming into a fearsome dragon of thunder, laden with immense power, which struck Meowth. As the lightning dissipated, Pichu underwent a transformation, evolving into Pikachu, the destined partner of Ash. At last, this familiar sensation, I knew it was you, the great Pikachu. The magnificent Pikachu has returned to its loyal Pokémon world. How splendid. This thunderbolt was extraordinary. No wonder Pichu faced so many challenges earlier. It was hiding its true potential. At the pinnacle of divinity, reigning supreme. Where there is Pikachu, there is heaven. What an unbearable sensation. Charred and battered, Meowth finally collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Pikachu, panting heavily, gazed at the disheveled Meowth in a daze. "Well done, Pikachu, you did it." As the individual closest to Pikachu, aside from Meowth, Ash was acutely aware of the sheer force behind Pikachu's recent thunderbolt, which had utterly surpassed the might of Gyarados' hydro pump. Witnessing Pikachu's growth filled him with immense joy, reaffirming the adage, there are no eternally useless Pokémon, only inept trainers. While this was indeed a cause for celebration, Ash first needed to assess the condition of Bulbasaur. Having grasped the power of aura, Ash intuitively understood its effects. Beyond the ability to concentrate aura into a projectile, it also facilitated communication and the detection of a Pokémon's physical state. Naturally, this did not reach the extraordinary level of Brock's analytical eye. It merely allowed him to ascertain the health of the Pokémon. "Relax, Bulbasaur. It's me. I won't harm you." Although he could not discern the figure approaching, Ash's voice lingered in Bulbasaur's mind. Recognizing Ash, Bulbasaur offered no resistance. However, it lacked the strength to do so anyway, feeling no animosity in its heart. Fortunately, the injuries were superficial, with little internal damage. After using aura to assess Bulbasaur's condition, Ash let out a slight sigh of relief. The myriad of wounds adorning Bulbasaur's body was quite alarming, yet thankfully, they were merely surface wounds and had not compromised its core vitality. It should be able to endure until they reached the nearby Pokémon Center. Meanwhile, Misty's battle was drawing to a close. Despite the relentless assault from Gyarados, the swift Arcanine could not withstand the onslaught and was ultimately overwhelmed. It bore the brunt of Gyarados' terrifying hydro pump, succumbing to a state of incapacitation and collapsing, unable to rise again. Just as Misty and her companions prepared to capture Team Rocket's trio, an ominous shadow crept up from beneath their feet. In a moment of utter bewilderment, they were abruptly dragged underground. In the collective astonishment of the group, this unforeseen event left them momentarily dumbfounded. And even Team Rocket appeared bewildered, their expressions reflecting sheer confusion. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Misty and Brock arrived at the spot where Team Rocket had just disappeared, examining the ground with puzzled expressions. What just happened? The expressions of Team Rocket suggested they were equally perplexed. Teleportation? That doesn't seem likely. It resembled a ghost-type ability, slipping into shadows. Did someone intervene to rescue them? But if such power exists, why not assist Team Rocket in defeating us? Why merely rescue them? This conundrum left Misty and Brock deeply puzzled. Let us not dwell on that. We should take Bulbasaur to the Pokémon Center. Ash did not react significantly to Team Rocket's disappearance. Through the barrage of messages, he gleaned that this encounter with Team Rocket was far from their last. They would undoubtedly cross paths again. The immediate priority was to expedite Bulbasaur's journey to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Chapter 18. The Past of Pichu to me. The world is a dichotomy of black and white. The white side, effortlessly embraced by those cherished by it, requires no action. The black side, regardless of its deeds, elicits no longing from anyone. I have experienced both white and black. I have felt the warmth of the former and faced the cruelty of the latter. Regrettably, my journey traversed from white to black. I was born in a place known as Viridian Forest, among a clan called Pikachu. In my early years, I learned to harness Thundershock to gain acceptance within the group, needing only a modicum of confidence to evolve into Pikachu. This tradition has persisted since time immemorial. Once, I too yearned for the day I would become a Pikachu. Yet within this clan existed an anomaly. Me, the sole individual who, upon reaching maturity, could never master the simplest of Pichu's abilities, Thundershock. I was incapable of unleashing Thundershock. Thus, I became an outcast among my kin. In my naivety, I could not fathom why this was so, nor why my friends, including my childhood companion and closest Pikachu, distanced themselves from me. I felt as though I had committed some unforgivable act. Although I could not use Thundershock to knock down berries, I climbed with all my might to gather them for my clan, hoping to earn their forgiveness. Yet, the only response I received was disdainful expressions. The berries I collected, which I treasured, were disregarded, as if my touch had rendered them tainted. I could not comprehend the reasons behind this. I only knew that I was loathed. Desperate to atone, I scoured the forest, offering my assistance to everyone. But upon seeing me or anything I had touched, they scurried away in revulsion. Nevertheless, I remained determined. I observed my kin nuzzle against one another, generating sparks of electricity, their faces alight with joy. I endeavored to learn, tirelessly honing my skills. At last, I succeeded. I mastered Thundershock, and sparks danced upon my cheeks. Elated, I approached my clan to showcase my newfound ability, believing I would finally gain their acceptance. Yet, I was met with the same cold stares. Is that unstable current truly Thundershock? Don't be ridiculous. The disdainful words of my clan plunged me into despair. Yet I yearned to redeem myself. I shouted fervently, "Anyone, come rub cheeks with me. Trust me, you too will smile after touching me." But in the end, no one came. The last to depart was a Pikachu I recognized. Her familiar tale revealed her to be my childhood friend, once my closest companion. Yet, she too merely watched from afar before fading into the night. It was at that moment I truly grasped that I and my kin existed in entirely different worlds. Overwhelmed by despair, I left the clan and surrendered to my fate. I wandered aimlessly through the forest, scavenging for discarded, rotting berries, even though their scent was foul and repugnant. In that moment, I seemed to understand why my kin had reviled me. Perhaps, in their eyes, I was akin to the decayed fruit. Even when I stumbled upon good berries, I was powerless to protect them. My frail form was easily overpowered by other Pokémon, who would seize them and pummel me mercilessly. I believed my life would end there, but one day, I collapsed by the riverbank. When I awoke, I found myself in a human home. I harbored no feelings toward humans. As a being nearly akin to a ghost, I felt it unnecessary to expend energy forming thoughts about others. However, this human was peculiar. Rather than mistreating me, he offered me delectable berries, none of which were rotten. Additionally, he delighted in recounting a tale of a boy traveling the world with a Pikachu, ultimately saving it. For me, there was no envy or jealousy toward that Pikachu. Rather, I was simply curious. What had compelled that boy to choose to journey alongside a Pikachu? In my eyes, the existence of Pikachu is not one of great strength. Rather, it is feeble, characterized by a timid disposition that clings to the powerful. The evolution of Raichu perhaps holds more significance than the presence of Pikachu itself. I find myself bewildered, as that human never sought to explain, but rather recounted this tale tirelessly, day after day. I harbor no fondness for this narrative, for it strikes me as devoid of reason and logic, a mere fabrication. Then one fateful day, That human proclaimed that I would meet the boy from the story the following day and inquired if I wished to become the Pikachu within it. I neither assented nor declined. I simply gazed at him in silence. Seemingly interpreting my silence as consent, he ensnared me within a Pokeball. I loathe the Pokeball. It is a suffocating darkness, and my decaying, near-death soul finds no solace within. Yet, I did not resist. Aware that my actions would alter nothing, I am but a weak creature. Time passed, though I cannot say how long, until I was released and beheld the boy that human had spoken of. He was a foolish being, grinning at himself even after I had shocked him. What a simpleton. How could someone like him ever become the hero of the tale? My skepticism does not lie with the boy's potential, but rather with my own self-awareness. I am a useless Pokemon, incapable of embodying the Pikachu of the narrative. Perhaps the boy could be that hero, but I could never be that Pikachu. Thus, I thought and acted accordingly, remaining indifferent to the boy's every gesture of goodwill. I cannot accept his kindness. A being such as myself is unworthy of such warmth. Hate me, boy, and cast me aside to seek another Pikachu. Perhaps you may yet become that hero. Regardless, I could never become that Pikachu. Chapter 19. The Anomaly of the Rainbow Feather. After Brock had administered a simple bandage to Bulbasaur, Ash lifted it and sprinted towards the nearest Pokémon Center. The other Pokémon were injured but not severely, so they could accompany Misty and the others. You must be all right, Bulbasaur. Unfortunately, the weather was not in our favor. The once clear sky darkened ominously, and rain poured down relentlessly from all directions. Ash removed his hat and placed it atop Bulbasaur's head, shedding his jacket to wrap around it. Bulbasaur was far too weak, and without immediate warmth, its condition could worsen. As for why he didn't return Bulbasaur to its Pokeball, he knew that even if Bulbasaur wished to be released afterward, it could not be recaptured. Ash had tried, but it was a captured Pokemon, unable to be captured again. Thus, he continued to carry Bulbasaur onward. Pikachu, you should get into your Pokeball too. Pie. Seeing Pikachu's worried expression and frantic head shakes, Ash understood its intentions and did not insist. Then hold on tight. Let us move at full speed. With Pikachu gripping his vest, Ash summoned the power of Aura, channeling it through his body as described in the novels, ultimately forming a cycle that enhanced his speed even further. Thankfully, there were few onlookers. Otherwise, they might have mistaken Ash's rapid movement in the rain for a rare Pokemon. At Ash's current speed, he must have broken a world record. I can't imagine how unstoppable Ash would be in the Olympics. Is it amusing to have a deity participate in human competitions? Honestly, with Ash's speed and aura attacks, he could easily compete. Ash's Pokemon has lost the ability to battle. Ash is warming up, and he's on the field. Ash, you better hope to stop at my 5th Pokemon. The focus of the comments was distinctly different, showing no concern for potential mishaps. Instead, they teased Ash. Ash understood that this was the audience's trust in him, so he harbored no other thoughts about the comments. At last, they were nearing the Pokemon Center. With all his might, Ash released the aura to scout ahead and finally sensed the Pokemon Center, allowing the tension in his chest to ease. Just then, he felt a sudden warmth in his chest, as if something was heating up. Ash had no time to investigate this peculiarity and pressed on toward the Pokemon Center. Please, Nurse Joy, save this Bulbasaur. Ash, drenched to the bone, cradled Bulbasaur and gazed anxiously at the somewhat bewildered Nurse Joy. I understand, but are you all right? Upon seeing Bulbasaur's severe injuries, Nurse Joy sprang into action. I'm fine, just treat Bulbasaur first. All right, there are towels over there. Please dry yourself off. Thank you. Ash politely accepted the towel from Nurse Joy and, after watching Bulbasaur enter the medical room, he let out a long sigh of relief. After drying himself and Pikachu, Ash finally had a moment to investigate the source of the earlier warmth. It was the rainbow feather. Following Brock's suggestion, Ash decided to explore paths beyond just that of the Aura Guardian, for multiple choices yield multiple paths. He adorned himself with the rainbow feather as per Brock's training plan to enhance his affinity with it. What is this? Ash retreated to a secluded corner and retrieved the rainbow feather from his vest. Though it appeared ordinary and radiated colorful light, it was emitting an unusual warmth, something that had never happened before. Pikachu, observing the peculiar rainbow feather, wore a puzzled expression. Why does it feel like the feather is moving? Pikachu, have you noticed something? Pie. Understanding Pikachu's gesturing, Ash loosened his grip on the rainbow feather. As he did, he sensed the feather orienting itself toward a particular direction. Is there something out there? Ash pondered, and the comments mirrored his curiosity, indicating a situation unique to this moment, an occurrence absent from the original work. Ash, how is Bulbasaur? At that moment, Misty and Brock arrived at the Pokemon Center, having just handed over the Pokeballs of their Pokemon at the front desk before approaching Ash. It's already in the medical room. We're just waiting. Seeing Misty and Brock arrive, Ash felt relieved to leave things in their hands. Misty, lend me your raincoat. I need to go out for a bit. What? It's pouring rain. Why would you go out now? Misty questioned, perplexed, but obediently removed her raincoat and handed it to Ash. It seems the rainbow feather has sensed something. I must investigate. Without hesitation, Ash donned the raincoat and dashed out with Pikachu. Ash, this guy. Wait, even with the raincoat, he is only wearing a vest underneath. How can he endure this? The realization struck Misty, and she suddenly recognized how thin Ash's clothing was, thoroughly soaked through. No, I must follow him. Just as Misty prepared to chase after him, the door to the medical room swung open. Excuse me, who brought in Bulbasaur just now? Hearing Nurse Joy's voice, Misty turned to Brock. Brock, I'm counting on you here. Don't worry, leave it to me. Everything is fine here. You go after Ash. Brock assured her with a confident smile, pointing to his eyes to reassure her. All right, Xia gently murmured in agreement, hoisting Ash's backpack onto her shoulders and donning his raincoat before promptly setting off in pursuit of the direction he had just departed. Indeed, Sister Xia embodies true love. Ash is engaged in something important, and she is genuinely rushing to his side. No wonder she is the original heroine. Her authority is undeniable. Sister Xia's romantic entanglements are rather excessive. Could this signify a singular female lead? Oh, come on. It must be a multi-female lead scenario. TSK. I shudder to envision Ash surrounded by a harem. Coward. I dare to dream. Chapter 20. NTI, the Youth, and the Charmander. Guided by the feathers of the rainbow, Ash arrived at a clearing. Before him stood a Pokémon he had never encountered before. With its fiery orange fur and robust limbs adorned with iron rings, it bore a striking appearance. A six-pointed star pattern of red adorned its cheeks, while a golden, clover-like crest was embedded on its forehead, and wisps of white smoke drifted gracefully from its back. Ash regarded this Pokémon with a puzzled expression, sensing through his aura that it was immensely powerful, the strongest he had ever seen. Although he had not yet mastered his aura during his previous encounter with Ho-Oh, he surmised that both were of a similar caliber. Isn't that NTI? What brings it here? The rainbow feathers must have led it here. Could it be that Ash aims to capture NTI? Ash, please don't drag me into your fantasies. So it's called NTI? Listening to the barrage of comments, Ash learned the name of the Pokémon before him, and its mere name exuded an imposing aura. As for the notion of capturing it, Ash dismissed it as absurd. Let us be realistic. Even if he were to engage in a physical confrontation, he might not stand a chance, let alone attempt to capture it. Moreover, Ash was aware that certain unique Pokémon had their own distinct roles, much like Ho-Oh, which was said to possess the power of resurrection. How vexing, such a useless thing. Just then, a human voice echoed from NEI's direction. Ash turned to see a disheveled Charmander and a boy nearby, harshly reprimanding it. What on earth is that boy doing? Ash felt a wave of discomfort at the sight of the boy's actions. Why was he being so cruel to his Pokémon? Now the boy, who had just been scolding the Charmander, had noticed NEI, a Pokémon he had never seen before. It looked undeniably powerful, and it appeared to be of the fire type. Just perfect to replace that useless creature. Upon recognizing NTI's form, the boy's lips curled into a sly smile. Come forth, Rockruff. With the boy's command, a wolf-like Pokémon with crimson fur and blood-red eyes emerged. Without hesitation, the boy launched an attack on NTI. Rockruff, use Stone Edge. With a roar from Rockruff, the surrounding earth lifted, transforming into sharp, pointed blades that surged toward NTI from various angles. How dare he strike at NTI? What a reckless fool. Can't he see that Ash hasn't even made a move? What's this? Doesn't he look familiar? Isn't he the one from the movie who abandoned Charmander? It certainly seems to be him. This night form of Rockruff fits perfectly. From the commentary, it appeared that this boy had indeed appeared in the original story. Abandoning Charmander? Initially, Ash thought the boy was merely strict with his Pokémon, but he had now crossed the line into abandonment. His already low opinion of the boy plummeted further. Facing Rockruff's Stone Edge, NTI remained unmoved, casting a dispassionate glance at the incoming attack, which was effortlessly incinerated by flames that erupted from thin air. With a casual breath of fire, NTI sent Rockruff flying, embedding it into the stones behind, rendering it unconscious and incapable of battle. Such formidable strength. Observing how effortlessly NEI had dealt with Rockruff's assault, the boy's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. This is the Pokémon I have longed for. The boy showed no concern for his injured Rockruff or the barely conscious Charmander at his feet, instead fixating on NTI with fervor. Then let us engage in a war of attrition. I refuse to believe you won't tire. The boy retrieved another Pokeball from his belt. However, this time, NEI would not grant him another opportunity to attack. With a swift turn, Flames ignited around its body, and it vanished from sight in an instant. Yet, before departing, Inti cast a meaningful glance toward Ash. Damn it, don't run. Watching Inti disappear, the boy hastened after it. Hey, wait. What about your Rockruff? And your Charmander? Are you just going to abandon them here? Ash furrowed his brow and reached out to block the boy's path. Those Pokemon could not possibly compare to the overwhelming strength of that Pokemon. With just one, he could have countless such creatures. Faced with Ash's challenge, the boy displayed impatience. Well, Rockruff still holds some value. He recalled Rockruff. And the Charmander? Whoever wants that useless creature can have it. I certainly don't. The boy glanced at the Charmander on the ground, his eyes flashing with indifference. Then, under Ash's watchful gaze, he produced a Pokeball and pressed the release button. With a flash of white light, Charmander regained its freedom. There, are you satisfied now? Stop meddling in my affairs and don't hinder me. You scoundrel. What do you think you're doing? I've done what you asked, so why do you still obstruct me? Do you wish to battle me? You think I'm afraid? If it weren't for Charmander's state, I would challenge you right now. Oh, I see why you're clinging to me. It's all about my Charmander. ISNT it. That worthless Pokemon has been released. If you want it, go ahead and pick it up. It won't resist, I assure you. Do you even comprehend what you are saying, you heartless wretch who discards Pokemon at will? The boy's words ignited Ash's fury, and he seized the boy by the collar. What right do you have to judge me? My choices are my own. The boy frowned and attempted to break free from Ash's grip, but despite his efforts, he could not loosen Ash's hold. Are you some sort of brute? You're so strong. Apologize to Charmander. Apologize? What a joke. Apologizing to that worthless Pokemon. It doesn't deserve it. The boy, realizing he could not escape Ash's grip, momentarily displayed panic before swiftly regaining his cold demeanor. As its trainer, is it not your duty to take it for treatment after it has been injured? A scoundrel like you, who casually releases Pokemon, is unworthy of being called a trainer. Are you kidding? A true trainer only needs to possess overwhelming strength. A weakling who can't even defeat a Bulbasaur isn't worth my time or effort to heal. Even if I did, it wouldn't catch up to me. The boy's reasoning was in stark contrast to Ash's beliefs. You, who abandon Pokemon when they are weak. What gives you the right to think you can capture powerful Pokemon? There are no worthless Pokemon in this world, only worthless trainers. Oh, so this is your so-called philosophy? The youth's countenance remained unaltered, instead revealing an air of calm composure. Yet, for me, it mattered little to cast aside those who could not keep pace. However, you, with your self-righteous notions, what grounds do you have to impose them upon me? I have encountered many like you, mere foolish children, laughably naive. And it is no wonder that you are accompanied by a worthless Pokemon like Pikachu. Oh, I misspoke slightly. Your physique surpasses theirs, yet you are merely a simple-minded brute. You. In response to the youth's provocation, Ash was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to deliver a punch to that insufferable face. Just as he raised his right hand, he halted, barely restraining his anger from spiraling into irrationality. Resorting to violence to resolve disputes was not the mark of a true Pokemon trainer. Any conflict ought to be settled through Pokemon battles. Ash cast the youth aside, glaring fiercely, challenging him to a duel. The boy stood up, stretching his somewhat aching body and brushing off the dust. I am indifferent to such matters. However, if you continue to neglect that fellow, the flames within him shall surely extinguish. How infuriating. Charmeleon. Upon hearing the youth's words, Ash became aware of Charmeleon's life signs rapidly diminishing. My name is Cross, and I shall compete in the World Championship. If you possess the capability, take this worthless Charmeleon and prove your beliefs correct in the arena. If not, cease your meddling here. The boy spoke indifferently, turning to pursue the path towards NTI. What a detestable character. I shall show you. First and foremost, it is imperative to take Charmeleon to the Pokemon Center for treatment, forcing Ash to suppress his rising fury. Charmeleon, hold on a little longer. I will take you to the Pokemon Center right away. Ash gently cradled the weakened Charmeleon, whispering words of comfort. Pikachu also chimed in, expressing its disapproval towards the boy who had abandoned his Pokemon. There are no worthless Pokemon, only incompetent trainers. This truth was abundantly clear to it. With that, Ash hurriedly made his way to the Pokemon Center with Charmeleon in his arms. On the return journey, Ash suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Turning to glance, he spotted Misty sitting on the ground, cradling her injured ankle. Ash, embarrassed by her predicament, Misty lowered her gaze. She had intended to deliver clothes to Ash, only to end up injuring herself. Don't speak, just get on. I'll take you back to the Pokemon Center, and you can help me carry Charmeleon. Upon seeing Misty's condition, Ash immediately recognized that she had twisted her ankle, recalling that their first meeting with Serena had been quite similar. Coupled with her earlier comments, He understood that Misty had ventured out solely for him, and her injury was also his responsibility. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ash's tone was unexpectedly gentle. Misty softly responded, showing no resistance, obediently following Ash's lead. Observing the frail Charmeleon in Ash's arms, a look of confusion crossed her face. Had Ash come out simply to find her? Yet why did Charmeleon bear so many battle scars? Surely, Ash would not act so callously? Although Misty was puzzled, she remained silent. Misty gasped as Ash suddenly lifted her in a princess carry. This way is quicker. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Misty's cheeks flushed as she looked down, afraid to meet Ash's gaze, fearing he might see her reddened face. She understood Ash's character. He wasn't the type to take advantage of her. Her lowered gaze stemmed not only from embarrassment, but also from a deeper, unrecognized emotion. Ash felt so warm. Once again, she was pressed against him, face to face. Misty distinctly felt the warmth radiating from Ash and the comforting scent that enveloped him. Ash's heart raced. Was it because he was holding a beautiful girl? It seemed he was such an easily embarrassed fellow, considering she hadn't even said anything yet. Wait, something felt off. That sound, it wasn't Ash's heartbeat. It was my heart racing. It seemed that the one whose heartbeat quickened was me. Chapter 21. The comments from the crowd were all too familiar. Ash, you're back. Upon seeing Ash return safely, Brock was about to share the good news. Just moments ago, Bulbasaur and the other Pokémon had been treated and were fine, but upon witnessing Ash carrying Misty in a princess carry, he was taken aback. Wasn't Misty supposed to be the one looking for Ash? Why was Ash carrying her back instead? However, upon noticing the nearly lifeless Charmeleon in Misty's arms, Brock's expression turned grave. Ash nodded, indicating he understood, and anxiously turned to Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, could I trouble you to treat this Charmeleon? Its condition is rather dire. Charmeleon had not only sustained injuries from battle without receiving immediate care, but it had also been exposed to the rain for an extended period. And the flame at the tip of its tail, a symbol of its vitality, was flickering precariously, on the verge of extinguishing. At that moment, Ash gently set Misty down onto a nearby chair, and Nurse Joy's face instantly grew serious upon seeing Charmeleon in Misty's embrace. Having served as a Pokémon nurse for many years, she recognized at a glance that Charmeleon's condition was far from optimistic. Although its wounds were not as severe as Bulbasaur's, its situation was more critical. While Nurse Joy felt somewhat bewildered at how Ash managed to return with yet another injured Pokémon, she was well aware that, as a healer, her priority was to save the Pokémon, not to speculate. I understand, leave it to me. Having gathered information from Brock, she pieced together the situation regarding Bulbasaur's injuries. Knowing well what kind of person Ash was, it was quite possible that Charmeleon had been rescued by him on the roadside. After watching Charmeleon being taken into the treatment room by Nurse Joy, Ash finally felt at ease as he turned his attention to Bulbasaur, who was resting nearby. Bulbasaur, are you feeling better now? Although Bulbasaur had undergone treatment and was feeling much improved, it still appeared somewhat weak. However, in front of Ash, its savior, it mustered the energy to offer a warm smile. I'm glad to hear you're okay. After using Aura to carefully assess Bulbasaur's condition, Ash turned his gaze towards Misty. At first glance, he noticed her swollen ankle, and a wave of guilt washed over him. If he had been more attentive earlier, perhaps he could have prevented Misty from injuring herself while searching for him. It's nothing, Ash. This is entirely my fault for not watching where I was going. Misty hurriedly explained, sensing Ash's guilt. Misty, don't try to comfort me. This is all my fault. If I had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. Brock, do you have any healing ointment left in your bag? Sure I do. Brock nodded in response, reaching into his backpack to retrieve a bottle of medicinal ointment. Everyday items and medical supplies were predominantly contained within Xiaogang's backpack. However, they had been fortuitously removed when Bulbasaur had pilfered them earlier. Xiao, please bear with me for just a moment. I will be finished shortly. As the most vivacious youth of Pallet Town, Ash was accustomed to running about, climbing trees, and fishing in rivers, often resulting in numerous scrapes and bruises during his childhood. Consequently, he had garnered considerable experience in treating such injuries. Upon opening the medicinal alcohol, Ash delicately dipped a cotton swab into it, and, with his left hand, gently cradled Xiao's right foot. The instant his fingers made contact with her ankle, a slight tremor coursed through her body, and the blush on her cheeks intensified. Thankfully, she had covered her mouth, or she might have inadvertently uttered an odd sound. However, Ash, fully engrossed in attending to her ankle, remained blissfully unaware of her reaction. Yet, the viewers were keenly observant. Here it comes, the episode we all adore. I must say, Xiao truly embodies the elegance of a water-type gym leader. Her legs are stunning. I never noticed until Ash lifted them. Such exquisite feet. Thank the heavens for this sight. TSK, TSK, the comments are from seasoned fans. Of course, the comments were not entirely benevolent. Their focus was not solely on Xiaoxia's face, but rather fixated on her legs. Ash was aware that viewers often engaged in idle banter. If this were reality, they likely would not dare to act so brazenly. Moreover, he paid little heed to the barrage of comments. Otherwise, he might have felt inclined to give them the proverbial middle finger. Gathering his aura into his right palm, Ash applied the medicinal alcohol to Xiaoxia's swollen ankle, gently massaging it with his aura-infused hand. Initially, the cold sensation of the medicinal alcohol elicited a sharp gasp from Xiaoxia. Yet, as Ash continued to knead, a warm current began to flow from below, gradually alleviating her discomfort. The pain, which had only lingered for a moment, dissipated entirely. Xiaoxia involuntarily sighed in relief as the warmth enveloped her. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze, sneaking a glance at Ash. And upon realizing he was focused solely on her foot, she exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Ash remained oblivious to the peculiar sound she had just made. With her head bowed and cheeks flushed, she observed Ash's earnest expression as he tended to her ankle, feeling a mix of warmth and an inexplicable flutter in her heart, which raced as if it might leap from her chest. As Ash continued his ministrations, the power of his aura surged forth. To Xiaoxia's astonishment, the swelling in her ankle began to recede. This unexpected result left both her and Xiao Gang in a state of awe, and even Ash was taken aback. Initially, he had merely hoped that the warmth from the aura would alleviate some of Xiaoxia's pain, but the outcome was remarkably effective. It appeared that the aura possessed capabilities beyond his understanding, warranting further exploration in the future. Lifting his gaze to meet Xiaoxia's, Ash was met with the sight of her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue. "Are you feeling better?" he inquired. "Yes, much better. I can hardly feel any swelling at all, as if I were never injured," she replied. Her initial surprise at Ash's sudden engagement quickly fading when she met the sincerity in his eyes, quieting her previously restless heart. Upon realizing that the swelling had indeed vanished, an expression of pure joy illuminated Xiaoxia's face. She had initially felt guilty about the potential delay to their journey due to her injury, but now she was confident that she could walk without issue. Relieved by her words, Ash responded, "I'm glad you're okay. Otherwise, I would have felt guilty for a lifetime." He cast her an embarrassed glance. Seeing the boy's rare demeanor, Xiaoxia couldn't help but chuckle, playfully tapping his forehead with her delicate fingers. "From now on, you mustn't venture out alone," she admonished. "After all, we are partners, understood?" "Yes, I understand. I won't act alone again," Ash solemnly promised, acknowledging his commitment. Reflecting on the earlier incident when he had pursued Bulbasaur alone without informing Xiaoxia and the others, he realized that had he included them, they might have resolved the situation more swiftly, sparing Bulbasaur from greater harm. In that moment, Ash gained a profound awareness of his own inadequacies. He aspired to be a reliable partner who could shield Xiaoxia and Xiao Gang from harm, rather than being the one in need of their assistance. He still had much to learn and grow stronger. After all, as the protagonist, he could not always remain under the protection of his companions. "I must become stronger, possessing the power to protect my friends." At that very instant, unbeknownst to anyone, a long-dormant Pokeball stirred faintly. Chapter 22, The Departure of Charmeleon. The Rainbow Feather. It matters not, I shall intervene. As time inexorably progressed, Nurse Joy emerged from the treatment room with a somber expression. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Ash's already taut visage faltered. "I'm sorry," she said, prompting Ash to dash into the treatment room without hesitation, closely followed by Xiao Gang and Xiaoxia. What lay before them was the sight of Charmeleon on the hospital bed, its flames extinguished and motionless. How could this be? Witnessing a Pokémon perish before his eyes, Ash found it difficult to accept. He immediately summoned his aura to investigate, yet no matter how he probed, he could not perceive even a whisper of life emanating from Charmeleon. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang, endowed with the all-seeing eye, fell into a solemn silence as he received the grim report. Name, Charmeleon. Status, deceased. How could this happen? In disbelief, Xiaoxia covered her mouth in shock. "Damn it, it's my fault. If only I had been quicker." Ash's face was awash with self-recrimination. "Is this for real? Wait, my Charmeleon has truly passed? This can't be right. Isn't this a children's show? Why are we witnessing this? One moment, we were being fed sweets, and the next, we're faced with this tragedy. Author, are you serious? Although the remake has upped its rating to match the anime, this is too much. I cannot accept this. I admit I was too hasty in celebration. Should Charmeleon truly be gone, this remake would be a complete disaster." Even the usually irreverent comments were now steeped in an unspeakable sorrow over Charmeleon's loss. Ash hung his head in despair. Just moments ago, he could still feel the warmth of Charmeleon, but now all that met him was an icy silence. Ash, Xiaoxia observed his despondent state, struggling to find the right words to comfort him. For a moment, she was at a loss. Wait, resurrection. As Ash watched Inti's solemn expression, a sudden thought struck him. Something about that look reminded him of the day he first met Charmander. A spark of hope lit up in his eyes. Without hesitation, he pulled out the rainbow feather from his chest. The feather burned warmly in his hand, radiating that familiar, sacred energy, the aura of Ho-Oh, the rainbow Pokémon. Please, Ash whispered, voice trembling. Ho-Oh, I beg you. If you led me to that place before, just so I could meet Charmander, then please, help me one more time. I'm begging you. Ho-Oh. Ash had never pleaded with anyone like this before. His expression was pure sincerity as he clasped the rainbow feather tightly, praying with all his heart. Placed the feather on him. Just when Ash thought his prayers would go unanswered, when despair began to settle in, a voice echoed in his mind. It was impossible to tell if it belonged to a man or a woman. You answered me, Ho-Oh. Is that you? Ash asked in surprise. But no response came. Even so, Ash pressed on. Do I just place it on him? Suppressing his excitement, his hands trembling, he lifted the rainbow feather and gently moved it toward Charmander's body. But the moment before the feather touched Charmander, his body froze. The voice spoke again, calm, distant, and almost divine. Are you certain? If you choose to use the rainbow feather to revive Charmander, you will lose your right to take part in the trial. You will never become the rainbow hero. The voice fell silent for a moment, then added softly, of course. Someone who cannot even protect the Pokémon before him could never be worthy of that title anyway. Ash didn't hesitate. Even so, I have to save him. The voice faded, leaving no further resistance. Ash didn't care about the so-called rainbow hero, nor about earning Ho-Oh's favor. He only cared about one thing, the life in front of him, now slipping away. As the feather touched Charmander, a strange sensation washed over him, something being taken. Something sacred and irreplaceable. He knew instinctively, that was the price. His qualification as the rainbow hero had been stripped away. But all that mattered now was whether Charmander could live again. The moment the rainbow feather made contact, it erupted in radiant light, brighter than anything Ash had ever seen. 7 shimmering colors burst forth, flooding the entire room in a divine glow. Brock and the others shielded their eyes, unable to look directly. Ash, with sheer willpower, forced his eyes open just enough to see. He watched as the rainbow feather's holy light streamed into Charmander's body, wave after wave. The dull gray of Charmander's face slowly regained color, and then, whoosh, a flame reignited at the tip of Charmander's tail. But this time, within the flame's glow, Ash could faintly see the reflection of the rainbow feather itself. Tears filled his eyes. He rushed forward, sensing the pulse of life returning. Using his aura, he focused on Charmander's presence, and there it was, a heartbeat stronger than ever before, even surpassing some healthy Pokémon. Brock, check it again. Ash called, voice trembling. Brock opened his analyzer eye and confirmed what he already knew. Yes, it's true. Charmander's alive. But his face grew heavy, because in his vision, he saw that something else had changed. Ash's potential path as the rainbow hero was gone. Ash caught the look on Brock's face and smiled brightly. It's okay, Brock. I don't regret it. I got to see Charmander's smile again. That's enough for me. To others, giving up the chance to become the rainbow hero might seem insane. But to Ash, such titles meant nothing compared to saving a friend's life. Brock's expression softened. That's exactly why I follow you, Ash. Because of that heart. To most people, risking everything for a Pokémon that wasn't even your own would seem foolish. But to Brock, that was what made Ash so different, so right. Misty didn't have Brock's analytical abilities, but from their expressions, she understood what had happened. Ash, she said firmly, no matter what you choose, I'll always stand by you. Always. She, too, had thought further ahead. Using the rainbow feather, Ho-Oh's sacred gift, might anger the legendary Pokémon. Ho-Oh could see this as an act of defiance. But even so, Misty clenched her fists. If Ho-Oh was angry, then she would stand beside Ash to the very end. Because that's what it means to be partners. No matter what happens, they'd face it together. Meanwhile, not far from the Pokémon Center, Inti stood atop a boulder, gazing silently toward the building. Though it couldn't see what was happening inside, its divine senses as one of Ho-Oh's guardians told it everything it needed to know. Do you acknowledge that boy now? Inti rumbled, eyes glowing faintly. From the shadows, a figure emerged, Marshadao, its orange-red eyes gleaming. In a soft, ethereal tone, it answered, he passed. Chapter 23. When you have a choice, don't let yourself regret it. The flame on Charmander's tail burned brightly once more. Slowly, the little Pokemon opened its eyes, and the first thing it saw was Ash's worried, tear-streaked face. Charmander, how do you feel? Ash asked softly. Charmander blinked, confused. He didn't recognize the boy before him, yet deep down, he felt a strange warmth. It was as if he knew this human, as if they once traveled together. Charmander nodded weakly, staring up at Ash with curious, trusting eyes. That's good, that's really good, Ash whispered, finally letting out the breath he'd been holding. He had almost lost him forever. Nurse Joy, who had been watching the entire scene, was utterly stunned. She had seen Charmander's pulse fade. She knew it had been gone, and yet, the flame now burning on its tail told a different story. A miracle had truly occurred before her eyes. Miss Joy, could I trouble you to keep this matter confidential? Brock whispered as he approached Miss Joy. Indeed, I shall. Miss Joy nodded in agreement, fully aware of the astonishing implications should the events of today ever come to light. Who would dare to imagine that a boy who appeared to be merely in his teens possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect Pokemon? Even if such a power could only be utilized once, countless individuals would undoubtedly seek out Ash, for he represented their only connection to the possibility of reviving Pokemon. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Miss Joy resolved to keep the miraculous occurrence of today a secret for life, regardless of whether Brock spoke of it or not. As Misty and Brock exited the infirmary, they left the space for Ash and Charmeleon, still reeling from the miraculous scene they had just witnessed and the potential ramifications. Misty sat anxiously in a chair, casting uneasy glances outside. Brock, there's actually something I didn't mention earlier, he said, noticing the worry etched on Misty's face. Quickly realizing what troubled her. What is it? Misty turned to Brock, puzzled. The training direction for the Rainbow Hero has not been lost, he replied calmly. Why didn't you say so sooner? I've been worrying for nothing, Misty exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. She felt foolish for having fretted over something that wasn't even an issue. Ahem, I didn't speak incorrectly. While Ash's training direction indeed lacks the Rainbow Hero aspect, it has emerged within Charmeleon's training direction, Brock stated with a steady tone. What? Misty's eyes were not only wide in astonishment, but her jaw nearly dropped at Brock's revelation. Could it truly be possible for such a thing to be transferred? Wasn't it said that becoming a Rainbow Hero required Ho-Oh's acknowledgement? How fortuitous that Charmeleon is also a recognized entity, Brock added, seemingly affirming this unlikely turn of events. Oh, perhaps that truly is a possibility, Misty mused, recalling Ash's earlier demeanor when he held his chest. Suddenly, she felt she might have stumbled upon the truth. Was it Ho-Oh who guided Ash to seek out Charmeleon? Well, if that's the case, then they're all allies. Let them do as they please, after all. Ho-Oh is there to support them, she thought, her cheeks flushing at the realization. She worried if her earlier words might have been misunderstood by Ash. Surely he wouldn't overthink it, right? No, saying that made it seem as though she were chastising herself. What an annoying feeling, she lamented, observing Misty's internal conflict. Brock scratched his head in confusion, wondering if perhaps he had misspoken. However, uncertain of how to proceed, he decided to borrow the kitchen to showcase his culinary skills. Meanwhile, the nearly recovered Bulbasaur curiously watched Misty and Brock, sensing that whatever transpired seemed to be of little concern. After a brief exchange between Ash and Charmeleon, Ash was astonished to discover that Charmeleon recognized Pikachu. No, it should be Pichu. Charmeleon was surprised by Pichu's transformation. It had once appeared so gloomy, yet now it radiated such cheerfulness. Charmeleon was from Pallet Town. Did that mean Cross also hailed from Pallet Town? But why had Ash never encountered him? Confounded, Ash decided to call Professor Oak. Oh, Ash, it's been a while. How has your journey been? I hear Gary has qualified for the Indigo Conference already. You must step up your game. Gary was indeed swift in his endeavors, but Ash's current concern was Cross. Do you know a Pokemon trainer named Cross? He inquired. Oh, I know him. He was among your peers, Professor Oak confirmed, but this only deepened Ash's confusion since he had never seen Cross in Pallet Town. Oh, he is not from Pallet Town. He hails from another town, Professor Oak clarified, sensing Ash's bewilderment. I see. That explains it. Why did you bring him up? Did you encounter him during your travels? Well, sort of, Professor Oak replied. Ash disapproved of the boy's near-fatal incident with Charmeleon, but refrained from reporting him to Professor Oak. He intended to prove his ideology in a fair match, thereby demonstrating the fallacy of the boy's views. By the way, you mentioned wanting to head north. It seems that the SS and from Viridian City can take you there. Professor Oak added. Really? That is wonderful, Ash exclaimed, originally planning to scout for a ship to the renowned Viridian City. And now he had a clear option, the illustrious SS and... Wait, the SS and... ISNT that the ship Team Rocket is plotting against? Indeed. The remakes have interwoven these threads quite unexpectedly. Team Rocket? Ash frowned, troubled by the thought of their connection to the SS, and, by the way, you should swing by Professor Elm's place. He was hoping to contact you, but ended up reaching out to me instead. Professor Elm? Oh, I remember. He May's father, right? Are they still in Viridian City? What a coincidence. Yes, Professor Elm has just established a research facility there, Professor Oak clarified. I see. I understand. I will visit when the time comes. Also, do you know where Misty is? She hasn't messaged me at all. Upon mentioning Misty, Professor Oak's expression turned somber. Although she was the only girl among them, he felt a great deal of concern for her. While he had previously worried about Ash, he now recognized his growth as Ash occasionally called to check in. I've seen Misty a few times. She seems to be doing well. If I run into her again, I'll let her know to reach out to you, Professor Oak promised. With the situation clarified, Ash felt a sense of fate regarding his bond with Charmeleon. It was remarkable that he could encounter the Pokémon he had missed due to oversleeping. Was this what they called destiny? Charmeleon, what are your plans for the future? Ash suddenly inquired, causing Charmeleon, who had been playfully interacting with Pichu, to appear somewhat flustered. Charmeleon understood it had been abandoned by Cross and felt no lingering attachment to its former trainer, yet it was still uncertain about what lay ahead. Observing Charmeleon's confusion, Ash extended his hand with a smile. Would you like to travel with me and see where the journey leads? Pichu nodded in agreement, fully supportive of the idea of traveling alongside a former companion from Professor Oak's laboratory, even though it had been rather shy back then. Charmeleon lifted its gaze to meet Ash's earnest eyes and ultimately nodded vigorously. Wonderful. I have successfully caught Charmeleon. Pichu cheered, dancing with excitement at the news. Thus, Ash successfully welcomed Charmeleon into his team. Additionally, he decided not to return Bulbasaur and the others to their previous forest, as it remained too perilous. After inquiring about their opinions, the other party placed immense trust in Ash, expressing their willingness to believe in him as he was sent to Professor Oak's laboratory. Ultimately, after successfully transporting all the other Pokémon, only Bulbasaur remained. Due to Bulbasaur's captured status, it could not be conveyed through a Pokeball. What do you plan to do with Bulbasaur? Bulbasaur, it called, approaching Ash. In response to Ash's puzzled gaze, Bulbasaur expelled a Pokeball from the seed on its back. Bulbasaur, it lifted the Pokeball with its vines and presented it to Ash. Is this your Pokeball? Ash inquired, surprised to see an aging Pokeball before him, not expecting it to have been carried by Bulbasaur all along. Bulbasaur nodded, gesturing with its vines towards Ash and then towards itself. Are you suggesting that I take this Pokeball? Upon realizing Bulbasaur's intent, Ash nodded in understanding. Very well, I comprehend. Feeling Bulbasaur's determination, Ash accepted the Pokeball that belonged to it. I have successfully captured Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. Upon witnessing Ash accept its Pokeball, Bulbasaur joyfully exclaimed. The sight of the young boy before it reminded Bulbasaur of its former trainer. Although much time had passed, the words of the elder felt as if they had been spoken only yesterday. Bulbasaur, when you have the opportunity to make a choice, do not let yourself regret it. Chapter 24. My name is Ash Ketchum. After successfully capturing Charmander and Bulbasaur, Ash and his companions took a moment to rest at the Pokémon Center before continuing their journey towards Leaf Green City. Although Ash had lost the Rainbow Feather, Charmander now possessed the potential to become the Rainbow Hero, rendering Ash's loss inconsequential. With the wisdom gained from prior experiences, Ash now recognized his own shortcomings with clarity, no longer succumbing to laziness or lingering in bed. Each day, he rose early to train alongside his Pokémon. Yes, quite literally training together, even including himself in the process. As he concentrated, he began to manifest a spiraling energy. No, that was incorrect. It was a wave bomb. Following the guidance of the barrage, Ash diligently compressed it until it formed a stable, lead ball-sized wave bomb, no longer fluctuating erratically as before. Through this period of training, Ash had also grown increasingly adept at utilizing his aura. Not only had the range of his aura detection expanded, but he also discovered an unexpected ability to communicate silently with his Pokémon, akin to telepathy. This newfound capability greatly facilitated the exchange of thoughts between Ash and his Pokémon, fostering a seamless bond of understanding. Misty and Brock were envious of this ability, as they recognized that sometimes words could fall short in conveying one's thoughts. While this form of mental communication proved remarkably effective, at present, Ash was conducting special training with Pikachu when 5 small blue creatures suddenly appeared before them. The unexpected arrival of these 5 Pokémon caused Ash to pause his actions and regard them warily. Squirtle, Squirtle. 2 Squirtle exclaimed as they approached in unison, donning sunglasses and marching in perfect formation. What are you doing here? Do you realize this territory belongs to us? The lead Squirtle glowered at Ash and his friends. Taken aback by Squirtle's words, Ash hesitated. They had merely come here because it was near the river, unaware that it was the residence of these Squirtle. I apologize, Squirtle. We did not know this was your home. If you dislike our presence, we shall depart at once. Ash hastily offered his apologies. Oh, you're quite reasonable. Aren't you? Seeing Ash's sincerity, Squirtle decided not to press the matter further. Enough talk. Since you're so agreeable, consider this land yours. Huh, thank you so much. Squirtle. Ash expressed his gratitude upon witnessing Squirtle's sudden change in demeanor and generous offer of their territory. Ash's amiability lightened the mood of the lead Squirtle, who settled down with his fellow Squirtle companions nearby, while Ash resumed their training. Butterfree continued to practice its gust move, while Charmander was honing its control over the special skill, Sacred Fire, which it had unexpectedly learned after mastering the Rainbow Feather. However, as it was still unfamiliar with the technique, it struggled to manage its power, making training by the river essential to avoid accidental harm. Pidgeotto was persistently working on its endurance, and Bulbasaur was beside it, repeatedly striking with its Vine Whip. The scene appeared somewhat odd, prompting comments from the barrage. Though Ash recognized the peculiarity of the situation, he had no other Pokémon available to adequately train Pidgeotto, so he had to make do. As for Pikachu, despite previously showcasing its formidable Thunderbolt, it had yet to reach that level again. This left Ash in deep frustration, unsure how to achieve that power once more. Brock suggested equipping Pikachu with high-quality electric gems, a rare item that Ash did not possess. Thus, Ash could only have Pikachu practice other skills, such as enhancing its speed and mastering Quick Attack. The barrage had also mentioned that Pikachu's tail was notably sturdy, making it capable of learning the legendary Iron Tail. Consequently, Ash incorporated the task of smashing 100 stones daily into Pikachu's training regimen. The Squirtle squad, initially resting nearby, paused their chatter to observe Ash's Pokémon training. At first, they were intrigued by Pikachu's practices, but upon witnessing the training of Pidgeotto and Bulbasaur, they wore expressions of bewilderment. Their jaws dropped when they saw Ash skillfully manipulating a wave bomb. Isn't that humans supposed to be unable to use moves? Is that even right? Is he really a human? This guy is kind of impressive. The lead Squirtle was so astonished that he removed his sunglasses, revealing his sparkling, clear eyes. Just then, Misty emerged from the nearby forest. Hey Ash, dinner is ready. We can head back to eat. Misty had come to call Ash for dinner. But upon spotting the Squirtle squad, her eyes lit up. How come there are so many Squirtle here? They are so adorable. Mesmerized by the Squirtle, Misty eagerly approached them. Initially, the Squirtle were quite resistant to the sudden appearance of Misty, preparing to react defensively to thwart her advance. But they were suddenly struck by an overwhelming aura. They froze, momentarily at a loss, allowing Misty to embrace them. Observing this scene, Ash felt puzzled. Just moments ago, the Squirtle had shown signs of agitation. How had they suddenly become so docile? Could it be that Misty possessed a unique affinity for water-type Pokémon? Unfortunately, Brock's analysis I could not assess Misty's state, leaving Ash in the dark about the true nature of the situation. However, it was the intimidation emanating from the Dragonite, born to be a king, contained within the Pokeball at Misty's waist. Encountering the Squirtle squad and occupying their resting spot, Ash naturally invited them to join him at the campsite for lunch. As for any resistance, the Squirtle squad, held by Misty and intimidated by the Dragonite, dared not defy them. After all, they felt that resisting at such a moment might result in being devoured by that very Dragonite. Thus, they obediently followed Ash and his companions to the campsite. Upon their arrival, two figures appeared before them. Oh my, it smells so good. Ash, is this how you usually live? I'm utterly envious. Upon seeing the familiar visage of the girl, Ash broke into a smile. What is this? Blue, you were so reluctant to stay and eat before, and now you're enjoying a feast. Well, it's not that I hadn't eaten before. If I had known Brock's cooking was this delightful, I would have insisted on staying to indulge. The usually proud Blue offered no rebuttal at that moment, merely devouring the food Brock had handed her. You have no idea what we've been eating out in the wild. Listening to Blue's constant lament, Ash could only chuckle. He then curiously glanced at the individual beside Blue. Is that a boy with blonde hair wearing a straw hat? I can't believe you, Blue, are actually traveling with someone else. Oh, you mean Yellow? It's not exactly traveling together. We just happened to meet in the forest and hit it off. So we decided to walk together. After hearing Blue's words, Ash nodded. Yellow, huh? The name sounds quite familiar, almost like fate. But why does he seem so familiar? A sudden wave of inexplicable familiarity washed over Ash at that moment. Upon hearing Ash's words, Blue rolled her eyes dramatically. How is it that you're just like the original Brock, approaching every cute girl with such cliché lines? Blue was certain that Yellow had never appeared in the original animation, which was why she felt comfortable walking alongside him. She feared that her presence might disrupt Ash's fate. As for the blonde boy, upon hearing Ash's words, he removed his straw hat, allowing his ponytail to cascade down. The blonde girl blushed and said, "Long time no see. Ash, I'm truly sorry for our hurried farewell before. I didn't get the chance to properly introduce myself. My name is Yellow, from the Tokiwa region." Chapter 25. I just want to hold time still and say goodbye properly. Seeing that Ash and Yellow truly knew each other, Blue, who had been prepared to tease Ash, was left utterly speechless. "So, you really do know each other?" "Yes, it's been a while since I've seen you." "Yellow, I thought you had moved away." Ash nodded, then curiously looked at Yellow. "Well, I sort of moved away, but I returned recently." Yellow shyly nodded and put her hat back on. As old friends reunited, Ash was about to continue their conversation when his stomach audibly protested. "Before we reminisce, let us eat first." Hearing Ash's stomach growl, Misty interrupted the harmonious scene with a sigh. Ash sheepishly scratched his head. "Darn it, if I hadn't overused aura sphere, I wouldn't be so hungry after just having breakfast." After enjoying a hearty meal, Ash contentedly patted his belly. "Finally full. I've replenished all the energy I expended during training this morning." Blue also wore a blissful expression, lying back on the grass. "As long as you like it. If there's anything else you wish to eat, just let me know." Watching Blue relish his cooking, Brock was immensely pleased. "By the way, Yellow, are you currently traveling?" "Yes, I'm undergoing training as per my Master's arrangements." You have a master now?" Ash was taken aback at the mention of a master. "Well, although I call him my master, he is like a father figure to me. He is incredibly skilled and has unique insights into Pokemon breeding. My Beedrill has grown into what it is today, thanks to his nurturing and guidance." With that, Yellow released a Beedrill from the Pokeball at her waist. Unlike the wild Beedrills, Yellow's was not only considerably larger, but its stingers were sharper, exuding a chilling aura, and its gaze held an unprecedented solemnity. It resembled a well-trained knight. "Is this the original Weedle?" Ash pondered as he gazed at the imposing Beedrill before him, suddenly recalling something. "Indeed it is. Wow, I can't believe it has grown so much after all this time, and it's obviously been well cared for." Through the power of aura, Ash could distinctly sense the Beedrill's strength, marveling at its prowess. The only Pokemon in his possession that could rival this Beedrill were his Pidgeotto and an unleashed Pikachu. The Beedrill, too, acknowledged Ash, bowing its head slightly in respect before resuming its place as a steadfast guardian beside Yellow. "How did you two meet?" "I had no idea." Faced with the seemingly pre-established connection between Yellow and Ash, Blue wore a peculiar expression. Yellow had never appeared in the animation, so how did Ash come to know her? Was it perhaps a butterfly effect caused by my crossing over? Blue found herself in confusion. "Well, it happened when I was around 9 years old. I went to the Tokiwa forest to play and happened to encounter Yellow. She was quite timid back then, and my sudden emergence from the bushes startled her terribly." "Oh, Ash, don't talk about that." Seeing Yellow's embarrassment, Ash chuckled and refrained from continuing to recount her past. "At that time, I thought Yellow was just an ordinary bug-catching kid." Becoming slightly more serious, Ash continued his recollection. Since Yellow was quite timid, she was afraid to move forward. "But how could we not explore a place where Pokemon lived? I had to tug her along just to get her to proceed. It was unfortunate that shortly after we started walking, a downpour suddenly hit us. The muddy paths of Tokiwa Forest caused us to slip after only a few steps, and we fortuitously crashed into the tree where the Beedrill were resting. I needn't say what happened next. You can guess that we were chased by a swarm of Beedrill." Ash laughed heartily, recalling how he had been covered in bumps while still managing to comfort Yellow. "We had almost decided to make a hasty retreat, but then I noticed a Weedle had somehow climbed onto Yellow's hat, and surprisingly, it wasn't he afraid at all. So she caught it, and that was how I came to meet Beedrill. Had it not been for Ash's presence, I would have likely lost my way in the Viridian Forest." As I gazed upon the Beedrill before me, nostalgia washed over me. Alas, after that day we parted ways. We never met again. I once thought you had moved away. Ash, reflecting on the past, expressed his sentiments. "Indeed, that was my final day here. I had hesitated for quite some time about whether to enter the Viridian Forest, and on the last day, I finally summoned the courage to step inside." As Ash recounted the tale, memories transported me back to that day. While tidying up the belongings in the home of my adoptive master, I stumbled upon a photograph of a youth alongside a caterpie. Although I had never seen my master as a child, I recognized him immediately. The stern visage of my master, once adorned with a radiant smile, rekindled my admiration for Pokemon. I possessed a unique power that others did not. My master referred to it as the Viridian Force, a blessing bestowed upon her by the Viridian Forest. This gift allowed me to communicate with Pokémon, and at times, I involuntarily accessed their memories during our encounters. Yet, this ability also instilled a profound fear within me. I had interacted with numerous Pokémon, but within the depths of their memories lay an unprecedented fear that overwhelmed my heart. Consequently, I dared not stray far from my master's side, nor did I venture far from home. The thought of encountering Pokémon again, of once more tapping into their profound fears, filled me with trepidation. Each recollection of those countless nights steeped in fear made me tremble uncontrollably. Yet, I yearned to see my master smile. With my master's birthday approaching in just a few days, I resolved to capture a Caterpie to bring her joy. Hence, I chose to venture into the Viridian Forest. However, confronted by the vastness of the forest, I felt a sense of trepidation. My master had always protected me well. I had never ventured away from her side. This was my first time leaving home, and the fear of Pokémon continued to gnaw at me. Faced with the daunting unknown of the forest, I was consumed by uncertainty. I questioned whether I could successfully capture a Caterpie, even with the forest's blessings. I wondered if my foray into the Viridian Forest would trouble my master. I found myself lingering at the forest's entrance, wavering until the final day, with my master's birthday on the morrow. At last, I mustered the courage to enter the Viridian Forest. Yet, upon stepping into the forest, I lost my sense of direction. Like a headless fly, I flitted about aimlessly. The sounds emanating from the underbrush filled me with dread, be it the wind, the Pokémon, or some other unknown menace. I dared not imagine. I was terrified. At that moment, I loathed my ignorance, having ventured into this place unprepared. Despite my evident weakness, I had foolishly proclaimed my intent to capture a Caterpie as a birthday gift for my master. I was beset by guilt. The thought of my master searching for me, unable to find me, filled me with dread. I despised my ineffectual self. It was only the appearance of that boy that shattered my despair. The subsequent events unfolded as Ash had previously narrated. They faced a stroke of misfortune, not only encountering a torrential downpour, but also slipping in the mud and colliding with the large tree that housed the Beedrill. They fled from the Beedrill, sustaining numerous stings. Nonetheless, fortune smiled upon me as I successfully captured a Caterpie. Through my connection with the Caterpie's memories, I realized that not all Pokémon were steeped in heavy dread. At least in the memories of this Caterpie, there was an abundance of joy and happiness, reminiscent of the days I spent alongside my master. This revelation rekindled my aspirations for the Pokémon world. Furthermore, I forged a friendship with Ash, who proved to be a remarkable companion. Regrettably, due to my hesitation, I failed to introduce myself to Ash before our parting. I thought to myself that we could meet again the following day, and so I returned home, laden with stings. Upon my return, my master did not scold me. Rather, she instructed her aide to take me for treatment. Aware that I had caused her trouble, I refrained from offering any explanation. I wished to surprise her on her birthday. Unfortunately, despite it being my master's special day, she appeared exceedingly busy. Early in the morning, she departed for another region. My master worked tirelessly from dawn until dusk, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was her birthday. To avoid causing her further inconvenience, I quietly followed her. As evening approached, witnessing her exhausted demeanor, I still lacked the courage to utter those long-awaited birthday wishes. Just as I was engulfed in my inner turmoil, my master spoke. "Xiao Huang, what troubles you today? You seem preoccupied." Despite her fatigue, she had discerned my distress. "Master, have you forgotten? Today is your birthday. Happy birthday." Upon my master initiating the conversation, I found the courage to finally express my heartfelt birthday wishes. "Oh, is that so? I nearly forgot myself. By the way, how did you come to know?" Even Athena and the others were unaware of my birthday. "I discovered it from the old picture frame in your abode. I still remember the inscription on the back of that photograph of you and the Caterpie from your youth. On this day, I met my best partner, August 1 St. "Oh, that one? You still have it?" My master's expression turned nostalgic as she listened to my words. "Yes, I found it while sorting through old belongings." With that, I presented the Caterpie. "Master, my birthday gift for you is my promise to become an exceptional Pokémon trainer, just like you. I will strive alongside this Caterpie, just as you did." My master regarded me, an unusual silence enveloping her. After a moment, I was greeted by the first sound of her laughter. "Haha, this is the best birthday gift I have ever received. But do not aspire to be exactly like me." "Why not, master?" "Because the path I tread is not suited for you." "Then what path should I take?" I questioned, perplexed by my master's denial. I had always admired her, longing to emulate her greatness, yet she now claimed that I could not walk the same road as hers. "You will discover your own path in due time. One day, you will understand, but it will certainly not be the same as mine." My master's words have lingered in my mind, a riddle I have yet to decipher. Ultimately, as my master foretold, I did indeed find my own path. I aspired to nurture the Beedrill into the finest Pokémon and journey around the world with it. That day, my master expressed her satisfaction with my gift, filling me with joy. Yet, a sense of regret also washed over me. I had promised Ash that we would meet again the following day, but I was unable to fulfill that promise. I feared that my breach of commitment would anger him. The next time we met, I would surely need to apologize sincerely. Such were my thoughts at the time. Little did I know that I would remain away for an entire year. Upon my return, when I sought out the boy in Masera town, I learned that he had already embarked on his journey. I extend my sincerest apologies for failing to fulfill the promise made to meet the following day. I am deeply remorseful for not adequately introducing myself, despite receiving such abundant support from the other party at that time. Should fate allow us to cross paths again in the future, I shall earnestly and honorably extend my apologies. I will bravely proclaim, my name is Xiaowang Dai Chongpending Xiang. Chapter 26, Little Ghost, I bring you destruction. Observing the sudden display of sentimentality from Ash and his companions, Squirtle found himself utterly perplexed. Initially, he harbored some dissatisfaction regarding being coerced by Misty to join, yet he resolved to make the most of the situation by indulging in some food before departing. Thus, the Squirtless transformed their anger into an appetite. However, upon tasting Brock's culinary creations, their expressions brightened remarkably. If only they had known such delectable dishes existed. They would have arrived much sooner, my friends. Pikachu, cheerfully munching on berries dipped in ketchup, watched the naively astonished Squirtless with great interest. Pikachu, oh what a boast. This is Brock's extraordinary cuisine. What is wrong with mingling in society? You can't even partake. You can only watch your dear Pikachu enjoy, understand? Got it. Though the Squirtless appeared carefree and somewhat foolish, Pikachu perceptibly sensed the echoes of shared sorrow within them, reminiscent of his own past experiences. After Ash and the others finished their idle chatter, they noticed that the Squirtless had eaten to the point of rolling over and could not right themselves, provoking laughter from the group. Hey, guys, stop laughing and lend a hand. The leader Squirtle, feeling embarrassed at being seen in such a predicament, called out to Ash. I'm coming. Ash suppressed his urge to chuckle and approached the Squirtless, helping them flip back onto their feet one by one. Phew, what a relief. This is truly terrifying cuisine. It's so delicious it has turned us over. The Squirtless licked their lips, reminiscing fondly about the delightful flavors. Yet, if it meant facing such humiliation again, they would prefer to eat a little less. Just a tad less. Although Ash could not decipher the Squirtle's thoughts, their contemplative expression struck him as exceedingly adorable. Oh my, I almost didn't recognize you. Is that you, Squirtle? How have you become so plump in just a few days? You've made me laugh so hard, completely captivated by Brock's delicious cooking. Wow, you're enjoying it so much that I feel tempted to join in. Is anyone going to try to recreate Brock's dishes? Don't joke, my friend. Can you really expect to replicate culinary creations from another dimension in reality? By the way, I just remembered, Xiaolan. Why didn't you give Professor Oak a call when you came out? He has been looking for me. Recalling Professor Oak's request, Ash turned to Xiaolan. Upon hearing the name of Professor Oak, Xiaolan, who had been leisurely basking in the sun, suddenly stiffened. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Hee. Xiaolan slapped her forehead and stuck out her little pink tongue. What good is your cuteness going to do? You should focus on how to explain things to Professor Oak later. Hey Ash, do you really want to just stand by and watch your beloved childhood friend get scolded by Professor Oak? You have no heart, Ash. Seeing Xiaolan pouting again, Ash felt a bit helpless. To be honest, even now, he struggled to understand what his childhood friend was truly thinking. Sometimes composed, sometimes humorous, sometimes cunning, and sometimes kind-hearted, Xiaolan exhibited a plethora of faces, leaving Ash unsure which was the genuine Xiaolan. It was as if, as the comments suggested, she could be a traveler from another world, perhaps even the same world as the comments. Although the comments never described their world, Ash understood that it lacked Pokémon. The mere thought of a world devoid of Pokémon filled him with dread. Life would be unbearably tedious without them. At the same time, Ash felt a lingering curiosity about Xiaolan's past before her arrival. Despite being his childhood friend whom he thought he knew well, she held many enigmas he could not unravel. Truly a mysterious individual. Ash realized that even if he asked her directly, she would likely skillfully divert the topic. Therefore, he could only wait patiently for the day Xiaolan would share everything with him. After all, Xiaolan was one of the most important people in his life, and that would never change. Just as Ash pondered this, an unexpected explosion shattered the tranquility. Amid the crashing of nearby trees, a massive robot resembling Meowth appeared before Ash and his companions. Ha ha ha, I've found you, little brat. I bring you destruction. Strangely, the number of people had increased. The giant Meowth robot echoed the voice of Team Rocket's Jesse. What do you want this time? What are you planning? Ash furrowed his brow at the familiar voice and released all his Pokémon. What do we want? Obviously, it's your Pikachu. The Team Rocket trio, still without the coveted recipe, believed they might truly be out of luck. However, the last time Meowth had encountered Pikachu, he had experienced firsthand the sheer terror of Pikachu's might. That power was beyond what an ordinary Pikachu could possess. Therefore, this Pikachu must be an exceptionally unique entity. If they could present it to their boss as a gift, it might even rival the elusive recipe. Why are they targeting Pikachu? Ash wondered, surprised that Team Rocket had set their sights on his Pikachu, especially after having mocked it as a mere stray dog before. The comments erupted in laughter. Finally, Team Rocket has realized that the recipe is completely unattainable and has shifted their focus to Pikachu. You can't deny it. After that Thunderbolt Pikachu unleashed on Meowth, is that something a regular Pokemon could pull off? If you told me it was a legendary creature, I would believe you. Finally back to their old tricks. Team Rocket, uncertain of what the comments were reminiscing about, Ash's expression grew serious. Since their target remained his Pikachu, as its trainer, he could not stand idly by. Don't think you can hide safely in that robot. With all of us here, we 1T falter. Pidgeotto, use Air Slash. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Charmander, employ Sacred Fire. Ash rapidly commanded his Pokemon to attack. It's useless. Did you think we hadn't considered that? This time, we bet everything we have on a shield that can reflect all Pokemon abilities. With Meowth's sinister laugh, a shimmering barrier materialized before the robot. What is this? Ash thought, recognizing the barrier as Protect. He had anticipated that they could replicate Pokemon abilities in a machine. Through his aura perception, Ash was convinced that the barrier was indeed genuine Protect, and if it truly had a rebound effect, it would be far superior. Truly, they were a talented bunch. As predicted by Team Rocket, Ash's Pokemon attacks were all reflected back. However, Ash remained unperturbed, merely stretching his limbs and revealing a confident smile. No need to panic. Leave the rest to me. Observing Ash's composed demeanor, Jesse's fury reached a boiling point. Oi, you little brat, what are you pretending for? Keep it up, and we might just launch you into the sky. Just watch. As Ash harmonized his mind and spirit, the power of aura coalesced in his palms. Aura Sphere. Continuous fire. With a swift motion, Ash unleashed a barrage of aura spheres, each the size of a cannonball, successfully intercepting all the attacks rebounding from the Pokemon. How is this possible? Is he even human? Initially believing Ash merely possessed above-average physicality, the Rocket Trio was now astounded to witness his ability to wield such skills. Is this right? The trio, staunch believers in science, felt as though the sky was collapsing around them. Now you see. How infuriating. We finally have that little brat and his companion here, and yet we find ourselves utterly powerless. Jessie glared at Ash and Misty, her teeth clenched in frustration. If it comes to this, we have no choice but to resort to our ultimate move. What do you mean ultimate move? Are you really going to use that? At this point, we have no alternatives. If we don't use it, this operation is doomed to fail. But if we do use it, we'll be completely bankrupt. The thought of the consequences sent James into a state of despair. To construct a Meowth robot, they had exhausted their hard-earned savings accumulated over time. Now, we must go all in. Do not underestimate the bonds we share, little brat. Jessie, James, and Meowth pressed the button with tears in their eyes. Ash, who had been observing their movements with his aura, wore a perplexed expression. What are those guys up to? Weren't they just so confident? Suddenly, the Meowth robot began to disassemble, leaving only a massive fist aimed at Ash and his companions. With a thunderous roar, that fist propelled itself toward them with terrifying speed. Following the fist's launch, the Meowth robot disintegrated into a heap of parts, while the Rocket Trio was sent flying by the tremendous backlash. Meowth's fist, you must succeed. The anguished cries of the Rocket Trio echoed through the skies. Faced with such a formidable fist, Ash took a deep breath, realizing he had no assurance of stopping it. He could only pray that he wouldn't be sent flying too far. Ash braced himself to endure the onslaught alone. Of course, he didn't do this out of a desire to be a hero. There were simply no other Pokemon available to intercept the blow in time. As the protagonist, he believed he wouldn't fall so easily. Just as Ash prepared to withstand the impact, a yellow figure suddenly appeared before him. Beedrill Mega Evolve. Accompanied by a familiar feminine voice, the Beedrill before him radiated a vibrant glow. In the instant the light faded, an unprecedented transformation of Beedrill materialized before Ash. The Mega Beedrill made its grand entrance, eyes gleaming with determination, its golden blades shimmering with brilliance. With its body spinning at high speed, it transformed into a golden vortex. fearlessly charging toward Meowth's fist. Boom. After an unprecedented explosion, a terrifying shockwave surged toward Ash and his friends, knocking Misty and the others off their feet. Completely oblivious to what had transpired, Ash, mustering all his strength, barely managed to stand, eyes straining to witness the unfolding scene. Beedrill at 1. Before Ash stood the majestic Beedrill, now returned to its normal state, and the defeated Meowth's fist, completely perforated. Ash, are you alright? Misty approached him, her concern evident. I'm fine, but what was that Beedrill just did? Ash was utterly astonished. The energy within Beedrill had been inferior even to Pidgey, yet at that moment, it had surpassed its limits, and its appearance was drastically different from before. Ash was certain he hadn't imagined it. Beedrill had indeed undergone a transformation. Moreover, what had Misty just exclaimed? Mega evolution? What is that? Could it be that Beedrill was capable of evolving further? Noticing Ash's intense gaze upon Beedrill, Misty patiently explained. What Beedrill just exhibited was mega evolution, a phenomenon recently discovered in the Kalos region. It connects trainers and Pokémon through a keystone and megastone, activating ancient genes to fully unleash a Pokémon's potential, thus achieving mega evolution. That's why Beedrill became so powerful all of a sudden. However, this form cannot be maintained for long, as it relies on the energy provided by the keystone and megastone. With that, Misty handed Ash the keystone pendant she carried. It was a stone shimmering with rainbow hues, though its brilliance seemed dulled from overuse. Ash then noticed a similar stone at Beedrill's tail. Was that the megastone? So that's how it works. Ash nodded thoughtfully, realizing that if he could acquire such items for Pikachu and the others, their power might indeed enhance. Sensing Ash's contemplation, Misty continued, currently, the number of Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution is still quite limited. I see. Which ones are there? Do any of my Pokémon have the potential for Mega Evolution? Ash inquired eagerly, recognizing that if all his Pokémon could Mega Evolve, it would indeed be a significant investment. Upon hearing Ash's question, Misty meticulously examined the Pokémon Ash had. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Ash, many of your Pokémon can Mega Evolve. Charmander, Bulbasaur, Pidgey, they all have the potential for Mega Evolution. Hearing their names called by Misty, Charmander, and the others puffed up with pride. After all, they had just witnessed Beedrill's astonishing strength, and naturally, they felt a yearning to achieve such a transformation themselves. Meanwhile, Butterfree and Pikachu, who had not been mentioned, wore disappointed expressions, but there was no need for them to feel disheartened, for aside from the Mega System, there was also a Gigantamax system in the Galar region, which both Pikachu and Butterfree could access. Upon realizing they still had a chance, Pikachu and Butterfree's spirits lifted as they beamed with renewed hope, understanding that they too could grow stronger. Although Gigantamax wasn't as widely applicable as Mega Evolution and currently could only be performed in the Galar region, Pikachu and Butterfree were not dismayed by Misty's clarification. At least we have a way to become stronger, they thought, feeling content. Ash nodded, realizing he must explore those regions in hopes of acquiring relevant evolution items. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of smoke. Oh no, it seems there's a fire. The commotion caused by Team Rocket has inadvertently ignited a wildfire. Immediately following was the urgent voice of Xiaoxia. What? We must hurry to extinguish the fire. Upon hearing her words, Ash also became aware of the flickering flames and rising smoke not far away. Pidgeotto, Butterfree, quickly assist in putting out the fire. Pikachu, Charmander, gather water to douse the flames. Realizing he did not possess any water-type Pokémon, Ash felt utterly helpless and resorted to fetching buckets of water himself. Gyarados, Starmie, come forth and lend a hand. The group promptly summoned their Pokémon to aid in the endeavor. Xiaolan's Ditto transformed into Blastoise, relentlessly shooting jets of water from its back-mounted cannons toward the blazing inferno in the forest. Observing Ditto's magnificent transformation into Blastoise, the Squirtle squad, who had been in a state of shock, now gazed at it with expressions of admiration. Can I count on your assistance, Squirtless? I truly need your strength now. Ash approached them with a sincere expression. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. In response to Ash's invitation, the leader of the Squirtless, with a grin, readily accepted his request. After all, this was their territory, and they could not allow it to be consumed by flames. Chapter 27. Miss Junsha? The fault lies not with you, but with this world. Thanks to the collective efforts of Ash and the other Pokémon, the spread of the fire in the forest was finally halted, and it was successfully extinguished. Such a significant commotion inevitably attracted Miss Junsha. After the firefighting efforts concluded, she approached Ash and his companions to inquire about the situation. Ash candidly explained that the fire had been ignited by an explosion caused by Team Rocket's attack. With the corroboration of Brock and Xiaoxia, both gym leaders, Miss Junsha nodded in acceptance. Furthermore, her investigation at the scene revealed that the fire indeed stemmed from sparks created by mechanical debris, rather than any Pokémon abilities. Pikachu, big brother, you know me well. If I had started the fire, there would be far more destruction. Charmander, big brother, you know me well. Had I been the one to ignite the flames, there would be no witnesses left. Pidgeotto, big brother, you know me well. I do not play with fire, as such trivial matters do not pique my interest. Butterfree, big brother, you know me well. I have been practicing my dance, with no time to set fires. Bulbasaur, big brother, you know me well. I can barely avoid flames. How could I possibly start them? Greninja, haha, this is hilarious. The comments are pure gold. You guys are the ultimate in humor. Next time we catch Team Rocket, they shall face proper retribution, Miss Junsha thought grimly as she surveyed the ravaged forest. Fortunately, due to Ash and his friend's assistance, the fire's damage to the forest was not as extensive as it could have been. Even if some wild Pokémon were injured, with Xiaolong's healing Pokémon at hand, they successfully treated those affected. However, Xiaolong, having overexerted herself, succumbed to exhaustion and needed to rest. By the way, Miss Junsha, it was primarily this group of Squirtless who put forth the greatest effort during the firefighting. Their coordination was remarkable, allowing them to swiftly control the forest fire. Ash naturally did not wish to take all the credit and introduced the Squirtless to Miss Junsha. Is that so? Miss Junsha observed the Squirtless, who were not wearing sunglasses and appeared somewhat shy, falling into a brief silence before breaking into a smile. They truly are kind-hearted little ones. Initially, the Squirtless had harbored some trepidation, fearing that their past mischief would be revealed, yet they were relieved that their lack of sunglasses prevented recognition. Faced with Miss Junsha's praise, the Squirtless accepted it with cheerful expressions, yet internally, they felt a bit uneasy. They had often caused trouble in her domain and played pranks on her, constantly evading her pursuits. Who would have thought they would receive commendation from her today? This sensation was indescribable, distinctly different from their previous antics driven by a desire for revenge against humans. Nevertheless, one thing was clear. They did not dislike this feeling. In fact, they found it rather enjoyable. At that moment, Miss Junsha called Ash aside. Rather than having failed to recognize the Squirtless, she had known who they were all along. She simply understood that they were not the kind of mischievous Pokémon capable of such arson, thus she did not harbor any suspicions about them. I have always believed they are good kids, Miss Junsha remarked with a smile as she looked at the Squirtless. Did something happen to them before? Ash asked, somewhat surprised. He had initially thought it was merely the Squirtle's unique personalities, but it seemed there was a deeper story he was unaware of. Miss Junsha nodded, as if recalling a memory, and continued, I am the sheriff of a nearby town. I have long maintained peace in the town and facilitated the relationship between humans and Pokémon. The town has indeed thrived, with humans and Pokémon coexisting harmoniously for many years. However, there are always exceptions. At some point, outsiders learned of our town's harmonious existence with Pokémon and began abandoning their Pokémon here. They claim to be doing it for the Pokémon's sake, but they never consider the Pokémon's feelings. Being abandoned without explanation and left in such a strange place is something no one can accept. Listening to Miss Junsha's account, Ash realized that such incidents had occurred nearby. Those trainers were truly despicable. Ash could only express his profound disdain for the act of casually abandoning Pokémon. Once a bond is formed, the commitment must be honored for a lifetime. Otherwise, why choose them in the first place? Noticing Ash fall into silence, Miss Junsha continued. And it was during that time that the leader of the Squirtless appeared. Initially, he too was terrified and panicked, just like the other abandoned Pokémon. But soon enough, he rallied. Not only did he lead the other abandoned Pokémon to find a suitable place to live, but he also gathered other Squirtless with similar experiences to form the Squirtle squad you see today. Perhaps driven by a desire for revenge against those who had discarded them, they banded together and began playing pranks in the town, attempting to vent their frustrations over being abandoned by humans. Of course, these were merely minor mischiefs, causing no significant trouble. The townsfolk understood that their behavior stemmed from being forsaken, so they chose to be forgiving. Each time the Squirtless played pranks, the townspeople would feign anger or act as if they had been fooled. It seemed to allow the Squirtless to express their inner pain through this behavior. Thus, I did not stop them, I merely chased them away symbolically each time. I thought our days would continue like this, that their inner turmoil would gradually dissipate. Yet, I realized I was mistaken. Miss Junsha gazed at the now extinguished forest, as they assisted in extinguishing the flames. The uncontainable joy that illuminated their faces was an expression I had never witnessed before. The shadows of despair that once clouded their features had vanished entirely. It dawned on me that I had gravely erred in allowing them to descend into such self-destruction. Had I engaged with them in calm discourse at a time when they most required warmth, would they not have opened their hearts and coexisted peacefully with the townsfolk long ago? I lamentably realize that I am an incompetent sheriff, having failed to recognize this error for such an extended period. It was only through your arrival that I became aware that my misguided attempts to help them were, in fact, ensnaring them deeper into their painful memories. Observing Miss Junsh's expression of regret, Ash found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This was a delicate matter, difficult to articulate. Though all intentions were noble, the outcomes were far from what was desired. Was it truly Miss Junsh's fault, or that of the Squirtless? Ash believed the answer lay elsewhere. The real issue was not with them, but with the trainers who thoughtlessly abandoned their Pokémon. The true problem resided within this world. The reasons these trainers discarded their Pokémon were singular. They deemed them too weak. A fleeting defeat could instill a notion of surrender within their hearts. Such a utilitarian mindset prevailed, especially since the World Championship format had gained global popularity. Everyone aspired to be listed among the elite competitors, to achieve fame through the World Championship, leading some to abandon their weaker Pokémon as a means to that end. This had been exemplified by the encounter with Cross. However, Ash could not, nor would he ever, condone such actions. He had previously heard experts remark that the democratization of the World Championship, while providing ordinary individuals with opportunities for distinction, simultaneously fostered a prevailing ethos that prioritized strength above all else, leading to a surge of opportunistic individuals. Miss Junsha, you have done nothing wrong. The fault does not lie with you, but with this world. The rules of the World Championship have proliferated, and the mentality of immediate gain is spreading throughout society. This has led to countless trainers abandoning their Pokémon. Yet, I shall strive to change this reality and achieve my goals. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Ash from Pallet Town, with the ambition to become the world's greatest Pokémon Master. My philosophy asserts that there are no weak Pokémon, only weak trainers. I believe that one day I will stand upon the grand stage of the World Championship, embodying this belief, and demonstrating to the world that the potential of Pokémon is boundless. They simply have not discovered the right path. Witnessing the young man's radiant and confident smile, Miss Junsha experienced a moment of reverie. She was reminded of her younger self, who had once sworn under a banner to promote harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon. How curious. I am the adult, yet here I am, being lectured by a child. But the burden of changing the world is too great for one so young. With that, Miss Junsha regained her cheerful demeanor. Before you grow to a point where you can affect change, many like me will support this world, serving as pillars for your dream. Ash, I believe in you. You must become the world's greatest Pokémon Master. Miss Junsha was not only swayed by Ash's profound words, but also by his remarkable strength and awareness despite his youth. She recognized that it was he who had primarily defeated Team Rocket moments ago. Possessing absolute strength and lofty ideals, this young man's commitments were undoubtedly sincere. She was convinced that this boy, brimming with potential, would one day fulfill his aspirations. After tidying up the scene, Miss Junsha led Ash and his companions to her town for rest. Ash witnessed firsthand the distinctive charm of this place. Each Pokémon radiated joy, and the humans regarded them with gentle, affectionate gazes, devoid of hostility. This town embodied Ash's vision of what the Pokémon world should resemble, a tangible representation of his ideals. He resolved within himself to become strong enough to propagate his philosophy across the world, enabling Miss Junsha to govern this town and extend her influence to more areas, ultimately realizing the harmony between humans and Pokémon. Under Ash's encouragement, the Squirtle squad finally opened their hearts, sincerely apologizing and acknowledging their mistakes. The townsfolk, who had never harbored malice towards them, readily forgave and accepted them. Witnessing the harmonious coexistence of the Squirtless and the townspeople brought a knowing smile to Ash's face. The following morning, Ash and his friends prepared to depart for Celadon City. Due to the renowned S.'s imminent departure, the news had spread far and wide. Misty and May decided to join the journey as well. During this time, with Ash's encouragement, Misty called Professor Oak. Contrary to her expectations of reprimand, she was met with a heartfelt outpouring from the professor, who had always considered her as family due to her long stay with him while her parents were busy. He expressed regret for his previous strictness and the tone of his voice, which had sometimes been harsh without regard for Misty's feelings. Moved by the professor's sincerity, Misty shed tears and promised to keep in touch regularly. Witnessing the joyful reunion between the two, Ash felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As they prepared to set off, they were unexpectedly greeted by a group of familiar blue figures. Squirtle, Squirtle, Ash exclaimed, surprised by the appearance of the Squirtless. They approached him, expressing their desire to be a part of his journey. We have no gifts to offer, but perhaps you could consider us as your companions on this adventure. Ash responded with a cheerful smile. Then I graciously accept your gift. I have successfully captured the Squirtle squad. Pichu. Chapter 28. This bro truly brings me joy. At last, they arrived in Celadon City. After wandering through the forest for several days, Ash marveled at the sight of the city. Thank goodness, at least I can enjoy Brock's cooking. Being in the forest feels no different from being outside. Misty patted her slightly round belly with satisfaction. Say, Misty, are you not worried about gaining weight with all that you eat? She responded playfully. Mind your own business when it comes to beautiful girls. Upon hearing Ash's words, Misty's previously joyful demeanor darkened in an instant, and she delivered a sharp punch to Ash's head. Nevertheless, due to the nurturing influence of the aura, her blow was rendered harmless to him. By the way, what are you all planning to do? I intend to first challenge the Leafless Gym and then pay a visit to Professor Oak. Then I shall join you, as I still lack 2 badges. Misty nodded, expressing her agreement to accompany him. Currently, Misty possessed one more badge than Ash, that being the badge from the Cerulean Gym. Their opponent was not challenging Misty herself, but rather her sisters who were stationed at the Cerulean Gym. This time, there would be some difficulties since Misty had left her Pokemon there. However, as Ash had never been to the Cerulean Gym, he would have to face Misty herself, the formidable gym leader, until he could overcome her invincible Gyarados. Ash had no intention of obtaining the water badge. He had also jokingly asked Misty if defeating her Gyarados in hand-to-hand combat would count as a victory, to which she had promptly rejected him. What a ridiculous notion. As a Pokemon trainer, one must engage in battle using Pokemon, not resort to personal combat. Misty had firmly stated at the time. However, Ash had merely been jesting and had no genuine intention of stepping into the arena himself. Furthermore, he was not overly anxious about collecting badges. The Quartz Conference was still some time away, and prior to that, acquiring 8 badges from 8 gyms was a simple endeavor for him. As for May, she seemingly had no plans to participate in the Quartz Conference. Ash felt a twinge of regret over this, as he had intended to challenge her Beedrill in the arena. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, as they could still battle whenever they met. Unfortunately, at present, Ash was unable to contend with her Mega-Evolved Beedrill, so he had to suppress that thought for the time being. Hello, we are here to challenge the Leafless Gym. Ash and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Leafless Gym. Hey bro, is that Brock? What brings you here? A burly man emerged from the gym upon hearing Ash's voice. It was none other than Wallace, the gym leader of the Leafless Gym. I'm accompanying my partner to challenge your gym. Brock greeted the fellow gym leader warmly. Ahem, and I'm here too, Misty added, somewhat embarrassed that Wallace had not recognized her. After her identity had been revealed previously, Misty had given up on any pretense of hiding, feeling that everyone already knew who she was. And who might this lovely lady be? Wallace inquired with a puzzled expression, upon realizing he genuinely did not recognize her. Misty felt her ears flush with embarrassment. This is Misty, the gym leader of Cerulean Gym. By the way, don't you participate in the group chats? Brock quickly pulled out his phone to show him the group messages. I'm not interested in that sort of thing, but to think this lady is the renowned Misty. What an honor. I've heard about your 3-year agreement with Miss Kanna, Wallace exclaimed, his surprise evident as he learned that the beautiful girl before him was the legendary trainer of the formidable Gyarados, who had made a 3-year pact with one of the Elite Four, Miss Kanna. 3-year agreement? This is my first time hearing of it. Ash remarked curiously as he looked at Misty. It's simply that I lost to Miss Kanna before, and in my stubbornness, I made a pact to battle her again in 3 years, which happens to be this year, Misty reluctantly explained. This was not something she felt particularly proud of, as the crushing defeat had left her with a significant psychological scar. I see. However, I believe Misty will undoubtedly triumph over Ms. Kanna this time, Ash encouraged, giving Misty a supportive thumbs up. Ash. Oh, bro, you even brought along a baby Pikachu. You must be the one challenging me. Wallace interrupted, unable to suppress his laughter at the scene unfolding. I wonder, is my strongest Pokemon, Raichu, the one you will face? Wallace chuckled as he glanced at the Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder. As for the strength of my Pikachu, let Mr. Wallace decide that for himself shortly. Ash responded with a smile, unperturbed by Wallace's dismissive attitude. Oh ho ho, it's been a while since someone has been so audacious. How many gym badges do you have now? Just one, Ash replied. Then let's have a one-on-one battle, a true man-s duel. I will send out my ace. Raichu, and you? Are you really going to send out your little baby Pikachu? Indeed, but Pikachu is no baby, Ash corrected him. It matters not, to me. Any Pokemon that has not reached its final evolutionary form is merely a baby. Upon hearing that Ash only possessed one badge, Wallace assumed he was merely a novice from the new trainer village and did not take him seriously. He intended to send out his ace Raichu to temper Ash's spirit. Ensuring he understood that being cute was not enough, strength was paramount. Feeling underestimated, Ash sighed internally. Although he possessed only one badge. Both Brock and Misty had already mentioned that he could face most gyms with full strength. That kid, Wallace, is as arrogant as ever. What can we do? Ash claimed he only had one badge, and the Pokemon he had out was merely the harmless-looking Pikachu. Is he playing the fool? Ash's strategy is ruthless. Listening to the barrage of derogatory comments, Ash couldn't help but chuckle. It wasn't his intention to appear this way, and he had warned Wallace not to underestimate him. But if he chose not to listen, there was little Ash could do. Soon, Ash and Wallace arrived at the battlefield. The rules were set for a one-on-one battle. The first Pokemon to faint would result in the opposing trainer's victory. You don't need me to repeat those rules, right? Ash nodded, clearly unfazed. Then I shall make my move. Come forth, Raichu. With a flash of red light, a large, proud Raichu appeared on the battlefield. Indeed, it is Raichu, and it appears quite formidable. Utilizing his aura, Ash sensed Raichu's immense power. It was clear that its reputation was well-deserved. However, my Pikachu and I shall not be defeated. Let us show him the fruits of our training. Pikachu, Pika. Pikachu nodded confidently and leapt from Ash's shoulder into the arena. Though it was significantly smaller than its opponent, and the very Raichu it once feared, Pikachu displayed no trace of trepidation. From the moment it resolved to be Ash's steadfast partner, it had relinquished all fear and weakness. Oh ho ho, commendable courage, little baby. Wallace nodded, noticing Pikachu's lack of fear. In terms of nurturing Pokemon, Ash certainly displays commendable qualities, though he can be somewhat overconfident. Bro, let your little baby initiate the attack. This is the mercy of adulthood. Alright, that's what you said, Mr. Magishi, but don't lament your carelessness later. Since the opponent is willing to hold back, Ash is more than happy to oblige. After all, once Pikachu demonstrates its prowess, the opponent will surely take things seriously. Pikachu, use quick attack. Pikachu transformed into a golden flash, darting across the arena toward Raichu. Witnessing Pikachu's terrifying speed during the quick attack, the previously arrogant Magishi's expression shifted to one of seriousness. It seems I truly underestimated you, bro. Raichu, use Thunder Punch. Although Pikachu's speed exceeded Magishi's expectations, he remained confident that Raichu could seize the moment to counterattack. As Raichu's arms crackled with fearsome electricity, producing a piercing sound, Ash maintained a confident demeanor. As Pikachu closed in, it executed Iron Tail. Perhaps in the past, Ash relied on mere instinct during battles. However, now with the power of aura, he could clearly discern the strength of the opponent's moves, enabling him to make the best decisions. Though Magishi's Raichu's Thunder Punch was formidable, Pikachu's Iron Tail was even stronger. Pikachu leaped high into the air, swiftly descending with tremendous force. Despite Pikachu's rapid movements, the charged Raichu seized the opportunity, unleashing its Thunder Punch as the electric energy erupted once more. The collision of Pikachu's Iron Tail and Raichu's Thunder Punch unleashed a tremendous force that ravaged the battlefield, sending debris flying towards the two combatants. Yet, neither Ash nor Magishi flinched, both intently focused on the unfolding spectacle. Under their watchful gazes, the contest of strength reached its climax, ultimately resulting in Raichu being forced to retreat a step. How could this be? How does Pikachu possess such immense power? Magishi's incredulous expression revealed his disbelief upon witnessing his Raichu falter. He had always believed he thoroughly understood Pikachu's capabilities, certain that it could never surpass the strength of his meticulously trained Raichu. Yet, reality proved otherwise, as his Raichu succumbed to the opponent's might. Therefore, Mr. Magishi, it's time for you to take this seriously. Ash refrained from pressing his advantage, instead allowing his opponent a moment to regroup. After all, it was his own apparent weakness that had led to the opponent's complacency. Moreover, should he win, he wished to do so with honor. Magishi observed this maneuver, quietly reflecting on how he had underestimated Ash, while simultaneously gaining a newfound respect for his opponent's restraint. Bro, your strength genuinely delights me. In return, I shall give my all in this battle. Now, let us commence the second round. Chapter 29, Magishi, a once-in-a-century genius, and I encounter two in a single day. Although your Pikachu's speed is indeed impressive, how will it fare against this? Raichu, use Ice Punch. Upon hearing the command, Ash momentarily hesitated, but then realized the implication. Quick! Evade, Pikachu! As Raichu executed Ice Punch against the ground, sharp icicles radiated outward from its center. Come on, bro, your Raichu seems to think it's a boxing champion. Upon receiving Ash's instruction, Pikachu promptly dodged, for otherwise, it risked being caught in what was, in name, an ice punch, but was essentially a barrage of ice spikes. Quick reaction, bro. Likewise, Mr. Magishi, I didn't expect you to possess such a technique. Reflecting on the unexpected maneuver, Ash recalled the tactics he had employed during his earlier battle against Wubong, where Pidgeotto had executed a similar move. Indeed, such ingenious strategies were not uncommon among trainers. Now the ground is covered in ice spikes. Let us see how you approach. Your Pikachu's pride in its speed is now hindered, I assent it? Not necessarily. Pikachu. Use Iron Tail and Quick Attack. With a shared understanding between Ash and Pikachu, the latter was quick to grasp Ash's intent. Observing Ash resorting to his old tactics, Magishi felt a twinge of confusion. Ash, why revert to that move? Do you truly wish to experience the same triumph again? However, having just witnessed Ash's capabilities, Magishi remained vigilant. Focus, Raichu. As Magishi remained uncertain of Ash's intentions, he concentrated intently on Pikachu's next action. What unfolded next took both Raichu and Magishi by surprise. As Pikachu's tail gleamed with metallic luster, it surprisingly softened and, in the next moment, took off from the ground. This was an unintended discovery Ash had made while training Pikachu's Iron Tail. At the time, Pikachu had yet to fully master the technique. But Ash realized that with approximately 60% mastery, Pikachu's tail possessed both the original flexibility and an iron-like hardness, reminiscent of a spring. The elasticity of Pikachu's tail significantly enhanced its launch capabilities, allowing it to soar to an unprecedented height. Coupled with the momentum from Quick Attack, Pikachu's speed reached extraordinary levels, akin to a golden bullet aimed at Raichu. If you are invincible on the ground, then I shall confront you from the skies. Witnessing Ash's unconventional approach, Magishi marveled at Ash's creativity. Bro, you seem to have overlooked one crucial detail. Although Pikachu flies swiftly, its position becomes static. For Raichu, it's merely a stationary target. Raichu, unleash Thunder Punch and Fire Punch. As Magishi's command echoed, Raichu's right hand crackled with the same terrifying electricity as before, soon engulfed in fierce flames. Amidst the explosive display, Ash sensed an even greater force. It was not merely a simple combination of effects. The sensation emanating from Raichu's right hand reminded Ash of Misty's Gyarados and its devastating Hyper Beam, capable of annihilating everything in its path. Witnessing Raichu's transformation, Ash's expression turned serious. Indeed, Magishi, as a gym leader, possessed his own hidden trump cards. The ability to execute two distinct Pokémon techniques simultaneously on one hand, especially when the two skills exhibited some degree of rejection, was a concept Ash had never previously considered. Today, Magishi imparted a valuable lesson. Even so, we shall not be defeated. Pikachu, release Thunderbolt. Engaging in this exhilarating battle against Magishi filled Ash with immense joy. Channeling all his energy into Aura, he assisted Pikachu in controlling the Thunderbolt. Unbeknownst to Ash, at the moment he fully activated his Aura, the Pokeballs at his waist quivered slightly. Bond Link activated. A gentle blue light emanated from Pikachu, suspended in the sky, as it felt an unprecedented surge of power within its being. With all its might, it unleashed a formidable thunderbolt, a chilling echo of the terrifying voltage it had once wielded. Boom! Pikachu's Thunderbolt clashed against Raichu's Thunder Punch, resulting in an explosion far more intense than the previous encounter between Iron Tail and Thunder Punch. The battleground trembled as the ground shattered, creating a deep chasm. Clouds of dust billowed, completely obstructing everyone's view. All awaited the outcome of this fierce battle, yet Ash had already perceived the result through the aura of the wave. Ultimately, it was Pikachu that emerged victorious. As the dust settled, the sight that greeted the onlookers was that of Pikachu, struggling to smile, standing triumphantly over the unconscious Raichu at the center of the shattered arena. Did I truly lose? I underestimated you, bro. What an exhilarating battle. You've shown me that Pikachu possesses immense potential. Not merely through evolution into Raichu can such strength be attained. Rather than feeling disheartened by his defeat, Magishi was instead filled with joy. Experiencing such a thrilling battle firsthand had greatly enriched him. Not at all, Mr. Magishi, your combination moves were quite impressive. Your mastery of Ice Punch was nothing short of extraordinary, and the successful fusion of Thunder Punch and Fire Punch is a feat that commands my admiration. You must have devoted considerable effort to achieve such prowess. In response to Ash's praise, Magishi chuckled. If someone else were to compliment him in such a manner, he might feel a bit irked, perceiving it as flattery. However, when Ash spoke, it felt genuinely gratifying. This orange badge is now yours. Hooray! I've obtained the orange badge. Observing the young boy's elation, Magishi couldn't help but reflect on the fact that despite his Raichu exerting its full power, It was unable to best Ash's Pikachu. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Well then, Mr. Magician, please battle with me next. Upon noticing that Ash's badge count had caught up to her own, Xiaolon immediately spoke up. Little girl, are you challenging me? While I am indifferent, I assure you that I will give it my all, just as I did with my bro. Magician feigned intimidation at Xiaolon's challenge. Of course, if you lack the strength displayed earlier, I would find it rather uninteresting. Xiaolon giggled. All right then, girl, I shall send out my second ace, Electabuzz. You'd best be prepared. Magician was taken aback by the seemingly harmless girl before him, who turned out to be even more audacious than Ash. However, he dared not underestimate this peculiar group any longer. Come forth, Electabuzz. Since it's Electabuzz, I'll transform into Infernape. After pondering for a moment, the girl displayed a peculiar expression, as if she had come to a realization. Quite impressive, little girl. You can actually transform into Infernape, and it seems you are indeed capable of utilizing Infernape's skills. But this time, I shall not hold back as I did previously. Be cautious. Magician bid farewell to Ash and his companions with a heavy heart. Although he had gained much from the battle, suffering 2 consecutive defeats left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. What a day of misfortune. In a rare encounter with 2 prodigies, I find myself at odds with fate. Just as Magician lamented his luck, a figure resembling a hedgehog-haired boy caught his peripheral vision. Chapter 30. The Masked Man, a pure Easter egg. You may interpret him as any character you deem amusing. It's about time to visit Dr. Sakuragi, though I'm uncertain what he requires of me. Ash gently placed the already exhausted Pikachu atop his head and addressed his companions. Let us set off. I heard Dr. Sakuragi has just arrived in Maple Leaf City. I didn't expect the research facility to be completed so swiftly and to be this grand. Following the coordinates on the map, Ash and his companions arrived outside Dr. Sakuragi's research facility, gazing at the impressive structure that rivaled Professor Oak's lab. Ash couldn't help but exclaim, "Hee, don't let the appearance of Dr. Sakuragi's research facility deceive you before its renovation." This place was notorious for being a haunted house for miles around. Upon hearing Ash's exclamation, Xiaolon stealthily approached him like a ghost, her voice dripping with eerie delight. A haunted house. The revelation took Ash and his companions by surprise. They had previously found no mention of this on the internet while researching Dr. Sakuragi's lab. Isn't that quite normal? As a professor supported by the League, it would surely be troubling if the origins of the research facility as a haunted house became widely known. As for the truth of the matter, you can simply ask the local residents. Indeed, Xiaolon must have read the original work. Otherwise, how could she possess information that even she admitted was unavailable online? Noticing the comments flashing by, Ash recognized a flaw in her statement. Hey Xiaolon, how do you know about that? You haven't even spoken to the nearby residents. What? Are you doubting me? The scene Ash had imagined of Xiaolon appearing flustered at being caught did not materialize. Instead, he was met with her piercing gaze. Of course not. I'm merely curious. For some reason, Ash felt an inexplicable unease under the girl's intense stare. This is hilarious. It's the pressure of childhood friends. Can any other girl intimidate Ash like this? So Xiaolon's trait is intimidation. I'm not intimidated. I simply adhere to the principle of not arguing with girls. Yes, that is precisely it. As he internally refuted the malicious slanders of the comments, Ash maintained an outward appearance of submission. That is good. As for how I know, it's simply because I happened to receive that information from the masked merchant earlier. Xiaolon felt she had not lied. Thus she stood her ground against Ash. Although she indeed knew about Dr. Sakuragi's research facility, the masked merchant had mentioned it to her. The reason why the origins of the Sakuragi Research Institute as a haunted house could not be found online was precisely what that masked merchant had conveyed. Oh, you mean that peculiar masked uncle? Now that I think about it, he did have an odd air about him. He claimed he wanted to make a trade, but ended up leaving without taking anything, leaving behind a perplexing 5-star review. Ash had a vivid impression of that strange uncle, though the matter faded without further information. After all, the comments indicated that no one had encountered him. By the way, is the person you mentioned someone who wears a ridiculous smiley face mask? Hearing Ash and Xiaolon's conversation, the usually taciturn Xiao Huang finally spoke up. Yes. Do you know him, Xiao Huang? Ash and Xiaolon were taken aback that Xiao Huang was aware of the individual, especially since even gym leaders like Brock and Misty had no knowledge of him. I've heard my master speak of him. Xiao Huang nodded. Back when I was with my master in the Unova region, that strange masked man approached my master, claiming he could help him achieve his goals. In Unova, you say? He seems to have quite the extensive network, or perhaps he operates with a group. As Xiao Huang spoke, Xiaolon speculated. I'm not sure about that. What I know is that my master was initially skeptical of him, but after the masked man showed my master a video, he accepted him. After that, My master told me to leave, so I'm not particularly certain about the subsequent events. However, as I was departing, I vaguely heard that masked man say something quite peculiar. Let there be laughter. After listening to Xiao Huang's narration, Xiao Ji, Xiao Lan, and the others exchanged glances, each perplexed by the meaning of the statement. They struggled to connect this phrase with the current situation. Was it possible that Xiao Huang's master wished for the entire world to be filled with smiles? Why does the mention of laughter sound so familiar? Isn't that a line from XXX's XX? XXXX? You know, it really does match. Even the mask fits. I had a hunch that the other party was a jester, but I never expected them to actually be XX. 666, a dreamlike crossover. Wait, isn't there a copyright issue? Look, the bullet comments are all blocked. It truly is. As a plethora of XX flashed across the bullet comments, Xiao Ji felt overwhelmed. It appeared the comments held some knowledge, yet they were obscured by censorship. If there was no copyright, how had the other party manifested in this world? However, from the comments, it seemed that the individual was merely a jester, typically causing no harm. Reflecting on the masked uncle he had encountered previously, Xiao Ji found this description fitting. Xiao Ji, you finally arrived. Ever since Professor Okido notified me of your arrival, I have been eagerly awaiting you. At that moment, a middle-aged gentleman clad in a research coat, exuding an air of refinement, emerged from the Sakuraji laboratory, smiling as he approached Xiao Ji and his companions. What is going on? You've lingered at the entrance for quite a while without coming in. I noticed a crowd gathering at my door and thought something must have happened. The newcomer was none other than Professor Sakuraji, who had extended the invitation to Xiao Ji. It's been a while, Professor Sakuraji. We were just discussing a certain individual we encountered in the past. Oh, really? Who might that be? Perhaps I'm familiar with them. Professor Sakuraji remained warm and inviting. A peculiar uncle wearing a mask, or perhaps not an uncle, just someone who enjoys donning a mask with a comical smile. Xiao Ji shared his account, hoping Professor Sakuraji might recognize the individual. A mask with a smiling face? I'm afraid I've never encountered such an unusual character, Xiao Ji. If I had, I'm certain I would remember. Professor Sakuraji pondered for a moment, resting his chin in thought before shaking his head. Well, that is fine. By the way, Professor Sakuraji, is there a specific reason you urgently summoned me? Not discouraged by Professor Sakuraji's uncertainty, Xiao Ji remained optimistic, merely entertaining the notion of trying his luck. Oh, regarding that matter, please come inside, and I'll explain. Professor Sakuraji seemed to touch upon a key topic, smiling mysteriously as he hurriedly ushered Xiao Ji and the others into the laboratory. Chapter 31, The EV Project. The Chosen Children. So, Professor Sakuraji, what is it that you wish to discuss? Xiao Ji inquired, puzzled by the professor's enigmatic behavior. You'll find out shortly. Rest assured. I promise you won't be disappointed. Professor Sakuraji opted to maintain an air of mystery. With no other choice, Xiao Ji allowed himself to be guided forward. As Xiao Ji and his companions followed Professor Sakuraji into a room, they were greeted by a large display screen and a Pokémon resembling a corgi. Is that an Electrike? Brock, a seasoned Pokémon breeder, immediately recognized the Pokémon's identity. That is indeed a Pokémon from the Galar region. Correct. This is an Electrike from the Galar region, currently being cared for by my daughter, Koharu. However, it can be a bit shy, so it may be frightened by your presence. As Professor Sakuraji began to introduce the Electrike, he turned around only to find it had already approached Xiao Ji and Xiao Huang, wagging its tail enthusiastically. Caught off guard, Professor Sakuraji was momentarily speechless. Typically, even his colleagues at the laboratory could not approach the Electrike, yet it had willingly come to Xiao Ji and his friends. After a moment of astonishment, Professor Sakuraji felt reassured that he had not misjudged Xiao Ji. Indeed, he possessed remarkable qualities. Once he regained his composure, Professor Sakuraji adopted a more serious tone as he addressed Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji, the reason I called you here is singular. I wish to invite you to participate in a project currently organized by the entire league, spearheaded by renowned professors from various regions. It is called the EV Project. The EV Project. This was the first time Xiao Ji had heard of such an initiative. Truth be told, it was somewhat his own fault. He had little interest in matters beyond Pokémon and was rather uninformed about such affairs. Indeed, it's not exactly a secret. You can find information about it on the League's official website. The EV Project is one of the most significant endeavors undertaken by the League to explore Pokémon potential. Due to EV's genetic instability, it possesses numerous evolutionary forms. To thoroughly uncover EV's evolutionary potential, the League has selected outstanding Pokémon trainers from each region to participate in the project. By traveling with these exceptional trainers, we aim to gather data to support the evaluation of EV for this initiative. With a grin, Professor Sakuragi casually opened the League's official website on his computer and accessed the list of participants, projecting the content onto the large screen. Soon, Xiaoji spotted many familiar names and faces among the entries. From the Kanto region, Professor Okito's choice was Shigeru. From the Hoenn region, the candidate was Haruka from the Odaiba Laboratory. From the Sinnoh region, it was Hikari from the Yamanashi Laboratory. From the Kalos region, it was Serena from the Buratano Laboratory. From the Unova region, it was Toko from the Hongdo Cypress Laboratory. From the Alola region, it was Gladion from the Kukui Laboratory. From the Gala region, it was Marnie from the Mulan Laboratory. From the Paldea region, it was Nimmo from the Futulan Laboratory. These were the officially designated candidates for the EV project from various renowned research institutions. However, recently, the League unexpectedly allocated an additional spot to Kanto, which was given to our laboratory, and I immediately thought of you, Xiaoji. As Xiaoji gazed at the list, he felt somewhat bewildered, but the bullet comments erupted with excitement. 666, all familiar faces. But Toko from the Unova region? It seems the officials have realized the previous Unova arc was poorly received. I wonder if Mai will be involved. She should be. But will Alice lose her leading role? Who knows? However, since they are selecting outstanding Pokemon trainers, with Hikari, Haruka, and Serena on the list, isn't it a bit odd? Did they strengthen their characters in this remake? You might be onto something. Look how Brock and Misty have all been enhanced. Oh no, does that mean every main character has a special advantage? It seems that way. All known characters with advantages appear to be from the main cast. Unfortunately, the Alola candidate remains Gladion. What about my Lillie? Did she not make the cut? Or is it just that she never defeated her brother? That would be quite the scandal. Listening to the bullet comments discuss the characters involved in the EV project from other regions, Xiaoji felt puzzled. Could it be that these individuals were the future heroines who would intersect with his journey? There were so many. Glancing at the photos of the young ladies displayed above, Xiaoji's lips curled into a faint smile. How could that even be possible? Previously, in Viridian City, he had only interacted with Misty and one other girl. All the other girls kept their distance from him. How could anyone possess such overwhelming charm? Moreover, those chosen for the EV project were all exceptionally talented individuals. It was inconceivable that they could easily develop feelings for him. I have decided that you will be my choice, Ash. What do you think? Gazing at the fervent and fiery-eyed Professor Sakuragi, Ash found it impossible to refuse. Furthermore, he spotted his rival, Gary, on the list, making rejection even less plausible. Hee. I knew you wouldn't say no, Ash. Now, let me take you to meet that child. I assure you, it will be quite an unexpected encounter. With Ash's agreement, Professor Sakuragi burst into hearty laughter, satisfied as he led Ash and his companions to the backyard. Upon their arrival, Ash was greeted by a myriad of Pokemon from various regions. Wow, Professor Sakuragi, you have so many Pokemon from other areas. That's because I've traveled across numerous regions. Professor Sakuragi proudly lifted his chin, reveling in the astonished expressions of the group. Among the Pokemon, Ash discovered the EV that the professor had mentioned. Unlike the others frolicking about, this particular EV stood out, tirelessly leaping and performing flips. That child is incredibly diligent. Ever since arriving here, it has trained without pause, eagerly anticipating your arrival, Ash. Is that so? Observing the industrious EV, Ash felt a stirring within him, though its relentless nature seemed somewhat excessive for Ash. This was indeed a blessing. It could significantly boost the training enthusiasm of the Pokemon in his team, which was precisely what he had longed for, a true role model. What do you think, Ash? Are you satisfied with it? Professor Sakuragi inquired, noticing Ash's intrigued expression. I am absolutely delighted. Professor Sakuragi, may I interact with it? Of course. The professor nodded, handing Ash the Pokeball from behind him. This is Eevee's Pokeball. Thank you, Professor Sakuragi. Ash eagerly accepted the Pokeball and approached Eevee with palpable excitement. Ash becomes utterly exhilarated at the sight of Pokemon. Misty leaned against the wall, her arms crossed. Her tone laced with exasperation, yet a smile played at her lips. Meanwhile, May appeared to be deep in thought. Is another element that wasn't in the original story emerging? She mused, acknowledging that this world had diverged significantly from her memories. Hello, Eevee. I'm Ash, the trainer introduced by Professor Sakuragi. Ash exclaimed, extending his hand excitedly. Eevee merely glanced at him before returning to its training, seemingly indifferent. What a hard-working little fellow. Unperturbed by Eevee's disregard, Ash found himself even more fond of it. Such a diligent child is precisely what I adore. As your trainer, I mustn't fall behind. It's time for me to start training too. With that thought, Ash concentrated, gathering aura in his palm and shaping it into an aura sphere. Sensing the powerful energy emanating from him, Eevee paused. staring in astonishment at the aura sphere in Ash's hand. Eevee, you needn't worry about me. Continue your training, this is my practice. However, Eevee seemed oblivious to Ash's words, still gazing at him in disbelief. Wait, is this right? After all my training, how can your power surpass mine, a human's? And it's growing stronger too, isn't it? Eevee sank into profound self-doubt. Just then, a sudden sizzling sound echoed above, and a chandelier crashed down. Watch out, Eevee! Ash shouted, seeing the chandelier's trajectory aimed directly at Eevee, who remained frozen in shock. Without hesitation, Ash unleashed an aura sphere, shattering the chandelier. What on earth is happening? Ash pondered, glancing up to see sparks flying from the overhead wires. Who is there? Show yourself. Through the perception of aura, Ash sensed a presence and shouted, only to be met with a sinister, mocking laughter. Hee hee. Chapter 32. Marshadao, you were allowed in, weren't you? So get in, you impolite creature. As the chilling laughter faded, Ash felt the presence of any living being vanish from his aura perception. Confirming that Eevee was unharmed, Ash turned to Professor Sakuragi. Professor, what is happening? Could it be that we are dealing with a haunting? If one were to claim it was a haunting, it could indeed be considered so. For the instigator of this chaos was none other than Jengar. Professor Sakuragi surveyed the surroundings, noting the minimal damage, and continued, before I rebuilt this research facility. It was an abandoned castle. It was home to a Jengar that appeared to harbor a dislike for humans, often attacking those who dared approach, thus giving rise to the legend of the haunted house. From what I understand, this Jengar was likely left behind by the castle's former owner, who, for reasons unknown, abandoned it here. The Jengar, confused about its circumstances, perceives all visitors as intruders and expels them through similar methods. Upon hearing Professor Sakuragi's account, Ash fell silent. Is there any way to contact the former owner? Allowing this to continue isn't ideal, especially since Eevee almost got hurt. This was a thought I had as well. However, the intermediary who sold me this place no longer possesses any contact information for the previous owner, Professor Sakuragi replied, his expression reflecting helplessness. Is that so? Jengar must be quite pitiable, having been abandoned, yet still striving to protect this place. Misty lamented, glancing at the damaged wiring above. Such a loyal Pokémon would evoke sympathy in anyone who learns of its plight. In that case, we must find its former owner and grant Jengar its freedom, Ash declared, unable to tolerate Pokémon suffering. Alas, I've exhausted all options. I had previously dispatched individuals to search, but they returned empty-handed. That's all right. I still intend to give it a try. Perhaps I might succeed, Ash said with confidence, recalling the mention of Jengar in the comments, which indicated it could become a vital partner in his quest for victory. Maybe I can uncover the whereabouts of its former owner through the comments. Very well. If you've made up your mind, I entrust this matter to you. If you manage to resolve it, you will be doing me a tremendous favor. Professor Sakuragi nodded, his expression turning slightly more animated as he looked at Ash. By the way, what was that you just used? Professor Sakuragi had indeed seen Ash unleash the aura sphere, but hadn't had the opportunity to inquire until now. His curiosity could no longer be contained. Oh, you mean this? It's called an aura sphere, formed from the aura energy within me. Regarding Dr. Sakuragi, Ash naturally placed his trust in him. Having had considerable interactions with him during summer camp, he was well aware of the kindness he had received and recognized that he was, in essence, a wonderful person. The term wave bomb sounded quite familiar. It was indeed a skill of Lucario, wasn't it? Ah, Lucario. Upon hearing Ash's response, Dr. Sakuragi murmured a few words to himself, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with a newfound idea. Ash, would you be interested in visiting the Sinnoh region? What would we do in the Sinnoh region? Ash was taken aback, sensing that Dr. Sakuragi was about to unveil a hidden quest. I've heard that in the Sinnoh region, there is currently an unhatchable egg of a Riolu. Unhatchable? What does that mean? Are you familiar with the kingdom of Lucario? It is a small nation within Sinnoh that reveres a Pokémon known as Lucario. Moreover, humans who possess a high affinity with Lucario can utilize the wave bomb you just mentioned, and they are referred to as wave guardians. That Riolu is actually one of the candidates for the next royal selection of the kingdom of Lucario. However, its power is so overwhelming that even the eggshell has become exceedingly hard, rendering it unable to hatch and enter the world. The royal family of Lucario concluded that they must find a wave guardian with an exceptionally high compatibility with Riolu. Through their connection, they could assist Riolu in hatching. They are currently searching for a suitable wave guardian in the Sinnoh region. Since you can use the wave bomb, it signifies that you possess the potential to become a wave guardian. Would you be willing to give it a try? Wave guardian. The title, reminiscent of the wave hero, struck Ash as something similarly significant. Before he could decide, The barrage of comments urged him to agree. Seeing this, Ash hesitated no longer. He nodded, affirming that he would visit the Sinnoh region when time permitted. Subsequently, Ash and his companions prepared to split up and seek clues from the surrounding areas, wondering if any neighbors might have information. Although Ash was uncertain of their whereabouts, he believed he would undoubtedly find them. Guided by the lingering essence found in the relics of the previous owner discovered in Dr. Sakuraji's possession, he intended to utilize his wave abilities to probe for similar presences. Eevee, curious about the recent events, decided to accompany Ash in his search. Unbeknownst to Ash, at the very moment he stepped out of the research facility, a shadowy figure, cloaked in purple, lurked not far away, watching him with a sinister gaze. Who is that human? Not only was Eevee startled by Ash, but even the concealed Jengar felt a significant threat from Ash's extraordinary power. Thus, it acted swiftly, intending to frighten him away. Yet, for reasons unknown, it miscalculated, nearly striking Eevee instead. Fortunately, Ash intervened to save Eevee. Jengar was left puzzled by Ash's act of kindness. Could it be that this human is a good person? However, Jengar would not fully trust Ash based solely on this one action. It resolved to continue observing him. After all, the threat he posed was far greater than that of Dr. Sakuraji. It was the first time Jengar had encountered a human with such formidable power, independent of Pokemon or technology. After watching Ash depart, Jengar's eyes gleamed, and it transformed into a shadow, slipping into Ash's shadow. The moment it entered Ash's shadow, Jengar was taken aback. It had always thought that shadows were the domain of its kind. However, at that moment, another Pokemon resided within Ash's shadow. Marshadao, its eyes glowing faintly, stared back at the suddenly intruding Jengar, neither daring to speak first. Chapter 33, Jengar and Marshado's Affairs. Due to Ash's wave power not being sufficiently mature, he remained oblivious to the existence within his shadow. Consequently, the fact that Marshadao and Jengar were in his shadow was entirely unbeknownst to him. And even the barrage of comments failed to notice this detail. Marshadao made no aggressive moves toward Jengar, despite the latter's sudden intrusion into its territory. Though it existed within the shadows, it was acutely aware of the happenings outside. Jengar was a good ghost, understanding that Jengar bore no ill will, and thus Marshadao refrained from attacking. Even though Marshadao did not initiate an attack, Jengar could still sense the subtle pressure emanating from it. This was a being far more terrifying than Ash. Such a perilous Pokemon could not be permitted to linger around Ash without knowing its intentions, as it could disrupt the ancient castle Ash sought to protect. I mean no harm. I am merely here to observe Ash. Marshadao, having discerned Jengar's evident hostility, spoke directly. You two are observing Ash? Jengar was surprised by Marshado's response. Marshadao nodded and chose not to engage further, having said what it needed to. Under Jengar's watchful gaze, it busily wrote notes in a small notebook. Seeing that Marshadao bore no hostility, Jengar felt a sense of relief. After all, if a confrontation were to arise, it doubted it could survive an encounter. Nonetheless, Jengar's curiosity was piqued by Marshado's writing. Why would it be writing such things in this place? Just a quick glance. Just a quick glance. Jengar thought to itself as it stealthily approached Marshadao from behind. However, just as Jengar was about to glimpse the contents of the notebook, Marshadao suddenly closed it. What's inside is not for you to see, Marshadao coldly stated. Jengar, feeling a bit guilty, retorted, I was just wandering around. I had no intention of peeking at whatever you were writing. Who knows if it's something serious? Whoever wants to see it can look. I certainly have no interest. Initially, Jengar merely sought to excuse itself. To its surprise, Marshadao was incensed. What are you saying? This is something to be shown to that esteemed individual. How could it possibly be anything unserious? You may not want to see it, but I insist you will. The moment the conversation turned to the topic of Ho-Oh, Marshado's emotions became uncontainable. It forcibly restrained Jengar, shoving the notebook into its face. Now, whether Jengar wished to see it or not was irrelevant. Today, it would have to look. Initially stunned by Marshado's sudden action, Jengar quickly regained its composure. It had not anticipated Marshadao to be so easily provoked. Faced with this unexpected opportunity, Jengar eagerly opened the notebook, eager to discover what was so significant to warrant such attention. Upon turning to the first page, it was met with a lengthy passage extolling Ho-Oh's magnificent deeds, essentially a series of flattery. Jengar was taken aback. This Pokemon was a fervent admirer of Ho-Oh, evidently a diehard fan. Though Jengar had spent much time within the research facility, it was still aware of some internet slang regarding Masha's adulation for the Phoenix King. He merely perceived it as an infatuation typical of a fervent admirer, entirely oblivious to the fact that the individual in question was, in reality, a member of the Phoenix King's retinue. Initially, He assumed it was merely a collection of sycophantic praises pinned by a devoted fan. However, as he continued to peruse the pages, Gung stumbled upon a familiar name, Ash. The subsequent entries were entirely devoted to Ash. Had the individual meticulously chronicled every detail of Ash's life, including the minutiae of his daily routines? A chill ran down Gung spine. He had not anticipated such an obsession from Masha. Meanwhile, Masha quietly awaited Gung reaction, secretly exhilarated, as he was the first Pokémon, apart from himself, to lay eyes on this diary. To be honest, he was somewhat eager for Gung response, especially since this diary was to be submitted to the esteemed Phoenix King. Gung closed the book, and Masha, though filled with excitement, feigned indifference. Please return it once you've finished. Of course, Gung replied without hesitation. Having gleaned all he needed to know about Ash's experiences, promptly returning the diary. He expected Masha to offer some praise for his vivid descriptions, or something of the sort. Yet Gung fell into a contemplative silence. This silence, in turn, enveloped Masha, who wondered, is everything all right? Aren't you going to commend me? Did you truly find my writing lacking? He urged for more words, recalling Gung earlier eloquence. While Masha was caught in a whirlpool of thoughts, Gung was preoccupied with another matter. Through Masha's diary, he discerned Ash's character. A person who prioritizes Pokémon above all else. A true guardian who would never pose a threat to those he protects. With the task complete, Gung resolved to depart. He was reluctant to linger in the presence of someone whose depth of understanding far exceeded his own. Although Masha had seemed amiable enough, Gung felt overwhelmed by the disparity in their strengths, coupled with uncertainty about Masha's true intentions. Just as Gung prepared to step into the shadows, he caught a whiff of a familiar aura outside. Could it be his little master? As he cautiously peeked out, he saw Ash gripping the arm of a young man. Do you happen to know Gung from the Sakuragi Research Institute? Ash inquired, clearly sensing the same essence emanating from the young man. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly know about that unfortunate creature? The young man faltered at the mention of Gung name, yet quickly retorted. Witnessing his former little master refer to him as unfortunate left Gung speechless. What a mockery it was. He could distinctly sense that essence within the young man. Be honest now, were you Gung previous master? Through the power of aura, Ash discerned the deception. As the murmurs confirmed that this individual was indeed the one who had abandoned Gung, seeing that he had been fully exposed by Ash, the young man ceased his pretense. With a dismissive shrug, he glared at Ash. So what? That troublesome Pokémon is to blame for my family's downfall. If it weren't for it, we would never have faced bankruptcy. Upon hearing such disdain for his long-awaited little master, Gung felt utterly drained. What had all his years of perseverance and loyalty been for? Exhausted, he sank back into the shadows. Masha observed this return, now witnessing Gung soul seemingly vacated, his gaze drifting forlornly beyond the veil of shadows. That human truly is detestable. Chapter 34. Xiaochun, what nonsense. How dare you shift your problems onto Pokémon? Unable to contain his fury at the young man's disparagement of Gung, Ash erupted. Gung had tirelessly guarded the ancient castle, waiting for their return, only to confront such a disheartening conclusion. He could not accept it. Huh, you're here to capture that Gung, aren't you? That unfortunate creature is free to go. I've already released it, the young man scoffed. It was its choice to wait there. Why should I be blamed? Just then, a figure emerged, delivering a punch that sent the young man sprawling. Someone like you deserves nothing but contempt. Indeed, chimed in another voice. At that moment, the Rocket Trio, disguised, appeared before Ash, with Jessie, fueled by righteous anger, striking the young man. Rocket Team? What Rocket Team? They retorted, feigning ignorance of their notorious identity. Recognizing them, Ash opted not to expose their ruse immediately, as they had indeed aided him. The duo, in their cat-like disguise, made their intentions clear. We are from the St. Anna ship's crew. Congratulations, you are our 999th customer, and we have prepared 5 tickets for you. With a grin, Musashi produced 5 tickets from her pocket. Tickets for the St. Anna ship? Ash was pleasantly surprised, though he remained cautious, aware of the Rocket Team's reputation. As a gift, consider these tickets from us. Feel free to invite your friends to join our voyage. They hastily departed, eager to avoid revealing their true identities. What peculiar individuals. Though their motives remained unclear, Ash was more than willing to accept their unexpected generosity. Initially worried about acquiring tickets for the St. Anna ship, he now found himself relieved of that burden. Having saved a significant sum, perfectly timed, he had exactly 5 tickets, one for each of them. With matters resolved, he decided to head back. Ash removed the camera from Pikachu's neck, extracting the memory card. With this video, Perhaps Gung could finally release his burdens and embrace a new life. Let's return, Pikachu. Eevee. Pikachu and Eevee exchanged fierce glares before following Ash's lead. Did you find anything? They inquired. We haven't uncovered any leads. Misty and the others have returned empty-handed. Ash was not surprised by this outcome. Without his aura and the murmurs, he might have remained lost as well. I found something, though it's infuriating. You'll understand once you see the video. I'm not keen to elaborate. He handed the memory card to Professor Sakuragi, recalling the moment that had ignited his anger. Had it not been for Kojiro's timely intervention, he might have lost control. As they watched the video, everyone learned the heartbreaking truth of Gung abandonment. What an unreasonable individual. Binding their family's misfortune to Gung is utterly absurd. Professor Sakuragi, as a Pokemon researcher, expressed his outrage at such unfounded theories. It is truly appalling. Gung has exerted so much effort for them. The mere thought of Gung relentless efforts ignited a fervor among the onlookers. Allow me to handle this matter. I possess the scientific means to confront such an adversary, Dr. Sakuragi declared, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Then I entrust this to you, Dr. Sakuragi. Misty gazed at the tickets Ash had produced, her expression one of astonishment. Having once boarded the S.S.N., she recognized these as genuine tickets. Indeed, and coincidentally, there are 5, clearly a provision made for us by Team Rocket. It seemed evident that something was afoot aboard the S.S.N. The individuals present were no naive innocents. They could easily surmise that Team Rocket's intentions were far from benevolent. However, since the tickets were complimentary, they saw no reason to decline. After all, they would face whatever came their way. Blue dismissed the notion with nonchalance, well aware of the narrative trajectory and the events that would unfold. With her Ditto, along with Misty and Brock, and Yellow's Beedrill, plus the ever-capable Ash, she could hardly fathom any peril befalling them. Unless, of course, a legendary Pokemon fell under Team Rocket's control, which might pose a risk. Otherwise, they were merely there to cruise through the plot's twists and turns. The attendees shared no objections to Blue's perspective. They had a clear understanding of their group's capabilities. Even if their Pokemon were incapacitated, Ash could effortlessly obliterate the S, and with a single punch, and whisk them away to safety. Nonetheless, they understood the necessity of preparing for Team Rocket's potential appearance on the ship. Ash suggested that Dr. Sakuragi reach out to Miss Junsha for some contingency measures. The S, and is heading towards the northward village? Ash pondered, images of the eerie Wobbuffet flashing through his mind. He wondered how it was faring. The last time he saw it, its dwelling was little more than a collection of berries, a rather pitiful sight. Moreover, you, Gung, I hope that after viewing this tape, you can resolve your inner turmoil and discover your true self. Ash placed the tape, containing the earlier footage, in a location Dr. Sakuragi had mentioned would be frequented by Gung. After a brief wait, he noticed the absence of any sign of its presence. Leaving behind his well wishes, Ash departed. The decision to capture Gung was not one he felt compelled to make. That choice rested solely with Gung. Should it wish to accompany him, Ash would be more than willing, for who could resist such unwavering loyalty? Conversely, if Gung chose not to follow him, Ash would not feel disheartened, as long as the decision stemmed from Gung's own heart. As for the comments lamenting missed opportunities or the possibility of not achieving victory, Ash dismissed them. He had faith in himself and his Pokemon, believing that even without Gung, victory was attainable. What mattered most to him was Gung's happiness. Unbeknownst to Ash, Gung had been quietly observing from the shadows all along. 2 Pokemon lurked in the shadows, silently watching Ash's every move. What do you think? Marshadao inquired of Gung, clearly seeking its opinion on Ash. He's a truly wonderful person. Gung could say no more. It felt a pang of regret that Ash wasn't its first trainer. Then why not go out and meet him? Allow him to capture you and seize the chance to meet the trainer of your dreams. Marshadao urged, growing impatient with Gung's apparent indifference. It's just that I feel somewhat unworthy of him, Gung replied, its head drooping in despondency. Could a fool who had waited so long for someone truly deserve to stand by Ash's side? Marshadao, witnessing Gung's demeanor resembling that of a hapless protagonist from a light novel, felt a surge of frustration. Why couldn't Gung recognize its own worth? The perceived flaws it harbored were, in the eyes of others, dazzling virtues. Yet, upon seeing Gung's melancholic state, Marshadao chose to forego further words, allowing it some time to reflect. Meanwhile, a returning Koharu had just come home from school. As she entered the room, she spotted the electric dog eagerly inviting Ash and the others to pet its belly. Chapter 35. The reunion of the trio from Masera Town. Upon discovering that it was Ash and his friends who were playing with the electric dog, Koharu's earlier peculiar emotions dissipated, replaced by utter delight. Ash, what brings you here? Well, I'm currently on a journey and was called over by Dr. Sakuragi, Ash replied. I see. Koharu nodded. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the group behind Ash. Blue is here too? That's right. We've embarked on our journey together, Blue said, moving beside Koharu to gently ruffle her hair. Oh, come on, Blue. Can you stop patting my head? I'm only a year younger than you. Why do you treat me like a child? You're still a kid to me. And I don't care, Blue giggled, ceasing the head patting. Oh, Ash, are you the one Dad mentioned regarding the EV project? Yes, Ash affirmed, gesturing towards EV, who was playfully bantering with Pikachu. Seeing their camaraderie eased Ash's mind, though he noted that, influenced by Pikachu, EV was currently uninterested in evolving. However, Ash was unconcerned. His physical stamina could handle any number of Pokémon without burden. By the way, Ash, you really have a knack for making Pokémon like you, Koharu remarked, recalling how the electric dog, usually reserved, was so friendly with Ash. Perhaps I possess a unique aura that attracts Pokémon, Ash mused, reflecting on their first summer camp when he met Serena, Koharu, and the legendary Pokémon, Mew. It had been a delightful experience. Yet, he wondered if Serena had set off on her journey. They hadn't been in touch lately. What a shame. I wish I could join you on your travels. But I still have school. Koharu gazed enviously at Ash's companions. Though her school life was enjoyable, it paled in comparison to the excitement Ash seemed to have. Ash, could you share some stories from your journey? Truth be told, we haven't traveled for long, but there have been interesting moments, Ash replied, recalling his adventures. From the day he was late and inadvertently captured Pikachu and Froakie, to being chased by a flock of Spearow, and then being rescued by Misty, where he encountered Ho-Oh. Following that, he had battled in Pewter City, befriended Brock and others, and thwarted Team Rocket. He also captured Bulbasaur and Charmander, as well as a squadron of Squirtless. Through these experiences, Ash became increasingly certain of his aspirations. Once, he may have merely admired the Pokémon Master on television, wishing to emulate their brilliance. But now, he was resolute in his goal to become such a figure. He aspired to be the most influential entity in the world, seeking to address the issues that plagued it. Let the world be enlightened by the notion that it is not the Pokémon that are weak, but rather the trainers who are feeble. Listening to Ash's narrative, May couldn't help but express her thoughts. Indeed, your journey sounds incredibly fascinating. These are experiences I have yet to encounter in school. Well, when you come of age, you too may embark on a journey, Ash replied. Yes, yes. You must take me along when that time comes. May exclaimed eagerly. Haha, who knows? By then, I might be wandering in a completely different region. Ash mused, reflecting on the words once spoken in the chat. He was unsure how many years he would spend traveling, given the multitude of regions awaiting his exploration. However, one thing was certain. As long as we are all on the path of adventure, there will come a day when we shall reunite along the way. Subsequently, Brock prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone, and they all gathered to feast. Each person praised Brock's culinary skills, which filled him with immense satisfaction. The next morning, Ash and his companions had packed their belongings and were ready to depart. Goodbye, Professor Oak and May. Goodbye, Ash. May your journey be smooth. After bidding farewell to May and the others, Ash and his group set off for the and as they approached the fabled luxury cruise ship, it finally came into view. Wow, seeing it in person is a whole different experience. It's even grander than on television, Misty exclaimed, gazing at the opulent vessel. Indeed, some things must be witnessed firsthand. Ash nodded in agreement, and simultaneously activated his aura to scan the surroundings. As expected, even under the uniforms of the crew, there were signs of Team Rocket's presence. Was it truly a conspiracy? Ash decided to keep this revelation under wraps for now, as he did not wish to alert them prematurely. Without uncovering their ultimate goal, they would end up losing more than they bargained for. Soon after, Ash and his companions passed through the ticket check seamlessly and boarded the ship. As more and more passengers came aboard, a resounding horn signaled the official departure of the and before Team Rocket's schemes could be unveiled, Ash and his group decided to split up and explore the luxurious cruise. After all, it was reputed to be the most extravagant ship ever. Ash keenly sensed a Pokémon battle taking place not far off. Darn it, why is that Rattata so strong? Before Ash could reach the scene, he noticed a dejected young boy cradling his Pokémon as he walked past him. Rattata? Intrigued by the boy's words, Ash quickened his pace, feeling a strange connection to the Rattata's trainer. Upon approaching, he recognized the hedgehog-haired boy sporting an infuriating expression, confirming he was indeed in the right place. This fellow had made it aboard the ship too. It was no surprise, considering his family's wealth could easily secure a ticket for the and. Hey Ash, Since you're here, why not step up and have a battle with me? Before Ash could respond, Gary was the first to spot him. Noticing Pikachu and Eevee perched on Ash's shoulder. You didn't abandon Pichu. You helped it evolve into Pikachu. Gary pondered, also eyeing the Eevee. It was of the same evolutionary line as his own. It seemed Ash had joined the Eevee project as well. Of course, I wouldn't miss the chance. Why did you run so fast? It's about time we met. Naturally, Ash welcomed Gary's challenge. With his newfound strength, he was eager to engage in a proper battle. He also wondered how much Gary had improved during his travels. Why do you two always jump into battle the moment you meet? Just then, Misty caught wind of the commotion and hurried over. Seeing their enthusiastic demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle. The trio of Ash, Misty, and Gary finally reunites. The three prodigies of Pallet Town are finally together, unlocking the CG of old friends reuniting. Chapter 36. Gary's ace Pokemon is a Rattata. I didn't expect you to be aboard as well, Misty. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, just that after I defeat Ash, you and I can have a battle. Hey, don't act like you can actually beat me. Ash retorted immediately at Gary's taunt. Isn't that obvious? You still haven't evolved your Pokemon to its final form, Gary said as he released his original Eevee. The Pokemon that appeared was a sleek, dark-coated creature adorned with golden patterns. You've already evolved your Eevee into a Sylveon? Misty remarked, surprised by Gary's swift progress. Such a feat is trivial for me. As Sylveon emerged, Ash's Eevee sensed a competitive threat. The two Eevees locked eyes, Sylveon displaying a mocking expression while Ash's Eevee appeared determined and fierce. Even without final evolution, I can still hold my ground against you, Gary. Ash dismissed Gary's arrogance, feeling increasingly eager to see the look on Gary's face when he eventually triumphed. Wow, Ash. I didn't expect you to sharpen your tongue during your travels. Enough talk, let's battle. Then let the battle commence. As the clash between Ash and Gary officially commenced, onlookers dispersed to form a makeshift arena. It's you, Pikachu. Show him how much we've grown. Then it's you, Moonlight. Gary declared, sending out his Sylveon. Rattata, you won't be able to handle this. A voice only Gary could hear spoke out, cautioning him about Ash's Pikachu. That aura is unmistakable. It's reminiscent of the Crimson one, perhaps even stronger. Upon hearing this, Gary frowned, as he hadn't sensed any extraordinary power from Pikachu. Nevertheless, trusting his companion, he sent out his ace Pokemon, Rattata. Ash was taken aback to see that Gary had chosen Rattata as his ace. Was Sylveon not his trump card? Suddenly, Ash recalled the boy who had passed by him earlier. Is that the same Rattata? Reluctantly acknowledging the truth. It seemed that Rattata had earned the right to battle against him. Gary, having set aside his previous arrogance, trusted his partner's judgment. Let the match begin. Time is of the essence. It's a 1v1 battle. With Misty as the referee, the battle commenced. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. So, you can use Quick Attack? Rattata, do your thing. Upon hearing Ash's command, Pikachu surged forward like a golden flash, dashing towards Rattata. Although Rattata remained still, Pikachu felt an unsettling premonition. Uft. At the moment Pikachu lifted its gaze towards Rattata, it beheld the smile curling at the corners of the latter's mouth. Why would one smile at such a moment? Pikachu could not fathom the reason. Yet, in the next instant, regardless of his contemplation, Rattata's figure vanished from his sight in a heartbeat. Was he too slow? Just then, an unfamiliar voice quietly resonated beside him. What? Pikachu whirled around abruptly. Rattata was now emanating a white glow, having somehow appeared at his side, still wearing that previous smile. How could this be possible? This was, indeed, Quick Attack. Ash was all too familiar with the white light radiating from Rattata. However, the speed of that Quick Attack was utterly outrageous, surpassing even that of his Pidgeotto. The velocity of Rattata's Quick Attack transcended the mere notion of speed. It approached the realm of instantaneous movement. Although the aura he sensed through aura did not suggest that this Rattata was particularly powerful, its speed had reached an astonishing level that left him in disbelief. Even when he strained to observe, he could not fully discern Rattata's movements. Noticing Ash's astonished expression, Gary wore a smug grin. Allow me to show you Rattata's true prowess. Launch an assault. Rattata, cease the games. As Gary issued his command, Rattata, which had been matching Pikachu's speed, suddenly flickered and vanished from its position. Pikachu halted, desperately attempting to scan the surroundings. Where did he go? He felt no trace of Rattata's presence. Above. Watch out. Pikachu. Through the aura, Ash keenly sensed the disturbance above. It was too late. Realizing that Ash had detected Rattata's impending attack, Gary's heart raced. But he maintained his confidence. With Pikachu's reflexes, even if he heard the command, his body would not have sufficient time to evade the strike. At the moment Ash spoke, Pikachu anxiously lifted his head. What met his eyes was a blinding white flash and Rattata's unrestrained grin. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, Pikachu was sent flying. Pikachu. Witnessing Pikachu being hurled away, Ash's face morphed into one of distress. Meanwhile, standing at the center of the battlefield, Rattata elegantly licked its fingers, gazing at Pikachu with a playful smile from a distance. Though Pikachu appeared somewhat battered, he managed to rise to his feet. Fixing his gaze upon Rattata, memories began to resurface. He remembered. That speed could not be mistaken. He had encountered this Rattata before, specifically when it was a mere Rattata. In the Viridian Forest, it was known as a ghostly presence. Is it still able to stand? Quite impressive, Rattata. Continue your assault. Observing that Ash's Pikachu still had the strength to rise, Gary's excitement soared. According to his estimations, that blow from Rattata should have been sufficient to render Pikachu unconscious. Now, this is where the excitement lies, Ash. Pikachu. Sensing Pikachu's lingering fighting spirit, Ash dismissed any thoughts of conceding. Then, let us give it our all. Pikachu. Let us demonstrate our true power to him. As a flash of blue light sparkled in Ash's eyes, a soft blue glow enveloped Pikachu. Bond link activated. What is that? Gary could distinctly feel Pikachu's aura surging. Has it evolved? No, it was merely a pure enhancement of strength. Witnessing Pikachu successfully rise and approach him, Rattata, whose expression had been somewhat playful, now brimmed with exhilaration. Finally, a contender worthy of my full effort? The moment their gazes locked, Rattata was utterly convinced. This Pikachu was undoubtedly a presence that could provide it with ample excitement. Thus, in response, it too would unleash its full might. Chapter 37. A Tale of Gary, Green, Eevee, and Rattata. My name is Gary. I hail from a place known as Pallet Town. My grandfather is a foremost figure in the realm of Pokémon research and was once the strongest Pokémon trainer in the world. I have always admired such a grandfather. It was then that I resolved to emulate him. My dream is to triumph over every trainer in the Pokémon League and become the strongest trainer, surpassing my grandfather. I possess unwavering confidence in my abilities to realize this ambition. I am immensely intelligent. I can vividly recall all knowledge from class after a single glance. Any sporting endeavor before me is effortlessly achievable. Yet, amidst my invincibility, I find myself inexplicably drawn to a boy. His name is Ash, a fellow from my hometown. He is my childhood companion and neighbor. Since my earliest memories, we have often played together. Though he is clumsy in all he does, his competitive spirit surpasses that of anyone else. He insists on determining superiority in everything, yet he invariably falls short of my capabilities. However, I must concede that he possesses talents I lack. His passion for Pokémon is something I cannot rival. Oddly enough, his clumsy demeanor seems to endear him to girls. Not only does Blue from our town cling to him daily, but during summer camp, he effortlessly befriended girls from other regions and even encountered the legendary Pokémon, Mew. I have felt unprecedented pressure emanating from him. From that day forth, I realized he would become my true rival. Despite his foolishness, I cannot help but regard him as a competitor. I find it amusing that I harbor such thoughts. I have a premonition that one day he will become the greatest hindrance on my path to realizing my dreams. Thus, to prevent him from catching up, I began to study with renewed fervor. I constantly assisted in my grandfather's research lab, learning the methods of Pokémon breeding. One day, my grandfather finally acknowledged my efforts and bestowed upon me a Pokémon named Eevee, along with a pendant he wore when he won his championship. He has always known of my dreams and expressed his support. Go forth with confidence and fully immerse yourself in the wonders of this world. Yes, grandfather, I shall strive to win the championship and become the strongest trainer in the world, just like you. Though my grandfather continued to smile, I sensed disappointment in his eyes. I was somewhat perplexed. Did he not wish for me to become like him by entrusting me with these gifts? I could not comprehend. And that night, I took out my grandfather's pendant. I gazed at it, reflecting on his past, filled with boundless aspirations for the future. Just then, I saw a figure emerging from the pendant, a ghostly, ethereal presence. What is your name? The spirit gazed at me, its tone somewhat indifferent. Yet, I was taken aback, for its appearance bore a striking resemblance to mine. Gary. I uttered my name, suppressing my curiosity, and countered, and you? What is your name? Green. Remember it well, for it is the name of this esteemed individual. It seems you are somewhat different from me, perhaps another version of myself from a different world? The self-proclaimed specter, Kingolf, seemed to have swiftly reconciled with his current predicament. Hey, little brat, what is your dream? I boldly declared my aspiration, to become the world's foremost Pokémon champion, surpassing my grandfather. This sentiment mirrored my own precisely. After a hearty laugh, Kingolf looked at me with an air of arrogance. Well then, I shall benevolently assist you. He smirked, huh? Even without your help, I could still become a champion. Faced with his condescending demeanor, I was naturally reluctant to accept his assistance. What gave such a haughty individual the right to command me? However, unexpectedly, upon witnessing my rejection, he laughed even more heartily. Ha ha ha, indeed. Only someone like you could be my counterpart. Rest assured, even if you refuse me now, there will come a day when you will need my aid. With that, Kingolf returned to the pendant, and I never heard from him again. I once inquired about Kingolf with my grandfather, but he claimed to have never encountered that name. Could it be true, as he said, that he was from another world, another version of me? I gazed at the pendant in my hands. Ever since I turned him down, I had not seen him emerge from it again. I was uncertain whether he still existed within the pendant. Gradually, I began to forget about this incident. Until one day, while training EV in the Evergreen Forest, I was, as always, searching for suitable Pokémon to challenge and enhance EV's strength. At that moment, the pendant, which had remained dormant, finally reacted. Kingolf appeared before me once more. So you finally decided to show yourself? Kingolf did not respond. Instead, he wore an enigmatic smile that eluded my understanding. Was that someone he spoke of about to make an appearance? I was perplexed about whom he referred to, but following his gaze, I spotted a small Rattata, comfortably lounging on a branch, blissfully nibbling on a berry. You mean that little Rattata? I mocked, confirming there were no other entities present. Heh, of course, it's that one. If you have the prowess, defeat him, and I shall concede that you are stronger than I. Hearing Kingolf's arrogant tone, I scoffed. I never imagined that another version of myself would consider a creature like Rattata a worthy opponent. Eevee, attack that Rattata. To amplify my taunt towards Kingolf, I deliberately raised my voice so the Rattata could hear me. However, upon hearing my words, the Rattata showed no reaction. Is it a bit sluggish? Or perhaps it lacks any sense of danger? I pondered. As Eevee approached, swiftly unsheathing its claws, I assumed victory was assured. Yet, in the next instant, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The Rattata, in a mere moment, transformed into countless afterimages, launching an assault on Eevee. Witnessing my Eevee, battered and bruised, while the Rattata remained blissfully content with its berry, I was left in disbelief. How could this be? Was this the strength that Rattata possessed? I found it hard to believe that its capabilities far exceeded what was described in textbooks. So, little brat, given your current strength, capturing it is utterly impossible. You, with your mind confined to textbooks. Kingolf's taunts ignited my defiance. Gritting my teeth, I urged Eevee to persist and attack once more. Yet, the response was still the same. The Rattata, with its terrifying speed, unleashed an onslaught that I could not comprehend. Eevee fell. My meticulously nurtured, scientifically trained Eevee had collapsed. I told you, you cannot defeat him now. This time, I disregarded Kingolf entirely and, with unwavering determination in my gaze, focused on the Rattata. Hey, Rattata, don't you dare run away. One day, I will defeat you and capture you. Upon hearing my words, the Rattata paused its berry consumption and met my gaze. Though I could not comprehend its words, I understood its intent. If you have the ability, then prove it. In the following days, I intensified Eevee's training, constantly strategizing against the Rattata's formidable speed, learning techniques to reduce its swiftness or disrupt its actions. Yet, without exception, I failed. After countless attempts to challenge it, I continued to fall short. Hey, little brat, honestly, no matter how hard you persist, you will never defeat it. You should obediently follow my guidance to nurture your Eevee if you wish to have a chance against that little Rattata. I remained silent, still ignoring him. Just then, I recalled his earlier words. Your mind is confined to textbooks. In that moment, a flash of inspiration struck me. A tactic never mentioned in textbooks. Perhaps by implementing that, I could defeat the Rattata. The more I mentally rehearsed the feasibility of this strategy, the more fervently my heart raced. I felt an unprecedented excitement. Achieving top grades in class or winning championships in sports had never ignited such passion within me as I felt today. It was precisely because Pokémon held such immense allure for me that I aspired to become a champion like my grandfather. Once prepared, I challenged the Rattata again. Eevee, attack. As usual, I launched an offense against the Rattata, which retaliated with lightning speed. Once more, Eevee was knocked down. The Rattata's gaze towards me was filled with mockery. After all this time, you still haven't improved? I understood its meaning. However, I had not lost yet. I could no longer suppress a smile. Eevee can move. Upon hearing my words, the Rattata displayed a look of surprise, and at that moment, Eevee countered. The Rattata's speed was indeed swift. So much so that Eevee could never hope to catch up. But why should I chase it? I merely needed to make it chase me. Wasn't that right? Originally lying defeated, Eevee suddenly sprang back to life, delivering a crushing blow to the unsuspecting Rattata. Finally, a hit. The Rattata was sent flying. I acknowledged that my actions were somewhat underhanded, yet in Pokemon battles, such tactics are merely part of strategy. Forcing the opponent into a miscalculation to turn the tide is also a tactic. Hey, did you really come up with a solution? Kingolv appeared genuinely astonished by my actions. Of course, if you, as another version of me, could devise a plan, why couldn't I? Tell me, even though this Rattata is formidable, why do you wear that expression? I had certainly noticed the peculiar expression Kingolv bore when he looked at the Rattata. It was not merely the excitement of encountering a rare Pokemon. It was intertwined with an emotion I could not comprehend. Keen observation. Have you noticed everything? I can only say, you truly are me. Kingolv put away his previous arrogance, and his expression gradually turned serene. Since you wish to listen, I shall now narrate a tale, one that chronicles how a single Pokemon transformed the lives of 3 individuals. In summary, after that fateful day, I genuinely acknowledged Green. And Green in turn truly recognized me. He began to impart his wisdom on Pokemon nurturing with unwavering dedication, much like a devoted mentor. Moreover, from that day forth, Rattata also came to accept me. It cared not for the cunning methods I employed, as long as I could triumph over it. Victory was deemed righteous. I caressed the pendant nestled in my pocket, gazing at Green, Rattata, and Eevee, filled with an unwavering conviction that one day, I would ascend to become the world's strongest Pokemon champion. My certainty was profound. Chapter 38. Lance, how did the young lady end up here? Just as Pikachu and Rattata ignited their fierce fighting spirit, poised for an intense battle, an explosive sound erupted from behind us. The crowd began to stir restlessly. What was happening? Ash speculated that Team Rocket might be on the move. Let us pause today's match. Green, he suggested. Fine, you've escaped this time. Green replied indifferently, knowing he would eventually deal with his opponent, regardless of the delay. Rattata, however, was less than pleased, having finally mustered its enthusiasm. Yet, it recognized that the current situation rendered further combat impossible. The commotion among the crowd did not escape its notice. Evidently, something serious had transpired. We are Team Rocket. This vessel is now under our control. If you wish to avoid injury, hand over your Pokeballs obediently. As several individuals clad in black attire, emblazoned with a conspicuous red R, emerged, the crowd's agitation intensified. What? It's Team Rocket? How could this happen? How did they manage to board the Saint in? What is the League doing? Some audacious individuals, undeterred, prepared to hurl their Pokeballs to summon their Pokemon, only to be swiftly incapacitated by a shot from Team Rocket's tranquilizer guns, which then seized their Pokeballs without hesitation. They learned the hard way. With the sight of firearms in the hands of their assailants, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. Even if they could unleash their Pokemon, they knew they could not withstand a hail of bullets. As the first individual willingly surrendered their Pokeball, a cascade of others followed suit. What despicable scoundrels! Ash fumed at their cowardice. Surely, there are more than just these people. We must remain patient. Green was exceedingly cautious, understanding the importance of not alarming their adversaries. Indeed, Green had previously informed him of Team Rocket's presence aboard the Saint Anne. His intentions for boarding were not merely for leisure. He sought a confrontation with the higher-ups of this so-called evil organization. I am aware of this. Ash nodded, having already grasped the situation through the commentary. I wonder how Misty, Brock, and Yellow are faring? Observing his companions, Blue and Green, Ash felt reassured that his own predicament was secure. Report, boss. Today's haul has been splendid. Those spineless trainers surrendered their Pokeballs the moment they were shot at, and we barely used any bullets. Listening to the report from his subordinate, Lance, one of the 4 executive members of Team Rocket, nodded with satisfaction from the control room. These fellows have done remarkably well. They have indeed gathered a plethora of foolish Pokemon trainers. Through the monitors, he could see the situation unfolding, with Team Rocket amassing numerous Pokeballs. This should surely please the boss. Just as Lance contemplated this, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure on the screen, causing his expression to falter. Wait a moment. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Lance rubbed his eyes in disbelief, quickly zooming in on a specific area of the footage. After scrutinizing the yellow-haired girl wearing a wide-brimmed hat, he confirmed he was not misidentifying her, swallowing hard in astonishment. No way. Why is the young lady here? As one of Team Rocket's executives, he was fortunate enough to have met the cherished adopted daughter of Giovanni. Though referred to as an adopted daughter, she was indeed the apple of Giovanni's eye, akin to a biological daughter in his eyes. Who was the fool that handed the ticket to the young lady? Lance seethed with frustration, wishing he could toss the individual into the sea to be devoured by a Sharpedo. Isn't this akin to flooding the Dragon King Temple? And Giovanni seems intent on keeping her oblivious to the fact that Team Rocket is their organization. If this were to be revealed, wouldn't that spell disaster? The mere thought of the punishment he would face from Giovanni should the truth come to light sent shivers down Lance's spine. At that moment, he noticed the trio of Team Rocket operatives manning the ship. "Hey, you three. What is it, Boss Lance?" The trio, upon hearing their name called, promptly halted their tasks and scampered over. "I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I am leaving this in your capable hands. Do a good job. And if all goes well, I will commend you upon my return." The trio, without a shred of doubt, displayed expressions of astonishment at Lance's words. "Oh, Boss Lance, you flatter us. It is our duty to serve you. Indeed, we are not seeking any accolades, but if you could commend us, that would be splendid." The Team Rocket trio eagerly nodded in agreement. Lance chuckled inwardly, pleased to finally have someone else to shoulder the blame. Yet, he maintained a warm smile on his face. "I leave this to you then. I shall take my leave." Having achieved his objective, Lance lingered no longer. He approached the window, summoned his Zubat, and swiftly departed from this perilous locale. Upon witnessing Lance's departure, the Team Rocket trio seemed to awaken from their stupor. "Boss Lance truly entrusted this to us. Indeed, it feels as though we are in a dream." The exhilaration they felt at wielding power over so many Team Rocket members was indescribable, as they savored the experience of feeling like executives. Just as the trio prepared to rally all Team Rocket members to announce their plans, the door to the control room was forcefully kicked open. "Don't move. Police." The incredulous Team Rocket members could hardly believe their ears. How could there possibly be police here? However, upon turning around, they were met with the sight of Officer Jenny, along with Blue, Ash, and their companions. "Impossible. How could Officer Jenny be here? And you little brats, how did you find us? Damn it. Just as our luck was turning, we encounter you pests." Musashi and her cohorts glared menacingly at Ash and his friends. "Did you truly believe I wouldn't see through your flawless disguise?" Ash stepped forward, addressing them directly. "What? You managed to see through our impeccable disguise?" Upon hearing Ash's words, Kojiro's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment. "What you refer to as disguise is merely a superficial change of attire. Does merely donning a false beard truly constitute deception?" Ash found himself speechless, recalling the moment he first encountered the individual in question, during which he had not even employed his aura to recognize them. "Team Rocket, you might as well surrender." Ash is outside. "Honestly, it's hard to contain myself. It seems that Team Rocket has been utterly intimidated by the transformation into Miss Junsha. It is well known that law enforcement does not operate alone." Listening to the lamentations of Team Rocket outside, interspersed with what seemed to be Miss Junsha's voice, the trio of Team Rocket instantaneously dropped their guard. After all the effort they had put into securing a favorable assignment from Boss Lance, how could they have suddenly attracted the police's attention? Is this fair? How infuriating, you little brat. Do not presume that because your numbers are greater, we shall cower in fear. Where there are mountains, there are encounters. As long as the mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. The trio of Team Rocket glared menacingly at Ash and his companions, expecting a fierce battle, only to suddenly leap out of the window without a backward glance. Had those ruffians truly abandoned any notion of combat? Ash looked on in bemusement as Team Rocket made their hasty exit through the window. Meanwhile, Misty regarded them with disdain. Why did they flee? Did they lack the self-awareness to realize their predicament? Even if they sent out Pokemon to battle now, it was likely they would not stand a chance against this supermodel-like creature. At that moment, Ditto reverted to its original form. After all, impersonating Miss Junsha was not something that could be done frequently. Fortunately, the ruse had succeeded in scaring them off, allowing for a swift resolution to the situation. It should be that Green and the others had nearly wrapped things up on their end, and Miss Junsha, whom they had contacted, was likely arriving soon. Ash felt a tinge of regret that the Team Rocket leader here had made such a swift escape, eluding capture. He could not believe that the ruckus had been orchestrated by the Team Rocket trio before him. It was a pity indeed. They had made every effort to remain inconspicuous, yet still failed to apprehend their target. However, why had they departed so abruptly? Had they received word in advance? Or had they seen something they ought not to have? Ash gazed at the surveillance footage, lost in contemplation. Chapter 39. Arriving in Northward Village, a chance encounter with Nemo. With the collapse of Team Rocket's scheme, Miss Junsha promptly made her way to the St. Anu ship upon receiving the signal, swiftly dealing with the remaining remnants and taking them into custody, returning the Pokeballs to the hapless trainers. As for Ash and his friends, they remained unscathed. With the only officer having fled, the remaining riffraff posed no challenge to them. Ash felt a slight disappointment for those who had surrendered their Pokemon. If only they had been a bit braver, with so many of them, they surely could have defeated Team Rocket. Yet none were willing to take on the role of the fearless sacrifice. However, Ash could not impose such expectations upon them. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of disillusionment. His aspirations for the future had become more defined. He hoped to instill a modicum of courage in the people of this world. After politely declining Miss Junsh's offer to commend them, the St. Anna ship underwent inspection, revealing no damage and remaining fully operational. Thus, Ash and his companions once again boarded the St. Anna, embarking on their journey anew. However, due to differing destinations, Misty and May disembarked early, not accompanying Ash and the others to Northward Village. Although Ash felt a hint of reluctance, he understood that this was merely a temporary farewell. They would inevitably meet again. As the ship sailed across the sea for a while, Ash and his companions successfully arrived at a coastal city within the Sinnoh region. After purchasing a map locally, they set forth toward Northward Village. With Ash's aura guidance and the correct use of the map and GPS for navigation, they did not squander time on the road, avoiding any possibility of getting lost. Are we almost there? I think I can see a village, Misty exclaimed from atop a rock, gazing into the distance. It should be, right? The map and GPS indicate we are nearly there, Brock affirmed as he checked the map against his phone's location. Meanwhile, Ash observed with amusement the playful antics of Pikachu and Eevee, as well as the bewildered expressions of the Pokémon, who seemed as though they had never encountered the Pokémon world before, marveling at everything along the way. Hey, you folks over there, are you looking to catch a ride? A voice suddenly rang out as Ash and his companions chatted. Turning around, they beheld a girl with black hair, styled in a single ponytail with a green-tipped tuft, approaching them with an exuberant smile and greeting them warmly. Are you students? Ash noted her attire, which resembled a school uniform. He was taken aback to encounter a student in such a place, especially one who seemed to be around his age and bore an oddly familiar aura. Meanwhile, Ash noticed the chatter in the commentary section growing lively. Isn't that Nemo? What brings her here? Could it be that summer camp is already upon us? I wonder if there is a protagonist from the game around? Probably not. After all, that is how it goes in the games. King does not meet king, if you catch my drift. But Nemo is quite formidable. I just don't know if she has become the champion of Paldea yet. Has the Paldean Pokemon arrived? Can she send a legendary Pokemon to the protagonist? This is hilarious. Is it a legendary Pokemon captured with a sandwich? Listening to the commentary, Ash felt puzzled. Could this girl, who appeared to be around his age, truly be Nemo, the chosen representative from the Paldea region for the EV project? What a coincidence. He had previously researched the Paldea region and was aware of the existence of a unique system known as terrestrialization. Upon discovering this system, he had intended to visit soon to see if he could acquire it. To encounter someone from that region so soon, and possibly the champion at that, left Ash in disbelief. However, he suppressed his astonishment, mindful not to intimidate her, and approached her amicably. Hello, we are trainers from the Kanto region. My name is Ash, and I am currently traveling to fulfill my dreams. The Kanto region is quite a distance away. Upon hearing Ash's introduction, Nemo was equally taken aback. She had initially assumed he was merely a passing young trainer, but to learn he hailed from Kanto was a surprise. Ah, I see. We are actually headed to Northward Village as well. Given the positive remarks in the commentary about her, Ash decided to trust Nemo for the time being, especially since he sensed no malice emanating from her aura. Northward Village? What a coincidence. You can join us on our ride. Our destination is also Northward Village. Is that really okay? Aren't you all students? Can outsiders like us truly ride along? No worries. You all seem quite friendly. It's evident you're not bad people. And with such adorable Pikachu and Eevee, you must be wonderful individuals, right? Nemo bent down to play with Pikachu and Eevee, giggling as she spoke. After exchanging glances, Misty, Brock, and Ash all nodded in agreement. After all, they were feeling a bit weary from their travels. So it would be prudent to catch a ride. Then we shall take you up on that offer. No worries, it's merely a trivial matter. However, upon our arrival at Beishan Township, would you be inclined to engage in a Pokemon battle with me? Nemo raised her gaze, locking eyes with Ash. In that moment, Ash discerned a reflection of himself within her eyes. Could it be that she is an existence akin to my own? Ash nodded affirmatively. Certainly. The opportunity to battle Pokemon trainers from various regions of the world is something I greatly desire. Ash had no reason to decline her invitation. He was eager to witness her prowess, perhaps even that of a champion. How splendid that would be. Let us hurry and board the bus. I can hardly contain my excitement to battle you. Upon Ash's agreement, Nemo, brimming with enthusiasm, grasped his hand and dashed towards their bus. Misty and Brock exchanged glances, shaking their heads in mild exasperation before following suit. Once aboard, Ash noticed a figure clad in a teacher's attire, accompanied by a group of students dressed similarly to Nemo. Ms. Leia, could you kindly assist in allowing Ash and his companions to board? They are also passing Pokemon trainers, and I vouch for them. The woman, a blonde in a purple trench coat, scrutinized Ash and his friends. You are the renowned Pokemon breeder, Master Brock, are you not? Upon recognizing Brock's visage, the woman known as Ms. Leia momentarily lost her composure, her excitement palpable. Ah, I cannot believe your reputation has spread so far. Brock, somewhat bashful at being acknowledged, felt his heartbeat quicken. Could it be that fortune and love is on the horizon for me? Previously, one of our teachers visited you and successfully treated their Pokemon, which we had believed to be beyond salvation. Your miraculous intervention was nothing short of a miracle. Listening to her sincere words, Brock shyly rubbed his nose. Ha ha ha, it wasn't as remarkable as you suggest. I merely happened to know how to treat that particular Pokemon. Despite his humble facade, Brock felt himself soaring with pride. Ms. Leia, please do not linger in reminiscing with Mr. Brock. Let us allow Ash and his friends to board without further delay. Nemo was somewhat surprised to see Ms. Leia so animated in her conversation with Brock, as she was usually composed and steady. It was evident that if Brock was so impressive, Ash accompanying him must also be an extraordinary individual. The thought of battling such a formidable opponent sent a thrill through Nemo. Apologies for the delay, let us board swiftly. With Mr. Brock's character, we trust you implicitly. At this moment, Ms. Leia regained her composure and offered an apologetic glance toward Ash and his friends. It is quite all right. We are immensely grateful for your generous hospitality in allowing us to board. Ash and his companions were unconcerned about the matter. On the contrary, they were quite pleased. A free ride and the prospect of an exhilarating battle awaited them. Ash felt that, regardless of the outcome, he had struck a winning deal. Once settled on the bus, Ash sat beside Misty, while Brock took a seat next to Ms. Leia. As the bus roared to life, Nemo fell silent, having previously engaged in light conversation with Ash. Indeed, she was a person of great decorum, aware of the need to maintain a peaceful atmosphere. Noticing this detail, Ash silently acknowledged her qualities. Now, he believed she had the potential to become a regional champion. An individual who pays attention to detail and possesses a fervent passion for Pokemon battles is bound to achieve remarkable feats in the future. Chapter 40, A Fierce Battle. The transformation of Eevee. With their bus journey completed, Ash and his companions arrived at their destination, Beishang Township, seamlessly. Ahead lay the verdant village of Tsuiching Town, their base of operations. Mr. Brock, have you made arrangements for lodging? Do you need our assistance? After introducing the village to her students, Ms. Leia turned to Brock once more. Being approached so directly by a woman was a novel experience for Brock, leaving him momentarily speechless. Fortunately, Misty pinched his side, snapping him back to reality, prompting him to nod fervently. Ah, no, we haven't. If Ms. Leia could assist us, we would be immensely grateful. After a pained glance at Misty, Brock resumed his cheerful demeanor, looking towards Ms. Leia. Very well, I will take care of your accommodations. If you have any other matters to attend to, feel free to do so now. Thank you so much, Ms. Leia. Brock responded, visibly moved, nearly bowing in gratitude. With their lodging secured, Nemo approached Ash, her eyes aflame with determination. Shall we battle, Ash? I can hardly wait. Since both had registered for the World Championship, their contest would undoubtedly be formal. However, due to spatial constraints, they settled for a straightforward 1v1 match. After locating a suitable area, Nemo and Ash positioned themselves on opposite sides of the battlefield, engaging in pre-battle warm-ups. Eevee, you shall be my choice. Having previously deployed Pikachu, Ash opted for Eevee this time, having come to understand its spirited nature through their time together. Eevee was a tenacious creature, and though it lacked battle experience, it was certainly ready to take the stage. Eevee, use Sand Attack. Understanding the importance of taking the initiative, Ash promptly issued his command. Despite sensing that their strengths were evenly matched, Ash was acutely aware that caution was paramount, particularly in anticipating unexpected moves from his opponent. Thus, he aimed to utilize Eevee's Sand Attack as a probing maneuver. Eevee nodded, vigorously kicking up dust and sand towards Bufflet. Are you testing me? Bufflet, evade. Experienced in battle, Nemo quickly surmised Ash's strategy and issued her command for Bufflet to dodge. Upon hearing the instruction, Bufflet prepared to sidestep Eevee's sandy assault. Aware of the opponent's impressive speed, Ash wasted no time and commanded, Eevee, use Tackle to the left. Anticipating that Nemo would choose to evade, Ash focused on predicting her Pokemon's escape route. Through his heightened senses, he detected Bufflet's inclination to move left. What? Nemo was momentarily taken aback by Ash's insight into her strategy. Unable to redirect Bufflet in time, the moment Bufflet began to shift left, Eevee transformed into a white streak, barreling towards it with unrelenting momentum. Before he could react, Boltop appeared to be struck and sent flying by Eevee's self-sacrificing tackle, as expected of Nemo's future ace Pokemon. After being flung through the air and rolling several times on the ground, it managed to rise once more. Indeed, battling you is exhilarating, Ash. I never anticipated you would discern Boltop's evasion direction. Despite the hit, there was no trace of embarrassment or anger on Nemo's face. On the contrary, she was filled with excitement. The more formidable Ash became, the more she felt the thrill of battle. It's merely a stroke of luck, Ash said, feeling somewhat bashful as he rubbed his nose. After all, it was only through utilizing wave guidance that he had perceived that subtle movement. Now Boltop, use Dig. With Nemo's command, the freshly risen Boltop nodded and swiftly clawed at the ground, excavating a large pit before burrowing into it. Use Reflect type, EV. Ash contemplated his strategy against the opponent quickly. The last time he faced this move was against a flying Pidgey, and several countermeasures came to mind. However, Eevee was not capable of flight. After enduring the barrage for an extended period, Ash's battle instincts became sharper, and within moments, he conjured an effective strategy. Now, drawing from her extensive battle experience, Nemo sensed the timing was perfect and spoke. As Nemo's voice faded, Boltop burst forth from the ground, positioning itself behind Eevee, entirely evading the protective barrier of Reflect type. Ash was taken aback. He hadn't expected the opponent, lacking a skill like wave guidance, could accurately gauge Boltop's current position. What a formidable trainer. Ash felt his blood surge with renewed vigor. In comparison, it was evident he still had ample room for growth. Naturally, Ash was not surprised that Boltop had maneuvered behind Eevee. He had instructed Eevee to use Reflect type not to block the incoming attack, but to guide the enemy into a single point of attack behind Eevee. This strategy narrowed the previously expansive area of potential attacks to just one direction, allowing Eevee to concentrate its focus and react swiftly. At the very moment Boltop erupted from the earth, Eevee was already prepared to strike, radiating a brilliant white light. Without needing any further instruction from Ash, it was clear that Eevee was about to launch its own self-sacrificing tackle. Has it reacted so quickly? Then let's meet it head-on. Boltop, seeing Eevee respond with such promptness, even before Ash could issue a command, excitement intensified on Nemo's face. This is the feeling. I knew I hadn't misjudged my opponent. They truly ignite my passion, thanks to the precautions taken. Boltop was not sent flying by Eevee's tackle, but instead managed to guard itself with its arms crossed before its chest, successfully blocking the attack and only stepping back a few paces without being knocked away. The moment Nemo noticed that Boltop had successfully caught Eevee, she issued her final command. Now, unleash your electric attack, Boltop. With a powerful crackle of electricity, Boltop emitted a dazzling array of electrical sparks, enveloping not only itself but also Eevee, which remained in a state of self-sacrificing tackle. Hold on, Eevee. Ash could only urge Eevee to endure this onslaught, believing that if it could withstand this attack, victory would surely follow. He trusted that, given Eevee's rigorous training, this electric attack would not incapacitate it entirely. Just as Ash and Nemo were intensely fixated on the battle before them, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ash was the first to notice something amiss. Eevee, being struck with Boltop's full-powered electric attack, began to undergo a transformation. Is this a Thunder Eevee? Observing Eevee's sudden change, Ash realized that it might be evolving. However, Thunder Eevee typically required a Thunderstone for evolution. Why was Eevee evolving now? Ash was perplexed. Nemo, too, noticed this unexpected alteration. Although she harbored her own doubts, she chose not to halt the match. As Boltop unleashed its full electric attack, Eevee's form completely transformed, evolving into Thunder Eevee. The electric attack that had initially harmed Eevee was now entirely absorbed. Is this the electric trait of Thunder Eevee? As she witnessed the transformation, Nemo began to anticipate the outcome of the battle. As Boltop's released energy was absorbed by Thunder Eevee, it began to falter, while Thunder Eevee, in stark contrast, brimmed with vitality, a glimmer in its eyes as it launched into another self-sacrificing tackle. This time, Boltop was unable to withstand the onslaught and was sent flying, completely losing its fighting capability. I've lost. Nemo arrived at the landing spot, catching Boltop. Despite her defeat, Nemo's face radiated with exhilaration, as if she were the victor. Ash, your Eevee is truly remarkable. I never anticipated it could evolve mid-battle and absorb Boltop's electric attack. It's incredibly powerful. To be honest, I didn't foresee this either. Ash was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Eevee evolving so unexpectedly during the fight. Just as Ash prepared to use wave guidance to reassess Thunder Eevee's condition, the previously vibrant Thunder Eevee suddenly collapsed onto the ground, enveloped in a white light. reverting back to its original EV form. What? This sudden turn of events left both Ash and Nemo in shock. What just happened? It evolved into Thunder EV, only to regress. Wait, is that even right? Ash pondered. I suspected EV had unique abilities beyond mere evolution. So, it seems that while Ash himself isn't using any external advantages, his Pokémon seem to possess extraordinary capabilities. It appears that this EV's genetic makeup is quite unstable, unable to maintain its evolved state for long periods. Listening to the commentary, Ash muttered about the crimson hue, wondering if it was akin to the green variant. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to promptly assess EV's condition and consult Brock for further insights. Previously, after using wave guidance to inspect EV, Ash found no significant issues and had not summoned Brock for further examination. Now, it seemed clear that this EV possessed traits that distinguished it from others. While his wave guidance could not probe deeper, Brock's analytical eye would surely uncover the underlying reasons. EV, you must be alright. Ash felt a pang of guilt. Had he been more diligent and had Brock check earlier, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. Chapter 41. The Unusual EV and the Socially Anxious Boy, Uli. Although Ash had determined through wave guidance that EV bore no severe injuries, he felt it prudent to have Brock utilize his authoritative analytical eye for a thorough examination. Understood. Leave it to me. After grasping the situation's context, Brock nodded decisively and activated his analytical eye. Name, EV species, evolution, Pokémon nature, stubborn characteristics, synchronization. Abilities, sacrificial charge. Sandsplash. Development path, thunder, fire, water, leaf, moon, sun, ice, fairy, and partner EV, Ash's EV. Evaluation. A Pokémon with exceedingly unstable genes, exceptionally sensitive. Possessing a myriad of evolutionary paths, yet incapable of maintaining any form for an extended period. Currently unable to sustain evolution for long. It will fall into a coma without any adverse effects. It is recommended to strengthen physical attributes to adapt to various evolutions or to equip a special item, tablet, to stabilize in a specific form. Brock, gazing at the information parsed about EV, relayed the details. What on earth is Ash's EV? It can wear a tablet, but why is there no Arceus EV? 0 stars. And what S with Ash's EV? Oh no, this time Ash is both of them. Ash disregarded the barrage of comments. His primary concern being the content of the evaluation. The genes are exceedingly unstable. Normally, as per the reports previously seen at Professor Sakuragi's, EV's genes were merely unstable. Not to such a drastic degree. Thus, it is precisely due to EV's severely unstable genes that it cannot maintain its evolutionary forms for long. However, upon discovering that simply enhancing EV's physical condition could remedy this issue without posing any risks, Ash's heart was instantly at ease. As for the tablet, he had never heard of such an item and was uncertain of where to procure it. As long as it did not harm EV's body. That was all that mattered. Ash was solely focused on this matter. Other concerns would have to wait until EV was no longer at risk of falling into a coma due to evolution. Upon realizing it was a false alarm, Misty sighed in relief. What a surprise. It seems to have a special form exclusive to Ash, just like Pikachu. Misty patted Ash's shoulder with an odd expression. I have no idea. Ash awkwardly scratched his head, feeling that this might indeed be a special privilege of being the protagonist. Meanwhile, Pikachu stood nearby, anxiously watching the still unconscious EV. This little guy, who had always bickered with EV, surprisingly showed such concern now. Their bond must be quite strong. Observing Pikachu and EV, Ash nodded in satisfaction. Is everything all right? Upon realizing that they were discussing private matters, Nemo instinctively kept her distance from Brock and the others, not overhearing the analysis. Seeing Ash and the others breathe a sigh of relief, she approached them. It seems fine now. It appears it was merely an adjustment to that power. Ash cradled EV, gently stroking its fur. It seems that EV's training will need to be more than just basic exercises. It will require a tailored diet, such as Brock's special cuisine for nurturing, to effectively strengthen its physique. With Brock around, Ash felt no worry about failing to enhance EV's physical attributes. He himself had successfully awakened his aura with Brock's assistance. That's a relief. Nemo nodded, feeling a degree of trust in Ash. By the way, Ash, as a reward for winning against me this time, I'd like to give you this. Nemo, as if recalling something, immediately retrieved a Pokémon egg from her backpack. Is that a Pokémon egg? That's quite a precious gift. Ash was taken aback, surprised that after merely defeating her once, she would offer him a Pokémon egg. Hehe. It's nothing, I just found it in the wild. But if all goes well, it should be a special Pokémon from our region, feeling a connection with you. I thought I'd give it to you. Is that so? Aren't you worried this might hatch into a very rare Pokemon? Hearing Nemo's words, Ash felt a twinge of excitement, as he had yet to capture a Pokemon unique to the Paldea region. What is there to worry about? After all, I'm giving it to you. Besides, if you can become stronger because of it, that would make me even happier. I look forward to battling you again. Nemo was entirely unconcerned about what Pokemon the egg might hatch into. Rather, she was more focused on whether Ash could further enhance his abilities. Ash, touched by Nemo's words, felt he had no choice but to graciously accept the gift. Through his aura, he sensed the Pokemon inside the egg. The feedback indicated it was a Pokemon he had never encountered before. Upon perceiving that it was a healthy child, Ash decided to cease his probing. After all, understanding what kind of Pokemon it was now would spoil the surprise once it hatched. Time was getting late. Let us return for dinner. Yes, let us go back. And we can have Brock prepare a sumptuous feast as a thank you. As Ash and the others prepared to turn away, they spotted a youth hiding beneath a nearby tree. In truth, Ash had noticed him long ago, but refrained from confronting him upon realizing he bore no ill intent. Now, since they were heading back, and judging by his attire, which resembled that of Nemo and the others, he was likely a student from the same school. Hey there, would you like to join us on our way back? Noticing the socially anxious demeanor of the boy, Ash greeted him warmly. Are you talking to me? The boy, startled by Ash's attention, was taken aback. Yes, judging by your outfit, you must be from the same school as Nemo and the others, right? Actually, not entirely. He seems to be from Blueberry Academy, the school where Teacher Blaria is. However, why haven't I seen you on the bus before? Upon Ash greeting the boy, Nemo also took note of him. That's the case. The boy timidly stepped forward. Hi, I'm Uli from Blueberry Academy, and I'm also a child of this village. I was just watching you battle Pokemon. It looked amazing, and I'm really sorry for eavesdropping. The boy, introducing himself as Uli, approached Ash and the others with a sheepish expression. Though somewhat stammering, his sincerity was palpable. Is that so? There's no need to apologize. Nemo laughed heartily upon realizing that he was simply captivated by her and Ash's battle, patting him on the shoulder. I can't believe there's a local among the students of Blueberry Academy. That's wonderful. Could I possibly ask you to be our guide for the next few days? Nemo, don't you think that's putting too much pressure on him? Ash interjected, recalling the boy's socially anxious demeanor. No, it's really okay. I actually like you guys a lot. Uli interrupted Ash, his face flushed with excitement. I think your Pokemon battles are really cool. If I could help you over the next few days, I would be thrilled. To Ash's surprise, the boy readily agreed. Though still timid in appearance, Ash could see the passion for Pokemon in his eyes. He truly was a kind-hearted boy who loved Pokemon. Ash thought to himself, but at that moment, he noticed the comments flooding in. Isn't that Uli? Isn't that the guy who is usually shy? He has really changed. There is no alternative. How could the protagonist not be formidable, effortlessly seizing the Pokemon that others adore? Both the legendary Pokemon, the Mask of Azure and the Disc of Cobalt, have eluded his grasp entirely, truly embodying the essence of the Zero's secret treasure. As he listened to the barrage of comments evaluating the young boy before him, Ash furrowed his brow. What were they saying in the comments? The young lad before him appeared so amiable, and through his aura sensing, Ash discerned he was not a malevolent individual. Why, then, did the comments carry such a tone of derision? However, Ash understood that commentary could often be rather one-sided and not absolute. There were matters he preferred to observe for himself, for the first impression this young man left on him was quite favorable. Moreover, the fact that he was a local resident piqued Ash's interest immensely. Perhaps he might glean insights regarding the enigmatic Pokemon, Eerie Pomp, through this boy. Chapter 42. Pipa, the father of healing mastiffs, and the red behemoth who steals sandwiches. Delicious. In gratitude for the ride earlier that day, Brock showcased his culinary prowess, preparing a sumptuous dinner for everyone. All the students, along with Ash and his companions, bore expressions of pure bliss. However, Ash noted that one individual, previously rather aloof, displayed an expression of disbelief after sampling Brock's dish. What an amusing expression. Brock's culinary skills wield such remarkable power. Yet, Ash's attention was not drawn solely by the astonishment on the other's face, but rather by the comments. That brown-haired fellow is Pipa, right? Indeed, it is he. No way he is really here, could it be? Seeing that the comments recognized him, it was evident that Pipa was indeed a person of significance. Ash murmured the name Pipa to himself, feeling as though he had encountered it in the comments before, yet he could not recall when. Noting that the comments had ceased their discussion about him, Ash temporarily set the matter aside. After a hearty meal, Ash and his companions engaged in casual conversation. Under the guidance of Ms. White Rhea, they were introduced to the local authorities, a kindly elderly man with a bald head, who managed the local mansion where they were staying. Additionally, Ash noticed Lillie and a girl with the same hair color sitting beside him, presumably his older sister. Upon sensing Ash's gaze, the girl shot him a menacing glare. Puzzled, Ash turned his head, finding nothing amiss behind him, which only deepened his confusion. Why did she suddenly regard him with such hostility? Had he inadvertently left a poor impression? Or perhaps, due to their camaraderie with Lillie, she mistook him for a nefarious character attempting to abduct her brother? Thanks to the lessons from Xiaolan, Ash was somewhat aware of the phenomenon known as brotherly obsession. However, he chuckled inwardly, reassured that, given he and Lillie were of the same gender, there was no way anything peculiar could transpire. With that thought, Ash chose not to delve further into the matter. Due to their long day of travel, Ash and his companions opted to forego any plans to venture out. After bidding farewell to Ms. White, Rhea, and Nemo, they prepared to return to their rooms for rest. At that moment, the boy named Pipa approached them with a sudden burst of enthusiasm. "Excuse me, Mr. Brock, can you truly heal any Pokémon?" I can only say that I might be able to. I can't guarantee anything with certainty," Brock responded, somewhat taken aback by the sudden approach. "May I ask for your assistance in healing my Pokémon? I assure you, whatever reward you desire, I can provide it, please." Upon seeing the earnest plea in Pipa's eyes, Brock's heart softened, his earlier fatigue lifting instantly. "I understand. I will do my utmost." Ash, who had been preparing to head to his room, halted at this scene. "Let us go to my room. It may not be convenient to treat your Pokémon here." "Of course. Hey Ash, would you like to join us?" Brock inquired, having noticed Ash's presence. "Really?" Ash was surprised that Brock invited him along. "Rest assured, Ash possesses unique abilities that can greatly assist in healing your Pokémon," Brock explained to Pipa, noticing Ash's interest. "Is that so? Then I would be most grateful for your assistance. I promise to reward you appropriately." As for the reward, it was of no concern to Ash. He was merely eager to help, sensing that something was amiss with Pipa's Pokémon. Whenever Pokémon issues arose, he was compelled to lend his aid. Soon, Ash and Pipa followed Brock to his room. "Now, please release your Pokémon." "Understood. Come forth, father of mastiffs." Upon hearing Brock's words, Pipa nodded, retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket, and unleashed a Pokémon. It was a canine creature of deep brown hue, roughly the size of a Tibetan Mastiff. "Is this the father of mastiffs? But why does its aura feel so faint?" Brock remarked, somewhat astonished, as he recognized the Pokémon, which typically possessed a robust vitality. Ash, too, sensed its feeble presence through his aura. "It's all my fault. I failed to protect it, leading to such grave injuries." As he spoke, Pipa's emotions surged, and he struck his own body in frustration. "Stop. Such actions will not aid the father of mastiff's recovery. You wouldn't want its sacrifices to be in vain, would you?" Ash interjected, swiftly halting Pipa's self-reproach. Feeling the strength in Ash's grip, Pipa calmed down, remorseful. "I apologize. It was my fault for becoming too agitated. Everyone makes mistakes." Ash shook his head, acknowledging that although Pipa claimed responsibility for the Pokémon's injuries, he still held a favorable view of him, especially since he had not abandoned the father of mastiffs. After embarking on his journey, Ash learned that the world was rife with unpredictability. Sometimes, a moment's inattention could lead to irreparable harm to one's Pokémon. In such cases, Ash believed that as a trainer, the best course of action was to neither abandon nor give up on them, which was the essence of his belief. "How is Brock doing?" Ash glanced over at Brock. "Though the situation is indeed serious, I still have ways to heal it." After analyzing the father of mastiff's condition, a treatment plan sprang to Brock's mind, and he spoke with newfound confidence. "Really? You can truly heal it?" Pipa exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Certainly. While this may be an incurable predicament for others, I am fortunate to possess a remedy." Xiaojing, without any pretentiousness, humbly remarked, "I am truly grateful to you. If the Mastiff Patriarch can recover, I would gladly do anything you ask of me." "Oh, do not speak so gravely. For me, it is merely a trifling matter. Besides, you have already done me a great favor by hitching a ride with you today." Xiaojing quickly halted the other's inclination to bow in gratitude. "However, my treatment will require 7 days of careful nurturing to achieve complete recovery." "No problem. Just 7 days? I have waited for years. These 7 days are nothing to me. I am truly, truly, truly grateful to you." The youth, originally a robust lad, was now reduced to tears, clearly indicating a profound bond with the Mastiff Patriarch. It's all right. Everything will be fine. Rest assured, with me here, I swear by Xiaojing's name that I will heal your Pokémon." Observing the weeping youth before him, Xiaojing felt uncertain about how to respond, so he embraced him gently, patting his back in consolation. With the matter perfectly resolved, Ash felt it necessary to give them some space to recuperate. After acquiring a sandwich from Xiaojing for a late-night snack, Ash decided to take a stroll, meandering about the vicinity. Although the hour was late, he could only rely on the dim light to guide his way. Yet, for one attuned to the wave guidance like Ash, this posed no challenge. As he walked along the path, he unknowingly arrived at a high vantage point, where he could gaze down at the splendid scenery below. Setting the sandwich aside, Ash couldn't help but marvel at how far he had traveled during this journey. It was truly astonishing. Reflecting on his appearance when he first set out, he noted a remarkable transformation. He sighed, contemplating the significant changes that had taken place in his life in what felt like a mere blink of an eye. Perhaps, in response to the call of the narrative, he had indeed become the protagonist of this world. As Ash pondered this, he realized he was feeling hungry again and reached for the sandwich nearby. Suddenly, he sensed a warm, unfamiliar touch against his hand, something other than the sandwich. Curiously, he turned to see a large, red creature stealthily munching on his sandwich. The two, a human and a Pokémon, stood atop the elevation, gazing at each other in silence. Chapter 43, The Encounter. Ash observed the Pokémon devouring his sandwich, initially perplexed as he sought to identify the culprit. To his surprise, it was a creature he had never encountered before, instantly dissipating his irritation. Upon noticing Ash's awareness, the Pokémon hastily stuffed the remnants of the sandwich into its mouth, savoring the taste while wide-eyed with astonishment. Intrigued by this amusing Pokémon, Ash's curiosity was piqued. However, as the late hour had lulled the audience into slumber, he remained oblivious to the creature's identity. Are you full? Through the wave guidance, Ash sensed that the Pokémon seemed less than satisfied. The red creature, realizing Ash was not angered by its pilfering, wore an expression of bewilderment. Was this creature perhaps a bit dim-witted? Why was there no reaction? Seeing the somewhat dazed Pokémon, Ash extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Would you like to accompany me for a moment? I can take you somewhere with delicious food. When the creature remained unresponsive, still wearing its vacant expression, Ash sighed and continued. All right, you stay here. I'll go fetch you something to eat. Assuming the creature was simply slow to react, he turned and dashed back to the mansion. Upon discovering that Xiaojing's room was still illuminated, Ash knocked on the door. Xiaojing quickly answered. What's the matter? Did something happen? Do you have any food left? At that moment, Ash was uncertain how to describe his encounter with the Pokémon, so he opted to convey the most pressing matter first. Of course, my backpack is filled with bread. What's the matter? Are you still hungry? Given that Ash often sought him out for late-night snacks, Xiaojing was not particularly shocked. Well, I'll take whatever you have for now. Is that all right? Of course. No problem. For me, food is abundant. Xiaojing nodded, gesturing toward his overflowing backpack. All right, if I'm still hungry later, I'll come back for more. No issue at all. I'm quite awake now, so I don't mind. Xiaojing affirmed with a nod. With that, Ash picked up the backpack, bid Xiaojing farewell, and hurried back to where he had left the red creature. Noticing that Ash was running outside, Xiaojing felt a twinge of surprise. Was Ash going to feed wild Pokémon? Although the exact reason for Ash's actions eluded him, Xiaojing could surmise that it was indeed related to Pokémon. As for the possibility of Ash going out to meet a girl, Xiaojing dismissed that notion entirely. Upon returning to the spot, Ash found the red Pokémon still waiting there. It regarded him with a puzzled expression, as if wondering why this warm-hearted human had returned. You must be quite hungry, waiting here for me, right? I apologize for keeping you waiting. Relieved that the creature had not departed, Ash quickly retrieved the food from Xiaojing's backpack, unwrapping it to offer to the Pokémon. Feel free to eat. Xiaojing's special dishes are safe and delicious, absolutely no harm in them. To demonstrate, Ash took a bite in front of the Pokémon. After a moment of hesitation, the red creature finally reached out, grabbed one, and popped it into its mouth. Instantly, its initially naive expression transformed into one of sheer delight. As it continued to devour the food, clearly relishing each morsel, Ash felt a profound sense of happiness witnessing the Pokémon's joy. He sat beside the creature, enjoying the bread together. Once the last piece was consumed, Ash contentedly patted his belly. Turning to look, he saw that the red Pokémon had also eaten its fill, mimicking Ash by joyfully rubbing its own belly. Rather than resembling a typical belly, Ash was surprised to find it resembled a tire. What a unique Pokémon, Ash mused, wondering if it could somehow transform into a motorcycle. That would be rather peculiar. Are you full now? Ash inquired, and the Pokémon, seemingly understanding, nodded, appearing far less dazed than before. Since you're satisfied, you should head home and rest. I, too, am preparing to retire for the night. As the hour grew late, Ash decided it was time to return to his room. After all, Pikachu and Eevee were still there, and if they awoke to find him missing, they might worry and search frantically for him. My name is Ash. If you find yourself still hungry next time, come back to this place and seek me out. I shall be here for the next few days." Noticing that his companion had once again donned that vacant expression, Ash scratched his head in confusion. Surely, he had understood his words. After all, he had comprehended Ash's earlier request for food. When his companion finally displayed a glimmer of understanding and nodded, Ash felt reassured enough to bid him farewell and retire to his room. Upon returning, Ash gazed at the peacefully slumbering forms of Pikachu and Eevee. He tucked them under their blankets, then removed his outerwear and lay down on his bed. Through the window, he gazed into the vast, inky night sky. "Eerie Pom-Pom, I have come to find you." The moment his head met the pillow, drowsiness enveloped him, and he soon slipped into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Ash found himself in a peculiar world devoid of Pokémon. However, he seemed to possess a pet, a golden retriever that incessantly licked his face. Although this realm lacked Pokémon, the presence of this delightful golden retriever kept Ash entertained, filling him with immense joy. "Ash, it's time to wake up. Why are you still in bed?" Ash, still caught in the clutches of sleep, vaguely heard Misty's voice and jolted awake. How strange, the alarm clock hadn't gone off. Hearing commotion outside his door, Ash raised his head in puzzlement, accompanied by the sound of the wind rustling the curtains. He turned, confused, for he distinctly remembered closing the window the previous night. What met his eyes was an unexpected sight. The window wide open, the alarm clock shattered on the floor, and lying next to him, the large red Pokémon from last night. What is this? Observing its sound slumber, Ash hesitated to wake the creature. It seemed that this Pokémon had taken quite a liking to him. After a moment of contemplation, Ash deduced that it must have stealthily entered his room and curled up beside him during the night, inadvertently breaking his alarm clock. However, Ash was surprised that his aura sense had failed to detect its sudden presence. "Isn't that Guzzlord? How did it end up beside Ash? What did I miss last night?" The chatter in the chat room erupted upon spotting the red Pokémon, immediately calling out its name. "Guzzlord? Another name I've never heard before." Chapter 44. The Legend of the Ghosts. "Is this the Pokémon you fed last night?" Brock and Misty inquired, their curiosity piqued by the unexpected addition in Ash's room. "Guzzlord. Indeed. But I have no idea why it suddenly decided to come into my room and sleep beside me, shattering my alarm clock in the process." Ash replied while tidying up the mess. Guzzlord, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding chatter, continued to slumber soundly despite Brock and Misty's conversation. Pikachu and Eevee had already awakened, their little minds struggling to comprehend the sudden presence of this colossal creature on the bed. "Brock, this is your area of expertise." Given Eevee's previous encounter, Ash resolved that any new Pokémon should first be examined by Brock. "No problem. I'm quite curious. I've never seen this Pokémon before," Brock replied, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he prepared to analyze the creature. As his analysis eye fully activated, information about Guzzlord appeared in his mind. Name: Guzzlord. Species: Abyssal Pokémon. Nature: Cheerful. Ability: Crimson Pulsation. Moves: Flare Blitz, Outrage, Swords Dance. Training direction: Already in final form evaluation. A Pokémon in a restricted form, whose power is largely sealed. It can transform into a motorcycle-like entity through special culinary means. It can reach its full form and unleash devastating strength capable of splitting the earth. Restricted form? What does that mean? Brock pondered, slightly bewildered by the evaluation provided by the analysis eye. Nonetheless, there is a method to break its seal, albeit the materials required are quite precious. I will need some time to gather the necessary resources. I see. The fact that Brock needed time to procure the materials indicated that Guzzlord's inherent strength should not be underestimated. Ash nodded thoughtfully at Brock's response, realizing from the chatroom's introduction that Guzzlord was indeed a formidable presence. Is it akin to a legendary Pokémon? Ash mused, surprised that something appearing so comical could possess such immense power. Reflecting on the description of Guzzlord, which could transform into a motorcycle, Ash could not help but envision the scene of himself traveling atop Guzzlord, the imagery too enchanting to dismiss. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from Ash's stomach. "Oh, I seem to be a bit hungry. Well, I was about to call you down for breakfast. I'll keep an eye on things here. You should go eat." Brock reassured him, giving Ash's shoulder a friendly pat. "Come on, Ash. Stop being so melodramatic. You can leave it all to Brock. If anything happens, he'll definitely call us. Now hurry and come eat with me," Misty said, her expression exasperated as she pulled Ash along downstairs. Pikachu and Eevee exchanged glances before following suit. As for Guzzlord, since it was still asleep, they decided to leave it be. After all, Brock had confirmed that there were no issues. They could always call Ash back once Guzzlord awakened. "Good morning, Ash. How did you sleep last night?" Upon reaching the lower level, Ash encountered Nemo, Pretty well, actually. I even had a lovely dream, he replied. That's great. Just remember to keep in good shape. I'm looking forward to our match on the last day. I'm ready. As long as it's a Pokemon battle, I could never turn it down. Then it's a promise. We have an event to attend, so I'll be on my way. Bye. Goodbye. Nemo glanced at her watch and chose not to engage further, bidding Ash farewell as she hurried away. Such is the life of students, always busy with countless activities. Indeed, even in the Pokemon world, there are students with burdens to bear. Even being reborn into the Pokemon world doesn't guarantee the freedom that Ash and his friends enjoy, Ash reflected, resonating with the chatroom's sentiments. He felt fortunate that their environment was more progressive. Had it been like other regions, where children were restricted to attending Pokemon academies and deprived of the freedom to explore, life would have felt utterly wasted. After a hearty breakfast, Ash, feeling content, stepped outside, eager to gather information regarding the mysterious eerie pom-pom. At that moment, he spotted Nemo and the girl he had seen the previous day heading out. At the entrance, Uli seemed to be awaiting something, and upon spotting Ash, he instantly greeted him with exuberance. Good morning, Ash. I've been waiting for you. Uli, you were waiting for me? Why didn't you come inside to tell me? Ash replied, feeling a tad embarrassed. Had I known you were waiting, I would have eaten a bit faster. The fact that Uli was anticipating his arrival caught Ash off guard. Don't blame yourself. It was my own choice. Uli shyly shook his head. My sister is taking Nemo and the others to tour the village. I stayed back to show you around. I see. That's quite a bother for you. Ash said appreciatively. It's no trouble at all. Besides, there are many unfamiliar faces over there, so I'm a bit out of my element too, Uli admitted, shaking his head. Compared to being with a crowd of familiar schoolmates, he felt more inclined towards Ash and his companions. All right then, I'll be counting on you, Ash exclaimed. Not at all. Thanks to Mr. Brock yesterday, I got to enjoy such delicious cuisine, so this is just my way of repaying you. But where is Mr. Brock? Ash queried, noticing the absence of his friend. Oh, he's upstairs helping to look after the Pokemon. He probably won't be able to join us for a while. I understand. Next time, I'll be sure to bring Mr. Brock along, Ash replied. With that, Uli led Ash and Misty along the village path, earnestly sharing tales and stories about the local architecture. They soon arrived at a place called Pokemon Square. Initially somewhat stuttering, Uli's speech became unexpectedly fluid as he recounted. This is where the village's ghost legend is told. The ghost legend? Ash mused, sensing a possible connection to the mysterious Pokemon. Shuppet. The tale spoke of a long time ago, in the northern village, where a fearsome specter resided in the mountains, often frightening those who dared to enter. One fateful day, the malevolent spirit, for reasons unknown, descended from the mountains in a fit of rage, wreaking havoc and causing great destruction to the village. Fortunately, at that moment, 3 valiant Pokemon appeared, Zangoose, Lurantis, and Torchic. Despite their valiant efforts, they were unable to vanquish the spirit. Ultimately, through their self-sacrifice, they managed to drive the ghost back to the mountains, thus saving the villagers. Henceforth, the courageous trio was hailed as the village's heroes, affectionately known as the 3 Pokemon Companions, with their story becoming a cherished legend, passed down through generations. The site of their burial was henceforth named Pokemon Square, with the statues in the center erected by the grateful villagers. After hearing Uli's account, Ash nodded thoughtfully. The story felt somewhat cliched, reminiscent of the tales he and Misty had heard from Blue, where Pokemon sacrificed themselves to save villagers and drive away evil. Yet, since the Pokemon in this story were unfamiliar to him, Ash found himself intrigued. However, more than the tale itself, Ash was captivated by the commentary surrounding it. Nonsense. These villagers are truly foolish to idolize 3 Pokemon as heroes. It raises my blood pressure. Indeed, the widow suffered greatly and defeated the villains, only to be wrongfully accused by the villagers of being the evil spirit. Honestly, I was infuriated during that part of the story. What a bunch of ignorant villagers. Feeling the collective frustration from the commentary, Ash was momentarily perplexed but gleaned an important insight. The so-called ghost was, in fact, Shuppet. He had learned previously that Shuppet was referred to as the widow in the commentary, thus understanding the underlying implications. By the way, Ash, don't you think the ghost in the story is quite striking? Yuli's question jolted Ash from his thoughts. Huh, why do you think that? Ash replied, taken aback. According to conventional logic, one would typically favor the righteous side, like the 3 Pokemon Companions, because it's impressive how one can face 3 foes single-handedly. That's truly remarkable. I've always found ghosts fascinating, and I often ventured into the mountains at night, hoping to catch a glimpse of one. Yet, I never encountered any, and the villagers scolded me for it, Uli said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Misty, listening nearby, was surprised by Yuli's shy demeanor that belied such a clear and unique line of thought. Do you share this view, Miss Misty? Uli turned to her, his face alight with excitement. Well, if we set aside the morality of the situation, the ghost indeed possesses formidable power, Misty replied, feeling a bit pressured to articulate her thoughts as Uli looked at her with hopeful anticipation. Right? I've always thought ghosts were cool. Finally, someone acknowledges my perspective. You know, no one in the village agrees with me. Today, I finally met someone who thinks like me, and I'm so thrilled. Seeing Uli's unbounded joy, Misty wore a contemplative expression. His views seemed rather unconventional, and most people would likely disagree. However, she refrained from voicing her reservations. Realizing there was no need to quibble with a child, he would come to understand in time. Meanwhile, Ash grew increasingly silent. So, Shuppet was considered an evil presence in this place? Yet, the timid Pokémon he remembered bore no resemblance to an evil spirit. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Even the commentary suggested that the story was mere fabrication. Feeling a headache coming on, Ash resolved to seek out Shuppet, hoping to uncover the truth behind the legend. Chapter 45, The Four Masks of the Ghost. Uli continued to guide Ash and his companions through the village's history, arriving at a location known as Northern Square. This was a venue where various events were frequently held, such as the masked festival scheduled for that evening. Noticing the area was clearly adorned for the occasion, Ash nodded in recognition. His hometown had similar places. The notice board also recounted the ghost's story. Legend had it that the ghost possessed 4 shimmering masks, each granting it different powers depending on which it wore. Wearing the green mask could revive withered plants. The red mask could conjure roaring flames. The blue mask could halt the flow of rivers. The gray mask could easily crush hard rocks. Listening to the description of a Pokémon that could alter its abilities through mask changes sounded incredibly impressive. Ash and Misty exchanged incredulous glances, astonished to discover that the Pokémon they sought was so formidable. Yet, recalling its frail appearance, Ash still struggled to reconcile that image with the legendary powerful ghost. As Uli continued his narration, Ash began to piece together the reality of the situation. However, before the companions fell, they managed to seize 3 masks from the demon, effectively sealing away nearly all of its powers. This prevented it from wreaking havoc upon the world, thus bestowing upon the village a prolonged tranquility. Subsequently, the villagers preserved the demon's masks at the northern center. After narrating the tale inscribed on the notice board, Uli raised her gaze toward Ash and his companions. While the villagers harbored a profound fear of demons, I found myself utterly fascinated by them. I perceived demons as powerful and striking, unperturbed by human disdain, which has led me to admire them since childhood. Consequently, I aspire to become a figure as charismatic as a demon, capable of shouldering everything independently, without relying on my sister's strength in the days to come. Observing Yuli's deep admiration for the formidable demon from the story, Ash fell into silence once more. Although it is said that the ominous Pung is indeed powerful in legends, the last time he encountered it, it appeared rather feeble. Ash felt somewhat reluctant to express his thoughts. After adjusting his emotions, Ash looked at Uli and declared, Uli, I firmly believe you will one day become someone capable of standing on your own. Really? Do you truly think I can achieve that? For the first time, Uli felt such affirmation from another, her eyes sparkling with hope as she gazed at Ash. Absolutely. From the moment you observed our Pokémon battles, I sensed your genuine affection for Pokémon. Your passion rivals that of anyone else. A person with such love for Pokémon is destined to become someone who can bear responsibility. And I have always believed in that. Ash's beaming smile reflected his understanding that Yuli's current timid demeanor stemmed from a lack of recognition, leading to some insecurities. In moments like these, he realized she needed encouragement to help her overcome her struggles. Thank you, Ash. I am truly, truly grateful. This is the first time someone has believed in me so wholeheartedly. With Ash's unwavering support, Uli felt as if she had found a mentor in her life. Now, while the sun is still shining, let me take you to the cave, which is said to be the dwelling of the demon. Ash and Misty exchanged glances, surprised at the ease of locating Pung's abode. No problem, let us go, they agreed, as Uli led Ash and Misty through the winding forest paths with remarkable ease. It was evident she had visited this place often. Yet, it was puzzling that despite her numerous visits, she had never encountered Pung. Ash found himself unsure whether to consider her unlucky or fortunate. Here we are. That cave ahead is the entrance, the demon's lair. Uli brought Ash and his friends to a clearing, gesturing toward the cave. Upon seeing the familiar sight, Ash felt an undeniable certainty that this was the place from his dreams. Entering the cave, the room and layout unfolded before him, precisely as he had envisioned in his dreams. save for the absence of fruit. It seems the demon is not here after all, Lillie sighed. Perhaps it has simply stepped out? Ash refrained from suggesting that the demon might have fled upon sensing their presence, given the impression it left on him last time. Ash found this quite plausible. Otherwise, he could not explain why Lillie had never seen it during her visits. It's possible. We've been out for quite a while. Let us head back. The mask festival is tonight, a village tradition you must attend. Yuli's expression brightened with excitement at the thought. Through their previous exchanges, she had entirely embraced Ash and his companions as true friends. Such an intriguing event, we cannot possibly miss it. You're right, Misty. Of course. It's a local specialty. And I would love to wear one of those beautiful outfits. Then let us hurry back, Lillie replied eagerly. Yes, let's go, Ash agreed. As they departed, a green demon head quietly emerged from the nearby bushes. Pony? Observing Ash's retreating figure, the green demon's expression behind its mask was one of confusion. What is the situation? Upon returning, Ash immediately made his way back to his room. Well, Golett has awakened. However, upon realizing you were absent, it fled immediately. Brock said with a hint of frustration, lamenting the missed opportunity for a friendly interaction. He had intended to follow Ash's advice and use food to bridge the gap. But it seemed Golett was simply drawn to Ash. Ash scratched his head in bewilderment at Brock's response. Why would it be drawn to me? Could it be because of the aura? After noticing that the comments from the audience had not provided any substantial answers, Ash decided not to dwell on it. After all, there was little risk considering Golett's strength, so he chose to temporarily set it aside. He shared the day's experiences with Brock. I had no idea such things were happening in the northern village. But could the Pung we seek actually be the infamous demon from their legends? Brock, being astute, quickly deduced that there might be a discrepancy in the local myths. After all, someone of Ash's caliber would not dream of such a malevolent being. Moreover, from Ash's account, the creature seemed rather pitiable, which explained their eagerness to find it. It's a pity we didn't encounter it at its dwelling, the very place from my dream. Otherwise, everything would have been clearer, Ash lamented. No worries. Now that we know its location, we can return later. Besides, you mentioned their essay festival tonight, so let us not miss that. With time on their side, they could afford to relax a bit. You're right. We should take a break. Ash nodded in agreement. After walking for so long, it was indeed time to let their Pokémon have some fun. Thinking of the upcoming Mask Festival, Ash decided to release his Pokémon to join in. However, for the Mask Festival, they would need masks. Remembering Yuli's mention of her family's mask-making heritage, he thought it prudent to visit them to procure some. With that in mind, Ash promptly set his plan into action. Chapter 46, A Chance Encounter. Is this Yuli's home? Though unfamiliar with her exact residence, Ash was able to locate it through his aura sensing. Before he could knock, the girl he had seen earlier stepped outside. Upon spotting Ash, her calm demeanor shifted to one of irritation. What are you doing at my house? Actually, I heard from Uli that your family used to make masks, so I wanted to buy a few for myself and my Pokémon to wear during the Mask Festival. Noticing her unfriendly expression, Ash quickly explained. For you and your Pokémon? The girl crossed her arms and scrutinized Ash from head to toe, remaining silent. Ash felt a wave of nervousness under her gaze. Surely, she wouldn't refuse to sell him masks just because he had gotten close to Uli? Fortunately, her scrutiny did not last long. After a sigh, she spoke again. Since you're here for business, I have no reason to refuse. Let your Pokémon out. I'll see if I have anything suitable. All right. Relieved by her agreement, Ash promptly released all of his Pokémon. Come forth, Pidgey, Butterfree, Charmander, Bulbasaur, and the Squirtle squad. As for Froakie, of course, it shall remain undisclosed. Pikachu and Eevee have not scored at all, so there's no need to release them. They remain perched upon Ash's shoulder. I hadn't anticipated the abundance of Pokémon you possess. The girl, surprised by Ash's impressive array of Pokémon, especially noted the uniformity of the Squirtless, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps it is fate that connects me with my Pokémon, Ash said, scratching his head bashfully. Ordinarily, a typical trainer is permitted to carry only 6 Pokémon. But thanks to a brief exchange with Professor Oak, he now enjoys the privilege of unlimited Pokémon storage. Fortunately, none of your Pokémon are particularly large. Thus, finding a mask should pose no challenge. Why don't you accompany me? I'll check the storage for something suitable. Of course, with the other party's agreement solidified, Ash hurriedly followed suit. Inside the room, Yurik noticed Ash and promptly opened the door, rushing out. Hey Ash, what brings you here? Yurik, I actually came to buy masks from you. Didn't you mention that the Mask Festival is happening tonight? I wanted to get masks for myself and my Pokémon. Ash pointed to his Pokémon, smiling. I see. Yurik nodded, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Ash's Pokémon. So many. They're all distinctive Pokémon from your region. How adorable, especially this group of Squirtless. The Squirtle squad, feeling proud from the compliment, puffed up their chests. Pidgey and Butterfree perched languidly on branches, soaking in the ambience of North City. Pikachu and Eevee continued to frolic, playing tag, while Bulbasaur kept a watchful eye on them to prevent them from straying too far. Charmander, still clinging to Ash after their last adventure, obediently trailed behind him. Yurik, could you and Bulbasaur help keep an eye on my Pokémon? I'll go with your sister to find the masks. Absolutely. Hey, are you still planning to buy a mask? Hurry up. Hearing the girl's mildly irritated tone, Ash hurriedly acknowledged her request and entrusted his Pokémon to Yurik. Wow, you really have an abundance of masks, Ash exclaimed, taken aback at the sight of the storeroom filled with masks. Due to the long-standing nature of events requiring masks, a considerable collection had accumulated. The girl's expression softened as she gazed at the masks before her. Thank you. What was that? Ash inquired, puzzled by the girl's seemingly whispered words to the masks. Nothing. You misheard. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Ash's response, the girl's face flushed crimson, her tone slightly gritting her teeth. Could it be that she harbors a secret crush on Danyu? Perhaps she's feeling frustrated for not being able to battle Ash? Did she just say thank you? If I hadn't read the subtitles, I wouldn't have caught that. But to whom was she speaking? It's quite a mystery. I swear it wasn't directed at the masks. Danyu? Ash finally discerned the girl's name. However, he pondered why the comments suggested she had a secret crush. Who could it possibly be? Did she say thank you? It couldn't have been directed at him, could it? That seems far-fetched, considering this was their first official interaction. As the comments streamed in, Ash felt increasingly bewildered by the unfolding circumstances. All right, hurry up and choose. The sooner you select your mask, the sooner you can prepare for the mask festival. Surely, you don't intend to attend in those travel clothes, do you? Noticing Ash lost in thought, the girl resumed her previous aloof demeanor. Oh right. Okay. Ash snapped back to reality, glancing at his travel attire, while she had already donned a kimono. It certainly appeared mismatched. It seemed he would need to visit a clothing store afterward. Charmander, what do you think of this one? Very good. And this one? Excellent. How about this? Absolutely fantastic. Observing the duo selecting masks, Danyu couldn't help but smile slightly, but upon realizing her expression, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand and averted her gaze. Once she confirmed Ash remained oblivious to her change, she cautiously turned back, her thoughts lingering on him. Oh, it truly seems she harbors a secret crush. She has been watching Ash closely. Moments ago, she appeared so indifferent. It must have been an act. What a shame. Ash is so oblivious. He'll never notice. Sigh. Ash is such a troublemaker. It's hard to believe he hasn't even made a move, yet he's captured another girl's heart. Is it love at first sight for Ash? How tragic. While Ash was engrossed in choosing masks, he grew perplexed as the comments continued to revolve around him. What had he done? He was merely selecting masks. Turning to look at Danyu, he found her gazing elsewhere, quickly turning away. It seemed the comments were mere fabrications. Ash was resolutely convinced he lacked any formidable charm over girls. Chapter 47. News regarding Moonbear, Lunar Form. That should be all. How much will it cost? After selecting masks for his Pokémon, Ash also picked out some for Misty and Brock. It's entirely up to you, if you wish to purchase them outright. I can offer a discount. If it's merely a rental, I can lend them to you for free. Ash's heart soared at the unexpected offer of complimentary rental, especially given his tight finances. Then we'll opt for a rental. However, if it's free, I feel that would be quite inappropriate. So let us go with the standard rental fee. Haha, I told you it's free. You needn't concern yourself with any other matters. After Ash chose to rent, Danyu's demeanor returned to its previous coldness. Without waiting for Ash to say much, she closed the storeroom door with a heavy thud. With her attitude, Ash felt it unwise to say anything further, so he thanked her and hurried off with the masks to find his Pokémon. Bulbasaur, come quickly. Put on your masks. We're heading to the kimono store to see if there are any suitable outfits. Bulbasaur nodded, immediately using its vines to tap the other playful Pokémon, signaling them to gather around Ash. Bulbasaur cleverly assisted Ash by distributing the masks to each Pokémon. These fit remarkably well. Ash, you truly have an eye for selection. Each mask suits the Pokémon perfectly. Yurik remarked with admiration as she watched Ash's Pokémon playfully tease one another while wearing their masks. Haha, it's nothing special. We just spent a lot of time together. Ash chuckled, placing the mask he had selected for himself atop his head. How does this one suit me? Very regal and dashing, though it pales in comparison to mine. Yurik, growing more comfortable in Ash's company, wore a playful smile, revealing a hint of mischief as she produced a green demon mask from behind her and donned it. Look, this is my favorite mask. I begged my grandfather for ages before he crafted it for me. It resembles a ghostly figure. Surprised by the familiar mask on Yurik's face, Ash raised an eyebrow. It is strikingly similar. almost identical to the mask worn by the eerie Peng Dai. Could it be that the ancestors of the Uli family had some connection with the supernatural? Xiaoji felt that the mask of the other party bore such a resemblance to that of a spirit, and it seemed far from coincidental. However, with the face concealment festival approaching, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. Xiaoji resolved to inquire about it later. It truly looks splendid. You must bring him along tonight. Indeed, of course. Uli chuckled shyly as she removed her mask. Until tonight then, I have some matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Farewell, Xiaoji, see you tonight. Yes, and goodbye, Miss Danyu. Xiaoji, of course, did not forget to bid farewell to Danyu, who stood nearby, her expression stern, yet still kind enough to lend him the mask without charge. Farewell, Danyu. Taken aback by Xiaoji's call, momentarily lost her composure before responding. As she watched Xiaoji's figure recede into the distance, she remained rooted in place. What's wrong, sister? Why do you seem so distracted today? What nonsense are you spouting? You think that with a new friend, you can just ignore your sister, don't you? Upon hearing Yuli's words, Danyu's expression instantly morphed into a fierce one, as she playfully smacked Uli on the forehead. That hurt, sister. Observing Yuli's pained expression and the smile she had just exhibited, Danyu couldn't help but glance once more at the direction Xiaoji had departed. That fellow truly seems to possess some sort of charm. Meanwhile, Xiaoji, having selected and donned an outfit alongside his Pokémon, was ready to head to the North Square. Excuse me, could the young man in front of me pause for a moment? Just as Xiaoji was making his way with his Pokémon, he suddenly heard someone calling to him and halted. Almost immediately, a woman with a camera rushed toward him, accompanied by a rather unique herdier. I find you and your Pokémon incredibly intriguing. May I take your photograph? A photograph, you say? Certainly, that poses no problem at all. But would you be able to provide me with a copy afterward? Hearing the word photograph, Xiaoji's eyes lit up. He had not thought of capturing a moment like this. That would indeed be splendid. The woman nodded emphatically. Now, please pose with your Pokémon, and I shall photograph you one by one. Xiaoji exchanged glances with Pikachu, and they nodded in agreement. Amidst the sound of the camera shutter, the photographer's expression transitioned from surprise to excitement. This is truly wonderful. You all photograph exceptionally well. Really? Xiaoji had anticipated that he possessed such a talent. Indeed. Just take a look for yourself. The woman excitedly handed her camera to Xiaoji. Gazing through the lens, he beheld the recent scene. His Pokémon snuggled close, all appearing blissfully happy, while he himself wore a beaming smile, creating a heartwarming and harmonious image. Oh, would you believe it? This photographer does possess a certain flair. Well, it must be the deep bond between Xiaoji and his Pokémon that allows them to be so affectionate. By the way, isn't this photographer an NPC from the game resembling the Hema Moon Bear? That seems likely. Observe how that herdier is in the wash green form. Initially engrossed in admiring his photograph, Xiaoji's attention was suddenly captured by a comment mentioning the herdier's wash green form. He had not closely examined the herdier behind the photographer earlier, but now he noticed that it indeed differed from the others, with fur that was noticeably longer. Oh, did you notice? My little herdier isn't an ordinary one. It's a special form from my homeland. How fascinating. Xiaoji bent down curiously to view the herdier. The herdier, unperturbed, approached Xiaoji inquisitively. It truly is special and exceptionally adorable. Upon closely observing the herdier, Xiaoji utilized his aura to sense its health, confirming it was indeed in excellent condition. Haha, yes, this one has accompanied me from my hometown and has always been well behaved. Greetings, my name is Lillie. I am traveling in pursuit of the perfect photograph. Hello, I am Xiaoji, currently journeying with the aim of becoming the world's foremost Pokémon Master. Upon extending her hand, Xiaoji promptly stood and reciprocated. Xiaoji, I deduce you hail from the Kanto region, correct? By observing Xiaoji's Pokémon, Lillie inferred his origin. Yes, that is correct. Moreover, judging by your skills, you must be quite adept at capturing Pokémon, right? Lillie's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the multitude of Pokémon behind Xiaoji, particularly the group of Squirtless. Well, it's not that impressive. Perhaps it's just that I have a knack for winning Pokémon's favor. That is indeed impressive. How about this, Xiaoji? Could you assist me with a favor? If you agree to lend me your aid, I will reveal to you information about a rare Pokémon. Information about a rare Pokémon? Upon hearing this, Xiaoji's mind immediately conjured images of the eerie Peng Dai. Could it be that she has special news regarding it? With this thought, Xiaoji did not hesitate to agree, for through his aura and the comments, he sensed that she was no ill-intentioned person. That is wonderful. With your assistance, I will surely achieve my goal. Upon Xiaoji's agreement, Lillie excitedly high-fived her herdier in celebration. I apologize for my earlier excitement. The reason I came here was to photograph a unique Hema moon bear. It is named for the crimson moon atop its head, known as the Hema moon, and is exceedingly rare. Originally, it was near my hometown, but for reasons unknown, it has suddenly appeared here, prompting my journey to capture its photograph. Hearing that it was not news about the eerie Pengdai, Xiaoji felt a tinge of disappointment, yet his interest was reignited upon hearing what followed. A Pokemon he had never encountered before? A special form of Pokemon? It sounded incredibly impressive. I've heard it resides in a nearby forest. If you happen to encounter it and successfully capture it, would you bring it to me for a photograph? Would that be possible? Certainly. If I come across it, I will definitely inform you, Miss Shaley. Given that she had shared such significant information, and the reward was merely for a photograph, Xiaoji saw no reason to refuse. Then I shall entrust this to you, Xiaoji. I want to take up more of your time. You are likely staying at the manor over there, correct? Once the photographs are developed, I will deliver them to you. Now, do hurry back. You must be preparing for the evening's face concealment festival. Yes. Until we meet again, Miss Shaley. Until then, Xiaoji. Chapter 48. The date between Gyarados and Pikachu, and the world-famous painting, Serena in golden yellow. Having made ample preparations, Xiaoji was in no rush to attend the memorial. Instead, he leisurely strolled along with his Pokemon, taking in the scenery of North Shanshan. It had been a long time since he experienced such tranquility. Enjoying the evening breeze and observing Pikachu frolicking, Xiaoji couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him, Xiaoji, I finally found you. I thought you had vanished. Turns out you were here, taking a stroll with your Pokemon. I ventured to the mask shop, intending to procure masks for you all. Upon hearing Xiaoxia's voice, Ash turned with a smile. He was greeted by the sight of a girl clad in a blue yukata, panting as she gazed at him. What do you think? The attire of this genius beauty is quite splendid, isn't it? Xiaoxia took a couple of steps forward and playfully punched Ash on the shoulder. And your outfit is rather commendable as well. I didn't expect you to possess such aesthetic sensibility, though your collar is not quite right. Watching Xiaoxia adjust his collar, Ash felt his heart race inexplicably. A delicate fragrance wafted subtly, providing him with an overwhelmingly pleasant sensation. There, now you look much more dashing. But you even dressed up Pikachu and the others? Impressive. It's a pity Gyarados is too large to wear it. And Starmie, well, it certainly can't wear anything. This time, Xiaoxia seemed oblivious to Ash's unusual reaction, turning her attention to the Pokemon behind him. Her eyes sparkled as she observed them adorned in specially designed outfits. Upon seeing Xiaoxia, Pikachu ceased its playful tussle with Eevee and affectionately nuzzled her. Eevee, not to be outdone, leaped into Ash's arms and made a silly face at Pikachu. And don't just stand there like a fool. We must hurry. If we delay, the crowds will swell, and we might miss the exciting festivities. Noticing Ash still somewhat dazed, Xiaoxia scooped up Pikachu and took Ash's hand, pulling him forward. All right. Ash offered no resistance, captivated by the girl's radiant smile, lost in thought. Oh ho, Ash, Xiaoxia, you finally made it, but you two are so slow. Brock had already arrived at North Square, clad in a gray yukata, grinning as he regarded Ash and Xiaoxia. Isn't it because I was looking for this fool? Otherwise, I would have arrived much earlier. Xiaoxia shot Ash an exasperated glare. Blame me, blame me. Ash did not argue this time, woodenly acquiescing. By the way, I specifically bought masks for both of you. Ash, of course, had not forgotten the masks he had prepared earlier and brought them out. So you really want to buy us masks? Xiaoxia remarked, somewhat surprised as she looked at what Ash had produced. You know, it fits quite well. How did you know I would like this design? She gazed at the Gyarados mask in her hands, astonished. I saw how close you were with Gyarados, so I chose this one. Well, although you made me search for you for so long, I shall forgive you this time for the sake of the mask. Hearing Ash's words, Xiaoxia immediately donned the mask, obscuring her expression beneath it. But remember, there shall still be a punishment. You must accompany me alone throughout the festival. Ah, but what about Brock? No worries, Ash. You two go ahead and enjoy. I prefer to stay with the Pokemon. Just leave yours with me to take care of. Brock was quick to respond. All right then. With Brock having no objections, Ash nodded in agreement and put on his Pikachu mask. What do you think? Am I not dashing? Uffed. Who told you to choose the Pikachu mask? You look utterly silly in it. The girl in the Gyarados mask erupted into laughter. Is that so? I think it's quite adorable. That's why I chose it. Well, cuteness doesn't necessarily equate to handsomeness, you fool. But, previously. All right. You look quite dashing now, are you satisfied? Let us go. I can hardly wait to explore the festival. Without waiting for Ash to respond, the girl in the Gyarados mask forcibly took his hand, weaving through the bustling festival. Sugar Rush. It's my favorite Ash and Xiaoxia pairing. Others are heartbroken. With Xiaoxia like this, I can't imagine how anyone else can win. Xiaoming, I was here first. Serena? Existing only in Ash's memories. Aminos. Ash, look at this. It's quite splendid. Ash, what about this one? It looks very interesting. Ash, what do you think of this? The girl's enthusiasm seemed to be ignited by the festive atmosphere as she pulled Ash to explore, drawn toward the vibrant lights and energy of the celebration. Gradually, Ash found himself unaware of how time passed. The once boisterous festival began to quiet down. The only sights before him were the girl and the joyful sounds of her voice. Xiaoxia, she, who often assumed a mature demeanor to lecture him, was, in reality, just a child like him. Despite being merely 2 years older, she loved to lecture. She calls him a fool, yet she is a fool herself, isn't she? Posing as an adult, yet still a child at heart. Hey, Ash, what are you daydreaming about? I asked you a question. The girl's slightly melancholic tone pulled the boy back to reality. Gazing at the girl wearing the Gyarados mask, Ash smiled. Well, if you enjoy pretending to be an adult, then by all means. Allow me, a genuine child, to show you the delights of this festival. With that, the Pikachu boy sprinted ahead, pulling the Gyarados girl along. The girl gasped at the unexpected gesture. Now, let me show you how to truly enjoy this, Lady Xiaoxia. The boy, having awakened his aura, was already aware of all the attractions and what was worthwhile, knowing precisely what would delight him as a true child. Initially startled by the boy's sudden action, the girl was instantly calmed upon witnessing his radiant smile, which shone through the mask that had shifted from the force of his movement and the sparkles in his eyes. Beneath the imposing Gyarados mask, a smile involuntarily graced the girl's exquisite face. Ash and Xiaoxia supporters, joy from heaven, raising both hands, tears streaming down. Other factions collapse, struck by lightning, kneeling and weeping. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, at the port of Golden City, a girl with flaxen hair held onto her beret, nearly swept away by the sea breeze, gazing at the approaching Saint Anu, smiling. Ash, we are finally going to meet. Chapter 49, Serena's Life Simulator. Simulation duration, 2 years and 7 months. Final achievement, Champion of the Kalos Triumvirate, Honorary Citizen of Mier City. Core relationships, Ash, Trusted Partner, Affection Level, 89100, Friendship Line. Yuri, Close Friend. Jessie, Respected Rival. Achieved Title, Shining Princess of Kalos. Simulation Ending Evaluation, A-Class Ending. Eternal Starlight, you have become a star in Kalos. Yet your relationship with the most important person remains merely that of friendship. Life is marked by significant regrets. Emotional Benefit Assessment, Happiness, 10, Loneliness, 25, Sense of Achievement, 40. As the sea breeze caressed her, Selena sat alone on a park bench in Golden City, gazing at the now-closed cabin door of the ship in the distance. Before her materialized an interface visible only to her. It was a result she had anticipated months prior. And it was precisely this outcome that had emboldened her to journey to Kanto. 2 years earlier, Selena had been unexpectedly bound to a system known as the Life Simulator, which provided her with an explanation, albeit convoluted. Ultimately, she gleaned from the intricate manual that it was designed to offer insights into one's optimal life path. This simulator is based on quantum entanglement and causal inference, aiming to furnish users with the most favorable trajectories in life. It was a device capable of assisting her in forecasting the future, and having perused similar comics, Selena quickly accepted this premise. Although she remained somewhat puzzled as to why the simulator had chosen her, her insatiable curiosity compelled her to press the button to initiate the simulation. Please select the mode for this simulation. 1. Brief simulation. 2. Detailed simulation. Given her ignorance of the simulator, Selena reasoned that the more detailed the simulation, the better it would be, and thus she unhesitatingly selected option 2. To her delight, she discovered that she could not only simulate herself, but also the character Ash, which filled her with joy. Their connection was evidently deeper than merely that of a summer camp encounter. However, as it was her first time, she opted to simulate herself first, apprehensive that simulating Ash might inadvertently influence him. Thus, the simulator commenced its process, mirroring reality without a second's deviation. Consequently, on this day 2 years later, Selena received the results of her initial simulation, an outcome that evoked both joy and disappointment within her. The joy stemmed from her successful pursuit of a goal, culminating in her achievement as a master in the Kalos League Championship. The disappointment, however, lay in the realization that her relationship with Ash had only progressed to a stage of friendship, falling short of blossoming into romance. The simulation commenced with Selena watching Ash on television, leading her to the Kalos region, where she heroically rescued Professor Sycamore's Mega Garchomp. Initially, the prospect of Ash arriving in Kalos thrilled her. As time unfolded, Serena found herself gathering the courage to seek out Ash, embarking on a journey together, during which she experienced profound personal growth. With her goal in sight, she steadily worked towards realizing her dreams. Serena was elated by this prospect, filled with anticipation for the future. She even began to study relevant knowledge in advance, hoping to astonish Ash upon their eventual meeting. However, as the simulation progressed, she noted that while she was inching closer to her dreams, her relationship with Ash was gradually becoming more distant. Even during the pivotal World Championship finals, she found herself unable to support him due to her commitments as a Pokémon performer. Serena was perplexed as to why her simulated self would miss such a crucial event in Ash's life. From that moment on, she became acutely aware of her own disorientation. The simulation had begun to spiral out of her control, following that erroneous choice, while Serena could still sense that Ash was not particularly concerned about these events. The reality of her feelings became starkly evident as she observed Ash's affections for her stagnating at the critical threshold of 89. She yearned to intervene in the simulation, yet felt powerless, forced to watch helplessly as her simulated self made decisions she abhorred. Ultimately, 3 months ago, her simulated self confessed her feelings to Ash. Despite having grown immensely and achieved remarkable success, embodying the confident and graceful individual she had always aspired to be, her confession was met with rejection. At that moment, the real Serena experienced an unprecedented wave of anxiety and turmoil. Having performed admirably up to that point, she could not fathom why the final outcome had turned out this way. Serena grappled with the incongruity of her simulated self forsaking her connection with Ash in pursuit of her dreams. In the subsequent months, she often found herself unable to communicate with him for extended periods, sometimes failing to return his calls, dismissing him with excuses about her busy schedule. Serena felt a profound sense of estrangement and fear toward her simulated self, terrified of becoming that version of herself, fearful that Ash might come to dislike her. Even with Ash's affection towards her peaking at 89, she could not shake the dread stemming from his rejection. Thus, she languished in a state of confusion at home for some time. Recently, however, Serena finally comprehended that a simulation is merely a simulation. The real her had already learned of the outcome. She resolved not to repeat the same mistakes. Therefore, not long ago, she made a decisive choice to inform Ash of her intention to embark on this journey. She even took the initiative to bring Froakie to Professor Oak's lab to enroll in the EV project, hoping to catalyze a change in Ash, and to facilitate their destinies intertwining sooner rather than later. This way, she aspired to transform that disheartening future into a genuine simulation rather than a reality. Hence, Serena found herself in this place, having learned from her brief simulation that Ash would be aboard the SS and whose final destination was Golden City. She prepared to await him here, orchestrating a meticulously crafted chance encounter. Yet, as she gazed at the now closed doors of the SS and in the absence of Ash's familiar figure, Serena realized that unforeseen complications had arisen. The new simulation indicated a shift in Ash's whereabouts, Northward Town. Staring at this name, which had never appeared in her simulations before, Serena was engulfed in profound confusion. Chapter 50. Galark, Milotic, Motostoke, Ancients and Futures? Hey Ash, how's your day been? Ash and Misty had just purchased a dessert and found a spot to rest. They spotted Nemo in her yukata, along with Yurik and Daniel. Looks like you're all having a great time. I never expected you all to be together. Haha, what a coincidence. But I wonder if it's because of you. Ash, Yurik seems much more cheerful compared to when we first met. Nemo remarked with a beaming smile, noticing Yurik's transformation. He had undergone a significant change since their initial encounter. His demeanor no longer timid, now adorned with a smile. Such a change, Nemo instinctively attributed to Ash's influence. Hearing Nemo speak of him, Yurik felt a touch of shyness but no longer retreated as he once did. It's not all me. Yurik's nature is inherently kind. I merely nudged him a little. Ash replied candidly, acknowledging the observation. By the way, have you met that student named Pipa from our school? He seems to be quite attached to your Brock lately. Oh, Pipa? That's because Brock is currently treating his Pokémon. I must say, that fellow Pai, usually so frosty, has recently been graced with a hint of a smile. Upon hearing Ash's explanation, Nemo suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. As Ash sensed a familiar aura, he turned to look. A red figure, which he hadn't seen in some time, was gracefully descending from above, landing beside him. This Pokémon is... Nemo and the others, unfamiliar with Galat, gazed in astonishment at the unknown creature that had appeared behind Ash. This is Galat, the Pokémon I encountered here. Is it a regional specialty from your area? Ash inquired, recalling something as he glanced at Danyu and Wooly. No, we have never heard of any legends regarding such a distinctive Pokémon. Daniel replied, shaking her head as she observed Golett. Nemo stepped forward, eager to examine Golett closely. Just as she was about to move closer, the Pokémon emitted a growl that effectively deterred her. Don't be alarmed, Golett. They are all good people, Ash quickly reassured, soothing the creature while offering it the sweet treat he had brought. Initially startled, Golett calmed down upon seeing the food and began to eat the dessert Ash had provided. This one seems rather fond of food. If you have anything to offer, it might alleviate its fear of you, Ash suggested, understanding Gollett's nature. Previously, through the barrage of comments, he had learned that Golett was not particularly shy. It generally fostered amicable relations with those who provided it food. The last time, Brock had missed the opportunity to feed it, but now that Ash was present, Golett would likely not flee again. Is that so? But I only have compressed biscuits on me. Will that do? Nemo asked, hastily retrieving a compressed biscuit from her pouch. That should suffice. Golett, can you eat this? Ash prompted. Golett lifted its gaze towards Nemo, and, initially cautious, it extended its head towards her under Ash's calming influence. Seeing this, Nemo restrained her excitement and cautiously approached, offering the biscuit, which Golett accepted without hesitation. As she drew nearer, Nemo took the opportunity to observe Golett closely. It has a chest resembling a wheel, somewhat akin to our region's Moto lizard. Could it be a regional variant? Is Moto lizard a distinctive Pokémon from your area? Can it also transform into something resembling a motorcycle? Ash mused, puzzled by the connection between the Pokémon's name and motorcycles. Indeed, could Golett possibly transform as well? Nemo's expression brightened at Ash's inquiry. For someone who adored battling Pokémon, the prospect of an unknown creature held immense allure. It should be possible, Ash nodded, recalling the information Brock had previously shared. By the way, could Golett have been brought here by Pai? I recall that in Johto, Pai and Golett were not on amicable terms, so that seems unlikely. Then who else could it be? If it were Nemo, she would certainly recognize it. Perhaps it was thrown here by Hoopa? I thought it might be Serena, considering she had previously sent over Froakie. Has Princess Kalos's influence grown so vast that it reaches Paldea? Regardless, from the current situation, Golett seems quite fond of Ash. It appears to be destined to become his first legendary Pokémon. Finally, Ash is also improving. He won't have to walk anymore. At that moment, Ash noticed that the comments were discussing Pai. Did they perhaps know of Gollett's existence? As the festival seemed to be winding down, Ash decided to seek out Brock and the others to clarify the situation. Hey, Ash, what a coincidence to find you all together. Just as Ash was about to search for them, Brock appeared, accompanied by Pai and his own Pokémon. Hi Ash, have you been enjoying yourself? Quite well. How about you? I hope you weren't deterred by my Pokémon. Ash chuckled, lifting Eevee, who was vying for his attention, and smiled at Pai. Since the Mytena had been healed by Brock, Ash had seen the sunny smile return to the boy's face. Indeed, he seemed to be quite an affable individual, save for the guilt he bore regarding Mytena's condition. Haha, not at all. Strolling with your Pokémon adds a delightful flair. Wait, isn't that Milotic? Oh no, it's not Milotic. Upon seeing Golett behind Ash, Pai's expression turned incredulous. He soon realized that this Pokémon was distinctly different from the one he was familiar with. Milotic. Hearing the name so similar to Gollett's, it was clear that Pai had some knowledge. Pai, do you recognize it? This is a wild Pokémon we encountered here. What? It's a Pokémon you found here? I assumed it was captured from your Paldea region. Pai's expression grew even more astonished. While I've never seen it, I recall a similar creature from my father's research lab. Your father's lab? Isn't Pai's father the renowned Professor Futu from the Paldea region? Indeed, that was mentioned in the EV project. Thanks to the comments, Ash recalled Nemo's research lab that had been referenced in the EV project. Oh, you mean the lab associated with your EV project, right? Exactly. Ash, you know about the EV project? I participated in it as well. What a coincidence. We are sure to cross paths again, and I look forward to our next battle. Upon learning that Ash was also involved in the EV project, Nemo's competitive spirit surged. However, you refer to it as Golett, correct? Though its name resembles the Pokémon named Milotic in my father's lab, their appearances are quite distinct. Are you familiar with Moto Lizard? It is a Pokémon that can transform into something akin to a motorcycle, often used as a mode of transport in our region. My father mentioned that the Milotic in his lab is likely the future form of Moto Lizard. Future form? Ash pondered this novel term, observing Golett before him. Its appearance bore no resemblance to a future form. Rather, it seemed more akin to an ancient form, a more fitting description. Chapter 51, Successfully Capturing Golett. As Pai elaborated, Ash gained insight into the Pokémon named Milotic, which, distinct from Golett, exuded a more technological essence, evoking a palpable sense of futurism. Perhaps Pai's father possessed further knowledge. But since he was currently unreachable, They agreed to wait for later contact to inquire on Ash's behalf. Ash and the others had no objections, recognizing that any assistance offered was already quite commendable. Moreover, Ash gleaned updated information about Golett through the barrage of comments. Strange, there truly is a Milotic. Could it be that this version of Ash's world is a fusion of the worlds of Scarlet and Violet? This notion seems plausible. After all, why is there not a Milotic or a Gardevoir accompanying Pipa? It suggests that the originally intended 2 Milotic or 2 Gardevoir have been altered to one of each. As it stands, it appears to be set against a backdrop reminiscent of Violet. Is it conceivable that Dr. Orin brought something from the ancient past? After all, she was responsible for researching Gardevoir and Scarlet and may have traversed through time. The official narrative might have amalgamated the settings of both versions for the remaster, considering that the name of Nemo's research facility is a combination of both titles. Dr. Orin? Upon seeing the name mentioned in the comments, Ash recalled that indeed, Nemo's research facility bore a distinctive name, clearly indicative of 2 individuals. By the way, Pipa, since Dr. Furtu is your father, does that mean Dr. Orin is your mother? Previously, while perusing the information on the EV project, I noted that Nemo referred to it as the Furtu Orin Research Institute. In a flash of inspiration, Ash devised a clever method of inquiry. Yes, Dr. Orin is indeed my mother, but she disappeared long ago. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know about that. It's all right, Ash. This has become somewhat common knowledge. There were those who urged my father to change the name of the research institute since my mother is no longer present, yet he chose to retain her name. I sense that he has been obsessively researching the mysteries surrounding Milotic, perhaps in hopes of finding her again. Observing the unexpectedly mature demeanor of Pipa, Ash realized that the young man harbored deeper concerns than most, displaying a greater level of maturity. Upon learning of Pipa's mother's disappearance, Ash found himself at a loss for words to offer comfort. Furthermore, he harbored a feeling that Gardevoir's sudden appearance here might indeed be linked to his mother. Just as the comments speculated. It's getting late. We should head back and rest. We have activities planned for tomorrow, Nemo remarked, glancing at her watch. All right, that sounds good. I've seen enough of the festival. It's time to wrap up. Ash nodded before turning his attention back to Gardevoir. Where will you stay tonight? Will it be at my place? Noticing Gardevoir's bewildered expression, Ash realized that it evidently did not comprehend his meaning. Recalling his previous ability to communicate through aura, he placed his hand on Gardevoir's forehead, channeling his aura into it. Startled by the warm energy flowing from Ash's palm, Gardevoir initially reacted in surprise, but soon calmed down upon recognizing Ash. Now, Gardevoir, do you understand what I mean? Ash gazed earnestly at it, a faint blue light shimmering in his eyes. This time, Gardevoir's gaze shifted from its previous naivete to one imbued with a newfound spark of understanding. Will you stay with me tonight? Or do you have somewhere else to go? Just like last night, where will you sleep? Noticing Gardevoir's halting speech, Ash understood that it might be struggling due to its unfamiliar environment, which made communication challenging. Could it truly be, as the comments suggested, that Gardevoir was indeed brought here by Dr. Orin from the ancient past? What a perplexing predicament, especially since the matter with the eerie pawns had yet to be resolved. However, Ash was not one to shy away from complications. Since we've met, I'll take responsibility. I understand now. You should stay with me tonight. Fearing Gardevoir might misinterpret him, Ash added, just like last night, you'll follow me, and we'll be together. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, hoping to clarify his intentions. Initially bewildered, Gardevoir gradually grasped Ash's meaning. It nodded vigorously and let out an excited cry. The surrounding crowd was startled, but Ash alone understood that Gardevoir was merely expressing joy. It's all right, it's just happy. It has agreed to stay with me tonight. Others, lacking the aura abilities, were oblivious to the exchange between Ash and Gardevoir, prompting Ash to provide an explanation. Is that so? I didn't realize you had the ability to communicate with Pokémon, Ash. Nemo, who had been puzzled by Ash's earlier state, finally seized the opportunity to inquire curiously. Yes, it seems I have this ability, though I hadn't really tried it before. I've just discovered it now, Ash replied, glancing at his hand and nodding. What an extraordinary ability. If only I had such a gift, I could communicate better with my Pokémon and devise superior strategies, Nemo remarked, her tone tinged with envy. Ash, unsure of how to respond, awkwardly scratched his nose. Reflecting on their previous competition, he realized he had instinctively utilized aura to anticipate Nemo's moves, feeling it was somewhat unfair. All right, let us wrap this up and head back. I see that festival goers are already starting to leave. We shouldn't linger here. It draws too much attention. We wouldn't want too many people to notice Gardevoir. Right. Ash, why don't you capture Gardevoir first? Otherwise, how will you bring it back to the mansion? We can't have it suddenly darting in through the window again. suggested Misty and Brock, noticing the crowd beginning to disperse. That's a sound idea, but I'm not sure if Gardevoir would agree, Ash acknowledged. Nodding thoughtfully at Misty and Brock's suggestion, he turned back to Gardevoir. Gardevoir, would you like to temporarily become my Pokémon? Come into the Pokeball so I can easily take you to my room. Observing Gardevoir's adorably dazed expression, Ash realized he might have overcomplicated things, as it clearly couldn't comprehend his words. Feeling a bit anxious, he scratched his head before formulating a new approach. Before Gardevoir, he demonstrated capturing his Pokémon in a ball and releasing it, indicating that it could fit inside and sleep with him, returning to his room together. Gardevoir's previously vacant gaze brightened, as if it understood Ash's intent, nodding and pointing at the Pokeball, then at itself, seemingly expressing a desire to enter. Seeing that Gardevoir genuinely understood him, Ash sighed in relief. He had hoped to avoid any attention-grabbing antics from it. Oh no, I seem to have forgotten to bring an empty Pokeball. Suddenly, Ash remembered that he had already used the 10 Pokeballs given to him by Professor Oak, leaving him with none to spare. Don't worry, Ash, I have one right here. Why not use this one as a keepsake? Nemo then produced a white Pokeball from her backpack. A commemorative ball? How precious. Brock, well versed in such matters, immediately recognized its significance. It's no trouble for me. Commemorative balls are relatively easy to acquire. Our school frequently holds events where they can be obtained. You can ask Pipa if you don't believe me. Oh, it is indeed the case that our school frequently organizes competitions, with commemorative Pokeballs as prizes. Nemo, who ranks first in our grade, has quite a collection of these balls. Upon hearing Nemo mention herself, Pipa, who had been lost in thought regarding Golett, snapped back to reality and nodded in agreement. Come on, Ash, hurry up and use it. Don't dawdle, or else Golett's sizable form will be spotted by others, and that would be troublesome. With Nemo urging him on, Ash reluctantly accepted the commemorative Pokeball from her. Thank you, Nemo. I truly owe you a great deal. Not only for this Pokeball, but also for the Pokemon egg you gifted me last time. Hee, if you wish to repay me, then let us have a thrilling battle next time. Yes, absolutely. Ash nodded appreciatively, then approached Golett with the commemorative Pokeball in hand. Before Ash could utter a word, Golett, mimicking the actions of Ash's previous Pokemon, extended its claw to touch the Pokeball. In a flash of red light, it was drawn into the ball. With a couple of symbolic shakes, Golett was successfully captured. It really worked. I was worried that the special nature of the Pokemon might prevent it from being captured, as some legendary Pokemon are known to have high standards for the quality of Pokeballs. Seeing Ash's success in capturing Golett, Nemo heaved a sigh of relief. After all, she didn't possess any higher-grade Pokeballs at the moment. Now that everything is settled, shall we head back? I can whip up a late-night snack for everyone. Upon hearing Brock's suggestion, smiles spread across the group. Hooray! As Ash placed the captured Golett's Pokeball into his pocket, they all made their way outside. Shortly after they departed, a green figure wearing a green goblin mask stealthily poked its head out from the bushes. Dingling. At the moment the alarm clock rang, Ash instinctively scrambled out of bed and pressed the button to silence it. Glancing at Pikachu and Eevee, who were still peacefully asleep on Golett, Ash smiled faintly. Seeing them coexist harmoniously brought him satisfaction. However, since it was still early, he decided not to wake them. This early rise was prompted by a sudden thought from the previous night. Perhaps if he ventured out early, he could find the eerie palm while it was still asleep. This way, it might not sense his presence too soon and retreat. After a quick wash, Ash gathered his other Pokeballs, covered Golett and the others with a blanket, shouldered his backpack filled with Brock's specially made bread, and gently opened the door, ready to set off. As dawn broke, Ash followed the route outlined by Uli the day before, heading towards the cave where he had encountered the eerie palm in his dreams, known as the Fear Cave. Spotting the familiar cave ahead, a smile graced Ash's face. Evidently, he hadn't misremembered. He marveled at how, before embarking on this journey, he struggled to memorize even the type advantage chart, yet now he could navigate the complex mountain paths he had traversed twice with ease. Ash reflected on the wonders of fate. Without traveling, one could never appreciate the transformations that occur within oneself. Through the aura, Ash sensed the familiar presence within the cavern. Indeed, he had come at the right time. However, he chose not to rush in, opting instead to wait patiently outside to avoid startling the creature. Just as Ash was about to re-establish contact through the aura, he suddenly felt another familiar presence approaching. Observing a figure darting through the woods nearby, Ash wore a puzzled expression. That's Ms. Whitelea. What brings her here? Didn't Nemo mention there was an event today? Nevertheless, noticing that she was heading downhill dissuaded Ash from following her. With the live commentary not yet active, he had no means of gathering information from elsewhere and was left to ponder alone. Yet, her descent suggested she had set out earlier than he had. perhaps even the day before. Utilizing his enhanced vision through the aura, Ash discerned that she was carrying a substantial backpack, similar to the ones they used for storing tents while camping in the wild. It appeared she might have spent the night in the mountains. Did she not participate in the masked festival yesterday? Ash mused, having overlooked her presence. While it was plausible she was merely camping, an inexplicable intuition told him she harbored another motive. Despite her previous amicable interactions with Brock and her considerable assistance to them, something about her felt enigmatic. Ash sensed that Ms. White Leah concealed a secret. Yet, he had no desire to invade her privacy. After all, she had left a positive impression on him, not resembling someone who would commit misdeeds. Nonetheless, Ash resolved to keep a watchful eye on her in the future. After observing numerous live comments, he felt he had grown wiser. Upon hearing that familiar sound, Ash understood the creature had awakened and panicked, hastily turning away. Before him stood a green figure, but this time devoid of the terrifying goblin mask, revealing a yellow, childlike face that appeared somewhat timid. Yet it clutched a menacing wooden stick fashioned from thorns. Eerie palm. Do not worry, it's me. Do you remember me? Perhaps you've seen me before? Pony. Upon recognizing Ash, Eerie palm displayed a look of surprise, no longer bearing the same timidity as before, and lowered the thorny stick. Ash inferred that the creature had relaxed its vigilance towards him. Are you hungry? Perhaps you'd like to eat something first since you must have just woken up? Recalling his earlier interaction with Gullet, Ash promptly retrieved a dish from Brock's culinary creations. As before, he sampled it first to ensure its safety. When Eerie palm glanced at the food Ash offered, it hesitated for a moment before cautiously accepting it, retreating a bit after receiving the offering. After a prolonged inspection of the meal, it finally took a bite. At that moment, Ash noticed a look of delight spread across its face. Watching Eerie palm quickly finish the food in just a few bites, only to glance back at him with a look of longing, Ash realized it had not had its fill. He immediately reached into his bag and retrieved several more items to offer. Having learned from the previous experience, Eerie palm did not hesitate this time, accepting the food from Ash and eagerly devouring it, a blissful expression lighting up its face akin to that of a child savoring a delightful treat. Indeed, it possessed a childlike disposition. Observing its demeanor, Ash smiled gently, yet was suddenly reminded of the legends surrounding Eerie palm. According to Yuli's tales, it was clear that the legends had been passed down for quite some time. Thus, Ash pondered whether Eerie palm was the original ghost or merely a descendant. He was uncertain, but he found both possibilities unsettling. The former implied a life of solitude, while the latter suggested that Eerie palm's parents had departed at some unknown time, leaving it behind. Both scenarios were difficult for Ash to accept. Gazing at the figure before him, devoid of the terrifying demon mask and resembling a child in every aspect, Ash felt an inexplicable surge of emotions. Once the eerie creature had satisfied its hunger, its gaze shifted from one of fear to one of curiosity as it regarded him. Although he still could not comprehend its words, Ash had learned from his interactions with Gullet and now understood how to communicate with Pokémon. He extended his hand, and upon noticing Ash's gesture, the eerie creature joyfully reached out its small hand to engage in a high five. Realizing this action indicated prior human interaction, Ash felt a wave of connection as his aura slowly infused into the eerie creature's body, establishing a bond he could hardly fathom. He experienced once more the sensation he had during his communication with Gullet the previous day. Eerie creature, can you hear my voice? Upon hearing Ash's voice, the creature suddenly became agitated, swiftly breaking free from his grasp and scanning its surroundings warily, brandishing its thorny staff once more. It's all right, eerie creature, it's me, my voice. Ash reassured it. Only then did the creature recognize that the voice echoing in its mind belonged to Ash. Its expression shifted to one of heightened curiosity, its eyes sparkling like stars. Once it appeared more at ease, Ash exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, the eerie creature was more personable than Gullet, displaying none of the latter's sluggishness. As their communication deepened, Ash could distinctly sense an increase in the creature's fondness for him, evolving into a state of complete amicability. Regarding him as a friend, the more amiable the creature became. The harder it was for Ash to reconcile this with the malevolent specter described by the residents of the North. Thus, he felt compelled to pose a question that had long perplexed him. Eerie creature, do you know why the people of North refer to you as a demon? Demon? The creature tilted its small head in confusion at the term. Unfamiliar with this? Then, do you know about the three companions? The eerie creature shook its head once more. What is Ash even asking? The creature wouldn't understand anything about those companions. He must describe them for it to comprehend. After all, the appearances of those three are indelibly etched in its memory. At that moment, the barrage of comments surged online. The appearance of the three companions? Ash reminisced about the illustrations he had seen among the villagers. One looks like a monkey, another resembles a bird, and the last is a rather large dog. Yet, since these were merely illustrations, Ash found it difficult to articulate a detailed description. To his astonishment, upon his vague depiction of the so-called three companions, the eerie creature's reaction was intensely pronounced. Ash could palpably feel its excitement. Bad people must defeat them. They are bad people. Though the creature did not elaborate further, the intensity of its emotions led Ash to conclude that the legends he had heard were indeed flawed. Eerie creature, could you recount the events of the past? Determined to restore the creature's innocence, Ash resolved to delve deeper. Upon realizing Ash's interest in its past, the eerie creature hesitated but eventually nodded. After returning to the cave and donning the previous demon mask, it instantly transformed from an adorable child into a fearsome specter. Follow me. Hearing the eerie creature's command, Ash nodded. He had already informed Misty and the others the night before that he would be stepping out the following day to assist Golett. He had also instructed Golett to stay put and left Pikachu to watch over it. Thus, he anticipated no issues. Today, he was determined to uncover what the eerie creature had endured. What was the truth behind that distorted history? As the eerie creature forged ahead, Ash encountered no wild Pokémon obstructing their path and unexpectedly noticed signs of human activity along the roadside. The path they traversed was evidently man-made, indicating that the destination the eerie creature sought was frequented by humans. After a few more steps, Ash spotted a signpost. Ahead is the Crystal Pool. Crystal Pool. Why does the eerie creature want to bring Ash here? I recall that the Crystal Pool is said to allow one to see the deceased. Could it be that the eerie creature wishes to introduce Ash to its former master? That seems quite plausible. However, I remember that the original story features a Milotic guarding the area. I wonder if Ash will encounter it. It would be splendid if Ash could capture it. Listening to the barrage of comments, Ash considered that they might be correct. The eerie creature could very well want him to meet its former master to reveal the truth. As for capturing Milotic, Ash dismissed the notion. He would never capture a Pokémon with such a noble duty. Furthermore, he doubted his ability to defeat it, as a guardian of such a mystical place might possess strength rivaling that of legendary Pokémon. As Ash and the eerie creature successfully reached the mountaintop, they were greeted by the sight of a shimmering pool and the vibrant crystals within. Gazing at this breathtaking scene, Ash was taken aback. He had not anticipated such beauty. No wonder the villagers had constructed a road here. As a tourist destination, it was indeed remarkable. Before Ash could approach further, the eerie creature abruptly halted him. Bony. With the sound of the eerie creature's call, Ash sensed a wave of hostility directed at them. The ground began to tremble violently, and the previously tranquil water erupted in a massive splash. Following this, a shadow leapt from the pool and landed not far from Ash and the eerie creature. What emerged was a magnificent and imposing Pokémon, precisely the Milotic mentioned in the comments. However, Ash noted the creature's eyes, filled with hostility and emanating a faint purple aura. It truly is Milotic, just as in the games, but as a benevolent Pokémon, its demeanor seems unusual. Perhaps it was startled by Ash and the eerie creature, who certainly do not resemble ordinary humans. Have we frightened you? Listening to the barrage commentary and meeting Milotic's hostile gaze, Ash felt it necessary to communicate, hoping to avert a fierce confrontation. Milotic, we are not bad people. I and the eerie creature have come here with no intention of harming you. Ash gazed earnestly at Milotic. He had no desire to unwittingly provoke a battle, particularly given Milotic's overwhelming strength. Defeating it would likely require a substantial toll. After all, he had done nothing wrong, merely arriving at this location, and Ash believed there was room for negotiation. However, contrary to Ash's expectations, Milotic seemed entirely disinclined to heed his explanation as it began to gather blue energy in its mouth. Not good, Ash thought to himself, realizing that the creature was preparing to attack. The time to summon Pokémon has long passed. Just as Ash was preparing to unleash a wave bomb for defense, a Duskull stood resolutely before him. Bony. The Duskull, adorned with a ghostly mask, cast a glance at Ash, prompting him to halt his action. Through the creature's gaze, Ash understood that it was reassuring him to entrust this situation to it. Bony. Observing the Duskull seemingly poised to communicate, Ash felt a sense of relief, perhaps. With a familiar Duskull to converse, the opponent might heed its words. However, contrary to Ash's expectations, even as the Duskull initiated a dialogue, the energy accumulating within the opponent showed no signs of waning. Instead, it intensified. This is bad, dodge quickly. Realizing the opponent's energy was reaching its zenith, Ash rushed forward, intending to shield the Duskull. Yet, the Duskull shook its head, emanating a gentle white light, and a peculiar crystal enveloped its form. Is this crystallization? Wow. The little widow is getting serious. It certainly must, for Ash has been the first person to show such kindness to it in a long time. It must be protected. Crystallization? Upon hearing the barrage of commentary, Ash looked in astonishment at the transformation of the Duskull. Indeed, its aura was gradually escalating within the confines of the crystal. With a shattering sound, the strange crystal encasing the Duskull fractured instantly, leaving a crystalline sheen on its surface. Those fragmented crystals formed a colossal green, ghostly mass before it. Is this truly the Duskull's crystallization? Witnessing this astonishing metamorphosis, Ash felt an overwhelming sense of awe. The sensation it evoked was entirely dissimilar to the mega evolution of his Beedrill. The Duskull's form remained largely unchanged, yet an immense crystalline green mask loomed before it, as if magnifying the very mask it wore. Not merely an enlargement, the Duskull's presence surged beyond its previous limits. Bony. In the face of the oncoming water cannon wielding terrifying power, the crystallized Duskull raised its thorny staff, entwined in green energy, high above. With a forceful swing, it proclaimed, "Take this, thunderous 8 trigrams." With a resounding crash, the water cannon launched by Milotic was immediately shattered in twain by the Duskull's thorny staff, its momentum undiminished. Now infused with even more ferocity, it swung toward Milotic. Witnessing this spectacle, Ash felt a conclusion forming in his heart about the outcome of this battle. They would emerge victorious. Milotic, having witnessed the unfolding events firsthand, was unable to react in time and was struck head-on by the blow, sent crashing into the pool behind it. Bony. As Milotic was sent flying, the crystalline form enveloping the Duskull shattered instantaneously, reverting it to its previous appearance. However, at that moment, the Duskull appeared somewhat weakened, swaying unsteadily as if on the verge of collapsing. Noticing this, Ash snapped back from his state of astonishment and rushed forward to support the Duskull, channeling his wave into its body. With the continuous input of wave energy, the Duskull's strength gradually restored, allowing it to stand steadily without Ash's assistance. Bony. Through the eyes beneath the mask, Ash could sense the Duskull's surprise at how his wave could aid in its recovery. "You are truly remarkable, Duskull. I never imagined you would defeat Milotic in a single blow." Bony. Upon hearing Ash's praise, the Duskull swayed happily, though with the ghostly mask on. Such a playful demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar. "Milotic, I gave it my all, yet I could not allow Lord Duskull to feel unfulfilled. I deeply apologize." 666. Is this the divine power of Duskull? I can scarcely imagine if Ash were to send Duskull into a competition, others would stand no chance. Rivals Rattata, watch out, kids. It's thunderous 8 trigrams. This is the sheer beauty of pure stats. Yet, knowing Ash's character, even if he were to capture Duskull, he likely wouldn't utilize it in competitions. After all, that would be too absurd. Duskull has practically become a legendary Pokémon. As the barrage of commentary flooded the screen, Ash snapped back to reality, glancing toward the Milotic that had been struck. "Oh no, Milotic. I hope it hasn't sustained severe injuries. After all, it bore the duty of guarding this mystical pond. It must not have been fatally harmed by Duskull's strike." Ash was about to send his Squirtle squad to check on Milotic's condition when he halted his actions. The pool before him seemed to possess unique properties, and recklessly sending Squirtless down might have adverse effects on them. After a moment of hesitation, Ash decided to leap into the water himself. After all, he was the protagonist spoken of in the commentary. Even if the pool's water posed a threat, it would not easily endanger him. Fortunately, the anticipated adverse effects did not manifest. Upon contact with the water, Ash felt only a refreshing chill, with no unusual occurrences. However, as he drew nearer, he sensed the peculiar crystals surrounding the pool bore a resemblance to those emitted during Duskull's crystallization. But Ash could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He immediately swam toward the location where Milotic had been sent flying. Before long, he discovered the fallen Milotic, now unconscious. Sensing its life force still lingered, Ash breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly cradled the creature, swimming upward. After placing Milotic on the shore, he rested his hand upon its forehead, channeling his wave with all his might. Just as Ash felt his energy waning, Milotic finally stirred awake. Though it remained somewhat frail, its consciousness had returned. Upon realizing it was Ash who had rescued it, the hostility in Milotic's eyes dissipated. "Thank you, human." Following the extensive wave treatment, a connection formed between Ash and Milotic, allowing them to converse while Ash maintained his wave. "It's nothing, really, it was our fault. We may have startled you by appearing here." Noticing the absence of prior hostility in Milotic's tone, Ash began to apologize. No, it wasn't merely that upon hearing Ash's apologetic response, Milotic shook its head. Earlier, I detected someone attempting to steal a shard of crystal here. I was about to confront them when I was suddenly drawn in by a purple entity that appeared in the pool. That entity possessed a fatal allure. One I could not resist, and I unwittingly swallowed it after that. I lost control, and, upon seeing you all, could not help but attack. I am truly sorry, Duskull. I inadvertently launched an attack against you. The Duskull shook its head, understanding that Milotic was not the type to attack indiscriminately. It was evidently driven by external circumstances. A purple entity, stealing crystals? As Ash listened to Milotic, the image of Professor Whiteleaf flashed in his mind. Could it truly be her? But why would she do such a thing? Moreover, the fact that this purple entity could influence Milotic, the guardian of this water domain, was utterly alarming. Ash's mind was rife with questions regarding Professor Whiteleaf's true intentions. The commentary, too, was filled with a plethora of question marks, indicating their shared confusion regarding the unfolding events. As the barrage of messages became irrelevant, Ash redirected his attention to the Milotic before him. Bony. Upon hearing the enigmatic call, Milotic nodded, understanding the intention behind bringing Ash here. Do you wish for him to meet that man? No problem, leave it to me. While the aura was establishing a connection with Milotic, Ash remained oblivious to the words just spoken by the mysterious entity. However, judging by Milotic's response, he could surmise its meaning. Accompanied by the melodious sounds from Milotic, Ash felt a sudden daze wash over him. A towering silhouette materialized upon the once tranquil surface of the water. Could this be the previous master of the enigmatic entity? Did you summon me, Milotic? And, it's been a long time, Eerie? The moment Eerie caught sight of that familiar figure, it could no longer contain its emotions and leaped forward, only to find itself plunging into the water, having grasped at an illusion. You impetuous creature, even after all this time, you remain as reckless as ever. To be honest, during my long absence, you were the one I worried about the most. Observing Eerie's fall, the figure did not mock it. Instead, a benevolent expression graced its face as it turned its gaze towards Ash. Young one, are you the one currently acknowledged by Eerie? No. There is a familiar force emanating from you. Are you the current Aura Guardian? Ash was taken aback to hear the name of the Aura Guardian mentioned. After all, even Professor Sakuragi had only referred to them as Aura Messengers, never as Guardians. You seem quite astonished that I know of the Aura Guardians. It's because I have encountered the Aura Guardian of my time and have some understanding of your existence. I see. So I am not the only Aura Guardian? Not entirely. There may have been others in the past, but as of now, you are indeed the sole one. The existence of an Aura Guardian is exceptionally unique, unlike Aura Messengers. Multiple Aura Messengers can coexist in a world, yet there can only be one Aura Guardian at a time. The moment you became the Aura Guardian signified that the previous Guardian had departed not long ago. Ash was astonished to learn about the hidden intricacies surrounding his ascension to Aura Guardian, a look of realization dawning upon him. I'm glad you have appeared. Since you are the Aura Guardian, I can entrust Eerie to you without worry. After confirming Ash's identity as the Aura Guardian, the man appeared greatly relieved, a smile spreading across his features. It seemed that being an Aura Guardian not only entailed possessing formidable powers, but also symbolized something deeper. The power of the soul fragment that allows me to manifest here is dwindling. I surmise this will be my final encounter with Eerie. Thus, as the new Aura Guardian, why have you and Milotic summoned me? Chapter 55, The Truth. The man, despite his formidable stature, possessed a keen intellect and immediately discerned that Ash sought to uncover something. Realizing there was little time left, Ash promptly voiced his long-held confusion. I wish to know the truth of that time. What truly transpired? The villagers below treated you as malevolent spirits, while the 3 Pokémon were revered as guardians, offerings to the villagers. Was it for that reason? Indeed. The villagers have misconstrued the truth. Although Ash's words were vague, the man quickly inferred the underlying reasons behind Ash's inquiries. Alas, how foolish and tragic they are. The man lamented, his expression gradually turning serious. Let me recount the distorted truth for you. Long ago, a man arrived here with a Pokémon. Due to their unusual appearance, they were shunned by the villagers and could only reside in the deep mountains, unable to integrate into human society. However, there was an exception. A kind craftsman in the village, moved by the plight of the man and his Pokémon, crafted 4 masks from the gems brought by the man. This allowed them to participate in the village's masked festival, successfully blending into human society and experiencing the vibrancy of village life, which brought immense joy to both the man and his Pokémon. Yet, this bliss was short-lived. News of the man and Pokémon's special masks spread, attracting 4 Pokémon from afar, who cunningly sought to obtain the masks. Aware of the man's Pokémon strength, they ambushed him while his Pokémon was absent. The man fought valiantly, ultimately managing to protect only one mask. When his Pokémon returned, the man, already on the brink of death, smiled as he handed over the last mask and, after ensuring its safe release, made his final request before succumbing. You can probably guess what happened next. The man's Pokémon, filled with rage, donned the mask and descended the mountain to vanquish the 4 Pokémon. However, the villagers mistook the man's Pokémon for a malevolent spirit and revered the vanquished Pokémon as heroes, worshipping them for generations. This is the so-called truth. The man recounted the tale with remarkable composure, using the man and Pokémon as allegories. Yet Ash understood he spoke of himself and Eerie. Gazing upon the man's beaming visage, Ash found it difficult to fathom why someone so amiable and Eerie, so endearing, could be rejected by the villagers. Some things may be beyond your comprehension now, but for the villagers at that time, those beings were indeed unacceptable. The man appeared remarkably unperturbed by the villagers' past rejection. Now you should understand the entire truth. Ash nodded, observing the man's form gradually dissipating, and made a solemn vow. Rest assured, I shall reveal the truth to the villagers and restore your honor. That is good. In truth, the truth holds little importance for me now. What matters most is Eerie. I hope you will take good care of her, for after my departure, this child must have endured considerable hardships. He reflected. Had it not been for my reckless folly, she would not have found herself in this predicament alongside me. Boney, sensing the man's gradual dissolution, Eerie hurriedly emerged from the water, anxiously gazing at him. It's all right, Eerie. Haven't we already experienced farewells before? Besides, you now have someone dependable by your side, allowing me to leave in peace. The man cast a glance at Ash and Eerie, his face radiating a smile of relief. Thank you, young one, and thank you, Eerie, for waiting here for me all this time. I sincerely apologize for making you wait so long. The man turned to Ash, beaming with a radiant smile. Then, young one, I entrust Eerie to you. You must protect her well. Of course. My name is Ash. What is yours? As the man began to dissipate, Ash hastily inquired. Wishing to carry on his story, my name? It has become inconsequential. The man smiled wistfully, as if recalling a distant memory, shaking his head gently. As the last vestiges of the man's presence gradually dissipated from Ash's gaze, the lake's surface returned to a serene stillness. Boney gazed into the water that no longer reflected the man's silhouette. Eerie Pudding's voice bore a somber tone. Meanwhile, Milotic remained silent, intently observing this moment. From the instant the man was summoned, it had been aware that this would be their final encounter. Yet, there was a sense of joy for the man, for his steadfastness had allowed him to meet someone worthy of entrusting Eerie Pudding to. Thus, the other could step into the next chapter of life without regrets. Fear not, Eerie Pudding, I shall remain by your side from now until eternity. Sensing Eerie Pudding's sorrow, Ash approached and gently embraced it. Although the face behind the mask was hidden from view, Ash could well imagine the visage, one akin to that of a doll, likely brimming with tears. In this moment, Ash understood that no words could offer solace. Merely being present was the true comfort. Brothers, I'm crying. How about you? Stop it. Who is crying? I just can't see the screen clearly, boo-hoo. No matter how many times I watch, those 3XX are still infuriating, even if they are being controlled. Just the thought of them potentially reviving makes me uneasy. Exactly. It's bound to provoke the little widow again. It's utterly despicable why the good perish early while the wicked persist. Upon hearing the comments from the barrage, Ash paused in surprise. Could it be that those 3 companions had not truly perished? That they could indeed be revived? With this unsettling thought flooding his mind, Ash hurriedly glanced down the mountain. Pikachu, Misty, you must be all right. Chapter 56. The 4th Pokémon hidden in the shadows, Toadie. The truth of the matter has become clear to me. Eerie Pudding, let us return. I harbor an ominous premonition. Once Eerie Pudding's emotions had stabilized, Ash finally spoke. Boney. Eerie Pudding nodded, sensing Ash's concern. In fact, it too had recognized the gravity of the situation moments ago. The entity that could drive even Milotic to madness was indeed terrifying. Milotic, do you have any recollection of that man? Milotic shook its head. When I was about to investigate that man, I was already lured by that purple entity. I didn't have time to discern his appearance. I see. Ash nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, he recalled the peculiar aspect of the story the man had recounted for Pokémon. However, the narrative only mentioned 3. He had no doubt that the man had not misremembered. After all, someone who had personally experienced that past would remember it more vividly than anyone else. Thus, the truth must be singular. An unknown Pokémon besides the 3 companions still existed. Perhaps the resurrection spoken of in the comments was attributed to this unseen Pokémon. Inquiring whether Eerie Pudding had encountered 4 Pokémon, it affirmed with a nod. However, when Ash sought to ask about the appearance of this fourth Pokémon. Even Eerie Pudding could not recall it clearly. It could only vaguely describe its form as peculiar. Since that encounter, it had not seen anything like it again. Yet, from Eerie Pudding's narration, Ash noted one detail. The creature was entirely purple. A purple Pokémon must refer to Toadie. Indeed, it is likely. I recall from the original text. The trio of companions became what they are today because of it. I remember its attributes were to amplify the desires and powers within others, distorting them. And it could also exert control. Toadie? Listening to the comments, Ash furrowed his brow. Another Pokémon he had never heard of. Could it be that the purple entity which had controlled Milotic was the handiwork of this creature? If that Pokémon genuinely possessed the ability to manipulate others, then Misty and the others could indeed be in peril. Moreover, with Guzzlord's gluttony, it might lose control. However, Ash felt relieved that he had kept Guzzlord by his side. Had it remained in the wild, it too could have fallen under the sway of that unknown Pokémon, potentially causing significant harm. The formidable Pokémon of the wild. Suddenly, Ash recalled something, casting his gaze toward the distant forest. The special moon bear mentioned by Miss Shaylee. Could it also have been ensnared by this entity? With this thought, Ash felt increasingly burdened, hoping that his concerns were unfounded. After bidding farewell to Milotic, Ash and Eerie Pudding hastened down the mountain. Satisfactorily consuming a few provisions from his backpack, Ash regained some of his aura. He unleashed his aura to sense whether anything unusual had transpired at the base of the mountain. Fortunately, upon reaching the North Square, he discovered that the statue erected by the villagers in honor of the trio of companions remained unscathed. At the legendary site where they were said to be buried, Ash sensed no sign of life. This indicated that they had not yet been resurrected. Relieved, Ash exhaled. It seemed that they had not yet made a move. Yet, one matter required his attention. Whether Teacher White Leah was indeed the one who had taken the crystal from the crystal pool. If it were her, what could her motives be? Regarding Toadie, although the villagers might be unaware, Ash had noted a kind-hearted craftsman in the man's story, who could very well be a descendant of the villagers. He might possess some knowledge of the truths from that time. If so, why had he not disclosed this to the public? Ash had no time to ponder these questions now. His priority was to ensure everyone's safety. Other matters could wait until this crisis had passed. Hey Ash, what brings you here? You're up unusually early today. Just as Ash, accompanied by Eerie Pudding, prepared to return to the mansion, he encountered Nimmo. Nimmo, what are you doing here? Just out for some exercise. By the way, how did you come from the North Square? Nimmo regarded Ash's path and the unfamiliar Pokémon following him with curiosity. It's a bit complicated at the moment, and I'm not sure how to explain it to you. Could you first tell me if you've seen Teacher White Leah? Ash trusted Nimmo. Through the barrage and their battles, he was confident that she would one day become the regional champion. Such a person must possess a righteous heart. But now was not the time to delve into the details. Teacher White Leah? What a coincidence. I saw her coming from the direction of the North Square as well. At this point, she should have arrived at the mansion. Returned to the mansion? That is good. Hearing Nimmo's account, Ash confirmed that he had not erred. Noticing Ash's serious expression, Nimmo began to sense that something significant was amiss, her demeanor growing earnest. I'll accompany you to find Teacher White Leah. If there's been a misunderstanding, I'll help clarify it. All right. Seeing that Nimmo was willing to support him, Ash naturally accepted her offer. After all, he was facing a Pokémon that lurked in the shadows, capable of manipulating others. The more they united their strength, the more advantageous it would be for his situation. However, Nimmo reminded Ash of the potential consequences of allowing the Pokémon behind him to appear in the village. At that moment, Ash realized that the masked appearance of the eerie Pokémon might instill fear among the villagers. You should take off your mask first. It's fine. No one will react as they did before, Ash urged. Hearing his words, the eerie Pokémon hesitated, but ultimately nodded in trust and removed its mask. Oh, what a delightful child. I never expected such an adorable face to be hidden beneath that mask, Nimmo exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation. It's fine now. ISNT it. There shouldn't be any issues. Let us hurry and set off, especially since you seem so eager, Ash replied, nodding as he took the eerie Pokémon's hand and continued towards the mansion. Unbeknownst to them, after they left the square, a dark figure emerged from Ash's shadow, slowly drifting toward the square where the three treasures were buried. Chapter 57. The Secret of Teacher White Leah, the True Mastermind is. Throughout the journey, Ash smoothly led the eerie Pokémon to the mansion. Although several villagers noticed the eerie Pokémon trailing behind him, they expressed no signs of alarm. Rather, they appeared quite curious. Indeed, the villagers were unaware of the true appearance of the ghostly figure, mistaking it for an exotic Pokémon brought by Ash. Welcome back, Ash. Is that the eerie Pokémon following you? Brock, who had just stepped outside, encountered Ash and Nimmo. "Brock, how are things inside the mansion? Has anything unusual happened?" Ash inquired. "Not at all. Why do you ask? Is there something?" Brock began to realize that something might have transpired upon hearing Ash's words. "It's good to hear that. I'll explain later. For now, I need to see Teacher Whitelea." "What? Is there something going on with Teacher Whitelea?" Brock's mind momentarily faltered at the mention of the teacher he had developed some fondness for. The situation was complicated, so Ash thought it best for Brock to join him, in case Teacher Whitelea truly posed an issue. Soon, guided by Nimmo, they arrived at Teacher Whitelea's room. "Hello, Teacher Whitelea, are you there?" Nimmo politely knocked on the door. "Ah, Nimmo, I'm here. What is the matter?" came Whitelea's voice from within, confirming her presence in the room. Ash breathed a sigh of relief. If she were not in the mansion, finding her later would have been troublesome. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing Whitelea, freshly bathed and clad only in a bathrobe. Instantly, Brock's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Ash and Nimmo were completely oblivious to this moment. "What is the matter? Why are you two here?" Whitelea was surprised to see both Ash and Brock. "There are some matters I would like to confirm with you." "Teacher Whitelea, may we come inside to discuss?" Ash asked earnestly, his gaze resting on the unknown Pokémon behind him. Nodding in agreement, Whitelea replied, "Sure, come in. There's nothing to tidy up in here." With her casual invitation, Ash suddenly felt that she might not be the mastermind behind the recent events. As the door closed behind them, they entered the room, finding Whitelea seated on her bed. "Teacher Whitelea, did you visit the crystal pool this morning to collect some crystal fragments?" Ash inquired. "Yes, indeed. I obtained permission from the local administrator." "How did you know?" Whitelea expressed surprise, not expecting Ash to be aware of this detail. I happened to go to the mountain today as well." Ash's suspicion began to dissipate as she readily acknowledged the truth. However, while the administrator permitted it, there is a Pokémon that protects that area, known as Milotic. There's a guardian Pokémon. Milotic, what a pity I didn't see it at that time, Whitelea remarked, astonished by Ash's knowledge. This indicated that she was likely unaware of Milotic's existence. "May I ask why you collected those crystal fragments?" Ash ventured. "Oh, is that what you're curious about? It's not a significant secret. If you've been to the Paldea region, you would be quite amazed by the crystals here, as they bear a striking resemblance to the phenomena of terastallization," Whitelea explained. "Terastallization?" Nimmo echoed, her expression one of surprise. "Yes, precisely," Whitelea affirmed, retrieving the crystal fragment she had gathered from the crystal pool. "This is the crystal shard I collected. Take a look, Nimmo. Doesn't it resemble the terastallized crystals?" After examining the shard she was handed, Nimmo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it does resemble them. However, the energy within it is quite peculiar. I can't discern which type of terastallization it represents. Isn't it special? You can sense that too. When I first encountered it, I realized it was likely a terastallized crystal and one with an unfamiliar attribute. This is undoubtedly a major discovery, which could significantly aid humanity in unraveling the mysteries of terastallization." Yet, despite her enthusiasm, Ash sensed a hint of disappointment in Whitelea's demeanor. "So, Teacher Whitelea, is this your primary objective?" Ash inquired. "No, it's not entirely my main aim. Have you heard of the Book of Violet and Crimson?" "The Book of Violet and Crimson?" "Indeed, the Book of Violet and Crimson," Whitelea affirmed, producing a red and purple book from her bag. Although it was Ash's first encounter with it, he noticed that the design on the red side bore some resemblance to that of Goldingo. "This is the Book of Violet and Crimson. How curious. Teacher Whitelea, why does your copy differ from the one we encountered at school?" Nimmo expressed her surprise upon seeing the book. "That's because mine is the original manuscript. What you saw was merely a printed edition," Whitelea explained, shaking her head with a smile. "An original manuscript? Wait, does that mean you are a descendant of the legendary researcher Hisui?" "Yes," Whitelea confirmed, observing Nimmo's astonishment. Ash, puzzled, wondered if this Hisui was a renowned figure. "Rather than being famous, my ancestor is more infamously known. Though he documented his experiences in this book, the content was so bizarre that he earned the title of a fantasist." "Why is that? Is it merely because of a book?" Ash struggled to comprehend. If her ancestor were truly renowned, it wouldn't seem fair to label him so simply based on a single book. If my ancestor hadn't insisted that the contents of this book were true, perhaps people wouldn't have viewed it that way. Moreover, the members of the expedition team who accompanied him to explore the Paldea depths perished during the journey, and their remains have never been recovered. The veracity of the book's contents has perpetually eluded validation, leading many to believe that my ancestors were delusional. As I listened to Professor Bailea's narrative, a solemn silence enveloped me. I was taken aback to discover such a weighty tale lurking behind her words. Thus, I resolved to vindicate my ancestors and demonstrate the authenticity of the Book of Zhuzi. The decision to hold the summer camp in Beishang Township was, in fact, a deliberate choice on my part. Upon learning of the existence of the crystal pool here, I felt a strong inclination that it might be connected to the Book of Zhuzi, though I have yet to unearth any substantial clues. Merely sensing a potential link to the phenomenon of Tajihua. Professor Lillie spoke with a tinge of regret. Is that so? I sensed through my aura that she was not being deceitful, which indicated that the purple object was not left by her. So, did you go alone this morning? Professor Lillie? This morning? I was not alone. The administrator accompanied me. Could it be that the administrator is involved? I was astonished that someone who appeared so amiable could engage in such actions. What transpired? She inquired, noticing my urgency. Apologetically, I confessed, forgive me, Professor Lillie. I misunderstood you. It is because I recounted the incident of Minas consuming the purple object and subsequently going berserk. What? Such a thing can actually affect Minas's psyche? How terrifying. Professor Lillie was visibly taken aback, clearly unaware of the situation. Did you notice any peculiar behavior from the administrator today? I asked. Peculiarities? To be honest, not particularly. However, the glasses he wore today were somewhat unusual. Glasses? Yes. He usually wears reading glasses, but today he donned lenses that were rather distinct. I have some knowledge of crystals, so I am attuned to such details. As I absorbed her words, a sense of unease washed over me regarding the administrator. Why would he deliberately change his glasses? What was he concealing? Eyes. I suddenly recalled that when Minas was under control, its eyes glimmered with a purple hue. Could it be that the administrator had already been compromised? Was he not the true mastermind behind it all? Oh no, Professor Lillie, do you know where the administrator is? As for him, I'm not entirely sure. It seems he headed towards Beishang Center, she pondered. Beishang Center? Not Beishang Square. The name struck a chord. I felt I had encountered it in a previous conversation. Beishang Center, isn't that where the masks of the malevolent spirit are stored? Alarmed, I thought, this cannot be. The administrator must be under control and intends to deliver the masks to those three. Goodness, it seems quite plausible. My eyes widened in shock. Indeed, the masks were involved. Previously, Lillie had mentioned that they stored the masks acquired from the spirits at Beishang Center for safekeeping. If those masks fell into the hands of the so-called three sinister Pokémon, the situation could spiral out of control. After all, the power unleashed when the malevolent spirit donned that green mask was already formidable. Should those three malevolent Pokémon wield the mask's power, we would face a dire predicament. Chapter 58, The Resurrection of the Three Sinister Pokémon, divided into three paths. Pursue. Gee, what's the matter? Is there an issue at Beishang Center? Nemo noticed the shift in my expression, sensing the gravity of the situation. Yes, the masks of the malevolent spirit are stored there. And they possess extraordinary powers akin to what you referred to as Tajihua. Masks similar to Tajihua? Upon hearing my response, Nemo grasped the seriousness of the matter. We must set out immediately. It seems that the administrator may have a problem. Indeed, I replied. Brock, Professor Lillie, please inform Xiaoxia and ensure the safety of this area. Prevent the Gula Dun from wandering off. Nemo and I will investigate the situation with the administrator. Very well. But if danger arises, you must retreat promptly. Do not jeopardize your safety. We will arrange to support you as soon as we can. Professor Lillie expressed no objections, adopting a serious demeanor akin to that of a teacher. Should anything seem amiss, I will promptly withdraw with Nemo. Having learned from the previous encounter with Team Rocket, I understood that there are times when bravado is unwise. Otherwise, I might not only fail to achieve anything, but also endanger my companions. Once arrangements were made, Nemo and I set forth towards Beishang Square. Upon exiting, I spotted a commotion not far off, where Dan Yu and Yuli were present. A sense of foreboding washed over me. What has happened? Gee, trouble has arisen. The Pokémon have revived. What? They have revived? The news left me utterly astounded. Just earlier, I had passed by there without sensing any vitality. How could they suddenly come back to life? I'm not entirely certain of the specifics, but we witnessed the administrator hand over the masks to them, after which they scattered in three directions. They took the masks? My heart sank. I had not anticipated that they had truly revived and successfully acquired the masks. Do you know which three directions they fled? Dan Yu nodded, indicating three distinct paths. Curse it, they are fleeing in three separate directions. Nemo, unusually calm, displayed the demeanor befitting a future champion. Then we shall divide our forces. But, no buts. If we encounter trouble, we will all retreat, will we not? So you intend to pursue the three sinister Pokémon? I will join you. I may not fully understand what has transpired, but I can see that you are eager to find the three, Dan Yu asserted. Dan Yu, I didn't realize you were so sentimental. Regardless, that's settled. If we encounter trouble, I will also escape. Besides, I'm from Beishang Township. Given how long we have revered them, they likely won't harm me. I'll have Yuli remain here, and others can come to our aid later. Can I trust you with Yuli? Dan Yu asked seriously, turning to Yuli. Suddenly shifting the focus back to herself, Yuli felt a pang of anxiety, but mustered her courage to declare, "It's fine. You go ahead. I will ensure everyone is informed. I believe in you, so there are no issues. Let us set off." Understood. Dan Yu and the others had made their decisions. And I nodded gravely, determined not to let them down. But let me make it clear, once they don the masks, they may become exceedingly dangerous. Maintain a safe distance once you ascertain their locations. Yes, understood, Dan Yu and Nemo replied, nodding in agreement. Then I leave it to you all. At this moment, Ash understood that he could not afford to be overly sentimental, for it would only squander precious time. Locking eyes with the eerie companion, he immediately dashed in one direction. Just as Ash stepped out the door, a roar echoed from above, followed closely by a familiar crimson figure. Golett leaped directly from the window, carrying Pikachu and Eevee on its back. "Hey, you guys, why did you suddenly jump down?" came Misty's voice from above. Ash, when did you return?" Upon seeing Ash, Misty displayed a puzzled expression. "I apologize, Misty. I must take my leave for now. Time is of the essence, and later, Yurik and Brock will explain everything to you." "All right, I understand. Please be cautious." Noticing Ash's serious demeanor, Misty nodded. "If I encounter any danger, I will definitely flee this time, unlike before." Ash smiled reassuringly, then turned his gaze to Golett, along with Pikachu and Eevee perched on its shoulders. "I can't believe you guys noticed me," Golett called out affectionately, nuzzling Ash's arm, while Pikachu and Eevee promptly leaped onto Ash's shoulders. "Pika, we must be part of the grand endeavor." Although Ash could not comprehend Pikachu's words, he understood its intent through its gaze. "All right, then we shall go together. Golett, can I count on you? You can transform into a motorcycle, right?" Upon hearing Ash's request, Golett hesitated for a moment before nodding. It crouched down, and in an instant, its form transformed. "How marvelous. Now, I entrust the next leg of our journey to you, Golett." With the means of transportation provided by Golett, Ash felt confident that he could swiftly catch up. "You should join us too, eerie companion." Pony. Seeing Ash mounted on Golett and extending a hand towards it, the eerie companion joyfully called out and leaped onto Gollett's back. "Hold on tight, we're off." Although Ash had never ridden a motorcycle, Golett, possessing self-awareness, swiftly followed his direction. "I can't afford to concede easily either. Come forth, Tauros." Nemo, watching Ash ride away on Golett, promptly summoned her Pokémon. A Tauros, with its sleek black coat and robust muscles, appeared. "I'm counting on you, Tauros." "Moo." Tauros raised its head high, indicating for Nemo to mount. "Darn it, you two have mounted Pokémon?" Danyu exclaimed in frustration, watching Ash and Nemo ride off on their Pokémon. "Sister, we may not have mounted Pokémon, but there are bicycles over there." Yurik pointed to a nearby bicycle. "Sigh, this is infuriating. I'll have to catch a mounted Pokémon myself later." Danyu shook her head in resignation and reluctantly hopped onto a bicycle, pedaling off in another direction. Chapter 59, The Devious Wishiwashi, Part 1. By the way, which Pokémon should Ash be facing now? Not entirely certain, but given Ash's current lineup, it seems anyone who shows up will have to engage in a battle, so there shouldn't be any issues. Observing the barrage of comments resembling a champagne celebration, Ash did not feel particularly at ease, as an unsettling premonition lingered in his mind. He hoped that, as the comments suggested, his current strength would suffice to address the situation. Although he had Eerie Companion, who had previously defeated them, it was under extreme anger that Eerie Companion had achieved that victory. The current strength of the opponent remained unknown, leaving Ash uncertain if he could prevail again. If all else fails, he would simply hide in a corner and secretly charge up a wave missile. Ash resolved to employ all his strength against the nefarious foes. Even if they deemed it despicable, nothing mattered more than ensuring his companion's safety. Before long, Ash sensed a commotion ahead, indicating that a Pokémon battle was underway. Could it be? Had they already begun to target wild Pokémon? Realizing this, Ash promptly urged Golett to accelerate. Golett nodded, let out a low growl, and with a powerful thrust of its legs, leaped high into the air. Initially, Ash thought Gollett's feather-like adornments were merely decorative, but they suddenly unfurled into two formidable wings, allowing Golett to glide gracefully. Ash was astonished that Golett could undergo such a transformation. His heart leaped with joy as this would enable them to reach their destination even faster. Soon, Ash arrived at the source of the disturbance. A monkey-like Pokémon, adorned with a blue crying mask, was engaged in battle with a bear-like Pokémon topped with a red crescent. Isn't that Wishiwashi and Heliolisk? Wait, How did they end up facing each other? I remember Wishiwashi being a psychic and poison type. How dare it confront Heliolisk? And it seems Heliolisk is currently at a disadvantage. This can't be accurately represented by in-game stats. Not necessarily in a losing position. Look, Wishiwashi is wearing a well. It might be utilizing water-type moves against Heliolisk, which could provide an advantageous type matchup. Listening to the commentary, Ash was surprised by the serendipity of encountering the opponent so swiftly. Since Heliolisk was engaged in battle, it implied that the opponent might not be under control. Ash breathed a sigh of relief. This would help mitigate some trouble. Now, Eerie Companion, go assist Heliolisk. With newfound insight into Wishiwashi's abilities, which included poison and psychic attributes, Ash decided to send forth his bug-type Butterfree. You shall be the one, Butterfree. Pony. Eerie Companion and Butterfree responded in unison, leaping from Gollett's back into the fray. Upon the sudden appearance of Butterfree and Eerie Companion, both Wishiwashi and Heliolisk took notice, halting their actions almost simultaneously. Especially Wishiwashi, upon spotting Eerie Companion, emitted a low growl. However, recalling its prior encounter with Eerie Companion, it hesitated to attack, retreating cautiously instead. Meanwhile, Eerie Companion's fury surged at the sight of its nemesis, the one that had previously stolen its mask and indirectly led to the demise of its former master. Donning the green ghostly mask once more, Eerie Companion radiated a brilliant white light, entering its crystalline state. Eerie Companion, prepare to bear the wrath I have harbored for centuries. Heliolisk, witnessing the sudden arrival of Eerie Companion and Butterfree, was momentarily uncertain of their allegiance. However, noting Eerie Companion's demeanor, it discerned a vendetta against Wishiwashi. Simultaneously, it observed Wishiwashi retreating, and its battle instincts urged it that now was the prime moment to strike. With a fearsome roar, Heliolisk unleashed a beam of ominous red energy from the crescent-like emblem on its head, targeting Wishiwashi. Heliolisk, watch closely, kid, this is Blood Moon Bite. As Ash felt the terrifying energy beam from Heliolisk, he gasped in awe. The power was nearly equivalent to Misty's Gyarados' Hydro Pump. Fortunately, the opponent was not under control, otherwise, it would have been exceedingly troublesome. Just as Heliolisk anticipated a successful ambush, the ensuing scene left it utterly astounded. The cunning Yinzing Yuan appeared to have been prepared for his adversary all along. Even though the recent obscuring of vision by the Agui Peng allowed for a momentary distraction, he deftly executed a somersault to evade the oncoming assault. Remarkably, he had simultaneously charged a reflect wall behind him. Gie, Gie, Gie. The sinister laughter emanating from him, reveling in the apparent success of his devious plot, indicated that his earlier display of trepidation was nothing but an act. His intent was to lower the guard of the Huiyue Xiong, luring it into a false sense of security before launching an attack. This feigned vulnerability led both the opponent and Xiaoji to be completely oblivious to the actions unfolding behind them, even as the Blood Moon captivated their attention. With a resonant clang, the formidable Blood Moon, redirected by the reflect wall, hurtled towards Xiaoji and his companions. Look out! Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Without hesitation, Xiaoji commanded his Pikachu, while he himself began to channel energy for a wave missile. Pikachu. The little creature nodded in affirmation, leaping onto the head of Gollet, its body crackling with electricity as it unleashed a mighty thunderbolt against the approaching Blood Moon. The thunderbolt successfully intercepted the rebounding Blood Moon, which had already lost some of its potency due to the reflect wall. This gave Xiaoji precious moments to complete his charge for the wave missile. As the thunderbolt was ultimately overwhelmed by the Blood Moon, Xiaoji's wave missile was fully charged. With a powerful shout, he propelled the immense energy of the wave missile towards the now nearly adjacent Blood Moon. Boom! The collision of their immense energies unleashed a tremendous wave, nearly sweeping Xiaoji, Pikachu, and Eevee off their feet had he not managed to secure them in time. Gollet stood firm, his gaze fixed intently on Huiyue Xiong. Astonished by the Pokemon's formidable strength, his eyes alight with admiration. Upon witnessing Xiaoji emerge unscathed, Agui Peng exhaled a sigh of relief before glaring fiercely at Yinzing Yuan. Conversely, Yinzing Yuan emitted a peculiar chuckle, seemingly unfazed by Xiaoji's resilience. Suddenly, he emanated a purple mist and unleashed a jet of water towards Agui Peng and the others. Anticipating the attack, Agui Peng raised its thorny staff high, intending to shatter the oncoming flow as it had done before against the Milotic. However, in a shocking twist, the once azure stream transformed into a menacing purple just as Agui Peng struck. What? At that moment, Xiaoji realized that this water gun-like attack was likely a facade, cleverly disguised by the blue mask, and could very well be a poison-type move. Agui Peng had no time to react. although it shattered the incoming stream. It could not evade the droplets of toxic purple mist that splattered onto its body. Merely brushing against a few drops rendered Agui Peng's limbs weak. What a devious tactic. Indeed, one cannot rely on game logic when it comes to real Pokémon. Who would have imagined they could disguise their moves? Agui Peng has fallen victim to its own overconfidence. Ultimately, the similarity between this move and the one used by Milotic earlier in the morning misled Agui Peng into trying to replicate it. Yinzing Yuan has proven to be the most cunning among the trio, and had it not been for Xiaoji, I fear anyone else would have surely faltered. Witnessing the encroaching purple mist from the water jet, Xiaoji recognized the potential danger of the toxic gas. Butterfree, use Gust. Butterfree flapped its wings rapidly, generating a powerful gust to dispel the approaching poison. Huiyue Xiong, still recovering from the exertion of its previous Blood Moon attack, panted heavily while glaring at the smirking Yinzing Yuan, his frustration mounting. He yearned to seize his opponent and unleash a punishing blow. Yet the latter's agility had thwarted his every attempt in their previous encounter. Chapter 60. The Insidious Yinzing Yuan, Part 2. Seeing his attack thwarted. Yinzing Yuan emitted another eerie laugh, his form flickering as he advanced rather than retreating, charging directly at Agui Peng and the others. To Agui Peng's astonishment, instead of fleeing, his opponent surged forward. Despite feeling somewhat unwell, Agui Peng steeled itself, raising its thorny staff once more, enveloped in a terrifying green energy, and swung it toward Yinzing Yuan. But what Agui Peng did not anticipate was that the very attack that had once vanquished Yinzing Yuan now seemed to be predicted by him. With a mere twist of his body, he narrowly evaded Agui Peng's powerful strike. Simultaneously, another wave of purple mist erupted forth from Yinzing Yuan. To Xiaoji's surprise, Yinzing Yuan chose to embrace Agui Peng, releasing the purple mist at an alarming rate. Watch out, Agui Peng. The poison was unleashed so close that Butterfree's gust could not possibly dissipate it in time. Pidgeotto, you use Gust too. Xiaoji immediately summoned Pidgeotto to the fray. Pidgeotto nodded, transforming into a streak of white light as it sped to the battlefield. Initially, Xiaoji had hoped that Pidgeotto's presence would swiftly clear the toxins. But an unsettling feeling crept over him as he heard that ominous laughter once more. At that moment, he heard the sound of shattering crystals. Agui Peng's crystallization had been undone, as the purple mist was finally dispersed by the combined efforts of Pidgeotto and Butterfree. Xiaoji's eyes widened in horror at the sight of Agui Peng, unconscious and incapacitated on the ground. Yinzing Yuan gazed down at the fallen Agui Peng, his eerie laughter resounding once more as he removed the green demon mask from Agui Peng's face and donned it himself, replacing the previous blue mask of sorrow. What in the world? The masks can be swapped mid-battle? This is truly sinister. Xiaoji is left in the dark about what other tricks he might have up his sleeve. Xiaoji had not anticipated the terrifying possibility of mask switching. Pidgeotto, bring Agui Peng back. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Xiaoji quickly commanded Pidgeotto to retrieve Agui Peng. But it was too late. Yinzing Yuan let out another eerie laugh, thrusting his hands into the ground. Several vines erupted from the earth, reaching skyward toward Pidgeotto and Butterfree. Fortunately, Pidgeotto, with its incredible speed, emitted a white glow and narrowly dodged the ambush. Butterfree, however, was not as fortunate. It was ensnared by the vines and dragged down to the ground. Darn it! Seeing Butterfree captured, Xiaoji felt a surge of desperation as he began channeling another wave missile, preparing to strike back at Yinzing Yuan. Yet Yinzing Yuan bizarrely turned to face Xiaoji, using the vines to shield the bound Butterfree as a human shield. Xiaoji was taken aback, halting his charge of the wave missile and instead hurling it skyward. Don't hurt Butterfree. He had not expected Yinzing Yuan to resort to such treachery, using a Pokémon as a shield. With Butterfree now serving as a barrier, Pidgeotto, once confident in its speed advantage, hesitated to attack. Gie, Gie, Gie. As Xiaoji and his companions hesitated, Yinzing Yuan's sinister laughter echoed once more as the ground erupted with more vines, this time aiming directly at Huiyue Xiong. The sudden onslaught caught Huiyue Xiong utterly unprepared. The previous exertion had already left him somewhat weakened. To his astonishment, his adversary now possessed the ability to manipulate flora. He could only watch helplessly as vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring his limbs. With a mighty roar, Huiyue Xiong attempted to break free, only to discover that his strength was gradually waning. In an instant, he realized that the vines were laced with poison. He could only glare resentfully at the malevolent Guanxing Yuan, adorned with a grotesque green mask, as he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed onto the ground. Isn't that the divine wood monkey? This is utterly outrageous. This monkey is beyond sinister. I have no idea how Ash is going to win now. Could this be the onset of his first defeat? Witnessing Hisui fall, Ash felt a profound sense of dread wash over him. He had sensed through the aura that his opponent still had fight left in him, yet suddenly, the strength had dissipated rapidly. It was evident that the vines were indeed a ruse, serving as a toxic assault. Faced with the enigmatic Guanxing Yuan, Ash found himself at a loss. Even if he summoned his fire-type Charmeleon, the foe had both Butterfree and Gengar at their disposal, making Ash hesitant to act recklessly. This was infuriating. Would he truly falter here? As he stared at the daunting scene before him, a deep sense of helplessness surged within Ash. The sinister laughter of Guanxing Yuan echoed as he raised the vines, hoisting Gengar and Butterfree high above, inching closer to Ash. Just then, a shadow darted out from behind his opponent, revealing a deep purple figure. Isn't that Gengar? How did it appear here? So, the opponent never left and has been tailing Ash all along. I wasted my breath criticizing the officials before. No worries, the officials will behave if scolded enough. Upon seeing Gengar, Ash was overwhelmed with astonishment. Meanwhile, Guanxing Yuan suddenly sensed something amiss behind him and turned sharply. What met his gaze was Gengar's gaping maw, which offered no chance for counteraction, as it swiftly consumed him whole. The sudden appearance of Gengar, now unexpectedly massive, filled Ash with elation. He had not anticipated that Gengar would remain by his side, coming to his aid at such a critical moment. Thank you, Gengar. Noticing Ash's grateful expression, Gengar bashfully scratched its head. Although it had saved him, the lack of a proper greeting weighed on its conscience, for it had stealthily followed Ash. However, before Gengar could react further, an excruciating pain radiated from its abdomen, causing it to wince. Gengar, are you alright? Ash asked, realizing that Guanxing Yuan was retaliating from within. But before Gengar could respond, a strange purple mist began to envelop Gengar. As Guanxing Yuan forcibly pried his way out of Gengar's mouth, surrounded by the ominous purple haze, Guanxing Yuan looked at the unconscious Gengar with disbelief. Why had his foresight failed to detect this? Fortunately, Gengar could not withstand the poisonous fumes, or else he would have truly been defeated. Guanxing Yuan felt a shiver of fear. He had underestimated Ash's hidden potential. With Gengar incapacitated, Ash knew it was time for him to strike back. Seizing the moment while Guanxing Yuan was preoccupied, he had instructed Pidgeotto to rescue Butterfree and the others. Ash promptly summoned Charmeleon. Charmeleon unleashed Sacred Fire. Without allowing Guanxing Yuan a moment to contemplate, Charmeleon unleashed a torrent of vibrant flames, directed straight at him. As Guanxing Yuan felt the terrifying power of Charmeleon's attack, his expression changed dramatically. He hastily donned a blue crying mask and conjured a wall of water elements, desperately attempting to form a reflective barrier behind it. However, much to his astonishment, Charmeleon's assault penetrated the water wall almost instantly, shattering the still-forming reflective barrier, forcing him to absorb Charmeleon's full force with his own body. Watching Guanxing Yuan being flung away, Ash noticed that the mask had been knocked off, and Pidgeotto swiftly snatched it up. Was this the end? Glancing at the two masks in his hand, Ash remained cautiously observant of the unmoving Guanxing Yuan in the distance. Although he could sense the foe's life force diminishing through the aura, Ash remained apprehensive, uncertain if this was merely a ruse. Chapter 61. Ash vs. Hisui, the pinnacle of physical confrontation. Perhaps he's feigning death. Ash should implement some royal tactics. Continue the assault. He's not dead yet. Throw a Pokeball to test. If it captures successfully, that's a win. If not, then he still has strength, and we can keep attacking. With the barrage of suggestions flashing across the screen, Ash retrieved a red and white Pokeball. Following the incident with Golett, he had stocked up on additional Pokeballs to avoid similar predicaments in crucial moments. Charmeleon, Pidgeotto, go rescue Hisui. Charmeleon and Pidgeotto nodded and rushed towards the ensnared Hisui. Meanwhile, Ash kept his focus on Guanxing Yuan, tossing the Pokeball while simultaneously charging up an Aura Sphere. The moment Guanxing Yuan emerged, he would unleash his attack. Ash had already experienced the cunning of his opponent. Showing mercy now would only lead to suffering for him and his companions. Fortunately, the Pokeball contained Guanxing Yuan. Shaking only briefly before growing still, Ash felt an inexplicable connection with Guanxing Yuan. Had he successfully captured him? Uncertain, yet hopeful, Ash approached the Pokeball. As he gazed at the tranquil Pokeball in his hand, Ash finally felt assured of his success, relieved that he had not fallen into a trap. Just as he exhaled in relief, he heard the anguished cries of Charmeleon and Pidgeotto behind him. With a start, Ash turned around, only to be astounded to see Hisui, who should have been incapacitated, standing robustly, while Charmeleon and Pidgeotto lay unconscious at his feet. The creature's single eye radiated an enchanting purple mist, and Ash realized that he was under some form of control. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed a powerful thunderbolt that struck Hisui, but it merely caused him to stagger slightly, his rocky fur gleaming even more brightly. Furious, Hisui let out a roar that shook the very ground, dropping to all fours and transforming into a torrent of destruction, charging forward with astonishing speed. Pikachu, quickly dodge. Ash's command was abruptly cut short, as Hisui target was not Pikachu, but Ash himself. In the blink of an eye, the massive shadow loomed over him, leaving no room for escape. With a thunderous roar, Hisui colossal paw descended with the force to shatter mountains. In that critical moment, Ash's primal instincts surged forth with an overwhelming intensity. He did not retreat. Instead, he abruptly sank into a horse stance. His arms tightening like steel cables, crossed above his head. Bang! A sound erupted, deep and thunderous like a giant drum. The shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, toppling the surrounding grass. Ash, astonishingly, used his arms to withstand the massive paw of the Heckmoon bear, a force capable of flattening a truck. His feet sunk deep into the earth, the fabric of his sleeves instantly shredding, revealing well-defined muscles, veins bulging, exuding wisps of white steam. Ugh! Ash gritted his teeth, veins protruding from his forehead, every bone in his body groaning under the unbearable strain, yet he held firm. A flicker of surprise crossed the Heckmoon bear's eyes, suffused with purple energy, quickly replaced by a more intense fury. Its other paw, driven by a gust of malevolence, swept toward him. Come on. In the wake of their recent clash, Ash's mind sharpened. If he could defeat the Heckmoon bear, perhaps he could restore its consciousness, just as he had done with Venus before. With this thought in mind, Ash cast aside all distractions. At this life-or-death juncture, he gained a profound new understanding of his own body, realizing that the feats he had seen in action films were now within his grasp. He suddenly released his strength, leaping backward just in time to evade the sweeping attack. The ground where he had stood was gouged out into a large pit. As he landed, he pushed off with his heels, not retreating but advancing, charging at the Heckmoon bear's forelimbs like a cannonball. Pikachu, Eevee. Pikachu and Eevee were stunned. They had never witnessed Ash fight with such raw ferocity. They were astounded to uncover the terrifying power hidden beneath their trainer's youthful exterior. Meanwhile, Gardevoir watched in shock as Ash, a mere human, battled the Heckmoon bear, speechless. Previously, it may have drawn close to Ash merely due to the comforting aura he exuded. But now it genuinely acknowledged him. In Ash, it sensed the oppressive force that another Gardevoir had once brought to it. Boom! Ash summoned all his strength into a punch, smashing it against the Heckmoon bear's forelimb joint, as thick as a stone pillar. This was not a martial technique. It was the most primal form of wrestling. The collision of his fist with the bear's tough hide and solid muscles produced a sound that made one's teeth ache. The Heckmoon bear let out a low growl of pain, clearly unprepared for such strength from this little insect. It raised its forepaw and stomped down. Boom! The might of the earth erupted once more. Ash ran, leaping upon the violently shaking ground, dodging the earth elemental spikes that shot up from below. Channeling all the aura he could muster, his speed surged, inching ever closer to the threshold of high velocity. He spotted an opening and surged forward again. This time, he leveraged his running momentum, leaping high to drive his elbow fiercely into the Heckmoon bear's snout, a vulnerable spot for many creatures. Crack! A direct hit. The Heckmoon bear's head snapped back, letting out an enraged roar of pain. It was now completely berserk, abandoning ranged attacks to crush this human with its raw power. It rose up, its enormous shadow completely enveloping Ash, its paws like two small mountains, bringing down despairing force in succession. Bang! 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 The ground shattered inch by inch under its frenzied slams, clouds of dust swirling. Ash darted through the torrent of paws, rolling and blocking. At times, he braced himself with both arms, staggering from the impact. At others, he skillfully slipped through the gaps, the wind pressure from the bear's paws stinging his skin. His fists, elbows, and knees became weapons, constantly seeking opportunities to counterattack. Each collision echoed with a deep thud, as if he were not human, but a humanoid fighting Pokémon. Ugh! A moment of slow reaction left Ash grazed by the edge of a paw wind, sending him flying like a broken kite, crashing into a small tree behind him. A coppery taste rising in his throat. Pikachu! Pikachu was frantic, tears welling up, electric energy surging through its body. Don't come over, Pikachu! Ash wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze burning even more fiercely. This was his battle with it. He struggled to rise, tearing away his already tattered shirt, revealing his muscular torso, now covered in bruises and abrasions, yet he stood tall. The Heckmoon bear also paused, panting heavily, bearing marks of Ash's strikes upon its own body. It gazed at this diminutive yet fiercely tenacious human, and for the first time, amidst the swirling purple energy, an emotion other than rage flickered in its eyes, a hint of gravity. Continue, Ash roared, charging forth once more. He no longer attacked blindly but focused on a minuscule opening revealed by the Heckmoon bear after a series of strikes. The moment its forelimb joints, weary from effort, faltered. He dashed to the Heckmoon bear's front, and just as its massive paw was about to strike down, he suddenly bent low, using his shoulder to firmly brace against the inner joint of the Heckmoon bear's forelimb. Every ounce of strength erupted from his legs, coursing through his abdomen to his shoulder. Get up! With a thunderous roar, in the incredulous gaze of Pikachu and the others, Ash, through sheer explosive power and the principle of leverage, actually lifted the front half of the Heckmoon bear, a creature many times his size, off the ground. The Heckmoon bear lost its balance, letting out a shocked roar as its massive body toppled over, crashing down with a tremendous thud, shaking the earth. Ash, exhausted, knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Sweat mingling with blood dripping from his chin, leaving small imprints in the soil. He lifted his head to gaze at the downed giant. The purple aura in the Heckmoon bear's eyes receded like the tide. It did not rise immediately, instead lying on the ground, watching the human boy who had dared to confront it with his flesh, letting out a low whimper, devoid of hostility, tinged with fatigue and relief. It had finally broken free from its control. This brutal clash of flesh, pure strength, and will had finally reached its conclusion. Ash proved through his actions that the bonds and courage of humanity can sometimes manifest as the most formidable physical force. Chapter 62. Froakie and Greninja appear. Ash knelt on one knee, sweat mingled with dirt and blood dripping from his chin, forming small impressions. His chest heaved violently, each breath pulling at his myriad injuries. Yet gazing at the now calm and clear-eyed Heckmoon bear before him, he wore a fatigued but satisfied smile. I did it, he managed to utter, his taut nerves relaxing, only to be immediately engulfed by an overwhelming wave of weakness. His vision blurred, the sounds around him grew distant, and the last thing he saw was Pikachu and Eevee rushing toward him in a panic, alongside the worried murmurs of Gardevoir and the Heckmoon bear. Before everything faded to black, and he collapsed forward. Pikachu! Eevee! Pikachu and Eevee rushed to Ash's side, frantically nudging him with their tiny paws. But Ash was utterly spent and unconscious. The Heckmoon bear also emitted an anxious whimper, leaning closer to inspect the human boy who had conquered it with sheer physicality. At that moment, the comments in the chat exploded, a torrent of praise for Ash surged forth, yet the unconscious Ash could not see any of it. And just in that moment of victory, when he was most relaxed and vulnerable, a sinister laugh echoed, "How touching your efforts are, but now, you shall all become my partners." The chilling laughter slithered forth like a serpent's tongue. The pink Pokémon, Slurpuff, emerged from the shadows like a ghost, its eyes glinting with greed and malice. It had been lurking for quite some time, waiting for this moment when the clamorous struggle had exhausted all its prey to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, the deadly poison erupted from its body, transforming into several thick, foul-smelling purple venomous tendrils, clawing toward the unconscious Ash and the weary Pikachu. This strike was lethal and decisive, aimed to kill. Pikachu! Pikachu leaped with every ounce of strength it could muster. Yet the sparks that danced upon its body had dwindled to a feeble flicker, akin to a candle struggling against the wind. In a fit of fury, Golbat and Heliolisk roared, attempting to shield themselves with their massive forms, but their movements were sluggish due to exhaustion, their colossal bodies floundering in the mire. Every fiber of muscle protesting in agony. Despair washed over the Pokémon like icy water, instantly saturating their hearts. They watched in horror as the lethal venom loomed ever larger in their line of sight, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Just as the tendrils of poison were poised to engulf everything, a crisp sound, akin to a blade unsheathing, sliced through the air, resonating with a unique rhythm of metal intertwining with flowing water. A brilliant azure light erupted forth, so swift it transcended the limits of visual perception. Bursting forth from Ash's Pokeball, it did not emerge in a conventional manner, but rather appeared as if it had torn through the fabric of space. Standing resolutely between the venom and Ash, its form as solid as a mountain yet as nimble as the wind. It was Froakie, long silent, now manifesting as a savior in this critical moment. Initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of this unknown Pokémon, Toxicroak hesitated for a heartbeat. But upon discerning that its opponent was merely a seemingly frail Froakie, a glint of disdain and mockery flashed in its eyes. The tendrils of venom did not relent. Instead, their assault intensified. How could such a diminutive Pokémon possibly withstand my onslaught? Toxicroak thought arrogantly. Sensing Toxicroak's intent, Froakie glanced back at the unconscious Ash and placed a hand upon his forehead. However, the ensuing scene rendered Froakie's expression frozen in shock, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light enveloped Froakie. This luminescence was no gentle white light of evolution, but a titanic surge of water energy, shimmering with cerulean ripples. It surged wildly, illuminating the scorched earth with a chilling radiance. Simultaneously, a powerful and exhilarating soundtrack erupted, akin to thunderous war drums, igniting the very air around them. The tendrils of venom crashed violently against the light, unable to penetrate even a fraction, instead being vaporized and repelled by the overwhelming energy, emitting hissing sounds as they transformed into corrosive steam. Gugya! Accompanied by a penetrating cry, the light of evolution exploded forth, spreading outwards. Within the brilliance, Froakie's form soared upward, undergoing a transformation. Its muscles became more defined and explosive, its legs elongated and agile, while the scarf around its neck billowed as if caught by an unseen wind, emanating an air of unassailable authority. As the blinding light receded, the being that emerged was no longer the Froakie of yore, but a true ninja of the water, Greninja. It stood tall and athletic, its arms powerful, each contour brimming with the capability to rend space itself. Most striking were its crimson eyes, calm yet piercing, capable of penetrating the very soul. Now fixated coldly on Toxicroak without a hint of emotion. Compressed streams of water coiled around its arms like living entities, flowing and emitting a faint hum, poised to transform into the sharpest of blades at a moment's notice. Toxicroak's sinister grin faltered, its pupils constricting, replaced by an instinctual, bone-deep fear. It had yet to comprehend the magnitude of this sudden change when the overwhelming aura made it feel as though all the toxins within its body had solidified. No, I cannot win. I must flee. It sensed the same oppressive force that the cursed Porygon once exuded. Yet, Greninja offered no time for contemplation. After channeling a surge of azure energy to Ash, it turned its icy gaze towards Toxicroak. The battle commenced in silence, crescendoing into a thunderous clash. With a single step, it moved. Its motion defied description, transcending the confines of speed. It was a leap through dimensions, surpassing the very essence of reality. Lightly tapping the ground, Greninja's form split into a myriad of indistinguishable water clones, shimmering like illusions in the air, surrounding Toxicroak entirely impenetrable. Each clone assumed a distinct ninja stance, some wielding water shurikens, others forming water seals, their movements perfectly synchronized yet imbued with unique flair, creating a stunning tableau of aquatic artistry. The flowing reflections danced upon the dim battlefield, like a prelude heralding the arrival of death. Toxicroak, witnessing this, fell into a panic, its toxins surging wildly as countless tendrils of venom frantically lashed out, attempting to strike even a single tangible target. Yet, its efforts merely pierced through the ephemeral water clones, sending sparkling droplets cascading like shattered mirrors, unable to find its true form. Where was its true self? The answer unfolded above Toxicroak's head. The genuine Greninja had, unbeknownst to Toxicroak, become as light as a feather, suspended upside down on the tip of a slender branch. Its form seamlessly blending with the shadows and silhouettes of the trees, crafting an intricate and ancient water seal with its hands before its chest. Its crimson eyes reflected Toxicroak's dismay, calm and unperturbed. As the seal was completed, the temperature in the air plummeted, causing the moisture to crystallize into countless sharply defined diamond-shaped shuriken, suspended as if alive, shimmering coldly beneath the leaden sky. Kuga, a sharp command, devoid of any superfluous emotion. The myriad of ice shuriken, as if guided by an unseen force, transformed into a dazzling and deadly storm of diamond dust, surging towards the terrified Toxicroak below. Each shuriken struck with precision and speed, producing a crisp shattering sound as they sliced through Toxicroak's outstretched tendrils of venom, reducing them to fragments. The ice and venom intertwined in a spectacle both splendid and brutal. Toxicroak emitted a piercing shriek, its once proud toxic barrier crumbling before Greninja's ice shuriken as if it were mere parchment. Screaming in agony, Toxicroak attempted to ensnare its foe with a desperate barrage, its viscous venom boiling around it in an attempt to trap any nearby enemies. However, Greninja's true form vanished once more, melding into its surroundings. In the next moment, It burst forth from the shadow directly beneath Toxicroak, like a fish leaping from water. As it appeared, it swung an arm upward, unleashing a razor-thin wave of water. Slicing through the air with the grace of a drawn katana, its speed so great that it left only a blurred afterimage in its wake. Swish! The dark venom was cleanly cleaved apart, as if it were delicate silk. Toxicroak's attack missed once more, plunging it into a frenzy as it realized the overwhelming might of this Pokémon far exceeded its wildest imagination. It let out an enraged shriek, abandoning all thoughts of retreat. Channeling all its strength, its body swelling to its utmost capacity, the surface of its skin radiating a dark purple glow, preparing to unleash a final, all-encompassing toxic onslaught, seeking to obliterate all life within the vicinity. In that very moment, Greninja bore witness. It ceased its movements, standing resolutely in place, its arms slowly raised. The entire battlefield, once littered with the remnants of shattered water clones, the traces left by melting ice shuriken, and even the minuscule water vapor lingering in the air, seemed to come alive, coalescing into countless slender ribbons of flowing water, drawn magnetically towards Greninja's elevated hands. Each droplet brimmed with unparalleled energy, responding to Greninja's deepest commands. Energy compressed and resonated. The elements in the air trembled, bowing to the imminent eruption of power. An unprecedented water shuriken was taking form. It is not a physical entity, but rather seems to be composed of shimmering orbs of light and pure water, its interior seemingly sealing a miniature oceanic vortex. The surrounding space slightly warps due to the overwhelming energy, emitting a low, resonant hum akin to the roar of a dragon. The radiance casts the silhouette of Greninja, the water shuriken Pokémon, in a manner reminiscent of a deity of water, solemn and formidable. The final toxic explosion of poison-type Pokémon, Toxicroak, has taken shape. As a colossal purple energy sphere, imbued with a sense of destruction, expands, exuding a foul stench that corrupts all. It lunges directly at Greninja. In Greninja's crimson eyes, a spark ignites. Its arms, bearing the weight of an entire world, thrust forth the dazzling water shuriken, embodying the ultimate contradiction of stillness and motion. There is no sound. Or rather, all sound is devoured by a more potent energy field. The radiant water shuriken advances silently, leaving behind a fleeting, distorted blue vacuum trail in the space it traverses, as if tearing a rift through time. Upon contact with Toxicroak's toxic energy sphere, there is no violent explosion. Instead, it is akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, silently penetrating and cleaving the massive toxic sphere, purifying it. All malevolent energy dissipates instantaneously before its might. The relentless water shuriken strikes with precision and unyielding resolve at Toxicroak's core. In the next moment, boom! The delayed thunderclap finally erupts. It is not a mere explosion, but rather the roar of a deep-sea leviathan, akin to 1,000 waterfalls cascading simultaneously. A vast, translucent energy field composed of pure water elements expands instantaneously around Toxicroak, cleansing all impurities and toxins. Within the field, countless miniature water shurikens dart back and forth like a frenzied school of fish, slicing and dismantling Toxicroak's remaining form, dissolving it completely. As the aqueous domain gradually dissipates, Toxicroak lies as if thoroughly cleansed, a limp stone upon the ground, losing consciousness, its toxins washed away, leaving behind a feeble core. Greninja descends gracefully like a falling leaf, silently standing before Ash. It does not even glance back at the outcome of the battle, as if vanquishing Toxicroak were merely brushing away a speck of dust. Its focus remains solely on its most cherished companion. It slightly leans down, gently wiping the smudge from Ash's cheek with its cool, frothy hand, its movements tender. A stark contrast to its earlier thunderous demeanor. Those crimson eyes now radiate only guardianship and warmth towards its partner. Pikachu leaps onto Greninja's shoulder, nuzzling affectionately against it, emitting grateful chirps of Pika Pika. It feels immense relief that this partner, despite having never met before, possesses such formidable strength to protect Ash in the direst moment. Golett and Honchkrow emit low, grateful whines, aware that this Pokémon before them has saved their trainer, and them as well. Greninja stands sentinel, its crimson gaze scanning the surroundings like the most loyal of guardians, immovable as a mountain, safeguarding its companions and the briefly restored tranquility of the scorched earth. The preceding battle transcended the ordinary Pokémon skirmish, resembling a masterful aquatic performance, indelibly etched in the hearts of all witnesses. Such is the strength and aesthetic of Greninja. Chapter 63, Outlier. Water always reflects the most authentic forms. whether it be the sky rippling in a brook or my own reflection rolling upon a raindrop-kissed leaf. Yet for a long time, I could not discern who that reflection in the water truly was. It was I, Froakie, yet not entirely myself. Within my body, it seemed another soul resided, yearning to break free. Since my earliest memories, I have dwelled in the lush forests of the Kalos region. My companions frolic daily in the streams, practicing the fundamental water gun, aspiring to evolve into Frogadier, ultimately becoming the powerful Greninja. This was the predetermined path of our lineage. They were content with this trajectory. The splashes of water under the sun and their jubilant croaks constituted their entire world. Meanwhile, I felt like an observer lurking in the shadows. I could sense the more acute vibrations of the water flowing at my fingertips. Could predict the optimal angles and trajectories for the water gun, even envisioning more complex and efficient attack methods than mere slaps and echoes in my mind. When my companions practiced collectively, I often found myself lost in thought, my gaze following the leaves spiraling down in the wind, imagining myself slicing through the enemy ranks with more cunning and swifter arcs, like them. This difference rendered me lonely. It was not a lack of friends, but rather an inability to resonate with them. They would discuss whose water gun shot farther, whose bubbles sparkled more beautifully, while my mind churned with thoughts of how to condense the water gun into a more lethal ray, how to transform bubbles into smoke that obscured vision, how to gain the upper hand in battle and achieve victory in one strike. My thoughts seemed inherently inscribed with a third term beyond combat and evolution, becoming stronger, a strength that transcended the limits of our species and reached into uncharted realms. The leader, that formidable Greninja, stood as the pillar of our group, the pinnacle we all revered. It was composed, powerful, safeguarding the entire clan. I once held it in awe, yet gradually, an ineffable emotion began to take root within me. I observed it executing water shuriken, its might capable of cleaving massive boulders. Impressive, indeed, but I pondered, could it be merely this? Could its movements be swifter? Could the form of the shuriken be even more refined? This almost blasphemous thought surprised even myself, followed by a deeper emptiness. If even the strongest power of our clan could not satiate my inner yearning, what exactly was I pursuing? Eventually, I issued a challenge. This challenge was less about vying for leadership than a quest for answers to the questions within me. I did not choose to challenge it in front of everyone, for that would be meaningless. I sought the leader during a torrential downpour, beneath the waterfall at the farthest edge of our clan's territory, where it practiced alone. The rain blurred my vision. The roar of the waterfall drowned out all other sounds. I leaped out, positioning myself before it, saying nothing, merely adopting a combat stance. It recognized me, the Froakie that always lingered on the periphery of the group. A flicker of surprise crossed its eyes, followed by understanding. There were no excess words exchanged. The battle erupted amidst the rain. It was strong, seasoned, its water shuriken wielded with tremendous force. Yet I was swifter, more agile. I executed the tactics I had rehearsed countless times in my mind, using the slick rocks to maneuver, employing the water gun not as a primary attack, but to slice through the downpour, obscuring its vision, using bubbles not to confuse, but to create fleeting light refractions. Concealing my next move, I became a blue specter, maximizing my uniqueness amidst the chaotic environment of rain and waterfall. Ultimately, I seized upon a minute opening, a habitual slight delay in its charge, seeking power, condensing all my strength into an unprecedented, highly compressed wave of water, crashing against it from close range. It staggered back, its massive form swaying. Though it did not fall, the shock and a hint of admiration in its eyes spoke volumes. It acknowledged my strength and discerned that my path diverged starkly from our clan's traditions. I emerged victorious, and according to clan customs, I could ascend to the role of leader. Yet, as I gazed at the clan members who had gathered, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. That familiar and overwhelming sense of emptiness engulfed me once more. This was not what I desired. The position of leader, the clan's endorsement, could not resolve my inner turmoil. However, one thing I was certain of, this place could no longer accommodate me. Not because my kin could not accept me, but because I believed it could no longer hold me. At dawn, as the rain ceased and the first light of morning broke, I turned and departed. Without farewell, without a glance back. The forest is vast, and the world even more so. I am propelled by an unseen force, advancing into the unknown. This is a self-imposed exile, a quest for answers that might fill the void within me. The experiences that followed resemble a blurred dream. Along my journey, I encountered Dr. Bretano, a kindly scholar who recognized my potential and, with his warmth and professional apparatus, captivated my spirit. For a time, I believed that perhaps humanity, possessing a higher wisdom, might understand me. I became one of the Pokemon designated for novice trainers at his research institute. The first trainer was an exuberant boy, who leaped for joy upon receiving my Pokeball. Initially, I harbored a glimmer of hope. Yet, disappointment swiftly enveloped me. His commands were sluggish and rigid. Froakie, use water gun. While I had already anticipated the opponent's next move and devised 3 superior counter-strategies, he could not grasp the nuances of my combat, nor could he match my rhythm. My uniqueness, in his eyes, perhaps merely signified disobedience. I felt ensnared, not by the Pokeball, but by this inability to synchronize. Thus, after a battle, when he issued yet another command I deemed foolish, I halted, gazed deeply at him, and retreated into my Pokeball, ignoring his calls from outside. The second trainer presented a similar scenario. She was more diligent, yet her talents were limited. She failed to comprehend my yearning for greater strength. Viewing me merely as a formidable tool in her adventurous pursuits, my heart closed once more. The sense of emptiness not only persisted but sharpened, intensified by the fleeting hope that had evaporated. I became the problematic Pokemon at the Institute, reluctant to battle, unwilling to respond, spending most of my time in mute solitude within my Pokeball. Dr. Bratano, in his frustration, ultimately resolved to send me to the distant Kanto region, following the advice of a young girl, entrusting me to the esteemed Professor Oak. Another lengthy journey ensued. Within the shadows of the Pokeball, I nearly surrendered my search. Perhaps I was destined for solitude, fated to cling to this unrecognized emptiness until the end of my days. The notion of becoming stronger seemed but an illusory mirage, easily shattered. Until that fateful day at Professor Oak's Research Institute, I was brought here and placed among a collection of starter Pokemon awaiting selection. I remained closed off, harboring no expectations, for I knew no one would choose a Pokemon that disobeyed commands. Then, I heard a voice, a vibrant, eager, and sincere voice belonging to a young boy. I was, of course, prepared. If even Pichu and Froakie could not coexist harmoniously, how could I aspire to be the world's greatest Pokemon Master? This boy not only selected me, but also chose that unevolvable Pichu. It struck me as utterly absurd that a novice trainer would opt for 2 problematic Pokemon. Yet, I could not deny that, in that moment, curiosity for this boy blossomed within me. Through the faint perception afforded by my Pokeball, I glimpsed the figure of Ash. He remained calm, uncomplaining, as he endeavored to embrace and understand the Pichu amidst the electric currents. His hair stood on end from the shocks, yet his radiant smile remained unblemished, his gaze devoid of shadows, filled solely with a pure determination and courage to forge a friendship with Pokemon. At that moment, my once silent heart surged with life. That was not the gaze of a trainer viewing a tool, it was the gaze of a partner. He soon embarked on a journey with Pichu, recklessly charging into a flock of enraged Spearow, solely to protect that fragile, unevolvable creature. Even when it did not heed his commands, it was madness, recklessness, yet undeniably brilliant. Through the window of the Pokeball, I beheld a scene of Ash standing resolutely, arms outstretched, shielding Pichu from the onslaught of the Spearow. The sky darkened under some inexplicable phenomenon, and amidst the tumult of wind and rain, that boy's silhouette shone like a beacon, striving to pierce the enveloping gloom. My body acted before my mind could catch up. No commands, no hesitation. I sprang into action, countering the storm of Spearows and delivering a strike to the lurking shadows. Sensing the presence of another, I did not reveal myself, but silently retreated to my Pokeball. I could not fathom why I intervened. This foolish boy possessed no strength, yet instinctively, I wielded my blade on his behalf. Ash, I whispered his name within my Pokeball. Though he was a mere fool, small in stature yet prone to heroic folly, I felt no disdain. Perhaps one day, he might fill the void within me. I waited quietly in my Pokeball, anticipating the day when this boy would grow to meet my expectations. Chapter 64. Ho-Oh, you will continue to serve as Ash's secretary. Sunlight illuminated a battlefield strewn with devastation. Scorched earth, fissures, lingering toxins, and residual energy all bore witness to the ferocity of the recent conflict. Misty and Brock hurried to the scene, their faces etched with fatigue and concern following their assistance with the Zygarde situation. Ash! Misty's cry faltered as she beheld the scene before her, her pupils dilating in shock. Ash lay there silently, pallid and barely breathing, his body marred with grievous wounds. Pikachu and Eevee mourned by his side, while a heavy lament emanated from the nearby Ursaring, and Greninja stood sentinel, half kneeling beside Ash's head, skillfully alleviating his pain with a delicate mist of water. Misty's tears flowed freely as she covered her mouth, unable to vocalize her distress. Brock's heart plummeted, yet he remained composed. As the gym leader of Pewter City and a Pokemon breeder with an analytical eye, He understood better than anyone that conventional remedies and bandages would be ineffectual against the extent of Ash's physical exhaustion and internal turmoil. Clear the way, I need space. Brock's voice resonated with quiet authority. He stepped forward swiftly, yet with gentle movements, showing respect for the guardian Pokémon. Greninja's sharp gaze scrutinized him, and Ursaring growled lowly, but upon sensing Brock's unwavering intent to heal, they allowed him to approach. Brock did not immediately examine the wounds. Instead, he swiftly removed his specially designed, seemingly bottomless backpack. Ignoring the medical kit inside, he produced a portable stove, a small cauldron, a mortar and pestle, along with an array of peculiar, fragrant materials wrapped in waterproof oil paper. Brock, Misty began, perplexed. Ash's external wounds can wait. What endangers him most is the depletion of his life force and energy. He must be stabilized first. Brock's words rushed forth, his hands moving even faster. Through his analytical insight, he grasped Ash's dire condition and envisioned the optimal treatment plan. With remarkable speed, he extracted a plump, golden citrus fruit. Swiftly peeling it and mashing the flesh into a pulp, the citrus fruit served to replenish pure vitality, its essence foundational. Next, he added crushed berries to dispel toxins and purify his insides, and sprinkled in finely ground roots of revival herb, infused with the scent of earth. Holding his breath, he ignited his own latent restorative potential. Finally, he dripped a few drops of amber-hued, viscous sweetness, not for flavor, but to harness the concentrated energy it contained. Capable of rapid biological absorption, this served as both a prelude and a swift source for rejuvenating Ash. He swiftly combined and ground these ingredients in a mortar, his movements imbued with an ancient rhythmic grace. Subsequently, he poured the mixture into a small crucible, added a modicum of clear water, and ignited a portable stove. Unlike conventional cooking, he did not wait for it to boil. Instead, he suspended his palm above the crucible, closing his eyes in concentration, as if attuning himself to the energy transformations within. Moments later, when the mixture began to emit a wisp of steam, releasing an ineffable fragrance that mingled fruitiness, medicinal aromas, and vital energy, he promptly extinguished the flame. Now was the moment. The medicinal properties were at their peak. Brock swiftly spooned a portion of the warm, semi-liquid concoction into a small dish. He turned to Greninja and asked, "Please, lift his head slightly." Without hesitation, Greninja steadied Ash's neck. Brock gently scooped the glimmering potion with a small spoon, carefully feeding it into Ash's slightly parted lips. The potion melted upon contact, flowing down his throat as if alive. Almost instantaneously, a faint blush began to return to Ash's pallid face, visible to the naked eye. His previously shallow breaths deepened slightly, becoming more rhythmic. "It's working." Misty gasped in delight. Pikachu and Eevee ceased their mournful cries, leaning in closer, watching with anxious anticipation. The whimpering of Urshifu subsided, and even the oppressive aura of Guzzlord seemed to soften. Brock did not allow himself a moment's respite. He continued his diligent work. He retrieved some cranberry fruit and algae roots, mashing them into a paste, gently applying it to Ash's most severe bruises and lacerations. Cranberries invigorate the blood and dispel bruising, while algae roots provide cooling relief and expedite healing. Once he completed this task, he exhaled deeply, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. This was not merely a physical endeavor. It demanded immense mental fortitude and skill. For the time being, stability was achieved. Wiping his brow, he reassured the still anxious Pokémon surrounding him with a firm yet gentle tone. "Rest easy. With me here, he shall come to no harm. Now, we merely await his gradual absorption of the medicinal essence and his return to consciousness." That small bowl of steaming potion seemed to possess more power than any ultimate technique. Through his unique culinary healing, Brock had forcefully pulled Ash back from the brink of peril. Greninja remained vigilantly at his side, but in its crimson eyes, alongside unwavering guardianship, there flickered a newfound recognition of Ash's extraordinary and formidable capabilities. The analysis eye is absurdly overpowered. This is no mere breeder. This is a divine healer. Anyone who dares call Brock useless from now on shall address him as Sir Brock instead. This transcends food therapy. It's akin to divine alchemy. Ash's physical prowess is monstrous. To recover from this is incredible. The way Greninja looks at Brock, from wariness to acceptance, brings me to tears. "Brock, I'm just an ordinary gym leader. Pokemon doctor, nutritionist, and tactical commander, dog emoji. Let us serve tea to Uncle Brock. He has worked hard." With Uncle Brock around, I feel an overwhelming sense of security. Misty cried, and now I'm crying with joy. A perfect team, an indomitable bond. Eagerly anticipating Ash's full recovery. Look at Greninja's reaction. The barrage of comments, witnessing the scene, expressed sentiments of relief that Brock was present. Otherwise, Ash could have faced dire consequences. Similarly, upon seeing Ash's stabilized breathing and gradual recovery, the lurking Marshadao sighed in relief. It had not anticipated Ash would recklessly engage in a physical confrontation with Urshifu, let alone emerge victorious. It pondered if it should document this event, wondering if Ho-Oh would believe it. However, it now genuinely acknowledged Ash, having passed the 3 trials it had set for him, thus earning the right to meet Ho-Oh. Just as it prepared to depart and report to Ho-Oh, the feather in its possession, a token of its allegiance to the legendary bird, suddenly reacted. Was this a message from Ho-Oh? Marshadao had not expected to receive such timely news. Could it be that Ho-Oh had been quietly observing Ash all along? Marshadao dared not speculate further and promptly examined Ho-Oh's message. After reading the brief and unequivocal directive, it was left in a state of shock, as the message simply instructed it to continue observing Ash. Did this imply that Ho-Oh had yet to fully endorse Ash? Conflicted, Marshadao resolved to comply, preparing to remain by Ash's side while diligently chronicling its observations in a diary. Chapter 65. Ash Awakens and the Unspeakable Truth. A sweet, herbal scent, mingled with the aroma of fruits, gradually lifted Ash's consciousness from the unfathomable depths of darkness. Struggling, he managed to lift his heavy eyelids, and his blurred vision began to focus on the familiar wooden ceiling. The excruciating pain receded like a tide, leaving behind a persistent, dull ache throughout his body. Yet he was alive. Pika? A tentative, weary call resonated in his ears. Ash turned his head with great effort, meeting Pikachu's bright eyes, which, though shadowed by fatigue, still sparkled with hope. Pikachu. His voice was hoarse, yet imbued with warmth. I'm so glad you're okay. His gaze swept across the bedside, confirming that Eevee, Urshifu, and Guzzlord were all unharmed, allowing his heart to finally settle. He attempted to shift, but the movement tugged at his wounds, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Just then, a small, green figure donned in a fearsome mask, like a bolt of lightning finally unleashed, leaped from the corner of the room. It moved with astonishing speed, stirring a gust of wind as it collided directly into Ash's embrace. Ugh! The sudden impact caused Ash to grunt in pain, a sharp sting radiating from his chest. Yet instinctively, he reached out, catching the trembling, small form that clung desperately to his clothing. It was Yamask, gazing up with its tiny face. The fearsome mask obscuring its features, it emitted a quivering, muffled whimper. Its small claws gripped Ash's garment so tightly that its nails seemed to dig into the fabric, its entire body trembling violently, as if afraid that if it released its hold, the warm, trusting human before it would vanish forever, much like its long-lost previous owner, leaving it in an endless abyss of solitude and longing. The deeply ingrained fear of abandonment, etched into its very being across the ages, erupted in that moment. Yamask. Its cries were filled with despair and trepidation, akin to an injured creature. Ash was momentarily taken aback, but then a profound sense of compassion and understanding surged within him. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he mustered all his strength and embraced the shivering form of Yamask tightly, yet reassuringly, with his less injured arm. Through the bond of aura, he could distinctly feel Yamask's tiny heart racing frantically in panic. It's all right, Yamask, it's all right. Ash's voice was low and soothing. Though hoarse from his injuries, it carried an uncanny soothing power. Look, I'm right here. I won't disappear, I promise. He gently stroked the back of Yamask, repeating softly, I'm right here. Pikachu also approached, gently rubbing its cheek against the eerie palm, emitting soft sounds of comfort. Eevee, awakened by the commotion, came over with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Ash, you foolish boy, have you finally decided to wake up? Misty entered with a basin of water, and upon witnessing the scene, the words of complaint lodged in her throat, her eyes reddening. Look, even the eerie palm has been terrified into this state. It has scarcely left your bedside since you fell into a coma, refusing to eat no matter who tried to persuade it. Ash could only muster a weak, apologetic smile, his hand gently soothing the trembling creature in his arms. I'm sorry for worrying everyone. Brock entered with a bowl of porridge, and upon seeing the embrace of his friend and Pokémon, his gaze softened. Rest assured, Ash's vitality is far more resilient than it appears. Eerie Palm, he is fine now. You should relax a little. Under Ash's continuous and gentle reassurances, the intense trembling of the Eerie Palm gradually subsided, yet it remained tightly nestled in Ash's embrace. Reluctant to part, its sobs dwindling into a series of pitiful whimpers. This provided Ash the opportunity to redirect the conversation, asking, What about that Toxapex and those Pokemon? They have all been dealt with. Brock replied steadily, handing over the bowl of porridge. Toxapex was thoroughly defeated by your Greninja. The 3 Pokemon have also regained their senses. The crisis in the northern village has been averted. Greninja? Ash's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively searched around. Then, he spotted the Froakie Pokemon perched on the windowsill. Arms crossed, gazing out. The sunlight outlined its form with a golden halo, exuding an air of aloofness, yet also a sense of belonging. Greninja? I'm so glad you finally come out. Ash smiled warmly. Greninja turned to face him, its gaze sharp yet gentle, nodding ever so slightly. You might not know this yet. Misty interjected, her voice laced with a mix of relief and wonder, but Greninja evolved into a powerful Ash Greninja and defeated Toxapex to save you. When we arrived, it was right by your side, looking incredibly heroic. Ash's eyes were filled with astonishment and gratitude as he looked at Greninja. He struggled to sit up to express his thanks, but both Brock and the eerie palm, which let out a disgruntled squeak, held him down. Don't get too excited. Drink your porridge. With your robust constitution, the more you eat, the quicker your recovery will be, Brock said, handing the bowl to him. Ash accepted the bowl, warmth flooding his heart. He glanced at Greninja on the windowsill, then at the eerie palm tightly nestled in his embrace, fearful of losing him, and at all his companions around him. A profound sense of fulfillment enveloped him. Thank you, Greninja, he whispered, then lowered his head to the little green head in his arms. And thank you too, eerie palm, for always watching over me. At that moment, the viewers expressed their awe at the recent battle, and Ash learned through them what had transpired while he was unconscious. Greninja had appeared, evolved into Ash Greninja, defeated the ambushing Toxapex, and had been guarding him, only reverting back to Froakie once Ash was safe. He felt immense relief knowing Greninja was there. He couldn't bear to imagine what might have happened had they all been ambushed and controlled by Toxapex. In such a scenario, he, the protagonist, might have become the greatest villain in this world. Contemplating this possibility, Ash cast another grateful glance at Greninja. Thank you, my partner. After sipping a few spoonfuls of porridge, Ash's thoughts returned to the events at hand. Toxapex, as well as the others. How did they gain such power? At that moment, Dan and the siblings, Uli and Danyu, cautiously entered, relieved to see Ash awake and the eerie palm clinging to him. Ash, it's so wonderful that you've awakened, Uli exclaimed, but his expression soon turned complex. The truth about the Pokemon and Toxapex might differ significantly from what we've been told. Brock nodded in agreement, his tone steady as he continued. Based on our communication with the restored Pokemon, as well as the records left behind in the northern village, the core of the story is not merely a conflict of good versus evil, but a tragedy born from distorted gratitude and desire. He slowly unveiled the buried truth. In ancient times, 3 Pokemon lived in the northern village: Zygarde, Incineroar, and Decidueye. Each harbored deep desires. Zygarde craved unparalleled power. Incineroar sought all-encompassing wisdom, and Decidueye yearned for breathtaking beauty. Misty added with a sigh, and they encountered Toxapex. Toxapex possessed the ability to grant their wishes, promising to fulfill their desires, but at the cost of their obedience. Uli explained, Toxapex's actions were not purely malicious. Legend has it that it was once cared for by an elderly couple, feeling warmth and affection. It sought to repay this kindness, believing that the best way to do so was by bringing them things they might cherish, like the energetic masks that Eerie Palm possesses. Danyu continued, her voice tinged with complex emotions. Thus, the empowered Pokemon, under Toxapex's commands, repeatedly attempted to seize Eerie Palm's mask, bound by the powerful allure of their desires. They became the true phantoms of the northern village legend, instilling terror. Meanwhile, Toxapex intended to present what it deemed the best gifts, those stolen masks, to the grandparents who had taken it in. Ash listened in shock, looking down at the Eerie Palm in his arms. The creature emitted a faint, sorrowful whimper, its tiny claws tightening around him. It was the true victim, repeatedly robbed of its beloved possessions, powerless to resist. So, Zygarde and the others chose to trade with Toxapex to fulfill their desires. Ash murmured, grasping the complexities involved. While Toxapex merely sought to repay a debt of gratitude, but in the wrong way, harming Eerie Palm and causing it to bear a bad reputation. Indeed, Brock nodded gravely. Desire, distorted gratitude, commands, and constraints all intertwined to create this tragedy. Toxapex leveraged the unique energy of the northern village to enhance itself and its Pokemon. And a series of unfortunate coincidences concealed the truth, leaving behind that false legend. Ash gazed at the trembling Eerie Palm in his arms, contemplating its pain from being repeatedly robbed of its mask, Toxapex's twisted yet well-meaning motivations, and the choices of the Pokémon driven by desire that ultimately led to their loss of freedom. His feelings were overwhelmingly complex. But wrong is wrong. Ash's voice, though weakened, resonated with clarity and determination. Eerie Palm has been hurt, and the peace of the northern village has been disrupted. We must reveal the truth to everyone. We cannot allow Eerie Palm to continue being misunderstood, nor can we let everyone realize how much harm can stem from desire and misguided goodwill. Danyu still harbored some concerns. But will the villagers believe the words of a few children, especially after such a long-standing legend? Moreover, the Pokémon. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, they might not even question the stories they've heard since childhood. She cast her gaze outside, where the temporarily subdued Pokémon were being questioned by their teachers, Ms. Bai and Nemo, about the finer points of the past. We have evidence. And we have the restored Pokémon and Eerie Palm. Ash gently stroked the head of the Eerie Palm. If we can't get through once, then we'll try again. We will prove it through our actions. Once I can get out of bed, we'll go together and share the true story of the northern village. Sunlight poured into the room, illuminating the resolute face of the young boy. He aimed not only to heal his physical wounds, but also to mend the distorted legends and hearts of the people in this land alongside his companions. The true story of the northern village awaited its opportunity to be rewritten. Fulfilling his promise to that man, he sought to restore innocence to both him and the enigmatic creature. Chapter 66. The Festival of Spirits. Today, the square of Beishang village bustled with an extraordinary liveliness. Colorful flags fluttered in the breeze, vendors congregated, and villagers donned their traditional attire, their faces radiating the joy of celebration. At the center of the square, 3 statues of the revered spirits, draped in crimson silk, gleamed brightly, heralding the impending climax of the annual Festival of Spirits, where the legendary drama of heroes vanquishing evil would soon unfold. Yet beneath this exuberance, an undercurrent of tension simmered. Xiaoji stood at the edge of the square, his body still not fully recovered, his complexion somewhat pallid, yet his spine remained resolutely straight. Pikachu perched anxiously on his shoulder, while Eevee nestled close to his ankle. Behind him stood Xiaojang, Xiaoxia, Danyu, and Wooly, their expressions imbued with an unusual gravity. Fellow villagers of Beishang. Xiaoji's voice, though not thunderous, resonated clearly, slicing through the clamor like a stone cast into a tumultuous lake. He stepped towards the central platform, each stride tugging at his still healing wounds. Yet his gaze was as steadfast and clear as tempered steel. The lively music ceased, and the villagers turned to him with puzzled expressions, while the festival administrator furrowed his brow. Xiaoji, you're still injured. Do not disrupt the festivities. Administrator, esteemed villagers, Xiaoji interjected, his tone earnest yet undeniably firm. Before we commence our celebration, please grant us a few moments to recount a buried story. This tale pertains to the true spirit of Beishang, rather than a meticulously woven deceit. The term deceit reverberated like thunder, igniting an uproar among the crowd. Confusion and anger surged like a tidal wave. Xiaoxia, Nemo, and Danyu clenched their fists anxiously, while Wooly's complexion paled. Xiaoji refrained from argument. He merely raised the pokeball in his hand. Come forth. It is time for the truth to reveal itself. Brilliant flashes of light erupted. First to emerge were the awakened Guzendog, Yuanzing Yuan, and Gigi. They bore no trace of the ferocity depicted in legends. Instead, their eyes reflected a tapestry of complex emotions, exhaustion born from experience, profound guilt, and a serene sense of release. They approached the 3 statues draped in red silk, not with roars or intimidation, but quietly crouched down, emitting low, mournful whimpers. Their sound seemed to transcend time, a belated confession echoing through the ages. Next, Xiaoji revealed the enigmatic creature behind him. Unmasked and vulnerable, it appeared in its most authentic, albeit timid form. It cast fearful glances around, yet when Xiaoji's warm hand rested upon its head, it summoned courage and cautiously retrieved its cherished, emerald mask from behind. It did not flaunt its possession. Rather, it gently caressed the nearly invisible, ancient yet profound crack upon the mask, an indelible mark from countless instances of being seized and harmed. Raising its gaze, its large, clear eyes reflected not hatred, but a lingering sorrow and a faint glimmer of yearning to be understood. Just as the crowd remained perplexed and murmurs of skepticism resurfaced, Xiaojang stepped forward with calm assurance. Without the aid of any electronic device, he nodded at the Eevee beside him. Eevee gracefully leaped onto the platform, closing its eyes as a soft, ethereal white light enveloped its form. This innate ability resonated with the potential for evolution, now guided by Xiaojang to amplify and convey the deepest emotional ripples within the Pokémon's heart. Eevee emitted a long, resonant cry, and in that instant, An invisible wave emanated from it, enveloping the square. This was neither sound nor image, but a torrent of emotion that directly touched the soul. Each villager, in that fleeting moment, felt acutely the Guzendog's almost searing thirst for power, coupled with the bewilderment and struggle upon realizing its actions were beyond its control. The Yuanxing Yuan's awakened pain of understanding its own predicament, yet unable to escape the shackles of command. The GGG's inner turmoil, contrasting its outward elegance with the shadow of guilt for harming others, and the collective anguish of all three. Each time they faced the sorrowful gaze of the enigmatic creature after having claimed its mask, an aching, suppressed heartache beneath the weight of commands. This intricate, heavy, and paradoxical torrent of emotions, combined with the bowed heads of the spirits and the silent crack upon the mask of the enigmatic creature, painted a tableau more profound than any words could convey. The square fell into a deathly silence. The previous anger and skepticism were utterly submerged by this soul-stirring, emotional resonance. At that moment, the administrator, his face ashen, hastened forth, his voice laced with official coldness and suppressed fury. Xiaoji, please cease at once. The legends of the spirits are an officially recognized cultural heritage that propels regional development. Do you comprehend the magnitude of denying it? Administrator. Xiaoji's voice rang clear and resolute, interrupting him. Is a cultural heritage built upon the suffering of others and the concealment of truth truly a foundation we should take pride in? He turned to face the villagers, all of whom were shaken by the emotional resonance. What you have just felt is the buried truth. They are not cold statues. They are living beings capable of suffering, struggling, and feeling guilt. Their experiences serve as the most profound warning against the excesses of desire. He gazed at the enigmatic creature. And this little one, repeatedly harmed yet still embodying kindness, does its resilience and forgiveness not more accurately represent the spirit we should uphold in Beishang than a polished tale? His gaze swept over the crowd, finally returning to the administrator. A hometown that relies on fabricated stories to attract attention cannot earn genuine respect. The future of Beishang lies in our courage to confront history and our resolve to build authenticity with all living beings. We can share with the world that the story of Beishang is one of desire, mistakes, redemption, and rebirth, a true narrative belonging to all life. Is not such a Beishang far more powerful and worthy of admiration? Xiaoji's words shone like light, piercing through the shadows of tradition and self-interest that enveloped the square. The administrator's clenched fists trembled slightly as he regarded the spirits with clear eyes and the enigmatic creature in Xiaoji's arms. The stubborn expression on his face began to soften. Before the gaze of all, he slowly approached the enigmatic creature and spoke in a low, clear voice. We have wronged you with our promotion. Then, he bowed deeply to the enigmatic creature, this gesture symbolizing authority yielding to truth. The crimson silk draped over the spirit statues silently slipped away in the stillness. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the imperfection yet undeniable authenticity of the heroes, as well as the small green figure that had once been buried by history and was now finally seen. The new chapter of Beishang officially commenced at this moment, buoyed by truth and shared emotions. Chapter 67, Postscript of Beishang, Part 1. The sky above Beishang appeared as clear as a washed canvas, seemingly symbolizing the land's rejuvenation following the baptism of truth. The shockwaves from the square incident gradually settled into reflection. The villagers began to view the three spirit statues with fresh eyes, gradually accepting the once feared, yet truly resilient and kind-hearted enigmatic creature. The authentic tale of desire, mistakes, and redemption spread quietly like a spring breeze through the alleyways. With the careful nurturing of Xiaojiang and the companionship of the Pokémon, Xiaoji's body had fully recovered. Ash had grown accustomed to seeing Froakie nestled within its Pokeball, yet the presence of his companion by his side felt somewhat unfamiliar. However, Ash was also plagued by a lingering question. How did Froakie suddenly evolve into Greninja, only to revert back? In response to Ash's inquiry, Froakie patiently elucidated the situation. At the time, it believed that its form was insufficient to swiftly defeat Talonflame. Sensing an inexplicable force emanating from Ash, it evolved. After vanquishing its opponent, that force gradually dissipated, prompting Froakie to revert to its original form. Though Froakie spoke lightly of the matter, the barrage of comments was filled with astonishment. So, is this what it means? Can Ash's unique ability enable Pokémon to evolve temporarily? Connection of bonds. Unprecedented, even Greninja. Such adeptness in temporary evolution. Whoever claimed Professor Oak was biased. Look at this powerful Greninja and Pichu. Each of them is an exceptional Pokémon, all bestowed upon Ash. Indeed, it seems he is favored. Gary, why? I am your grandson after all. In contrast to the audience's uproar, Ash was not particularly surprised. Having endured a life-threatening ordeal, he had matured significantly. It appeared to be linked to his peculiar ability, dubbed the connection of bonds. Previously, he had not fully grasped its effects. But now he discovered it even allowed for temporary evolution in Pokémon. Ash had countless words he wished to convey to Froakie, yet when the moment came, all he could utter was, "Nice to meet you, partner. I look forward to our journey together." Froakie responded with a cheerful froak. Moreover, Ash felt a twinge of melancholy as he realized that Gengar had vanished once more. He had intended to express his gratitude upon waking, only to find that Gengar had already slipped away. Nevertheless, Ash understood that Gengar was still by his side. Since Gengar had not yet decided to meet him, Ash was willing to wait, believing that one day, he would earn Gengar's trust and share a heartfelt reunion. Meanwhile, hidden within Ash's shadow, Marshadao observed Gengar's reclusive demeanor with an expression of exasperation. Having fought valiantly to secure a precious opportunity for Ash, Gengar's reluctance to engage was puzzling. Marshadao felt a sense of helplessness toward Gengar's stubbornness but could only offer silent comfort, for Gengar was the only companion with whom it could converse. As the moment of departure approached, numerous arrangements needed to be made. First, Ash contacted Professor Oak. As the light from the Pokeballs enveloped the room, the spheres containing Talonflame and the liberated Zygarde, as well as Gogoat and Fletchinder, were dispatched to Pallet Town. What an extraordinary discovery, Ash! Professor Oak exclaimed during their video call, his excitement palpable. The energy mechanisms and historical intricacies behind this phenomenon hold immense research value. Rest assured, I will provide them with a tranquil environment to fully recuperate and comprehend their past. Ash naturally placed his trust in Professor Oak and thus chose to send them back. Notably, Ash learned through the comments that he seemed destined to become friends with the younger Professor Oak in the future. Although the comments often veered into absurdity, Ash felt an inexplicable certainty that this particular prospect might indeed hold truth. He pondered what the younger Professor Oak might have looked like, and, gazing at the professor in the video, his curiosity about their future meeting deepened. At the picturesque lakeside of Northward Village, Ash and his companions found the photographer, Sherry. She sat before her easel, the canvas marred with chaotic strokes, while crumpled drafts littered the ground at her feet. In stark contrast to the serene beauty surrounding her, an air of persistent anxiety and disappointment enveloped her. "Miss Sherry." Ash's call snapped her back to reality. Upon noticing the calm, yet imposing presence of Urshifu beside Ash, her dismay was swiftly replaced by astonishment. "You truly found Urshifu?" She nearly stumbled toward them, her professional camera clutched tightly. Her eyes ablaze with a mix of excitement and an almost obsessive longing. "I must photograph it. This is my final opportunity." Brock astutely observed her frazzled state and whispered to Ash, "She appears to be under immense pressure." Ash nodded, but his primary concern lay with Urshifu's feelings. Gently patting Urshifu's shoulder, he introduced, "Urshifu, this is Miss Sherry. She wishes to take some photographs of you. Is that all right?" Urshifu regarded the overly enthusiastic human with a low, steady rumble in its throat, indicating its consent. However, Sherry's subsequent actions came across as somewhat frantic and clumsy. She incessantly commanded, "Urshifu, please look this way. Yes, showcase the majesty of a legendary Pokémon. Let out a roar to the sky. Yes, exude power." She pursued an idealized vision of perfection, attempting to elicit various striking poses from Urshifu. Yet, under her directives, Urshifu appeared confused and impatient. It disliked the sensation of being manipulated, and its once gentle gaze began to reveal irritation as its massive form shifted restlessly. The compositions in Sherry's camera, though meticulously framed, lacked soul, appearing rigid and hollow. "No, this isn't right. It feels all wrong." As she gazed at the camera screen, her tone grew increasingly despondent, tinged with a hint of despair. "Why can't I capture anything? Even a legendary Pokémon appears lifeless in my lens. Am I simply unfit to be a photographer?" She set down her camera, her hands falling limply, her eyes clouded with self-doubt. "I came here to hear the legends of Urshifu. I thought capturing it would allow me to break through my creative block and prove myself again, yet I can't even manage that." At that moment, Ash approached Urshifu. He ignored the camera and Sherry's commands, speaking to Urshifu as one would to a temperamental old friend, with a relaxed tone. "Hey, Urshifu, just relax. Look at how beautiful this place is. Far more stunning than where we battled, right?" He leaned comfortably against Urshifu's warm, solid form, gazing up at it with complete trust and ease. A miraculous scene unfolded. Under Ash's natural and affectionate demeanor, Urshifu's taut muscles instantly relaxed. It lowered its head, gently nuzzling Ash's hair with its large nose, and its eyes rekindled that familiar warmth, akin to a gentle affection, even emitting a soft, almost sigh-like rumble. The golden rays of the setting sun cast a halo around it, maintaining its regal presence while radiating an indescribable tenderness. Pikachu, who had been anxiously observing, hopped onto Urshifu's broad back, curiously peeking around, while Eevee frolicked by the lake, playing with Urshifu's tranquil reflection in the water. This unexpected, unscripted moment, brimming with authenticity, struck Sherry like a bolt of lightning. Instinctively, she raised her camera, her fingers furiously pressing the shutter. Yet this time, her gaze was devoid of anxiety and calculation, instead shining with a newfound clarity. She no longer sought the so-called legendary poses, but instead focused intently on the silent exchange between Ash and Urshifu. Capturing Ash's trusting smile, the tender moment when Urshifu bowed its head, and the harmonious integration of Pikachu and Eevee. She seized the fleeting glimpse of Urshifu's caring gaze as it rubbed its head against Ash, and the profound sense of security Ash felt, as if he had found the most reliable harbor in the world. The shutter's sound ceased its frantic pace, transforming into a steady, rhythmic cadence, as if it were keeping time for a silent symphony about bonds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Shaylee gradually lowered her camera, her face awash with tears, not of despair, but of exhilaration and relief. I finally understood. She gazed at Ash and his bear-like companion, her voice trembling yet imbued with strength. I have been mistaken in my pursuits. I was never after the mythical Pokémon, nor the flawless composition and technique. She raised the camera once more, staring at the image on the screen of Ash leaning against his companion, both sharing a joyful smile, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. This is what I seek. It is the most authentic and warm connection between lives. It is trust, it is protection, it is a friendship and bond that transcends species. She exclaimed, "Thank you, Ash. And you too, Bear. You have not only allowed me to capture the best photograph, but have also helped me discover the true essence of my photography." She bowed deeply to them. "From this moment forth, my lens shall exist solely to capture such authenticity." Ash watched Shaylee, her tears of joy streaming down her face, listening to her heartfelt words about soul and truth, and blinked in mild confusion. He couldn't fully grasp the artistic terminology she employed, yet he clearly saw the renewed radiance on her face, felt the palpable joy and determined clarity in her words. While he might not comprehend precisely what she had realized, he could genuinely sense that something wonderful had transpired. Thus, he displayed his signature, unclouded, radiant smile, feeling genuinely happy for her. "Though I may not fully understand what you've come to realize, Shaylee," Ash scratched his head, speaking candidly with clear eyes, "it's truly wonderful to see you so joyful, as if you've cast aside a heavy burden. Congratulations, Shaylee." His pure and straightforward reaction momentarily caught Shaylee off guard, but soon enough, it brought a smile back to her face. Indeed, this bond itself is the simplest yet most potent force, requiring no elaborate words for interpretation. She bowed deeply once more to Ash and his bear. "Thank you." In that moment, Shaylee underwent a profound personal rebirth. The deep, wordless friendship between Ash and his bear, combined with Ash's sincere joy for others, collectively illuminated her path forward with the warmest light. In the Pokémon Plaza, Pipa gently stroked the now revitalized Mastiff, its gaze gentle and no longer bearing the previous weakness, nuzzling affectionately against Pipa's palm. "Ash," Pipa turned to him, her tone laced with gratitude and a hint of concern. "It's thanks to you that the Mastiff has recovered." She paused, her gaze shifting to the quietly standing Golem, who still exuded an intangible presence beside Ash. Regarding Golem, Pipa continued, "My father, Furtu, is conducting a very important research project deep within the depths of the Paldine crater. However, we are currently unable to contact him due to the extremely unstable communication signals inside the crater." Just then, Golem, who had been silently listening, seemed to stir ever so slightly upon hearing the mention of the Paldine crater. Its eyes, reminiscent of ancient thunder, flickered subtly as it raised its head toward the southern direction of Paldea, emitting an extremely low rumble, imbued with complex emotions, as if responding instinctively to the name. Ash immediately sensed his companion's unusual demeanor. He approached Golem and gently patted its sturdy forelimb, as if to say, "I am here." Then, he turned to Pipa, his expression earnest and resolute. "Thank you for informing us, Pipa. As for Golem's situation, there's no rush. We will address it when we can contact Dr. Furtu. I believe that one day, we will understand where it comes from, and until then, it remains an important companion on our journey." Golem felt the warmth of Ash's hand and the steadfastness of his words, bowing its head to gently nudge Ash, as the waves of ancient memories gradually settled. Paipa observed their interaction, nodding solemnly. At that moment, Danyu approached. Her steps were slightly slower than usual, her hands clasped behind her back, her slender fingers unconsciously entwined. Upon seeing Ash, who was intently comforting Golem, his profile illuminated by the sunlight, she felt her heart skip a beat. The feelings that had quietly blossomed during their shared adventures, and her witnessing of his courage now entwined around her heart like vines. Are you all leaving? Her voice was softer than usual, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Yes. Ash turned at the sound, flashing his signature, unclouded smile. Next, we're preparing to find a Riolu egg. I heard it's in the Sinnoh region, and I hope we can help it. His smile remained pure and unblemished. Like the sky above Northward Town after rain, untainted by any dust. This smile acted as a mirror, allowing Danyu to suddenly see the small, private flutter of emotion deep within her heart, a feeling that seemed insignificant compared to his vast and boundless world. A complex mixture of mild disappointment, genuine blessing, and eventual acceptance surged within her. She slightly lowered her head, her lips forming a somewhat forced yet exceptionally tender smile, carefully folding away the beautiful emotions that would never be voiced, tucking them deep into the treasure chest of her memories. To encounter him, to stand side by side in unveiling the truths of their homeland, to leave even a fleeting mark on his life. This was fate's most generous gift. He belonged to the sky and the distance, while Northward Town was merely a warm stop on his long journey. Is that so? When she lifted her head again, her gaze had returned to calm, now filled solely with clear blessings. I wish you a safe journey. You will surely find that egg. Her voice steadied considerably. If you pass by again, you must come back to Northward Town. You are always welcome here. Absolutely. Ash nodded vigorously, his smile still radiant, unaware of the grand and silent farewell taking place in the depths of the girl's heart. At that moment, Lillie took a step forward. No longer hiding behind his sister, he displayed a newfound determination in his eyes, his previous timidity diminished. He took a deep breath, looking earnestly at Ash. Ash, I also want to thank you. Yuli's voice began nervously but grew clearer, his gaze increasingly resolute. In the past, I always felt so small, afraid of not being able to keep up with my sister, and scared of being unable to protect anything. I longed for strength like that of a ghost-type Pokémon, thinking that was the only way to become powerful. However, witnessing Eerie Pong, even when it was alone, even when facing opponents far stronger than itself, it never gave up on protecting what it cherished. It may lack world-shattering power, but it possesses the strongest heart. Uli clenched his fist, his eyes shimmering with enlightenment. You and Eerie Pong have shown me that true strength isn't about having overwhelming power, but rather, like Eerie Pong, it's about possessing an unwavering heart. As long as my heart is strong enough, I too can become someone who can protect what is important. Thank you, Ash, for helping me see this. His heartfelt gratitude moved everyone. Ash looked at the seemingly transformed boy before him, a smile of immense pride and encouragement lighting up his face. Uli, you can definitely do it. Believe in yourself. Ash extended his hand, and Uli gave him a firm high five, a pact and acknowledgement shared between men. As Danyu gazed upon her brother's growth, tears of gratitude welled in her eyes, and the last remnants of turmoil within her heart transformed into profound blessings for the paths that lay ahead for the two young men before her. Ultimately, Ash ventured forth alone, once more stepping into the shadowy abyss of Ghost Mountain. He refrained from bringing any companions, for he understood that this was a journey he must confront alone, a right bound by a promise that transcended life and death. The cavern was devoid of any presence, save for the bare rocks, and the silence was so profound that he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Yet, Ash's mind was far from tranquil. His thoughts replayed vividly the astonishing and yet undeniably real scene that had unfolded at the crystal pool. At this moment, within the desolate cave, Ash stood at the very spot where he had first encountered the enigmatic Phantom, as if he could feel the weight of their timeless bond lingering in the air. Phantom, he softly called out, his voice resonating with clarity in the cavern. Come forth, I know you are here. A faint rustling echoed from the shadows. The Phantom emerged slowly, unmasked, gazing up at him with eyes clear and questioning, tinged with an almost imperceptible anticipation. Ash knelt, meeting its gaze with steadfast tenderness. At the crystal pool, I saw and understood. He refrained from detailing what he had witnessed, yet he knew the Phantom comprehended. I have vowed to restore your honor and safeguard you. A promise made not only to you, but also to the one who entrusted you to me. Surveying the barren cave, his tone grew resolute. Now, the people of Northward Village are aware of the truth of your kindness and bravery. The first promise has been fulfilled. He extended his hand, cradling a blank pokeball. his eyes earnest as the stars. And now, I come to honor my second promise, to protect you, ensuring you shall never again be alone. This guardianship does not confine you to a hollow memory. Rather, it invites you to become one of my most cherished companions, to create a future filled with excitement and wonder together. Phantom, let us embark on this journey together. Let this place, once steeped in solitude, transform into the genesis of our new adventure. Allow me to assume the mantle of that unfinished guardianship. From this day forth, your journey shall be accompanied by me. As Ash's words washed over the phantom, its form trembled slightly. The gentle intent of its former master, Ash's unwavering protection, the cries of solidarity in the square. And this solemn invitation converged within its heart. It glanced around at the emptiness of its former home, then back at Ash's outstretched hand and his clear, unwavering gaze. The answer had long been settled in its heart. It stepped forward, then another, its resolve unshaken. With a small paw, it pressed firmly against the button of the pokeball without a hint of hesitation. Click! The crisp sound echoed through the hollow cave, no longer evoking desolation, but rather ringing like a bell heralding a new beginning. The light from the capture briefly illuminated the rock walls before fading away. Ash immediately released the phantom, holding it tightly in his embrace. We did it. Phantom, welcome as my official companion. Boony. The phantom emitted a joyous cry, filled with elation and relief, returning Ash's embrace with fervor. The once desolate cave, a symbol of loneliness, was now filled with a promise that transcended life and a newly forged bond. This was no longer an end, but rather a hopeful commencement. Ash had fulfilled his vow, and the phantom finally welcomed the second warm light into its life. With everything in place, the moment of farewell arrived. Everyone, take care. We are setting off. Ash waved goodbye to Danyu, Uli, Pipa, Shaylee, and all the friends from Northward Village. Safe travels. Their blessings coalesced into a warm current. Once the clamor subsided, Ash turned to his companions. Pikachu perched on his shoulder, Eevee at his feet, the towering Heliolisk and Golett beside him, the keen-eyed Frogadier, and the phantom nestled closely against him. Brock and Misty smiled as they stood by his side. All right. Ash's gaze drifted towards the horizon, which beckoned from the direction of the Sinnoh region, filled with boundless anticipation for the future. Next, we shall embark on our quest to find the Riolu egg. I have already mapped out the route, Brock replied steadily. I wonder what kind of little fellow it will be. I can hardly wait. Misty's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ash inhaled deeply, filled with hope, raising his fist high. He proclaimed, a new adventure begins. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before him. Ash, it's time for our battle. Don't even think about escaping. Just what I was hoping for. I was wondering where you went. I knew you'd be waiting for me here. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ash's competitive spirit ignited. Nemo smiled at Ash. I'm Nemo, a trainer from Paldea's Grape Academy, here to challenge you. In response to the girl's earnest challenge, Ash adjusted his cap, his eyes ablaze with determination. I'm Ash, a trainer from Pallet Town in Kanto, and I accept your challenge. Under the fading glow of the setting sun, the boy and girl sent forth their respective Pokémon, the Pokeballs gleaming in the twilight. Chapter 69, Arrival in Yaludran City. The afternoon sun poured down like melted gold, generously illuminating every corner of Yaludran City. This ancient city-state was currently enveloped in the exuberance of the unprecedented Wave Guide Hero Festival. Countless banners emblazoned with the Wave Guide emblem and silhouettes of Lucario fluttered from the towering castle spires down to the bustling marketplace at the foot of the hill. Rustling in the gentle breeze like a flowing rainbow, vendors lined the streets, setting up stalls brimming with an array of delightful wares. The aroma of freshly baked pancakes, adorned with tales of the hero Alan, wafted through the air, while glimmering replicas of Wave Guide candies caught the eyes of children, alongside various ancient talismans rumored to bestow courage. Trainers, tourists, and local residents from around the globe mingled together, creating a vibrant and jubilant chorus. The laughter of children, the melodious notes of street performers' flutes, and the excited cries of Pokémon interwove to form a symphony brimming with vitality. In stark contrast to this exuberance stood the solemnity of the city itself, steeped in history. Ancient stone buildings draped in ivy, and weathered reliefs narrated tales spanning millennia. Wow, this place is incredible. As Ash stepped onto the main street, he was ignited by the fervor surrounding him, his eyes sparkling as if he had discovered a new world. A celebration 100 times more vibrant than any he had previously encountered. Don't you think so, Pikachu? Pikachu, perched on his shoulder, excitedly pointed towards a Wylord performing a water spray trick that created a rainbow, its cheeks crackling with energy. This is just the classic opening. Isn't it amazing? This festival is far more lively than the old theatrical versions. Misty exclaimed, equally swept away by the joyous ambience, her face aglow with a smile. It truly feels like the entire city is hosting a grand celebration. Look at those silk scarves at the stalls. The patterns are exquisite. As she spoke, her gaze was drawn to the beautifully crafted artisan pieces. However, Phantom appeared somewhat overwhelmed, pressing closely against Ash's leg, its little head adorned with the grass mask, swiveling cautiously, surveying the unfamiliar and crowded surroundings. Its tiny hand clutched Ash's pant leg tightly, clearly anxious amidst the throngs of people. Boony, it uttered softly, tinged with unease. Fear not, Phantom. This place is very safe. Everyone is here to celebrate, Ash reassured, bending down to comfort it while gently holding its small hand. Eevee also leaned in, nuzzling Phantom amicably, attempting to ease its tension. Oh my dear Eerie Pumpkin, fear not, fear not. The mask is adorable, emitting an ominous sound. Eevee is so warm. Truly a big sister. According to my travel guide, Brock promptly extracted his seemingly ever-present notebook, densely filled with notes, and added in his usual calm and reliable tone. The Wave Guidance Festival in Origin City is held in commemoration of the hero Aaron, who sacrificed himself to quell a war 1,000 years ago. It is the grandest annual event here. It seems we have arrived at just the right time to fully experience the local customs and culture. Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a nearby stall selling special ingredients. Oh, that cheese made from local fruits mixed with moo moo milk looks perfect for crafting energy cubes to replenish stamina. Perhaps Eerie Pumpkin would enjoy it? His considerations were quite thoughtful. Brock's mom has begun. The classic trio, travel guide, ingredient analysis, caretaker mentality. Brock's nurturing spirit is ablaze. Eerie Pumpkin, I'm just a child. Uncle Brock, please don't come near. Referring to dark cuisine. Hey Brock. This isn't the time to be studying recipes. Looking at Brock, who was suddenly engrossed, Misty couldn't help but tease, though a smile graced her lips. She knew her companion's professional instincts all too well. Just then, a more tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Ash's stomach audibly grumbled, and he immediately followed the scent to a stall selling enormous skewers of roasted meat. Wow, that looks incredibly delicious. Brock, Misty, let us hurry and try some. Eerie Pumpkin, you must be hungry too, right? The enticing aroma caught Eerie Pumpkin's attention, and the nose beneath the mask twitched slightly, seemingly momentarily forgetting its tension. Ash's stomach is indeed a bottomless pit. Classic reenactment. Ash's hunger. Eerie Pumpkin, though frightened. The meat smells delightful. Honestly, Ash, didn't you just have lunch? Misty sighed, exasperated. Ha, it's fine. Growing trainers need plenty of energy. And besides, Eerie Pumpkin might want something warm to eat as well. Brock chuckled, playing the role of the guardian, while already analyzing the nutrition of the skewers. The meat looks good, and it's cooked just right. Misty's sarcasm arrives, albeit late. The trio's daily routine, a familiar flavor. Uncle Brock, spoiling parent mode activated. Ash looked at the floating comments in front of him and couldn't help but scratch his head, muttering silently to the air, what nonsense. Also, my stomach is not a bottomless pit. It's just that Wave Guidance makes one hungry quickly. The trio continued their playful banter, gradually making their way to the hero square at the heart of the city amidst the jubilant crowd. As for the Ursaring and Golem, they remained temporarily in their pokeballs to rest. Their large sizes were not suited for such a crowded setting. Meanwhile, Froakie, uninterested in anything that wouldn't make it stronger, voluntarily returned to its pokeball to focus on training. In the center of the square stood a majestic statue of the hero Aaron, sculpted from pure white marble, seemingly radiating light under the sun. Overseeing the joyous scenes of the entire city-state, his gaze was resolute as he looked ahead, one hand placed upon his chest, as if channeling a powerful wave of energy. Look over there, Ash. Brock crossed his arms, gazing up at the statue with genuine reverence. That is the legendary Wave Guidance hero, Aaron. According to local legend, he could understand the hearts of all Pokémon and utilize the resonant wave power in harmony with them. This is not only a symbol of strength, but also the ultimate embodiment of the bond between trainer and Pokémon. For those of us aspiring to become Pokémon Masters and Breeders, especially for you, who may become the next Wave Guidance hero, it holds extraordinary significance. Pikachu mimicked Brock's stance, seriously pointing at the statue, seemingly sensing the solemnity. Eerie Pumpkin also tilted its head, mask directed towards the statue, quietly observing, lost in thought. Iconic scene check-in. The Wave Guidance hero. The place where dreams begin. The movie version DNA is activated. Here it comes, the classic storyline. Ash, this feels so familiar. Chapter 70. Let us assume the identity of the rookie trainer from Twinleaf Town, Dawn. However, Ash did not respond with his usual enthusiasm. Staring blankly at Aaron's statue, the dazzling outline etched by sunlight, and the statue's eyes that seemed to pierce through one's soul, inducing a peculiar sense of disorientation. The cacophony of the celebration around him seemed to fade away in an instant, replaced by a profound resonance that stemmed from deep within his blood, rippling through his heart like the subtle yet tangible waves created when a stone is thrown into a lake. He instinctively raised his hand to cover his chest. There was no pain, only an indescribable warmth and pull. The wave instinctively began to circulate. Wave guidance activated. Resonance begins. World lines converge. Official spoiler. This child has been destined for wave guidance since childhood. What's wrong, Ash? The observant Misty was the first to notice his unusual demeanor, her smile fading as she asked with concern, "Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Did you eat something bad earlier?" She immediately recalled Ash's enthusiasm for food moments ago. Even Eerie Pumpkin sensed the shift in Ash's aura, anxiously tugging at his pant leg. No. Ash snapped back to reality, lowering his hand and allowing his signature. Slightly goofy smile to return, though confusion flickered in his eyes, a feeling he hadn't even recognized within himself. It's just that this statue seems to be calling to me. There's a strangely familiar feeling. It's marvelous. Ash, you are indeed the chosen child. His gaze once again deeply imprinted on Aaron's statue, his heart silently murmuring, "Wave guidance hero Aaron." In that moment, he felt as though he was not merely a tourist visiting a historic site, but a long-awaited heir finally standing at the beginning of a story. In a relatively quiet corner at the edge of the square, where one could overlook the entire scene, a young girl quietly observed everything that had just transpired. She had short blue hair, a delicate face, and was dressed in a neat, high-quality travel outfit. At her feet, a piplup from the Sinnoh region was striking a pose it deemed exceptionally cool and adorable, its little wings akimbo, its round body standing tall, exuding confidence. It occasionally glanced around, hoping someone would notice its star-like presence. Beside her, the air shimmered slightly as a gray-white, mischievous and mysterious Zoroark revealed itself, its red eyes scanning the square like the most sophisticated sensors. "Did you see that, everyone?" The girl's voice was calm, akin to a soliloquy or a conversation with her two companions, that trainer with Pikachu and the unfamiliar Pokémon. Her gaze precisely locked onto Ash, who had just returned from his reverie, chatting and laughing with his companions. His earlier reaction was quite unusual. The girl watched Ash from a distance with a light-hearted smile. It was not mere astonishment or emotion in front of Aaron's statue. Rather, his moment of distraction and instinctive actions resembled a kind of energy resonance. She recalled the look of confusion on Ash's face when he covered his chest, as if being drawn by an invisible force. "Piplup, what do you think?" she inquired. Looking down, Pachirisu immediately ceased its posturing, its tiny wings pointing towards Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder. Its tone laced with a hint of defiance and a touch of jealousy, exclaiming, "Pichi," which roughly translates to, "What is so special about that electric mouse? I am the cutest one here." Zoroark, cloaked in a wash of vibrant hues, seemed to disregard Pachirisu's petty sentiments, emitting a low, confirming hum that resonated with its acute sensitivity to the flow of energy through its illusionary powers. "Light Palace, you have finally emerged. Ha ha ha, it's him. The familiar little jealousy king, Pachirisu." As soon as it saw Pikachu, it began to compare. Classic. "Pachirisu, Little Light's attention should be entirely on me. And what is this? Zoroark is here too? It seems Little Light's character has indeed evolved. I wonder what her special trait is?" Little Light cast a resigned glance at the sulking Pachirisu beside her, letting out a soft sigh, though her eyes glimmered with a barely perceptible fondness. She redirected her gaze towards Ash, curiosity igniting within her. The Wave Guide Hero Festival, a gathering that could stir ancient wave resonances, accompanied by the formidable Pokémon surrounding him, piqued her interest. She quietly summed it up, a faint smile hinting at an insightful understanding gracing her lips. It seemed that venturing out alone was indeed the right choice. Perhaps this journey to a Ludran city could lead me to the answers I have long sought. The answers she spoke of appeared far more profound than mere travel or the quest for strength. Pachirisu seemed to comprehend the seriousness underlying Little Light's words. Temporarily setting aside its rivalry with Pikachu, mimicking its trainer, it endeavored to adopt a serious expression, yet its rotund form only made it appear even more adorable. Zoroark's figure gradually melded back into the air, like an invisible guardian. Meanwhile, Little Light, accompanied by her distinctly characterful little penguin, continued to embody the role of a calm observer from the shadows. She had just pinpointed the most pivotal and unstable piece on the chaotic festival chessboard, Ash. The gears of fate began to turn inexorably amidst the sunshine, cheers, the laughter of companions, the presence of Pokémon, the drifting barrage of comments, the boys' surging wave powers, and the jealousy of a little Pachirisu, all under the watchful gaze of those perceptive eyes in the distance. Ash, glancing at the barrage of comments, wore a puzzled expression. Little Light? Pachirisu? Zoroark? Who are they? Ash looked around, confused that the comments were not directed at him, finding no sign of the individuals or Pokémon mentioned. Though he couldn't discern who they were, Ash believed the comments wouldn't mention someone without reason. If they spoke of them, then they must be significant and likely present in the scene visible to the barrage. Repeating Little Light's name in his mind, Ash resolved to respond immediately the next time he heard it. This sudden action from Ash surprised Little Light, who observed him from a distance. Has that boy detected my gaze? How is that possible, given the distance? A cryptic smile graced Little Light's lips. Indeed, this boy is quite intriguing. It seems essential to forge a connection with him. Zoroark, it appears I must test this boy to determine if a connection is warranted. As for the identity I will assume, I shall take on that of a novice Pokémon trainer. Spotting two leaves gracefully landing before her, Little Light smiled. The new Pokémon trainer from Twinleaf Town, Little Light, shall use this identity. Chapter 71, The Pokémon Battle Tournament. What's wrong, Ash? You've been acting strange since earlier. Misty inquired with concern. I don't know, Ash replied, shaking his head, his focus returning to the statue of Irulan. Feeling as though something within the castle was calling to him. Beside him, Brock crossed his arms, pondering for a moment, his usually squinting eyes revealing a glimmer of contemplation. The Wave Guide's essence is profoundly mysterious. It is not surprising to sense resonance with a shared source. Ash, what you are feeling is likely a resonance between your wave and an object or being deep within the castle that also embodies wave energy. Really? Ash's eyes lit up instantly. However, Brock tempered Ash's enthusiasm. Queen Eileen, as the sovereign, is quite busy as ordinary visitors. It would be challenging for us to meet her directly, let alone explore the depths of the castle to uncover the source of that resonance. What? Then what should we do? Ash's spirits sank momentarily. Don't worry, Brock smiled subtly, clearly having gathered information beforehand. I just inquired with the locals. And an excellent opportunity lies before us. He pointed to the battle arena that had been set up in the central square. Tomorrow, as the highlight of the Wave Guide Hero Festival, there will be an open Pokémon battle tournament here. The ultimate victor will not only earn the title of Wave Guide Hero, but will also be granted an audience with Queen Eileen herself. Brock looked at Ash, his tone unwavering. This is undoubtedly our best chance to meet the Queen and explore the source of that resonance. Brock, you truly are the most reliable in the team. Your intelligence gathering is impeccable. Two birds with one stone. We get to battle and meet the Queen. Ash was elated. Upon hearing this, Ash's earlier disappointment was instantly replaced by a fierce determination as he clenched his fists, a flame of ambition flickering in his eyes. This is fantastic. Not only will I battle trainers from around the world, but I'll also meet the Queen and find that thing calling to me. There's nothing better than this. First place is mine for the taking. Right, Pikachu? Pika. Pikachu, equally emboldened, raised its tiny paw, sparks of electricity dancing on its cheeks. Even the eerie Pokémon at Ash's feet seemed to sense this fervor, letting out a small, encouraging pony. Then let us go find a place to register, rest well, and prepare for tomorrow's tournament. Brock concluded with a smile, resembling a strategist orchestrating a grand plan. That night, Ash tossed and turned in the inn, filled with anticipation for the upcoming match and curiosity about the mysterious call. Pikachu, we will win, right? Pika. Pikachu nodded sleepily. Observing its drowsy demeanor, Ash wisely fell silent, gazing at the ceiling, his heart brimming with excitement for the morrow. The next day, the central square of Aludrin City had been transformed into a magnificent open arena, bustling with voices and adorned with fluttering flags. The core event of the Wave Guide Hero Festival, simulating the trials of ancient heroes, was reaching a fever pitch. Trainers from around the globe were engaged in fierce competition for the honor of being the Wave Guide Hero. Having endured the life-and-death trials of Northward Village, battled against the formidable Heckmoon, and deepened bonds with numerous powerful companions, Ash and Pikachu had undergone a remarkable transformation. Their gazes were sharper, their coordination more seamless, exuding a composed confidence born from countless trials. In the preliminary and advancement rounds, Ash directed Pikachu with a commanding presence, charging forward with an overwhelming momentum. Whether facing the powerful Heracross or the cunning Jengar, Pikachu adeptly neutralized opponents' assaults with the most efficient tactics, concluding matches with clean and decisive thunderbolts or iron tails. Their prowess elicited gasps of amazement from the audience. Wow, this Pikachu is in peak form. Ash's commands are so fluid. It's a stark contrast to his previous reckless style. Is this the growth following the Northward Village experience? Incredible. However, the competition was not solely dominated by Ash. A blue-haired girl named Dawn from Twin Leaf Town in the Sinnoh region also captivated countless onlookers. Her Piplup, although somewhat mischievous and often striking amusing poses on the battlefield, possessed formidable strength that should not be underestimated. Dawn's commanding style was calm and strategic, consistently allowing her to accurately predict her opponent's actions. Piplup's Bubble Beam served not only as an offensive move, but also as a means to create visual barriers. The Whirlpool technique was executed with such finesse that it cleverly restricted her opponent's mobility. She effortlessly triumphed over several skilled competitors, advancing to the finals alongside Ash. It's Dawn, the female protagonist of DP. She's here too. This Piplup is so strong. It's different from that adorable one in the anime. Cool-headed and tactical, Dawn is incredibly charming. The finals are a battle of wits between Ash and Dawn, officially shipping them. Not really. As the final whistle blew, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. It's you, Pikachu. Piplup, prepare for battle. The stage for the final match transformed into a dazzling arena for both young trainers and their first partners. Ash's aggressive assaults contrasted sharply with Dawn's composed defenses. Pikachu's electric flashes were repeatedly thwarted or evaded by Piplup's precise pecking angles. Conversely, Piplup's attempts to control the battlefield with Whirlpool were disrupted by Pikachu's swifter speed and electric shocks. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to block its escape. Piplup, don't be afraid. Retaliate with Water Gun. The battle reached a stalemate, with both sides sustaining considerable damage. Pikachu was gasping for breath, and Piplup had lost the tranquility it had at the start. This was the most challenging battle Ash had faced since the tournament began. It seemed he had to give it his all. Ash's gaze sharpened as he exchanged a knowing look with Pikachu. No words were needed. Their deep bond allowed them to communicate effortlessly. We're going in, Piplup. Dawn also felt the pressure, her expression growing more focused. Pikachu, Piplup, Thunderbolt versus Bubble Beam. The two figures, infused with resolute determination, surged forth with their strongest energies, colliding in the center of the arena with a thunderous impact. Blinding white light and a resounding roar engulfed the entire stadium. As the radiance faded, Pikachu was seen, enveloped in golden currents of electricity, barely standing on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Piplup lay not far in front of it, its eyes swirling as it succumbed. Victory! Ash has won. Pikachu, the eternal champion. Dawn was impressive too. This match was spectacular. Even in defeat, Piplup is glorious. With Piplup unable to continue, Pikachu claimed victory. Therefore, the champion of this year's Aura Guardian Festival is Ash from Pallet Town. The referee announced loudly. The arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Dawn recalled Piplup, softly comforting it. You did well, Piplup, we gave it our all. She looked up at Ash on the other side of the arena, her eyes shining not with disappointment, but with recognition for a worthy opponent. Amidst the confetti and cheers, Ash ascended to the highest podium. Queen Arlene personally draped the magnificent cloak and headdress symbolizing the Aura Guardian upon him, solemnly handing him the ancient staff that radiated a sense of timelessness. Young champion, your strength, courage, and deep bond with your Pokémon are truly commendable. The Queen's voice resonated through the speakers. You are deserving of the title of Aura Guardian. Please follow me into the castle, where more about this honor's legacy awaits you. Ash excitedly gripped the staff, and at the moment of contact, he distinctly felt a faint, heartbeat-like resonance emanating from it, harmonizing with the aura power within him. The force within him appeared to grow more vibrant due to the staff. However, now was not the time to ponder this, and Ash pushed down his curiosity. He turned to nod at Dawn below, a gesture of gratitude and an invitation. Dawn smiled slightly, responding to his kindness. Chapter 72. The seal is broken. Lucario. The grand battle tournament came to a close, and the evening in the city of Erodoron welcomed another traditional celebration ball for the newly appointed Aura Guardian. The castle banquet hall was ablaze with lights, where nobles and trainers from various regions mingled, and elegant music flowed through every corner. However, our newly crowned Aura Guardian Ash found himself in a predicament that contrasted sharply with the lively atmosphere. Following tradition, he was compelled to don a somewhat elaborate hero's outfit reminiscent of the style of Alone, standing on a small stage at the front of the banquet hall alongside Pikachu. Serving as a statue-like figure, subjected to the gaze and toasts of passing guests, hardly able to move freely. Sigh, this is so uncomfortable, Ash muttered quietly, feeling entirely out of place. Rather than being a display piece here, he preferred to join Brock and Misty in the dining area below or step outside for some fresh air. Even Pikachu, resting listlessly on his shoulder, seemed utterly bored by the occasion. Ha, classic recreation. This forced performance is so silly. Pikachu, who am I, where am I? I just want to eat. Ash, spare me, I want to battle. Meanwhile, below, Brock and Misty were enjoying themselves much more. They relished the exquisite food at the banquet, with Brock earnestly studying the recipe for local delicacies, while Misty engaged in conversation with several trainers from the water town, exchanging insights about water-type Pokémon. Eevee sat obediently by the table, savoring specially prepared Pokémon food, while the mischievous Gummy took a keen interest in a shimmering, jewel-like fruit jelly, nibbling at it delicately, its eyes behind the mask squinting in bliss. Herdier, Gollet, and Froakie remained resting in their Pokeballs. Just as Ash was growing increasingly bored, nearly counting the number of crystal chandeliers on the ceiling, a melodious voice rang out beside him. It seems being an Aura Guardian is not as easy as it looks. Ash turned at the sound to see Dawn, the blue-haired girl who had battled him fiercely in the finals, holding a glass of juice. Smiling as she gazed up at him from below, she had changed out of her battle attire into a tasteful evening gown, appearing more serene and graceful. Yet the spark of youthful vitality and intelligence in her eyes remained unchanged. It's you, Dawn. Ash felt as though he had found a savior. His spirits lifting a bit. Don't mention it. Standing here is even more exhausting than battling in the finals. Dawn chuckled lightly, stepping onto the stage beside him. There's no way around it. This is the weight of tradition. However, your Pikachu is truly impressive. Today's match was spectacular. Your Piplup was amazing too. The way you used Whirlpool was incredible. As soon as battling was mentioned, Ash perked up. The two naturally began to converse, discussing the earlier battle and sharing stories of their respective journeys. Dawn candidly expressed that she was traveling alone from Twin Leaf Town in Sinnoh to seek certain answers. Ash sincerely shared his background from Pallet Town and his objectives in Erodoron. Actually, I wanted to meet the Queen because I heard there is an egg of a Riolu in the castle that has been unable to hatch, Ash said without much reservation, his eyes shining with pure enthusiasm. I thought perhaps my aura power could help it hatch. Aura power? Dawn was slightly taken aback, a glimmer of surprise and understanding flashing in her intelligent gaze. You can wield that legendary power? No wonder. She recalled the extraordinary synergy and energy flow between Ash and Pikachu during their battle earlier. Yes, although I'm not very skilled yet, Ash admitted bashfully, scratching his head. To demonstrate, perhaps also driven by a desire to impress those in the know, he subconsciously stirred a faint current of aura energy within him, causing a fleeting glimmer of pale blue light to flicker across his palm. In that fleeting moment, the illustrious hero's staff, resting at the side of the stage and signifying the identity of the valiant, suddenly erupted with a fierce luminosity from the profound blue gem at its tip, as if a dormant heart had been jolted awake by a surge of electricity. Buzzing. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding spectacle, the staff unleashed a solid, towering blue beam, imbued with millennia of solitude and immense power, shooting skyward. Within that radiant column, the figure of Lucario emerged fully and distinctly, its gaze, filled with deep confusion and an almost otherworldly bewilderment, reflected the disarray wrought by 1,000 years of confinement. Shaking its head in an attempt to acclimate to the unfamiliar and cacophonous surroundings, its instinctive gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately fixating upon the stage where a young boy, clad in attire reminiscent of the esteemed Alone, stood, with a trace of pure aura energy lingering around him. In that instant, Lucario's pupils dilated in shock as an overwhelming, incomprehensible emotional wave crashed into its long isolated soul. That familiar aura sensation, that similar garb alone, it whispered, almost in a daze, its voice tremulous yet resonant, casting a ripple through the hushed banquet hall akin to a stone dropped into still waters. Compelled, it floated a few steps closer, its eyes brimming with hope, confusion, and a fragile glimmer, as if it had glimpsed the only light after an interminable darkness. It must have mistaken Ash for Alone, just as in the original tale. Lucario's expression has moved me to tears. Wait, I'm not Ash. Ash exclaimed, bewildered by the complexity and intensity of its gaze, hastily waving his hands in clarification. It was this proximity and the sound of Ash's voice that jolted Lucario back to clarity. No, although the aura sensation was pure and similar, the essence was entirely different. This boy was far too young. His voice, his appearance, all contradicted. He was not alone. After a millennium of waiting and searching, was it all merely a fleeting joy? A profound desolation, The anger of being deceived by time and the loneliness accumulated over 1,000 years inundated Lucario like a tidal wave. The light of hope in its eyes extinguished rapidly, replaced by deeper pain, confusion, and self-imposed isolation. Lucario, you are not him. It let out a cry, a blend of anguish, disappointment, and fury, as a powerful aura erupted uncontrollably, generating a shockwave that sent nearby tables and chairs flying. It turned away from Ash, disregarding everything around it, yearning only to escape this suffocating and despairing place. Transforming into a streak of blue light, it dashed at an untraceable speed, shattering the colorful stained glass window on one side of the banquet hall, disappearing into the heavy night beyond the castle amidst the scattering of glistening shards. Wait, Lucario. Ash rushed to the shattered window, shouting into the night, but all he could see was a swiftly retreating blue trail in the distance. The ballroom lay in disarray, the attendees exchanging bewildered glances, still shaken. Dawn approached the window, observing the direction Lucario had vanished, her brow furrowed. It seems to have suffered a great blow. It must have mistaken me for the person it has long awaited. Ash clenched his fists, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Frustration at being misidentified, yet more so. A profound empathy for Lucario's relentless devotion and pain that transcended the ages. We must find it. Chapter 73. Lucario and the unhatchable Riolu egg. Following the faint yet familiar aura fluctuations, Ash and Dawn stepped outside the castle, uncertain of their direction, when a gentle and familiar voice called from behind. Young hero, and this esteemed lady, are you in search of Lucario? Turning around, Ash and Dawn beheld Queen Eileen approaching, accompanied by Brock and Misty. Brock carried a delicate silver tray laden with steaming beverages and Pokémon food, clearly prepared to soothe the guest's spirits. Pikachu scampered at Ash's feet, while Eevee and Espion closely followed Misty, rushing to Ash's side upon sighting him. Your Majesty, Ash exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. The Queen's gaze was warm and wise, as if she could see through to the worries held within Ash's heart. I sense a familiar and sorrowful aura lingering nearby. Lucario has just awakened, and its heart is undoubtedly fraught with confusion and pain. As the ruler of Yuludran City, I cannot stand idly by. Moreover, her gaze swept over Ash and Dawn. You are the first to encounter it since its awakening. Perhaps together we can better soothe its heart, which has traversed a millennium of time. I felt its aura heading in this direction, Dawn added. The Queen nodded slightly. If my intuition serves me right, it should have gone to that room we have long preserved for it. Under the Queen's guidance, they arrived at the end of the corridor. Standing before an oak door engraved with the emblem of Aura, a brass plaque hung above it, inscribed, Friend of the Hero, Eternal Vigil. Everything here pays homage to that great partner, the Queen softly remarked, gently pushing open the heavy door. The scene within unfolded before them, a meticulously maintained small memorial. Under soft lighting, glass display cases showcased leather armor, sketches, and badges, while the central wall bore a grand oil painting of Alone and Lucario. And there, Lucario stood before the painting, its back turned to them, gazing upwards, its solitary silhouette seemingly separated by a millennium from the warm scene depicted in the artwork. Lucario. Ash's voice resonated steadily, piercing the silence of the memorial. He did not rush forward, but maintained a respectful distance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon that blue figure. I can sense the turmoil within your aura, but anger will not resolve anything. Lucario's shoulder blades tightened slightly, indicating it had heard, yet resistance remained. Ash's eyes scanned the carefully arranged relics surrounding them, his tone calm and sincere. My aura can resonate with yours, he continued. His voice low, but imbued with a firm conviction born from his own abilities. I can perceive the essence of Lord Alone's aura, lingering within this staff and this space. Its true nature is one of protection. He did not specify how much he had discerned, merely stating a conclusion derived from his own capabilities. Through the barrage of experiences, he had grasped the intricacies of the situation. Years ago, Alone had sealed Lucario to protect it, sacrificing himself to save the kingdom. Yet Lucario remained unaware of the truth, believing instead that Alone had betrayed their faith. I believe there exists a significant misunderstanding between you. Being driven by emotion will only distance you from the truth. Ash took a step forward, not as a provocation, but to convey his intentions more clearly. And you, now need to calm down. I will help you uncover the truth. Sensing Ash's sincere emotions and the purity of his aura, Lucario's body ceased its violent tremors, though its taut muscles betrayed the inner struggle it faced. At that moment, Queen Eileen stepped forward, her voice carrying the weight of royalty and history. Lucario, Yuludran City honors your deeds and loyalty, and respects all that you have endured. But as this brave one has stated, Only through calmness and communication can we pierce the mists of a millennium and reach the truth. I implore you, in the name of the royal lineage, to grant us this trust." Luca's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, ultimately resting firmly upon Queen Eileen with a sense of unwavering resolve. He stared deeply into her eyes, reminiscent of his ancestors, as though piercing through a millennium of time to witness the unbroken lineage of royal blood and the sacred duty of safeguarding the city of Ordrin. Taking a step forward, he did not approach Ash, but directed himself towards Queen Eileen. Under the watchful eyes of all present, he executed an unexpected gesture, bending his right knee slightly. He knelt in a time-honored and solemn knightly manner, lowering his proud head. "Luca, my loyalty remains unchanged." His voice resonated, deep and clear, devoid of confusion or anger, embodying the solemn oath and duty that had settled after 1,000 years. His fealty was not merely to the queen standing before him, but to Ordrin itself, to the very land and its people he had once vowed to protect alongside Aaron. Though he had failed to defend the royal castle until the very end, he now had the opportunity to fulfill that oath. This loyalty transcended both life and time. A flicker of emotion crossed Queen Eileen's eyes as she solemnly accepted this millennia-spanning pledge. "I, Eileen, in the name of the Queen of Ordrin, accept your loyalty. From this day forth, may you stand with me in the continued guardianship of this land." The tense atmosphere in the memorial hall began to ease, and with the reaffirmation of loyalty to the Queen, Luca felt a renewed sense of purpose. With Luca's matter finally reaching a resolution, Ash seized the opportunity, prompted by Misty and Brock, to convey another significant purpose of their visit to Queen Eileen. "Your Majesty," Ash stepped forward earnestly, "we have come to Ordrin not only to partake in the celebration, but to make an important request. We have heard that the royal family protects a special Riolu egg, which seems to be facing difficulties in hatching. I possess the power of aura, and perhaps I can be of assistance." Upon hearing this, Queen Eileen exchanged a knowing glance with Luca. Luca nodded slightly, as if acknowledging the accuracy of Ash's insights. "It appears the guidance of the aura is indeed precise," the Queen remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "The egg you speak of is no ordinary one. It is a candidate for the royal guardian." She gestured for everyone to follow her through deeper, more intricate corridors, leading them to a more secluded chamber at the heart of the castle. In the center of the hall, atop a pedestal made of pure obsidian, floated an egg of deep azure, adorned with intricate silver ripples. The energy emanating from it was far more potent than that of a typical Pokémon egg, yet its brilliance appeared ensnared, flickering uncertainly, unable to fully blossom. "As you can see," the Queen explained, her gaze softening upon the egg, "this egg inherits an overwhelming power and pure aura from its ancestors. This innate talent has, paradoxically, formed an excessively rigid shell, creating an internal balance that proves difficult to disrupt, hindering its ultimate hatching. It requires an external, equally pure and potent guiding aura, a key to gently shatter that balance and lead its life energy towards final transformation." "Allow me to try," Ash declared with determination. At the Queen's nod, he approached the obsidian pedestal, took a deep breath, and gently placed his hands upon the egg's shell. Closing his eyes, he concentrated fully, cautiously channeling his aura power. A warm blue glow flowed from his palms, enveloping the egg like a gentle stream. The silver ripples upon the shell seemed to be infused with vitality, beginning to swirl more rapidly, while the life force within grew increasingly vibrant and strong, even allowing the rhythmic thumping to be faintly audible. However, despite the egg's evident response, that seemingly fragile shell remained remarkably resilient. Ash's aura acted as both a lubricant and catalyst, significantly enhancing the activity within the egg. Yet it still lacked that final push to guide its life energy past the last barrier. As seconds ticked by, beads of sweat formed on Ash's forehead, yet he persisted, steadily maintaining his aura output. At that moment, Luca, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward. His sharp gaze swept over the radiant light dancing on the egg's surface and the vibrant energy field. Luca, it is effective. Your aura indeed resonates with it, awakening its latent vitality. However, hatching is not an instantaneous process, especially for this one. A forceful approach may cause harm to its essence. What is needed now is sustained guidance and the passage of time." He looked at Ash with the steadiness and wisdom of a mentor. Upon hearing this, Ash gradually withdrew his aura, feeling a tinge of reluctance, but understanding Luca's words were indeed wise. He could sense an established connection with the egg, yet more time was needed to nurture the miracle of its hatching. Observing this, Queen Eileen spoke gently, "Young hero, do not be disheartened. Today's progress has already surpassed any previous attempts. Since the resonance of the aura has been established, Perhaps you may temporarily reside in the castle to continue this process. The castle will provide everything you and your friends need. Ash glanced at Brock, Misty, and Dawn, then at the egg that seemed to silently beckon him, ultimately nodding in agreement. I understand. We shall impose on you, your majesty. Until it successfully hatches, we will remain here. With ample time before the court's conference commenced, Ash and his companions decided to settle temporarily in the castle of Oridron, intending to resolve this matter before returning to Kanto. Chapter 74, Training, guided by Luca. The morning light spilled through the castle spires, casting a luminous glow upon the courtyard, where dew glistened upon the blades of grass. In the courtyard corridor, Dawn leaned against the railing, quietly observing the training scene below. At her feet, Piplup was curled up in a ball, blissfully asleep, its small body rising and falling with each breath. A curious smile adorned Dawn's face, reminiscent of an ordinary novice trainer captivated by the spectacle. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. EV, Quick Attack. Ash's voice shattered the morning tranquility. Golden currents of electricity intertwined with silver streaks, striking the training target with remarkable precision. Piplup, drowsily flipping over, continued to slumber. So early to start, Dawn remarked. Hardworking Ash is on duty. Piplup, just let me sleep a bit longer, came its muffled reply. On the other side of the courtyard, after issuing commands to Pikachu and the others, Ash stood face to face with Urshifu. Urshifu once more. Bang! Their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Ash clenched his teeth, the aura within him surging as he struggled to maintain his stance. Urshifu nodded in satisfaction. Your power has indeed grown. Ash shook his tingling arms, feeling encouraged. That's the way. Nearby, Gollet lounged lazily in the sunlight, its yellow eyes watching the training with interest, its tail swaying gently. Under Brock's careful nurturing, it had regained some strength. However, it preferred observing Ash's training over engaging in its own. In the center of the courtyard, Frogadier and Charmeleon were engaged in precision training with Pidgey. Frogadier, use Water Shuriken. Frogadier's legs propelled him as he launched the shuriken, slicing through the air. Pidgey dodge. Pidgey flitted away effortlessly, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. Charmeleon, inhale deeply and unleash Ember. Charmeleon exhaled a burst of sparks. Pidgey once again evaded nimbly, even emitting a taunting cry. Frogadier frowned, disappointed by its diminished accuracy since its evolution. Charmeleon, I won't back down even if you both come at me. Across the courtyard, Gloom and Bulbasaur were engaged in specialized training. Bulbasaur's vine whip extended gracefully, tracing arcs in the air. Gloom, focused and observant, prepared to extend its own vine while coalescing a spiky shield in its hands. The whip of vines danced with precision, creating a diversion as the thorny stick sought an opportune moment to strike. However, the two skills soon fell into disarray, almost simultaneously directed towards the same target. Dejected, Gal lowered his head. The seedling, Bulbasaur, offered encouraging cries. Beneath the shade, for Squirtless languidly slacked off, while their leader, a Squirtle adorned with sunglasses, observed the training of the other Pokémon. The leader, Squirtle, muttered to himself. Suddenly, he bellowed, tearing off his sunglasses and thumping his chest, pointing at the training Pokémon. Piplup, startled by the sound, groggily opened his eyes, glanced around, then flopped back down to continue sleeping. Squirtle, Squirtle. The four Squirtless froze momentarily, then sheepishly stood up. In unison, 5 Squirtless shouted, Leader's authority. Piplup truly can sleep, haha. The leader Squirtle donned his sunglasses once more and led the charge towards the training ground. The 5 Squirtless commenced coordinated water gun training, their streams intertwining beautifully. Ash smiled with satisfaction, recognizing that the Squirtle squad was taking their training seriously. Once they mastered the water cannon technique, they would become even more formidable. At that moment, Ash inhaled deeply, bringing his hands together in front of his chest. A faint blue aura of wave energy overflowed from his palms, coalescing into a luminous sphere. Xiaowang, observing from the corridor, focused intently as she gently crouched beside the slumbering Piplup. Excellent. Let it grow a bit larger, she encouraged. The wave sphere expanded from the size of a fist to that of a basketball, but then, frustration struck as it became uncontrollable. The surface of the sphere distorted and trembled. Just as Xiaowang opened her mouth to speak, a deep voice interjected, Stop. Lucario stood at the entrance of the courtyard, his crimson eyes fixated on Ash. Xiaowang silently closed her mouth, feigning a hint of nervousness. Piplup remained deeply asleep, utterly undisturbed. Lucario, observing Ash with a quizzical expression, noted the predicament. With clenched teeth, Ash propelled a wave projectile from his hands. Boom. The blue wave struck the stone wall, creating a crater. Piplup. This time, Piplup was thoroughly startled awake, jumping up and glancing around. Finally awake, Ash panted, realizing that it was still inadequate. Concerned, Lurantis approached. It's all right, let's try again. Lucario stepped closer, surveying the courtyard. Your Pokémon are all working diligently, yet you are harming yourself by employing incorrect methods. Ash blinked in surprise. Lucario approached the shattered wall. You are compressing the wave energy instead of guiding it. The energy accumulates until it spirals out of control, resulting in a forceful release. This is not training. It is inviting backlash from the wave. Piplup rubbed its eyes, gazing up in confusion. Ash lowered his head, but I don't know how to control more wave energy. That is precisely why I say your method is flawed, Lucario replied, placing a paw gently on Ash's chest. The wave is the rhythm of life and the resonance of the spirit. It is not a flood that needs blocking. Lucario's paw glimmered with a ghostly blue light as he closed his eyes, once more attuning to the wave. Ash followed suit, closing his eyes. Now, focus on gathering the wave, but do not control it. Imagine it as a river, flowing naturally within its banks rather than being confined by a dam. Xiaoguang gently cradled Piplup, allowing it to rest against her chest, both of them intently watching below. Piplup yawned, but settled down to observe. Ash concentrated on gathering the wave energy. This time, the pale blue glow no longer trembled, but began to rotate rhythmically like a whirlpool. Excellent, continue. Now increase the volume without altering the rotation's direction or speed. The wave sphere expanded, yet remained stable. Success. Ash opened his eyes, astonished at the steadily rotating sphere of light. Still far from perfect, but at least I've found the right direction. Now, gradually reduce the output, allowing it to dissipate naturally. The sphere slowly shrank, transforming into flecks of light that vanished. Phew, success. Pikachu chirped excitedly, followed by the jubilant cries of Squirtless. Lucario-sensei is online. This is merely the first step. At least your aptitude is commendable. You're learning faster than I did back in the day, Lucario remarked, turning away. How boastful, Ash teased, then inquired. Was the method you just taught me the same as what Yalan taught you? Lucario stiffened, and the courtyard fell silent. Yes, he replied solemnly. Back when I was a Riolu, I was taught just as you are. He told me, the wave is not a weapon, but a bond. It is not about conquest, but understanding. He taught me how to let the wave flow like a river. He was my most important partner. Yet, in the end, he sealed me away alone. If he truly valued our bond, why did he leave me behind? Xiaoguang gently stroked Piplup's head, her expression turning serious. Piplup seemed to sense the atmosphere, quietly snuggling closer to her. Ash stepped in front of Lucario, placing his hand on its shoulder. A person who truly values bonds would never betray their partner without reason. Yalan must have had a justification. Moreover, when you taught me just now, I could feel the warmth in your heart. That warmth must have been left by Yalan, correct? Lucario was taken aback. At that moment, Misty and Brock entered the courtyard. Good morning, Ash. Oh, Lucario is here too, Xiaoguang exclaimed, rising from her seat. Good morning. Xiaoguang greeted cheerfully as she descended from the corridor, cradling Piplup. I was just watching everyone train and learn a lot. Piplup politely greeted back. Xiaoguang expressed curiosity about the training methods, prompting Brock to inquire. The training techniques are quite different from what I've seen before. Lucario observed the gathering crowd and Pokémon. Ash, it began, you are correct. I need to uncover the truth. I must seek the time flower that records the past. The time flower? Ash queried. It is said to be a special flower capable of recording and reproducing past images. Brock explained. If we can find the time flower from 1,000 years ago, we can learn what Yalan did back then. Lucario clenched its fists. I want to see with my own eyes what that person was thinking in the end. Then I will accompany you, Ash stated. I want to go too. Xiaoguang raised her hand, with Piplup flapping its wings in agreement. Lucario glanced at them and shook its head. This is a matter between Yalan and me. I must face it alone. It turned, heading towards the castle, pausing at the entrance. However, Ash, continue practicing wave energy tomorrow. Your talent should not go to waste. Yalan once said, to inherit the power of the wave is to inherit the will of protection. I do not know if I am still worthy of passing on his teachings. But at the very least, I can guide you not to repeat my mistakes. The significance of inheritance. Ash watched Lucario's retreating figure, a smile forming on his lips. Your training methods are truly unique, Xiaoguang remarked. Can I continue to observe and learn? Of course, Ash readily agreed. Pika, Pika. Pikachu and Squirtle cheered, their spirits visibly lifted. Now fully awake after their earlier lethargy. To Xiaoguang's surprise, so many Pokémon had managed to capture her attention. She found it hard to accept. The Pokémon gathered around as training resumed in the courtyard. The sun poured down, heralding the official commencement of a new day. Chapter 75, The World's Genesis Tree. the dream of the joyous one. The afternoon sun streamed through the arched windows, casting soft golden rays upon the ancient stone table, illuminating the Riolu egg. The surface of the egg glimmered with a faint blue light, as if responding to the warmth of the outside world. Ash took a deep breath, gently placing his hands over the egg, infusing it with a stream of pale blue wave energy. This should help it hatch more quickly, he mused. Withdrawing his hands as he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The egg trembled slightly, the blue glow intensifying, seemingly expressing gratitude. Outside the door, Lucario leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his crimson eyes downcast, his figure appearing particularly lonely in the shadows of the corridor. Ash pushed the door open and noticed him. Lucario, have you already gone to find the time flower? It doesn't seem to have gone well. Lucario lifted his head, his voice low and weary. Yes, but I found nothing. He paused momentarily, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. All the time flowers within the castle merely recorded trivial fragments of daily life. The surrounding areas reflected a similar void, devoid of any significant imagery pertaining to that war. I even returned to the place where I was sealed years ago. Lucario clenched his fists, his voice trembling slightly. There was indeed a time flower there. It replayed the scene after Aaron sealed me. He performed the ritual with an impassive expression and then mounted his Charizard, departing without a backward glance. After that, the war concluded. There were no explanations. Ash furrowed his brow, concern evident in his tone. What about Aaron? Perhaps there is no truth to uncover. Lucario's voice dripped with a bitter despair. Maybe he truly did betray us. It was merely coincidental that the war ceased at that moment. I began to doubt whether everything was merely a figment of my imagination. The room fell into a heavy silence. Ash lowered his head in contemplation, and suddenly, a notification from the barrage of comments flitted through his mind. Do not forget the Tree of the World's origin. It was at the Tree of the World's origin that Aaron activated it to quell the war. There must be a time flower there that records the truth. Upon hearing the barrage, Ash's eyes brightened. The Tree of the World's origin? It certainly seems like a unique place. Perhaps it truly holds answers. Tentatively, he spoke. Lucario, might there be other locations we have yet to investigate? Such as the Tree of the World's origin? I recall it being mentioned in the legends from here. It may very well house a time flower that documents everything, revealing what Aaron truly did. Lucario visibly jolted, a spark reigniting in his crimson eyes. The Tree of the World's origin. Perhaps it was there that Aaron activated the tree and halted the war. If any place contains a record of the true situation at that time, it must be there. He fixed his gaze on Ash, his voice resolute. Perhaps that is the final clue. At that moment, Dawn, Misty, and Brock entered the room. Dawn's Piplup, rubbing its eyes, let out a yawn, clearly just awakening from a nap. Misty inquired with curiosity, what are you talking about? The time flower? Ash succinctly explained the situation. Dawn nodded slightly, a contemplative glint in her eyes. The Tree of the World's origin sounds perilous, but if it can unravel the mystery, it is worth the journey. Lucario surveyed the group, and after a moment of silence, declared, this time, I will not refuse your companionship. Perhaps the truth about Aaron requires us to face it together. Ash clenched his fist, his iconic smile emerging. Great. Then let us prepare to set off. Piplup bounced excitedly, the blue light on its shell pulsing in response. On the third day at dawn, in the courtyard of the Orudalan Castle, morning mist gently enveloped the courtyard, gradually dispersing under the rising sun, revealing lush green grass and ancient stone walls. Ash and his companions had gathered in the courtyard, their backpacks neatly arranged, ready to embark towards the Tree of the World's origin located in the northern part of the kingdom. Ash crouched before the egg of Riolu, his hands delicately covering the shell, a soft blue aura of aura power slowly infusing into it. The eggshell emanated a gentle glow, quivering slightly as if responding to his efforts. All right, Riolu, stay here obediently. We will return soon. Ash patted the egg, rising with determination gleaming in his eyes. Dawn stood nearby, Piplup nestled in her arms, softly snoring in deep slumber. She wore a light-hearted smile typical of a novice trainer, yet her gaze subtly scanned the group, assessing everyone's condition. She adjusted the straps of her backpack, her movements natural, like an ordinary girl from Twin Leaf Town. Not far from her, a wisp of white fur brushed against the ground. It was the shiny Zoroark, currently maintaining a phantasmal state of invisibility, quietly accompanying her. Dawn cast a barely perceptible glance, her smile unwavering. Lucario stood at the entrance of the courtyard, his crimson eyes fixed on the north, claws tightly clenched, exuding a sense of resolute restraint. Misty checked her water bottle and map, while Brock organized their food supplies, muttering, The tree of the world's origin is in the northern dense forest. The path will be treacherous, so we must bring ample supplies. Lucario, do you know the exact location of the tree of the world's origin? Ash inquired, brushing off a stray hair from Pikachu. Lucario nodded, his voice low. It lies in the northern part of the kingdom, deep within the dense forest. The terrain is perilous, and the Pokémon guarding it are formidable. Upon hearing this, Dawn tilted her head slightly, pretending to be curious. The Pokémon guarding it? They must be quite impressive. Her tone was light, but a trace of contemplation flickered in her eyes. She gently stroked Piplup, who murmured contentedly, and turned over to continue sleeping. Misty interjected, "We need to be cautious. The tree of the world's origin is not a place to enter recklessly." She glanced at Ash, warning him not to rush ahead, lest they be left behind. Ash scratched his head, grinning. "Don't worry, this time I'll be steady." Ash steady? What is that? Brock patted Ash on the shoulder. "With Lucario leading the way, we should be fine. Let us go, and set off while it's still light." The group completed their preparations and stepped out of the courtyard. Lucario took the lead, his steps resolute, his eyes ablaze with a thirst for truth. Ash followed closely. Pikachu and Eevee perched on his shoulders, while Froakie and Charmeleon stood alertly atop Feraligatr, surveying their surroundings. Dawn walked amidst the group, Piplup swaying on her shoulder, occasionally stealing glances at Lucario's back. In the afternoon, within the northern dense forest, towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their branches and leaves obscuring sunlight, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was thick with the scent of moist earth and moss, while distant Pokémon calls echoed. Lucario forged ahead, attuned to the subtle movements around them. Suddenly, he halted, his ears twitching, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly. "Wait, we have been noticed." Upon hearing Lucario's words, Ash and his companions instantly shifted into a state of alertness. Before Ash could discern anything unusual, the ground beneath his feet suddenly heaved, almost tripping him. Oof! Ash stumbled slightly. A pink shadow flitted through the treetops, carrying a hint of playful mischief. Lucario's expression grew complicated. "It's Mew. It has already taken notice of us." Surprised by Lucario's words, Misty exclaimed, "Mew? That legendary Pokémon? It's here? Was it just teasing Ash?" Misty had also heard tales of Mew. Aside from the fact that it might contain the DNA of every Pokémon, the most discussed trait was its childlike penchant for playfulness. Lucario nodded, his voice somber. "It indeed possesses such a nature. However, it has sensed the aura emanating from us." He glanced at Ash, recognizing the distinct aura of a mythical beast surrounding him, then turned to Dawn, noting the unfamiliar mythical aura emanating from her as well. Perplexed at how easily mythical beings could be encountered nowadays, Mew's ethereal form danced in the air, curiously flitting between Ash and Dawn. It sensed the familiar aura from Ash, as if it had encountered it long ago, and then detected the familiar mythical presence within Dawn. Suddenly, its gaze fixed on the emptiness beside Dawn, and with a flick of its tiny pink paw, it disrupted the invisible waves. The shiny Zoroark's form flickered into view for half a second before vanishing again, clearly startled by Mew's unexpected touch. Mew let out a series of cheerful sounds, as if it had found a new source of amusement. In a flash, it transformed into the likeness of shiny Zoroark, its distinctive white fur with red tips and ethereal body perfectly mimicking the original. This Zoroark silently emerged from behind Dawn, mimicking the posture of her Pokémon, extending its illusory paw to gently tug at the strap of Ash's backpack. Huh! Ash sensed something amiss and turned around. He found a shiny Zoroark curiously tilting its head to look at him, its gaze imbued with a playful mischief that was not typical of an ordinary Pokémon. Zoroark. Recalling previous discussions in the comment section regarding the presence of a shiny Zoroark with Dawn, Ash turned to her, noticing the familiar smile on her face, yet detecting a hint of subtle helplessness in her eyes. "Dawn, is this your Zoroark?" Ash inquired, a trace of confusion evident in his tone. Dawn, suppressing her inner astonishment, immediately shook her head in denial, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's not." Internally, she cursed, that Mew, such an unruly trickster. Meanwhile, the true shiny Zoroark, infuriated by Mew's antics, was on the verge of revealing itself, but recognized that doing so would complicate things for Dawn, who was trying to maintain her hidden identity. Thus, it chose to remain concealed in the shadows, quietly observing the performance of this impostor. Lucario sensed the disguised Zoroark, despite their identical appearances. The energy emanating from it was of legendary caliber. He spoke solemnly, "This is no ordinary Zoroark. It appears Mew wishes to join our ranks." "Oh," Ash exclaimed in realization, glancing at the theatrical Zoroark and chuckling. "Huh, Mew, you rascal. You haven't changed a bit. Fine, if you want to tag along, Then do so, but no more pranks. The Mew-transformed Zoroark proudly flicked its tail, emitting Zoroark's cry, as if to say, no guarantees there. Dawn occasionally felt faint ripples of energy behind her, knowing it was Mew's playful mischief, but she could only pretend not to notice, feeling a wave of exasperation within. Lucario murmured, "It bears no hostility. It is merely curious and seeking amusement. Let us proceed, it may guide us." The path through the forest seemed to become smoother, with obstacles quietly removed, as if Mew was subtly assisting without making it too apparent. Lucario mused, "Mew has guarded the World Tree for many years and is sensitive to aura. Perhaps it is aware of the situation with Arceus." Clenching his fist, Ash declared, "Perfect. Let's ask it." Dawn, tidying up her Piplup's feathers, replied cheerfully, "I hope it doesn't pull any more tricks." Her smile was innocent, yet her gaze briefly swept towards Mew's direction. However, it continued to maintain its Zoroark guise, mimicking Zoroark's cry, appearing deeply engrossed in its role. "Mew? Who is that?" "I don't know." Faced with this charade, Ash and his companions had no choice but to abandon their inquiries and continue onward towards the World Tree. Chapter 76, The Guardian of the World Tree. As dusk fell, the group arrived at the area where the World Tree stood. Its immense canopy loomed like a mountain, with ethereal green light shimmering among the branches. And the air was thick with an ancient and mysterious aura, as if time had come to a standstill. Lucario halted, his crimson eyes fixed on the colossal tree. His voice low, "This is the place. But entering the tree's core will not be so simple." No sooner had he spoken than a deep, rhythmic rumble resonated from the ground, reminiscent of ancient drums, so powerful that even the earth beneath their feet trembled, with tiny stones jumping with each vibration. Suddenly, three enormous figures, akin to mountains, emerged from the profound shadows of the tree, accompanied by a bone-chilling coldness and a rust-like sense of oppression, enveloped in an inexplicable silence. The first to come into view was a towering rock giant, its form entirely constructed from vast boulders, adorned with ancient runes through which a faint green glow emanated, as if manifesting the very power of the earth. Each step it took was accompanied by the dull sound of grinding stone. This was Regirock. Following closely was a statue crafted entirely from translucent ice, radiating an intense cold that stung the skin, causing the surrounding air to stagnate and frost to form instantly on the grass blades. It was Regice. Lastly, a robust figure forged from an unknown metal appeared, its surface as hard as iron, reflecting a dim light and emitting a deep, mechanical sound reminiscent of turning gears. This was Registeel. They bore no signs of life, no rhythmic breathing, only the three pairs of deep, unyielding red lights in their eyes, like flames that had burned for millennia, locking onto the intruders with unwavering intensity. They moved slowly yet resolutely, each step a weighty pressure, as if they aimed to drive the ground beneath into an abyss. Positioned in a crescent formation, they blocked the sole path leading into the depths of the giant tree, akin to three immovable monuments, radiating an ancient, suffocating aura that made it hard to breathe. "What is this?" Brock's eyes widened in shock as he sharply scanned the three Pokémon. His analytical eye was fully engaged, swiftly processing a torrent of data in his mind. Regirock. Rock type. Exceptionally high defense and special defense. Regice. Ice type. Extraordinary special defense, capable of controlling absolute zero ice crystals. Registeel. Steel type. Possessing top-tier defense among steel Pokémon. They are legendary Pokémon, the defensive mechanism of the World Tree. Their offensive and defensive capabilities are astonishing, and their teamwork is impeccable. Brock's voice carried a note of gravity, quickly shifting to a calm analysis. Lucario's eyes gleamed with battle intent as he spoke in a low tone. They are the guardians of the World Tree, and only by passing their test can one enter. They possess no emotions, only executing commands. Since it's a test, let us pass it. With Brock and Lucario's words resonating in his mind, Ash understood that negotiation was futile. He stepped forward, his aura matching theirs. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Golem. Flame Charge," he commanded loudly. Pikachu leaped off his shoulder while Golem let out a primal roar, its massive form surging forward, enveloped in blazing flames, charging like a meteor straight towards Regirock. Charmander and Froakie also jumped off Golem, ready for battle. Brock and Misty quickly released their Pokeballs, Onix. "Gyarados, we're counting on you." As two beams of light flashed, Brock's Onix emerged, its colossal body made of countless boulders shaking the ground anew, sending dust flying, nearly matching Regirock in size. Misty's Gyarados soared into the air, its vast water form slicing through the dimness, letting out a commanding roar that resonated through the ancient forest. Regirock initiated the assault, swinging its thick arms like tree trunks, causing the ground to crack open as numerous sharp stones shot into the sky, transforming into a barrage of rock explosions. They rained down with tremendous force, targeting Golem at the forefront. Regis' singular icy eye glimmered with a ghostly blue light as a bone-chilling cold rapidly coalesced, unleashing a piercing beam of freezing energy aimed directly at Misty's Gyarados, attempting to encase it in ice. Meanwhile, Registeel's metallic components emitted a deep rumble, unleashing a piercing metallic sound that spread invisibly, sending shockwaves that struck all Pokemon's nerves. Regice requires a brief charging period before releasing its freezing beam. Brock's analytical eye quickly discerned Regis' attack rhythm, and he urgently called out, "Piplup, Bubble Beam. Aim for Regice and interrupt its beam." Hearing this, Dawn followed suit as Piplup promptly unleashed a flurry of bubbles, accurately striking Regis' crystalline body, creating a cloud of white mist that temporarily interrupted the charge of the freezing beam, allowing Gyarados to perform a risky maneuver in the air to evade the attack. 7 against 3, the advantage is ours. The Mew disguised as shiny Zoroark chimed in with a series of playful giggles, seemingly finding the scene not lively enough. It swiftly transformed, its pink glow expanding as it morphed into a gigantic Regigigas, larger than the 3 Guardians, bouncing and performing comical antics in front of them, as if mocking their solemnity. The eyes of the Regi trio glimmered with a crimson light, seemingly perplexed by the appearance of this companion. Yet, upon witnessing its provocative actions, they instinctively redirected a portion of their assault towards the counterfeit Regigigas. The explosive surge of energy that ensued caused the surrounding trees to tremble in response. Now was the moment. Lucario seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of aura energy as he fired a barrage of aura spheres. 2 azure orbs struck precisely at the core of Regirock's chest and the joints of Registeel's limbs, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that filled the air with dust, momentarily obscuring their vision. Pikachu, akin to a bolt of lightning, darted through the haze toward Regirock, immediately unleashing Thunderbolt. The potent electricity erupted against the rock giant, emitting a crackling sound that sent tremors throughout its form, accentuating the fissures across its body. Meanwhile, Golem charged forward like a massive war machine, emitting a thunderous roar as it executed a powerful tackle, causing Registeel to stagger back, the harsh friction of its metallic body screeching in protest as it threatened to lose its balance. On the other side, Onix let out a furious howl, its colossal frame coiling suddenly to enhance its defense before launching itself with astonishing speed, delivering a formidable headbutt to Regirock. The impact reverberated with a dull thud, forcing Regirock to retreat several steps. Gyarados, with its gaping maw, gathered terrifying energy within, unleashing a fierce water gun that struck Regice. The icy figure emitted a creaking sound as the water surged against it, dissipating the cold aura enveloping its body and slowing its movements. Charmander's Sacred Fire and Froakie's Water Shuriken continued their relentless assault on the Regi trio, flames searing the rock, while torrents of water battered the ice, their coordinated efforts momentarily pinning the trio in place. Despite the Regi trio's formidable defenses, they were unable to withstand such a concentrated barrage for long. New, profound fissures appeared on Regirock. The luminescence of Regice dimmed, its icy exterior losing much of its chill, and Registeel's metallic form showed signs of denting, their movements evidently hindered. They emitted a low, furious growl, their crimson eyes flaring with rage as they begrudgingly retreated into the shadows of the trees, their wounds starkly visible. Finally, they had managed to temporarily repel them. Breathing heavily, Misty watched as Gyarados splashed water droplets onto the ground, its enormous body swaying slightly. Lucario spoke gravely. "Their retreat is but temporary. Such powerful guardians will soon return. We must hasten our pace." "Mythical, I merely came to create chaos, yet it seems I have proven useful." The team pressed deeper, but not long after. The ground trembled violently once more, the frequency of the vibrations quickening, the force intensifying as if the entire world tree was quaking in fury. Regirock, Regice, and Registeel reappeared, their eyes no longer mere warnings but ablaze with fury and an indomitable will to protect. The energy pulsations emanating from them were palpably stronger, indicating their full commitment to thwarting the intruders. Cursed be their rapid recovery. Ash gritted his teeth. Defeating them was not difficult, but their swift return to peak condition filled him with unprecedented pressure. Brock, peering into the depths of the forest, bore an unwavering gaze. "Ash, Dawn, Lucario, hurry. Find the flower of time." He turned to Misty, his eyes brimming with trust and resolve. "Misty, we will stay behind to hold them off. Their goal is to prevent all of us from entering." As long as we entangle them, you will have your chance. Misty understood Brock's intent. Inhaling deeply as she tossed out her water-type Pokemon's Pokeball, offering Ash a confident smile, yet her tone remained resolute. Leave this dangerous task to us. You must return swiftly. Uncover the truth. Brock. Misty. Ash's heart sank suddenly. He comprehended the weight of their words. There is no time to waste, Ash. Once we leave the vicinity of the World Tree, the trio will cease their pursuit. Lucario, experienced and aware, urged them onward, sensing the Reggie trio gathering even greater power. Every moment precious. We must advance. Clenching his fists, Ash looked at Brock and Misty, acutely aware that this was not the moment for hesitation, and nodded gravely. Take care. If things go awry, exit first. We will find the truth and reunite with you. With that, he dashed forward, with Dawn and Lucario close behind, entrusting their backs entirely to their steadfast companions. Ash, Dawn, and Lucario hastened toward the core of the World Tree. As for Mythical, having returned to its original form, it observed Brock and Misty still engaged in battle, and after a brief contemplation, chose to follow Ash without hesitation. The sounds of Pokémon abilities clashing faded into the distance, replaced by the rustling of ancient trees and their hurried footsteps, yet their hearts felt heavier, burdened by the trust and expectations of their companions. Chapter 77, The Gloves of Alaric and the Anomaly of the Flower of Time. Navigating through the winding tree hollow, the humidity and temperature in the air began to shift subtly. The inner walls of the hollow were no longer rough bark, but were instead cloaked in layers of luminescent fungi and vines, emitting a soft, aurora-like, ethereal green glow that illuminated the passage in a dreamlike manner. The ground beneath became damp and plush, as if treading upon thick moss, each step imbued with a slight resilience. As they delved deeper, the radiance intensified, as though guiding them toward an ancient heart. At last, the passage opened into a vast and magnificent cavern at the deepest point of the World Tree. Here, there was no sky, but a natural dome formed by countless thick roots intertwined, each one coiling like a dragon, majestic and sacred in the soft light. In the center of the cavern, a colossal vortex of energy swirled slowly in the air, appearing to be the very source of life for the World Tree. A rich essence of life permeated the atmosphere, invigorating each breath while simultaneously carrying an ancient, heavy weight of isolation. Simultaneously, a faint, ancient, and mysterious aura resonated throughout the space. This vibration rendered Lucario's aura sensing remarkably clear, yet it also invoked an indescribable heaviness within. In the center of the cavern, the thickest roots stood like a pillar of heaven, resolutely upright. Contrary to expectations of the Flower of Time, it bore a fractured, sharp-edged blue crystal that emitted a soft glow. This crystal had evidently once been whole, but was now splintered into several pieces, barely holding its form. Each crack seemingly bearing the scars of the past, while pulsating with peculiar energy. Beside the crystal lay a severely worn black glove, its edges beginning to fray. The fingertips and palms had become smooth from prolonged use, with several dark, dried streaks remaining, exuding a sense of historical gravitas and the brutality of battle. Ash instantly recognized it as the style worn by him during his previous cosplay of Alaric. Lucario's body stiffened suddenly, its crimson eyes narrowing at the sight of the glove, as if some long-buried memory had been abruptly awakened. A faint, almost imperceptible whimper emanated from the depths of its throat, a complex tapestry of emotions woven with despair, longing, sorrow, and endless questions. Though a millennium had passed, its aura still sensed the familiar essence lingering on the glove, its erstwhile partner, alone. Its body began to tremble slightly, each step feeling overwhelmingly heavy, yet propelled by an irrepressible impulse. Although the Flower of Time had yet to reveal itself, the presence of the glove here strongly hinted that its companion had once tread this path, altering the course of the war through the world's origin tree. As they had anticipated, it hastened forward, and with each approaching step, the ripples in its gaze intensified, ultimately leading it to kneel before the glove. Its elongated claws quivering as it tentatively reached out, as if to touch the most precious of treasures, fearing to shatter it. Memories from millennia ago surged forth like a tidal wave, Alone's steadfast and warm smile, their silhouettes fighting side by side, and that final, resolute figure. In that moment, its aura surged violently, teetering on the brink of chaos. That was Alone's glove. Ash's voice bore a weightiness, sensing the unmasked sorrow and anguish emanating from Lucario. Dawn surveyed the surroundings, her gaze landing beside the shattered crystal, where a flower of time, more translucent than any before, blossomed quietly. Its petals displayed a semi-transparent milky hue, seemingly composed of countless tiny specks of light, pulsating with a faint yet discernible sense of age, as if breathing, each flicker akin to the heartbeat of time. Lucario. It's the flower of time, Dawn exclaimed, attempting to draw Lucario's attention away from its sorrow back to reality. Lucario jolted awake, swiftly retracting its hand and carefully placing the glove beside it, its crimson eyes now fixed on the flower of time, where pain still lingered but was overshadowed by determination. It realized that finding the flower of time might unravel the enigmas of the past millennium, and it yearned to uncover what alone had ultimately done to alter the despairing war of yore. Cautiously, it approached the flower, extending its claws, as its aura coalesced, preparing to invoke the flower's memories from 1,000 years ago once more. However, the moment its aura made contact with the petals, the nearby shattered crystal erupted in a blinding blue light. The illumination surged forth, no longer feeble, but a brilliant explosion, too intense to behold. The entire core space quaked, the massive roots emitting a deep rumble, while the luminescent fungi above flickered wildly, alternating between brightness and darkness. Green life energy entwined with the blue aura, forming a colossal and tempestuous vortex that enveloped Ash, Dawn, and Lucario entirely. What is happening? Ash shouted, feeling an irresistible force pulling at him, his body uncontrollably drawn toward the eye of the vortex. Dawn clung tightly to Piplup, sensing the surroundings warp and blur, as if cast into a boiling cauldron of time. She caught a fleeting glimpse of an ancient battlefield, chaos and flames, along with a youthful alone whose eyes reflected resignation and resolve. Lucario, meanwhile, sensed a torrent of aura flowing counter to the river of time, a power so formidable that escape seemed futile. Its aura barrier appeared pitifully fragile against this onslaught, its body firmly ensnared by an overwhelming pull. At that moment, a white phantom shot forth from the shadows behind Dawn, like an arrow released from a bow. It was the true Zoroark. It emitted an anxious and furious roar, carrying the lament of a millennium's worth of vengeful spirits, desperately attempting to grasp Dawn's arm with its phantasmal claws, striving to pull her from the torrent of time. Its spectral form quivered violently in the light, as if on the verge of shattering. Almost simultaneously, the illusion masquerading as Zoroark revealed its true form, letting out a shrill cry, its pink paws frantically pointing at the shattered crystal, seemingly warning of danger. This was spiraling out of control. Yet, it too found itself helpless, caught in the energy vortex, displaying a newfound urgency in its mischievous gaze. Zoroark's phantom claws pierced through the light, but could not contend with the all-consuming might of time. It exerted every ounce of strength, the tips of its fingers mere moments away from Dawn's, and for a fleeting instant, she felt the chilling touch of its phantom. Yet ultimately, that force inexorably drew her deeper into the vortex. Zoroark let out a roar of discontent, the sound reverberating through the cavern, laden with agony and despair. The dazzling blue and green light swallowed them whole, the vortex spinning furiously, and then, silence enveloped everything. In the core of the world's origin tree, only the shattered crystal and the barren ground remained, alongside a panting Zoroark, who let out a desperate howl toward the direction where the vortex had vanished, its phantom flickering ominously, as if on the brink of dissipating. Another figure, perplexed yet curious, scratched its head while gazing at the silent core. It was the illusion of Mew, seemingly pondering this sudden turn of events. Who had intervened? Chapter 78. Time reversed, back to 1,000 years ago. The brilliant blue and green light completely engulfed Ash, Dawn, and Lucario. They felt their bodies being torn and stretched by an irresistible force, as if every cell was undergoing the distortion of time and space. The surrounding colors lost their clarity, transforming into a myriad of lights, racing by like the trails of comets. Accompanied by the sharp sound of wind and the thunderous cracking of space, their consciousness becoming muddled and fragmented amidst the chaos. The very concepts of time and space shattered in that instant, leaving them akin to a solitary vessel adrift in the void, helplessly swept toward an unknown abyss. This torment endured for an indeterminate duration, perhaps a fleeting moment, or an eternity. Suddenly, all the clamor, light, and sensation of being torn apart ceased abruptly. Thud! With a dull thump, Ash plummeted from the air, crashing onto a hard, scorching patch of sand, kicking up a cloud of choking dust. Stars danced before his eyes, and he coughed violently, struggling to sit up. Just then, another soft weight landed atop him with a startled exclamation of awe. Dawn, are you all right? Ash managed to lift his head, discovering Dawn awkwardly sprawled over him, clutching Piplup tightly. Their faces were mere inches apart, and he could distinctly feel the urgency in her breath. I'm fine, what about you? Dawn quickly pushed herself up, leveraging herself off him with a calm and practiced motion, showing no trace of the usual girlhood embarrassment. Given the extraordinary circumstances, she had no time to feign innocence. After verifying Ash was not visibly injured, she gently placed Piplup on the ground, instructing it to remain alert. A glance at her waist confirmed that her pokeballs were intact, and she sighed in relief, thankful that this time she and T arrived with nothing but her pajamas. Though Zoroark had not followed, she still possessed the means to protect herself. Pikachu had landed before them, rolling twice upon impact before quickly leaping onto Ash's shoulder. Anxiously squeaking, "Pika! Pika!" its ears swiveling with vigilance. Charmander had fared better, aided by Froakie's bubbles for a soft landing, and after stumbling to its feet, it emitted a low, anxious murmur at the oppressive surroundings. Lucario landed with the utmost grace, though the turbulence of its aura was undeniable. "Indeed, we have traversed through time," Dawn murmured to herself, her expression serious, yet her eyes betrayed no hint of panic. She swiftly recalled her experiences in the Lavis region, a realm equally ancient and perilous, which enabled her to adapt to the present circumstances with remarkable alacrity. The energy fluctuations here were chaotic, steeped in a palpable sense of martial fervor and despair. She extended her hand, attuning herself to the energy that permeated the air. "It feels as though we have returned to the past," Xiaowang whispered Ash, his aura resonating intensely with Lucario's, an echo of familiar sorrow and urgency surging within him like a tidal wave. However, Lucario's gaze was fixed entirely ahead. There stood a tall, solitary figure, clad in archaic attire, hastening yet resolutely advancing towards the innermost sanctum of the world tree. Perched upon his shoulder was a Pokémon strikingly reminiscent of Mew, yet its luminescence appeared feeble, the flowing energy intermittent, and its form seemingly translucent. Following Lucario's gaze, Ash instantly recognized the familiar attire of the individual he had previously embodied, the Aura Guardian, Yalan. "Lord Yalan," Lucario exclaimed, its voice brimming with centuries of suppressed excitement, confusion, and profound longing. The anguish sealed within its staff, the resentment born of betrayal, and the yearning for the truth about its master surged forth like a deluge. Unrestrained by any other considerations, it dashed forward like a bolt of blue lightning, driven solely by the desire to pursue that figure. "Lucario, wait!" Ash cried out, and alongside Xiaowang, they exerted every ounce of strength to follow. They understood they had traversed back to the moment that would determine the fate of the Cameron Kingdom. The very instant before the valiant Yalan made his monumental sacrifice. They navigated through a scorched landscape ravaged by war, where once lush forests lay in ruins, reduced to charred stumps and smoldering debris. Fallen boulders and gaping fissures marred the ground. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, mingling with the bittersweet aroma of ashes and decay, intertwined with the pungent odor of rotting vegetation. The wails of Pokémon and the cries of humans coalesced in the distance into a symphony of despair. The world tree still stood tall, yet its vibrant vitality had vanished, replaced by a palpable aura of decay. Many crystalline canopies had turned brittle and darkened, and the massive crystalline root system had lost its luster, as if eroded by the passage of 1,000 years. The air was suffused with a noxious burnt scent and the stench of sulfur, remnants of the ravages of war. Yalan seemed oblivious to it all, impervious to Lucario's calls, resembling a moving statue, his eyes fixated solely on a singular purpose. With no other option, Ash and the others continued their pursuit. To their astonishment, it seemed that due to the anomalies surrounding the world tree, the three divine pillars that had once impeded them in the future did not manifest. Eventually, they caught up with Yalan in the core area of the world tree. Here, colossal crystalline veins intertwined to form a natural altar, at the center of which a massive crystal core pulsated with a faint glow, its light flickering ominously, signaling the world tree's desperate struggle for survival. The surrounding crystalline walls were riddled with cracks, some areas even beginning to peel away, revealing the desiccated fibers within. Yalan stood with his back to them, while Mew curled in agony before him, desperately channeling its waning psychic energy in an attempt to restore the ailing world tree. Yet with each effort, its form grew increasingly transparent, its strength diminishing further. Yalan's voice was hoarse and laden with despair as he lamented, "I am sorry. I have come too late. I could not prevent this war. Has the world tree finally succumbed?" His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. He finally turned, and upon seeing Ash, Xiaowang, and Lucario suddenly materialize, the seasoned warrior's eyes flickered with disbelief and caution. "Who are you? How could you evade my senses?" Yalan's staff was gripped firmly, for he had never encountered another living being here besides Mew. "Lord Yalan," It is I, Lucario. Lucario stepped forward, its aura radiating with intense waves, a tumultuous blend of longing, resentment, and understanding born from years of separation, surging forth to penetrate Yalin's very soul. Chapter 79, Altering the Past. In Yalin's eyes, incredulity morphed into an unspeakable complexity of emotions. He recognized his aura companion, the loyal shadow he had sealed away with his own hands. He could not comprehend why Lucario had appeared here, nor what it all signified. Faced with Yalin's stunned silence, Lucario had rehearsed countless queries on their journey regarding why Yalin had chosen to seal him. Yet, upon witnessing that weakened figure, all feelings of anger, sorrow, and pain seemed to dissipate into the ether. All words coalesced into a singular statement. I have arrived, Lord Yalin. Ash gasped for breath. Hastening to explain, Mr. Yalin, we have traveled from the future. Although we are still uncertain of your intentions to save this world, please, allow us to contribute our efforts. Yalin's expression was etched with shock, his hand trembling slightly around the staff. Yet, the sincerity that transcended time in Ash's eyes, coupled with a purity of aura he had never before witnessed, gradually eased his wariness. He gazed at the staff, utterly convinced that the Lucario before him was indeed his partner, while the Lucario he had sealed remained imprisoned within the staff. This illogical circumstance now bore only one explanation. They truly hailed from the future. If you claim to come from the future, can you tell me if I truly ended the war? Yes, Mr. Yalin, Xiaowang interjected, knowing it was her moment to respond. For both Ash and Lucario were too emotionally charged to squander time in discussion. She could distinctly sense the world tree's frailty. If not rescued promptly, it would soon wither beyond salvation. As the lifeblood of the world tree's demise was a prospect Xiaowang dared not contemplate. Everything you have protected remains intact. The kingdom still stands, and your deeds to save it are still spoken of. Is that so? Upon receiving this affirmation, Yalin turned his gaze towards the suffering Mew and the flickering crystal core, resolve igniting within his eyes once more. Then I know what must be done. His words echoed in the air. Ash and Lucario felt a jolt of realization. Although Yalin had yet to articulate his specific course of action, the relics they had glimpsed from the future hinted that he might very well sacrifice himself here. No, Yalin. Ash stepped forward without hesitation, unleashing his aura with unrestrained intensity. From their journey in the future, he had learned that while sacrifice was noble, if an alternative existed, it was hope. You need not bear this burden alone. We possess aura power too, and we can assist you. Lucario's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, as centuries of misunderstanding vanished in an instant. It finally grasped the magnitude of Yalin's sacrifice and the pain of betrayal, transforming that anguish into profound respect and pride. In this moment, it would no longer be a mere observer, nor the powerless Pokémon sealed by its master. Lord Yalin, please allow me to fight alongside you. Lucario stated resolutely as it approached Yalin. Its aura resonated with Ash's and Yalin's, forging a remarkable harmony that transcended species and time, a pure bond of trust and devotion. Although Xiaowang lacked aura powers, she clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. She understood the significance of the events unfolding before her. Yalin, Ash, Lucario, please. You must succeed, she urged. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of hope from the future. Yalin gazed at the two strangers from the future and his reclaimed loyal companion, a maelstrom of emotions swirling within him. He sealed Lucario out of fear that his own power might falter and inadvertently bring harm to it. Thus, he chose to confront everything alone. He had never imagined that such a fortuitous turn of events would arise in this moment of despair. He understood that this might be a pivotal juncture in history, or perhaps a fruitless endeavor, yet he felt an unprecedented surge of strength and hope, a warmth that alleviated his solitude. Very well, let us unite. The power of aura endures in my heart. Yalin inhaled deeply, raising the resplendent staff in his hand as the azure aura erupted from within him, leaping and dancing around his form. The power of aura endures in my heart. Ash extended his hands, closed his eyes, and emulated Yalin, guiding forth all the aura within him without reservation. In that moment, Ash experienced an entirely new sensation. Previously, the use of aura had been an inexplicable and wondrous energy, but now it transformed into a warm and potent life force, gushing forth like a flowing spring from his palms. Lucario placed its paws on Yalin and Ash's arms, unleashing the pure and formidable aura it had accumulated over centuries, joining the torrent of energy. Three distinct, yet resonant auras converged, forming a dazzling beam of light that cascaded like a divine waterfall, directly infusing the core of the Tree of Origins. The once flickering crystal nucleus began to shimmer vibrantly, Visibly rejuvenated by the nourishment of the three auras, its brilliance intensifying like a heart regaining its rhythmic pulse. The Tree of Origins emitted an unprecedented hum, a resonant and ancient melody. The withered branches and leaves swiftly revived in the radiant glow, the crystalline structure gleaming anew, fissures mending as new veins began to sprout. Even the nearby Mew regained vitality, its joyous cries echoing as it solidified and gleamed, joyfully fluttering around the Tree of Origins and unleashing its formidable healing abilities, hastening the tree's revival. As the flow of aura subsided and the blinding light gradually dimmed, Ash sank weakly to the ground. Yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy and a sense of accomplishment. He knew he had succeeded, for neither Yalan nor Lucario had dissipated as the barrage had foretold. Lucario, panting yet filled with deep respect and pride, gazed at Yalan, embodying a tranquility that came from fulfilling its mission. Yalan, contrary to the historical accounts that spoke of his dissolution upon exhausting all his aura, stood firm, albeit pale and fatigued, supported by the shared burden of Ash and Lucario. He looked at his hands and then at the revitalized Tree of Origins, his eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief at his survival. I am still alive," he murmured, his voice trembling. The Tree of Origins, restored, radiated an unprecedented vitality. Its life force spread throughout the kingdom, as if an invisible power was sweeping away the smoke of battle. A miracle occurred. The once bloodthirsty soldiers and battling Pokémon gradually slowed, their eyes clearing under the influence of the Tree of Origins' overwhelming life energy. They seemed to sense a higher will transcending personal grievances, a call to cease the senseless conflict. The Pokémon on the battlefield halted their assaults, emitting soft cries as they relinquished their fights. The human soldiers likewise laid down their weapons, exchanging glances devoid of hatred, only reverence for the revival of life. Thus, a war that had persisted for centuries came to an end in that moment. Ash and his companions approached the Tree of Origins, witnessing the world returning to normalcy, smiles gracing their faces. This was the world he had always known. At that moment, the now revitalized Mew approached Ash and his companions, preparing to playfully tease them from behind. Yet, they suddenly radiated a dazzling light. "Are we to return?" Sensing the anomaly, Ash and Dawn exchanged glances, recognizing this sensation, a familiar feeling from their previous journey, albeit far gentler this time. However, they quickly noticed that Lucario was not enveloped in the luminous glow. "I believe I need not return," Lucario said, looking at its hands with a smile. "Ash, please convey my farewells to everyone." "What on earth? This sounds like a farewell of life and death," Ash remarked, observing Lucario's demeanor. Lucario stepped forward, placing a paw on Ash's shoulder. "Though I can no longer guide you in your aura training, remember the sensation of releasing aura at the Tree of Origins. I believe you will master it completely." "Indeed, Ash. Although our time together was brief, I have faith that with your pure aura, you will traverse the path of aura farther than Lucario and I ever could. Then I shall take your kind words to heart, Mr. Yalan." In that instant, Ash felt a sense of relief. There is no banquet in the world that does not eventually disperse. Moreover, Lucario had returned to Yalan's side, bridging the millennia of regret. What more could he be troubled by? At that moment, Ash and Dawn's figures transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing before Yalan and Lucario. Yalan gazed at the spot where Ash had disappeared, his face alight with hope for the future. In that young man, he discerned an unprecedented strength. Perhaps, in time, this boy would forge his own legend. Truthfully, he was quite eager to witness it. "Well then, since all has concluded satisfactorily, we too should return, Lucario." "Indeed, Lord Yalan." Chapter 80. Changing the past is also part of history. As the white light dissipated, Ash and Dawn reappeared at the core of the Tree of Origins. Ash surveyed his surroundings, almost convinced he had not truly returned, as everything appeared identical to before his departure. "The gloves are still here." Dawn was the first to notice. Walking over to the familiar gloves, Ash picked them up, fully assured that these were Yalan's gloves, their familiar aura unmistakable. Could it be that the past had not changed? A heaviness settled in Ash's heart. Suddenly, a wailing cry echoed, startling Dawn as a white figure lunged toward her, nearly toppling her. "Zoroark." Dawn quickly steadied herself, embracing the Zoroark that had pounced into her arms. The Zoroark nuzzled against her, emitting a low whimper, its eyes glistening with tears. It had remained here, waiting for her safe return, and now its pinned-up worries were finally released. I'm sorry for making you worry," Dawn gently reassured, stroking Zoroark's fur. "I'm fine. I'm back." Piplup hopped over to Zoroark, patting it with its little flipper, as if to say, "I took good care of Dawn." Zoroark glanced at Piplup, surprisingly not disdainful, but rather acknowledging. Ash watched this scene without interruption. Indeed, Dawn had her own Zoroark. That dreamlike apparition had not materialized from thin air. He had been utterly unaware of its presence before, suggesting that its ability to conceal its aura was remarkable. After all, even Lucario had not sensed it. Or perhaps it had detected Lucario and chose to remain silent. It was likely sent by Zoroark's family to protect her. Suddenly, Ash recalled hearing Dawn's name from Professor Oak. She was a candidate for the EV project in the Sinnoh region. What a coincidence! To encounter two candidates for the EV project upon his return. However, Ash chose not to approach Dawn about it, knowing that Zoroark meant more to her than mere companionship. It was akin to family. They deserved their space. Mew. A familiar call resonated from above. Mew joyfully swooped down, circling around Ash a few times, clearly recognizing him. Mew. It seems you recognize me. As Ash beheld the ethereal Mew gracefully alight upon his palm, affectionately nuzzling his fingers, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, transporting his thoughts back to a summer camp night several years prior. Mew nodded before fluttering over to Dawn, who was curiously tending to a distressed Zoroark. Dawn lifted her gaze and greeted Mew with a warm smile. Hello, Mew. The creature tilted its head and gently tapped her crown, seemingly expressing gratitude. Then we should make our exit, Ash remarked, his gaze fixed on the gloves in his grasp, his heart weighed down by an overwhelming sense of gravity. Nevertheless, he turned towards Mew, aware that Brock and Misty must be waiting anxiously outside. Although Ash was beset by inner turmoil, the foremost priority was to honor the promise made to Misty and Brock, ensuring their safety. Mew nodded and soared ahead, gesturing for them to follow. Under Mew's guidance, they traversed the passageway through which they had come. This time, the three guardian pillars of the world tree did not impede their progress. Soon, they were greeted by the radiant light of the exit. As they stepped out into the sunlight, warmth enveloped their faces. Ash, Dawn, a familiar voice rang out. Misty and Brock approached briskly. Are you both all right? Thank goodness. Misty exclaimed, visibly relieved. We thought we might have to wait for Lucario. Apologies for the concern. Lucario likely remained in the past, Ash replied, scratching his head, momentarily at a loss for words. They had indeed altered the past, yet remnants of Alan's legacy lingered. His thoughts felt tangled. Did something happen? Brock inquired, noting the unusual expressions on Ash's and Dawn's faces. You were inside for quite some time. Is that so? Ash paused, reflecting. We merely sensed a different passage of time. A gentle voice interjected, and they turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a white robe standing not far from them. He exuded an air of refinement, his demeanor calm, with an ancient sword elegantly sheathed at his waist. You are Brock, he said, stepping forward cautiously, having not sensed another's presence until now. Nice to meet you. The man replied with a slight bow. I am Ashu, a descendant of the Wave Guardian Alan. Alan's descendant? Ash's eyes widened in disbelief. Had they truly altered history? Indeed. Ashu affirmed with a smile. I have come today at the behest of my ancestor for two purposes. Firstly, to escort these two friends safely out of the world tree's ceiling bounds. He gestured to Brock and Misty. I apologize for the delay you've endured. So it was you who brought us out, Misty realized, her eyes lighting up. No wonder we were suddenly outside. Secondly, Ashu's gaze shifted to Ash. A flicker of respect in his eyes. I am here to await a certain boy and present him with my ancestor's legacy. Legacy? Ash inquired, puzzled. Ashu produced an exquisite wooden box from within his robes, offering it with both hands. This contains the wave guide notes penned by Lord Alan himself, along with a token of his. He continued, he instructed that if a boy with a pure wave should ever appear, these items must be entrusted to him. Ash gingerly accepted the box, carefully lifting the lid. Inside lay a substantial tome and a blue crystal. The cover of the tome bore the elegant inscription, The Book of Wave. Upon opening the first page, he found the script neat and forceful. Should those of the future encounter this tome, they are destined to be connected with the wave, it read. The power of the wave stems from life and returns to peace. It is not a weapon, but a bridge connecting souls. I have chronicled my life's learnings within these pages, hoping to aid those fated to walk the path of guardianship. Ash's hand trembled slightly. This was indeed Alan's own record of insights, crafted after saving the world tree and ending the war. He had genuinely altered Alan's fate. This is too precious, Ash murmured, looking up at Ashu. It is the wish of my ancestor, Ashu replied gently. And you are the one he awaited, are you not? Alan. What became of him? Ash hesitated, concern lacing his tone. Ashu's expression grew complex. I must share a secret with you. After saving the world tree, for reasons unknown, my ancestor chose to feign death and live in seclusion for the remainder of his days. Feign death? Misty gasped. Yes, Ashu nodded, though he did not disclose his reasons. He indeed spent his final years quietly alongside Lucario. So the historical records are misleading? Brock furrowed his brow. Yes, Ashu explained. It was a royal decree. They believed it better for the truth to remain concealed rather than subject it to speculation and controversy. Thus, the legend was allowed to flourish in the most beautiful manner. Exchanging glances, Ash and Dawn realized that their journey had not fundamentally altered the historical narrative, at least not in the eyes of the populace. For Alan remained the hero who sacrificed himself. Yet in reality, they had salvaged Alan, allowing him to enjoy a tranquil life alongside Lucario. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Dawn mused softly, as it minimizes historical upheaval. Or perhaps history remains unchanged, and our journey is but a thread woven into the tapestry of time, Ashu remarked. Watching Ash thoughtfully, my ancestor noted that the boy from the future altered his destiny, yet he wished for this to remain unknown to the world. For what truly matters is not who is remembered, but the continuity of peace and the legacy of the wave. Ash grasped the wooden box tightly, his throat tightening with emotion. This was Alan, even in the twilight of his life, contemplating the well-being of others, seeking no fame, but rather the preservation of peace. What about this glove? Ash suddenly recalled, still in his possession. It belonged to my ancestor, Ashu disclosed. I understand now. Ash inhaled deeply. Thank you, Ashu. Please also convey my gratitude to Lord Alan. My ancestor has long since departed, Ashu smiled. But I believe his will shall continue through you. Brock's attention shifted to the other item within the box. What about the crystal? This is the crystallization of the world tree, Ashu elucidated, containing the pure essence of wave energy. My ancestor believed it would assist the fated in better understanding and utilizing the wave. As Ash held the crystal, a warm energy coursed through him. At that moment, he envisioned Alan and Lucario, secluded in a tranquil place, living a peaceful and joyous existence. They must have been very happy, Ash whispered. Indeed, Ashu affirmed. The records of my ancestor overflow with tranquility and fulfillment. He regarded those years as the happiest of his life. Dawn gazed down at Zoroark nestled in her arms, gently stroking its fur. She comprehended Alan's choice. Sometimes, concealing the truth is not deception, but a means of safeguarding something far more significant, much like her own concealed experiences. Thus, my mission is complete, Ashu smiled. Taking a step back, should you find yourselves with time, you are always welcome to visit the kingdom of Oludrin. Though the world may be unaware of the truth, my family shall forever remember my ancestors' choice and will always welcome the wave's emissaries. With that, he bowed respectfully to them before turning to depart. As Ashu's figure faded into the woods, the group emerged from the solemn atmosphere, reflecting on the revelations. So that is how it is, Misty mused. Alan chose freedom over glory. That is a form of guardianship, Brock added, protecting the life he desired and the bond with Lucario. I think that's wonderful, Ash remarked, gazing at the wooden box in his hands. At the very least, he and Lucario had lived a life without regrets, mending the 1,000 years of solitude that Lucario endured. Indeed, Dawn smiled. This is true fulfillment. Mew transformed into a Pikachu and nestled on Ash's shoulder, gently patting his face with its tiny paws, as if to say, "You did well." Chapter 81. The Birth of Riolu, another being destined to reign. Where to next? Misty inquired, breaking the momentary silence. Back to the kingdom, Ash replied. Ash held the glove with a serious expression, determined to reveal the truth to Her Majesty the Queen. Are you certain? Brock inquired, concern etching his features. For this matter bore great significance to the kingdom's legends. Precisely for that reason, she ought to be informed, Ash resolutely replied. Lucario has chosen to remain in the past. However, Her Majesty has the right to know the truth. Dawn remained silent, cradling Piplup and quietly trailing behind Ash. Simultaneously, Zoroark no longer concealed itself, standing guard beside Dawn. Dawn, Misty approached her, lowering her voice. Your Zoroark is the form from the Hoenn region, isn't it? Dawn paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, it was a gift from my family. She understood that, as a novice trainer, possessing such a rare Pokémon was indeed peculiar. However, to confess that she had traversed Hoenn and captured Zoroark there felt even more bizarre. Continuous instances of time travel. Who would believe it? Dawn herself found it hard to accept. She even questioned whether an exalted being had bestowed some peculiar trait upon her, making time travel seem so effortless. How extraordinary, Misty remarked enviously. And it appears you share a close bond. Although Hoenn's Zoroark was not a water-type Pokémon, its striking appearance was certainly appealing to the fairer sex. Huh, that's because it has been by my side since childhood. Dawn tenderly stroked Zoroark's fur, warmth radiating from her eyes. Misty nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at her Pokeball. Recognizing that the connection between Dawn and Zoroark mirrored her own bond with Gyarados. Having traversed the path, they returned to the kingdom of Oralidron. The palace remained magnificent. Yet Ash felt a profound sense of nostalgia as he gazed upon the murals and sculptures that chronicled the sacrifice of the Aura hero, Alan. Queen Eileen received them in the audience chamber. This young queen was gentle yet wise. As Ash began to recount their experiences at the Tree of Beginning, she listened intently, refraining from interruption. Thus, Lucario ultimately chose to remain in the past, spending its remaining days with Mr. Allen, Ash concluded, presenting a wooden box containing Alan's relic. The queen accepted the box and gently caressed its lid, falling into a prolonged silence. So it is, her voice trembled slightly. My ancestor, Lord Allen, did not sacrifice himself but chose to live in seclusion. And Lucario has finally returned to his side. Indeed, Your Majesty, Ash nodded. The queen rose and walked to the window, gazing towards the Tree of Beginning. That queen from centuries past, my ancestor, chose to let this legend be passed down in the form of sacrifice. She turned, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Since it was a decision made by a former queen, I too shall choose to honor it. Let the tale of the Aura hero Alan's sacrifice to save the kingdom endure. Your Majesty, Misty interjected, somewhat taken aback. This is not deception, but guardianship. The queen's voice was soft yet powerful, safeguarding the peaceful life that Alan desired, preserving the timeless bond, as well as the people's faith in heroes. Some truths are perhaps better passed down through those in the know rather than declared to the masses. Ash bowed deeply. I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is I who should express my gratitude to you for revealing the truth, the queen replied, returning the wooden box to Ash. This was left for you by Lord Allen. Please cherish it. You have accomplished something remarkable, rectifying the regrets of history, even if the world remains unaware. By the way, the queen seemed to recall something. What has become of the Riolu egg? I was just about to ask you, Ash responded. May I see it? Of course. The queen smiled. In fact, I have been ensuring it receives careful attention these past few days. Follow me. The queen led them to a warm room deep within the palace. The chamber was comfortably arranged, with a delicate incubator resting on a soft mat. The Riolu egg quietly nestled within, surrounded by a gentle glow. I have instructed the castle's caretakers to check on it daily, the queen explained. While there have been no abnormalities, there have been no signs of hatching either. Ash approached the incubator, peering through the transparent cover at the egg. Compared to when he last saw it, the shell's patterns seemed to have grown more distinct. May I give it a try? Ash asked, looking at the queen. Please do. She nodded. Ash carefully opened the incubator and gently lifted the egg. A warm sensation radiated from his palms as the egg trembled slightly in his embrace. I can feel it waiting. Ash closed his eyes, attuning himself to the faint yet clear life force emanating from within the egg. It was a longing, a beckoning. It awaited the resonance of aura. Opening his eyes, Ash gazed at the queen. Your Majesty, may I attempt something here? Certainly. She gestured for the attendants to withdraw, leaving only Ash, his companions, and herself. Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder, while Mew, still disguised as Pikachu, curiously hovered nearby. Dawn, cradling Piplup, stood to the side. And for once, Piplup was wide awake, attentively watching. Come forth, Riolu. Ash placed his hands upon the eggshell, inhaling deeply. Rather than forcefully channeling his aura as he had before, he allowed it to flow naturally, embracing the egg gently like a soothing spring. A cerulean light gradually emanated from his hands, enveloping the egg like gossamer. This was not a violent surge of energy but a warm, life-filled resonance. In that moment, Ash felt an unmistakable connection between his consciousness and the life within the egg. He perceived a small figure curled within the shell, waiting for something. I am here, Ash softly conveyed in his heart. I will protect you and grow alongside you. Suddenly, the egg began to tremble violently. Ash, look, Misty exclaimed. Cracks began to form on the eggshell, radiating from the top. A soft white light seeped through the fissures, growing increasingly bright. Crack! The first piece of the shell fell away. Crack, crack! More fragments of the shell broke off, and the brilliance became ever more dazzling. Everyone held their breath. When the final piece of the shell fell away, the light reached its zenith before swiftly retracting. A small figure emerged before them. It was a Riolu. Slightly smaller than the average Riolu, its fur still damp, its blue-black body shimmering with health under the light. The protrusions on its chest and hands were still quite tender. Yet its future form was already discernible. Riolu slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of clear red orbs, pure and untainted. The first person it saw was Ash. Riolu. It tilted its head and tentatively called out in a youthful voice. Recognizing the familiar aura from Ash, he momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure, offering a warm smile. Hello, Riolu. Welcome to this world. As if confirming something, Riolu's eyes brightened, and it wobbled to its feet. Its legs were unsteady. It nearly toppled over on its first step, but Ash swiftly caught it. No need to rush. Take your time, Ash gently reassured, cradling Riolu close. Riolu nuzzled against him, emitting a satisfied coo. It then raised a small paw to lightly touch Ash's face, seemingly affirming his presence. Pikachu leaned in, rubbing its face against Riolu. Curious. Riolu reached out to touch Pikachu's ears. Mew transformed back into its original form, flitting around Riolu. Startled, Riolu clutched Ash's clothing tightly, but soon realized there was no malice, and curiously extended its paw, attempting to grasp Mew. Riolu, Riolu, it exclaimed, excitement brimming in its eyes, filled with wonder for the world around it. It appears it has taken quite a liking to you, the queen remarked with a smile. This too is fate. Dawn approached, kneeling beside Ash, gazing at Riolu in his arms. Hello, Riolu. My name is Dawn. Riolu turned its gaze to Dawn, then noticed Piplup in her embrace. Two Pokémon gazed at each other for a brief moment before Pachima gently tapped Riolu's head with its hand, chirping joyfully. Riolu responded with a happy call, exuding pure vitality. Brock chuckled, having just utilized the analyzer eye to assess Riolu's condition. Although slightly smaller than a typical Riolu, it was in excellent health, and the evaluation perfectly aligned with Ash's Pokémon. Evaluation: a Riolu, albeit smaller than its peers, possesses an extraordinarily pure aura and an innate sensitivity to waves that far exceeds its kin, destined to rise to the pinnacle of the world. Ash, cradling Riolu in his arms, retrieved the blue crystal left by Alan. He noticed that the crystal flickered at the moment of Riolu's hatching. Is Lucario blessing us? Ash murmured. Riolu seemed to sense something as it wriggled free from Ash's embrace, landing securely on the ground and approaching the crystal at Ash's waist. Its tiny paws gently touched the crystal, and a blue light flowed between the Pokémon and its trainer. In that instant, Ash felt again the resonance that transcended time and space, as if Lucario from a millennium ago was conveying blessings and expectations through this crystal. Tears shimmered in Riolu's eyes. Although still young, it seemed to instinctively understand something profound. Riolu, Ash crouched to meet its gaze. Are you willing to journey with me? I will protect you and help you grow stronger. Without hesitation, Riolu leapt into Ash's embrace, wrapping its tiny paws around his neck. The answer was abundantly clear. To this trainer, whom it met for the first time, Riolu had already come to regard Ash's family. A smile graced Ash's face as he tenderly held the newly hatched creature. From this day forth, we are partners. Riolu squealed with excitement, wriggling in Ash's arms. The queen observed this heartwarming scene, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. It seemed she had found the best trainer for Riolu. Ash, please take good care of it. I will, Your Majesty, Ash replied earnestly. Then let us rest at the palace tonight, the queen said. I shall prepare a bountiful feast for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. After a hearty meal, Ash returned to his room, watching as Pikachu and Eevee frolicked with Riolu, and as Mew frightened them with its eerie form. Sitting on his bed, Ash pulled out the book on Aura and opened the chapter detailing the nurturing of Aura Pokémon. Riolu was born with the power of Aura, but it required proper guidance. Training should never be forced. It must align with their nature and allow for learning through play. Aura Pokémon are exceedingly sensitive to their trainer's emotions and require a profound trust to flourish. Ash read each word with diligence, committing the key points to memory. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow upon this cozy night. In the distance, the tree of beginnings sparkled with gentle luminescence. The ripples of time and space had settled, yet the bond that spanned millennia continued through this new life. Ash gazed at the crystal hanging from his neck and the aura book in his hand, a determined smile gracing his lips. Mr. Alan, Lucario, he silently vowed. I will diligently train in the power of Aura to protect all that I cherish. This is my promise. The power of Aura shall forever reside in my heart. Chapter 82, Dr. Jinhui and the Giant Dragonite, returning to Kanto. The following morning, the sunlight in the kingdom of Oraldrang was particularly warm. Ash and his companions bid farewell to the queen in the palace courtyard. Riolu stood beside Ash, brimming with energy and curiously surveying its surroundings. Thank you for your hospitality. Your Majesty, Ash bowed once more. I should be the one thanking you, the queen replied gently. You have not only brought back the truth, but also mended the historical regrets. Though this truth may never be known to the world, we shall guard it through the generations. She glanced at the blue crystal on Ash's chest, hoping that Lord Alan's will would be carried forth through him. I will not disappoint this expectation, Ash affirmed with a clenched fist. Riolu echoed a call, sensing the solemn atmosphere, even if it did not fully comprehend the significance. The queen smiled, kneeling to gently stroke Riolu's head. "Do grow alongside Ash, little one." Riolu nuzzled against the queen's hand in delight. Just then, a servant hurriedly approached. "Your Majesty, a researcher seeks an audience. He wishes to consult the kingdom's ancient texts." "A researcher?" The queen frowned slightly. "Yes, he claims to be Dr. Jinhui, having traveled from Kanto to investigate ancient Pokémon." "Dr. Jinhui?" Ash exclaimed in surprise. He had encountered him at Professor Oak's. Being impressed by the young man's ability to converse with Oak so eloquently, the queen turned to Ash. "Do you know him?" "Yes, he is a remarkable Pokémon researcher." Ash nodded, surprised to see him here. Giant Pokémon. The queen had initially planned to dismiss the visitor, but upon hearing Ash's recognition, she ultimately nodded. "Indeed. Our kingdom's ancient texts contain some relevant records. Let him in." Moments later, a young man strode into the courtyard. He appeared to be in his 20s, wearing a casual research outfit, and his tousled brown hair indicated he had been on a long journey. However, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Rather than the serious demeanor typical of researchers, he resembled a spirited adventurer. "Ash, is that you?" Dr. Jinhui exclaimed, spotting Ash and striding over with a bright smile. "I just heard that a new aura messenger has emerged, and I wondered if it might be you." "What a coincidence." "Dr. Jinhui, what brings you here? How did you know it would be me?" Ash felt a mix of surprise and curiosity at the encounter. "That's because when Professor Sakuragi informed Professor Oak, I happened to be at the lab and overheard." Dr. Jinhui replied cheerfully, then grew serious as he approached the queen. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon," he bowed. "I am Dr. Jinhui, a Pokémon researcher from Kanto. I am currently studying the phenomenon of giant Pokémon and heard that your kingdom's ancient texts contain many accounts of ancient Pokémon, so I came to consult them." "I have heard of you," the queen nodded. "Legends of giant Pokémon indeed exist within our records. However, Dr. Jinhui, since you know Ash, why not let him assist you? It may prove beneficial to your research." Although the queen could not publicly disclose Ash's exploits, she hoped that this upright young man, who had become a doctor at such a young age, would later provide Ash with some support. "Oh." Dr. Jinhui looked curiously at Ash. Surprised that the conversation had turned back to him, Ash scratched his head in embarrassment. "Actually, I just returned from the Tree of Beginning." "The Tree of Beginning?" Dr. Jinhui's eyes lit up. "A few days ago, my instruments detected a strong aura reaction there. Did you cause that?" "Ah, yes, a lot happened," Ash admitted. Dr. Jinhui's gaze fell upon Riolu beside Ash, his eyes sparkling even brighter. "This is a newly hatched Riolu, and the aura it emits. What have you been through, Ash?" "This matter is somewhat complex, and I'm not sure how to explain it to you," Ash replied. "That's fantastic." Dr. Jinhui exclaimed excitedly. "I happen to have many questions. By the way, I rode here on a giant Dragonite." "Yes, the legendary giant Dragonite. Are you all returning to Kanto? We could travel together and discuss along the way." The mention of a giant Dragonite left everyone astonished. They had not imagined that Dragonite could exist in such a colossal form. "Indeed," Dr. Jinhui continued. "I inadvertently detected its presence while conducting research at the Lighthouse Institute." Jinhui elaborated that it seemed the enormous Dragonite could not find its way home, which was precisely why he had come here to gather information. He wished to delve deeper into the history of this magnificent creature and see if he could assist it in reuniting with its home. The queen smiled and said she would have someone compile the relevant literature for him. In the palace library, Ash briefly recounted his incredible experiences to Jinhui. From encountering Lucario at the Tree of Beginning, traveling through time back a millennium, to standing shoulder to shoulder with Alan in saving the Tree of Beginning, ultimately inheriting Alan's legacy. Naturally, Ash omitted the part about Alan's feigned death during his narration. Jinhui listened intently, occasionally jotting notes in his notebook. When Ash spoke of time travel, his expression grew particularly grave. "Time travel," Jinhui murmured, "though theoretically plausible, actual cases are exceedingly rare. Could it be that Mew led you through time?" Ash replied uncertainly. Even Mew claimed to be unaware of the details. Jinhui glanced at the two Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, a glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. "Those aren't your Pikachu, are they?" Mew, having been recognized, transformed back into its original form and twirled in the air. "It truly is Mew," Jinhui exclaimed, rising from his seat in excitement. What an honor it is to witness a legendary Pokémon firsthand. After perusing the ancient texts of the kingdom, Jinhui acquired a wealth of valuable information. "So, Dragonite does indeed have a habitat known as Dragonite Island?" He closed the book and concluded, "That must be the home of the enormous Dragonite. Although the exact location is not recorded here, knowing the name will undoubtedly facilitate our search. Then let us return to Kanto together," Jinhui proposed, looking at the group. "Traveling on the enormous Dragonite will be swift." "Great," Ash replied enthusiastically. We might have had to endure several days on a ship to return to Kanto, but with Dragonite, our journey will be much quicker. Suddenly, Xiao Wang spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. She clutched her Pachama, her expression somewhat hesitant. Actually, I was wondering if I could travel with Ash for a while. Ash paused, taken aback. I know I previously mentioned returning to Shuangye Town, Xiao Wang continued earnestly. But this experience has made me realize I have much to learn. And traveling with you, Ash, makes me feel that I can uncover the answers I seek. Pachama waved its flippers in her embrace, seemingly expressing its support. I want to continue traveling with you, to learn and to grow. Xiao Wang's voice softened, revealing her vulnerability. She reflected on her previous lack of contribution and worried that her presence might burden Ash. Of course, if you feel it's inconvenient. How could it be? Ash interrupted, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. I would be delighted to travel with you, Xiao Wang. Really? Surprise flickered in Xiao Wang's eyes. Absolutely. Plus, having another companion makes our journey even more enjoyable, Ash added. And Xiao Wang, you are remarkable. I have learned so much from you. That's wonderful. Kasumi chimed in, smiling. If Xiao Wang stays, we'll have company among us girls. Welcome aboard. Brock nodded with a smile. Iaru, the little Riolu, jumped up excitedly and ran over to nuzzle against Xiao Wang's leg. Besides Ash, it was closest to her. Just the thought of possibly parting ways today had made it feel a bit downcast, but now that Xiao Wang would be joining them, it was overjoyed. Thank you all, Xiao Wang said, her eyes glistening with tears yet bright with joy. I look forward to your guidance. Pachama flapped its wings happily, and Zoroark displayed an unusually gentle expression. Then it settled, Jinghui said with a smile. It seems my enormous Dragonite will have an additional passenger. After bidding farewell to the queen, the group followed Jinghui to a clearing outside the palace. There, a Dragonite of colossal proportions awaited them, its size dwarfing that of an ordinary Dragonite. Its orange-yellow scales glimmered in the sunlight, and when it spread its wings, it nearly obscured the sky. Wow! Kasumi exclaimed, rendered speechless by its size. Brock gazed at the creature while activating his analyzer. As the device provided detailed feedback, he instinctively swallowed hard, astonished to discover that this Pokémon dated back to ancient times. So this is the enormous Dragonite, Jinghui said, gently patting its leg, which he could only reach due to its immense stature. Don't worry, it's very gentle. The enormous Dragonite lowered its head, gazing kindly at the group and emitting a low rumble. Riolu, hiding behind Ash, nervously clutched his pant leg. Don't be afraid. It's our friend, Ash reassured him. Riolu cautiously peered out at the colossal creature. Zoroark, initially wary, relaxed upon confirming there was no threat. Come on, everyone, let's climb aboard. Jinghui encouraged. Dragonite's back is wide enough to accommodate us all. He had already begun to ascend. The group carefully climbed onto the Dragonite's broad back. The scales formed natural seats that were surprisingly comfortable. Ash sat at the front, with Riolu clinging tightly to him. Xiao Wang settled beside him, with Pachama resting on her lap. Kasumi and Brock sat behind, and their respective Pokémon joined them for some fresh air. Hold on tight, Jinghui instructed. The enormous Dragonite unfurled its wings and began to ascend slowly. Initially, there was a bit of turbulence, but it quickly stabilized and soared through the clouds at high speed. From this height, the entire Alutolang kingdom unfolded beneath them. How amazing! Ash marveled. Is this your first time riding a Dragonite? Xiao Wang asked. It's my first time on such a large one, Ash replied with a grin. What about you? Me too, Xiao Wang said, gazing at the sea of clouds ahead. Feeling a sense of freedom. She was not lying. Riding such a magnificent Dragonite was indeed a first for her. She had never anticipated seeing a Pokémon of such immense size. In the Sinnoh region, such creatures were often regarded as leader Pokémon and were exceedingly rare, right? Jinghui turned back, grinning. This is the allure of the enormous Dragonite. Now, Ash, continue sharing your experiences, he urged, especially the details regarding the use of aura. I find it most intriguing. As the enormous Dragonite glided through the clouds, with the sea breeze surrounding them, Ash resumed recounting his legendary adventures, while Xiao Wang listened quietly, occasionally adding details. Kasumi, meanwhile, gazed at the ocean below, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, at the port of Kai City, the Ragged Team Rocket trio stared intently at the figures disembarking from the ship. Where on earth did those brats run off to? They had nearly scoured all of Kanto in search of Ash, and were running low on funds for food. Ultimately, seeing no sign of Ash, the Team Rocket trio let out a desperate wail. What an annoying feeling, Meowth cried. Chapter 83, Jinghui's Lighthouse, News of Fossil Pokémon. After several hours of flying through the clouds, the coastline reappeared in the distance. We're almost there, Jinghui pointed toward a distant cape. That is my research facility. The group followed his indication, spotting a white, lighthouse-like structure standing prominently at the cape, gleaming under the sunlight. Surrounding it were the azure sea and golden sands. With several Pidgeots soaring in the sky, the enormous Dragonite descended gently onto a clearing near the lighthouse. As they disembarked, the group felt their legs a bit wobbly. Although the flight had been smooth, maintaining the same position for an extended period had left them somewhat stiff. Riolu, upon landing, excitedly dashed about, clearly bursting with energy. "Slow down, don't fall," Ash chuckled, simultaneously reflecting on how swiftly they had returned to Kanto. Previously, they had spent several days aboard the S. And "Thank you for your hard work, Dragonite." Jinghui patted the enormous Dragonite. "You can rest now." The Dragonite nodded and soared toward the sea, quickly disappearing into the distance. "Where's it going?" Kasumi asked curiously as she watched it fly toward the ocean. "To rest in the sea," Jinghui replied. Jinghui remarked that the majestic Dragonite prefers the vastness of the sea, finding the land too confining for its grandeur. Nevertheless, it will return when necessary. "How remarkable!" Xiao Guang exclaimed, astonished to discover that this dominant Dragonite possesses such a human-like sensibility. "Come, let us step inside and take a seat," Jinghui invited, leading the group toward the lighthouse. "I have prepared some refreshments. After a long journey, you must be famished." The interior of the lighthouse was far more spacious than its exterior suggested. The first floor comprised a living room and kitchen, while the second floor housed a research facility, and the third floor served as an observation platform. The entire space was infused with an aura of advanced technology, with various instruments and screens pulsating with data. "Wow!" exclaimed Xiaoji, surveying the impressive equipment. "Is this necessary for research?" Jinghui replied as he entered the kitchen. "Please make yourselves comfortable. I will prepare lunch." "Allow me to assist," volunteered Xiao Gang, eager to engage in conversation about the Dragonite information he had previously gleaned through his analytical insights. Meanwhile, Xiaoji, Xiaoguang, and Xiao Xia settled into the living room, releasing their Pokémon. The curious Ebawaller and Riolu explored their surroundings, while Zoroark quietly remained by Xiaoguang's side. "This place is truly wonderful," Xiao Xia remarked. "Dr. Jinghui must lead a fulfilling life here. Doesn't living alone get lonely?" Xiaoguang inquired. "With Pokémon for company, it is never lonely," Xiaoji replied. "Moreover, Dr. Jinghui must be quite busy researching new topics every day." At that moment, Xiaoji noticed several photographs and diagrams hanging on the wall. One particular image caught his attention. It depicted several Pokémon he had never encountered before. "What are those?" he asked. "Those are fossil Pokémon," Jinghui's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Are you interested in fossil Pokémon?" Xiaoji approached for a closer look. Upon observing the restoration illustrations of Ammonite, Kabuto, and Scyther, a sudden memory surged forth. "Wait, the origin tree of the world." Xiaoji suddenly recalled the peculiar Pokémon they had encountered deep within the origin tree. In the expansive caves and waterways within the tree, he had seen creatures resembling Ammonite and Kabuto swimming, as well as Scyther, and even gigantic pterosaurs soaring through the air. At that time, I only thought they were rare Pokémon residing there. I never realized they were fossil Pokémon. A glimmer of realization flickered in Xiaoji's eyes. He had never associated them with the concept of fossils. He simply viewed them as unique wonders exclusive to the origin tree. Now, with Dr. Jinghui's reminder, he recognized that they were indeed living fossils from a bygone era. The illustrations displayed restoration images of Ammonite, Kabuto, and Scyther, accompanied by detailed annotations. Jinghui emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray laden with beverages. "That is one of my recent research topics, reviving Pokémon from ancient fossils, bringing extinct species back to life." "Reviving from fossils? Is that truly possible?" Xiao Guang asked, astonished. "Theoretically, yes, and there have already been successful cases," Jinghui explained as he set the tray down and approached the wall. "The museum in Nibi City has successfully revived fossil Pokémon. The key lies in extracting complete genetic information from the fossils and utilizing specialized machinery for restoration." "That's impressive," Xiaoji mused, reflecting on his previous close encounters with these living fossils, filled with genuine awe. What were these Pokémon like in ancient times? Jinghui elaborated. "According to fossil records, they thrived millions of years ago. The environment then was entirely different from today, and these Pokémon possessed unique adaptations. For instance, Ammonite's shell can withstand the immense pressure of the deep sea, while Kabuto's blade can effortlessly slice through hard rock." His eyes sparkled with passion. "Each fossil Pokémon is a testament to an era. Studying them is akin to deciphering the history of our planet." "What is required to revive them?" Xiaoji queried. "First, we need intact fossils, followed by a revival device," Jinghui replied. "Currently, Only a handful of places possess such equipment, like the museum in Nibi City and the Research Institute on Honglian Island. Honglian Island? Xiaoji recalled. Isn't that where Mr. Shaba's gym is located? I have some recollection of this gym leader, thanks to previous discussions. Indeed, Jingwei nodded. Gym leader Shaba is also an exceptional researcher, and his institute possesses the most advanced fossil revival technology. Xiaoji pondered this information. Why do you ask? Jingwei noticed his expression. I was wondering, Xiaoji replied. If I find a fossil Pokemon in the future, could I ask for your assistance in reviving it? Jingwei paused momentarily before smiling. Of course. However, I do not have a revival device here. You would need to send it to Honglian Island or Nibi City. But if you find a fossil, feel free to come to me, and I can help you get in touch with them and provide technical support. Really? That's fantastic. Xiaoji exclaimed in excitement. However, Jingwei cautioned, fossils are not so easily found. They are typically buried deep within rocks and require professional excavation and identification. I'll be mindful, Xiaoji replied earnestly. If I truly find one, I will definitely seek your help. Ariolu also chimed in excitedly, despite not fully understanding the discussion. A seed has been sown. Xiaoji is destined to collect fossil Pokemon. Could it be that fossil pterodactyl from before? I regretted not capturing it at that time. Fossil pterodactyl? Hearing the discussion, Xiaoji silently noted this name in his mind. Chapter 84. The Resonant Waveguide. I captured a Kingler. By the way, Jingwei suddenly recalled, Xiaoji, how has your waveguide power developed? I am still practicing, Xiaoji replied. There is much to grasp from Mr. Along's notes, and I am slowly understanding them. Would you be interested in conducting a test? Jingwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have some instruments here that can measure the strength and stability of your waveguide. Really? Xiaoji was intrigued at the prospect of testing his waveguide, eager to discover its current level. Of course, after lunch, we shall head to the second-floor research room. Lunch, prepared by Xiao Gang and Jingwei, was simple yet delectable. The group enjoyed their meal amidst lively conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. Afterward, Jingwei led Xiaoji to the second-floor research room, which resembled a laboratory, with various precision instruments arranged neatly and screens displaying a multitude of data. Step onto that platform. Jingwei pointed to a circular platform at the center of the room. Xiaoji walked up, with Ariolu following closely at his side. Relax and use your waveguide as you normally would, Jingwei instructed, adjusting the controls at the workstation. No need to worry. This is merely a test and poses no danger. Xiaoji nodded, placing his trust in Dr. Jingwei. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. Following the method outlined in Along's notes, he allowed his waveguide to flow naturally, guiding it without force. A gentle and steady blue light emanated from him. The surrounding instruments began to respond, and complex waveforms and data appeared on the screen. Fascinating. Jingwei observed the data. Your waveguide strength is not particularly high, but its purity and stability are exceptional. This indicates you have mastered the correct technique. Suddenly, Ariolu also released its waveguide, a blue light resonating in harmony with Xiaoji's. Ah! Jingwei exclaimed, staring at the screen. The resonance phenomenon. Xiaoji, your waveguide and Ariola's have created a resonance. This will deepen your connection. Remarkably, the waveguides of different beings usually exhibit discrepancies. Yet yours and Ariola's are almost identical. Xiaoji opened his eyes and looked at Ariolu, whose eyes sparkled with the same blue light. He could distinctly sense Ariolu's emotions, excitement, trust, and reliance. Ariolu, Xiaoji crouched down and gently embraced it. Ariolu nuzzled against him affectionately. This is truly astonishing, Jingwei remarked. Typically, achieving such a degree of resonance requires extensive time spent together, yet you have accomplished it in just a few days. Xiaoji, the bond between you and Ariolu is remarkably profound. Xiaoji smiled, stroking Ariola's head, because we are partners, after all. After the test concluded, the group rested in the living room. Outside, the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the sea. By the way, you all should stay here tonight. Jingwei expressed, tomorrow, I shall escort you to Goldenrod City, facilitating your challenge at the gym. I appreciate your kindness, Xiaojing replied. No need for thanks, Jingwei smiled. It brings me joy to encounter you all, particularly you, Ash. Your experiences have inspired me greatly in my research. As evening descended, Ash found himself alone on the beach outside the lighthouse. The sea breeze caressed his face and the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore filled the air. In the distance, the sunset painted the sky in breathtaking shades of orange and red. Pikachu, Eevee, and Riolu frolicked excitedly along the beach. Riolu, it called. Pointing towards the sea, Ash approached to see several large crabs scuttling in the shallows. A large claw crab, he exclaimed, crouching down to observe. These crabs were small in size, foraging for food, but one particularly caught Ash's attention. It was noticeably smaller than the others, yet possessed remarkably strong pincers and moved with exceptional speed. Ash fixated on this one, and it seemed to sense his gaze, pausing to wave its pincers as if to challenge him. Unable to suppress a smile, Ash remarked, "What a spirited large claw crab." Riolu tilted its head, puzzled by Ash's amusement. "I wish to capture it," Ash stated, glancing at Riolu. "What do you think, Riolu?" Riolu nodded earnestly, as if to express its support. Pikachu and Eevee did not attempt to seize this opportunity for battle, quietly observing, aware that as veterans, they should allow the newcomer a chance to shine. Ash stood up and approached the large claw crab. "Hey, would you like to battle me?" The crab halted, its eyes locked onto Ash, then raised its pincers, emitting a challenging cry. "Excellent, let's do this." Ash turned to Riolu. "This is your first battle. Are you ready?" Riolu leaped excitedly in front of Ash, striking a battle pose. Seeing Ash and Riolu advance, the large claw crab charged forward without hesitation, its pincers wide open, prepared to attack. "Dodge, Riolu." Riolu agilely leapt aside, evading the crab's strike. "Now, use Vacuum Wave." This was a move that Riolu instinctively knew. It lifted its small paws, blue energy coalescing before it was unleashed. The vacuum wave struck the large claw crab, pushing it back a few steps, yet it did not falter. Instead, it became enraged, swinging its pincers wildly. "This crab is quite resilient," Ash noted. "Let's try Vacuum Wave again." Riolu launched another attack, but this time the crab had learned, using its pincers to block the assault before swiftly closing the distance. "Watch out, Riolu." But it was too late. The crab's pincers clamped down on Riolu's tail, eliciting a pained cry reminiscent of Tomcat. Ash's heart raced, but he quickly regained his composure. "Don't panic, Riolu. Use Force Palm." Though Riolu was still mastering the technique, instinctively, it unleashed a burst of power that forced the crab's pincers apart. "Great. Now, use Metal Claw." Riolu's claws shimmered with a metallic sheen as it struck at the large claw crab. The crab was hit and collapsed onto the sand, struggling to rise, but failing to do so. "Now's our chance." Ash retrieved a Pokeball. "Go, Pokeball." The ball arced through the air, striking the crab and drawing it inside. It wobbled once, twice, thrice. Click. "Captured successfully," Ash exclaimed with delight as he picked up the ball. "I caught the large claw crab." Riolu leaped joyfully, while Pikachu and Eevee cheered alongside them, understanding the importance of allowing the newcomer to demonstrate their prowess. Ash crouched down to embrace Riolu. "You did wonderfully. You won your first battle." Riolu happily nuzzled against Ash's face. Rising, Ash released the large claw crab onto the beach. As it appeared, the hostility in its eyes had vanished, replaced by a sense of recognition. "From this day forth, we shall be partners." Ash extended his hand. "I look forward to working with you, large claw crab." The crab hesitated for a moment before gently tapping Ash's hand with its pincers. Riolu also greeted the crab amicably. The crab glanced at Riolu and nodded, accepting this new partnership. Pikachu and Eevee rushed forward to welcome the new member. Mew, disguised as Pikachu, appeared out of nowhere, curiously observing the large claw crab. Under the setting sun, Ash and his 5 Pokémon stood on the beach, the sea breeze creating a warm and beautiful scene. "Let us head back," Ash said, eager to introduce the large claw crab to the others. Upon returning to the lighthouse, Ash excitedly recounted his capture of the large claw crab to everyone. "Congratulations, Ash," Xiaoxia teased. "You now have more water-type Pokémon than I do as a water gym leader." Haha, it seems it was simply fate. Ash realized he indeed had an abundance of water-type Pokémon. With the Squirtle squad, Froakie, and the large claw crab, he now possessed 7 water-type Pokémon out of a total of 16, nearly half. Moreover, Riolu had completed its first battle. "That's wonderful," Xiaojang smiled. "Let me take a look." Jingwei assessed the large claw crab. Though small, its pincers are powerful and its reflexes sharp. With proper training, it could become a formidable asset. "I will," Ash declared confidently. As night enveloped the surroundings, everyone gathered in the living room to share the day's experiences. Outside, the lighthouse's light illuminated the dark sea, guiding distant ships. Holding the Pokeball in his hand, Ash felt an unprecedented sense of anticipation. New companions, new journeys. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 85, Goldenrod City. Challenge to Nazi, Part 1. The following morning, the colossal Dragonite once again took flight with the group. Their destination was Goldenrod City, the most prosperous metropolis in the Kanto region and Ash's next gym challenge. Goldenrod City is the largest city in Kanto. During the flight, Jingwei introduced various features of the city, including its state-of-the-art commercial district, battle tower, and the renowned headquarters of the Sylph Company. "The Sylph Company?" Xiaojang inquired. It is a large enterprise that develops Pokeballs and various training equipment, he explained. Many of the items we commonly use are produced by them. The Sylph Company and Team Rocket. Upon hearing this connection, Ash made a mental note of the name. As for the Goldenrod Gym leader, Nazi, Jingwei's tone grew serious. She is recognized as one of the strongest gym leaders in Kanto. Her psychic Pokemon are exceptionally powerful, and she herself possesses true psychic abilities. Psychic abilities? Ash's interest was piqued. Indeed, Jingwei affirmed, Nazi exhibited remarkable psychic talent from a young age. It is said she can even levitate objects with her mind. By her teenage years, she had already become the leader of the Goldenrod Gym, defeating countless challengers over the years. She sounds formidable, Xiaoxia voiced her concern. Are you confident? Ash, how can I know unless I try? Ash clenched his fist, his eyes ablaze with determination. Besides, I have many reliable companions. However, Jingwei cautioned, do not underestimate her. Nazi's battle style is exceptionally calm and logical, and she can predict her opponent's actions through her psychic powers. To defeat her requires more than just type advantages. I understand, Ash nodded seriously. By midday, the towering skyscrapers of Goldenrod City came into view. The city was grander than any Ash had ever seen, with skyscrapers piercing the clouds and bustling streets teeming with vehicles. How magnificent! Xiaojing marveled. Dragonite descended onto an open area at the city's outskirts, attracting the attention of many passers-by. What is that? A gigantic Dragonite. Is it a legendary Pokemon? Quick, take a picture. Jingwei calmly reassured the massive Dragonite before turning to the group. This is where I shall leave you. I must continue my search for clues about Dragonite Island. Thank you very much, Professor Jingwei. Ash bowed respectfully. No need for thanks. Jingwei smiled and reminded them, remember what I said, if you find fossils, feel free to seek me out. And Ash, I wish you smooth challenges ahead. Although Nazo is formidable, I believe you can succeed. I will, Ash replied. After bidding farewell to Jingwei, the group ventured into Goldenrod City. The bustling streets dazzled Ash, who hailed from a small town. Gigantic screens on skyscrapers displayed advertisements, while shop windows showcased an array of training equipment. Trainers walked the streets accompanied by various Pokemon. What a lively atmosphere! Dawn exclaimed, clutching her Piplup and curiously gazing around. As this was her first visit to Kanto. Let's find a Pokemon Center to rest first, Brock suggested, before heading to challenge the gym. Sounds good. The Pokemon Center in Goldenrod City was significantly larger and better equipped than others. Nurse Joy efficiently examined their Pokemon. They are all in excellent health. She said with a smile, especially this Riolu. It has been trained remarkably well. Thank you, Ash said, affectionately stroking Riolu's head. By the way, Nurse Joy reminded them. If you plan to challenge the Goldenrod Gym, be well prepared. Gym leader Naza is incredibly powerful, and she has a peculiar rule. If challengers lose, they are transformed into dolls and confined within the gym. However, it seems that Naza hasn't accepted many challenges lately. The group was taken aback. Of course, this is only temporary, Nurse Joy added. After a week, those dolls will return to their original forms. But until then, that's terrifying, Misty exclaimed, not expecting such a gym leader, wondering if the League would intervene. The League? I don't care, came the dismissive response. Naza, I have psychic powers. And the League doesn't exist. Ash, however, remained undaunted. It's all right, I won't lose. He met Dawn's and Misty's concerned gazes with determination. Besides, he said, patting the Pokeballs at his waist, I have so many reliable partners, I will definitely win. In the afternoon, the group arrived at the Goldenrod Gym. It was a modern structure, its exterior stark white and devoid of unnecessary embellishments, exuding a cold and austere air. A golden gym emblem depicting a curved spoon hung at the entrance. This is the place, Brock announced. Taking a deep breath, Ash pushed open the grand doors. The interior was equally minimalistic, with almost no furniture and walls and floors painted white. In the center of the room was a battle arena, surrounded by several dolls, both humanoid and Pokemon-shaped, quietly floating in the air and emanating an eerie aura. This atmosphere is unsettling. The doll collection obsession is real, Ash remarked. Are those dolls former challengers? Dawn asked nervously, clutching her Piplup tighter. Yes, they are, came a cold female voice. The group looked up to see a young woman in her 20s standing on the balcony of the second floor. She wore a purple bodysuit, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her striking beauty marred by an indifferent expression. Her deep purple eyes seemed to peer into one's soul. She floated down from the balcony, enveloped in a soft lavender glow of psychic energy. Naza, I can fly. Can you? Psychics are truly something else, Ash thought. Once on the ground, Naza calmly addressed them. Are you here to challenge? Yes, Ash stepped forward confidently. I am Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge the Goldenrod gym. Naz's gaze fell upon Ash, and a flicker of interest crossed her purple irises. Pallet Town, she murmured, her attention shifting to Riolu beside Ash. The aura Pokémon, intriguing. Riolu instinctively retreated behind Ash, sensing an overwhelming pressure. However, a slight smile tugged at Naz's lips. Psychic types have an advantage over fighting types. Bringing Riolu to challenge me may not be the wisest choice. I know, Ash replied with a grin. That's why I won't use Riolu. Naza raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Then what do you intend to use? Just wait and see, Ash asserted confidently. Naza scrutinized him for a few seconds before turning toward the battle arena. Interesting. Let me see what you can do. The rules are 3-on-3. Is that acceptable? No problem, Ash affirmed. Naza stood at one end of the arena, raising her hand as a pokeball soared from her waist to her palm. Let the battle begin. The pokeball can fly on its own. No need to trouble its trainer, Ash thought. He positioned himself at the opposite end, taking a deep breath. Go, Ash. Dawn cheered from the sidelines. Be careful, Misty added, her fists clenched in anticipation. For the first round, Naza tossed her pokeball. A flash of white light revealed a powerful Alakazam, its muscular physique holding a spoon. Its gaze sharp and focused. Alakazam. Ash contemplated his next move before pulling out his pokeball. Then I choose you, Squirtle. Squirtle appeared on the battlefield, donning sunglasses and striking a cool pose. Naza glanced at Squirtle, realizing water types have no advantage over psychic types, yet would not be at a disadvantage either. Is that so? She said, her expression unreadable. Alakazam, use psychic. Alakazam's eyes glowed purple as it unleashed a powerful wave of psychic energy. Squirtle, counter with water gun. Ash commanded swiftly. Squirtle unleashed a strong jet of water, spiraling toward the psychic wave. The two forces clashed violently in midair, creating a cacophony of sound as mist and energy sparks filled the air. While the water's impact could not entirely negate the psychic force, it succeeded in disrupting Alakazam's control, making it difficult to accurately target Squirtle. Great. Squirtle, now use Tackle. Ash seized the moment. Squirtle swiftly retracted into its sturdy shell, propelling itself forward like a blue cannonball aimed directly at Alakazam. Use Confusion, Naza commanded coolly. Alakazam raised its spoon, emanating an eerie glow as it released a barrage of colorful psychic energy that pierced through the mist, striking Squirtle mid-charge. Squirtle, Ash shouted, watching as Squirtle was knocked off balance but quickly emerged from its shell, sunglasses firmly in place, eyes shining with determination. Can you still fight, Squirtle? Ash called out. Squirtle. It responded, once again striking a fierce battle pose. The sunglasses must not fall. It's my pride. A flicker of surprise crossed Naza's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Your defense is commendable, but speed is key. Alakazam vanished from sight, reappearing beside Squirtle before it could launch its next attack. Oh no. Squirtle used Bubble. Ash's mind raced. He knew they had to prevent Alakazam from maintaining its offensive. Squirtle unleashed a torrent of bubbles, enveloping the area in a thick, white cover. Now, Squirtle. Use Water Gun while spinning, then follow up with Tackle. Squirtle quickly executed a swirling motion, creating a miniature whirlpool of water around it before retreating into its shell. Harnessing the rotational force, it broke through the bubble barrier, transforming into a spiraling water drill aimed straight for Alakazam. Naza's brow furrowed slightly. She sensed Squirtle's presence beneath the bubbles, but its speed and the swirling water interfered with Alakazam's ability to lock onto its target. Alakazam, use Psyshock to clear the way. Alakazam thrust its hands forward, unleashing a powerful psychic wave that shattered the surrounding bubbles. However, in that fleeting moment, Squirtle had already surged forth, closing the distance to face Alakazam head-on. At this moment, Squirtle executed a full-speed tackle towards Ash, its voice imbued with unparalleled determination. The shell of Squirtle glimmered with a metallic sheen as it spun rapidly, delivering a forceful blow to the still stabilizing Gardevoir, which had just dispelled a foam. Struck by this sudden, fierce impact, Gardevoir let out a painful cry, its body sent flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Nazi, the script is incorrect, she remarked. Excellent, continue the pursuit, Ash exclaimed with excitement. Squirtle swiftly adjusted its posture, unleashing a powerful jet of water that accurately struck the fallen Gardevoir. Struggling to rise, Gardevoir's body swayed violently, its psychic aura dimming. It can still fight, Nazi commented, her tone carrying a newfound seriousness, though her gaze remained icy. Yet it was clear that it was at its limit. Psychic, in the battle. Gardevoir once more unleashed a formidable psychic force, attempting to fully subdue Squirtle. However, after enduring a series of intense battles, Squirtle was significantly depleted. In a final effort, it launched a full-strength tackle, and Ash knew this was their last stand. His aura resonated silently within him, boiling in tandem with Squirtle. Sensing Ash's unwavering belief, Squirtle summoned an astonishing willpower, retreating into its shell, surrounded by swirling water, and charged towards Gardevoir with its last ounce of strength. Although the psychic attack struck and attempted to bind it in midair, Squirtle, leveraging the hardness of its shell and the inertia of its spin, broke through the psychic barrier, leaving a trail of water as it collided fiercely with Gardevoir once more. I can't stop the psychic. Help! Gardevoir cried. Both Pokémon collapsed at opposite ends of the battlefield, having lost their fighting capabilities. Squirtle and Gardevoir have simultaneously lost their ability to battle, Brock declared, his voice laced with incredulity. It's a draw. Both have fallen. Referee, blow the whistle. The first round is so intense. Who will win? Squirtle fought valiantly. There was no other way. You've done well, Squirtle, Ash said, hastening to Squirtle's side, returning it to its Pokeball. Rest well, Squirtle. Nazi also withdrew Gardevoir, her gaze towards Ash now devoid of coldness, replaced by a hint of profound inquiry and a barely perceptible excitement. Your battle style is intriguing, unexpectedly so. However, it shall not be so easy from here on out. She produced a second Pokeball, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. Go, Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime will show you what true defense is. Thank you, Ash. Prepare for a defensive specialization. Chapter 86, Golden City, Challenge Nazi, Part 2. In the center of the gym's arena, a nearly transparent wave of energy materialized, sketching a vague outline. With a series of comical yet rhythmic dance steps, a pink and white figure bounded into the arena. It was Mr. Mime. It resembled a silent mime artist, its hands deftly dancing through the air, conjuring invisible walls that emerged from thin air wherever its fingertips grazed. These walls were not tangible, yet emanated an unsettling sense of solidity, as if capable of repelling all attacks. This creature's light screen is truly infuriating. It can defend against both physical and special attacks. How to combat it? Nazi is too crafty. Ash's gaze flitted over the onslaught of information, a fire igniting within him, sharpening his analytical prowess. He had never encountered a Pokémon capable of creating barriers out of nothing, but the barrage of information spurred his mind into rapid motion. Is Mr. Mime a Pokémon with high defensive capabilities? He murmured, his eyes fixed on the relaxed stance of Mr. Mime in the arena. Ash's heart raced with excitement. He was acutely aware of Nazi's strength, yet yearned to challenge her in his own way. Then my choice is. Ash clenched his Pokeball, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Go, Charmander. In a flash of crimson light, a small yet vibrant Charmander appeared, its tail flame blazing fiercely, reflecting the fiery resolve in its eyes. With a sharp cry, it announced its arrival. Nazi glanced at the emerging Charmander, an imperceptible depth flickering in her gaze. The calmness of her expression now bore a hint of amusement. A Charmander, how commendable. Mr. Mime, light screen. Her voice remained steady, laced with a predator's poise. Upon her command, Mr. Mime waved its hands, conjuring a dazzling transparent energy barrier before it. This barrier shimmered with a faint rainbow glow, resembling an indestructible rainbow bridge that enveloped Mr. Mime. Charmander's ember will be significantly weakened. The light screen will diminish special attacks. Ash furrowed his brow, recalling the hints from the barrage. As expected, Nazi activated her defense immediately. However, Charmander, use Fire Punch. He commanded loudly, seeking a breakthrough. Charmander's fists ignited with searing flames, resembling two miniature suns, as it charged towards Mr. Mime with the speed of a gale. A physical attack, clever. The light screen cannot guard against physical strikes. But Nazi surely has other tricks. Reflect. Nazi calmly enunciated, her eyes profound. Mr. Mime swiftly waved its hands, unfurling another invisible barrier almost instantaneously. This one designed to protect against physical attacks, sturdier than the light screen and imbued with a sense of weight. Charmander's Fire Punch collided with this new barrier, producing a muffled thud. The flames on its fists were partially absorbed by the barrier, significantly reducing the impact. Mr. Mime merely staggered back a few steps, its demeanor still composed. Dual screens, classic strategy. Light screen and reflect, having both physical and special attacks. Nazi is playing dirty. Ash gritted his teeth, a flicker of frustration rising within him. These two defensive barriers presented an almost insurmountable challenge. Mr. Mime excels at defense and support, Nazi stated, her tone calm, as if declaring an undeniable truth. Your attacks will be weakened. Neither physical nor special can shake it. Nazi, let me show you what absolute defense looks like. How will Ash break this stalemate? He can't land a hit. Psybeam. Nazi commanded, concluding her defensive stance. Mr. Mime's fingertips emitted a multicolored beam, akin to a rainbow arrow. striking Charmander with precision. Charmander let out a cry of pain, its body swaying slightly, yet it quickly regained its footing, the flames on its tail flickering before reigniting. Charmander. Ash clenched his fists, his mind racing. He realized that continuing on this path was untenable. He had to find a breakthrough. The dual barriers can only defend. They cannot enhance attack, yet Mr. Mime's inherent defense is already high. Ash needs to devise a way to breach the walls, or it will be an endless barrage. It cannot be merely brute force. Ash reflected as he observed the rapidly scrolling information. Suddenly, one message struck him like a lightning bolt. That's it. Charmander, use flame charge. Charmander opened its mouth wide, the flames on its tail surging dramatically, enveloping it in a blazing inferno as it rocketed towards Mr. Mime like a missile. Its momentum was swift, carrying an unstoppable force. The flame charge struck Mr. Mime with unerring accuracy. Despite the dual barrier's mitigation, the high-speed collision, laced with flames, still inflicted considerable damage. Mr. Mime emitted a more pronounced cry of pain, its body shaking more violently, and charred marks were visibly etched upon it, indicating it had sustained burns. A flicker of barely perceptible fluctuation crossed Nazi's eyes. Flame charge, a high-speed physical attack with a burn effect? Excellent judgment, Ash. Yet, the damage inflicted by the burning is limited. How long can one rely on this tactic? A means to shatter the barrier is essential. Ash, think of a strategy. However, Nessa continued, her tone of approval swiftly replaced by a calm demeanor. Merely relying on Flare Blitz would not suffice to vanquish the Magic Wall doll. The Magic Wall doll possesses self-regeneration. Its form emanated a gentle white light, rapidly restoring the damage inflicted by Flare Blitz, as if nothing had transpired. Self-regeneration and healing abilities. This combination is truly insidious. With dual barriers healing to wear down the opponent, Nessa is indeed a master of the psychic type. Ash, watching the scene unfold, felt a surge of anxiety. He understood the commentators were right. If this continued, victory was unattainable. Charmeleon, continue with Flare Blitz. He grit his teeth and commanded, determined to at least attempt to hinder the opponent's recovery. Charmeleon once again enveloped itself in flames, transforming into a blazing streak of red light as it charged toward the Magic Wall doll. Dodge it, and then use Psychic. Nessa's voice remained calm, yet her command bore an undeniable strength. The Magic Wall doll adeptly sidestepped the Flare Blitz attack. Then, its eyes glowed with a strange purple light, and a powerful, formless mental force swiftly enveloped Charmeleon's form. Charmeleon's body suddenly stiffened under the psychic restraint. It struggled, yet was unable to move, the flames surrounding it flickering unsteadily. Illusion Beam. Nessa declared mercilessly, seemingly intent on overwhelming her opponent in one fell swoop. The multicolored beam struck Charmeleon, who was unable to evade, inflicting significant damage. Charmeleon let out a pained growl, its body trembling from the impact. Charmeleon. Ash cried out urgently, his heart tightening. Charmeleon persisted, its tail's flames flickering with pain, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Ash forced himself to remain calm. He knew this was not the time for panic. He glanced at the commentators, seeking any glimmer of inspiration. The reflect barrier has a duration. Either wear it down over time or break it. Using Brick Break, a fighting-type move, can shatter the barrier. Can you recall it, Ash? The name Brick Break sparked a glimmer of recognition in Ash's eyes. Yet Charmeleon was not capable of such a move. He looked at Charmeleon's fiery claws and suddenly, a bold and audacious thought streaked through his mind like a shooting star. Wait, if Charmeleon's claws combined with the impact of Fire Punch, couldn't it strike the barrier itself? And Charmeleon's flames possess a divine essence. Ash envisioned a scene. Charmeleon's ultimate strike aimed not at the Magic Wall doll, but directly at the impenetrable barrier itself, its extraordinary flames perhaps capable of yielding a miracle. Charmeleon, Ash shouted, his voice filled with unwavering conviction and trust. Break free from the psychic grip with all your might, then unleash Fire Punch, not at the Magic Wall doll, but at the reflect barrier. Use your strongest flames and strike down with all your power. Hearing Ash's voice, Charmeleon's eyes reignited with fierce determination. It sensed Ash's trust that transcended words and summoned an astonishing willpower. The flames surrounding it surged dramatically, even taking on a hint of pure gold, akin to a volcano erupting, as the searing waves battered against the psychic restraint. Nessa's expression turned grave. She felt the indomitable energy within Charmeleon, attempting to forcibly break free from the psychic hold. This little creature's willpower exceeded my expectations. She even sensed that this flame's power was unlike ordinary fire. Charmeleon let out a thunderous roar as its flames surged forth like a beast breaking free from its cage. shattering the psychic hold. The purple psychic energy surrounding it shattered into shimmering motes of light. Now, Charmeleon, Fire Punch, strike the reflect barrier. Ash's aura resonated with Charmeleon, seemingly infusing it with greater strength. Charmeleon's fists ignited with even more intense flames, now radiating a sacred golden halo. This was no ordinary fire punch. It embodied its entire will and unique divine essence. It leapt high, its fists merging together, striking down upon the invisible reflect barrier like a colossal axe. What is that golden flame? Is the sacred flame about to erupt? Boom. A tremendous impact reverberated throughout the dojo, as if the entire structure trembled. The reflect barrier shuddered violently beneath Charmeleon's full-force fire punch, the golden flame's impact seemingly possessing extraordinary destructive capacity against the energy barrier. Though the barrier did not shatter completely, visible cracks appeared, its brilliance dimming, the once unassailable defense now appearing precariously unstable. For the first time, Nessa's expression shifted noticeably, a flicker of surprise and disbelief crossing her features. She scrutinized the cracked reflect barrier before her, a smirk playing on her lips. To strike the barrier itself with pure force? Moreover, this flame is unusual, an intriguing notion. This combination of brute strength and creativity is indeed fascinating. Magic Wall Doll, push it away with psychic energy. Nessa commanded swiftly, aware that she could not afford to give her opponent a moment's respite. The Magic Wall Doll promptly unleashed psychic energy, attempting to propel Charmeleon away and thwart its next assault. Charmeleon, don't stop. Continue your assault, Ash shouted, fully aware that this was a pivotal moment. Once more, fire punch. Charmeleon forced itself to adjust mid-air, braving the pressure of the psychic force, its golden flames intensifying as it unleashed another scorching fire punch. Boom. This time, the already cracked reflect barrier could no longer withstand the force, producing a crisp shattering sound, before collapsing entirely. Countless tiny energy fragments scattered like shards of glass, heralding the barrier's demise. Fantastic! Misty exclaimed, jumping excitedly from the sidelines, while Pidgeotto chirped joyfully in response. Well done. Brock clenched his fists, his eyes filled with admiration. Thank goodness Charmeleon has the sacred flame. Relieved to see Charmeleon gaining the upper hand, Misty felt a sense of joy for its growth. Having witnessed Ash rescue it in the past, Nessa regarded the shattered reflect barrier, her previously cold demeanor completely dissipated, replaced with pure seriousness and an unmistakable excitement. Her lips curled into a slight smile. This was not merely a game, but a genuine competition. Excellent, she remarked, her voice imbued with genuine recognition. It has been a long time since anyone has breached the Magic Wall Doll's dual barriers. Your Charmeleon is remarkable. This unique flame power seems to possess a distinctive destructiveness against energy barriers. Now, Magic Wall Doll, fight with all your might. Psychic Force. Psychic Force. A signature move of the psychic type. The Magic Wall Doll's eyes glowed with blinding purple light, unleashing a terrifying mental force that bore down upon Charmeleon with a cataclysmic intensity. The entire arena trembled under the weight of this formidable psychic energy. Charmeleon, unleash the sacred flame. Ash responded immediately, aware that now was the prime moment for a counterattack and to reveal Charmeleon's true power. Charmeleon opened its mouth, no longer emitting ordinary flames, but instead unleashing a pillar of golden fire imbued with a divine aura. This flame radiated an eye-catching gold, exuding an essence of purification, as it clashed violently with the Magic Wall Doll's psychic force in midair. Without the reflect barrier's dampening effect, Charmeleon's sacred flame revealed its full potency. It was not only searing, but also possessed a unique ability to penetrate energy barriers. The sacred flame and psychic force battled fiercely, the two opposing energies eroding one another. As the entire dojo vibrated under their tumultuous clash, Charmeleon, intensify your flames. Ash sensed the burgeoning power within Charmeleon, his aura subtly amplifying its strength, enabling it to transcend its limits. With a fierce roar, Charmeleon's holy flames surged once more, escalating in both temperature and intensity. A brilliant core of white gold flames forming at the heart of the fiery column, unleashing an oppressive heat and purifying force. At last, the holy flames, with overwhelming momentum, breached the defenses of the psychic barrier, hurtling directly towards the Wall of Illusions. Wall of Illusions, enhance your defenses, Naza commanded urgently, yet her tone betrayed a hint of anxiety. Although the barrier remained intact, it could only diminish a fraction of the power of such a potent and pure holy flame. Under the radiant light, the barrier itself began to form fine cracks. The holy flames struck the Wall of Illusions, sending it crashing like a severed kite against the dojo wall. The wall of illusions struggled to slide down from the impact, attempting to rise, but revealing numerous burn marks. Its once pale skin was charred black, and its breath became labored. Self-repair, Naza ordered. It's regaining health. Attack now while it's vulnerable, Ash. We cannot allow it to recover. Charmeleon, use Flame Charge combined with Holy Flame for a relentless assault. Ash seized the fleeting moment, issuing his command with fervor. Without hesitation, Charmeleon enveloped itself in flames and charged at the wall of illusions, the impact of the fiery assault interrupting its self-repair. Immediately, it surged forward, gathering golden flames in its maw, unleashing a searing holy fire at point-blank range. Wall. The wall of illusions retreated under the continuous barrage, its defenses crumbling against the onslaught, emitting a pained moan. Final blow. Holy flame, Ash shouted, his voice trembling with excitement. Charmeleon opened its mouth, releasing the most intense and pure holy flames in close proximity. Boom. The wall of illusions was engulfed by the holy flames, and when the fire subsided, it lay defeated, its body charred black, eyes swirling, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. The wall of illusions has lost its fighting capability. Charmeleon is victorious, Brock announced with palpable excitement, his voice quivering. Excellent work, Charmeleon. Ash rushed forward, jubilantly embracing his Pokémon. Charmeleon responded. Though the exertion from unleashing Flame Charge and Holy Flame had drained much of its stamina, its breath quickened, yet its eyes sparkled with the light of victory. Naza recalled the wall of illusions. Her expression transformed entirely. The aloof indifference she once bore had vanished, replaced by earnestness and a hint of uncontainable excitement. You are quite formidable, she remarked, gazing at Ash with rare admiration. Your battle style is brimming with creativity and synergy, enabling your Pokémon to unleash extraordinary power. Particularly your Charmeleon. That unique flame was indeed unexpected. She produced her final Pokeball, a genuine smile of competitive spirit gracing her lips, one that possessed an enchanting allure. Now, allow me to showcase my true ace. Chapter 87, Golden City, Challenge Naza, Part 2. Naza elegantly raised her final Pokeball, the spheres seeming to spin at her fingertips, coalescing in visible power. A flash of red light revealed a figure radiating an aura of formidable psychic energy. It was a slender, golden entity with piercing eyes, each wrist adorned with gleaming silver spoons. The moment it appeared, the air within the dojo thickened, an intangible yet overwhelming psychic pressure enveloping the space, tightening the hearts of all present. Alakazam, Naza whispered its name, her gaze filled with confidence and pride. The chat flooded with messages proclaiming, Naza's Alakazam. Ash is in trouble now. Alakazam's speed and special attack are top tier. Moreover, it can predict its opponent's actions. Unlike in the original series, Ash doesn't have Jengar's family. How will he cope? The apprehension was palpable in the comments. Ash felt his throat dry. He could sense the immense pressure emanating from this Pokémon, a power strikingly different from the Wall of Illusions, more direct, more aggressive. He glanced at Pikachu by his side, which also felt the pressure but remained resolute, electricity crackling on its cheeks. Pikachu, it's your time to shine, Ash declared, clenching his fist, deciding to call upon his first partner. Pikachu responded, leaping forth, its small frame bursting with astonishing vigor, its cheeks flashing with bright sparks. Eager for action after such a long absence, Naza's gaze fell upon Pikachu, a glimmer of amusement crossing her features. A swift Pikachu, but Alakazam can see through everything. Alakazam, use Psychic Blade, Naza commanded. With a flourish of its hands, the levitating spoons transformed into razor-sharp blades, its gaze sharpening as several invisible psychic blades tore through the air, shooting towards Pikachu with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Pikachu, evade with high-speed movement, Ash shouted. Pika. With remarkable reflexes, Pikachu transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, leaving behind afterimages across the arena. The psychic blades grazed its body, striking the ground and sending up a flurry of small debris. Alakazam, foresee Pikachu's next position, use telekinesis. Naza's voice remained calm amidst the chaos. Alakazam closed its eyes, the gem on its forehead glowing faintly as its mind rapidly calculated all possible trajectories of Pikachu's movements, then precisely locked onto one. It opened its eyes, unleashing powerful telekinetic energy that enveloped Pikachu's imminent position. Pikachu was indeed ensnared by the telekinesis, its body momentarily frozen in midair, the overwhelming psychic pressure making it hard to breathe. Thunderbolt, Ash commanded decisively. Pikachu. With a fierce cry, Pikachu erupted in brilliant electrical light. The formidable thunderbolt roaring forth like a tempestuous dragon towards Alakazam. Teleport, Naza remarked nonchalantly. Before the electric attack could connect, Alakazam vanished from its position, reappearing on the opposite side of the arena. Thunderbolt struck empty ground, sending up a plume of smoke. Alakazam, use illusion to control Pikachu, then unleash Psychic, Naza ordered. Her tone icy. Alakazam extended its arms, its telekinetic force becoming tangible as it firmly restrained Pikachu in midair, rendering it immobile. Its eyes shone even brighter, gathering a potent psychic shockwave aimed squarely at Pikachu. Pika! Pikachu cried out in anguish, as if its very brain were being torn apart, struggling in vain against the psychic grip. Pikachu! Ash shouted, his heart racing with urgency. Alakazam seemed capable of seeing through everything, leaving Pikachu in a completely passive state. Ash's gaze remained fixed on Pikachu, witnessing its torment, and he felt a powerful resonance with its spirit through his aura. He understood that this could not continue. Alakazam's predictive ability posed the greatest threat. Without breaking its foresight, any attack would be futile. But what if he could render its predictions ineffective? Ideas raced through Ash's mind, recalling the tactics of fast-moving Pokémon and Pikachu's own electrical attributes. Pikachu! Ash shouted with unwavering determination and trust. Light up with Thunderbolt while you move. Intertwine your speed with your electricity, don't stop. A flicker of doubt crossed Nazia's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. You think you can disrupt Alakazam's foresight with speed and electricity? Futile. Howdy. Conjure a barrier while amplifying your psychic power to suppress Pikachu. The gem on Howdy's forehead glowed once more, creating an invisible shield before it, while simultaneously strengthening its telekinetic control over Pikachu. Pika! Pika! Under Ash's command, Pikachu unleashed a staggering willpower. The electric currents coursing through its body surged dramatically, resembling a torrential flood of lightning. This formidable electrical force not only shattered the confines of Howdy's telekinetic grasp, but also formed a spherical force field of electric particles around it. In a brilliant flash of electricity, Pikachu broke free from Howdy's psychic control. In an instant, Pikachu's speed escalated to its utmost limit, transforming into an elusive yellow blur that darted swiftly across the battlefield. As Pikachu dashed, it released the electricity from its cheeks, not as a concentrated attack, but as a widespread discharge of lightning. These bolts of electricity, propelled by its rapid movement, generated a mist of electric fog interwoven with smoke. The entire gym was enveloped in this shimmering mist, severely impairing Howdy's vision and senses. The gem on its forehead flickered erratically as its powerful brain raced to grasp Pikachu's true trajectory amidst the chaotic dynamic interference. Nazi's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. For the first time, she felt challenged. Howdy's precognitive abilities were nearly insurmountable. Yet this combination of ultra-high-speed movement and indiscriminate lightning discharge created a sensory disarray that was entirely unfamiliar to it. Howdy, use illusion technique to disperse the fog, Nazi commanded swiftly. Howdy immediately unleashed its illusion technique, attempting to clear the mist with its mental prowess. Now, Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt, Ash shouted, aware that this was a fleeting opportunity. At the heart of the electric fog, Pikachu suddenly halted, concentrating all of its energy into the most powerful Thunderbolt, surging directly towards Howdy. It was a bolt of lightning that transcended the ordinary, tearing through the electric fog with a purifying force that penetrated Howdy's forming barrier. Boom! The Thunderbolt struck Howdy with tremendous force. Howdy let out a painful scream as its barrier shattered under the electric assault, its golden body convulsing violently, eyes losing focus, and the spoon it held slipping from its grasp, crashing heavily to the ground. Howdy! Nazi's voice trembled. She had never witnessed Howdy in such a disheveled state. Howdy collapsed, its body twitching in agony, but it soon mustered its formidable mental strength to rise again. Though its eyes were weary, they regained focus, gazing at Pikachu with an unprecedented intensity. Pikachu, too, was panting heavily. This full-force attack had drained it significantly. Nazi observed the faltering Howdy and the equally exhausted Pikachu. Taking a deep breath, her confidence resurfacing, yet her gaze now held newfound respect and anticipation for Ash. A brilliant strategy, Ash, Nazi remarked softly, genuine admiration in her tone. You are the first to breach Howdy's precognitive abilities. She paused, her tone becoming more solemn. However, the battle is not yet over. Howdy, use teleport to circle behind Pikachu. Then unleash Illusion Beam. Howdy's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Pikachu. Its eyes radiated with a spectrum of colors as a powerful illusion beam shot towards Pikachu's back. Pikachu! In a flash. Counterattack! Ash shouted. Pikachu, summoning its remaining strength, transformed into a bolt of lightning, trying to evade and retaliate. The flash of electricity intertwined with the illusion beam in midair. Although the beam grazed Pikachu's body, causing it to shudder, it also propelled Pikachu into a swift turn, its cheek pouches sparking with faint glimmers. The audience was filled with awe at the extremes both sides were pushing themselves to, exclaiming, "This is beyond the limit." They're nearly out of energy, yet still fighting. Are they really going all out? A complex look crossed Natsu's face as she witnessed the profound bond between Ash and Pikachu, one that transcended life and death. The final blow. Howdy, use self-suggestion. Natsu issued an unexpected command. The gem on Howdy's forehead shimmered once more as it concentrated, enveloped in a surge of powerful psychic energy, awakening its latent potential and temporarily enhancing its abilities. The audience quickly grasped Natsu's intention. Self-suggestion? Boosting its abilities, Natsu is aiming for a quick resolution. Howdy is about to unleash its full power. Ash observed the scene before him, sensing Pikachu's nearly depleted stamina and the fierce fighting spirit burning in its eyes. Clenching his fists, a warm energy surged from his heart, coursing through the invisible bond they shared, reaching Pikachu. This was his aura, a connection that transcended words between him and his Pokémon. Pikachu, gather everything together, Ash cried, his voice imbued with an indescribable resonance that penetrated Pikachu's innermost being. With all our strength, unleash Thunderbolt. Together, Pika. Pikachu felt Ash's overwhelming aura merging with its own, reigniting the nearly exhausted electricity within it, miraculously amplifying and refining it with Ash's aura. Its body was enveloped in dazzling golden electric light, no longer merely yellow but a radiant gold infused with Ash's aura. This Thunderbolt was no longer just Pikachu's power. It was the culmination of the fusion of souls and wills between Ash and Pikachu. A final strike that surged forth with unstoppable momentum towards Howdy. Strengthen your will, Natsu commanded sharply. With the enhancement from self-suggestion, Howdy's psychic power peaked. The two forces, capable of tearing through anything, collided at the center of the gym with a deafening roar. Boom! The sound reverberated through the air, shaking the entire gym violently. Dust fell from the ceiling, and cracks appeared on the floor. A blinding light engulfed the entire arena, rendering it impossible to behold. As the light finally dissipated and the dust settled, the scene in the center of the gym left everyone breathless. Pikachu lay on the ground, its golden electric aura extinguished, eyes swirling, utterly motionless. Howdy, too, collapsed not far from Pikachu, its eyes similarly unfocused, its body marked with charred traces, the spoon it held shattered into two pieces. Strewn about it. Howdy is unable to battle. Pikachu is unable to battle. Brock's voice echoed with unprecedented shock and tremor throughout the gym, for he, with his analytical eye, understood just how intense the battle had been. The fact that Ash's Pikachu had managed to reach a stalemate against such an opponent indicated its remarkable growth and strength. Ash staggered to Pikachu's side, carefully cradling it in his arms. Pikachu had completely lost consciousness, yet Ash could feel its faint breath. He held Pikachu tightly, pride and concern flooding his eyes. Natsu also recalled her fallen Howdy, stepping before Ash, her demeanor devoid of any coldness, replaced solely by pure respect and awe. Ash, Natsu said, her gaze calm and profound, you are indeed extraordinary. Your aura blends so seamlessly with your Pokémon, allowing you to unleash power that surpasses your own limits. Pushing Howdy to such extremes. The bond you share with your Pokémon is the strongest I have ever seen. In her hand, a golden badge slowly materialized. This is the golden badge. She presented the badge to Ash, a genuine smile gracing her lips once more, imbued with a complex array of emotions. Congratulations, Ash. Just as that girl said, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Perhaps then, you will surprise me even more. Chapter 88, Silver Corporation, Team Rocket's Invasion. Ash, cradling Pikachu, gazed up at Nessa, his heart brimming with curiosity and a hint of anticipation. Miss Nessa, who are you referring to? What did she say to you? Nessa's smile grew more enigmatic, her eyes sparkling with a mysterious light, as if she could peer into one's very soul. Oh, do you truly wish to know? She replied softly, her tone laced with playful intrigue, yet she refrained from providing a direct answer, leaving Ash in suspense. Of course I want to know. Ash nodded eagerly, his mind racing with hazy images of various women, yet he could not ascertain who Nessa was alluding to. Nessa chuckled lightly, shaking her head slowly. I promised her I would not disclose her identity, her voice chillingly firm, embodying the same pride and mystery she possessed. With that, Nessa turned. her graceful figure retreating towards the depths of the gym, swiftly vanishing from sight. The heavy doors of the gym creaked shut with a sigh, sealing away all questions behind them. Miss Nessa, Ash called out, wishing to inquire further, but he could only sigh helplessly at the closed door. Clutching his weary Pikachu, he scratched his head and approached Brock, Misty, and Dawn. Really, who could it be? Not a single hint given, Ash muttered, curiosity clawing at him like a restless cat. Misty leaned in, a teasing grin on her face. Oh, Ash, it seems you are quite the charmer. There's even an unknown girl speaking well of you to Miss Nessa. It couldn't be some beautiful sister you met secretly, could it? Dawn chimed in with curiosity. Yes, who is this girl? The fact that Miss Nessa specifically mentioned her makes me wonder if she is someone significant. Beside her, Buniri echoed with soft bean sounds, its round eyes seemingly inquiring about this unsolved mystery. Brock, meanwhile, pulled out his map and Pokédex, examining them as he spoke. Miss Nessa enjoys playing these games. Perhaps she is just teasing Ash. However, now that we have obtained the badge, we should consider our next destination. By tradition, we ought to challenge the next gym in Yuhong City, near Qinggong City. Wait a moment, Brock. Ash abruptly interrupted, scratching his head, his gaze flickering. I recall Professor Kinji mentioning Silver Corporation, stating it is the pinnacle of technology in Johto, with numerous impressive inventions. Since we are already in Qinggong City, why not pay a visit? Ash remembered that the chat had previously alluded to a connection between Silver Corporation and Team Rocket. Given that Silver Corporation was located in Qinggong City and likely infiltrated by Team Rocket, it would be a regrettable missed opportunity not to investigate. Silver Corporation? Brock's expression shifted to one of surprise. That is the largest Pokemon equipment development company in the Johto region, specializing in advanced Pokemon devices. But that is not a gym. Ash, are you certain you wish to go there? Yes, we're here anyway. It wouldn't hurt to take a look, Ash reasoned, offering himself a logical excuse with a smile. Who knows what fascinating inventions we might encounter. Even if not, touring a cutting-edge company is quite meaningful. Dawn, intrigued, chimed in. Having heard of Silver Corporation's reputation, that sounds awesome. There might be new Pokemon gadgets to see. Though Brock and Misty were somewhat puzzled, Ash's innate curiosity was infectious. And with Dawn's enthusiasm, they soon acquiesced, agreeing to proceed. The four of them made their way towards the heart of Qinggong City, where the towering, mirror-smooth edifice of Silver Corporation awaited. However, as they arrived at the entrance of Silver Corporation, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. The usually bustling doors stood shut, devoid of the usual throng of researchers and staff, with no delivery vehicles in sight. Instead, several ominous black cars, unmarked and silent, loomed around the building, exuding an air of foreboding. Even the massive electronic billboard outside flickered erratically, displaying only static. Strange, why is Silver Corporation so quiet? It seems there's not a soul around, Misty questioned, her voice laced with confusion, sensing an unusual tension in the air. Ash's instincts warned him of impending danger. An invisible force surged within him, a warning from the aura. He sensed a stifling, chilling dissonance permeating the building. It felt akin to a tranquil lake concealing turbulent currents beneath its surface. Numerous indistinct presences echoed the familiar energy of the Team Rocket trio he had encountered in Kureha City and Yuhong City, an insidious aura tainted by malevolence. Amplified within the vast structure, akin to a silent scream, stirring his aura. This isn't right. Ash's expression darkened as he positioned himself protectively in front of his companions. There's a strong presence of Team Rocket in the company. It's quite potent, and in considerable numbers. Brock and Misty gasped in alarm, immediately on high alert. Team Rocket? Do they dare to invade Silver Corporation? Misty exclaimed incredulously. That's the top technology company in Johto. This is no trivial matter. Brock stated solemnly. If it truly is Team Rocket, then this must be a grand conspiracy of theirs. What could they possibly seek from Silver Corporation? Team Rocket? What is that? Dawn, the only one unaware of Team Rocket's notoriety, felt at a loss, but Ash's and the others' grave reactions suggested they were no ordinary adversaries. They are a nefarious organization infamous in the Johto region, known for stealing Pokemon and conducting illicit research using them. Their presence at Silver Corporation surely harbors sinister intentions. Ash succinctly informed Dawn, his eyes glimmering with concern. They stealthily circled to the side of the building and discovered a door to the staff entrance ajar, seemingly forgotten in haste. A faint light seeped through the crack, accompanied by the distant hum of machinery. Carefully, Ash pushed the door open and, with Pikachu and his friends, ventured inside. The interior of the company, once bright and orderly, now appeared disheveled. Papers lay strewn across the floor, several toppled carts leaned awkwardly against the walls, and the flickering of overhead lights added an eerie ambience. The air was thick with tension, as if one could hear their own heartbeat, along with a faint odor of scorched metal and plastic. "Is anyone here?" "We're here for a tour," Ash tentatively called out, his voice sounding feeble in the cavernous hallway. The scene before him further confirmed his suspicions that something was amiss. In response, a series of heavy, low footsteps echoed ominously. Several figures clad in white lab coats emerged from the end of the corridor. They wore glasses, their faces adorned with unnatural, rigid smiles, clutching bizarre, irregularly shaped instruments, truly resembling the company's researchers. "Oh, I didn't expect anyone else to be here for a tour." One researcher stepped forward, wearing a sinister smile devoid of warmth, sending chills down Ash's spine. With sharp eyes, Ash once more tapped into the aura, confirming his fears. Indeed, beneath the facade of these researchers flowed an aura of malevolence identical to that of Team Rocket members. Under their scrutiny, the outlines of Team Rocket's dark uniforms became vaguely discernible. "You are not researchers." Ash's expression changed abruptly as he stepped protectively in front of his companions, exclaiming loudly, "You are members of Team Rocket." "Ha! Clever boy." The false researcher, having had his identity exposed, discarded his pretense, tearing off the human mask to reveal the true face of a Team Rocket member, one marked by excess flesh and a menacing grin. Following suit, several other so-called researchers also shed their disguises, unveiling Team Rocket uniforms and the pokeballs hanging from their waists. "Since you've discovered us, you won't leave here alive." The faces of Team Rocket members twisted into cruel smiles, their eyes glinting with malice. They released their Pokémon, and several Heracross and Gyarados swiftly blocked Ash and his friend's path. Sensing the aura of the opposing Pokémon, Ash's tension eased somewhat. Was this the extent of Team Rocket's prowess? Chapter 89. Mew. I handle the chaos, you handle the slaughter. Ash could perceive the training marks on these Pokémon, yet their power was far from formidable. Even weaker than the Pokémon of the previous trio from Team Rocket he had encountered, let alone compared to his own partners who had undergone rigorous training. They didn't appear to be significant members of Team Rocket. Ash's frayed nerves relaxed a fraction. Despite the complexity of the situation, the flame of his belief in justice burned brightly within him. He resolved to resolve the conflict with utmost swiftness, refusing to allow these fiends to wreak havoc within Silver Corporation. "Since you've discovered us, you won't leave here alive." The Team Rocket member's face contorted in a vicious grin as Heracross raised its pincers, and Gyarados prepared to strike. At that moment, a pinkish-green figure, adorned with verdant vines and sharp horns, leapt fiercely from Ash's shoulder. It was none other than Pichu, who had transformed into a diminutive yet imposing shiny Gyarados. It donned a terrifying mask of a ghoul, wielding a stout club entwined with thorns, its eyes shimmering with a commanding green light as it emitted a low growl filled with fury. What Pokémon is this? The Team Rocket members and their Pokémon were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. The unique appearance of shiny Gyarados, coupled with the powerful aura it exuded, instinctively instilled a modicum of fear within them. Heracross's pincers froze mid-air, and Gyarados' compound eyes betrayed evident panic. Brock and Misty exchanged a knowing glance, tinged with a familiar amusement. They had grown accustomed to Mew's whimsical transformations into various peculiar Pokémon to lighten the mood. Seeing Mew's transformation into shiny Gyarados meant to intimidate. Ash found it amusing, yet he maintained a composed facade. He understood that this was Mew's playful spirit, while simultaneously serving to intimidate their adversaries. His gaze sharpened as he once again confirmed through his aura that there were no particularly strong enemies surrounding them. "You Team Rocket members dare to invade Silver Corporation. Pokémon are not tools for evil. We will not allow you to succeed." Ash's tone turned resolute and fervent as he stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with righteous anger. "Since you enjoy masquerading so much, allow me to show you what true power looks like." Without further ado, he drew 2 Pokeballs from his belt, his arms sweeping in a grand gesture as 2 beams of red light sliced through the air. "Go, Groudon!" Ursaring, accompanied by 2 thunderous roars. 2 majestic Pokémon materialized in the corridor's center. Groudon's formidable presence instantly filled the space, its gaze sharp and brimming with fighting spirit, while Ursaring, with its blood-red eye, radiated an unmatched oppressive force. At that moment, a grayish-white figure appeared silently from the shadows behind Ash, revealing itself to be Zoroark. Its semi-transparent tail swayed gently in the air, its golden eyes glinting with cunning light. "Zoroark, use Shadow Claw," Ash commanded, and Zoroark understood immediately. "Roar!" Zoroark emitted a deep growl, its form vanishing like a phantom, followed by a barrage of sharp shadow claws infused with potent ghostly energy. launching an assault from all directions towards Team Rocket's Heracross and Gyarados. Crack! Hiss! The two Pokémon, still reeling from the shock of Shiny Gyarados and the two legendary Pokémon, were caught off guard by Zoroark's elusive attack, sustaining several claw marks that elicited cries of pain, plunging them deeper into chaos. The Team Rocket members and their Pokémon were utterly overwhelmed by the emergence of these three powerful Pokémon. Heracross and Gyarados instinctively felt fear, their bodies involuntarily retreating a few steps, issuing anxious cries. What? The aura of these Pokémon is too overwhelming. A Team Rocket member stared in disbelief, nearly dropping the Pokeball in his grasp. They had never encountered such formidable Pokémon and never expected that a mere child visiting could unleash such might. With even the other girl's Pokémon appearing so strong and enigmatic. Groudon, use Eruption, Ash commanded, his voice filled with fervor and resolve. Responding to his call, Groudon transformed into a blazing crimson wheel of light, its engine-like limbs erupting with astonishing speed, propelled by a furious blaze. As it charged towards Team Rocket's Heracross with lightning speed. Crack! Heracross could hardly react, managing only a terrified cry before being struck full force by Groudon's assault. The tremendous impact sent it crashing through the corridor wall, embedding it into the opposite side, rendering it unable to continue the fight. Ursaring, Blood Moon. Ash's voice rang out again, steadfast and commanding. Ursaring calmly raised its head, the blood moon on its forehead radiating a blinding red light, as a powerful crimson energy coalesced before it. Roar, accompanied by a regal growl, a blood-red energy wave, several meters in diameter, surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping mercilessly towards the remaining Team Rocket members and their Gyarados. Wah! Hiss! Gyarados attempted to fend off the assault with string shot, but against that blood-red energy wave, all defenses appeared futile. Where the Blood Moon energy wave passed, the air trembled with a mournful wail, as both Gyarados and the hapless Team Rocket members were struck simultaneously, careening backward and crashing into the corridor's end, rendered unconscious. The entire episode unfolded in the blink of an eye, within mere seconds, as Ash and his companions efficiently dispatched Team Rocket. Ash recalled Groudon and Ursaring, while Shiny Gyarados flickered and transformed back into Pikachu, leaping onto Ash's shoulder. Zoroark reverted to Shadow and concealed itself behind Ash. He turned to Brock, Misty, and Dawn, all of whom wore expressions of accustomed astonishment, yet remained awestruck by the efficiency of the battle. Ash, Groudon, and Ursaring are truly astonishing. Every time I watch you battle, it feels like witnessing a mythological saga. Misty marveled, even though she was aware of the prowess of these two Pokémon. The overwhelming nature of their victory left her genuinely impressed. The strength of Groudon and Ursaring is breathtaking each time. These Team Rocket thugs are no match for them. Brock remarked with a hint of admiration. He understood the might of Ash's Pokémon, yet witnessing the rapid resolution of the battle still filled him with respect. Dawn nodded in agreement, realizing that Ash's true strength could not simply be described as that of a novice trainer. Ash scratched his head, knowing his Pokémon's strength was indeed a bit beyond expectations. He glanced deeper into the corridor, sensing through the aura that more Team Rocket members were approaching. We cannot linger here for long. We must swiftly locate the head of Silver Corporation and ascertain what has transpired. A glimmer of urgency and determination sparkled in Ash's eyes. He could not tolerate the brazen chaos wrought by the nefarious organization. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of Silver Corporation, within the opulent office of the chairman, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the cityscape of Goldenrod, now shrouded beneath a leaden sky. Raindrops pelted the glass, producing a muffled sound that mirrored the tense and oppressive atmosphere within. Standing with his back to the window was Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, exuding an air of suffocating authority. His stern profile, cast in shadows, appeared enigmatic and inscrutable. Before him, the chairman of Silver Corporation, an aged and weary man, was flanked by two elite Team Rocket members clad in black uniforms, his face a canvas of fear and fury. Chairman, it seems you have yet to arrive at a prudent decision. Giovanni's voice was calm, yet resonant with undeniable pressure. My patience wears thin. Surrender the research data on the Master Ball, along with all prototype products. Otherwise, not only will your company suffer, but you will find it difficult to escape unscathed. The chairman trembled, beads of sweat dotting his aged visage. Giovanni, you cannot do this. The Master Ball is a perilous invention that could destabilize the balance of the Pokémon world. It must not fall into your hands. Perilous? Giovanni scoffed, turning slowly to confront the chairman, his piercing gaze cutting through the air like a blade. To me, it merely represents the key to realizing my grand vision. Only power can dictate the course of this world, and Silver Corporation shall become an integral part of Team Rocket's strength. At that moment, Giovanni's ear twitched slightly. He detected the sounds of Pokémon battles emanating from within the building. A flicker of curiosity crossed his features, but he quickly regained his composure. Perhaps some fools have arrived. But with that Lambda keeping watch below, there should be no issue. For him, as long as the objective is achieved, these trivial matters are inconsequential. Chapter 90. Team Rocket Trio, a golden opportunity. Not long ago, on the other side of Silver Corporation, Jesse, James, stop dawdling. We do not have time for a leisurely stroll. Meowth urged impatiently, pointing at the map, his whiskers nearly skewed in irritation. The Team Rocket Trio, Jesse, James, and Meowth, had yet to find Ash and his companions, arriving in Goldenrod City looking disheveled. They intended to either have some fun or pull off a grand heist to salvage their reputation before Giovanni. What do you know, Meowth? Jessie retorted, hands on her hips, her voice rising. We aim to infiltrate this city with the utmost elegance, stealthily seizing that Pikachu without anyone being the wiser. Indeed, art is an explosion. Yet infiltration must possess artistry and grandeur. James struck a pose he deemed heroic, only to receive a disapproving eye roll from Jessie. Enough chatter. Look, Meowth suddenly exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he pointed to the towering Silver Corporation building not far away. Isn't that the twerp and his gang? Jesse and James turned to see Ash and his friends stealthily slipping into the employee entrance of Silver Corporation. Finally, we found that twerp. What is he doing here causing a ruckus, making us search for him so long? Jesse nearly shed tears of frustration. But why is Silver Corporation so quiet today? James pondered, glancing at the building. Typically bustling with activity, today it was eerily still, with even the security personnel at the entrance conspicuously absent. Meowth's eyes gleamed with mischief as he grinned slyly. Meow? I know. Silver Corporation must have been overtaken by us Team Rocket. What? Jesse and James exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening with confusion. When did we do that? Has Giovanni secretly acted without informing us core members? Fools. If Giovanni had acted, would he not inform us? Clearly, it was another squad that moved first. Meowth swatted their heads in frustration, educating them. This means we can seize the opportunity to slip in, claim their achievements, and present them to Giovanni. Jesse and James' eyes lit up at the prospect. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. If they could outshine the other Team Rocket members, their standing in Giovanni's eyes would be unparalleled. However, there were likely many Team Rocket members inside, and forcing their way in could lead to trouble. James hesitated, unwilling to become cannon fodder. Meowth revealed a cunning smile, producing a small vial filled with green powder from his pocket. Hee, I've been prepared. This is a special sleep powder I concocted for the twerp, colorless and odorless. It can be released through the ventilation system, ensuring those inside will sleep like logs. Once they are asleep, everything will be ours. Meowth, you truly are a genius among geniuses. Jesse and James immediately regarded Meowth with newfound admiration, showering him with flattery. The trio stealthily infiltrated Silver Corporation, with Meowth swiftly locating the air intake for the central air conditioning. Cautiously, he poured the sleep powder into it. Meow, let these guys enjoy a good sleep. Soon, all the Pokemon and rare items will be ours. Giovanni will certainly look upon us with fresh eyes. Meowth rubbed his paws together, envisioning treasures galore beckoning to him. As the sleep powder wafted into the ventilation system of Silver Corporation, an invisible, soporific aura enveloped the entire building. At that moment, after Ash dispatched the first wave of Team Rocket members, he cautiously advanced through the corridor alongside Brock, Misty, and Dawn. They noted faint thuds emanating from the surrounding rooms, akin to heavy objects falling. What is happening? Did something fall? Misty asked anxiously, sensing the air grow thick with tension. Ash's aura sensed the residual presence of Team Rocket, yet he was struck by the revelation that their once potent aura was rapidly diminishing, fading into obscurity as if succumbing to slumber. Moreover, he perceived that several Silver Corporation researchers, previously forced into Team Rocket uniforms, were now collapsing to the ground. On various floors, numerous figures in Team Rocket uniforms were quietly toppling over, some leaning against walls, their heads lolling as they succumbed to sleep. Others, armed, slackened and fell, producing faint sounds of impact. In the spacious research lab of Silver Corporation, coerced researchers exhibited signs of fatigue, slowly closing their eyes and collapsing beside their workstations. The mid-levels of Silver Corporation were engulfed in an eerie silence. Strange, why have most of Team Rocket's presences suddenly vanished? Ash furrowed his brow in confusion. Sensing that the hostility within the building had been dramatically reduced, replaced by a calmness and a pervading aura of slumber. Could someone be assisting us? Brock speculated, glancing around the unusually quiet corridor, feeling perplexed. Suddenly, his expression changed, realizing the air was infused with the scent of sleep powder. Since their last encounter with Team Rocket, he had studied this, becoming particularly sensitive to the aroma of sleep powder. What? Upon hearing Brock's exclamation, the group immediately covered their mouths and noses. Seeing their reaction, the Pikachu transformed from Mew appeared to smile mischievously, disregarding Pikachu's original warning. With a flick of its tiny hand, it generated a shimmering barrier before Ash and his friends. Strange, I can no longer perceive the scent of the hypnosis powder. Is this the work of Mew? Observing Mew's actions, Brock released his grip from his mouth and nose, inhaling gently, his face lighting up with surprise. Mew, hands on her hips, nodded affirmatively, exuding an air of self-satisfaction as if to say, yes, it was indeed my doing. Now, hurry and express your gratitude. Understanding her intent, Brock promptly retrieved a biscuit from his backpack and offered it to Mew. Satisfied with Brock's compliance, Mew accepted the treat, transforming back into Pikachu and returning to Ash's shoulder to quietly relish her reward. Ash chuckled and shook his head. Although he was unaware of the precise nature of the situation, it was evident that this unforeseen twist represented an unexpected turning point for them. However, just as he believed the threat had been neutralized, an ominous and oppressive presence, 100 times more formidable than all the members of Team Rocket combined, loomed above them like a dark lighthouse. The aura was so powerful that it sent a shiver down his spine, unabashedly revealing its malevolent essence. No, something is amiss. Ash's expression shifted dramatically. He fixated on the ceiling, his pupils contracting sharply. Although most had collapsed, one exceedingly powerful entity remained above. This presence was entirely different from the minions they had encountered before. Meanwhile, a spiky-haired youth approached the entrance of the Silver Corporation, casting a glance at the Rattata perched on his shoulder while eyeing the floating apparition beside him, a smirk gracing his lips. Green, allow me to fulfill your dreams. Chapter 91. Green, though we have no enmity, it does not prevent me from striking you down. Ash's demeanor grew gravely serious. The malevolent aura emanating from above set off alarm bells throughout his aura, signaling a strength and darkness that transcended any ordinary opponent. He understood that the true trouble had only just begun. Let us go. We must ascend, Ash declared decisively, hastening his pace alongside Brock, Misty, and Dawn towards the upper levels. They traversed several deserted corridors, arriving at the entrance of a spacious laboratory. However, just as they were about to step inside, a gaunt and brooding figure obstructed their path. Clad in Team Rocket's black uniform, he wore a chilling smirk upon his face. Beside him stood a formidable scyther, its sharp pincers glinting ominously under the lights, along with a menacing Nidoking, its poisonous spines and sharp horns radiating danger. Oh, I didn't expect to find a few stragglers. Lambda, one of Team Rocket's executives, coldly surveyed Ash and his companions. But this is where your journey ends. Those who dare to obstruct our plans face only a dead end. Team Rocket. Upon seeing the R emblem emblazoned on Lambda's chest, Ash's fury ignited within him. What do you intend to do? Release everyone from the Silver Corporation immediately. He stood resolutely at the forefront, prepared to unleash his Pokémon. Though Pikachu appeared somewhat weakened, it bravely leaped to Ash's side, crackling with electricity and issuing an indignant Pika. Lambda sneered derisively, poised to command Scyther and Nidoking to attack. Just then, an arrogant and self-assured voice echoed from behind them, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Wait, Ash, leave this guy to me. Ash turned to see Green striding confidently forward with his Rattata. His expression radiated the usual self-assurance, yet his eyes bore an unusual intensity. Green, Ash exclaimed in surprise. Green approached Ash's side, his gaze sharp as he addressed Lambda. Lambda, did you think no one was aware of your movements? The true leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni, is currently at the top of this building, ISNTE. At this revelation, Lambda's customary cold smile faltered, his pupils dilating in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Green would pinpoint Giovanni's location and possess such intricate knowledge of his identity. What? How could you possibly know? Lambda's voice wavered for the first time, his tone rising several octaves. After all, Giovanni's whereabouts were not known even to him, the head of this operation. How could this brat possibly be privy to such information? Was there a traitor within their ranks? His Scyther and Nidoking displayed signs of wariness. Brock and Misty exchanged surprised glances, quickly realizing that as Professor Oak's grandson, Green might indeed have access to some secret intelligence. Dawn, completely out of the loop. Since the tension in the air, Ash's gaze sharpened with renewed determination. Green's words confirmed his own aura's sensing. Indeed, that overwhelming presence did not emanate from the figure before them. Green, Ash said, locking eyes with him. Green remained focused on Lambda, his voice steady. You should continue moving upward, Ash. Giovanni is on the top floor. I suspect he is pressuring the chairman of the Silver Corporation to relinquish the Master Ball technology. Lambda will not allow you to pass. Let me hold him off. You go directly to Giovanni. But, don't worry, I won't be easily defeated by this guy. Just make sure you don't get beaten by Giovanni after I go up. Wow, Green is incredibly cool. He really has that aura of confidence. By the way, did Green come specifically to confront Lambda? Could there be some past grievances between them? Could it be for the sake of Green's Rattata, after all? It was Lambda who caused its demise, as per the lore of the King's Festival. Ash observed the determination in Green's eyes, along with the comments in the chat, and understood that Green was not acting impulsively. He nodded, filled with trust. Thank you, Green. Please, take care of yourself. Rest assured, Ash. Green turned back, flashing a confident smile. Dealing with this kind of opponent is my specialty. With that, he drew a pokeball from his waist, ready for battle. Rattata assumed a battle stance, eyes fierce. Ash hesitated no longer. He knew time was of the essence, and Giovanni, as Team Rocket's leader, posed the greatest threat. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Brock, Misty, and Dawn beside him. Let us move. Our target is the top floor. Pikachu understood Ash's resolve, jumping onto his shoulder. Eyes resolute. Humph, don't even think about escaping. Lambda snapped back to reality, roaring as he commanded Scyther and Nidoking to intercept. Not a chance. Your opponent is me. Green positioned himself in front of Lambda, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Rattata, use tackle. Rattata, following the command, charged forth like an arrow, launching itself at Scyther. An intense battle erupted in the corridor. Ash did not look back. He and his companions continued their swift advance toward the upper levels. The malevolent aura, as deep and dark as a black hole, seemed to draw him in like a colossal magnet, foretelling an even greater crisis awaiting him. Returning to Green's perspective, Lambda glared furiously at the tenacious Green who obstructed his path. You little brat, I have no grievance with you. Why are you intent on ruining my plans? Since you know Giovanni is up there, do you not fear for the safety of those little brats if they ascend? Lambda was genuinely alarmed. If the others interrupted Giovanni's plans, he could lose his position among the 4 executives upon returning to headquarters. As for whether Ash and his friends could defeat Giovanni, that was utterly farcical. No grievances, yet you think I will let you go? Xiao Mao chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage in further trivial conversation with Lambda, and calmly directed Lotta to take on 2 opponents. How infuriating. This insufferable little brat's Lotta moves with astonishing speed and strength. Lambda observed as his Scyther and Nidoking's attacks failed to land on Lotta, instead finding themselves on the defensive under relentless assaults, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This audacious little rascal is impressively formidable. Chapter 92. The intimidation from Chairman Sakaki. Ash and his companions hurriedly traversed the upper corridors of the Sylph Company. With each ascending floor, the ominous aura emanating from the top intensified, an invisible weight pressing upon the air, rendering it heavy. Ash's expression grew increasingly grave. He sensed that this was not merely a display of immense power, but also an abyss of darkness and ambition. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the chairman's office on the top floor. The heavy metal door stood closed, yet through the crack, faint voices could be discerned from within. Ash halted, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the sealed door, the aura within him reaching its zenith, and he was certain that Sakaki resided inside. Prepare yourselves, everyone, Ash whispered to Misty and the others. They nodded in unison, their expressions more serious than ever. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash lunged forward and forcefully kicked open the office door. With a thunderous crash, the heavy metal door flew open, shattering the oppressive atmosphere within the office. The scene that unfolded before them revealed a vast floor-to-ceiling window, through which the city of Goldenrod was shrouded in a gloomy downpour. Lightning cleaving the sky and illuminating the tense standoff inside. Sakaki, the imposing leader of Team Rocket, stood with his back to the door, gazing out from the window. His posture was straight and commanding, and even from behind, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Before him, the chairman of the Sylph Company was flanked by 2 elite Team Rocket members, despair etched upon his aged face. Sakaki withdrew his gaze from the window and slowly turned to face the intruders. His sharp eyes, resembling a chilling abyss, swept over them before finally resting on the boy at the forefront. There was no hint of surprise on his face, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. Oh, Ash, you have indeed come. Sakaki's voice was calm and deep, yet it carried an icy bite, laced with an arrogance that suggested he viewed everything from a lofty perch. I thought you would squander your time with trivial antics outside. Ash clenched his fists, flames of fury igniting in his eyes as he beheld the chairman being held captive and Sakaki's nonchalant demeanor. His sense of justice and fervor surged within him. He was oblivious to the fact that Sakaki recognized him. "Sakaki, you scoundrel!" Ash shouted vehemently, his voice brimming with indignation and defiance. "Pokémon are partners to humanity, meant for journeys and endeavors together. You, who treats them as mere tools to shatter others' dreams, are unworthy of being a trainer." He recalled that Sakaki was the gym leader of Viridian City, yet he never imagined that he was indeed the mastermind behind Team Rocket. Initially, when Xiaomao mentioned Sakaki, Ash thought it was merely a coincidence, sharing the same name. The revelation that this righteous gym leader was the leader of an evil organization was a staggering blow to Ash's understanding. Pikachu on his shoulder cried out in fury, "Pika! Pika!" Its body crackled with electricity, expressing its profound disdain for Sakaki. Hearing Ash's accusations, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Sakaki's mouth. He strolled to the central desk of the office and gracefully took a seat, his demeanor one of utter indifference to Ash. "Dreams? Partners?" Sakaki's cold gaze fixated on Ash, filled with derision. "These hollow words are merely excuses for the weak to console themselves. This world is forever ruled by the strong. I am in the process of creating a true world, one that is defined solely by power." He picked up an exquisite box from the desk, caressing it gently. "The Master Ball from Sylph Company will serve as the cornerstone of my ideals." "You'll never succeed," Ash bellowed, swiftly drawing 2 Pokeballs from his waist. With a sweeping motion of his arm, brilliant red light erupted. Regigigas, Blood Moon Ursaring. With earth-shattering roars, Regigigas and Blood Moon Ursaring materialized, their formidable presence instantly filling the office. As if the very air had been torn asunder. The roar of Regigigas echoed like an engine, ancient energy swirling around it, while Blood Moon Ursaring's crimson eyes locked onto Sakaki. Emitting a low, threatening growl, the Blood Moon crest on its forehead glowing with an eerie light. Faced with Regigigas and Blood Moon Ursaring, 2 Pokémon of legendary status. A flicker of interest crossed Sakaki's eyes, though he maintained his composure. "Oh, Regigigas and Blood Moon Ursaring? They appear to be quite powerful Pokémon. It seems you possess some skill." "Ash," Sakaki remarked, a hint of amusement gracing his lips as he recognized Ash's Pokémon. However, this amusement was swiftly replaced by a chilling coldness in his gaze. "But even with them, it is insufficient to challenge me. In the face of my absolute power, any fortunate encounter is merely a futile struggle." He slowly extended his hand, retrieving 2 Pokeballs from his pocket, his eyes gleaming with ruthless confidence. "Since you insist on obstructing me, allow me to demonstrate what true power is," Sakaki coldly declared. "Arise, Rhyperior." Nidoking. 2 beams of red light burst forth, revealing a massive Rhyperior, its body encased in tough armor, and a towering Nidoking, exuding a menacing aura. Standing resolutely before Sakaki, both Pokémon radiated an extraordinary presence, their fierce gazes betraying the rigorous training they had undergone under Sakaki, boasting strength far surpassing that of ordinary Pokémon. As they emerged, the fierce energies emanating from Regigigas and Blood Moon Ursaring clashed violently with those of Rhyperior and Nidoking, the air in the office seeming to solidify with tension. A confrontation of kings was on the brink of eruption. The atmosphere in the office reached a breaking point, the air thick with the powerful energy waves of the Pokémon. Regigigas and Blood Moon Ursaring faced off against Sakaki's Rhyperior and Nidoking, each Pokémon exuding an intimidating aura, their eyes brimming with battle intent. Regigigas, use Blaze Charge. Blood Moon Ursaring. Blood Moon, Ash commanded, taking the initiative. Regigigas transformed into a blazing red wheel, charging furiously toward Rhyperior, while Blood Moon Ursaring unleashed a furious roar. Its Blood Moon glow intensifying as a crimson energy wave surged toward Nidoking with overwhelming force. Humph, as expected, full of vigor. Rhyperior, Horn Drill. Nidoking Mega Punch. Sakaki commanded in a calm and resolute tone, devoid of any emotion. Rhyperior's armor glinted with a metallic sheen as its colossal horns spun menacingly, meeting Regigigas' Blaze Charge head-on. With a resounding crash, the collision of the 2 Pokémon's forces shook the office floor, debris flying. Though Regigigas' charge was powerful, Rhyperior's defense and strength were formidable, standing its ground against the assault. Simultaneously, Nidoking roared, its hand glowing with brilliant white light as it clashed against Blood Moon Ursaring's energy wave. The explosive energy erupted in the air, unleashing a tempest, with Nidoking swaying but steadfast, the tremendous force and Blood Moon energy canceling each other out in a stalemate. Incredible! Regigigas and Blood Moon Ursaring's attacks were both thwarted. Misty exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that while Sakiki's Pokémon were undeniably strong, they could match Ash's legendary Pokémon blow for blow. Sakiki's Pokémon were meticulously trained, and his tactical understanding was profoundly astute. Brock's expression was grave. Engaging in a head-on clash could lead to a protracted battle. Ash too sensed the formidable strength of Sakiki's Pokémon, his resolve igniting even further. This was precisely what he yearned for, a confrontation with a true powerhouse. Just as the two sides became ensnared in a stalemate, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xiaowang's eyes. She discreetly signaled to the shadow behind her. Zoroark now. With a howl, the ghostly Zoroark emerged from Xiaowang's shadow, its gray and white form materializing like a wraith. It deftly utilized the surrounding furniture and scattered documents to create several illusions, while its true self stealthily circled around the battling Pokémon, hurtling towards Sakiki with astonishing speed. Its claws coalesced with ghostly energy, clearly intending to launch a surprise attack. However, just as Zoroark was about to close in on Sakiki, a disdainful smirk curled at the corner of Sakiki's mouth. Child's play. His voice was calm, yet laced with an unmistakable confidence. Almost simultaneously, a blurred figure, striped in yellow and black and armed with colossal stingers, erupted from the shadows behind Sakiki with a speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Buzz. It was none other than Sakiki's invincible Beedrill. Its velocity was nothing short of extraordinary, resembling teleportation. Zoroark scarcely had time to react, let alone execute its stealthy maneuver. The enormous stinger of Beedrill glinted with a lethal sheen, piercing through Zoroark's ethereal form with the precision and ferocity of a lightning strike. Zoroark emitted a faint, sorrowful cry. Its ghostly body shuddered violently, the illusions shattered instantaneously, and its true form collapsed helplessly to the ground, its eyes dimmed, stripped of its fighting spirit. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second, as the enigmatic and formidable ghost Pokémon was vanquished before Sakiki's Beedrill with astonishing ease. Zoroark. Xiaowang gasped in shock, her eyes brimming with disbelief and sorrow. She had never anticipated that her meticulously orchestrated ambush would be so effortlessly discerned by Sakiki, nor that Zoroark would be felled in a single blow. Ash, Brock, and Misty stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with incredulity. They all knew Xiaowang's Zoroark was extraordinary, swift, and possessed of bizarre illusionary abilities, yet it had proven utterly vulnerable before Sakiki. What kind of speed is this? Ash clenched his fists, his aura keenly sensing the overwhelming power and velocity emanating from Beedrill, which seemed to transcend the limits of Pokémon. Sakiki recalled Beedrill, its form dissolving into a mere shadow, as though it had never existed. I advise you not to attempt any clever tricks in my presence. Sakiki coldly regarded the fallen Zoroark, his tone imbued with an unassailable authority. In my presence, all ploys are futile. Ash's gaze sharpened further. Sakiki's strength exceeded his expectations, yet precisely for that reason, he could not falter. He vowed to defeat this malevolent leader of Team Rocket and shatter his ambitions. Chapter 93. The Beedrill known as Sakiki's Beedrill. Ash's eyes gleamed with unprecedented sharpness. Sakiki's scorn and Zoroark's downfall ignited an inferno of fury within him. Sakiki, you cannot fathom the strength of my companions. Ash gritted his teeth, swiftly retrieving a pokeball from his waist. Eerie Porygon, you are the chosen one. With a flash of crimson light, the green and black Eerie Porygon appeared, promptly donning the well-water mask Ash offered, powerful hydro energy coalescing around it, brandishing its thorny staff. It positioned itself protectively in front of Ash and the others, glaring fiercely at the Iron Rhinoceros and Nidoqueen, who were locked in confrontation with Golem and Hecate Bear. Although Ash did not articulate the situation, Eerie Porygon sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the man ahead. That must be the enemy. Eerie Porygon. Titanize. With Ash's commanding shout, Eerie Porygon nodded, the formidable Titan energy surging forth. With a crack, its form was enveloped in a water-type Titan gemstone crown, radiating a dazzling aquamarine glow as its momentum soared to a pinnacle. Titanization? I didn't expect you to venture into Paldea. Sakiki observed the transformation of Eerie Porygon with an expression of surprise. Eerie Porygon, unleash your thorny staff with all your might. Golem, unleash a powerful tackle. Hecate Bear, Blood Moon. Upon Ash's command, the three powerful Pokémon launched a simultaneous assault. Titanized Eerie Porygon, take this blow. The titanized Eerie Porygon flickered, its vine-wrapped staff entwined with surging torrents of water and verdant energy, manifesting as a water-blue flash that struck the Iron Rhinoceros with astounding speed. This full power strike. bolstered by titanization and the water mask, reached its utmost potential. Golem followed suit, transforming into a radiant wheel, crashing into the iron rhinoceros's vulnerable flank after being struck by the thorny staff. Boom! The iron rhinoceros let out a pained wail, its hardened shell creaking under the dual assault. Its massive form propelled violently against the wall, rendered incapable of further battle. Simultaneously, the blood moon glow on Hecatebear's forehead intensified, coalescing into a formidable, blood-red energy wave that accurately struck Nidoqueen's head. Nidoqueen attempted to resist, but the overwhelming pressure from Eerie Porygon's titanization shattered its defenses in an instant. Nidoqueen could only emit a resigned roar before its enormous form was sent hurtling backward by the crimson energy, crashing to the ground with spiraling eyes, signaling its defeat. The entire office fell eerily silent, save for the low growls of Golem and Hecatebear and the sound of rushing water surrounding titanized Eerie Porygon. Witnessing the fallen iron rhinoceros and Nidoqueen, along with the waterlogged floor, a flicker of disturbance finally crossed Sakiki's otherwise placid countenance, a hint of surprise glimmering in his deep-set eyes. He beheld his two primary Pokémon, effortlessly and decisively defeated in such a short span, particularly the Eerie Porygon that had unexpectedly undergone titanization, unleashing astonishing power while switching to the water type. This truly exceeded his expectations. Eerie Porygon and titanization. Sakiki's voice remained steady, though it bore a newfound gravity. This power is somewhat beyond my anticipation. He, who prided himself on controlling all, now had to concede that the strength exhibited by Ash's Pokémon was far more formidable and unpredictable than he had imagined. Panting, Ash's eyes shone brighter and more resolute. He locked his gaze onto Sakiki, his voice resonant and filled with conviction. Sakiki, this is the power of companionship. Your evil schemes are destined to fail. Sakiki's expression remained unfazed, a hint of amusement gracing his features as he regarded Ash and his allies, his deep voice reverberating through the office. You have indeed demonstrated extraordinary power. Yet, this is still far from sufficient. Ash felt the terrifying aura coalescing around Sakiki once more, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He was about to command his Pokémon to remain vigilant. However, just as that thought flickered through his mind, buzz, a near-deafening hum, accompanied by an overwhelming force, abruptly erupted. Ash, Brock, Misty, and Xiaowang found their vision momentarily obscured as a yellow-black blur zipped past Golem, Hecatebear, and titanized Eerie Porygon at a speed that transcended visual limits. Thud, crash, thump. Three muffled sounds of collapse echoed in rapid succession. When Ash's vision refocused, he was horrified to discover Golem's massive form had crumpled helplessly to the ground, its body flickering with faint embers, its eyes dimmed. Hecatebear lay sprawled on the floor, the blood moon's radiance dimmed to obscurity. Yet just moments ago, the imposing and resplendent Mega Beedrill was abruptly shattered from its mega form, its dazzling radiance extinguished, reverting to its original state, powerless and collapsed upon the ground. In an instant, all Pokémon had lost their fighting capabilities. What just happened? If it weren't for the subtitles, I wouldn't have understood anything. Isn't this a bit overboard for Sakiki? This is Rainbow Sakiki, isn't it? This is the sheer intimidation of Sakiki. Ash's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips parting in shock as he struggled to comprehend the events unfolding before him. He had scarcely glimpsed the full form of that fleeting shadow, nor had he the opportunity to issue any commands. Three formidable Pokémon, including the previously unstoppable Mega Beedrill, had been vanquished in an instant. Pikachu, perched upon Ash's shoulder, emitted a low, fearful whimper, its electric sparks flickering weakly, clearly shaken by the terrifying speed of Sakiki's Beedrill. Having witnessed the swiftness of Pidgeotto and Rattata, it had assumed that they were the fastest, only to discover a master of speed in Sakiki. Sakiki slowly retracted his hand, the silhouette of Beedrill transforming back into a wraith-like shadow, silently returning to its master as though it had never departed. The office was enveloped in an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the sound of rain tapping against the glass and the heavy breaths of Ash and his companions. Now, do you still believe that the power of your companions can rival me? Sakiki's voice was calm as water, yet laced with an undeniable coldness and arrogance. In the face of absolute speed and strength, any technique or so-called bond was naught but an illusion. As Sakiki spoke, Ash felt a chilling sensation pierce through him, as if a frigid wave coursed from his head to his toes. The fervent passion that had ignited within him moments ago was extinguished by the overwhelming display of Sakiki's power. He had known Sakiki was strong, but never to this extent. His legendary Pokémon and Mega Beedrill were utterly incapable of withstanding Beedrill's instantaneous onslaught. An emotion named despair began to spread through his heart for the first time. The terrifying speed of Beedrill momentarily engulfed him in hopelessness. Such swiftness was beyond the reach of any of his Pokémon. Even he, in a full release of his aura, found it challenging to keep pace with Beedrill's actions. Chapter 94. Greninja returns, our hearts aligned. Despair surged toward Ash like a tidal wave, yet just as he felt on the brink of being consumed by this icy dread. Gah! A brilliant blue light burst forth from the Pokeball at Ash's waist. It was his Froakie. Upon landing, its large, dark eyes gazed resolutely at Ash before turning to face Sakake's formidable Beedrill, eyes brimming with indomitable spirit. It could not bear to witness its companion's fall, nor allow Ash to be ensnared in peril. Seeing the determination in Froakie's gaze, Ash's heart jolted. That despair was instantly replaced by a warm current. It was the trust of a partner, a determination that refused to surrender. Froakie! Ash clenched his fists tightly, feeling the fighting spirit within Froakie. An unprecedented strength surged from the depths of his heart, transmitted through the bond he shared with Froakie, and instantaneously reaching the Pokemon's core. Gah! With a resounding roar, Froakie's body became enveloped in blazing water energy, a blue light shooting skyward, stirring the very air within the office. Water coalesced, its form elongated, and a blue ninja silhouette gradually took shape amidst the radiance. Greninja reemerged. Sensing the transformation, Greninja's eyes glimmered with understanding. Indeed, only this form could unleash its full potential. The intricacies of its techniques and strategies became strikingly clear in that moment. A familiar transformation, nostalgia strikes. Though it isn't bonding Greninja, it's still quite impressive. I wonder if the remake has Mega Evolution. Greninja, Ash whispered, his eyes igniting with newfound hope as he sensed the immense power within. Fleeting fragments of memories flashing through his mind, memories of countless battles fought side by side with Greninja. Though he could not grasp the current situation entirely, it filled him with optimism. Perhaps victory was within reach. Sakake's gaze was drawn again, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the suddenly appearing Greninja. A flicker of undeniable intrigue crossing his expression, quickly morphing into a deep scrutiny. He had encountered Greninja before, but the distinctive aura surrounding this one made it evident that it was no ordinary Pokémon. The power of the Tokiwa? No, something different, another force entirely. You truly surprise me, Ash. Let me see just how far this exceptional Greninja can go. Sakake's eyes sparkled with a strange light as he spoke, his tone imbued with an air of unwavering authority. Greninja, go. Ash's command was simple yet forceful. Gah! Greninja flickered, immediately engaging in a race of speed against Sakake's Beedrill. Having forged that unique bond with Greninja, Ash entered a special state of awareness. Their senses intertwined. What had once been an unattainable speed now became visible to Ash. The trajectory of Beedrill's movements clear before his eyes. At that moment, he felt as if he was no longer Ash, but Greninja itself. Beedrill's twin needle attacks rained down like a torrential storm, each strike echoing with a sharp whoosh. Yet Greninja exhibited astonishing agility, keeping pace with Beedrill's speed and perceiving its onslaught. It weaved between the gaps in the attacks, leaping gracefully, narrowly evading each lethal strike. The office's furniture was swept away by the residual force of Beedrill, instantly reduced to mere fragments. At this moment, speed had become a mutual advantage, no longer solely Beedrill's domain. However, as Greninja dodged, its keen eyes caught sight of the scattered droplets on the ground and walls, remnants of the thorns from Mega Beedrill's previous attack. Greninja, use that water. Ash, attuned to Greninja's intent, shouted with urgency. Greninja understood immediately, executing a swift roll to evade Beedrill's diving attack, and as it landed, it forcefully slapped its palms against a puddle of water. Water shuriken. With a low cry, the water elements on the ground coalesced swiftly, not from the shuriken on its back, but instead, a flurry of small water shurikens erupted from its palms, shooting forth at incredible speed, striking at Beedrill's enormous compound eyes from an unexpected angle. Buzz! Beedrill was entirely unprepared for this tactic. Its speed was formidable, yet in the midst of a high-speed dive, it was unable to effectively evade at such a close range and from such a cunning angle. Several water shurikens struck true, landing squarely upon its compound eyes. Greninja, you didn't see this coming, did you? How about a splash of water to blind you? Buzz! The intense pain elicited an anguished and furious cry from Beedrill, disrupting its diving trajectory and causing it to lose balance, flailing its stingers wildly in the air. Now's our chance. Greninja, use cut. Ash seized the opportunity, issuing his command decisively. Greninja capitalized on Beedrill's moment of vulnerability, darting swiftly behind it. Its hand glowed with a sharp white light, delivering a powerful slash across Beedrill's back. Boom. Beedrill had no time to react, struck by this sudden assault, letting out a mournful cry as its massive form plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily. Although it had not lost its fighting capabilities, it was evidently gravely injured. Its rhythm of attack thoroughly disrupted. For the swift attacker known as Beedrill, the rhythm of assault is of paramount importance. Once it falters, the tide of battle can instantly shift. The Greninja landed gracefully, its arms crossed, with a glint of icy determination in its eyes. It had successfully leveraged its environment, momentarily gaining the upper hand through a surprise attack. However, it did not relent. Its sharp red eyes scanned the office, particularly noting the water stains left by the previous eerie Porygon-Z. There remained water elements it could exploit, yet its adversary would undoubtedly be vigilant against this. A change in strategy was imperative. Greninja could sense that its previous attack had not inflicted significant damage, as its opponent's presence was already beginning to recover. With a low growl, Greninja, quick-witted, conceived a breakthrough tactic. It swiftly brought its hands together at its chest, unleashing a visible surge of frigid water vapor from within. The temperature in the office plummeted at an astonishing rate, turning the previously left water stains into ice, while fine ice crystals began to form in the air. This sudden chill had a particularly pronounced effect on reptilian and insect Pokémon. The Beedrill, which had just regained its footing, was already gasping in pain. Now, enveloped by the unexpected cold, its body involuntarily trembled, its wing beats becoming noticeably sluggish, as if frozen in time. Sakaki's gaze sharpened ever so slightly. He observed Greninja's maneuvers and felt the dramatic drop in the office's temperature. His Beedrill was renowned for its speed, yet Greninja had skillfully manipulated the water element, altering the ambient temperature to diminish its opponent's advantage. The ability to conjure cold from water elements and even manipulate temperature. This Greninja was indeed remarkable. Sakaki murmured to himself, his tone devoid of the previous disdain, now infused with a newfound seriousness regarding the battle. He fixed his gaze on Greninja, his eyes shimmering with profound intensity. This was an adversary worthy of Beedrill's might. Ash, witnessing Greninja's strategy bear fruit, felt the flames of determination within him ignite. There was indeed a chance to prevail. Chapter 95, The Godslayer's Beedrill. Greninja landed nimbly, arms crossed, its eyes sparkling with a cold light. It had successfully exploited its surroundings, momentarily seizing the upper hand. The frigid air enveloped the office, and Beedrill, hindered by the low temperature and its injuries, found its speed greatly diminished, causing the scales of battle to tilt in Ash's favor. Sakaki's gaze fell deeply upon Greninja, an imperceptible hint of admiration mingling with the coldness and authority befitting a ruler. Well done, Ash. Sakaki's voice resonated calmly yet powerfully, as if the earlier disadvantage had never occurred. You and your Greninja indeed share a remarkable synergy and adaptability. To force my Beedrill into such a predicament is commendable. He slowly raised his hand, revealing a keystone that resonated with the mega pendant adorning his neck. A surge of formidable energy erupted from the keystone, locking onto the fallen Beedrill. So he knows about mega evolution, just as I witnessed with Yellow. Ash's heart raced. He was well aware of the power it held. As the leader of Team Rocket, Sakaki was certainly knowledgeable about such matters. Here it comes, Sakaki's Mega Beedrill. However, it is time for you to witness what true power entails. Sakaki's eyes glimmered with intensity, his tone brimming with absolute confidence and arrogance. Beedrill, transcend your limits. Mega Evolve. At Sakaki's command, a dazzling light of Mega Evolution enveloped the fallen Beedrill. The radiance was so intense that it illuminated the entire office, resembling a miniature sun erupting in that moment. Buzz, accompanied by a loud, resonant hum, more powerful than ever before, the light dissipated. The previously faltering Beedrill emerged revitalized. Its form became more streamlined. Its sharp stingers and tail needle grew even larger and more menacing, while its wings vibrated at such high speeds that they nearly became indistinguishable, exuding an aura of terrifying pressure. The sluggishness caused by the cold and injuries vanished in the instant of mega evolution, replaced by unparalleled speed and ferocity, as if it had been resurrected and experienced a qualitative leap. My goodness, it's fully healed. How can I contend with this? Just moments ago, I barely held the upper hand with a sneak attack. Ash watched in shock as Beedrill transformed. It was not merely an evolution, but a complete resurrection. Sakaki's Mega Beedrill, its crimson compound eyes fixated on Greninja, radiated an overwhelming murderous intent. Simply by flapping its wings, it forcefully tore through the cold air, causing the ice crystals to dissolve, the temperature to surge, and a scorching heat wave to sweep through the office, obliterating the chill. Ash's smile froze on his face. Disbelief etched in his expression. He had anticipated Sakiki's Beedrill could mega-revolve, yet he had not anticipated such terrifying power that could instantly reverse the tide of battle. Unlike Yellow's Beedrill, which embodied the valiant spirit of a knight, Sakiki's Beedrill resembled a ruthless assassin, exuding an aura of chilling oppression. Is this what mega-evolution entails? Brock murmured in a daze, his face betraying astonishment. Through his analytical eye, the entirety of Beedrill's information materialized in his mind, especially the terrifying new evaluation. Evaluation, a Beedrill that has shattered its limits, now possessing a hidden power, embodying the form of a godslayer. Though succinct, the evaluation bore a weight heavier than any words. The term godslayer nearly suffocated Brock with its pressure. Moreover, the fact that the opponent possessed such hidden strength left him questioning the extent of its true power. While Misty and Dawn lacked Brock's analytical insight into Beedrill's details, they too were rendered speechless by the overwhelming atmosphere. As the joy of Greninja's prior advantage was swiftly eclipsed by this overpowering force, Misty had already placed her hand on her Pokeball, ready to summon Gyarados to the fray should Ash falter. Though she was uncertain if she could defeat Sakiki, she was confident in ensuring Ash and the others could retreat unscathed. "Greninja, be cautious," Ash shouted, but it was already too late. Mega Beedrill's speed had multiplied several times over. Before Ash's warning could fully escape his lips, it had transformed into a bolt of yellow lightning, appearing before Greninja in an instant. Combo attack. Mega Beedrill's massive stingers sliced through the air with a terrifying whoosh, striking towards Greninja with a speed too swift for the eye to perceive, mercilessly unleashing a barrage of blows. Each swing of its stingers conjured a tempest, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air, as if it could pierce through anything. Though Greninja desperately attempted to evade, even employing Shadow Clone to disrupt its opponent's vision, the extreme speed and pressure rendered those illusions ineffective. They were swiftly dispelled, and Greninja barely managed to raise its arms in defense, channeling water elements to form a buffer, attempting to counter the force with finesse, striving for a defensive outcome. Bang, 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 boom. The onslaught of strikes erupted with thunderous roars, akin to hammers striking steel. Each blow carried the force capable of splitting mountains, sending bone-chilling pain coursing through Greninja's arms. Its water elemental defense was shredded in an instant. Its body uncontrollably propelled backward from the relentless impact, carving deep grooves in the ground, accompanied by flying debris and dust. Ultimately, Greninja was brutally slammed against the already fractured wall, letting out a muffled groan as it expelled a breath of stale air. With a single assault, Greninja was severely wounded. Its earlier hard-earned advantage instantly transformed into a state of vulnerability, utterly suppressed by the formidable Mega Beedrill. At this moment, Ash, sharing an unspoken bond with Greninja, felt an excruciating pain radiating through his arm, as if his bones were on the verge of fracturing, his expression contorting in agony. This caused both Misty and Serena, who stood nearby, to gasp in alarm and rush to assess Ash's condition. Sceptile withdrew the keystone, his countenance returning to that haughty arrogance. He coldly regarded the beleaguered Greninja, his voice deep and authoritative. "Now, do you see true despair, Ash?" Ash's body trembled violently as he felt the searing pain in his arm. A heavy burden transmitted from Greninja. Despair surged towards him like an unstoppable tide. But just as he was about to be engulfed by this chilling sensation once more, he beheld Greninja's unwavering crimson eyes. With clenched teeth and taut muscles, it appeared to be battling against the agony with every breath, striving to rise again. A jolt ran through Ash's heart, the feeling of despair swiftly replaced by a warm surge of determination. Despair? Ash's voice was low yet imbued with incredible resolve. He slowly raised his head to meet Sceptile's gaze, his eyes ablaze with a fervor hotter than any flame. "No, Sceptile, you are mistaken." He sensed Greninja's indomitable spirit, a profound connection between them that transcended words. Despair had no foothold between him and Greninja. "The bond is the true power," Ash proclaimed. Memories of past experiences and moments spent with his Pokémon flooding his mind, along with the familiar yet foreign recollections of battling alongside Greninja, and the promise they had made to each other, all invigorating him. An unprecedented surge of powerful aura erupted from Ash, resonating in harmony with Greninja's life energy. Karuga. Chapter 96. The Rebirth of Bonds, an unbeatable foe, Ash's first defeat. Greninja let out a deafening roar, its water energy erupting like a boiling tempest. forming a colossal blue water column that soared skyward. Within this torrent, Greninja underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Water rapidly coalesced on its back, shaping into a massive, shuriken-like blue energy entity, as if merging with Ash's very essence. Its form elongated and refined, lines flowing with explosive potential, red patterns appearing on its head. While its once deep blue body shifted to a pure aqua hue, its eyes glowing with a blood-red radiance, exuding an unprecedented powerful aura. This was Ash's version of Greninja. By the heavens, it's here. The bond transformation. This truly brings back memories. Now, Ash's version of Greninja, it's your turn. What kind of evolution is this? Sceptile's pupils dilated, genuine astonishment finally gracing his features. He sensed the terrifying power emanating from this Greninja, far surpassing the ordinary Mega Evolution. A force intricately linked to Ash's aura, creating a new existence entirely, one that transcended his understanding of Mega Evolution. Ash had achieved this form, akin to, or perhaps surpassing Mega Evolution, without any items, leaving Sceptile momentarily at a loss, despite his self-proclaimed mastery over Pokémon empowerment. Karuga. Ash's version of Greninja stood proudly, completely shedding its prior despondency, the enormous water shuriken on its back spinning slowly, as if ready to rend the very fabric of space. Its blood-red eyes mirrored Ash's own, filled with an unwavering, fiery determination. Ash felt the tumultuous energy coursing within him, his clenched fists trembling with excitement. In this moment, he was utterly convinced that the memories that had flickered through his mind when he first connected with Greninja were not mere illusions, but a tangible manifestation of their bond's power. Greninja, Water Shuriken. Ash commanded loudly, his voice brimming with confidence and resolve. The massive Water Shuriken detached from Greninja's back, carrying with it the formidable energy capable of cleaving boulders, hurtling towards Mega Beedrill like a blue comet. Accompanied by a piercing howl. Buzz. Mega Beedrill's scarlet compound eyes flickered with seriousness. It did not take the hit directly, but instead evaded with lightning speed. The water shuriken crashed violently against the office's floor-to-ceiling window, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the tempered glass shattered, sending shards scattering in a gust of wind followed by rainstorms surging into the room. Double needle attack. Sceptile commanded coldly. Taking advantage of the obscured vision caused by the water shuriken, Mega Beedrill transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, swiftly appearing beside Ash's Greninja. Its enormous twin stingers, infused with terrifying power, swung towards Greninja at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, like a tempest. Karuga. Ash's version of Greninja reacted with equal swiftness, finally keeping pace with its opponent. The water shuriken on its back coalesced once more. It swung its arm back, striking forth like a true blade, weaving an impenetrable curtain of water to block, parry, and counterattack. Clang, 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 sizzle. The harsh sound of metal clashing against water blades resonated, sparks flying and steam rising. The two Pokémon reached the pinnacle of speed, their bodies transformed into fleeting shadows, colliding and tearing through the office. Each encounter was accompanied by deafening shockwaves as walls, floors, and furniture were relentlessly torn apart. The entire office transformed into a chaotic battleground, as if ravaged by a hurricane. Greninja, Water Shuriken. Ash seized the moment between Mega Beedrill's attacks to shout his command. Ash's version of Greninja twisted its form, vanishing from Mega Beedrill's line of sight after a deflection, only to reappear behind it. With a hand strike imbued with sharp flying-type energy, it slashed fiercely at Beedrill's back. Buzz. Mega Beedrill let out a pained wail but quickly regained its balance, its massive poison stinger gathering deadly energy at its tail, preparing a lethal strike. The stinger shot forth like a venomous serpent, aiming straight for Ash's Greninja. Although Greninja managed to evade a fatal blow, its arm was still grazed, wisps of smoke rising from its deep blue water membrane. Ash's heart resonated with Greninja's pain, feeling the immense burden of power surging within it. The strength of bond evolution exacted a significant toll on their bodies. Beads of sweat began to form on Ash's forehead, his complexion paling. Yet the fire of determination in his eyes remained undiminished. Greninja, hold on. Strike the weak point. Ash roared, fully aware of the critical moment at hand. Once more enveloped in shadow energy, Ash's version of Greninja engaged in a nearly mutually destructive clash with Mega Beedrill. Boom. The tremendous impact sent both Pokémon flying backwards, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Mega Beedrill struggled to rise, though it bore injuries. The vitality granted by Mega Evolution kept its fighting spirit aflame. However, Ash's version of Greninja was in a dire predicament. The massive water shuriken on its back flickered erratically, The deep blue membrane dimming. Ash's heart lurched. He sensed the waning of power, the state of bond evolution approaching its limit. He could distinctly feel the exhaustion within him, as if an invisible force was siphoning away his strength. Buzz. Mega Beedrill seized this opportunity, once again transforming into a streak of yellow, lunging at Greninja. This time, it was resolute. The colossal twin needles aimed directly at the chest of the Greninja. Greninja! Ash cried out in despair. The Ash's Greninja attempted to muster its last vestige of strength to block, but its speed was noticeably lagging, its body trembling from excessive exertion. Bang! The Mega Beedrill's twin needles struck fiercely against Ash's Greninja. The overwhelming force erupted instantaneously, sending it hurtling through the air. Mid-flight, the massive water shuriken behind Ash's Greninja shattered with a resounding crack, the deep blue water veil dissipating rapidly. It reverted to its ordinary Greninja form, its body weakly plummeting to the ground, eyes vacant, utterly bereft of combat capability. Ash's body shuddered violently as he felt the exhaustion and frailty emanating from Greninja. As though he himself had endured a grievous blow, he painfully shut his eyes, a low growl of unwillingness escaping his lips. Greninja. Buzzing. The form of Mega Beedrill began to flicker at that moment. Indeed, it could not maintain this form for an extended period. Sceptile murmured, recalling Mega Beedrill, which reverted back to its normal state, still standing proudly beside him despite its fatigue. Sceptile approached Greninja, looking down upon the fallen creature, his face devoid of expression. The power of bonds is indeed commendable, he remarked with a calm voice, laced with an undeniable chill, yet, alas, it remains but a fleeting moment before true formidable strength. Any transient outburst cannot alter the ultimate outcome. Ash clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. He lifted his gaze, though his heart ached. The indomitable flame in his eyes had not extinguished. He had lost, but his fighting spirit was far from vanquished. Sceptile did not spare another glance at the fallen Greninja or Ash, as if everything was already under his dominion. He walked towards the captured chairman of the Silver Corporation, retrieving from him the exquisite box he had previously caressed, which contained the highest secret of the Silver Corporation, a Master Ball said to possess the capability to capture any Pokémon, even the legendary ones unable to escape its grasp. It seems today's haul has been quite satisfactory. Sceptile's voice remained steady, tinged with a sense of triumph. I have taken possession of the Silver Corporation's research accomplishments. He cast a disdainful glance at Ash and his companions before turning towards the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the tempest raged on, yet a black helicopter hovered steadily in midair, the roar of its rotors audible amidst the downpour. The helicopter's door slowly opened, revealing 2 elite team rocket members already waiting inside. Just as Misty prepared to unleash her Gyarados to intercept, she noticed the firearms of the elite members were already aimed at Ash. Realizing the futility, she reluctantly halted her actions. Sceptile boarded the helicopter with an air of nonchalance, as if the earlier fierce battle had never transpired. He did not look back. Instead, just before crossing the threshold of the cabin, he transmitted a cold, oppressive voice through the helicopter's microphone. Ash, remember that the rules of the world will ultimately be dictated by strength, and I shall become that sovereign. As Sceptile's words faded, the cabin door gradually closed. The roar of the helicopter's rotors intensified, surging through the rain-soaked air, ascending swiftly into the gloomy skies of Goldenrod City, leaving behind only the echoes of its departure and the remnants of shattered glass. Is this Sceptile? The pressure is overwhelming. No, with Sceptile this strong, why bother pretending? The League probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. However, it seems there is something amiss with Beedrill. I just reviewed the subtitles, and Sceptile mentioned, indeed, it cannot maintain this form for long. I wonder if Beedrill has yet to fully master Mega Evolution, or if it's some other reason. In the office, the battlefield lay in tatters, with fallen Pokémon and the heavy breaths of Ash's group filling the air. Ash gazed towards the direction Sceptile had departed, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly, sweat and rain mingling as they dripped from his brow. He had lost, so thoroughly that even struggling appeared futile. Yet even so, despair did not cloud his eyes. Rather, a firmer resolve flickered deep within. Sceptile, Ash murmured softly, his voice weak yet imbued with defiance. I will not allow you to prevail. Pokémon are not mere tools for you to wield in your quest for dominion. With those words, the after-effects of the hyperconnection previously established with Greninja surged upon him like a tidal wave, leaving no room for further contemplation as his mind plunged into an abyss of emptiness, and Ash collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Pika Pika. Ash. Chapter 97. Not an outlier. but a reincarnated rebirth. Consciousness floated in darkness. This sensation felt familiar, akin to the overwhelming fatigue I experienced during my first extraordinary evolution in the north. Yet this time, it was more profound and painful. I could sense Ash's breath, rapid and labored. I felt the shared pain we endured washing over our consciousness like relentless waves. I could perceive the scars left by the bond's power surging freely within us. Why? Why am I still not strong enough? Fragments of memories began to surface in the dark. In a vortex of recollections, scenes unfolded in my mind. I finally understood why I felt so out of place among my kin, why I possessed an innate arsenal of combat techniques, why I could instinctively adapt to my transformation into Greninja upon my first evolution, and why all the uncertainties regarding my identity found resolution in that moment. Because in my past life, I had already ascended to an unknown pinnacle alongside Ash, the sunlight of Kalos, the youthful figure of Myrita. The bonds formed throughout our journey. Evolution, battles, the initial bond transformation in the ninja village, the fist bump shared under moonlight with Ash, and that climactic battle against the Land's Mega Charizard X in the finals. We poured our utmost effort into the power of our bond, igniting it to its zenith, only to ultimately succumb beneath the orange flames. It was then I realized that while bond evolution is formidable, it is not invincible. It demands perfect synchronization, requires both parties to reach their physical limits, and necessitates time for growth. And now, time had become our most scarce resource. However, fortunately, this time, Ash and I encountered each other earlier, granting us more time for consolidation. Time was no longer the critical factor influencing our ascent to strength. With great difficulty, I opened my eyes. My vision was blurred, revealing only a pristine white ceiling. I could ascertain that this was not the Silver Corporation's office. The air was infused with a gentle, soothing fragrance of calming flowers. I knew where I was. This was the Pokémon Center. Struggling to rise, I turned my gaze and spotted a familiar figure. Ash lay on the adjacent hospital bed, pale-faced, a cooling patch affixed to his forehead. Pikachu nestled on his chest, its small body rising and falling with Ash's breaths. Misty and Brock stood vigil at his bedside, their expressions grave. "Greninja, you're awake." Brock noticed my movement and hurried over. I attempted to sit up, but the pain radiating through my body forced me to relent. The after-effects of the prematurely initiated bond evolution were far more severe than anticipated. It was not merely fatigue, but akin to a profound internal injury. Though I could maintain my Greninja form now, it felt feeble compared to the formidable physique I had cultivated in my memories. "Do not move recklessly," Nurse Joy cautioned. "Your condition is quite unique." Misty's voice brimmed with concern. "There seems to be a connection between you and Ash. When you were injured, Ash also." I understood her implication. This is the price of bond evolution. While hearts may be in harmony, so too shall pain be shared. In my previous life in Kalos, Ash and I had undergone prolonged training that enabled us to bear such burdens. Yet now, in this world, Ash is still too young, and his body is not adequately prepared. I strained to sit up and gazed at the unconscious trainer. A question arose within me. Was I too hasty? The bond from my memories felt so vivid that I instinctively believed that through evolution, we would be invincible once more. However, reality dealt me a heavy blow. In this world, we have yet to reach that pinnacle. The power of Mega Beedrill is beyond imagination, and the cold strength of Surd revealed the chasm that lay between us. If not for the apparent injuries to his Beedrill, and if his objective had not been the confidential matters of Sylph Company rather than our lives, the consequences would have been dire. "Kuga," I murmured softly. Just then, a faint groan broke the silence. Ash slowly opened his eyes, his brown pupils still somewhat unfocused. Pikachu immediately leaped up, nuzzling against his trainer's face. "Pikachu." Ash's voice was hoarse, but upon seeing everyone safe, he managed a strained smile. His gaze then turned to me. In that instant, our eyes met, and without words, we understood each other's thoughts. "I'm sorry, we are not strong enough yet, but we will not give up." Ash, with great difficulty, sat up, ignoring Misty and Dawn's attempts to stop him, and barefooted made his way to my bedside. "Are you all right?" I nodded and extended my hand. Ash grasped mine, and that familiar warmth returned. Meeting his gaze, I knew he too recalled our shared past. The connection of our bond still exists. We simply need to wield this power more cautiously now. Nurse Joy, with her pink hair, entered, and upon seeing both patients awake, she sighed in relief, yet with a hint of exasperation. "Both of your health indicators are quite unusual. Ash, your body shows severe signs of overexertion, yet no external injuries can be detected." She glanced at me, a look of confusion in her eyes. As for Greninja, its energy fluctuations are extremely unstable, and it seems to harbor some unknown residual power. I have never encountered such a condition. Ash and I exchanged glances. The secret of bond evolution is not easily explained. Nurse Joy, we are fine. Ash managed a strained smile. We simply pushed ourselves a bit too hard. A bit too hard? Nurse Joy frowned, placing her hands on her hips, her tone growing serious. If you continue this way, your bodies will completely collapse, especially you. Ash, you are still just a child. Those words pierced me like a needle. Yes, Ash is still just a child. Yet I have allowed him to endure pain that should not be his to bear at this age. Night deepened. Misty, Dawn, and Brock had returned to their rooms to rest, and the Pokémon Center fell into silence. Only the occasional footsteps in the hallway and the ceaseless glow of the neon lights outside illuminated the scene. Ash and I sat side by the window. Greninja. Ash broke the silence. Were those memories real? The bond evolution in Kalos, and our battles together? I nodded. Those memories, though inexplicable, felt undeniably real. As if in some parallel universe we had indeed experienced it all. Then why? Ash clenched his fists. Are we still so weak? Why, with that power, can we not defeat Serd? Because of time. Because bonds require accumulation. Because power demands a price. I could not voice these thoughts, but through the connection of our bond, I knew Ash understood. I understand. Ash inhaled deeply, his eyes now devoid of confusion, reigniting with determination. We need to become stronger, not through fleeting bursts, but through true strength that can master this power. I placed my palm against his, reminiscent of our farewell in Kalos. In that moment of mutual understanding, we felt each other's resolve. Greninja, let us begin anew. Ash's voice was firm yet gentle. Starting from the basics, step by step, we will allow our bond to truly grow, not rushing for immediate results, nor blindly pursuing power. Just like in your memories, we will gradually grow stronger together. Outside, the night sky of Goldenrod City began to lighten. The torrential rain had ceased, and the dawn was on the horizon. I looked at this young trainer, at the hope shining in his eyes, and a wave of warmth surged within me. Yes, we still have time. Though Serd is formidable, we shall not stand still. This failure is not the end, but a new beginning. Kuga, I let out a resounding call. This is my vow. I will protect you. I will grow alongside you. I will ensure our bond transcends the limits of memory. Morning dawned. On the roof of the Pokémon Center, a Greninja stood alone, gazing in the direction of the silver building, now sealed off as a testament to yesterday's battle. Serd's mega evolution. The wind carried away the whispers. Greninja turned away, no longer looking at the slowly awakening city. We shall meet again. But next time, I shall not lose. It leaped into the morning light, and now, a new journey is about to commence. Chapter 98, The Gaze from the Abyss. At the highest level of Team Rocket's headquarters, darkness enveloped a secluded corner of the Kanto region. An unassuming commercial building served as one of Team Rocket's core bases. Inside the private office of Giovanni at the top floor, the atmosphere was stifling. The heavy alloy door creaked open. The trio of Jesse, James, and Meowth entered the office, trembling with trepidation, each step akin to walking on razor blades. Their uniforms remained relatively neat, yet their expressions betrayed their anxiety, especially Meowth, whose ears drooped. Devoid of their usual swagger, the office was furnished simply yet lavishly. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the city's myriad lights, while Giovanni sat in his black leather chair, his back to them, surveying the nightscape. A large Persian lounged on the desk, its ruby-like eyes coldly fixed on the trio, letting out a threatening growl. The air felt as if it had solidified. Giovanni, Jessie spoke first, her voice trembling. The proud demeanor she typically wore had vanished, replaced by a palpable fear. James was so nervous that sweat beaded on his palms, his fingers trembling as they clutched his cap. Speak. Giovanni did not turn, his voice low and calm, yet imbued with an indescribable sense of pressure. That calmness was far more terrifying than fury, for one could never predict what awaited them in the next moment. I need an explanation regarding the operation at Sylph Company that night. The trio exchanged glances. Fear reflected in their eyes. Giovanni, James gulped. We did indeed use sleep powder on the station Team Rocket members at Sylph Company, rendering them all unconscious. Meowth. Meowth added in a voice barely louder than a whisper. Jessie, gathering her courage, continued, but we had our reasons. We discovered a very special Pikachu. Special? Giovanni's voice remained calm. Yes, Jessie hurriedly affirmed. The electrical power of that Pikachu far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. We have been tracking it for a long time, following it all the way from Pewter City to Goldenrod City. Its displayed power is simply astonishing. Meowth, Meowth chimed in. That electric shocks might have surpassed the norms of the Pikachu species. We suspect what? Giovanni finally turned around. In that moment, the trio felt as though they could not breathe. Giovanni's eyes were as dark as an abyss. He simply stared at them, saying nothing. Yet the invisible pressure made the trio feel as if they were being hunted by a beast. We suspect that Pikachu might not be an ordinary Pokémon, Kojiro uttered with difficulty. Suddenly, the office was engulfed in a prolonged silence. Musashi closed her eyes, mentally bracing herself for a reprimand, or even punishment. Kojiro lowered his head, avoiding Sakamoto's gaze, while Nyartha's tail was tucked between its legs, trembling in apprehension. Yet, the anticipated fury did not materialize. Sakamoto, the trainer of that Pikachu, slowly spoke. Is it a boy named Ash? The trio simultaneously lifted their heads, their faces awash with astonishment. Yes, Musashi hastily responded. He is the new trainer from Pallet Town. We first encountered him at... I see, Sakamoto interrupted her, his fingers lightly drumming on the desk. The rhythmic tapping resonated sharply in the stillness of the office, heightening the tension. Sakamoto fell into contemplation. That night at Sylph Company, he had indeed sensed an unusual energy fluctuation, but it did not emanate from Ash's Greninja. Rather, it originated from one of the two Pikachu perched on the boy's shoulder. The energy was so unique that even he, a seasoned leader of Team Rocket, felt a twinge of curiosity. Could that Pikachu truly harbor some secret? Unknown to Sakamoto, what he sensed was actually the aura of Mew, the mythical Pokemon his mother had once desperately sought, now following Ash in the guise of a Pikachu. Nevertheless, this anomaly was enough to pique his interest. Very well, Sakamoto suddenly declared, leaving the trio momentarily stunned. You have performed commendably. The trio could hardly believe their ears. They had expected a severe reprimand, or perhaps demotion or punishment, yet Sakamoto commended their efforts. Although your methods were somewhat rudimentary, he continued, at least you uncovered a valuable lead. Rising, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back. I too have sensed the peculiarity of that Pikachu. Sakamoto's voice dropped to a low murmur. Continue to monitor that Ash and his Pikachu. But remember, he turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, do not act rashly. Do not let the League catch wind of this, and do not use hypnosis powder on our own. The last statement, though delivered in a calm tone, bore an unmistakable warning that the trio readily understood. Yes, Sakamoto, they chorused, their voices considerably more robust. The secrets of that Pikachu may be of greater value than you realize. Sakamoto turned back, resuming his seat. If it is indeed a disguise of some special existence. He left the sentence unfinished, but a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Legendary Pokemon, mythical Pokemon, psychic Pokemon. Team Rocket had long pursued these forces capable of reshaping the world. If that Pikachu were indeed linked to this, it would be exceedingly intriguing. Your mission, Sakamoto resumed. Musashi, Kojiro, Nyarth, I hereby assign you a new task. Please, Sakamoto, continue to track Ash and his companions. Document all anomalous behaviors exhibited by that Pikachu. Sakamoto's fingers tapped the desk again. If the opportunity arises, attempt to capture it. But under no circumstances must you draw the League's attention. Understood, Nyarth responded promptly. Additionally, Sakamoto paused. The boy himself warrants attention. A trainer capable of triggering such a unique evolution in Greninja is certainly not simple. He recalled the battle from that night. The power of Ash's Greninja, that extraordinary bond transformation. Though ultimately defeated by Mega Beedrill, the potential was undeniable. An intriguing boy, Ash. Perhaps he could prove a useful pawn. Or become an obstacle that must be eliminated. You may leave. Sakamoto waved his hand. And remember my words. The cost of failure in this mission. He left the statement hanging, but the trio shivered at the implication. Is ensuring the mission's success. They bowed and quickly exited the office. As if fleeing from the lair of a beast. Soliloquy. The office returned to silence. Sakamoto stood alone before the window, gazing out at the city's nightscape. Persian leapt onto his shoulder, purring lazily. Pikachu, Ash, and that bond evolution, he murmured. The research on Mega Evolution continued. Although Beedrill had successfully transformed, duration and stability remained problematic. He required more data, more samples. And now, this unique Pikachu had appeared. If he could master both powers simultaneously. Sakamoto's lips curled into a cold smile. What did the League matter? Outside, the myriad lights of the Golden City flickered against the night. Meanwhile, in a corner of this city, Ash and his companions were blissfully unaware that a greater crisis was silently encroaching. Stepping out of the office, Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyarth finally exhaled in relief. Phew, we're saved. Nyarth slumped against the corridor floor. I thought we were done for. Kojiro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. However, Musashi mused. It seems Sakamoto has a particular interest in that Pikachu. Hehe, if we manage to capture it. Nyarth's eyes sparkled. Perhaps we could earn a promotion and a raise. Then let us proceed with the operational plan, Musashi declared, raising her arm. In that case, it is decided. Mwaha. The trio's laughter echoed down the corridor. Meanwhile, within the office, Sakamoto remained silently standing, staring at a yellowed photograph in his hand. It depicted a bug-catching boy and another youth, grinning foolishly but bearing a striking resemblance to Ash. Sakamoto's gaze was deep and dangerous, a mystery swirling in his thoughts. Chapter 99. Sundara Retreat. Just kidding. Pokémon Center, morning. The morning sun of Goldenrod City streamed through the windows of the Pokémon Center, dispelling the shadows of the night. After a night of rest, both Ash and Greninja showed marked improvement in their condition. Although the aftereffects of their bond evolution had not fully dissipated, they were at least able to move normally. Ash, you seem much better, Misty remarked, entering the room with breakfast, a smile finally gracing her face. Yes, thanks to everyone's care, Ash replied, hungrily devouring the food. Dream, Pikachu, you should eat more too. Pika Pika. The two Pikachu sat side by side at the table, happily relishing their tomato berries. However, Greninja, with its keen senses, noticed that one of the Pikachu, the one disguised as Mew, would occasionally lift its head, its round eyes scanning the window as if alert to some unseen threat. Mew. Greninja silently repeated the name in its mind. Although it perfectly masqueraded as Ash's second Pikachu, Greninja could sense its heightened awareness of danger far beyond their own. By the way, where are Brock and Dawn? Ash inquired, scanning the room. Brock's in the lobby. And Dawn went to prepare breakfast for Piplup, Misty replied, sitting at Ash's bedside, her expression suddenly turning peculiar. Speaking of which, someone came to see you while you were unconscious yesterday. Who? Misty's face broke into a mischievous grin as she lowered her voice. It was Gary, your rival. Gary? Ash nearly spat out his food. Did he come? Is he all right? Suddenly, Ash recalled that his formidable rival had also been at Sylph Company. Of course, he's fine. Misty elongated her tone, her expression delightfully animated. You know, Ash, I almost forgot. Yesterday, Gary's expression was a classic. Wah. I'm dying here, Ash. Ash stared at the barrage of messages, growing increasingly perplexed. It appeared Gary was indeed fine, but what did the messages mean? How could he not comprehend this? Could Gary have really done such a thing? Just then, the door swung open, and Dawn entered, cradling Piplup in her arms. Upon seeing Ash awake and able to move, her face instantly lit up. Good morning, Ash. Boja, man joyfully fluttered its tiny wings. Good morning, Xiaoguang. I apologize for causing everyone concern yesterday. Ash scratched his head and immediately inquired, did Xiaomao really come? Have you seen him? Yes, Xiaoguang nodded, exchanging a glance with Xiaoxia, and his demeanor was truly remarkable at that moment. What was it like? Xiaoguang seated himself at the edge of the bed, beginning to recount the events of the previous night. At that time, you had already lost consciousness, and we were hastily trying to get you to the Pokémon Center. Just as we exited the Silver Company building, we spotted Xiaomao rushing out from another exit. His attire was somewhat disheveled. It seemed he had been caught off guard by that Team Rocket member. Then he immediately noticed you, being carried by Xiaojing. Xiaoxia chimed in that instant. Xiaomao's complexion drained of color. Xiaoguang continued. He dashed over and seized Xiaojing's shoulder, his voice trembling. What happened to Ash? Is he all right? Xiaojing reassured him. You merely fainted from exhaustion. This elicited a slight sigh of relief from Xiaomao. Xiaoxia laughed, but he quickly pressed further. Just fainted? Are you sure there are no internal injuries? Has he been examined? Xiaoguang stifled laughter, nearly on the verge of tears from the absurdity. Ash's face turned slightly red. He truly was that worried about me. Of course. Xiaoxia affirmed. Then we insisted on getting you to the Pokémon Center, and Xiaomao immediately said, I'll accompany you. He even volunteered to hail a taxi and pay the fare. Upon arrival at the Pokémon Center, Xiaoguang's expression became even more amusing. Xiaomao lingered outside your hospital room, asking Nurse Joy every few minutes about your condition. Nurse Joy patiently replied each time, it's just fatigue, a night's rest will suffice. Yet, he remained unconvinced, repeating his inquiries at least 10 times. 10 times? Ash's eyes widened. Indeed, Xiaoxia giggled, her eyes crinkling with mirth. And when Nurse Joy finally confirmed for the last time that you were indeed fine and just needed to rest, Xiaomao's reaction was quite something. Xiaomao, I shall not abdicate for a day. You all shall remain as concubines, doghead to save life. Sundara Xiaomao has appeared. Xiaoguang cleared his throat, beginning to mimic Xiaomao's demeanor. Xiaomao first exhaled deeply, his entire being resembling a deflated balloon as he leaned against the wall. However, upon noticing our gazes upon him, he instantly switched to a proud posture, lifting his chin and flicking non-existent hair. Humph, I knew this fellow wouldn't fall so easily. After all, he is my sworn rival. If he were to lose so easily, I would be quite troubled. And then? Ash could not help but ask. Then? Xiaoxia lowered her voice. He stealthily entered your room, standing by your bedside and watching you for quite some time. Xiao Guang and I peeked from the doorway and noticed his expression was particularly complex, filled with worry, relief, and a hint of something unsaid. Xiao Guang added, yes. It was that kind of expression where one wants to say something but cannot. Finally, he took a deep breath and quietly uttered, you fool, Ash. Don't act recklessly again. His voice was so soft that we nearly missed it. Xiao Guang chuckled and, after finishing, turned to leave. However, Xiaojing called out to him, asking if he wanted to stay and wait for you to wake up. He immediately became flustered. Xiaoxia began to mimic him. What a joke. I won't waste my time waiting for that fool. I have many important matters to attend to, collecting badges, training Pokemon, strategizing. I have no time to accompany him while he sleeps. With such righteous indignation, Xiao Guang struggled to contain his laughter but, before leaving, discreetly slipped some money to Nurse Joy, claiming it was a prepayment for potential future medical expenses. Nurse Joy insisted it was sufficient, but he persisted, consider the excess a donation. Moreover, Xiaoxia lowered her voice. When he left, we saw him glance back several times. He had already reached the door, but turned back to Nurse Joy, saying, if that guy has any issues after waking up, contact me immediately. After leaving his contact details, he finally departed. Xiao Guang concluded, yet, his retreating figure seemed particularly awkward, as if he were fleeing. Ash was left in a daze, astonished that the comments from the barrage were indeed true. After a long pause, he murmured to himself, that guy was so worried. Why can't he be more straightforward? That's what we call tsundere, Xiao Guang chuckled. But honestly, having such a rival is quite nice. I assent it. And, Xiaoxia added, Xiaomao must have faced something challenging last night as well, though he didn't elaborate. Judging by the state of his clothes, he certainly endured a tough battle. Ash's heart stirred. Could it be that Xiaomao encountered other members of Team Rocket, or perhaps even Sakaki? Did he mention what happened at the Silver Company? Ash pressed. No, Xiaojing entered at that moment, holding several bottles of water. He only said he drove away the Team Rocket members. He refrained from detailing any specifics. However, Xiaojing's serious expression suggested he had faced a formidable opponent, as several of his Pokemon appeared fatigued, particularly Rattata, which bore numerous wounds. After a moment of silence, Ash broke into a smile. That guy is indeed as tenacious as ever. Even when he is struggling, he puts on a facade of nonchalance. He clenched his fists. Next time we meet, I must become stronger to be worthy of his concern. No, to be worthy of being his rival. That's the Ash we know, Xiao Guang said joyfully upon seeing Ash's fighting spirit. Froakie quietly observed the scene, a warm sensation swelling within. Even amid fierce competition, genuine concern could be revealed at critical moments. This bond might be as precious as that between trainers and their Pokemon. Xiaomao, thank you for caring for Ash. When we meet again, we shall present ourselves with greater strength to return the favor. Oh, by the way, Xiaojing suddenly recalled, there is someone important looking for you in the lobby, Ash. Chapter 100, The Dragon Envoy, Ditto. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center lobby, the scene before them left them all stunned. The hall was filled with Alliance members clad in black uniforms, their expressions grave, effectively sealing off the entire area. In the center of the crowd stood a man draped in a deep red cloak, with fiery orange hair, piercing eyes, and an undeniable aura of strength. The Elite Four member, Ditto, was recognized instantly by Xiaoxia, who gasped in astonishment. It's really the Dragon Envoy. Xiao Guang clutched Bujiaman tightly, a complex glimmer in her eyes. She had heard of his renowned name before, but never expected to encounter him here. Ash's eyes widened as well. As the foremost member of the Elite Four in the Kanto region, Ditto's name was known to all. Not only was he one of the strongest trainers in the Alliance, but he was also a user of Dragon-type Pokemon, revered as the Dragon Envoy. You must be Ash. Ditto turned, his gaze locking directly onto Ash, the rookie trainer from Pallet Town. Yes, Ash instinctively stood up straight. Ditto's presence was overwhelmingly powerful. Merely standing there exuded an invisible pressure, a sensation distinctly different from Sakaki's. Sakaki's aura was dark and cold, akin to the gaze of an abyss, while Ditto's was sharp and righteous, reminiscent of a thunderous judgment. Do not be anxious. Ditto's voice was deep and commanding. I am here regarding the incident at Silver Company. He gestured for the Alliance members to step back and led them to a relatively quiet corner. Last night, Silver Company was attacked, he stated bluntly. According to the company's surveillance records and witness testimonies, the assailant was Team Rocket's leader, Sakaki, and you just happened to be at the scene. Ditto's gaze swept over Ash, Froakie, Xiaoxia, Xiaojing, and Xiao Guang. I wish to understand precisely what transpired. Ash swallowed hard and recounted the events of the previous night. omitting the details regarding the bond evolution and Mew. He merely stated that he and his companions had inadvertently stumbled upon Team Rocket's operation and had attempted to thwart it, ultimately failing. The word inadvertently caught Ato's attention, his eyes gleaming with a hint of significance. You know, Ash, often behind the word inadvertently lies an inevitability. He gazed intently at Greninja, especially when you possess a Greninja capable of undergoing a special evolution. Upon hearing Ato's words, Ash's body stiffened slightly. Ato was aware of the bond evolution. Don't be surprised, he continued, seemingly penetrating Ash's thoughts. Though this phenomenon is exceedingly rare, it is recorded in the Alliance's database. In the Kalos region, there have been similar cases where trainers and Pokémon formed extraordinary bonds, leading to unique evolutionary forms. However, he paused, the trainers in those instances were seasoned veterans, honed by years of rigorous training. You, Ash, are merely a newcomer, having embarked on this journey for less than half a year. This is quite unusual. Ash clenched his fists nervously but resolutely declared, Greninja is my most important partner. Our bond is unshakable. I do not question the strength of your bond, Ato interjected. On the contrary, I admire such pure trust. Yet, his expression turned grave. Strength requires time to master. I have gleaned some details about your battle last night from the relevant personnel. Your bond evolution, while powerful, is evidently still immature and places excessive strain on your body. If you continue to use it recklessly, it may one day culminate in an irrevocable tragedy. Those words pierced Greninja's heart like a needle, as they echoed the very concerns that had long troubled it. Ash, Ato stepped closer, towering over the young trainer. I will not impede your journey nor compel you to relinquish any Pokémon. However, I must offer you a piece of advice. Do not wield that power lightly until you truly master it. His gaze swept over the two Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulders, lingering momentarily. In that instant, Ash sensed a slight rigidity in the Pikachu disguised as Mew. Do not let your cherished companions pay the price for your impulsiveness. Ash bowed his head in silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. I understand, Mr. Ato. Very well, Ato nodded, retrieving a badge-like device from his cloak. This is a temporary communicator from the Alliance. Should you encounter any members of Team Rocket, particularly Giovanni himself, contact us immediately. Do not play the hero, understood? Ash accepted the communicator. Ato turned to leave but glanced back, saying, the Alliance will continue to investigate the incident at Sylph Company. You would do well to depart Goldenrod City for your next destination promptly. He hesitated and added, by the way, your friend, Gary, was also at Sylph Company last night. He encountered a Team Rocket executive. Although he ultimately escaped, he sustained significant injuries. Nevertheless, that stubborn boy refused the Alliance's protection, insisting on continuing his journey. He said, if Ash can endure, so can I. Ash's head snapped up, tears glistening in his eyes. Since you've chosen to continue your journey, your next stop, Ecruteak City, is an excellent choice. The gym leader there, Whitney, is a kind-hearted individual. Take some time to recuperate before continuing your adventure. With that, Ato departed, leaving behind only the crimson cloak fluttering in the wind. The hall fell silent once more. Ash gripped the communicator, a complex expression on his face. Misty, Brock, and Dawn stood nearby, hesitant to speak. Gary, that guy, Ash muttered. Even when he's struggling, he insists on being tough. That's just the two of you, Misty chuckled wryly. Caring for each other, yet both unwilling to voice it. I'm fine, Ash suddenly declared, his eyes ignited with unwavering determination. Mr. Ato is right. We are indeed not strong enough and require further training. He turned to Greninja. Greninja, let us begin our training anew from the basics, just as we discussed before. We will not rush, we'll take it step by step. Greninja nodded affirmatively, and Ash clenched his fists. The next time I see Gary, I will demonstrate my strength to him. That way, he won't need to worry about me. Now that's the Ash we know, Dawn exclaimed joyfully. So, let's get ready to set off for Ecruteak City. Misty clapped her hands. I hear the department store there is enormous, filled with delightful grass-type Pokémon. Ecruteak City. Brock mused, stroking his chin. Their perfume is renowned. Who knows? We might encounter many beautiful women. You hopeless romantic. Misty chided, delivering a playful chop to Brock's head. Laughter returned to the group. Ash raised his hand, and the two Pikachu promptly leapt onto his shoulders, one on either side. He gazed at them and then at Greninja, his eyes brimming with affection. Everyone, let's give it our all. Pika-Pi, Pika-Pi, Kuga. With their belongings packed, Ash and his companions departed from the Pokémon Center. The streets of Goldenrod City were bustling with people. The Sylph Company building had been sealed off by the Alliance, surrounded by caution tape. The remnants of last night's battle were still evident. Shattered glass, scorched earth, and lingering energy fluctuations in the air. Greninja stood at the street corner, casting one last glance at the building. Giovanni, we shall meet again. Next time, I will not lose. Ash's voice called from up ahead. Greninja turned and hurried to catch up with the group. The two Pikachu remained on Ash's shoulders, but the Mew-disguised one discreetly glanced back, winking at Greninja. In that fleeting moment, Greninja seemed to glimpse its true form. The pink silhouette, the innocent smile, and those eyes brimming with boundless power. So, you have been watching over me. Mew. Leaving Goldenrod City, Ash and his companions proceeded west along Route 5. This road connected Goldenrod City to a Krutique City, boasting picturesque scenery and a diverse array of wild Pokémon. Many trainers chose to train here, leading to frequent battles. Alright, decided. We shall train while we walk along this road, Ash proclaimed, clenching his fist. Agreed. Misty, Brock, and Dawn chorused in unison. Now, Ash turned to Greninja. From today onward, we will focus on foundational training. We won't rush. We'll take it step by step. Kuga. Thus, a new journey of training commenced. Meanwhile, in the distance, new challenges, adversaries, and bonds awaited them. A Dragonite soared across the sky. On its back, Ado looked down upon the group of young trainers. Ash, and that Greninja. His gaze lingered on the two Pikachu for a moment, and that one, the unique Pikachu. You harbor too many secrets. I hope you all find the right path. Dragonite let out a deep roar, carrying the Pokemon Ranger into the clouds. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Kanto region, Gary was walking alone along a mountain path. That fool, Ash, was smiling even before he lost consciousness. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. When we meet again, I will be stronger. Strong enough that I won't have to worry about you getting into trouble. You really are not very straightforward. Shut up, Green. Haha, getting anxious, are we? You can't do it either, Gary. Damn you. If you can recover your strength, let's have a Pokemon battle. Forget it. I have no interest in bullying children. What? You coward. See, you're getting anxious again, ha ha ha. And in a corner of Route 5, 3 familiar figures were hiding in the grass. Hee hee, we found you, Meowth. This time, we must successfully capture Pikachu. To my astonishment, transforming into 2 Pikachus signifies double the joy. In light of this, I have made my decision. Hee hee hee. Chapter 101. The Guardian of Pokemon Tower, Galar. Departing from Route 5, Ash and his companions finally arrived at Lavender Town. This tranquil hamlet was shrouded in a gentle mist. Unlike the bustling vibrancy of Goldenrod City, Lavender Town exuded a sense of serenity and solemnity, as if the entire town were engaged in mourning. It's so quiet, Mikuri whispered, clutching her Pachama closely. Pachama, too, sensed the oppressive atmosphere, nestling anxiously in her embrace. This is Lavender Town, Brock remarked, studying the map, the fabled resting place of Pokemon. The Pokemon Graveyard? Ash inquired, perplexed. Indeed, it is the Pokemon Tower, Misty interjected. Sensing Ash's confusion, many departed Pokemon are laid to rest here, and trainers come to pay their respects to their lost companions. Ash looked up to see a towering structure standing centrally in the town. The tower, entirely gray-white, appeared particularly ominous amidst the fog. Even from this distance, one could feel a certain melancholic aura emanating from it. The 2 Pikachus perched on Ash's shoulder appeared somewhat restless. The one in disguise clung tightly to Ash's clothing, its round eyes fixed intently on the Pokemon Tower. Let us first rest at the Pokemon Center, Brock suggested, attuned to Ash's feelings. We can visit the Pokemon Tower to pay our respects afterward. Sounds good. Ash and the others agreed, nodding in affirmation. As they traversed the town streets, they soon stumbled upon a distinctive building, considerably larger than the average residence, with a sign that read Pokemon House hanging at its entrance. Pokemon House, Ash mused, intrigued as he approached. This is a sanctuary for stray Pokemon and orphaned Pokemon, a gentle voice emanated from the doorway. The group turned to see a kindly old man standing at the entrance, a warm smile gracing his face. He wore a somewhat faded shirt, his hair flecked with gray, and his eyes radiated warmth and compassion. You are trainers traveling, I presume? The old man said, Welcome to Lavender Town. I am Fuji, the caretaker here. Hello. Ash greeted politely. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Ah, Pallet Town. A lovely place, Fuji replied with a smile. How is Professor Oak? Wait, you know Professor Oak? Ash exclaimed, surprised to find a connection to him here. Indeed, we are old friends, Fuji said, his gaze momentarily drifting as if lost in memory. Would you like to come inside? There are many adorable Pokemon to see. Upon hearing about the Pokemon, Ash eagerly stepped inside. Following suit, the rest of the group followed Fuji into the Pokemon house. The scene inside astounded everyone. At least 20 to 30 Pokemon resided here, including Fushigidane, Ponyta, Nyarth, and Gyarados. Some frolicked playfully, Others lounged quietly in corners, while others feasted on food. So many Pokémon! Mikuri exclaimed, astonished by the sheer number of adorable creatures. They are all children who have lost their trainers, Misty remarked, her expression indicating a mix of feelings. Fuji nodded, comprehending Misty's unspoken sentiment. Some trainers met untimely ends during their journeys, others were abandoned, and some entrusted their Pokémon to me before departing this world. His voice carried a hint of sorrow. These children are all well-behaved. Though they have lost their trainers, they continue to strive for life. I will care for them until they find new homes or spend their remaining days here peacefully. As Ash knelt down, a Gyarados approached him, nuzzling his hand with its nose. In its eyes, Ash perceived a depth beyond its years. Have you lost someone dear as well? Ash whispered softly. The Gyarados let out a low whimper, then wagged its tail as if to say, I'm all right. Witnessing this tender moment stirred an indescribable emotion within the group. Mr. Fuji, Brock interjected, recalling their purpose. May we visit the Pokémon Tower to pay our respects? Fuji's expression suddenly turned grave. The Pokémon Tower, he paused for a moment. I do not recommend you go there right now. Why? Ash asked, puzzled. Is there something preventing us from paying our respects? Pokémon Tower? That reminds me. Galar, what a tragic fate for the Pokémon. Darn Team Rocket. Honestly, I could cry. The image of a Galar cradling its mother's bones in the manga is unbearable. Fuji sighed, walking to the window to gaze at the distant Pokémon Tower. Recently, there has been unrest there. About a week ago, strange occurrences began at the tower. The ghost-type Pokémon within have grown unusually aggressive, attacking anyone attempting to enter. He turned back, his eyes filled with deep concern. Several trainers have already been injured there. One sustained severe injuries and is currently receiving treatment at the Pokémon Center. This is shocking, Misty gasped. Moreover, Fuji continued, I sense a profound malice and pain emanating from the Pokémon Tower. It is not ordinary ghost-type energy, but rather something twisted by force. His voice grew even more somber. I suspect someone has committed unspeakable acts within the tower. Unspeakable acts? Mikuri asked anxiously. Fuji did not answer directly, but walked to a wall, retrieving a bell from a shelf. This is a calming bell. I used to take it to the Pokémon Tower weekly to soothe the ghost-type Pokémon there. However, last week, when I attempted to approach the tower, his hands trembled slightly. I encountered something that should not exist. At the entrance, there were individuals clad in black uniforms guarding the area. Upon seeing me, they warned me to stay away and threatened to harm the Pokémon inside if I reported them or interfered. Black uniforms? Ash and Misty exchanged glances. Team Rocket. Misty murmured softly. I suspected as much. Fuji nodded gravely. However, I have no evidence, and my primary concern is for the innocent Pokémon inside the tower. Acting recklessly could put them in even greater peril. Mr. Fuji, Ash said earnestly, could you tell us more about the Pokémon Tower? Perhaps we can assist. Fuji regarded Ash intently. A long silence ensued before he slowly began to speak. Do you truly wish to know? Yes, Ash affirmed with determination. Fuji sighed, gesturing for everyone to sit down as he began to recount the tale. The Pokémon Tower has existed for over a century. Within this tower lie countless Pokémon resting in peace. Some fell in battle, others passed away naturally, while some sacrificed their lives to protect their trainers. His voice softened. Within the tower resides a special Pokémon that has been its guardian. It is a Galar. A Galar? Mikuri queried, puzzled. It once belonged to an exceptional trainer. Fuji explained. That trainer was my dear friend, a person filled with compassion. He and his Galar traveled together, fought together, and forged a profound bond. But, his voice choked with emotion, 10 years ago, my friend succumbed to illness. In his final moments, he entrusted me with the care of his Galar. Fuji wiped a tear from his eye. Yet, the Galar refused to leave. It chose to remain within the Pokémon Tower, guarding its master's spirit and all the Pokémon resting here. It has done so for 10 long years. 10 years. Mikuri said, touched. I had no idea this Galar was so deeply devoted. But that is not all, Fuji continued, his voice growing even gentler. In the 3rd year of guarding the Pokémon Tower, the Galar gave birth to a child, a Karakura. A Karakura? Yes, that was the progeny of Galar. A warm light flickered in the eyes of the old man Fuji as Galar transformed the love for its deceased master into affection for its child. Although it had lost the trainer who once accompanied it, Galar found new purpose and solace in nurturing its offspring, Karakura. It paused momentarily. The mother instructed Karakura on how to battle, how to survive, and how to protect the Pokémon Tower. For 7 years, they had been inseparable, bound together as one. The entire Pokémon Tower bore witness to the profound bond between a magnificent mother and her courageous son. Yet now, Ash suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Coupled with the earlier barrage of messages, an increasing unease gripped his heart. Indeed, the voice of Old Man Fuji was fraught with anguish. I suspect Team Rocket has captured that Karakura and is using it to threaten Galar. To protect its child, Galar was coerced into compliance with Team Rocket, which explains why the ghost-type Pokemon within the tower were going berserk, acting on Galar's command to expel anyone attempting to enter. How despicable! Ash clenched his fists in anger. This is Team Rocket's modus operandi, Fuji lamented. They understood that Galar's power was too formidable to confront directly, so they seized upon its most cherished possession, its own child. His voice grew somber. To safeguard Karakura, Galar had no choice but to obey Team Rocket's orders. Yet I can only imagine the torment it must feel, betraying its vow to protect the Pokemon Tower while helplessly witnessing its child being manipulated by nefarious individuals. Tears welled in Fuji's eyes. That child must be in despair, and that mother must be racked with guilt. I must go rescue them. Ash suddenly rose to his feet. Ash! Misty exclaimed in surprise. I cannot stand idly by while Galar and Karakura are harmed by those villains. Ash tightened his fists. Galar has safeguarded the Pokemon Tower for a decade and nurtured its own child. It is so kind, yet has been exploited by Team Rocket's vile tactics. I will not allow this to continue. But, child, those individuals are dangerous, Fuji cautioned, grasping Ash's arm with concern. Precisely because they are dangerous, it is imperative that someone intervenes. Ash's gaze was resolute. Mr. Fuji, did you not say that those people threatened you, stating that meddling would bring harm to the Pokemon? Then we must ensure they cannot continue their rampage. Ash is right. Misty chimed in, stepping forward. If it truly is Team Rocket, we must thwart them. They have already inflicted too much suffering upon Pokemon. Count me in. Brock nodded in agreement. We cannot allow Team Rocket to trample upon Galar's love for Karakura. That maternal bond should never be exploited. I want to help too. Dawn hugged her Piplup tightly. Although I am frightened, Galar must be even more terrified. Fearing for its child's safety. We must aid them. Old Man Fuji gazed at the unwavering determination in the eyes of these young trainers. A glimmer of gratitude passing through his own. You. His voice trembled. You truly are remarkable children. He approached the shelf and retrieved a soothing bell and several vials of potions. Since you are so resolved, I cannot stand idly by. Please, take these. Ash solemnly accepted the bell and potions. The soothing bell can calm Pokemon that are frightened or agitated, Fuji explained. When you encounter Galar, shake this bell to let it know you come as friends, not foes. It will surely remember the sound of this bell. I understand. And these potions are antidotes, paralysis healing, and burn medicine that may prove useful in the tower. Fuji gazed deeply into Ash's eyes. Child, I sense an extraordinary bond between you and your Pokemon. This connection may allow Galar to comprehend that you genuinely wish to assist it and Karakura. He paused. However, if you encounter true danger, do not overreach. Remember, Galar complies with Team Rocket not to let anyone get hurt. If you sacrifice yourselves in the attempt to rescue it, it will suffer even more. I understand. Ash replied earnestly, nodding. We will be cautious, and we will certainly rescue Galar and Karakura. Very well, Fuji stepped aside, his eyes glistening with tears. Go, young trainers. Go save that mother and child, and protect their bond. Leaving the Pokemon Mansion, the group no longer hesitated, making their way directly towards the Pokemon Tower. The mist thickened, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians, with only the occasional distant cries of birds piercing the silence. How suffocating. Dawn clutched her Piplup tightly. Everyone, be careful. Brock scanned their surroundings warily. The closer they drew to the Pokemon Tower, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. An indescribable sorrow hung in the air, a culmination of countless Pokemon's grief that had accumulated on this land for years. Now, this sorrow was ignited by anger and despair. At last, they arrived before the Pokemon Tower. The structure loomed taller and more ominous than it appeared from a distance, built from grayish-white stone. Its surface overrun with vines and moss. Most peculiar was the eerie purple mist that enveloped the entire tower. This mist, Misty frowned, does not seem to be of natural origin. It is the manifestation of ghost-type energy, Brock analyzed. Given the intensity of this energy, it is likely that Galar's emotions have reached their breaking point. Regardless, Ash took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Let us enter. Wait. Misty suddenly interrupted. Everyone turned to her. Misty pointed towards the entrance of the Pokemon Tower, where two men clad in black uniforms stood guard. The uniforms bore the glaring red, our insignia. Team Rocket. Ash whispered, fury flashing in his eyes. It seems Mr. Fuji's concerns were well-founded. Brock stated grimly. This place is indeed under Team Rocket's control. So how do we get in? Dawn asked nervously. Ash's fists tightened, determination igniting in his gaze. We will break through head-on. We must let Team Rocket know they have made a grave mistake. Harming the bond between Pokémon is utterly unforgivable. Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, a Galar stood by the window, clutching its bone club tightly, its eyes fixed intently on the caged Caracara below. Caracara. Caracara weakly called out, tears brimming in its eyes. Galar emitted a low growl, both a comfort for its child and a manifestation of its own self-reproach. It could not forgive itself. As a mother, it had failed to protect its most beloved child. Ah, what a touching display of maternal devotion, a chilling voice echoed. But as long as you continue to obey, your child will remain unharmed. Do you understand? Galar lowered its head, tears of humiliation streaming down its face. Chapter 102, The Encounter with Team Rocket. These are the culprits, Ash whispered, his eyes resolute. He gently stroked the Pokeball at his waist and took a deep breath. One of the Team Rocket members noticed them and lazily yawned. Oh, look, a few more clueless kids have come to play. The other member revealed a menacing grin. Just what I needed, a chance to show you the might of Team Rocket. Come forth, Arbok. Go, Weezing. The two Pokemon emerged simultaneously. Arbok flicked its forked tongue, while Weezing floated ominously, exuding a noxious purple gas. Without hesitation, Ash tossed out his Pokeball. I entrust you with this, Eevee. Bulbasaur, you're up. A flash of red light revealed a sleek, confident Eevee and a determined Bulbasaur on the battlefield. Eevee gracefully swayed its tail, while Bulbasaur let out a low growl, its seed on its back glowing faintly. Huh, just these two little critters? Team Rocket members scoffed. Arbok, use Bite. Weezing, unleash Smog. Arbok swiftly darted forward, its jaws wide open, aiming for Eevee, while Weezing spewed forth a thick cloud of toxic mist, attempting to engulf the entire battleground. Eevee, use Quick Attack. Ash commanded calmly. In a leap, Eevee arched elegantly through the air, its tail carving a graceful arc as countless golden, star-shaped projectiles burst forth from it. The stars struck Arbok with precision akin to flowing light, interrupting its assault as its serpentine body rolled across the ground several times. A member of Team Rocket gasped in shock, unable to fathom that such a diminutive Eevee possessed such formidable strength. Bulbasaur unleashed its vine whip to disperse the noxious fumes. The sturdy vines sprouted from Bulbasaur's back, swirling rapidly in the air like fans, generating a powerful gust that blew away the toxic mist released by Weezing. In the blink of an eye, the vines coiled around Weezing's body like a serpent. Not good. Weezing is about to break free. But it was already too late. Bulbasaur forcefully flung Weezing to the ground. With a resounding thud, Weezing crashed into the earth, creating a shallow crater, struggling briefly before succumbing to defeat. Damn it, Arbok. Use Poison Sting. As Arbok rose from the ground, it immediately unleashed a barrage of purple needles. Eevee employed Charm, turning to gaze at Arbok with its large, watery eyes. In that instant, Arbok's movement slowed, its attack veering off course, with the poison needles embedding themselves harmlessly in the ground. Now, Bulbasaur, use Leaf Tornado. In a flash, Eevee darted forward like a streak of white light, racing towards Arbok. The dual assault struck simultaneously. Arbok let out a pained cry as its body slammed against the wall before sliding down helplessly. How is this possible? Two members of Team Rocket exclaimed, their faces pale. Our Pokemon were defeated by these kids. Well done, Eevee. Bulbasaur. Ash exclaimed with a hint of joy, realizing that their training had indeed borne fruit. Damn those kids. The Team Rocket members seethed with anger. Just wait. We will not let you off. With that, they fled into the tower in disarray. Let's chase after them. Ash called to his companions, his group traversing the vacant corridors, pressing deeper into the tower. The hallways were dim and silent, adorned with portraits of deceased Pokemon, their eyes seemingly watching the intruders in silence. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingled with an indescribable sorrow. They ascended through the first and second levels, vanquishing several Team Rocket grunts along the way. In every battle, Ash's Eevee and Bulbasaur exhibited remarkable synergy and strength. However, as they reached the middle level of the tower, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows, blocking their path. It was a man clad in a neat black uniform, distinct from the attire of other Team Rocket members, with a gold-trimmed R emblem indicating his high status. His face bore a cold smile, and the glint in his eyes behind the glasses radiated danger. Ah, welcome, little brats, he said mockingly, his voice deep and magnetic. I thought that old man Fuji wouldn't meddle, but it seems I underestimated you self-righteous heroes. He arrogantly removed his gloves, his smile turning even frostier. You have some skill to have come this far. He paused, his gaze turning fierce. But it ends here. Isn't that Bishas? Why is he here so early? You. Ash clenched his fists angrily, ready to unleash Charmeleon and Gyarados. How naive, Bissaz scoffed, secretly growing cautious. These kids can easily defeat those weaklings. I cannot underestimate them. However, I possess Pokemon far beyond their caliber. Since you are here, let us have some fun. Bissaz drew 3 Pokeballs from his waist. Go, Mook, Zubat, and Arbok. The 3 Pokemon appeared simultaneously. Mook's massive form exuded a foul stench. Zubat circled in the air, while Arbok hissed menacingly, its terrifying patterns visible on its abdomen. Let us go all out. Misty shouted, Starmie, prepare for battle. Brock also sent out his Zubat. A fierce Pokemon battle ensued. Ash's Eevee and Bulbasaur took the forefront, with Misty's Starmie and Brock's Zubat providing support from the flanks. Eevee used Bite on Mook, while Bulbasaur attacked Arbok with Vine Whip. Starmie unleashed Water Gun at Zubat. The 4 Pokemon coordinated seamlessly, launching a fierce offensive. Eevee nimbly leapt onto Mook, biting down hard with its sharp teeth. Bulbasaur's Vine Whip accurately ensnared Arbok, throwing it to the ground. Starmie's Water Gun shot like an arrow towards Bissaz Zubat. Brock's Zubat engaged in a fierce aerial tussle with the opposing Zubat. Bissaz's expression shifted. These kids are coordinating far better than I imagined. Mook unleashed Sludge Bomb. Zubat used Supersonic. Arbok fired Acid. Bissaz attempted to counterattack, but Ash and the others were too tightly synchronized. Eevee's quick attack dispersed the Sludge Bomb, while Bulbasaur's Sleep Powder sent green particles towards Bissaz Zubat, interrupting its Supersonic. Starmie's Light Screen created a transparent barrier that blocked the acid. The battle raged on for over 10 minutes, with Bissaz's 3 Pokemon falling one after another. Mook was sent flying by Eevee's final blow, crashing heavily to the ground and losing its fighting capability. Bissaz Zubat was brought down by Bulbasaur's Leaf Tornado, its wings injured and unable to fly. Arbok succumbed to the combined assault of Brock's Zubat's Air Cutter and Starmie's Water Gun, twitching before collapsing. This is impossible. Bissaz's face turned ashen, cold sweat forming on his forehead. I am an elite of Team Rocket. How could I lose to such kids? No, wait. I still have my trump card. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes. Very well, you have successfully enraged me. Bissaz ground his teeth. I had hoped to save it, but it seems I must use it now. Ash seized the opportunity, preparing to press the attack. We won't let you. But just then, Bissaz suddenly produced a strange device from his waist, a black remote control the size of a palm, covered in red buttons, with a flashing red light at its center. His finger hovered ominously above the button, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. Let me show you my true trump card. He pressed the button. A blinding and ominous red light flashed. A thunderous roar echoed from the higher levels, filled with anguish and fury, causing the entire tower to tremble. That's the sound of Gyarados, Misty exclaimed. Heavy footsteps resonated. A massive Gyarados descended slowly from the upper stairs, its size far greater than an ordinary Gyarados, muscles rippling as it gripped its iconic bone club. Yet, what was unsettling was the coldness in its eyes. There was no anger, no emotion, only a mechanical void. The eyes that should have radiated maternal warmth were now as still as dead water. A metallic collar glowing red encircled its neck, flashing with an unsettling light, pulsating like a heartbeat or an evil pulse. That's a control device. Brock deduced with his analytical eye, his voice laced with anger. Absolutely correct, Bissaz boasted, a confident smile returning to his face. I have fitted this Gyarados with Team Rocket's latest mind control device, capable of completely suppressing its consciousness and manipulating its thoughts. With this device, I can make it do anything, even attack those it once protected, or, he paused, a cruel glint in his eyes, even make it kill its own offspring. Chapter 103, Jengar to the rescue. You monster! Xiao Wang shouted furiously, tears welling in her eyes. Bissaz shrugged, unconcerned. Monster? I'm merely utilizing a tool. Pokemon are merely tools at the service of humanity. If they refuse to obey, then we shall compel them to comply. He turned to Ash, the red light from the remote control reflecting off his glasses, casting an even more sinister aura upon him. Now, let this controlled Jengar encounter your Eevee and Bulbasaur, and show you what absolute power truly means. Jengar advanced towards Ash, each step heavy and mechanical. It swung its bone club emotionlessly, launching an attack on Eevee. Eevee dodged, and Ash shouted loudly. Eevee agilely leaped sideways, the bone club crashing into the ground with a thunderous sound, creating a deep pit in the hard stone and sending debris scattering. Such formidable strength made Brock gasp in shock. However, Jengar did not relent. Like a mindless war machine, it unleashed wave after wave of assaults. The bone club whistled through the air, each swing capable of carving out a deep pit, every strike imbued with a potentially lethal force. Bulbasaur's vine whip ensnared it. Bulbasaur shot out its vines, attempting to bind Jengar's movements. Yet, Jengar, with its immense strength, swept the vines aside with its bone club, severing them effortlessly. Eevee retaliated with quick attack, transforming into a streak of white light as it charged towards Jengar. But just as it was about to collide, "Wait, stop!" Ash suddenly shouted, bringing Eevee to an abrupt halt in front of Jengar. Everyone looked at Ash in astonishment. His gaze was filled with conflict and despair. He fixated on the controlled Jengar, observing the collar around its neck that flickered incessantly, and the hollow, vacant eyes that revealed a profound sense of pity. I cannot harm it." "What are you saying, Ash?" Misty asked urgently. "If we don't fight back, we will be defeated. This Jengar is being controlled." Ash's voice trembled, his eyes reddening. "It doesn't want to attack us. It's that damned device that has forcibly commandeered its actions. If I retaliate, I would be hurting a pitiable victim." Ash clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms as tears welled in his eyes. Jengar is being forced to wear this device to protect its friend, Cub One, from Team Rocket. It must be in so much pain and despair, its consciousness desperately battling against the control, unable to command its own body. How can I lay a hand on it?" His voice broke. "If I attack it, what difference is there between me and Team Rocket?" "Ha ha." Visas laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the floor. "Ash, you are so naive. This is the fate of a so-called hero. Your kindness is your greatest weakness." He sneered. "It is precisely because it is under control that you should strike it harder. Beat it until it can no longer fight back, until it cannot rise again. After all, it is merely my tool now. Its death would be a waste." "You bastard." Ash glared at Visas, his fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. Yet, facing the approaching Jengar, he could not deliver a lethal blow. He dodged again and again, defended repeatedly, but never launched a true offensive. Eevee used quick attack to create distance. Bulbasaur employed its vine whip to block Jengar's advance. Ash could only resort to passive defense. Eevee kept evading, while Bulbasaur laid down obstacles with its vines, attempting to buy time. Pikachu unleashed an electric shock. When Jengar closed in too closely, Ash had no choice but to command Pikachu to act. However, his order was for a mere electric shock, not thunderbolt. The current released by Pikachu merely grazed Jengar, causing no significant harm. That slight jolt was insufficient to even make Jengar take a step back. Conversely, those feeble currents seemed to irritate the control device around Jengar's neck. The collar's red light flickered more violently, emitting a crackling sound. Roar! Jengar's attacks grew more ferocious. It gripped its bone club tightly, leaping from the ground with terrifying force, spinning through the air before descending with crushing power. "Ash, look out!" Misty's scream pierced the air. Ash looked up just in time to see the bone club descending towards his head. There was no time to evade, but Ash had no intention of dodging. Instead, he spread his arms wide, shielding Eevee and Bulbasaur with his own body. Thud! The heavy bone club crashed onto his shoulder, pain radiating through him. Ash felt his entire left arm go numb, nearly losing all sensation. The excruciating pain drained the color from his face, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth, channeling all his energy into his aura, refusing to fall. "Eevee!" It cried out anxiously. "Bulbasaur!" came the voice, tinged with distress. "Pikachu!" Pikachu wanted to retaliate, electricity crackling on its cheeks. "Don't move," Ash struggled to say. "Pikachu, don't be afraid. This isn't Jengar's true intention. It doesn't want to harm us. We will not hurt it, absolutely not." Though Pikachu was pained for Ash, upon hearing his words, it suppressed the urge to counterattack, halting its buildup of electricity. Eevee and Bulbasaur also bowed their heads, trusting Ash and willing to follow his orders, even if it meant he would be hurt. "Ash!" Misty rushed over, wanting to pull him away. "Stay back!" Ash shouted. "Let me try? There must be a way." Visas watched this scene with an even more frenzied smile. How ridiculous. In the face of absolute power, your compassion is nothing but a joke. This is the bond between trainers and Pokémon. It is utterly fragile. He pressed another button on the remote. "Jengar, continue attacking. Bring that meddlesome brat down." Jengar raised its bone club once more, preparing for another strike. Its movements remained mechanical, cold, and its eyes still held that chilling emptiness. The bone club was lifted high. At that moment, a blinding light suddenly descended from a higher floor. "Cub One!" A familiar cry, filled with despair and anger, tore through the air, resonating throughout the tower. The voice was youthful yet resolute, sorrowful yet unyielding. Everyone looked up, their eyes squinting against the sudden brightness. As the light gradually faded, they could see a small Cub One stood at the window of the highest floor of the Pokémon Tower. Fragments of chains still clung to its claws, clearly just having escaped the cage that bound it. Beside Cub One, a translucent purple figure flickered in and out of view. It was a Jengar. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, and its mouth curled into a sinister smile. It was evidently the one that aided Jengar in its escape. Chapter 104, Capturing Jengar and Cub One, and a gift from Elder Fuji. Jengar's presence took Xiao Guang by surprise. Just moments ago, he had sent Zoroark to rescue Cub One, and now there was a Jengar here. Ash smiled upon seeing Jengar, realizing that it had been watching over him all along. Jengar floated beside Cub One, gently patting the little one's head as if to encourage it. Then it turned to Bishaz below, letting out an enraged hiss, its voice filled with hatred for Team Rocket and anger at the disturbance of the peace of the deceased. Particularly upon seeing Ash injured, its fury intensified. Jengar's eyes, hidden beneath its helmet, were locked onto the controlled Jengar, fixating on its mother. How is this possible? Bishaz exclaimed, nearly dropping the remote. That cage was made of special alloy, and that damned Jengar, who allowed it to meddle? Damn it. I had set up devices around to repel ghost-type Pokemon. How did this Jengar break through? And it can even destroy Team Rocket's facilities. Bish's mind was tumultuous. But even more shocking events were unfolding. The controlled Jengar abruptly ceased its attacks. The bone club it held aloft froze midair. Its body trembled violently, from its arms to its shoulders, and then throughout its entire being. The hollow eyes began to flicker erratically. Red light, darkness, red light, darkness. Something seemed to be desperately struggling to break free from the invisible shackles that bound it. Gyarados emitted a weak, pain-laden groan from its throat. A sound that truly belonged to it, not the mechanical roar of control, but the genuine voice of a mother. With a primal roar, it turned away from Ash, directing its anguished cry toward the top of the tower, where its child stood by the window. The sound reverberated through the entire structure, infused with maternal concern. Impotent fury at its own helplessness, hatred for the collar that constrained it, animosity toward Team Rocket, and a profound defiance against fate. It was a mother, exerting every ounce of her strength to shout out. Even in captivity, even stripped of her freedom, the instinct of motherhood fought fiercely against the restraints. You dare to rebel? Bishaz exclaimed, panic-stricken, as he pressed a red button on the remote with fervor, gritting his teeth in a venomous roar. Then I shall kill your son before your very eyes. The red light of the collar grew increasingly blinding, the crackling of electricity becoming sharp and piercing, as if it aimed to completely shatter Gyarados' consciousness. Its body trembled violently, hands gripping the bone club so tightly that its knuckles turned white. Within those eyes, the light of motherhood battled fiercely against the cold, red glow. The red light seemed to gain the upper hand, mechanically steering Gyarados' body toward Karakara. Yet in the next moment, a glimmer of clarity flashed within those eyes. Karakara. The cries of the child, filled with worry and longing for its mother, echoed from the window. Jengar floated beside it, its violet form softly glowing, seemingly lending its power to help convey emotions to Karakara. Gyarados' throat produced a fragmented sound, its consciousness struggling, resisting, pouring every ounce of strength into opposing the wicked device that bound it. How infuriating. Why won't you just submit? Bishaz pressed the remote furiously, veins bulging on his forehead. This is Team Rocket's latest control technology. You are but a Pokemon. How could you possibly resist? Yet he was mistaken. He underestimated the power of a mother's love. Crack. A sharp, crisp sound echoed. All fell silent. A fissure appeared in the metallic collar around Gyarados' neck. The pulsating red control device. Bishaz's eyes widened in disbelief. Crack, crack. The fissure widened. The collar's red light began to flicker erratically, and the electric hum became intermittent. With a thunderous roar, Gyarados unleashed an earth-shattering cry that resonated in the hearts of all present. It was a mother, fiercely defending her child. The most primal, powerful instinct of life erupted forth. Boom. The collar shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground with a crisp sound. The red light vanished. The crackling ceased. Gyarados' eyes regained their clarity. No longer hollow, no longer cold. Those eyes brimmed with life, anger, and profound love for its child. This is impossible. Bishaz stumbled backward, his complexion as pale as a ghost. The mind control device has been shattered by sheer willpower. What kind of monster are you? Freed from captivity, Gyarados slowly turned. It cast a gentle gaze upon Karakara at the tower's summit, a fleeting expression of tenderness and guilt crossing its features. Then its gaze fell upon Bishaz. Cold enough to chill the soul. Do not come any closer. Bishaz shrieked in terror, attempting to flee. But it was far too late. Gyarados clenched the bone club tightly, launching itself toward Bishaz like a bolt of lightning. With a deafening roar, the club arced through the air, fueled by pent-up rage and hatred, crashing down upon Bishaz. "Ah!" he screamed, hurled backward to collide violently with the wall before crumpling to the ground. The remote slipped from his grasp, shattering into pieces upon impact. Struggling to rise, he found Gyarados standing before him. Please, don't kill me." Bishaz trembled, his eyes wide with fear. Gyarados raised the bone club. "Gyarados, stop!" Ash shouted. Gyarados paused, turning its gaze toward Ash. Ignoring the pain surging in his shoulder, Ash stepped forward. "I understand your fury. I too wish to thrash him soundly. But if you kill him, you will be no different from Team Rocket." He looked intently into Gyarados' eyes. "Let the police handle him. Allow the law to mete out justice." Gyarados fell silent for a moment before slowly lowering the bone club, nodding in gratitude toward Ash. "Bulbasaur, I'm counting on you," Ash said. Immediately, Bulbasaur extended its vines, binding Bishaz tightly. This time, it showed no mercy, ensnaring him so securely that he could not move. "Cursed brat," Bishaz cursed weakly, now stripped of his earlier bravado. "Kara!" A joyous cry rang out from above. Kara leaped from the window, Gengar using psychic powers to support its descent safely to the ground. The little one darted toward Gyarados. Kara, Gyarados." The two Pokémon embraced tightly. Kara buried its head in its mother's embrace, sobbing softly. Gyarados tenderly stroked its child's helmet, tears welling in its eyes. It was a moment of relief after calamity, the emotional reunion of mother and child, a shared gratitude for their safety. So touching. The remake truly understands, ensuring no regrets are left for us. Indeed, it's hard to accept the death of Gyarados in the manga. How moving. Xiao Wang wiped away tears. "Yes," Xiaoxia agreed, her eyes glistening. Xiao Zhang's eyes also grew misty. He turned away, not wanting others to see his emotional state. Pikachu, Eevee, Bulbasaur, Starmie, and Zubat all watched this scene quietly, their eyes filled with warmth. After a lengthy moment, Gyarados released Kara from its embrace and slowly approached Ash. "Gyarados," Ash said, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Gyarados regarded Ash, its eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions: gratitude, guilt, remorse, and profound appreciation. Although it had been unable to control its body during the control, its consciousness had still sensed the outside world. It understood that Ash had chosen to endure harm rather than retaliate against it, and that he had saved both it and Kara. Gyarados bowed deeply to Ash. "Gyarados." Its voice was low and sincere, filled with gratitude and regret. "It's all right, truly," Ash replied with a smile, despite the lingering pain in his shoulder. "Rescuing you both is the best outcome. And you protected Kara for so long. You are a remarkable mother." Upon hearing this, tears once again welled in Gyarados' eyes. Kara approached, tugging at Ash's pant leg, gazing up at him with its innocent eyes. "Kara." Its voice was filled with gratitude and attachment. Just then, a purple figure floated over. Gengar flashed a grin it believed to be endearing, tapping Ash on the head with its chubby paw and giving a thumbs up. Gengar always comes through, even if it hasn't been caught by Ash. It saves the day at crucial moments. "Thank you, Gengar," Ash said with a smile. "If it weren't for your help, we might not have rescued Kara so smoothly." Gengar chuckled bashfully, and its figure began to grow transparent. "Are you leaving?" Ash inquired. Gengar shook its head, pointing to its chest, and then to Ash, the meaning clear. It would not depart, but continue to guard Ash. "I understand," Ash nodded. "Then I leave it to you, Gengar." Gengar grinned widely and vanished into the shadows. Yet, Ash could sense that familiar aura lingering beside him. Half an hour later, Miss Junxiao arrived at the Pokémon Tower with a squad of officers. "Thank you for your efforts, Ash," she said, casting a satisfied glance at the tightly bound Beaches and other members of Team Rocket. "Once again, it is this insidious organization rearing its ugly head. Please ensure they are dealt with severely," Misty exclaimed angrily. "They have controlled Pokémon and even attempted to have Galarian execute my son. Rest assured, this time the evidence is irrefutable," Miss Junxiao replied solemnly. "The mind control device is itself an illegal artifact, coupled with the unlawful confinement of Pokémon, destruction of public property, and harm to trainers. Beaches will certainly spend at least 20 years in prison." "He deserves it," Dawn said vehemently, as Beaches was led away by the police. He cast a resentful glance back at Ash, his eyes brimming with malice. However, upon noticing the Galarian beside Ash, he recoiled in fear. Once Team Rocket was taken away, Elder Fuji hurried over. "Ash, you're injured," he said, concern etched on his face as he examined Ash's shoulder. "It's nothing, just a bruise," Ash replied with a smile. Though the pain lingered, he tried not to show it. "Such a good child," Elder Fuji said gently, ruffling Ash's hair. Regarding Galarian and Cub One, he directed his gaze towards the mother and child. "Currently, due to the destruction caused by Team Rocket. The Pokémon Tower has been officially sealed off by the League for investigation and repairs. Until the tower is restored to normal, it may not be a suitable habitat for Pokémon. What about them? Ash asked anxiously. Galar, Galarian suddenly stepped forward, gently tapping Ash's Pokeball with its bone stick. Then bowed its head. Ash's eyes widened in astonishment. It is requesting you to capture it, Elder Fuji smiled. Galarian wishes to accompany you to protect Cub One as it grows and also desires to repay you for saving its life. However, Ash hesitated, uncertainty clouding his mind about whether he could care for them properly. Cub One then scampered to Ash's feet, tugging at his pant leg with its large, expectant eyes. Come on. Ash, Brock encouraged. You are the most caring trainer I have ever seen. Indeed, and Galarian is so strong. It will undoubtedly assist you greatly, Misty chimed in. Pika. Pikachu bounced on Ash's shoulder. Ash gazed into Galarian's sincere eyes, and then at Cubone's eager expression, ultimately making up his mind. All right, I shall gladly accept your companionship. Galarian and Cub One. He produced 2 Pokeballs, lightly touching them to Galarian and Cub One. A flash of red light enveloped the 2 Pokemon as they were drawn into their respective Pokeballs. The Pokeballs shook a few times before emitting a satisfying ding. Success! Dawn exclaimed, clapping her hands joyfully. Ash promptly retrieved his Pokédex and contacted Professor Oak. Ash, what brings you here so late? Professor Oak's image appeared, set against the backdrop of his laboratory. Professor, I have just captured 2 new Pokemon, Galarian and Cub One, and I would like to request your assistance in caring for them, Ash explained. One of them, Galarian, was previously controlled by Team Rocket and may require some time to recuperate. Team Rocket again, Professor Oak frowned. Very well, send Galarian over. I will take good care of it. And what about Cub One? I would like to raise Cub One myself for a while, Ash stated earnestly. This is also Galarian's wish. It can rest at the lab, but Cub One must stay by my side. Then I leave it to you, Professor Oak smiled. However, Cub One is quite a rare Pokemon, so you must treat it well. I will, Professor. Ash pressed the transmission button, sending Galarian's Pokeball to Oak's lap. Before departing, Elder Fuji called out to Ash. Wait a moment, Ash. Elder Fuji solemnly handed Ash an exquisite wooden box. This is a gift I wish to present to you in gratitude for your rescue of the Pokemon. Ash opened the box to find 3 crystalline stones nestled inside. 2 of them were a pair. One was a rainbow-colored orb featuring a DNA helix emblem, while the other was a black-blue stone that resembled a flame, with energy seemingly coursing within. This is a Mega Evolution Stone, Brock exclaimed, having previously researched Mega Evolution items due to Yellow's experiences. Indeed, Elder Fuji nodded with a smile. The left one is the Keystone, and the black-blue one is the Megastone for Charizard X. I was once a trainer in my youth, and these are my treasured collectibles from my travels. Now, I wish to pass them on to you. But this is too precious, Ash replied, feeling a mix of temptation and embarrassment. I truly haven't done anything to deserve such a valuable gift. Take it, child, Elder Fuji said gently. I have grown old, and these stones are merely memories to me. However, they could serve a greater purpose for you. He glanced at the Pokeballs at Ash's waist. I have heard you possess a Charmander, correct? Yes, Charmander is one of my most cherished companions. Then you must accept them, Elder Fuji smiled. When your Charmander evolves into Charizard, it shall become even stronger, capable of protecting more people and Pokemon. Thank you, Elder Fuji, Ash said, deeply bowing in gratitude. I will not disappoint your expectations. Oh, and there's this, Elder Fuji added, retrieving a 3rd stone from within the box. This stone, similar to the Keystone, was also rainbow-colored but of a slightly different shape, its internal glow more mysterious, as if harboring some unknown power. As for this stone, Elder Fuji said, a hint of confusion in his expression, I am not entirely sure which Pokemon's Megastone it may belong to. I discovered it in an ancient ruin during my youth. Yet I have searched all records and found no corresponding Pokemon. Perhaps one day, you will encounter a Pokemon capable of using it. Elder Fuji placed the enigmatic stone into Ash's hand, treating it as a matter of destiny. I will safeguard it well, Ash promised, reverently stowing the wooden box. Pika, Pikachu exclaimed excitedly. So, are you continuing your journey? Elder Fuji inquired. Yes, Ash nodded. We are heading to Rainbow City to challenge the gym. Then I wish you a safe journey, Elder Fuji said with a warm smile. Remember, Ash, you are a special child. Your love for Pokemon will one day change this world. I will do my best, Ash replied earnestly. By the way, my grandson is also traveling outside. If you have the chance, do show him the soothing bell. He will know you are a trusted person of mine and may provide unexpected assistance in the future. All right, what is his name? Ayu, with you as in spirit, Elder Fuji responded. Ayu, got it. Thank you, Mr. Fuji. After murmuring the name repeatedly, Ash nodded firmly. As they departed from the town of Violet, it was already deep into the night. The moonlight cascaded down the streets, the mist had dissipated, and the entire town had returned to tranquility. Ash and his companions walked along the path leading to the next town, the silhouette of the Pokémon Tower gradually fading behind them. Ash, let me see your shoulder, Brock said, producing a first aid kit. Thanks, Brock. Brock meticulously examined Ash's injuries. Fortunately, it was merely a bruise and muscle strain, with no fractures. Given Ash's remarkable physical condition, he would be fine. After applying ointment and bandaging the wound, Brock advised, take it easy for the next few days. The injury needs time to heal. I understand, Ash said, a bit bashfully touching his nose, acknowledging that he had indeed acted rashly this time. By the way, Ash, Dawn said suddenly, looking at him with admiration, you are truly impressive. Even after being attacked so painfully, you still refrained from harming Galarian. Because it wasn't its fault. Ash beamed with a radiant smile. If Pikachu were to be ensnared, he fervently wished that others would not bring it harm. Pikachu, deeply touched, nuzzled against Ash's cheek. You are absolutely right, Misty gently remarked. The cornerstone of the bond between Pokemon and trainers is, above all, trust and understanding. Ash nodded in agreement, then retrieved his Caracara Pokeball from his waist. Come forth. Caracara. A flash of crimson light enveloped the space as Caracara materialized on the ground, tilting its head curiously at Ash. From this moment on, we shall be partners, Ash said earnestly, crouching down to meet Caracara's gaze. I promise to care for you and assist you in becoming stronger, so that you may protect your mother. Overjoyed, Caracara leaped into the air, tightly embracing Ash's arm. Haha, that tickles. Ash chuckled. Eevee and Bulbasaur approached amicably to greet Caracara, while Pikachu jubilantly leapt onto Caracara's helmet. Patting its head, Pika Pika, welcome to our team. Boogaman flapped its wings in delight, celebrating the heartwarming scene as Ash was enveloped by a wave of warmth. Despite the perilous journey and his injuries, rescuing the Caracara mother and child made it all worthwhile. Moreover, he had acquired the invaluable Mega Evolution Stones. Ash took the wooden box from his backpack, gazing once more at the 3 stones within. The rainbow-hued keystone shimmered softly under the moonlight, while the Megastone for Charizard X radiated a warmth akin to flames. His eyes were drawn to the mysterious stone, which seemed to whisper an enigmatic call. One day, I shall discover the Pokemon capable of wielding your power, Ash mused. Ash, are you daydreaming? Misty's voice broke through his reverie. Oh, nothing, Ash replied, closing the wooden box with a smile. I was merely contemplating how I must allow Charmeleon to experience Mega Evolution once it evolves into Charizard. Mega Evolution. How thrilling. Dawn chimed in excitedly, recalling her previous lack of exposure to it in Sinnoh. Charizard will undoubtedly look incredibly dashing. Misty echoed, brimming with anticipation. But before that, we must reach the Rainbow City, Brock noted, examining the map. We still have a considerable distance to cover from here. Then let's set off, Ash declared with exuberance. Destination, Rainbow Gym. The calls of Pikachu, Caracara, Bowie, and Bulbasaur echoed through the night sky, as Ash and his companions ventured forth, leaving the receding town of Zue behind and stepping toward a hopeful future. Meanwhile, in an unseen realm, a purple figure floated silently in the air, observing Ash and his friends as they departed. Gengar grinned, while beside it, Marshadao rolled its eyes at its roommate's voyeuristic demeanor. Chapter 105, Training and Unforeseen Events, Part 1. On the 3rd day after leaving Zue Town, Ash and his companions traversed the path to Rainbow City. This trail wound through forests and meadows, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. And the air was infused with the fragrances of grass and blooming flowers. According to the map, they would reach Rainbow City in 2 days. Brock, studying the map in his hands, remarked that it was one of the most prosperous cities in the Kanto region, renowned for its perfume industry and the Rainbow Gym. Ash's eyes sparkled at the mention of the Rainbow Gym. That means I can challenge the gym again, he exclaimed, as Pikachu excitedly waved its tiny paws on his shoulder. However, Misty cautioned, but Ash, the gym leader, Liza, is a grass-type specialist. You must carefully consider which Pokemon to use in battle. I will prepare diligently, Ash replied confidently. After lunch, Ash made his way to a nearby clearing. Taking a deep breath, he released all his Pokeballs. Come forth, everyone, as red beams of light flashed. Ash's Pokemon appeared in the clearing. Charmeleon, Bulbasaur, a squad of 5 Squirtless, Eevee, Pidgey, Butterfree, Caracara, Riolu, Greninja, and a Mimikyu. The moment they emerged, the clearing transformed into a lively spectacle. As for Golem, he had already been outside, comfortably resting on the ground, bearing the weight of everyone's belongings. Perched atop the pile of luggage was a languid Pikachu, basking in the sun. The Mimikyu retained its Pikachu guise, stretching leisurely. Grr, Golem emitted a contented sound, seemingly relishing its role as a mobile storage unit. All right, everyone, let us commence training. Ash shouted with enthusiasm. Pika, Owl, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Bowie, Karakara. The excited cries of the Pokémon harmonized, creating a lively symphony. Bulbasaur, with its short legs, donned a small backpack filled with energy cubes and approached Golem. Gazing up at the colossal legendary Pokémon, Grr, Golem curiously lowered its head. Bulbasaur carefully extracted a specially crafted high-energy cube from its backpack and offered it to Golem. Golem opened its mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp, closing its eyes in satisfaction. Bulbasaur gleefully swayed, retrieving another cube to present. Watching Golem relish the treat filled Bulbasaur with an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. Pokémon Nurturer Bulbasaur activated. Bulbasaur has taken on the role of caretaker again. Next, Bulbasaur scurried over to Mimikyu. Mimikyu, tilting its head in Pikachu form, observed Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur offered a delicately crafted energy cube, specifically prepared by Brock for Mimikyu. Mimikyu happily accepted it, nibbling daintily while its tail wagged in delight. Bulbasaur beamed at Mimikyu's adorable demeanor, radiating warmth. It then continued its feeding journey, distributing energy cubes to Charmeleon, Eevee, and Boogaman, embodying the diligent nurturer. Everyone must eat their fill to have the energy for training, Bulbasaur declared. Haha. Bulbasaur is such a good child, Misty remarked with a smile. It seems to genuinely enjoy taking care of everyone, Dawn observed, noting Bulbasaur's satisfied expression. Meanwhile, Greninja stood atop a rock, arms crossed, casting a profound gaze upon Charmeleon. Charmeleon, a bit anxious, watched the older Pokémon, the flames on its tail flickering. Memories of the past surfaced in Greninja's mind, envisioning the day when this young Charmeleon would evolve into Charizard, becoming Ash's second most powerful Pokémon after Pikachu. I am eager to witness your growth, Greninja thought, but for now, let me help you lay a solid foundation. With a sudden burst of speed, Greninja leaped from the rock. Whoa! Charmeleon gasped, instinctively unleashing a stream of flames. However, Greninja effortlessly dodged the attack, swiftly appearing behind Charmeleon and gently tapping its head. Whoa! Charmeleon turned around, bewildered. Too slow, Greninja's eyes seemed to convey. The ensuing training was nothing short of grueling. Greninja persistently appeared from various angles, pushing Charmeleon to hone its reflexes and precision in flame control. Oh! Charmeleon panted, releasing flames but consistently missing its target. Grr! Greninja suddenly halted, drawing several marks in the ground with its water shuriken. It indicated for Charmeleon to stand at the center, then began to slow its movements, demonstrating how to observe an opponent's trajectory. Oh! Charmeleon intently watched, the flames on its tail blazing brighter. This elder is impressive, Greninja thought, watching Charmeleon focus earnestly, a glimmer of pride flickering in its eyes. With such keen perception, you will undoubtedly become a worthy opponent in the future. Greninja's anticipation for future battles with Charizard grew ever stronger. After all, it had learned from Ash that he already possessed the Mega Evolution Stone for Charizard, specifically the X form, the same as the one that would belong to Alan in the future. Once it trained its Charmander to a level of strength capable of engaging in sparring with itself, it would have an even greater confidence in defeating Alan's Charizard in the future. However, what the Greninja did not know was the monstrous Charizard that it would help Ash to train in the future. Lucario stood opposite Ash, palms pressed together, gathering the power of aura. Excellent, Lucario, Ash encouraged, also placing his hands together, feeling the flow of aura within himself as he attempted to resonate with Lucario's aura. A soft blue luminescence flickered between them, forming a faint connection. Can you feel it? This is the bond of aura, Ash spoke gently, reminiscent of how Lucario had once guided him. Now, he encouraged Lucario to condense this power into a spherical form. Taking a deep breath, Lucario slowly spread its hands apart, creating an unstable blue energy sphere that trembled in its palms. Aura sphere. Bang! The energy sphere shot forth and exploded in midair, transforming into a cloud of blue smoke. Lucario lowered its head in disappointment. No worries, managing to form it on your first attempt is quite impressive, Ash reassured. Let's try again. Isn't it remarkable? I thought Ash would hold Lucario to his own standards. Another remarked. Huh. If Lucario knew that Ash successfully formed an aura sphere on his first try, and with such immense power, he might just rise from his grave. Seeing Ash's encouraging smile, Lucario regained its spirit. Time and again, Blue light flickered in the open space. In another location, the eerie Pumpkaboo had been sent by Ash to instruct the Cub One. Cub One, gripping its bone club, gazed resolutely at the Pumpkaboo. The Pumpkaboo stood silently, clutching its spiked vine staff, contemplating how best to teach Cub One. After observing Ash instructing Lucario, it quickly adopted a teacher's demeanor, beginning to swing its staff, each strike resonating with a heavy whoosh through the air. The spikes sliced through the atmosphere, as if capable of tearing everything apart. In the Pumpkaboo's hands, the vine staff transformed from a mere stick into a weapon imbued with aggression and intimidation, capable of delivering crushing blows or hooking and tearing with its spines, exuding an essence of primal wildness. Cub One watched in awe. How impressive! Is this the true art of wielding a staff? That weapon is far more imposing than my mother's. My suggestion is to let the Pumpkaboo strike Cub One directly with the staff. True knowledge comes from practice, someone suggested. You just want to see a Luffy emerge from this. Another added, Cub One, are you really going to let it hit you? With one strike, Cub One will learn Conqueror's Haki. What a ridiculous joke. I'm losing it. The Pumpkaboo halted its movements, lightly tapping the ground with the bottom of its staff, producing a dull thud to signal Cub One to imitate it. Taking a deep breath, Cub One attempted to mimic the Pumpkaboo's stance and swung its bone club. However, its movements appeared stiff and uncoordinated. The Pumpkaboo shook its head, approached Cub One, and gently adjusted its grip on the bone club. Once again, the Pumpkaboo demonstrated, this time showcasing the most fundamental horizontal slice, a seemingly simple action that encompassed the perfect fusion of power, speed, and precision. As the vine staff descended, the spikes aligned in unison. If it struck a target, it would deliver not only blunt force but also piercing damage from the spikes. Cub One diligently practiced the basic movements repeatedly under the Pumpkaboo's guidance. Although it was merely a simple swing and chop, under the Pumpkaboo's tutelage, Cubone's actions gradually became more fluid. Gazing at the imposing vine staff in the Pumpkaboo's grasp, and then at its own bone club, Cub One silently vowed, one day, I too will wield my bone club with such mastery. Meanwhile, on a high rock, the Urshifu let out a commanding roar. Below, a line of 5 Squirtless stood in formation, devoid of sunglasses, their expressions serious and their eyes bright. Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle. They responded in unison before beginning to jog around the clearing. The Urshifu roared again, urging them to quicken their pace. The Squirtless pushed their tiny legs to the limit, their slick little heads glistening in the sunlight. However, as they ran, the last Squirtle began to fall behind. Squirtle, Squirtle. It panted, clearly on the verge of stopping. The Urshifu leaped down from the rock and gently nudged the lagging Squirtle. Startled, the Squirtle immediately quickened its pace. Keep going. You can do it. The Urshifu called out in an encouraging tone. Regaining its determination, the Squirtle gritted its teeth and caught up with the group, prompting the Urshifu to nod in satisfaction at the sight of the Squirtless training diligently. Pikachu poised at the starting line, sparks dancing on its cheeks. Eevee lowered its body, tail held high. Pidgey circled in the air, wings poised for takeoff. 3, 2, 1, go. Ash raised his hand and then swiftly brought it down. Whoosh. The 3 figures shot forward simultaneously. Pikachu transformed into a streak of golden lightning, sprinting full speed across the ground. Eevee followed closely, its lithe form bounding over the grass. Pidgey lingered for a moment, allowing Pikachu and Eevee to gain some distance before gracefully diving down, wings skimming the ground and stirring up a gust of wind. Pika! Pika! The 3 Pokémon raced fiercely against one another, striving for supremacy. The finish line was a distant tree. Pidgey crossed the finish line first, landing triumphantly on a branch and looking back with pride. I am still the fastest. Eevee, slightly disgruntled, called out, I was just a little behind. Pikachu, astonished to find itself in 3rd place, rubbed its round belly in disbelief, wondering if its recent indulgences had caused it to gain weight, thus affecting its previously perfect physique. This is hilarious. I'm reminiscent of the chubby Pikachu from the original series. Let's do it again, Eevee suggested. Pikachu, still in disbelief, ultimately agreed to Eevee's proposal. Pidgey had no objections either. As for the 2 who had yet to master Quick Attack, finishing second was merely a matter of pride. The only Pokémon that truly posed a speed challenge to it was that Rattata Ash had mentioned earlier, the ghost of the Viridian Forest. Pidgey had anticipated that its old acquaintance would also be caught, especially since it wouldn't have been captured had it not encountered Ash. However, the thought of possibly meeting its old friend in a competition filled Pidgey with excitement. When the time came, it would be interesting to see who the true ghost of the Viridian Forest was. The 3 Pokémon returned to the starting line, preparing for the second round of racing. Nearby, Ash's Eevee timidly watched the determined Eevee belonging to Ash. Beside it, Zoroark looked on helplessly at its partner. Despite being as extroverted as Piplup, Eevee was surprisingly shy and had yet to muster the courage to speak with Ash's Eevee. Nevertheless, Zoroark had no intention of remaining idle. As the leader of Ash's Pokémon, it wouldn't stand by and watch Eevee languish in unrequited affection. Its mind raced as it devised a plan to create an opportunity for Eevee to be alone with Ash's Eevee, orchestrating a romantic encounter. In contrast to the earnest training of the other Pokémon, Butterfree and Piplup were enjoying a far more leisurely day. The majestic Butterfree danced gracefully in the air, its wings shimmering with iridescent scales under the radiant sunlight. Porygon, gazing upward, watched the enchanting display, flapping its diminutive wings in a playful attempt to imitate the graceful movements. However, lacking the ability to fly, it could only bounce energetically on the ground. Suddenly, as Porygon leapt, it conjured a series of bubbles in midair with its shimmering beam. Intrigued, Butterfree fluttered over and gently touched the bubbles with its wings. With a soft pop, the bubbles burst, sending droplets splashing onto Butterfree's wings. The jubilant Butterfree chirped gleefully and, with a gust of wind, sent the bubbles floating away in all directions. Porygon gleefully chased after the bubbles, occasionally using its tiny wings to pop one. Observing the delightful play between the two Pokémon, Xiaowang couldn't help but smile. Their bond was truly heartwarming. Indeed, training also requires moments of relaxation, Xiaojang remarked with a smile. After their training session, Ash stood in the center of the clearing, surveying all the Pokémon engaged in training or play. Bulbasaur was distributing energy cubes with a beaming smile of satisfaction, while Greninja was diligently instructing Charmander, its serious demeanor reminiscent of a teacher. Riolu continued practicing Aura Sphere, undeterred by repeated failures. Carablast was earnestly following the stick techniques demonstrated by its mentor, while Heliolisk conducted rigorous training with the Squirtle squad, creating a scene that was both strict and endearing. Pikachu, Eevee, and Pidgey were caught up in their third round of a speed competition, each unwilling to yield. Nearby, Butterfree and Porygon frolicked, providing a light-hearted contrast to the intense training atmosphere. Golett lay quietly, supporting their belongings, while Mew basked in the sun atop its back, exuding an air of tranquility. "This is my team," Ash murmured to himself, a warm smile gracing his face. Each Pokémon possessed its own unique personality, training methods, and dreams. They were not mere tools or combat machines, but rather companions imbued with flesh, blood, and emotions. Just then, Misty and Brock approached. "What are you thinking about?" Misty inquired. "I was just reflecting on how fortunate I am to have encountered these Pokémon," Ash replied, turning to her with a radiant smile. "Absolutely," Brock chimed in. "The bond between Pokémon and trainer is the most important aspect." Ash nodded vigorously in agreement. However, in the midst of this warm moment, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the forest. Roar. The sound was filled with wrath and ferocity, causing the leaves to tremble. The previously joyous atmosphere of training became suddenly tense. All the Pokémon ceased their activities, alertly gazing towards the source of the noise. "What was that?" Misty asked, her eyes darting toward the forest. "It seems to be coming from that direction." Brock pointed deeper into the woods. Moments later, a cacophony of crashing sounds and the snapping of trees echoed through the air. "Some Pokémon are fighting," Ash pondered, confusion evident in his voice. "No," Brock frowned. "This sounds more like an expression of rage rather than a battle." With a thunderous crash, a massive tree was uprooted and crashed to the ground. "What terrifying power," Xiaowang remarked, her brow furrowed. The once cheerful Pokémon now wore serious expressions. Pikachu's cheeks began to spark with electricity, Bulbasaur's vines trembled slightly, Greninja instantly assumed a battle stance, and Heliolisk positioned the Squirtle behind it. Even Porygon, who had been playful moments ago, now wore a serious expression as it fixated intently on the direction of the forest. Greninja moved to Ash's side, its expression grave. Heliolisk approached as well. Riolu, it sensed the abnormal fluctuations in the aura. "Let us investigate," Ash decided, sensing that a Pokémon might be injured or in distress. "I'm worried," both Ash and Misty said. "Don't worry, we'll be cautious," Ash replied earnestly. "If a Pokémon truly needs help, we cannot stand idly by." "You're right," Brock nodded, "but everyone must prioritize safety." Golett and Heliolisk, "You stay here to protect our belongings and the other Pokémon," Ash instructed. Golett and Heliolisk nodded in understanding. Mew floated down from Gollett's back. "I want to go too," it declared. "All right, then you can come along," Ash agreed, knowing that despite Mew's usual laziness, it always proved reliable in critical moments. The group cautiously made their way toward the source of the sound, unaware of the encounter that awaited them. Chapter 107. Infernape. completely unhinged. Ash and his companions traversed the dense woods, moving toward the direction of the roar. As they ventured deeper, the signs of destruction became increasingly evident: torn bark, splintered branches, and deep craters. This level of devastation, Brock said gravely, is certainly not the work of an ordinary Pokémon. Riolu followed closely beside Ash, eyes closed as it focused on sensing the flow of aura. Suddenly, Riolu opened its eyes, pointing ahead. "Riolu," it exclaimed, "there is a chaotic aura ahead." Ash translated. "The emotions of that Pokémon are highly unstable." "A chaotic aura," Misty frowned. At that moment, a more violent clashing sound erupted from a clearing ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The group quickened their pace, finally arriving at an open area. The sight before them took their breath away. In the center of the clearing stood an Infernape, furiously attacking everything in its vicinity. Its eyes were bloodshot, its entire body trembling with rage, and an aura of fury emanated from it. "Roar!" Infernape bellowed, swinging its fist toward a nearby boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered into fragments, scattering debris in all directions. "That's Infernape." Xiaowang gasped in surprise. "Something's not right." Brock narrowed his eyes. "Its condition is abnormal." The analysis I activated immediately. Evaluation: an Infernape in a state of extreme rage due to a special device. Completely lost to reason, highly dangerous, with the potential to evolve into a blaze monkey. This Infernape, Brock deduced from the evaluation, appears to have been provoked by something, completely losing its rationality. In its fury, Infernape suddenly turned and spotted Ash and his companions. "Oh no, it noticed us!" Misty exclaimed. "Roar!" Infernape's eyes reddened further, perceiving everyone as enemies. Boom! With a powerful leap, Infernape charged forward like a cannonball. "Scatter!" Ash shouted. The group swiftly dodged to the sides. Boom! Infernape crashed into the ground, leaving a deep pit in its wake. "Such speed! Such strength!" Brock exclaimed in shock. "Wow, this Infernape is relentless." In its furious state, even Ash's original monkey would likely shake its head. That original monkey was capable of sending Team Rocket soaring into the sky. If Ash captures this one, it would undoubtedly become an overwhelming force. Infernape locked onto its next target, Ash. "Roar!" It charged with a mighty punch. Greninja. In an instant, Greninja vanished, appearing right in front of Ash. It raised its arm, effortlessly blocking Infernape's powerful punch. Clang. The moment their fists collided, a dull thud echoed through the air. Yet Greninja stood unwavering, not retreating an inch. Its gaze was calm and profound, as if to say, "Is that all?" "What?" Misty gasped, her eyes wide in astonishment that Greninja had so easily caught the blow. Greninja tilted its head slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering in its eyes. The strength of this Infernape was indeed notable, but still far from sufficient. In its fury, Infernape was momentarily taken aback, realizing its full-force punch had been so effortlessly deflected. Rage had clouded its judgment, but instincts informed it that this Pokémon before it was formidable. With a series of heavy breaths, Infernape unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow capable of shattering stone. Yet Greninja moved like a specter, weaving effortlessly between the strikes. It did not intentionally evade. Instead, it made the slightest adjustments, allowing Infernape's fists to graze past without landing a hit. This is Ash's Greninja. It's incredibly strong. Is it possible for someone who has traveled back from the future to be weak? The disparity in combat experience over the past decade is akin to an adult battling a child. "I've stripped down, and you show me this, Fire Monkey?" Fire Monkey roared fiercely, its fists igniting in a blaze of flames. It charged towards Goketsu Ninja Frog, its fists carving fiery arcs through the air. Gok! Goketsu Ninja Frog finally made its move. Its figure flickered, moving with such speed that it was almost imperceptible in the blink of an eye. It appeared at Fire Monkey's side. Gok! A precise knife-hand strike landed on the back of Fire Monkey's head. Thud! Fire Monkey's movements abruptly froze, its body uncontrollably toppling forward. Boom! It crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This strike left Xiaoguang in disbelief, witnessing the scene unfold. Yet, in the next moment, Fire Monkey struggled back to its feet. Its eyes glowed an even more vivid red, rage numbing its sense of pain. Goketsu Ninja Frog observed the revived Fire Monkey with a calm demeanor. Its willpower was commendable, but if this continued, it would only harm itself. Fire Monkey charged once more, this time unleashing a torrent of close-range punches and kicks like a relentless storm. Goketsu Ninja Frog refrained from launching a counterattack, instead employing its exquisite agility and technique to neutralize each of Fire Monkey's assaults effortlessly. Its movements were graceful and efficient, executed with an air of composure. Pikachu watched Goketsu Ninja Frog's combat with admiration gleaming in its eyes. Indeed, this senior from the future possessed remarkable strength and experience. Regarding Goketsu Ninja Frog awakening memories of the future, Ash had previously mentioned this to them. Goketsu Ninja Frog was suppressing its own power when Brock suddenly noted that it was not using its full strength, but rather responding to Fire Monkey's attacks with minimal force. Why? Misty inquired, puzzled. Because, Ash explained, glancing at Goketsu Ninja Frog, it does not wish to harm Fire Monkey. It is waiting for the moment Fire Monkey exhausts its energy. At that moment, Mutwo suddenly floated into view. Mutwo tilted its head, observing the enraged Fire Monkey as if deep in thought. Then, it closed its eyes, emitting a soft pink glow. Mew. A gentle wave of psychic energy spread forth, enveloping Fire Monkey. Fire Monkey's movements suddenly slowed, the blood red in its eyes lessening. Goketsu Ninja Frog sensed Mutwo's intent and promptly retreated to grant Mutwo space. Mutwo is using its psychic powers to calm Fire Monkey's emotions, Brock noted. Under the influence of Mutwo's psychic force, Fire Monkey's breathing gradually steadied. Its body as tremors slowly subsiding. Its gaze began to clear, the fiery rage gradually dissipating. However, at that moment, crack! A crimson beam suddenly shot from the trees, striking Mutwo. Mutwo was interrupted, losing its balance and tumbling to the ground. Mutwo! Ash cried out. Goketsu Ninja Frog's expression sharpened instantaneously. It turned sharply towards the source of the attack, its eyes flashing with a dangerous glimmer. How dare they ambush? Without Mutwo's calming influence, Fire Monkey's fury erupted once more. Roar! This time, its anger intensified. Who is it? Ash glared towards the direction of the attack, filled with rage. 3 familiar figures emerged from the forest. Since you have sincerely inquired, we shall generously enlighten you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to safeguard the peace of the world, and to uphold the evil of love and truth, we, Team Rocket, the charming yet villainous trio, are here. Jesse and James of Team Rocket made their flashy entrance. Goodness, Team Rocket is back. These 3 are truly relentless. But this time, it seems they've targeted the wrong opponent. Goketsu Ninja Frog's gaze indicates Team Rocket is doomed. Team Rocket, gritting his teeth, Ash accused. You are the ones who provoked Fire Monkey. Indeed, Jesse exclaimed proudly. We discovered this powerful Fire Monkey nearby and intended to capture it, but it was too volatile. So we had to employ a little special technique. A special technique? Brock furrowed his brow. James produced a peculiar device. This is our specially designed anger amplifier. Once a Pokémon is exposed to its beam, it will enter a state of extreme rage, attacking everything around it until it tires out. At which point we can seize it. You scoundrels! Ash shouted furiously. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Dangerous? So what? Jesse sneered. What is a little risk for the sake of capturing a powerful Pokémon? It's merely a matter of exhaustion. Besides, it seems we might not only get Fire Monkey, but also unexpectedly capture that rare Pikachu. Mutwo climbed back to its feet, shaking its head, its expression turning hostile. Though typically languid, the act of being ambushed irked it. Goketsu Ninja Frog slowly stepped forward, a faint mist emanating from its body. Its gaze was now significantly colder than when it faced Fire Monkey. Gawk! The low rumble of its call seemed to freeze the air. What is happening with that Goketsu Ninja Frog? James gulped, feeling a chill. Who cares? Jesse dismissed. Let us seize Fire Monkey while it's still rampaging. Fire Monkey's roar echoed once more, its fury reaching a fever pitch, completely devoid of rationality. James hurled a black Pokeball towards Fire Monkey. But gawk! Goketsu Ninja Frog's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, it appeared mid-air, snatching the black Pokeball effortlessly. Wah! Team Rocket stared wide-eyed. Crack! With a slight squeeze, Goketsu Ninja Frog crushed the black Pokeball in its grip. Oh my gosh, it crushed a Pokeball with its bare hands. This Goketsu Ninja Frog is too powerful. We messed with someone we shouldn't have. Goketsu Ninja Frog landed, casting a glance at Team Rocket. Then, it raised its hand. Gawk! A massive water shuriken formed in its grasp, over a meter wide, whirling with a menacing whoosh. What is that? Jesse exclaimed in terror. Run! Meowth was the first to react. But it was too late. Gawk! Goketsu Ninja Frog hurled the water shuriken. The colossal weapon spun through the air, carrying terrifying force as it hurtled towards Team Rocket. Ah! Boom! The water shuriken struck its target, unleashing an astonishing shockwave. Team Rocket was sent flying, their bodies soaring like cannonballs into the sky. What an awful feeling. The trio vanished into the horizon, leaving only a twinkling star behind. Gawk! Goketsu Ninja Frog retracted its stance, as if it had merely accomplished a trivial task. Yet, the issue remained unresolved. Fire Monkey's fury persisted. It turned to Ash and his companions, the blood red in its eyes intensifying. However, this time, alongside rage, there was a hint of fear in its gaze directed at Goketsu Ninja Frog. Its instincts warned it that this Pokémon was dangerous. Goketsu Ninja Frog regarded Fire Monkey, its expression returning to tranquility. Team Rocket has been dealt with. Now it's time to help you regain your composure, it seemed to convey to Ash. Glancing back at him with an inquiring look, Ash instantly understood Goketsu Ninja Frog's intention. Goketsu Ninja Frog, I entrust this to you, Ash said. But be cautious not to harm it. Gok. Goketsu Ninja Frog nodded. It turned once more to Fire Monkey, its expression now serious. Let me assist you in calming down. Pikachu, Riolu, Mewtwo, and the enigmatic Phantom. Let us support Goketsu Ninja Frog together. Ash commanded. Chapter 108. The weakened Mewtwo and the arrival of Suicune. Fire Monkey's fury continued to churn, its rage nearly igniting the entire forest. The serene and composed Greninja stood resolutely ahead, its eyes tranquil as the still waters. Gugwa. Suddenly, its aura dimmed, and the moisture surrounding it coalesced into swirling currents, generating a wave of low-pressure wind. The fiery Infernape roared and charged once more, yet this time, its fists were steadfastly blocked by Greninja's arm. Thud! The muffled sound of their clash reverberated through the forest. Greninja remained unmoved, while Infernape was jolted back several steps. Greninja is truly formidable, Misty marveled, her eyes wide with astonishment. Although Ash had shared tales of Greninja's precognitive abilities, its strength was still rather astonishing. It was not even exerting its full power. It's merely biding its time, waiting for Infernape to regain its senses, Brock observed quietly. Realizing that its strategy was progressing too slowly, Greninja took a step back and turned its gaze towards Mew. Mew ascended into the air, eyes gently closed. As a radiant pink glow emanated once more, a soft psychic wave spread like a tide, enveloping Infernape's frenzied form. Mew. The gentle and calming vibrations rippled through the air, seemingly attempting to soothe all fury. However, an explosive roar erupted from within Infernape. Mew's psychic force was instantly shattered, and its form was sent tumbling to the ground by the backlash. This unforeseen turn of events shocked the onlookers. They had not anticipated that Mew could be interrupted by Infernape this time. Ash! Misty exclaimed in surprise. Without hesitation, Ash rushed over to lift Mew into his arms. Mew, are you alright? Mew struggled to open its eyes, faintly shaking its head. Its body emitted a dim glow, far less radiant than before. Brock's expression changed. This isn't good. Mew's aura is diminishing. Its energy is depleting. Why? Ash, sensing Mew's weakened essence, asked anxiously. Mew weakly raised its head, its voice barely audible. Mew, I have been away from the World Tree for too long. My power is fading. The World Tree? Misty was taken aback. Ash's heart sank. That was Mew's home, the place of its birth. It seems Mew and the World Tree share a symbiotic relationship. Perhaps being away for so long has severely weakened its powers, Brock theorized. I had a feeling Mew was unusually weak. It must have been gradually diminishing, he added. Mew is in quite a predicament. This is truly fascinating. Its voice is enchanting, the food is delightful, and there's even a luxurious dog-themed sofa. How could one resist? Misty mused. I can't hold back anymore. I was somewhat anxious, but now I find it amusing that Mew would express this, Brock chuckled. Just as Ash found himself at a loss for words, a long and sacred chant resonated from the depths of the distant forest. The sound flowed like a clear spring into the hearts of those who listened, pure and gentle. The wind ceased. The flames quieted. Even Infernape's breath slowed in that instant. Mist enveloped the air, gathering and coalescing into a soft blue light. As footsteps approached, a graceful figure emerged slowly from the mist. It was the majestic Suicune. Its flowing mane resembled water, and its blue crown shimmered with a gentle glow. Each step radiated an indescribable aura of majesty and tranquility. Although Suicune has faced unjust criticism during its journey, it is undeniably impressive, Brock remarked. One can only say the writers have been abstract, while the character of the dog has been rather repulsive. Yet, it seems the remastered version has acknowledged this issue. There hasn't been any news of that dog character lately. Perhaps it has been omitted, he noted. Watching the barrage of comments, Ash pondered, was this so-called dog character truly that formidable, capable of capturing Suicune? However, he did not recognize the individual. Observing the negative remarks in the chat, he felt that this person must not be of good character. Otherwise, why would the commentary be so harsh? Is that Suicune? Misty exclaimed, rendered speechless by the unexpected encounter. Not only was Suicune a water type, but it also perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. The legendary embodiment of the North Wind, Brock murmured, quietly analyzing the figure with his analytical eye. It had personally made an appearance. Infernape stood frozen, its flames subdued as if calmed by an unseen force. Suikun's gaze passed over Infernape, landing upon Mew. In that moment, Mew's eyes sparkled, emitting a faint mew. Suikun's voice resonated with a tremor. "Have you come to take me home?" Suicun intoned deeply, its steps slow yet imbued with a sacred presence. Its waters gently brushed against Mew's form, the fading lights beginning to coalesce once more. Mew has been away from the world tree for too long. Its life energy is waning, Brock observed quietly. Suicun has come to take it back home. A flicker of reluctance crossed Mew's eyes as it turned to glance at Ash and his companions. "Mew, it's time to go home." Ash paused for a moment, then smiled, gently stroking its head. "Thank you, Mew. Because of you, we have come this far." Mew's gaze softened, nodding in acknowledgement, its eyes shimmering with light. The radiance refracted in the air, creating countless tiny stars. Suicun turned its body, bowing its head in a gesture of invitation. Mew ascended, gracefully landing upon Suikun's flowing mane. In that instant, the entire forest was enveloped in a soft blue glow. Infernape knelt on the ground, its expression serene. The air felt cool, the blades of grass swayed, as if the world held its breath for this moment. Suicun cast a tranquil glance back at Ash and his companions, its eyes calm yet imbued with an ineffable depth. With a gentle leap, it transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the morning mist. As the fog dissipated, the forest returned to its serene state. Only a few crystalline droplets remained, glistening upon Greninja's shoulder, shimmering with a faint glow. "Mew has gone home," Misty murmured. Ash lifted his gaze to the sky, his expression gentle yet resolute. "It will be all right. Suicun will surely protect it." Sunlight filtered through the trees, and Greninja gazed quietly at the expanse above, its eyes profound, as if perceiving beyond the clouds. A gentle breeze caressed, causing its tongue to flutter lightly. Suddenly, Greninja tilted its head slightly. It sensed a lingering, faint disturbance in the air. It was neither wind nor moisture, but rather an ancient and pure essence. Gugwa. It emitted a soft croak, as if responding to a distant call. Shadows danced among the trees, and the sound of water echoed. Deep within the forest, a flash of blue light darted past. For a moment, Greninja was uncertain of what it was. It resembled Suicun, yet bore a hint of a familiar presence. Was it an illusion? Or perhaps, these two energies, so seemingly incompatible, combined in a way Greninja could not fathom. Contemplating Suicun's graceful form alongside the clumsy appearance of Glutton, Greninja ultimately shook its head. It must have been an illusion, merely the remnants left by Suicun. The forest settled back into tranquility, as if Suicun's arrival had been nothing more than a dream. All eyes, in unison, returned to the kneeling Infernape. The ferocity that once enveloped it had dissipated, leaving only the fatigue of battle and the dawning confusion and faint sorrow in its previously enraged eyes. Mew's soothing presence and Suicun's purifying aura were like a refreshing spring, finally extinguishing the flames that had long burned within its heart. Ash regarded Infernape, his gaze devoid of contempt or fear, filled instead with profound sympathy and understanding. Though he knew not the trials Infernape had faced, he understood that confronting it was all he could do now. He stepped forward slowly, his steps steady and assured. "Ash, be cautious," Misty warned, her concern still evident. Yet Brock placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice steady. "Trust Ash, and trust Infernape now." Greninja quietly followed Ash, both a guardian and a witness. Ketchum knelt before the fiery primate, gazing intently into its eyes, extending his hand, devoid of a pokeball, revealing only an open palm, an emblem of camaraderie and vulnerability. "I can sense your anger," he spoke with clarity and earnestness. "It must be excruciating to be ensnared by such emotions. Yet, you need not shoulder this burden alone any longer." The fiery monkey lifted its head, staring blankly at Ketchum, perceiving no malice in this human youth, but rather a warmth akin to sunlight. "Though Mew and Suicun have calmed your spirit, the path ahead is yours to choose." Ketchum continued, his face radiating with his signature, infectious smile. "I admire your indomitable spirit in battle. That is your true strength, not the visage consumed by rage. Join me as my partner, fiery primate." His voice brimmed with fervor and anticipation. "Together, we shall grow stronger and confront myriad challenges. I vow never to abandon you." With that, Ketchum retrieved an empty red and white pokeball from his belt, solemnly presenting it before the fiery primate. "If you are willing to place your trust in me, step inside." The fiery monkey regarded Ketchum, then glanced at the pokeball in his hand, its bewilderment gradually dissipating. It recalled the trust Ketchum had shown while commanding Greninja, the compassion and guidance Greninja had extended during battle, the sacred radiance that had soothed its troubled spirit, and the unblemished sincerity reflected in the boy's eyes. After a moment of silence, the fiery monkey emitted a brief, low growl, no longer filled with ferocity, but infused with resolute determination. It raised its arm, not to grasp Ketchum's hand, but gently pressed its fingertip against the central button of the Pokeball. Beep! The Pokeball opened, enveloping the fiery monkey in a beam of red light. The sphere swayed gently upon the grass before emitting a soft click, the light from the button stabilizing. Capture successful. Ketchum joyfully lifted the Pokeball high in the air, exclaiming, "I have captured the fiery primate." Fantastic, Ketchum. Misty and Brock approached, their faces beaming with delight. They bore witness not merely to a capture, but to the redemption of a wounded spirit and the dawn of a new beginning. Greninja regarded the Pokeball in Ketchum's hand, nodding slightly, aware that for this fiery primate, following Ketchum might be its most fitting sanctuary. Ketchum reopened the Pokeball, and the fiery monkey reemerged. Standing resolutely, it looked at Ketchum, its gaze now calm and steadfast. It raised its fist, gently tapping the fist Ketchum extended. "I look forward to our journey together," it declared. "Roar!" The fiery monkey responded robustly,